The unfortunate news is that Menhuan has traversed into another realm. The fortunate news is that the Marvel Universe has bestowed upon him extraordinary advantages. By sacrificing sufficient life energy, he can attain the ability to refine the essence of all that exists in the universe. Refining ants, super strength, super physique. Refining tardigrades, survival of the fittest, super endurance. Refining an arc reactor, a humanoid mobile energy cannon. Refining the cosmic cube, space teleportation, spatial stasis. Refining Jean Grey, the Phoenix Force, the white phoenix of the crown. As Menhuan grows increasingly formidable, the entire Marvel Universe, with its superheroes and supervillains alike, wails in despair. You are aloof, you are remarkable, yet you demand our sacrifices as stepping stones. We implore you to venture into other worlds. Menhuan muses, shall I show some benevolence? Days have passed since his arrival in this new world, yet Menhuan's expression remains heavy with anxiety, dutifully adopting the role of a recluse. Initially, he held no significant grievances about being a second-generation black, for compared to the drudgery of a laborer, the identity of a wealthy individual is a dream he had long cherished. However, upon inadvertently glimpsing a sensational tabloid headline detailing the debaucheries of a certain dandy, his fleeting joy dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of gloom. Indeed, this world is a bizarre tapestry, governed by the peculiar maxim that the poor rely on mutation, while the rich depend on technology. Monstrous entities roam freely, as if engaged in an eternal, chaotic revelry. Currently, the sole ill tidings stem from the turmoil and peril that permeate this realm, while the only solace lies in the fact that his estranged father has met a violent end. Menhuan stifles the dizziness brought on by the cacophony of thoughts swirling in his mind, rubbing his aching temples. Though the sudden elevation to a crime lord status may sound imposing, the latent threats and challenges inherent in such a position are far from trivial. His late father's unexpected demise has bequeathed him with an entire empire, a network of connections, and even a cadre of young, alluring mistresses. Yet, the second and third in command of the gang harbor nothing but disdain and resentment towards this newcomer. Menhuan, lacking any emotional ties to his late father, dismisses the idea of heeding their counsel. Can you rival my father? A rhythmic knock suddenly pierces the silence of the room. Come in, Menhuan replies, his tone calm and composed, his gaze fixed upon the enigmatic pattern etched into his palm, as if it conceals the key to unraveling all mysteries. It is an ancient bronze cauldron design, a trinket he had fortuitously discovered in the past. The door swings open, revealing an elderly man clad in traditional Tang attire, who strides in with a steady gait. He appears to be in his 60s, with a benevolent visage and a glint of cunning in his eyes, exuding an aura that is both endearing and elusive. Young master, there is a significant auction taking place in the city tonight. I have specifically selected 2 highly skilled bodyguards for you. They have officially joined our gang, and their duty henceforth will be to ensure your safety. With them by your side, you need not worry about unforeseen mishaps. The elder beams with confidence, his eyes betraying a hint of pride, as if implying that no man could refuse the company of beautiful bodyguards, and the young master is no exception. Menhuan blinks in surprise, his expression a mix of confusion and astonishment. With them around, there will be no surprises? I fear I might meet my end quietly and without notice. You see, young master, your gaze is quite intense. I must say, these 2 are indeed mesmerizing beauties who could resist their allure. Even I. He coughs, attempting to regain his composure. Fu Bo chuckles with a glimmer of mischief in his eyes, seemingly hinting at something. Particularly the woman named Natasha, with her graceful figure and alluring curves, igniting the imagination. Cough, young master, should you find them satisfactory, I can provide you with a more detailed introduction. This elegant lady is Madeline Stone. She graduated from the world-renowned Blood Rose Bodyguard Training Academy and has provided professional security services to several esteemed female tycoons. This fiery figure to your left is Natalie, a former top agent of the notorious Hydra, who has been navigating life in New York since her retirement. Both of them have been meticulously vetted by me and are entirely trustworthy, with no prior connections to our adversaries. Fu Bo pounds his chest with fervor, his expression serious and earnest, yet he remains oblivious to Menhuan's bewildered countenance. Of course it's you, old man. One is a notorious Hydra operative, and the other is a celebrated S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. What merit do I possess as a mere second-generation criminal that would warrant such meticulous attention from these 2 harbingers of doom? Were it not for Fu Bo's unwavering loyalty over the past 30 years, Menhuan would almost suspect him of having accepted bribes from enemies, betraying the gang. What invaluable treasure did his late father stumble upon, or what unspeakable secret did he inadvertently uncover to invite such fatal consequences? Fortunately, the gang he has inherited is a Chinese organization, relatively united otherwise. They would likely have been infiltrated by local gangs long ago, riddled with vulnerabilities. Perhaps I should simply take my leave with the money and vanish? With the wealth at my disposal, I could easily find a tranquil haven to live out my days, surrounded by comfort and pleasures. Menhuan contemplates, nurturing the notion of fleeing, as the current predicament proves overwhelmingly burdensome. A life of violence and chaos is an unsustainable path. One cannot traverse the riverbank without getting wet. Yet, he understands the truth of being bound by circumstances. Where could he possibly escape to? Cough, cough. Young master, please give me a decisive answer. If you are dissatisfied with these bodyguards, I shall immediately seek out more suitable candidates. I assure you, my methods are reliable. Menhuan's lips twitched slightly, a bitter smile gracing his features. This is supposed to be reliable? If it were any more reliable, I fear I would have already followed my father into another world. Very well, let's proceed with this arrangement, he concedes wearily, his enthusiasm thoroughly drained. This world is rife with monstrous entities, lurking dangers abound, and countless eyes seem to be fixated upon him, waiting to claim his life. Upon hearing this, Fu Bo's face brightens with delight, and he eagerly states, "Then I shall rest assured. You are the sole heir to the family legacy. Let them take good care of you. However, young master, do remember to exercise caution. Your kidneys are still your own." This old man, initially so earnest and proper, quickly descends into jest, his words laced with teasing. Menhuan is left speechless, inwardly lamenting. Thank you, but these two exceptional individuals are hardly the sort I can easily provoke. Fu Bo, you have worked hard. Madeline, Natalie, please find 2 quiet rooms on the first floor and rest well. Menhuan gestures for everyone to leave. Uncle Fu smiled warmly and winked at him, his gaze imbued with suggestive undertones, as if conveying a clandestine secret understood solely by men. How unseemly. Madeline and Natasha exchanged subtle nods, feigning shyness as they lowered their heads, yet their performance failed to conceal the shrewdness glimmering in their eyes. In a fleeting moment, the 2 women exchanged a discreet glance, a flicker of wariness and animosity crossing their expressions, as though sparks were silently clashing in the air. Though their true identities remained largely concealed, each had keenly sensed the familiar aura of danger emanating from the other. Menhuan sat alone in the room, fixated on the palm-sized bronze cauldron's intricate design, his gaze deep and concentrated. He understood better than anyone that this was no ordinary artifact. Recalling the fateful car accident, he had felt death's approach in that critical instant, when the mysterious bronze cauldron had suddenly burst forth with blinding light, transporting him across time and space into this unfamiliar and perilous world. However, since that miraculous journey, the cauldron had seemingly succumbed to a deep slumber, as if all that had transpired was merely a fleeting dream. I remember that it was the blood from my wound that triggered the cauldron's extraordinary power. Could it be that the lack of a continuous blood stimulus has caused it to enter this dormant state? Menhuan furrowed his brow, a spark of insight illuminating his thoughts. Suddenly, an audacious hypothesis danced in his mind. With that, he seized a small knife from nearby, gritted his teeth, and delicately sliced his fingertip, allowing a drop of crimson blood to fall upon the bronze cauldron's design on his right hand. In an instant, a miracle unfolded. The once dormant bronze cauldron design, quietly imprinted in his palm, seemed to come alive, gradually floating upward, enlarging in the air until it transformed into a colossal bronze cauldron radiating an enigmatic glow, hovering before Menhuan. Hiss! Menhuan involuntarily inhaled sharply, as a torrent of vast and intricate information surged into his mind, instantaneously revealing the cauldron's mysterious origins and formidable powers. This bronze cauldron was the supreme furnace, born from the primordial chaos at the dawn of the universe, wielding unparalleled might to refine and create all things within the cosmos. It could melt any material from the universe, extracting and refining its unique abilities or enhancing and transforming objects, bestowing them with extraordinary effects that Menhuan could command. For instance, should he toss a high-performance off-road vehicle into the cauldron, Menhuan would find its speed astonishingly augmented. Or, if he were to place an ordinary electric massager within, the cauldron's refinement might elevate it to a level that would leave even the renowned Professor Jia in awe. The existence of this bronze cauldron transcended the myriad rules and constraints of the infinite multiverse, possessing the terrifying power to distort and reshape reality. It could effortlessly tear apart the boundaries between reality and illusion, manifesting the terrifying entities from people's nightmares into existence. Allowing nightmares to become reality, it could render the real world as fragile as a bubble, shattering and collapsing in an instant. Its power was pure and absolute, unbound by any laws or order, transcending the dimensions of space and the passage of time, capable of altering everything at will, whether it be the minuscule particles of the microscopic world or the vast structures of galaxies in the macrocosm. In the garden, a gentle breeze whispered through, causing the flowers and grass to sway gracefully. Menhuan stood amidst the garden, his eyes sparkling with curiosity and excitement. He casually picked up an ant crawling through the grass and unhesitatingly tossed it into the hovering bronze cauldron, visible only to him. Chapter 2. Extracting Ant Genes, Origins of the Furnace Information. Within the secret chamber, silence enveloped the air, thick with mystery. The bronze cauldron quivered slightly, releasing a wisp of white light, akin to a spirited sprite, which instantly entered Menhuan's mind. Hiss! A torrential wave of scorching energy swept through him, and excruciating pain pierced every inch of his skin. Menhuan's vision darkened, plunging him into unconsciousness. The bronze cauldron trembled again, enveloping him in a cocoon of mysterious light, guiding him into a profound slumber. Ant genes surged through him like fervent engineers, rewriting the very codes of his body. Muscles swelled and contorted, ultimately achieving a harmonious and explosive form. Bones restructured, becoming as hard as steel. His body underwent a complete metamorphosis, height increasing to nearly 1.9 meters, with latent power coursing through him. Upon opening his eyes, the bronze cauldron transmitted information back to him. Super strength erupting with 400 times the force, capable of dragging objects weighing 1,700 times more. Super physique muscle density enhanced, able to withstand bullets from handguns. Control ants release pheromones to command ants. Environmental adaptation resist high temperatures, low temperatures, oxygen deprivation, and even radiation. Menhuan paused momentarily, then burst into hearty laughter, his mirth a release from prior restraint. He clenched his fists, the air around him vibrating with a low hum. Lifting the heavy office chair felt as effortless as handling a toy. At that moment, he grasped a glimmer of security. Who could truly comprehend his previous state of mind? It was akin to an ordinary person, utterly powerless, suddenly thrust into a realm teeming with demons and monsters, filled with trepidation and unease, unable to find solace. The cunning figures within the gang eyed his position with predatory intent, eager to see him removed, to seize his power and fortune. Enemies from rival factions loomed like ravenous wolves, perpetually seeking the opportunity to assassinate him, to eliminate future threats. Even those closest to him could harbor treacherous intentions, poised to strike him down from behind. Outside, the world was rife with unknowns and dangers. Mutants, anomalies, superhumans, lunatics, perverts, extraterrestrials. An array of bizarre entities scattered across every corner of this world. Some wielded immense power, others possessed mysterious skills, while others harbored sinister motives, eager to carve their share from this chaotic existence. Yet, in this moment, feeling the seismic shifts within his body, he tightened his fist and unleashed a powerful punch into the air. With a resonant hum, the air trembled under the force of his strike, vibrating as if in awe of his newfound strength. His reinforced bones and muscles not only withstood tremendous forces, but also efficiently released that power, transforming it into astonishing agility. At this moment, Menhuan truly experienced a long-lost sense of security. He was no longer the lamb awaiting slaughter, but had acquired the strength to resist the threats to his life. Seems rather promising. Menhuan murmured to himself, a satisfied smile curving his lips. Now, self-preservation was no longer a concern. However, his ambitions reached far beyond mere survival. His sights were set on the cosmic cube, the eye of Agamotto, Mjolnir, and even the celestial assembly hidden deep within the earth, along with other worlds. The bronze cauldron seemed to grasp his aspirations, suddenly relaying information into his mind. Refinement requires life energy. For instance, stepping on an ant or swatting a mosquito can yield energy. The more powerful the creature providing life energy, the greater the yield. Eliminating a member of the celestial assembly would yield energy equivalent to that of killing hundreds of billions of ordinary beings. Menhuan was momentarily taken aback, pondering the distinction between this and the Wand of Souls. How much life energy is required for a single refinement? How many more times can I refine it? 1,000 life energy per refinement. Currently 2 refinements remaining. Upon hearing this response, Menhuan's heart trembled profoundly. This implied that the moment he traversed into this world, he may have inadvertently caused the demise of countless individuals beneath the collapse of a building. How is life energy quantified? Menhuan inhaled deeply and inquired, reflecting on the numerous tragedies that accompanied major events in the Marvel Universe. Using the average person as a standard, 10,000 life energy equates to 1 person, with 100,000 ants equating to a single individual, where 1 ant is worth 0.1 points. I understand. The revelation sent a jolt through Menhuan's mind. This meant that many lives had been lost, including the unfortunate Menhuan himself. After completing his morning routine, Menhuan meticulously cleaned the remnants of black blood and bone fragments from the floor, as if he were erasing the vestiges of his former, weaker self. He composed himself, adorned in a neat and striking outfit, and then strode confidently out of the door. Natasha and Madeline had been closely observing his every move, and upon his exit, they exchanged a knowing huff before stealthily following him. Madeline, cautiously trailing behind, murmured softly, "This peculiar fellow contradicts the information provided. Given his flirtatious nature, it makes no sense for him to disregard 2 stunning beauties at home and venture out on a hot summer day." Despite her complaints, her footsteps did not falter. Her body remained obediently in pursuit. Natasha cast a sidelong glance at her, a flicker of helplessness and dissatisfaction crossing her expression as she internally mused, "This insufferable woman, does she truly intend to sacrifice herself to fulfill the mission?" Nick Fury's intentions were unmistakable no matter the cost. They were to extract the whereabouts of that crucial artifact from Menhuan, even if it meant sharing his bed. Yet, they both understood that Menhuan was no ordinary individual. Obtaining valuable information from him would be no simple feat. At present, Menhuan was the only one in this world who might possess clues about that artifact, leaving others utterly at a loss. Meanwhile, Menhuan inwardly cursed. How on earth would I know the whereabouts of that artifact? I am not the real Menhuan. That unfortunate soul merely bore my likeness and was crushed by a bronze cauldron, leading to my unexpected transmigration here. Upon stepping outside, Menhuan soon discovered that his speed was astonishing and his reflexes remarkably sharp. His purpose for venturing out was to seek out tardigrades. Though minuscule in size, this posed no significant challenge for him. He intended to rely on his monetary prowess, firmly believing that with sufficient funds, no problem was insurmountable. After all, matters resolvable with money were hardly worth his time and effort. Suddenly, the phone rang, and upon checking, Menhuan was surprised to find it was a call from Tony Stark. Chapter 3. Kindred Spirits and the Allure of Western Cuisine, according to the memories instilled by the bronze cauldron. The unfortunate Menhuan and Tony Stark met at a party, sharing a mutual affinity for extravagance. The two frequently indulged in revelry together. As soon as the call connected, Tony's excited yet slightly teasing voice resonated, accompanied by his characteristic mischievous grin. "My dear brother, after the auction tonight, come over to my place for a party. There will be numerous Victoria's Secret models, as well as the newly debuted Sweet Twin Sisters. You know I'm heading to the Middle East for business, and since it's unsafe for you here, why not join me for some fun?" "Absolutely. I shall eagerly await it," Menhuan replied with a laugh. Having once been an ordinary individual, the sudden acquisition of wealth and power inevitably inflated his ego. Western cuisine is wonderful indeed. One must indulge. Being part of the Marvel world, I must learn to navigate this new realm. The auction was merely a meticulously orchestrated spectacle. Some pieces, even if they resembled mere doodles, could fetch astronomical sums. Though attendance was optional, as a close friend of Tony Stark, Menhuan could hardly refuse him. "My friend, you can always trust the impeccable taste of the great Tony Stark." Tony continued with his usual arrogance, then added with a hint of jest, "Though, you Asians could use a bit more wildness." Menhuan scoffed internally, thinking the true wildness belongs to those gallivanting about, as if in a raucous celebration, devoid of any subtlety. After concluding the call, he paid little heed to the 2 beautiful female agents trailing him and strode into an insectarium, tossing a $100 bill to the proprietor and requesting a tardigrade. The proprietor paused momentarily before readily agreeing. After all, it was money offered at his doorstep. "By the way, Mr. Chris, do you happen to have a large supply of insects? Earthworms or ants would suffice," Menhuan casually inquired. He had contemplated digging up an anthill, but as the head of New York's largest Chinese gang, He deemed such an endeavor beneath his dignity. Chris hesitated briefly. I can acquire some, but if you require a substantial quantity, it might prove challenging. Could you manage a few million earthworms? Menhuan mused, then waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. I shall just find a fish pond to play in instead. Had he not been thwarted in his quest for a potent substance capable of overwhelming the Great Lakes, he would have considered draining them entirely. If you're interested in bees with sufficient funds, I can procure millions immediately, Chris shrugged. Bees are no-go. Menhuan feigned disappointment, yet a plan was already forming in his mind. Why not simply purchase a beekeeping farm? No need to rely on others. After a brief wait, the assistant returned with a tardigrade for Menhuan. He accepted the creature, turned, and hurriedly searched online for a large beekeeping farm in the suburbs of New York, ultimately spending $300,000 for an outright purchase. Mr. Simon, you truly are the most generous businessman I have ever encountered. The beekeeper chuckled appreciatively, yet inwardly mused. Such a naive fool is a rarity. Min, feeling disinterested, offered a few perfunctory remarks before dismissing him. How can the sparrows comprehend the ambitions of the swan? Fury, the Asian individual you urged me to befriend, has suddenly developed an interest in insects, spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on a poorly managed apiary. The underworld is dabbling in beekeeping, Natasha reported to Nick Fury with a peculiar expression. Nick Fury remained silent for a few seconds, then replied with an air of nonchalance. Never mind. Continue to cultivate a rapport with him and extract specific information regarding that extraterrestrial meteorite. If necessary, special measures may be employed. Understood, Natasha responded, her demeanor turning serious. The so-called extraterrestrial meteorite, as inferred from fragments collected by DS scientists, is believed to possess extraordinary powers. As for those special measures, Natasha felt no shame or resentment. Since the day her uterus was removed and her innocence shattered by her instructor, she had become a cold, unfeeling weapon. Min inspected the apiary, pondering how to eliminate millions of bees, a perplexing dilemma. Should he sprinkle water and electrify them, or perhaps incinerate them? Outside the apiary, the beekeeper gazed at the alluring woman who inquired incessantly, initially thinking he was in for a romantic encounter, only to realize that this broad-minded woman was merely toying with him. Regarding the two outside, Min was indifferent. He had no concerns for them at the moment, preferring to enjoy their company. An hour later, Min emerged from the apiary, quite satisfied. Setting fire would attract unwanted attention. The solution was to gather the beehives and apply water and electricity, thereby perfectly dispatching millions of bees. Brother Ding, how much life energy do I possess? Currently, just over 2 million. The life energy of bees is slightly superior to that of ants. Is that so little? Yet these bees are merely an appetizer. The vast American pastures are abundant. By the way, how does the energy of a cow compare to that of a human? Min inquired with eager anticipation. Humans are sentient beings, possessing thoughts and souls. Approximately 100 cows' life energy equates to that of an ordinary person. It seems I must devise a plan. Perhaps I should consult Tony about shifting to arms dealing, mused Min, feeling a bit melancholic. It appears that the path of eliminating evildoers is the quicker route. This is forcing me into the role of a righteous hero. The black sheep is set on a path to redemption. As night descended, the vibrancy of New York was utterly breathtaking, the disparities within view starkly apparent, as Comrade Lee had astutely observed. The Empire State Building stood majestic. Min donned an outfit that would surely captivate countless married women and young ladies. Although his clothing was nearly unwearable, does wealth not afford one suitable attire? A newcomer often draws attention, and combined with his ruggedly handsome visage and tall stature, he was enough to excite the socialites. Goodness, that handsome man beside Tony is just my type. Bah, you shameless hussy. He is clearly a refined gentleman from the East, sharing laughter with Mr. Tony. What makes you think he would notice you? A refined gentleman? These two individuals are of the same ilk. We cannot afford to provoke the background of that young man, as the Chinese gangs are a cadre of lunatics. At this moment, the flamboyant Tony Stark feels somewhat disheartened, as if his limelight has been snatched away. Typically, the socialites and affluent ladies would fawn over him. Yet today, they merely exchanged insincere pleasantries before eagerly flocking to the slender Menhuan. Has the frail Menhuan been on steroids? Though he was once tall, he resembled a mere skeleton. Damn it, today feels utterly surreal. Frustrated, Tony promptly withdrew. He would not serve as this wretched fellow's backdrop. However, the socialites held a different perspective, as those who were acquainted with the esteemed Menhuan feigned ignorance, approaching him with false familiarity. Menhuan harbored little fondness for these socialites, finding their heavy makeup off-putting. He preferred sweet, youthful companions. After a strenuous effort to evade the swarm of admirers, he finally found a moment to catch his breath. He stepped to the edge of the hall, leaning over the railing to behold the magnificent nightscape of New York City, ablaze with lights, bustling with traffic, and adorned with towering edifices, resembling a resplendent river of stars. The distant Statue of Liberty radiated a mysterious glow against the night, while the Hudson River shimmered with starlight, harmonizing with the city's illuminations like a celestial tapestry. Beneath him, the lights of New York sparkled like a myriad of stars, flickering in the darkness as if the Milky Way had descended to Earth. The skyline of Manhattan unfolded before him in a majestic silhouette, the glow from the skyscrapers mingling with the starlight, blurring the lines between the heavens and the earthly realm. How long can this enchanting prosperity of New York endure? With a sigh, Menhuan downed the last of his wine. To the south, the lights of Wall Street flickered like dancing flames, illuminating the splendor of the financial empire. The ancient buildings, bathed in light, exuded a solemn and mysterious aura, seemingly narrating the century-long history of New York. Standing atop the Empire State Building felt like being immersed in a world of light and shadow, with the city's clamor and opulence sprawling beneath him. Alas, there was now one less amiable neighbor drifting amidst the towering structures. The charity auction was merely a business affair, a gathering of hypocritical capitalists who, like ravenous wolves, spouted nonsense to promote their supposed benevolence. Disgusting, truly revolting, and yet they expect the masses to sing their praises. Hey, brother, I shall take my leave first. Do not forget to hurry over for the revelry at my place. I have prepared a surprise for you. At this moment, Tony, flanked by two stunning companions, winked lewdly at Menhuan, then playfully pinched one of their backsides, laughing heartily as he departed. This old rascal certainly knew how to have fun. Perhaps Tony's happiest moments were those spent in this time of not being a superhero. Menhuan shook his head, murmuring to himself, "With great power comes great responsibility. To hell with that." Just as Menhuan, the notorious figure, was revving the throttle of his Ferrari, ready to alleviate the pressure on Tony from the Victoria's Secret models, a few modified vehicles unexpectedly obstructed his path. Chapter 4. The first kill car culture thrives in America, where coming of age often involves acquiring a vehicle, even if it is merely a second-hand one. Young ruffians sporting yellow, green, and purple hair, nonchalantly puffing on cigarettes, emerged from an array of grotesquely modified pickup trucks and muscle cars. They were a ragtag bunch, dressed in avant-garde fashion, swaggering with baseball bats in hand. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded Menhuan, leaving him astonished. Did they truly mistake him for Menhuan? Menhuan squinted at them, pondering why they had suddenly targeted him. Was it mere coincidence? Who could tell? Even though none bore familiar faces, nor hailed from his hometown, comprising entirely of white and black miscreants. At this moment, they were in a desolate suburb. The sparsely populated American outskirts were devoid of life. Menhuan casually remarked, "How much did those two old geezers, Yang Yuan, pay you? I'll double it if you take them out." The leader of the white youths momentarily froze, thinking, how did he know who had hired us to do this? To hell with it. Menhuan sneered, recognizing the lack of acting skill from the fool's expression. The blonde leader, realizing Menhuan's disdainful smile, became enraged and growled. "Kid, since you figure us out, we won't play pretend any longer. Attack." The employer said to leave you as a vegetable. The others wore sneering expressions, slowly encircling Menhuan, their demeanor dripping with contempt. As the saying goes, the prejudices in one's heart are akin to a towering mountain. No matter how hard one tries, one cannot move it. Thus, he could only deal with those who bore ill will towards him. How did Chinatown come about? They might not understand, nor care to, but after all, Menhuan was a gang leader, yet they still looked down upon him. "Wait, guys, I heard he is the sole heir of the Huaxing gang," one of them exclaimed. "Come on, let us have some fun with him." The ringleader, Reggie, suddenly raised his hand to halt the impending assault, eager to boast about having a high-profile figure beneath his heel. The others laughed heartily, parting to grant him space, viewing Menhuan merely as a lamb to the slaughter. Reggie lifted his baseball bat and charged at Menhuan, aiming a strike at his knee with the clear intent of bringing him down to kneel in humiliation. Oh, the surrounding ruffians erupted in raucous cheers, fully convinced that Shimen was about to meet his demise. However, in the next moment, their shrill, monkey-like cries echoed eerily, reminiscent of a jesting monkey. The so-called Reggie had become a jester, his previously confident expression frozen in a grotesque grin. To his astonishment, the very feeble individual he had scorned had calmly seized the very bat he had wielded with such assurance. At that moment, Reggie's visage darkened, his countenance clouded with bitterness as he glared at Menhuan, resenting him for the humiliation he had suffered. With his dignity in shambles, how could he lead his followers when their spirits were so disheartened? You little brat, you got some guts. Reggie gritted his teeth, attempting to salvage his pride. Yet despite his fervent efforts, he could not budge an inch. Hey boss, what's wrong with you? Did that girl from last night drain you dry? The ironclad man could hardly withstand the allure of such a woman. It seemed Reggie needed to practice moderation. They say that girl was a model boss. Your luck is quite extraordinary. If it were me, I wouldn't even be able to rise from bed. Laughter erupted among the others, a tacit agreement to provide their leader with a means of escape. It was evident to all that Reggie's strength paled in comparison to that of the towering, yellow-skinned giant. While Reggie understood that his subordinates were trying to cover for him, the reality was painfully clear, and his expression grew even more grim. Yet, no matter how vehemently he gripped the bat, his gaze remained locked onto the calm and composed Menhuan. Reggie finally began to panic, a wave of regret washing over him, as if he had been played for a fool. The opponent was no mere weakling or dandy. He was clearly a formidable force, a living embodiment of a beast. After all, he was renowned as a mighty strongman. So weak, what was I thinking? Menhuan shook his head with a self-deprecating smile. What can I possibly gain from these worthless scoundrels? It is a waste of time. With that, he gripped the baseball bat with fierce determination, and in an instant, the bat, capable of inflicting lethal harm, was effortlessly crushed like a mere fry. This scene left everyone in profound shock. The thugs' eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Was this even human? Accompanied by a chilling scream, the dazed thugs abruptly awakened, their terror-stricken eyes fixed on their leader, who was sent flying several meters away, bisected by a single kick. His lifeless body convulsed a few times before falling still, leaving no time for final words before meeting his demise. He had lost control of his immense power, and in a fit of rage, had inadvertently taken a life. Had he truly killed someone? To his surprise, Menhuan felt no fear, only a tinge of discomfort and nausea. This was his first experience with murder. A wave of intense fear swept over the crowd, leaving the thugs swallowing hard, paralyzed by terror. The horrifying scene of their leader's gruesome fate was enough to send some into a state of utter panic, wetting their pants in fright. They exchanged glances, each pair of eyes reflecting sheer dread, until finally, someone broke the silence. Brothers, let's fight back. Otherwise, none of us will escape. P.S. A devil. Revenge? It seemed they did not subscribe to the notion of avenging the deceased. The bewildered ruffians, as if awakening from a dream, immediately began to yell and charged toward Menhuan, brandishing baseball bats and knives, with some even brandishing firearms. You are too weak, however. Since you have come, let us indulge in some seaweed and egg drop soup, Menhuan scoffed, swiftly retrieving a Thompson submachine gun from the passenger seat and unleashing a barrage upon them. From a moment he traversed into this cannibalistic world, it was evident that self-preservation was a futile endeavor. Only through killing could one halt the cycle of violence. Committing one murder led to another. And since blood had already been spilled, it seemed prudent to eliminate all traces of the deed. As a descendant of the underworld, possessing a firearm seemed quite reasonable. Did it not? In an instant, golden flames erupted as bullets punctured flesh, accompanied by the haunting echoes of gunfire and the desperate cries of the terrified. This was the true essence of death rock. With death present, so too was the rhythm of destruction. Enduring hardship does not elevate one above others. Only by consuming others can one truly thrive, for as the saying goes, you are what you eat. Every capitalist feasts upon the weak. With a sardonic smile, he mused that perhaps there was some gain, for these lowly scum had provided him with 200,000 units of life energy. The warm evening breeze swept across the scene. Had anyone been present, they would have felt no warmth, only an overwhelming chill. The darkness inherently breeds unease, and now the ground was stained with blood, yet devoid of corpses, a sight that was all the more chilling. Menhuan glanced towards the distant woods, calmly dousing the car in gasoline before setting it ablaze. Boom! The explosive flames consumed everything, including the unfortunate ruffians who met their end too soon. Did he just notice us? Natasha murmured in disbelief. If he noticed her hiding place, why would he look in that direction? The shadows of men cast long, and Shemin, raised in a grim world, was indeed ruthless and cautious. In another concealed location, Madeline whispered in shock and fear. Menhuan comprehended that there would be those to handle the situation. This was unequivocally a gang-related vendetta, was it not? By the time he arrived at Tony Stark's villa in New York, it had already transformed into a den of desire, with Tony surrounded by admirers. "Hey, brother, you finally made it," Tony greeted warmly, yet remained seated, preoccupied with his indulgences. As Menhuan approached, the lecherous grin on Tony's face instantly vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor. "Brother, it seems your household is not at peace." Even without witnessing the events, Tony could surmise that Menhuan had narrowly escaped an ambush. The feuds of the affluent demand a struggle for survival. In the realm of gangs, matters are even more direct, with physical retribution being the most straightforward. Chapter 5, Mr. Coulson. The entire nation understands that Tony's parties require no invitations. Unfazed, Menhuan shook his head. "Do you not think the heads of New York are quite pleased to witness such chaos?" Tony shrugged, jesting. "Who can blame you for being a band of unruly madmen, like the Qing gang or the Hongmen? Indeed, the ancestors from over a century ago had their struggles." See Insight, reflecting on how the current Chinatown was indeed a legacy forged by the sacrifices of the predecessors. Meanwhile, at the entrance of a seaside villa, Agent Phil Coulson of S.H.I.E.L.D., the quintessential good-natured fellow, tirelessly sought to investigate the heinous act of murder, or rather, the vengeful incident disguised as an accident. However, the scene was far from alluring. Unlike the captivating and enchanting beauties gracing the New York elite who flocked to Tony Stark's extravagant party, he found himself surrounded by a parade of stunning women. With a twinge of envy and resentment towards the affluent elite, Coulson was thwarted by a burly security guard at the entrance, who insisted that entry required an invitation. "Sorry, Mr. Coulson, although you are the director of whatever it is, without an invitation, we cannot permit you entry. I trust you understand." The guard spoke with a veneer of politeness, masking a deep-seated contempt, thus adhering to the gentlemanly decorum. Coulson nodded awkwardly, acknowledging the undeniable truth of the situation. How could one enter a private gathering without an invitation? Just then, a striking crimson sports car pulled up, and as the door swung open, it revealed long, alluring legs. The sultry model, adorned in a nearly transparent gown that left little to the imagination, sauntered into the villa without so much as a glance back. The guard remained silent. The woman did not present any invitation, yet she was allowed entry. "What?" Coulson could no longer contain his disbelief. "Mr. Coulson, it seems you are not quite familiar with our boss's preferences. Most Americans know that beauty serves as a passport in his world. Of course, if you wish to enjoy such privileges, you might consider a brief trip to Thailand for a little sacrifice," the guard said with a grin, his gaze lecherously fixed upon the model's exaggerated curves. "Damn it," Coulson muttered in frustration. The thought of traveling to Thailand was infuriating. He resisted the urge to draw his firearm and unleash a flurry of bullets upon the guard. Instead, he reluctantly dialed Nick Fury. "Mr. Fury, I believe I want to be able to attend Tony Stark's party, as I lack an invitation," he stated, his meaning crystal clear. Not that he couldn't manage it, but rather that there was simply no opportunity to do so. "If it absolutely requires dressing as a woman, I might be amenable, but if it entails any alterations, I must firmly decline." Meanwhile, in Washington, Nick Fury furrowed his brow in exasperation. Where could he possibly procure an invitation from Tony? Noticing his superior's silence, Coulson quickly added, "If it were a beauty, no invitation would be necessary. It's common knowledge among Americans." "Beauty? How could I be unaware? Am I not an American myself?" Nick Fury's furrowed brow gradually relaxed as he addressed Agent Coulson. "Your intelligence is remarkably timely. From now on, Natasha will take over Tony's assignments." "Yes, sir," Coulson replied with a broad smile. Finally, they could assign someone else to monitor Tony Stark. Who could endure the sight of this notorious playboy, constantly surrounded by admirers, indulging in a life of revelry? Before long, A red Audi sports car came to a halt in front of Tony's seaside villa. While it seemed inconspicuous amidst a sea of luxury vehicles, the stunning woman who emerged was undeniably eye-catching. With long, elegant legs and a strikingly beautiful face, she stood in stark contrast to the brazenly seductive women at the party. It was Maria Hill. The usually aloof and composed woman had surprisingly donned an evening gown to attend a celebration she typically shunned. Though the high heels accentuated her stature and femininity, they also made her feel somewhat awkward in her gait. Perhaps I am not cut out to be a woman, she mused, exasperated. This role would suit Natasha, that little minx, much better. With a facade of graceful poise, Hill gracefully strode into the villa, her mind swirling with dissatisfaction and frustration. In the villa's garden, the poolside was teeming with glamorous women in swimsuits, exuding allure and playfulness amidst vibrant lights and deafening music. Tony Stark, ever the life of the party, embraced the revelry, standing in the center of the dance floor with a large bottle of champagne, which he exuberantly sprayed into the air. The expensive champagne, worth thousands of dollars, was frivolously wasted, but such extravagance was trivial for him. The surrounding beauties, undeterred by the champagne shower, eagerly opened their mouths to receive the cascading bubbly. What a wild and extravagant scene. Hill shook her head, realizing that the notorious playboy Tony Stark truly lived up to his reputation. It was no wonder he single-handedly sustained countless gossip columns. Yet, her fleeting thoughts shifted to the equally jovial, but evidently more popular Menhuan. After all, who could resist a tall, handsome, and robust young man? His appeal spoke for itself. The socialites and supermodels were not naive. Those invited by Tony Stark were undoubtedly of substantial means. In stark contrast to Tony's wild antics, Simon, the imposter, remained much quieter, still a newcomer to this lavish world. However, it was precisely this novelty that endeared him to the young women, who found the seasoned Tony Stark far too predictable, offering little more than a fleeting romance. As Hill observed Simon being surrounded by a group of beautiful supermodels, drinking and laughing, she felt a twinge of disdain, yet she couldn't help but be drawn in. Agent Hill's reputation preceded her. There was no denying her prowess in the field. With her strikingly beautiful visage and elegantly long legs, she successfully caught the attention of Menhuan. However, he did not fully recognize this agent, merely feeling a sense of familiarity. In an instant, approached Menhuan, and he could distinctly sense the rigidity and awkwardness of her body. How intriguing! A sly smile crept across Menhuan's face. Could she be a novice? Perhaps seeking a shortcut? Suddenly, he pulled towards him with a swift motion, catching her off guard and drawing her into his embrace. Shier's head spun momentarily, and a blush crept on her cheeks. Just as she attempted to struggle, she found herself firmly ensnared by a pair of strong hands, her mind racing with a mix of urgency and anger. Is this your first time in such a setting? Menhuan inquired with a smile, finally recalling the identity of the younger, alluring woman before him. Shier thought to herself that sacrificing a little did not matter, for she had already been taken advantage of. She might as well consider it akin to being bitten by a dog. With a flirtatious smile, she leaned closer to Menhuan, her glistening lips parting as she whispered, I heard that some associates were just eliminated by Mr. Shimen. Do you possess superpowers? Menhuan was taken aback. How did she know about his supposed abilities? The original Menhuan had none. Wait, Natasha, Madeline, Shier. They had all infiltrated his vicinity, undoubtedly for a coveted treasure. Standing there, Shier tested whether she possessed any superpowers, for according to Marvel's lore, even addicts could attain godlike status through substance use. Thus, it was plausible that they suspected their absent father had acquired something significant, leading to his assassination. Menhuan's mind raced, connecting the dots of what he had previously been oblivious to. This was indeed a likely scenario. Superpowers? He recalled his father mentioning them. With unabashed delight, Menhuan smiled broadly, casually spraying a bottle of champagne. A strategic inquiry. He too was curious about what his late father had left behind. The champagne erupted with a resounding pop, startling the supermodels and socialites, who not only exhibited fear, but instead responded with frenzied screams, eagerly pressing against Menhuan in pursuit of the champagne froth. The atmosphere became electrified. Soon, the party transformed. The jubilant screams and harmonious singing of the supermodels and socialites filled the air. Chapter 6. Xier loses her underwear and accompanies Tony to the Middle East. Alcohol indeed has a way of intoxicating the senses. As Menhuan shattered the champagne bottle, the party surged into a state of delirium. When someone begins to seek out more drinks, it is a clear sign of inebriation, and Xier, the cool and captivating woman, had also indulged too freely. Menhuan gleaned intriguing information from Xier's eyes. Even without her uttering a word, he understood. His late father had indeed acquired a treasure that incited madness, a concept that eluded him. Everything fell into place. Those two undercover female agents were undoubtedly drawn to that coveted item. I had thought it was all about my charm, but alas, it was merely a fleeting delight. The following morning, the entertainment news revealed that the stunning host had received explicit information from the tabloids, which she began to exuberantly promote to boost ratings. The brilliant scientist Tony Stark hosted an array of Hollywood stars, Victoria's Secret models, and socialites at a seaside villa. Although the paparazzi were unable to breach the villa's confines, they managed to capture numerous photos from the perimeter. From these clandestine images, we can clearly discern the female celebrities entering Tony's soiree, including Olivia, the supermodel class, and the newly emerged twin supermodels, the Miranda sisters. Naturally, there were many other notable figures present, but we shall not enumerate them all. Mr. Stark is indeed a fortunate man. The host openly expressed her envy, her exaggerated tone causing men watching from their screens to grind their teeth in frustration. A man like Tony Stark is undoubtedly a colossal victor in life. He has truly lived. The host continued to divulge tantalizing tidbits. It was rumored that for the first time, Tony had invited an Asian guest to spend the night at his villa, a well-known fact being Stark's severe aversion to cleanliness, leading to the absence of the opposite sex in his abode. According to a socialite who left that evening, their target was a certain Asian named Simon, who was described as almost inhuman. At this point, the beautiful host winked mischievously. Just how they had dealt with him remained a mystery. Yet such a description was indeed striking. The reveler, Simon, awoke in a daze, only to hear a soft cry of pain as he moved, awkwardly realizing he had been dreaming of strawberry candies. Glancing around the chaotic room, he clutched his head, attempting to recall the events of the previous night's wild party. Countless images of frenzied dancing flashed through his mind, with a grinning Tony beckoning him to take away the Victoria's Secret twin models he had specially invited. The scene seemed to freeze at that moment, and he, in a state of urgency, certainly did not refuse, dragging along the intoxicated beauty without regard for her identity. Carelessly seeking a bedroom. To his surprise, he found himself sharing the space with Hill. Gazing at the slumbering, frosty agent, he felt an overwhelming headache, compounded by the fact that Hill herself was oblivious to how she ended up in the seaside villa. Regardless, upon regaining consciousness, he was determined to confront that shameless scoundrel, only to find himself ensnared in his own predicament for quite some time. She stumbled against the wall in her departure, harboring a deep-seated resentment for that heartless wretch who failed to assist her back to her car, instead preoccupied with continuing his depraved antics. By noon, Tony observed Simon leisurely descending the stairs, filled with admiration for the youth's vitality. Goodness, you must possess some secret remedy. I've long heard of the rich history of your people and their unique medical practices, Tony exclaimed, approaching with an air of endearment. For my own happiness, I'm willing to go to great lengths. Menhuan cast a sidelong glance at his companion and jested. As one reaches middle age, one must inevitably resort to soaking goji berries in a thermos. Goji berries? Tony inquired, a hint of confusion lacing his voice. He had certainly heard of the renowned goji berries, yet he had never placed much faith in their purported benefits. However, it seemed his skepticism was beginning to wane. Tony, you ought to consume goji berries as if they were your sustenance. They might just save your 3 minutes, or at the very least, extend them to 5. Menhuan teased. Get lost. I can last at least 30 minutes. Don't spread rumors out there. Do you believe I could sue you for defamation? Tony retorted angrily, his ire palpable. This was a matter of masculine dignity, one he felt compelled to defend to the death. All right, your confidentiality is commendable. Menhuan replied with a dismissive shrug, which only further irked Tony. However, it was true that Tony relied on high-tech pharmaceuticals, and when pressed on the subject, he became visibly anxious. Without his medication, the critics would indeed be vindicated. Enough of this. Are you suggesting that you wish to accompany me to Afghanistan? Are you preparing to experience exotic customs? Tony quipped, attempting to shift the conversation. Exotic customs? Am I such a superficial man? I merely cherish peace and wish to see how I might assist the Afghan people, Menhuan declared with a facade of righteous indignation. What on earth would we go to Afghanistan for? To kill, of course. No, wait. To assist the oppressed populace there. Now, enough of this nonsense. Hurry back and prepare. Tony rolled his eyes, unimpressed by Menhuan's words, deeming them unworthy even of punctuation. Tony, I advise you to wear a bulletproof vest. I hear it's a bit chaotic over there, so it's best to exercise caution, Menhuan suddenly warned with a serious expression, as a concerned friend would. Enough already. I know what I'm doing. We're going to discuss business, not engage in warfare. Why are you so worried? Tony waved dismissively, his arrogance evident in his disregard for the dangers of Afghan bandits. Suit yourself, Menhuan shrugged nonchalantly. There was little he could do to dissuade someone so intent on courting misfortune. With two dazed supermodel twins in tow, he drove back to his villa, planning to have them grace his private runway from then on. Jessica, Watson, from now on, you will follow me. Your modeling career ends here, and you shall no longer make public appearances, Menhuan remarked casually as he navigated the road. The two women's expressions changed dramatically. Their modeling careers represented their future, and how could one simply abandon it at a whim? You're being rather tyrannical, Jessica huffed in discontent, her older sister Miranda echoing her sentiments. Menhuan paid their futile protests no mind and replied coolly, I will provide you each with $1 million annually. Simply remain at home and be the decorative vases you're meant to be. We are both vases indeed, Jessica chimed in, and you're right. We deserve a raise. 1 million apiece. Dear, we are acquainted with numerous vases. Upon returning home, Menhuan immediately began rummaging through the secret room in search of the so-called treasure. It seemed that yesterday, when Hill was in a daze, he mentioned something about a meteorite. The old man is truly in trouble. He should have left a final message. After a prolonged and fruitless search for the alleged meteorite, Menhuan, feeling frustrated, struck the wall adorned with a portrait of the deceased old man. To his astonishment, his punch created a hole in the concrete wall, revealing a stone within. Chapter 7. The meteorite from beyond, telekinesis awakened, extracting tardigrades. The dark stone made him wary of potential toxins. It resembled an obelisk and could prove disastrous upon contact. Without hesitation, he directed his thoughts to the bronze cauldron, instructing it to extract this item, intending to let it consume the stone first. Could anything in the Marvel universe surpass its prowess? Indeed, immediate feedback was received. The meteorite contained immense mental energy, capable of endowing intelligent beings with telekinetic abilities through prolonged contact. The ultimate goal was to reach a wondrous state where mental power could influence reality, akin to the meteorite's role in the chaos of superpowers. Now, forcibly extracted by the bronze cauldron, it was consumed by Menhuan in one swift motion. In the next moment, he felt his consciousness teetering on the edge of darkness and light, as the intense energy of the meteorite radiated an extraordinary glow, with beams of light weaving through his body. Menhuan was momentarily blinded by a flash of white light, followed by a sensation akin to electric currents coursing through him, each nerve ending ablaze with pain. His consciousness began to blur, yet his mind was flooded with bizarre images, countless mysterious symbols and lines intertwining before his eyes. At that moment, it seemed as though thousands of voices roared within his mind, sharp and piercing, echoing like curses or arcane incantations. His brain was being bombarded by this overwhelming force, fragments of memories flickering chaotically, laughter from his childhood, the trials of growing up, all disintegrated in an instant. Suddenly, a more intense beam of light surged through his body, ascending from his feet to the crown of his head. Amidst this agony, a peculiar force began to take root within him. As time passed, this strange energy gradually spread throughout his being, merging with every cell. Menhuan's consciousness slowly awakened through this painful amalgamation, feeling an immense power within him. With a mere thought, this power could surge forth like a torrential river. Finally, calmness enveloped him. Menhuan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze reflecting a thrill of having survived a cataclysm. He raised his hand and gently waved. A small gold ingot nearby traced a graceful arc in the air, as if drawn by an invisible, intangible force, swiftly landing in his palm. Goodness, the pain was excruciating, and I felt as though I could shatter my skull to escape it. Menhuan cursed under his breath, both irritated and fearful. However, after enduring this hellish transformation, he finally possessed telekinesis, which brought him a wicked sense of satisfaction. Brother Ding, is there still a chance? Indeed. All right, assist me in merging with the tardigrade gene. As you wish. The bronze cauldron consumed the tardigrade, providing immediate feedback. As the radiant essence containing the tardigrade's unique genetic fragments slowly seeped into his arm, a chilling sensation spread through his veins. Suddenly, an unbearable agony surged through his body like electricity, causing him to convulse violently, twisting in a manner that forced him to grit his teeth in endurance. The gene felt like a lively flame, rampaging within him. Menhuan's muscles began to spasm, each fiber pierced by countless steel needles simultaneously. His veins bulged ominously, threatening to burst. His bones crackled under immense pressure, as if they were being reshaped. His consciousness blurred, and a cascade of bizarre images flickered through his mind. Scenes of tardigrades surviving in extreme conditions emerged vividly. Intense heat, crushing pressure, and radiation assailed him like a nightmare. He felt as though he were being mercilessly tormented in those harsh environments. With the merging of the genes, his body temperature fluctuated drastically. At one moment, he felt as if he were the mouth of a volcano, his skin scorched and drenched in sweat, then suddenly freezing as if in the polar extremes. His teeth chattering and body curling into a tight ball. His heart raced erratically, at times pounding as if to burst from his chest, and at others, it slowed to a suffocating crawl. At this moment, his brain endured unimaginable torment as the foreign genetic information surged like a flood, assaulting his nervous system. He felt his thoughts being stretched and twisted, his memories devolving into chaos. After an indeterminate period, the tide of pain finally receded, and the tardigrade gene manifested within him. Lying on the ground with a grim smile, drenched in sweat, he could distinctly sense the changes in his body, laughing foolishly in delight. He felt magnificent. His skin had grown tougher, as if cloaked in an invisible shield. When he pinched himself lightly, he hardly felt any pain. Had his ant gene harmonized with the tardigrade gene? His strength had significantly increased, and a casual punch through the air produced a resounding whoosh. At this moment, he also perceived the feedback from the bronze cauldron. Superb endurance, resistant to radiation, high temperatures, low temperatures, high pressure, vacuum, and survival. It seemed he had become even more resilient than a cockroach, and his lifespan appeared to have been notably extended. After gazing into the mirror, he distinctly felt that at the age of 24-25, his skin appeared remarkably flawless, as if enhanced by a beauty filter. His immediate perception was that his adaptability was extraordinary. He felt neither cold with the air conditioning on nor hot with it off, seamlessly blending with the ambient temperature. Infused with the genes of tardigrades, he possessed formidable survival abilities and an extraordinary physical constitution far beyond the ordinary. After purging the remnants of his past, Menhuan's demeanor transformed once again, radiating a confidence that emanated from within. One might say that a well-read mind exudes an inherent elegance. It is worth recording this moment. At this juncture, Menhuan resembled a supreme sage, capable of constructing a hall of memories in his mind, synthesizing and summarizing experiences. Creator, Menhuan. Age, 24 years. Abilities, super strength, super physique, super stamina, ant manipulation, telekinesis, life energy, 265, 961. Excellent. It seems he has finally attained a semblance of greatness. A satisfied smile graced Menhuan's face as he exited the chamber, only to be met by Natasha and her companion, who spoke in unison. Boss, we have heard you are heading to Afghanistan. We must ensure your safety. Have you come to an agreement? Then let us proceed, Menhuan replied, casting a glance at them with a grin. I might as well sell you off. If you perish in Afghanistan, do not blame me. The notion of cherishing the fragile did not exist. They were all akin to black widows, ruthless and merciless. If death were to come, so be it. The following morning, Menhuan leisurely enjoyed breakfast under their attentive service. Drink more milk. You both look rather gaunt. He teased. Jessica and Watson blushed, casting him a reproachful glance, perhaps recalling some harsh punishment. At Tony's seaside villa, he continued to slumber soundly until Pepper and Menhuan dragged him awake. We must fly to Afghanistan today. The weapons presentation is not something to take lightly. Pepper urged, exasperated. Must you dawdle? The entire crew is waiting for you, she chided. So slow. You behave like a petulant child. What is the rush? They're the ones begging us, Stark Industries, to sell them weapons. We have no shortage of buyers, Tony shrugged nonchalantly, embodying his characteristic arrogance as the genius Tony Stark. Shimin, I apologize. Tony is just as you see. Arrogantly self-assured, Pepper lamented, rubbing her temples in frustration. She had long grown accustomed to Tony's capriciousness and resolved to wait. You are right. Perhaps it is time to find a woman to keep him in check. What do you think, Pepper? Menhuan winked mischievously. He bore no particular interest in Pepper. Her flat chest and freckled face did not align with his aesthetic preferences, though perhaps some, like Tony, might find her freckles appealing. Certainly, one must adhere to the principle of not wronging a friend's wife. Indeed, Shimin, the esteemed gentleman, is a man of remarkable integrity. Upon hearing this, Pepper's cheeks flushed, for she was all too aware of Menhuan's intentions. However, Tony, being a notorious libertine, was unfazed. Half an hour later, Tony leisurely emerged from the villa, having prepared himself. He was already expected at the airport, where Colonel Rhodes awaited him. The reality was far removed from the cinematic portrayals. Rhodes was, in truth, a rather unimpressive character. Tony, without a hint of remorse for his tardiness, greeted everyone with a jovial smile while indulging in a hamburger. Hey, good morning, dear Colonel Rhodes, Tony exclaimed, while Rhodes' face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Huh, Tony, I will be better if you weren't late. It's absurd to expect someone like you to arrive on time. Rhodes retorted, his tone laced with exasperation. He had long since grown accustomed to Tony's habitual tardiness. Yet waiting in the sweltering summer sun had taken its toll. Hey, I promise I won't be late next time, Tony replied with a mischievous grin, dismissing the matter lightly. Rhodes, you still don't understand him. His lateness is an unchangeable trait. Now, off you go, Pepper chimed in with a smile, as she needed to remain behind to attend to corporate matters and could not accompany Tony. Everyone present knew that Tony would only be on time if the sun were to rise in the west. Well, we are already late, so let's depart. Rhodes nodded, eager not to waste any more time. He glanced at Shimin and nodded in acknowledgement, though he had never harbored a favorable opinion of him, particularly given Shimin's questionable affiliations. What on earth does Tony see in him? Is he intent on expanding their criminal operations into arms smuggling? Rhodes pondered, concerned that this could encroach upon their military business, which was absolutely unacceptable. Meanwhile, at the Stark Industries headquarters, Obadiah Stane received word of Tony's departure. Boss, Tony has set off, but this time he is accompanied by the Chinese gang leader, Shimin. If we were to eliminate him as well, would it provoke a backlash from those lunatics? One of Obadiah's subordinates queried with trepidation. He's courting death. Who can he blame? Do you genuinely believe the Chinese gang is a unified front? With the old leader gone, how can a young one command their loyalty? They would relish the opportunity for someone to eliminate this young leader, Obadiah scoffed. Indeed, you are right. How can I not have considered that? The subordinate flattered, eager to curry favor. Go ahead, make it clean and swift, Obadiah replied with a cold smile, dismissing his subordinate with a wave. Yes. The subordinate nodded respectfully before exiting the office. Meanwhile, Shimin and his entourage had arrived at a military airport in Afghanistan, where a substantial crowd awaited the arrival of Tony and Rhodes. Upon seeing Tony disembark from the aircraft, the commanding general of the military approached him with a beaming smile, vigorously shaking his hand. After a round of formal pleasantries, the group arrived at an expansive mountainous terrain, prepared to unveil a new weapon. Clad in a suit, sunglasses, and slicked-back hair, Tony exuded an air of bravado reminiscent of a cinematic figure, with the snow-capped mountains and desert expanse as his backdrop. Turning his back to the mountains and facing the military, he commenced his speech. Which is more desirable, to be respected or to instill fear? Allow me to contend that achieving both is indeed preferable. I am proud to introduce the pinnacle of our Freedom Series weaponry, the inaugural missile system. He continued, they say the finest weapons will never be employed. However, I respectfully disagree. The most formidable weapon merely requires a single launch. This is a principle my father adhered to, and it holds true for America as well. Just provide a reason to launch such a missile, and I assure you, the villains will promptly retreat into their caves. With an air of arrogance, Tony concluded his speech with a flourish, gesturing towards the missile launch vehicle. The new missile slowly pivoted, aligning itself with the towering mountains behind him. Whoosh! The missile, trailing a long plume of fire, soared toward the distant peaks. disintegrating mid-air to release dozens of smaller missiles that swarmed toward the mountains like a hive of bees. The earth shook with a resounding roar. For your reference, the Jericho missile. As the explosion erupted, Tony skillfully spread his arms, perfectly timed with a cataclysmic blast that sent a deafening wave of sound and dust sweeping toward the audience, dislodging hats and leaving them in stunned silence. The locals, having never witnessed such terrifying weaponry, erupted in excited shouts in their incomprehensible dialect. Tony's lips curled into a satisfied smile at the natives' enthusiastic reaction. This was indeed his magnum opus. His display of bravado did not end there. He even boasted an integrated refrigerator, seamlessly presenting a glass of wine, proclaiming, "A complimentary case of wine with every $500 million transaction. Here, est a piece." He then downed the glass in one go. At that moment, Menhuan became a mere supporting character, admiring Tony's effortless display of flamboyance, though he hoped it wouldn't end in disaster. Rod had been denied a ride with him, and Tony had also refused Menhuan's company, opting instead for his own jovial little jeep. Menhuan trailed behind in a small jeep, while Tony, oblivious to the impending danger, flirted with a female soldier. The scorching sun hung high in the desert sky, with hot sands swirling in the fierce wind, adding a sense of foreboding to the already perilous landscape. As he prepared to take a photograph with the soldiers, the jeep ahead of him was suddenly blown apart. The unforeseen turn of events startled Tony, yet he quickly regained his composure and called for assistance. A cacophony of gunfire shattered the tranquil silence of the desert, as throngs of terrorists surged from all directions, wielding an array of weapons and charging at Stark's convoy like ravenous wolves. "Who is attacking us?" Tony shouted, tense with anxiety. Yet the soldiers could not respond. The frontline troops were mercilessly gunned down the moment they opened the door. "Jimmy, stay back and protect Stark," the lieutenant bellowed as he rushed out, only to meet a swift demise. The scene devolved into utter chaos, with everyone screaming like headless flies. The din of gunshots, shouts, and cries intertwined, while bullets rained down like torrential raindrops, riddling the Humvee with countless holes. The soldiers retaliated, yet their efforts were disorganized and chaotic, with no one to lead them. The situation worsened. The soldiers were mere targets. One after another fell, and even Tony found himself desperately leaping from the vehicle. Where on earth did these wretched foes come from? Just moments ago, he had been the dapper gentleman, but now he was reduced to crawling behind rocks, seeking refuge. However, as he reached for his phone to call for help, a tactical missile landed before him, the glaring words Stark Industries emblazoned upon it. "Oh my God!" Tony's eyes widened in horror as he rolled away, but it was too late. With a thunderous explosion, he was knocked unconscious. In his mind, he lamented not heeding Menhuan's advice. He should have worn a bulletproof vest. Farewell, supermodels, celebrities, cover girls, and pepper pots. Menhuan gazed upon the chaotic battlefield, his eyes gleaming with excitement. These terrorists were but mobile sources of life energy. Chapter 9. Sacrificing the Black Widow, Slaughtering Terrorists. The vast expanse of the Middle Eastern desert shimmered under the scorching sun, the blistering sands radiating a blinding white light. Tony Stark's convoy was nearing its end, destined to perish in this desolate land, and he himself was on the brink of disaster. Menhuan, concealed atop a distant sand dune, trembled slightly in the heat, his stern visage marked by a gaze as sharp as an eagle's, fixed intently upon the tumultuous battlefield, observing the terrorists swarm like locusts. Unleashing a torrent of bullets upon the convoy, he remained patient, unwilling to recklessly expose himself by intervening to save the Americans. "Shall we not rescue Tony? We can't simply watch as this genius is taken down by terrorists," Natasha remarked anxiously from the side. Tony had long been under the watchful eye of S.H.I.E.L.D., with Nick Fury eager to recruit the brilliant scientist into their ranks. Moreover, Tony was a leading figure in American scientific innovation, his status crucial to the nation, and his weapons represented a significant source of revenue. "Natasha, when will your Department of Strategic Homeland Defense attack and logistics change its unwieldy name?" Menhuan suddenly interjected, his question seemingly out of context. "What?" Natasha's pupils instantly constricted, her mind racing with speculation on how he had discerned her identity. However, she maintained a facade of confusion, feigning ignorance. "Never mind," she thought, "I must rescue him." Menhuan shook his head, abruptly halting the conversation, leaving Natasha in a state of unease. Yet, with Menhuan's silence, she felt disinclined to inquire further, suppressing her curiosity for a more opportune moment. Time was of the essence. If she did not save Tony, he could be in grave danger. True to her superhero status, Natasha, with her unparalleled combat and firearms prowess, utilized cover to shoot while deftly advancing toward Tony's unconscious form. How could I allow you to rescue Tony? I cannot permit you to thwart my hunting plans, Menhuan murmured to himself, his gaze cold as it fixed upon her graceful silhouette. Suddenly, he locked onto Natasha with his mental focus. This is bad. Natasha's sixth sense was exceptionally acute. After all, she was the renowned Black Widow. The moment she sensed the targeting, she became alert, yet no matter how swift her reflexes, she could not evade the bullet. Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed, and a crimson mark appeared on Natasha's brow, her eyes reflecting a mix of terror and an unwillingness to close them forever. She could hardly fathom that Menhuan had shot her from behind. Did he not fear it all? In her final moments, she cast a reluctant glance toward Menhuan's position, slowly collapsing. She had anticipated that such a day would come, but she never imagined it would be so abrupt. You. Madeline stared at Menhuan in disbelief, her previous mirth replaced by horror as he suddenly turned lethal. Madeline, you and Hydra should never have set your sights on me. I am quite afraid of death, Menhuan replied coldly. There is only the first time and countless times when it comes to killing. Those who have taken a life know the addiction it brings, do they not? Madeline felt an icy chill envelop her, yet the dagger was already thrusting towards Menhuan without hesitation. Strike first to avoid calamity. Clang! The sharp sound of collision rang out, and the cold smile on Madeline's face froze in astonishment as she looked up to meet Menhuan's mocking gaze. You are a mutant, Madeline screamed, realizing that only a mutant could be impervious to blades and bullets. They had all been deceived. Does it matter? Menhuan replied nonchalantly. Not anymore, Madeline said with a bitter smile, accepting her fate. But before she could finish her thought, a resounding crack echoed as Menhuan struck her with a palm, rendering her unconscious and unceremoniously tossing her aside. You still have some utility. With that, he vanished from her sight, reappearing on the battlefield at extraordinary speed behind a terrorist. Empowered by the genes of an ant, his punch descended with the force of thunder, crashing into the terrorist's back. A sharp crack resounded as the terrorist's spine shattered, his body flying through the air like a rag doll, crashing heavily onto the sandy ground, motionless. Beside him, another terrorist swiftly redirected his firearm, aiming at him and pulling the trigger. However, Menhuan made a sudden motion, unleashing a powerful telekinetic force that erupted like an invisible giant hand. Bang! The bullet was instantaneously frozen in midair. In the following moment, the surrounding terrorists felt an immense force surge towards them, their bodies uncontrollably lifted into the air, rolling several times before crashing down to the ground with a thunderous impact. Boom! Once, there existed an unparalleled martial art known as the falling hand from the sky. The terrorists collided against the sand dune, a spray of yellow dust erupting, before crashing onto sharp rocks, blood gushing forth. Not a single terrorist remained unscathed, akin to a modern rendition of dismemberment. In the distance, the remaining terrorists looked on in terror at Menhuan, trembling as they raised their weapons, attempting to fire. Yet, Menhuan merely lifted his hand, and his telekinetic energy, akin to an invisible rope, ensnared one terrorist's arm, snapping it with a sickening crack, causing the gun to clatter to the ground. The terrorist shrieked in agony, but before he could utter another sound, Menhuan closed the distance and delivered a powerful kick to his chest, collapsing his ribcage and ending his life on the spot. Devil! He is a devil! Help! Lord! Save us! We surrender! We surrender! The terrorists, utterly shattered, found their mental fortitude obliterated by Menhuan's presence. It was nothing short of a massacre. Driven by sheer instinct, they scattered in terror, abandoning all thoughts of resistance. To Menhuan, they were merely vessels of life energy, ripe for the taking. He navigated through the throng of terrorists with ease, each strike accompanied by their anguished cries and demise. His figure moved as swiftly as lightning. The terrorists scarcely had time to comprehend his actions before meeting their end. In the distance, from an armed pickup truck, a man wielding a rocket launcher prepared to fire at a Humvee. Menhuan's gaze sharpened, and his telekinetic force shot forth like an invisible blade, severing the man's arm with precision. Allow me. Boom. The telekinetic energy took over, pulling the trigger for him, and the rocket exploded, obliterating the very truck from which it was launched, sending a group of terrorists to meet their ancestors without suffering. As Menhuan's relentless slaughter continued, the number of terrorists dwindled rapidly. Once brimming with arrogance, they were now consumed by fear, with some turning to flee. Yet Menhuan would not let them escape so easily. His telekinetic grip shadowed them, pulling back those attempting to flee and crushing their bodies with overwhelming force. Moments later, only a scant few terrorists remained, trembling on their knees, pleading for their lives. Menhuan stood amidst a pool of blood, his meticulously tailored suit untouched by a single drop. In the eyes of the terrorists, he is a demon, an elegant suited butcher, a merciless executioner. When great responsibilities are to be entrusted to a person, they must first endure hardship in their hearts, labor their muscles and bones, starve their bodies, and experience deprivation. Menhuan watched the remaining terrorists with a calculated mind, intending to allow them to abduct the already dazed Tony Stark. He deliberately slowed the pace of the attack, granting the distant terrorists the opportunity to approach the vicinity of the Humvee and abduct the unconscious Tony. As he observed the terrorists disappearing into the depths of the desert with Tony, a complex gleam flickered in Menhuan's eyes. The setting sun bled into the horizon, casting the entire desert in a dark crimson hue as the blood-red light spilled over the scattered corpses. The coagulated blood shimmered with an eerie glow, merging with the sand. The Humvee, which had been stationary, bore the scars of bullet holes and dents, its windows shattered beyond recognition. In this profound silence, Menhuan's figure appeared exceptionally solitary and austere. With a sigh, he released a bit of Natasha's blood and, cradling the dumpling-like Madeline, turned to leave. News of Tony's abduction by terrorists swiftly dominated the headlines, while Stark Industries stock plummeted dramatically. Menhuan found himself under scrutiny. Chapter 10. The Punisher. The gang's coup. Colonel Rhodes and his team tirelessly searched for Tony Stark's whereabouts near the incident site, burdened by the weight of responsibility. Meanwhile, Menhuan returned to the military airport with Madeline, feigning a state of shock. In New York, an FBI officer questioned him, "Mr. Shemin, why is it that you, as a close friend of Mr. Stark, returned unscathed?" The officer harbored suspicions that Menhuan had secretly kidnapped Tony Stark, intending to demand a hefty ransom. After all, what misdeeds were beyond the capabilities of these gangsters? Wasn't kidnapping and extortion precisely their forte? Nonsense. Do you dare accuse me of defamation? I returned safely. With such outdated intelligence, how can you protect the rights of us law-abiding taxpayers? My bodyguard, Natalie, fought valiantly for my safety, sacrificing herself so that I could escape. My legal team is formidable. They're known as the Manhattan Pizza, a bunch of legal sharks. Menhuan erupted in fury, cursing with fervor, wiping away tears as if he had suffered a great injustice. The officer, red-faced and flustered, was at a loss for words. They had a meager vocabulary for insults, especially as a public servant. How could he engage in such behavior? The opposing side was a rogue, and not just any rogue, but the leader of them. They feared not the fighters but those who wielded both brawn and intellect. They have witnessed the persuasive tongues of these lawyers, capable of transforming the dead into the living through their rhetoric, leaving us in exasperation at their skillful manipulation. Often, after lengthy interrogations, even the criminals themselves are left bewildered. If I had not personally committed the act, I might question my own innocence. One individual, infuriated to the point of wanting to reach for his wallet, was promptly restrained by his companion, aware that they were dealing with a Chinese gang leader. Was a few thousand yuan a month compared to one's life. "Jerry, calm down. Stay composed," he fervently urged his colleague, who was on the verge of exploding, while simultaneously apologizing to Mr. Menhuan. "You're absolutely right, Mr. Shi. It is our oversight. We are merely here to understand the situation and do not suspect you of abducting Tony. Well then, we shall not impose further. Goodbye." The individual offered an awkward yet courteous smile, hastily dragging his colleague away, leaving the task for someone else to undertake. "All right, farewell, Mr. Menhuan said with a disingenuous smile and a wave, his expression one that invited a punch. Yet, the officers were compelled to maintain their smiles. "Goodbye, Mr. Shi." The police departed in haste, and Mr. Menhuan returned to the living room, leisurely enjoying the service of the pure and alluring twin supermodels. Beside him, Madeline huffed in indignation, Why don't you just kill me? Aren't you afraid I'll bring people to kill you? Kill me? Menhuan laughed. You think your lowly Hydra operatives are capable of such a feat? You. Madeline was infuriated, her anger palpable. How could a dignified Hydra agent be so belittled? Enough. I keep you around merely as a facade. However, if you choose not to cooperate, you should be well aware of the infamous tortures of the Qing dynasty. We are professionals in the art of torment. Have you ever heard of the human pig? Menhuan spoke nonchalantly, the term for such a gruesome fate uttered in Mandarin, as he was at a loss for its English equivalent. Hostage? Madeline queried, believing he referred to her. Indeed, the human pig entails the severing and dismembering of one's limbs, tongue, and teeth, only to be preserved in a jar. Ah, let your excrement ferment alongside you, as you call out to the heavens in vain, wishing for death only to find it elusive. Menhuan taunted ominously. The horrifying description sent a chill through Madeline, rendering her pallid, her eyes wide with terror. A monster. He is more monstrous than a devil. Menhuan took great pleasure in Madeline's reaction. Thus, you understand, cooperate with me, and I shall grant you a swift end. Madeline nodded vigorously, realizing that death itself was not as terrifying as the nauseating prospect of being unable to escape it. The Miranda sisters nearby were equally terrified, their faces even paler than Madeline's, nearly trembling in fear. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with nothing but dread, regretting their fateful entanglement. Alas, we must resign ourselves to this fate. The two sisters silently exchanged their thoughts, realizing that their hopes of serving Menhuan for a few years and finding a suitable partner while still in their youthful prime had been utterly dashed. Hostage? How terrifying! We almost became hostages. Indeed, he is a vicious and twisted member of the underworld. Watson, Jessica, keep a close watch on the stock movements of Stark Industries and report to me daily, Menhuan suddenly declared. The sisters nearly fainted at these words. Oh no! Woe is us! Our dear one has indeed kidnapped Tony Stark. Please don't tell us. We do not wish to know. Look at how frightened you are. Tony wasn't kidnapped by me. He was taken by a group of terrorists. He is my beloved and dear friend. Menhuan rolled her eyes at them, exclaiming, I have my principles, you know. Cough, of course, we were merely curious as to why you were focused on Stark stocks. The sisters hastily chimed in, sharing a glance and sticking out their tongues in a playful manner, clearly terrified. All right, just look at you two. It's quite amusing, Menhuan remarked with a smirk. The Miranda sisters felt embarrassed. Can we not be scared? At the headquarters of the Huaxing gang, in the conference room, Menhuan was preparing to sell her assets, as her late father had claimed over half of her inheritance. Xiao Huan, while we shouldn't obstruct you from selling your father's estate, the gang's assets are crucial for the livelihood of our brothers. Therefore, please sell them to us. The second-in-command, Lu Xiong, arrogantly crossed his legs, showing no respect for Menhuan as a superior, viewing her as an inferior younger generation unworthy of the chair she occupied. Sign here, the third-in-command, Yang Yuan, stated flatly. The others in the room remained silent, appearing to watch the unfolding drama, seemingly awaiting Menhuan's decision, as if they were all following her lead. Suddenly, Menhuan laughed, leaving everyone in the room perplexed by her sudden merriment, feeling an uncanny sense of familiarity with the scene before them. Second-in-command, third-in-command, don't you agree? Chapter 11, Murder, Resignation. Saving Tony. In the spatial pocket, the second and third-in-command were utterly confused, unable to comprehend her nonsensical words, given their limited education. What on earth are you talking about? What do you intend to convey? Lu Xiong said, a hint of impatience in his gaze. Just a preview of Yang Yuding's fate, nothing more. Menhuan retorted mockingly, clapping her hands. At that moment, armed gunmen, who had long been lying in wait outside the conference room, burst in with their weapons drawn. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Xiong and Yang Yuan pulled the triggers in a flurry of gunfire. Even in their final moments, they remained bewildered, unable to grasp her meaning. As they lay lifeless, riddled with bullets, the other attendees were still caught in a state of shock and fear, realizing that this young woman did not play by the conventional rules. Where can one find a leader who kills without fear of being struck down by his own underlings? Menhuan was too disinterested to engage in tedious discussions with such individuals. In the Marvel Universe, might makes right. The one with the strongest fist reigns supreme. Previously, he had to compromise due to his own weakness and refrained from confronting them too hastily. But now, with his newfound prowess, Did he still need to play mind games with these decrepit gangsters? All right, I intend to sell the assets of our gang. Who is in favor and who is opposed? Menhuan rapped his knuckles on the table, the atmosphere in the conference room growing increasingly oppressive. Yet, none dared to voice dissent. The two who had just opposed him were still unable to close their eyes in eternal rest. Since no one objects, let it be so. I am indeed a reasonable person, yet those two, Lu and Yang, have been excessively overbearing. I have no qualms about them acquiring my assets. But is it not utterly unreasonable to do so at a mere 30% of the market price? Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately rallied in agreement, vociferously condemning Lu and Yang for their brazen conduct. The leader had endured much, and it was only out of necessity that he chose to take action against the two. The room was filled with a cacophony of denunciations, creating an illusion of harmony. Once Menhuan raised his hand to quiet them, they finally settled down. I am preparing to wash my hands of this business. My youth and inexperience render me unfit to hold the position of leader. This declaration left everyone in shock. Was there truly someone indifferent to the allure of power? Their hearts ignited with greed as they gazed hungrily at the coveted seat. Leader, do you have a candidate in mind? The fourth elder hypocritically inquired of Menhuan. With the leader stepping down, the second and third in command were left vulnerable. It seemed that only a candidate recommended by the leader could pose a threat to him. Let your factions propose candidates. Every head of a branch is eligible to run for the new position of authority. With that, Menhuan concluded the meeting and departed the conference room. Who became the new leader would be determined by their own cunning. He had no desire to interfere. In these early years, the avenues for profit were as straightforward as an open book examination. Moreover, he was not ruthless enough to engage in the sordid trades of drug trafficking and smuggling. It was far better to retire gracefully. As for enemies blaming him for his late father's debts, he found it almost endearing, as if they were offering him warmth. That very afternoon, Menhuan arranged for assassins to eliminate the 5 sons and 9 grandsons of the Lu and Yang families. In the ensuing days, Menhuan indulged in a life of leisure, spending his time joyfully with twin supermodels, who eagerly introduced him to their newly initiated companions in the industry. They were acutely aware of their man's wicked inclinations, striving to satisfy him in those exhilarating moments of breaking through barriers. With wealth, it was only fitting that the sisters shared in the profits, since they were destined to be subjected to the whims of those old geezers. Why not allow their charming and affluent partner to be the one to initiate them? For them, it was the epitome of earthly indulgence, an experience as addictive as a narcotic. The narrative unfolds in 2 contrasting realms. While the illustrious Shemin revels in earthly ecstasy, Tony finds himself in dire straits. Over the span of 2 tumultuous months, Tony's psyche teeters on the brink of explosion. The revolting curry rice is merely the tip of the iceberg. The true agony lies in his confinement within the cave, deprived of even the basic liberty to relieve himself. Tony, a man with a penchant for cleanliness, finds his fastidiousness tested by the very terrorists who have taken him captive. Their merciless treatment exacerbates his plight as he grapples with the harrowing reality of his situation. Yet, despite the indignities he endures, the sight of his own creation compels him to persevere. Blast it! Tony curses vehemently at the repugnant curry rice, reminiscent of excrement. As he battles his nausea to consume it, he understands that survival is paramount. Only then can he exact vengeance upon those wretched souls who have wronged him. The rhythmic clanging of metal serves as his solitary motivation for endurance, just as he immerses himself in his work. An unexpected commotion outside the cave pierces through his concentration. Could it be salvation at hand? A surge of exhilaration courses through him at the thought of escaping this grotesque purgatory. Outside the cave, the terrorists face an onslaught from the combined forces of the U.S. military and Afghan troops, their firepower overwhelming. Ethan, do you hear that? Our rescuers have arrived, Tony exclaims, his excitement palpable as he grasps Ethan's hand, ready to unleash his pent-up fervor. Ethan, the physician abducted to attend to Tony, shares in his elation, albeit reluctantly, as no one willingly seeks captivity. The cacophony of gunfire wanes after a short while, only to be replaced by the mocking taunts of Shemin. Tony? Mr. Stark, if you're alive, make a sound. If you've perished, do ensure your will is in order. If you're dead, someone else might occupy your home and bed, though thankfully, you have no children to worry about. Tony, upon hearing such insufferable jests, is ignited with fervor, stumbling towards the exit, disregarding the mocking tone. My dear kin, as a ray of sunlight graces his face. The sight of the long-lost son brings him to his knees in reverence. Oh my cherished son, I thought I would never see you again. Tony Stark emerges into the light once more. Ah, my beloved brother, I knew you would find me, Tony exclaims, springing to his feet with renewed vigor, preparing to embrace Shimin warmly. Wait, not so fast. Shimin interjects, recoiling in distaste. Goodness, how long has it been since you last bathed? At this, Tony's composure shatters. Bath. I've been using stones to wipe myself, he exclaims, frustration palpable. Blast it, Menhuan. Tony is quite the ruthless character. Well, Tony, in order to help you see the light of day again, I have invested a fortune, over $100 million, in an exhaustive search throughout Afghanistan. My dear brother, my beloved brother. Upon hearing this, Tony was almost moved to tears, believing that after so long without any news, everyone had given up on him. But it seemed that only Shimin remained steadfast. I'm truly touched. Colonel Rhodes, standing nearby, stared in astonishment. How could someone be so shameless? This kid just ran off, leaving a beautiful bodyguard to cover his escape, and now he is back in New York, chasing after women. How can he speak with such a guilty conscience, without fearing divine retribution? Cough. Among true brothers, one must be clear about accounts. You're my dear friend. So you understand. I understand. We are like family. I'll introduce you to a few Hollywood starlets. Menhuan, you've misunderstood my meaning. We need to discuss financial compensation. At that moment, Ethan stepped forward, and Tony quickly pulled him over to introduce him to everyone. Allow me to introduce my savior. Ethan, if it weren't for him, I would have perished long ago. Hello, everyone. Ethan shyly smiled at the crowd. Ethan, why don't you come back to New York with me? Tony Stark will never neglect my benefactor, Tony said earnestly. Ethan shook his head, indicating his refusal. Tony, I'm not suited for a big city like New York. I cherish my hometown. My joys and sorrows reside here. Yet, Tony, not willing to give up, tried to say more, but Ethan shook his head firmly. Tony, please don't put me in a difficult position. Tony, after everything you've been through, perhaps you could donate some funds to develop Ethan's hometown. I'm sure he would be immensely grateful. Menhuan's suggestion seemed to resonate deeply with Ethan, who grabbed his hand, nodding excitedly. Yes. What this gentleman said is exactly what I have been thinking. Seeing this, Tony had nothing more to say. He simply took a quick shower, changed into clean clothes, and prepared to leave, not forgetting his precious first-generation Iron Man suit. In the Hummer, Menhuan magically produced a dozen various flavored hamburgers and chilled cola. The drowsy Tony instantly sat up straight, his eyes wide open, as if a famished man had encountered a stunning beauty. Massive sale on hamburgers and cola. Only $1 million each. What a bargain. What the? $1 million for a mere hamburger, even with a discount? Do you take Tony for a fool? Rhodes, staring at Menhuan, looked as if he had seen a ghost. This guy must be utterly obsessed with money. However, the next moment, Tony's words shattered his worldview. Send the money. Rhodes, this guy's eyes nearly popped out. For the first time, he felt the impact of class disparity. It dawned on him that the money he earned in 10 lifetimes was merely what they used to buy a few hamburgers and colas. Shimon's cunning grin did not escape Tony's notice. He wouldn't mind spending a trifling amount to indulge his pent-up joy. This fellow had even crafted an oversized paper model of a luxurious mansion to amuse himself, resulting in a rather spacious storage area. Chapter 12. The frenzied acquisition of Stark Industries stock with Tony Stark's return, the socialites, celebrities, and models of New York, indeed, the entire nation, breathed a sigh of relief. An individual as generous and naturally charismatic as Tony was a rarity in New York. His demise would surely evoke deep sorrow. Particularly those gossip rags that thrived on Tony's tabloid-worthy escapades felt a profound sense of reassurance. Our livelihoods are secure once more. On the other hand, Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. had resigned himself to despair. Natasha had either defected or perished, and he leaned towards the former. Nick Fury harbored distrust, not only towards others, but even towards himself, remaining ever vigilant against potential betrayals. Tony's seaside villa in the Hamptons served merely as one of his many sanctuaries. He was, after all, a free spirit, making every place feel like home. Tony, what are your thoughts on the recent attack? I hear you've developed a prototype for an exoskeleton. Shimin relished the romantic sea breeze, the sun, the beach, the azure ocean, and in the distance, clusters of bikini-clad beauties, each radiating allure and grace, hard at work on their tan. Tony's mind drifted to the harrowing torment he had endured, and he felt a fierce animosity towards those terrorists. Shimin continued, I believe you should pursue the development of your exoskeleton armor as your objective. Your Arc Reactor has transcended the limitations of contemporary energy sources. Its emergence is arguably the most significant invention of the 21st century. If you were to utilize it as the energy core and, with Jarvis's assistance, create your iron suit, wouldn't that be a stroke of genius? Though Tony had initially intended to forge the iron suit, the indulgent days had dulled his once fervent ambition. Now, with Shimin reigniting the vision of the armored suit, Tony abruptly sat up from his reclined position. Could it be, brother, that you too possess a spark of genius? Tony was taken aback. This is not merely my idea, Shimin replied. I merely reflected on your plight, and your iron suit inspired my thoughts. Imagine if you carried the iron suit with you. The next time you encounter these terrorists, wouldn't you be capable of single-handedly confronting their organization or retreating unscathed? You could integrate micro-Jericho missiles into the suit, allowing Jarvis to pinpoint enemy positions via satellite for total annihilation. Moreover, envision the ability of the iron suit to soar through the skies, a superhuman capability that everyone dreams of. You could strike at enemies from above, while they would be powerless to reach you. And just think, a flying iron suit would surely send your female admirers into a frenzy. Shimin, with a cheerful smile, continually urged Tony to expedite the production of the Iron Man suit, suggesting that he could discreetly procure it later. Although the suit seemed more of a burden to him. As a quintessential Iron Man, he believed that such machinery epitomized masculine romance. Upon hearing Shimin's vivid depiction of the plan, Tony's eyes sparkled with excitement. We must build it. Immediately. However, a shadow of concern crossed his mind as he pondered whether the military might seize it for themselves, especially since he relied on military contracts for his livelihood. He recalled the Sokovia Accords and his choice to support them for various reasons. Don't you claim that private property is sacred and inviolable? If anyone threatens you, just deal with them. With your Iron Man suit, why fear them? Shimin fervently stoked the flames of enthusiasm, dismissing any American chaos as irrelevant to him. Tony regarded him incredulously. You really overestimate my capabilities. That phrase is merely a ruse for the gullible. Ultimately, he decided to forge the Iron Man suit, assuring himself that it would remain a personal possession, not mass-produced. With the plan firmly established, Tony's anxious heart found solace, and he promptly summoned the eager young women nearby to commence a raucous celebration. In essence, it was a lavish spending spree. Shimin had long grown weary of such revelries. His own home was the true epicenter of festivities, boasting a gathering exceeding 6 people, 100 times more exhilarating than this wild affair. He indulged in an enhanced version of birdwalking, initiating a playful game of find the tadpole's mother whenever he approached someone. By the way, keep an eye on your dear uncle, Obadiah Stane, and avoid any pitfalls, Shimin cautioned, giving Tony a friendly reminder, though he suspected Tony might take it lightly. Come on, how could that be? He's my uncle. Tony gasped, his eyes wide in disbelief, unable to fathom Shimin's insinuations about the man who had watched him grow up. Suit yourself. Shimin shrugged, considering Obadiah merely a minor obstacle on Tony's path to success. In the following days, Tony announced a cessation of weapon development, leading everyone to speculate that he had been brainwashed or was merely seeking a life of leisure as a wealthy recluse. Consequently, Stark Industries stock plummeted, much to Obadiah's fury. Useless. Useless. Tony is back and alive. What about the 10 rings and that master of the mystic arts? Nonsense. Obadiah's office became a battleground for his frustration, as his desk and the secretary beneath it bore the brunt of his outburst. At that moment, the public began to sell off their Stark Industries shares in droves, prompting Shimin to instruct his butler, Happy, to purchase stocks from individual investors. Many large shareholders, eager to cut their losses, joined the fray, resulting in a frenzy among stockholders. Fools! There are genuinely naive investors hoping to buy at the bottom. Hurry, sell. There's an idiot ready to take the bait. Indeed, it is rare to find a fool willing to take over. I suspect this is merely Tony Stark's stubbornness, attempting to stabilize the stock price. Why dwell on such matters? Hurry and sell off your shares. Delay any longer, and you might be left with nothing but tattered undergarments. The investors frantically divested from Stark Industries, while Menhuan boldly accumulated shares, causing even Uncle Ben to grow concerned. Young master, the stock price of Stark Industries has plummeted dramatically, and we have recklessly invested with tenfold leverage. Is this not a hasty decision? Uncle Ben's apprehension was not unfounded. Such actions to capitalize on a market trough are akin to the mindset of a gambler, hoping for a rebound. Fear not, Uncle Ben. Have you forgotten my close friendship with Tony? How could I engage in a losing venture? Menhuan replied with a cheerful smile. Could it be? Uncle Ben's eyes widened in surprise, swallowing the words he wished to express, as a scheme crossed his mind. Shoo, it is better left unsaid. Menhuan replied cryptically with a slight smile. He pulled together a staggering $30 billion and then, leveraging tenfold, began to purchase Stark Industries stock voraciously. When Tony eventually revealed himself as Iron Man and announced the development of the Arc Reactor as a new energy source, the stock price of Stark would soar. He vowed to give Tony a grand surprise, transforming into one of the major shareholders of Stark Industries. Tony held 39 of Stark Industries. With his current funds, Sheeman could secure at least 25. Half a month flew by, and Tony was bleary-eyed from sleepless nights, wholly consumed by his work. However, Obadiah Stane could no longer wait. Pepper Potts uncovered the secret of the kidnapping from his computer. Poor Tony, despite his suspicions, fell victim to Stane's surprise attack due to his negligence. Chapter 13. A single blow shatters the Iron Tyrant's presidential dream. Tony was incapacitated by a brief exposure to his own invention, a paralyzing device, leaving his face pallid and rendering him immobile. Obadiah Stane looked on triumphantly, delivering a piercing truth. Tony, when I hired someone to kill you, I feared I might kill the golden goose. Yet fate has allowed you to survive. With that, he extracted the reactor from Tony's chest, taunting him further. Who would have thought you would provide the last golden egg? As he spoke, Stane's face was a mask of delight, his wrinkles deepening with each grin. Villains often meet their demise through excessive verbosity. Having obtained everything, Obadiah continued to revel in his mockery, believing that eliminating Tony would resolve all. Tony, feeling his life ebbing away, refused to succumb to fate. Struggling to rise, he stumbled and fell, determined to retrieve the backup reactor. Tony, why is it that every time I see you, you appear so disheveled, my dear brother? Menhuan teased with a smirk, relishing the spectacle of a seemingly dying Tony, who finally felt a glimmer of hope. Damn it, there is a way out, Tony muttered, finally releasing the tension that had gripped him. Grateful that Menhuan had once again saved his life. Slumped on the sofa, Tony celebrated his narrow escape with a glass of red wine to calm his nerves. Still unable to comprehend the situation, Menhuan disdainfully remarked, What? Ignoring the wisdom of the elders has led you to the brink of disaster, hasn't it? You were warned to be wary of your dear uncle, and yet you nearly found yourself in the gutter, dead and buried. Only that old fool Obadiah Stane is dim-witted enough to let you live. If it were up to me, I would have dispatched you without a second thought, leaving you no hope of survival. You, my friend, are obstructing others' paths to profit. You believe the weapons you design are meant to safeguard world peace, but in the eyes of outsiders, they are merely instruments of slaughter against civilians. You, Tony, are the world's greatest butcher, and I would wager that the number of people who wish for your demise is not 500 million, but at least 300 million. Tony shot him a glare. Aren't you just in your 20s? Sighing, he continued, I have my doubts about him as well. I've already sent Pepper to investigate who in the company is supplying weapons to terrorists, but unfortunately, we were too late. He caught wind of our inquiry and acted first. As he spoke, the wine momentarily dulled his worries, but suddenly, Tony's expression shifted, and he bolted upright. Oh no, Pepper is in danger. Without hesitation, he donned his iron suit. Rhodey had also arrived, watching him with envy as he put on the dazzling armor, nearly drooling at the sight. Glancing at the suit with designs of his own. Rhodey? War Machine? You best not covet my armor, or you might find yourself meeting an untimely end. Noticing Rhodey's covetous gaze, Menhuan shot a cold glance at the man, warning, Don't push me to take action against you. You'll be replaced by a Skrull soon enough. Tony, Obadiah has lost his mind. Pepper's terrified voice reached them just then. In that critical moment, Tony surged forward, crashing into Ironmonger and rescuing Pepper. The two engaged in a fierce battle, leaving Pepper extremely worried as she watched. Tony's armor was being pressed to the ground like a mere chick beneath Ironmonger's might, who was employing all of his strength. Meanwhile, Menhuan flew in, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This was a spectacle more thrilling than any film. In the blink of an eye, they soared into the clouds, becoming invisible to the naked eye, leaving Pepper in a state of anxiety. Seeing her distress, Menhuan gently patted her hand in reassurance. Pepper, do not fret. Tony will not encounter any unforeseen circumstances. Yes, Shemin, you're right. Tony is the strongest genius. He cannot lose to a madman. Pepper, comforted, nodded with newfound determination. No, I think you misunderstand. Even if Tony cannot defeat Ironmonger, I could easily crush that fool. Menhuan grinned mischievously. Pepper replied, I have this nagging feeling that you're just boasting, but I can't find any evidence to prove it. She retorted, Shemin, cease your grandiose claims. That Iron Tyrant is enormous. Who can withstand it? While you may possess some weapons to contend with it, they would be utterly ineffective. At that moment, two suits of armor, one large and one small, plummeted from the sky and crashed heavily before them. Tony! Shemin calmly urged Pepper to step back a few paces. A resounding clang echoed as Tony became a mere caricature. Pepper rushed over, calling out, Are you okay? However, the arc reactor in his chest had dimmed considerably, clearly indicating that his energy reserves were nearly depleted. It seemed Tony was out of commission. Although the Iron Tyrant had not resolved the issue of the freezing temperatures above, it was undeniably robust. With great effort, Tony lifted his visor, gasping for fresh air, and loudly reassured Pepper that he was fine. Tony, isn't that a bit premature? Suddenly, the Iron Tyrant appeared, raising its hand to deliver a powerful blow that sent him flying 8 yards away. Tony, Pepper, filled with anxiety, instinctively rushed forward but was seized by Shemin. Woman, your interference will only hinder Tony's battle. Do you understand? Shemin, quickly, take Pepper away. Tony shouted in distress while discreetly communicating through his earpiece, instructing Pepper to locate the central control panel and use Stark Industries super reactor to eliminate Obadiah. There's no need for such complications, Shemin replied nonchalantly, then strode over with deliberate confidence, leaving Tony astounded. Oh, damn it, you scoundrel. Even now you pretend to be a superhero. Hurry and take Pepper away. Tony fumed, unleashing a torrent of invective. Indeed, youth often accompanies reckless bravado. At that moment, the weapon system on the Iron Tyrant's shoulder activated, and a miniature missile locked onto Tony and launched. Oh, no. Tony's eyes widened in panic, his thoughts consumed by the notion of impending doom. Was he to perish once more? Bang! Before Tony could react, Shemin raised his hand, and the missile that was meant for Tony veered off course as if struck by a violent force, crashing into a nearby container truck. Boom! A massive fireball erupted skyward, the shockwave nearly toppling Pepper, but Shemin held her firmly. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed as the Iron Tyrant advanced from the shadows with an unyielding gait. Hey kid, you got some skills. Though I don't quite comprehend how you redirected that missile, it seems it still falls short. So let us end this here. Obadiah, swollen with arrogance, raised the cannon in his right hand, aiming at the group. Yet he clearly underestimated his opponents, who existed on an entirely different plane of existence. Menhuan's speed was astonishingly swift. With a single, deft motion, he struck the air with a feigned punch, sending the Iron Tyrant crashing to the ground, utterly uncontrollable. This unexpected turn of events left Tony in a state of shock. What on earth was happening? He hadn't even witnessed a blow land. Obadiah Stane, too, was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the unfolding chaos, though he had little need for understanding. In an instant, Menhuan darted towards the fallen Iron Tyrant like a leopard, gathering his strength for a decisive blow aimed squarely at the metallic head. Bang! The punch landed with tremendous force. The Iron Tyrant's head, crafted from aerospace-grade alloys, still yielded to Menhuan's might, leaving a fist-sized indentation. Obadiah Stane was finished. Chapter 14. I am Iron Man. Was this contraption truly worthy of being called iron armor? Menhuan scoffed, feeling a twinge of disappointment. It appeared that the initial armor was rather subpar. Even a fully powered punch could not withstand it. He turned to find Tony and Pepper, their mouths agape in disbelief, utterly dumbfounded. Tony, you really need to step up your game, Menhuan remarked, relishing the moment. I can't believe you can't see that I'm completely stunned. Can we tone down the theatrics a bit? I thought I was the king of showboating until I met you. Now I realize I've got years of practice ahead of me, Tony replied, exasperated. Ignoring Tony's sentiments, Menhuan seized the Arc Reactor from the Iron Tyrant's chest and tossed it into his small repository. He was quite eager to discover the effects of consuming such a device, though his current life energy was insufficient, according to the feedback from his bronze brother. While the Iron Tyrant was deemed a formidable suit, it was ultimately just a lifeless object. After neutralizing this significant threat, Tony gasped for breath, having sustained minimal injuries that would merely require some recuperation at home. Meanwhile, Menhuan was far from satisfied. He felt the need to expend his energy and sought a worthy opponent, such as his kindred spirit in the form of a twin, for an exhilarating bout. The following morning, Colonel Rhodes held a press conference regarding the previous night's incident. The public received an official statement about the Stark Industries robot malfunctioning, with unverified witnesses claiming the robotic unit had failed, resulting in the explosion of the Arc Reactor. As Tony perused the newspaper coverage, Pepper busied herself applying makeup to conceal his facial bruises. At that moment, Coulson entered, presenting him with several photographs, stating, "These are your alibi evidence. You were celebrating on the yacht." Tony skimmed through the speech notes, noting the conspicuous absence of any mention of Obadiah Stane, the true culprit. "What about Stane?" "That has been dealt with. He is on vacation now. You know how risky small aircraft can be," Coulson replied cryptically. "And what of that bodyguard? Isn't the narrative surrounding his protection rather flimsy?" "Mr. Stark, this is not my first time navigating such situations. Simply read as instructed. This matter will pass swiftly." After Coulson made the arrangements, he entrusted the task to Tony, who was expected to deliver a remarkable performance. However, it seemed that Tony had been overestimated. Under the provocations of a stunning blonde with cascading waves, Tony boldly declared, "I am Iron Man." With that proclamation, a glorious decade for Marvel commenced, marking the inception of a dream. Even Menhuan felt a surge of excitement. The nearly defunct Marvel embarked on its path to resurgence from this moment. Witnessing such a momentous scene, Sheeman, the esteemed gentleman, felt it was truly worth the experience and chose to disregard the frenzied journalists, making his exit from the studio. At that moment, he noticed that Coulson appeared to have been waiting for him outside for quite some time. "Mr. Sheeman, may we have a word?" Coulson boldly introduced himself. "I am Agent Coulson from SHLD, and I hope you can spare a moment for us to discuss recent events surrounding you." Coulson remained as courteous as ever, his demeanor refined and elegant, truly befitting of a novice village chief. "Certainly. Shall we go to the rooftop?" Sheeman smiled slightly, extending a hand, not one to dismiss a friendly face. "The rooftop?" Coulson paused, bewildered by this peculiar line of reasoning. "Indeed, the rooftop," Coulson remarked. "Isn't it customary for agents to meet on rooftops? It seems your SHIELD lacks professionalism. Are you not concerned about being overheard?" Clearly, Coulson had come with a mission, especially since their agency had discovered his extraordinary abilities the previous night. Coupled with the meteorite obtained by his late mentor, SHIELD had ample reason to believe he had acquired superpowers. "Mr. Sheeman, can you explain why Natasha met her untimely demise in the Middle East? With your capabilities, I presume even the most formidable terrorists pose no threat to you?" Coulson inquired, maintaining a sunny disposition. "Agent Coulson, I can indeed assert that Agent Natasha died on the battlefield in the Middle East. I'm also aware that she was dispatched by your SHELD to surveil me." Coulson's expression darkened instantly. It seemed the individual was already aware that Natasha was their undercover agent. He managed a bitter smile and asked, "How did you come to know of SHIELD's existence?" "I believe we maintained a certain level of secrecy." "How could SHIELD remain a secret? Anyone with connections is aware of it. Your agents frequently boast about being part of the Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics Bureau. I must say, your name is quite a mouthful. We are known as SHIELD. All right." Coulson expressed skepticism regarding his claims, questioning the competence of their agents. Are our operatives truly that inept? Do they not comprehend confidentiality agreements? Of course, Sheeman was merely fabricating tales to obfuscate the truth, throwing up a smokescreen. "Where did you acquire your extraordinary abilities? Was it from that meteorite?" Coulson posed the pivotal question. The SHIELD agency aimed to harness the powers from that very meteorite to create a legion of superpowered agents. After much circumlocution, Coulson finally broached the subject. Indeed, I recently obtained what you refer to as superpowers from that meteorite. Though it has since been destroyed, Menhuan remarked, shrugging nonchalantly. This time, he was not fabricating tales. He spoke the truth. However, Coulson's expression was steeped in skepticism. You claim it's destroyed? How could that possibly be? I find that hard to believe. He remained silent for a considerable time, gazing into Menhuan's eyes, hoping to discern some truth through his years of experience as an agent. Instead, he was met with a gaze filled with sincerity, sparkling and genuine. Even more so than pearls, he felt a sense of disappointment. Coulson, I have tolerated your S.H.I.E.L.D. for far too long. At that moment, Tony's furious voice echoed from the rooftop entrance. He loathed being manipulated, and just moments ago, his obstinacy had led him to disregard their directives. Consequently, as he departed, a so-called S.H.I.E.L.D. agent had approached to threaten his friend. Chapter 15. The Mutant Threat, a sudden downpour of yellow monstrosities. Tony. Pepper, do not restrain me. They are surveilling us and attempting to control our actions. Not a chance. Upon seeing the irate Tony accompanied by a cadre of imposing bodyguards, Coulson realized that today's conversation could only reach a temporary halt. Mr. Shi, my apologies, but I fear our discussion must conclude here. Your possession of superpowers poses considerable danger to ordinary individuals, and I would advise you to maintain a lower profile, Coulson advised kindly. He was acutely aware of Menhuan's notorious past as a nefarious underworld leader. Now, with superhuman abilities, he could potentially become even more dangerously unhinged. They had encountered far too many deranged individuals, and while today's mutants were restrained by Charles, there were still instances of sudden mutations causing chaos and destruction. Coulson. Tony confronted Coulson, his expression dark and menacing. Mr. Stark, I apologize. I believe you have misunderstood my intentions. I merely sought to inquire about some matters with Mr. Shi. Coulson maintained his professional smile, conversing calmly with Tony, embodying the persona of the ever-amiable good guy. Coulson, I care not for your motives. But should you pose any threat to my friends, then your so-called S.H.I.E.L.D. shall find out just how formidable Stark Industries truly is. Tony delivered an unreserved threat. This was not merely a case of Tony severing ties. He possessed keen insight into these so-called organizations. Menhuan's superpowers were his crime, whether it be military, private, or governmental entities. He had witnessed an abundance of inhumane and atrocious human experiments, which sent shivers down his spine at mere recollection. The haunting images of those wretched mutant children, some subjected to bloodletting, heart extraction, or the severing of limbs, persistently invaded his thoughts. In the face of Tony's unabashed threat, Coulson maintained his serene demeanor, a tranquil smile adorning his face. Mr. Stark, I believe you have misunderstood both me and our S.H.I.E.L.D. We would never engage in such experiments. Coulson, fully aware of Tony's insinuations, promptly assured him of the integrity and nobility of his organization. Tony responded with nothing but a disdainful smirk. Do you truly expect me to believe the fabrications of you agents? Do you think I, Tony Stark, am but a naive child? You dare not experiment with me. Very well, Tony, I am well aware of the situation. Mr. Coulson is quite decent, far more amiable than their scheming director, Nick Fury. At this moment, Menhuan waved his hand, chuckling as he attempted to placate Tony. Coulson, that high forehead of his must be darkened with irritation at this very moment. Has our director acquired a new nickname? I wager he despises it. Out of respect for my brother, I shall not make it difficult for you. Please go on. Tony huffed dismissively, issuing an eviction order, for Menhuan posed no threat, allowing him to let it slide for the time being. Am I truly so detestable? In Tony's grand estate, he gazed with envy at Menhuan, who effortlessly summoned fine wine with a mere gesture. Mutants are not to be scorned. Rather, they are pioneers of human evolution, guiding the future of our species. Tony shook his head in discontent, lamenting, if only I, Tony, could become one of those immortal mutants, what bliss that would be. I have encountered numerous mutants. Who knows how many extraordinary abilities exist? If harnessed by the nation, they could wield an immense power. There is an old saying, it is not scarcity that troubles us, but inequity. If you are merely an ordinary citizen, and your neighbor, once a nobody, suddenly acquires the power to breathe fire, teleport, and fly, becoming a celebrated hero. You might initially rejoice in his fortune, dreaming of emulating him. Yet, as years pass, you find yourself still toiling for a meager existence. Tony pondered aloud. A common person would likely feel envy, perhaps even desire to destroy him. Absolutely correct. Menhuan grinned widely, worrying for a brother's struggles, yet fearing his success. All right, brother. Seeing as you are so powerful, could you spare me a bit of blood? Hey. Tony suddenly fixed Menhuan with a wicked stare. Get lost. In this lifetime, you shall never become a superhuman. Menhuan shot him a disdainful glance. Isn't it more worthwhile to focus on perfecting your Iron Man suit? Hey, just 100 milliliters, and I shall give you 100 million. Damn it. One cannot help but be captivated by the astronomical price offered. Whose blood could possibly command such a premium? However, he ultimately declined the enticing offer, knowing that the plethora of deranged scientists at Marvel could result in his genetic material being exploited, potentially leading to the grotesque prospect of being cloned. Although the clones would lack any of his extraordinary abilities, the mere thought was repugnant. My powers are acquired, he mused. What utility would a study of my genes yield? This meteorite is of cosmic origin, unless one possesses knowledge of a universal caliber. It would be futile to attempt any research. It would be far more pragmatic to investigate the super soldier serum instead of engaging in pointless endeavors, he concluded. Tony, upon hearing the mention of the super soldier serum, shook his head. I am not a PhD in the field of bioengineering. I have never delved into that realm. The formula for the super soldier serum vanished along with Abraham Erskine. What remains are mere remnants of its former glory. I have no desire to become a madman or a monster. Tony was remarkably astute, fully aware of what he could gain from his efforts, and he refused to squander time on the serum. Suit yourself, then. I shall take my leave, Menhuan said, shaking his head as he prepared to depart. He had already negotiated the acquisition of several expansive fishing grounds to engage in electric fishing. The slaughterhouses, fishing grounds, and ranches were now his primary focus. Please refer to him as the proprietor. Half a month slipped by in the blink of an eye, and the New York headquarters of Stark Industries officially opened its doors. Miranda and her associates found it perplexing that Menhuan never donned any formal attire, particularly while operating within the system, yet they remained silent. They had anticipated that having children would solidify their positions, but to their dismay, there was no commotion whatsoever. Min, too, found himself bewildered by this matter, but he was disinclined to ponder such trivialities. During this time, he had amassed a significant amount of life energy from the fishing grounds, slaughterhouses, and ranches, accumulating a total of 10 million units, sufficient for a singular fusion refinement. Nevertheless, he hesitated, uncertain of his next course of action, though he was not overly anxious. The Earth remained relatively secure for the time being. Suddenly, a deafening explosion jolted him from his reverie. Damn it, what kind of safety is this? He cursed, his face darkening with rage. This city, New York, was truly uncanny. Dear Lord, exclaimed Stewart, the driver, as he slammed on the brakes, her face draining of color as she stared in terror ahead. A grotesque, feculent yellow figure plummeted from the sky, seizing a hapless vehicle and flinging it aside, setting the stage for a thrilling escapade, with its target being an eye-catching green figure. Based on Menhuan's assessment, that hulking green brute was no paragon of virtue either. Thus, he concluded that his fate was likely sealed, and he was destined to meet his demise sooner rather than later. Chapter 16. Clash of Titans. Oh my God. What manner of creature is that? Stewart exclaimed, her eyes wide with horror as she gazed at the monstrous figure in the distance, momentarily paralyzed with fear. Boom! In the depths of her astonished gaze, that unfortunate little car was sent flying by a punch from the green monstrosity. Oh my! Stewart gulped in fear and frantically started the engine, attempting to turn around. However, it was too late. The entire thoroughfare was congested beyond relief, with others, equally terrified, fleeing for their lives. Dear, don't panic just yet, Menhuan reassured her, retrieving a spare gray silk scarf from the back seat to drape over her head. What are you doing? Stewart's delicate face flushed suddenly. This scoundrel was wasting precious time with the scarf when they should be escaping. You should park first, then leave on foot. It's a tad perilous here. Menhuan unfastened her seatbelt. What? Stewart thought she must have misheard. Are you sure you don't want to escape with me? It's not wise to linger and watch. She implored, somewhat exasperated. "What kind of person are you?" "Rest assured, I know what I'm doing." Menhuan calmly shook her head, opened the car door, and stepped out, her gray silk scarf hardly attracting attention. The panicked crowd was solely focused on survival. A mere robber was insignificant compared to that monstrous creature. After all, such incidents were not uncommon here. Suddenly, Menhuan locked eyes with the frenzied green brute. For a moment, she hesitated. Why should she expend her energy on their behalf? "You all have your fun," she declared, and with that, she soared into the sky, 100 meters high. The foul creature was merely the green brute's arch-nemesis. A titanic clash was imminent. Mutant? General Ross frowned, observing the audacious gray-scarfed man who could fly with disdain. "You dare flaunt your abilities before our military? Do you have no respect for us? This is Apache. Do you understand?" Unbothered by the departing figure, the abhorrence fixed its gaze on its archenemy, the green giant. Boom, boom, boom. The two monstrous abominations charged at each other, causing the very ground to tremble beneath their advance. In the next instant, they collided. A deafening explosion erupted, sending dust swirling in every direction. Yet, the green brute was at a disadvantage. The drug-fueled giant clearly faltered in this no-frills, bare-knuckle brawl. After all, his combat effectiveness had been significantly diminished. Seizing the opportunity, the abhorrence pressed its advantage, gripping one of the green brute's arms and spinning around before hurling him away. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as the unfortunate car was crushed under the impact. The resilient green brute, however, emerged unscathed, albeit somewhat dazed. Shaking his head, he stumbled out from the crumpled vehicle, letting out a furious roar directed at the abhorrence. Anger, the source of the Hulk's formidable strength, is evident, as the abomination incites a profound rage within the green behemoth. Their clash sends terrified screams echoing through the streets, accompanied by a flurry of vehicular collisions. The Hulk, radiating an incandescent green aura fueled by fury, stands with muscles like granite, each breath infused with a palpable hatred for the abomination. However, the abomination is no mere pushover. It is a colossal and fearsome entity, its body encased in impenetrable bone, eyes glinting with malevolence. With a thunderous roar, the Hulk charges at the abomination, intent on shredding this loathsome yellow monstrosity. The creature's speed is remarkable, as its massive fists cut through the air with a howling gale, aimed squarely at the abomination's face. Unyielding, the abomination retaliates with a fierce roar, stamping its foot and crossing its arms to absorb the impact of the Hulk strike. The resulting shockwave reverberates through the air, fracturing the ground beneath them with deep fissures. Yet, at this moment, the abomination retains its intelligence and cunning, delivering a swift kick to the Hulk's vulnerable region. "How dare you fight so dirty?" the Hulk might exclaim, realizing the gravity of the situation. Having sustained such an affront, he emerges from a pile of shattered glass, his fury intensifying, his eyes blazing an even deeper shade of green. Witnessing the Hulk falter, General Ross promptly orders the aerial artillery to unleash a barrage upon the abomination. Though non-lethal, the relentless assault is irksome to the creature. Infuriated, the abomination leaps to a nearby skyscraper, scaling its height within mere seconds. Upon reaching the rooftop, it launches itself with ferocity towards a helicopter. The pilot's scream of terror echoes, but is too late. The abomination's form fills his vision. The unfortunate pilot, engulfed in flames, plummets to the ground, while the abomination revels in the chaos it has wrought. Just as the abomination prepares to eliminate the pesky aerial nuisances, the Hulk intervenes. With a mighty leap from an adjacent building, he crashes down upon the abomination, rolling for several yards before finally coming to a halt. The other helicopters swiftly gain altitude, unleashing a torrent of gunfire at the abomination, intent on avenging their fallen comrade. With newfound resolve, the Hulk surges forward, shoving the abomination aside and unleashing a powerful punch. The abomination deftly sidesteps, the Hulk's fist narrowly missing its shoulder and instead smashing into a nearby vehicle, which crumples under the force of the blow. A violent chain reaction of explosions ensued, causing nearby vehicles to be engulfed in flames and subsequently detonate. The abomination emitted a furious roar as his arms suddenly coiled around the Hulk like two serpentine shadows, his knees bending in preparation to crush the Hulk's lungs. The Hulk struggled fiercely, muscles bulging as he let out a series of deep, resounding growls. With a powerful heave, he flung the abomination away. The creature tumbled through the air, crashing heavily onto a derelict bridge, which instantly fractured and plummeted into the river below. The abomination sprang up from the water, the moisture evaporating from his form, causing his body to swell and seemingly augment his strength. He charged towards the Hulk, and the two collided midair, the tremendous impact shaking the surrounding buildings to their very foundations. A fierce melee unfolded between the Hulk and the abomination amidst the cityscape, a testament to the high GDP. The Hulk lifted the abomination above his head and slammed him down onto the ground, creating a massive crater. Yet, the abomination remained unfazed, seizing the Hulk's leg and throwing him against a skyscraper, shattering its glass facade as shards rained down like a tempest. Armed helicopters hovered above, incessantly harassing the abomination, inciting his wrathful roars, but he was unable to divert his attention to them. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a nearby lamppost, and with a surge of determination, he uprooted it and hurled it skyward like a javelin. The pilot of the targeted helicopter, despite lacking skill, narrowly avoided a fatal impalement. However, the rotor blades were shattered, sending the craft into a steep descent. The pilot managed to execute a belly landing, avoiding total destruction, yet aviation fuel began to leak ominously, a potential explosion looming. At that moment, a desperate, terrified scream pierced the air, momentarily snapping the Hulk's consciousness back to reality. "Banner, save me!" It was Betty, Banner's girlfriend. A surge of urgency and rage coursed through the Hulk as he roared in anguish, yearning to break free from the abomination's grasp to rescue her. The abomination's eyes glinted with disdain, resolutely ensnaring the green giant. In a state of despair, the Hulk cast a pleading glance towards the onlooker, Simon, imploring, "Please, save her." Chapter 17. In times of turmoil, must the saintess be sacrificed? No, no, no. Banner, Simon replied coolly, his indifference palpable. If you lack the strength to protect your own woman, then you truly do not deserve her. If you cannot unleash the immense power within you, then you must helplessly witness her demise. Simon resolutely dismissed the Hulk's plea. If the green giant could not even extricate himself from the abomination's clutches, then it was evident that Betty's survival was indeed detrimental to his potential. At that very moment, a blaze erupted as gasoline on the ground ignited, rapidly spreading outward, threatening to ignite the leaking aviation fuel from the helicopter within seconds. Betty also witnessed this scene, her heart filled with terror and despair as she let out a piercing scream, unable to open the hatch door with her strength. Banner. Her frantic cries filled the Hulk with profound sorrow, anger, and anxiety, while Menhuan's words stoked the flames of hatred in Banner's eyes. Suddenly, the Hulk unleashed a thunderous roar. A powerful green aura surrounded his body, and he broke free from the drug's control, reaching unprecedented heights of strength. He seized Abomination's arm and delivered a powerful punch to his chest, sending Abomination hurtling away, crashing heavily into a distant building, which crumbled under the impact. Banner. At this critical moment, Betty's call pulled the Hulk back from the brink of madness. Seeing flames about to ignite the aviation fuel, he clapped his hands with such force that the shockwave extinguished the fire. Truly, a spectacular moment worthy of marvel. Was it not a pity for the Hulk not to become a firefighter? Remarkable. Menhuan was thoroughly entertained, realizing that watching this was far more exhilarating than any movie. Meanwhile, Abomination, buried in the rubble, awakened, unable to bear the sight of his lifelong adversary, the Hulk, flaunting his strength. With a massive iron chain seemingly acquired from nowhere, he swung it with a clang, striking the Hulk and sending him flying hundreds of meters in a tumble. Whoa, whoa. The iron chain whistled through the air as Abomination wielded it with finesse, delivering another strike to the Hulk, who suffered a broken tooth and a mouthful of dirt. Truly unfortunate. Now, rage surged within the Hulk, as Abomination danced perilously close to self-destruction. With a menacing expression, Abomination approached General Ross, Betty's elder, coldly asking, "Do you have any last words, General?" With that, he brandished the 40-meter-long iron chain, preparing to send the culprit, General Ross, to his demise. In a critical moment, the Hulk spat the dust from his mouth, standing up in a fury and roaring, "Hulk smash!" Boom! He slammed both hands into the ground, and the solid earth cracked like tofu under his immense power. The fissures expanded rapidly, reminiscent of an earthquake, causing Abomination to stumble. Seizing the opportunity, the Hulk rushed towards Abomination, who had dropped the iron chain. The Hulk swiftly grabbed it and locked it around Abomination's throat. Abomination, both startled and enraged, swung his fists wildly at the Hulk behind him, attempting to break free. Although the Hulk possessed the mentality of a mere child, he was far from foolish. With determination, he grabbed a steel rod from the ground and plunged it deep into Abomination's chest, a sickening sound echoing as the impact resonated. Roar! The loathed creature, with bulging eyes filled with fury, roared helplessly against the might of the formidable green giant. It is unclear whether the creature sustained any injuries during its struggle. But did the earth provoke it? As the creature gradually weakened in its futile attempts to escape, it ultimately resigned to its fate after being choked. With its feet sprawled out, it surrendered completely. It was evident that the creature had conceded defeat. However, the enraged green giant showed no signs of relenting, his grip tightening around the creature's throat, nearly suffocating it. As the creature awaited its demise, Betty, who had narrowly escaped death at the creature's hands, suddenly stood up and shouted, "Die, you monster!" Ah, true saint. Menhuan found this intriguing. After all, this was the same person who had just wished death upon them. Yet, what fault lay with the loathed creature? It merely sought to triumph over the green giant. Both had claimed lives, but who was truly the greater menace? In truth, everyone was aware of the answer. A monster that serves the nation is deemed a superhero. Otherwise, is merely a deranged fiend deserving of eradication. In Menhuan's perspective, the loathed creature and the green giant represented the distinction between protagonist and antagonist. Should he have the opportunity to vanquish the green giant, he would do so without hesitation. Who could gauge the vitality of the green giant? He was the coveted treasure Menhuan longed for. Alas, he realized he could not kill the brute. To do so would require a power akin to that of a divine being. Moreover, slaying the green giant would likely summon the attention of the Ancient One. Since he could not eliminate the green giant at present, he thought perhaps he could manage to deal with the loathed creature, which was merely an insignificant adversary in comparison. Under the watchful eyes of the small Karami, Betty and Banner shared a poignant gaze as the giant's green fingers tenderly caressed Betty's face, whispering her name. Had Banner been spiritually greenified by the Hulk? At that moment, the blaring spotlight from a helicopter jolted the tender giant awake. He glared at the thunderous aircraft with disdain before leaping away from the scene. With the unpredictable factor of Banner gone, Ross immediately ordered the military to apprehend the loathed creature, as it was also a physical specimen of interest. Suddenly, a figure adorned with gray silk emerged slowly from the rubble, pointing at the limp, loathed creature with an air of authority, declaring, "This monster is to be taken by S.H.I.E.L.D." Chapter 18. Sacrificing the loathed creature to refine the Arc Reactor. General Ross and his colleagues were both astonished and speechless, while Betty, snapping back to reality, wiped away her tears and scoffed disdainfully. What kind of lunatic is this? At her words, the surrounding small Karami erupted in laughter. Indeed, what a lunatic! Menhuan cast a disdainful glance at Betty, thinking that this saintly figure deserved to be chastised. Some discipline was certainly in order. Betty glared at him with fury, her eyes ablaze as he calmly extracted a plethora of credentials from his pocket, ultimately presenting his S.H.I.L.D. Level 8 agent identification to her face. Initially intent on evading the harassment of this deranged individual, Betty was struck with terror as she realized she seemed unable to move. In her exasperation, she glanced at the credentials and, to her astonishment, noticed the inscription of S.H.I.L.D. What organization is this? I've never heard of it. Do not attempt to deceive me. Cough, cough. She was indeed correct. It was merely a counterfeit credential, though S.H.L.D. itself was real. Menhuan possessed a collection of fake documents, thanks to some adept technology that could easily create convincing replicas. Upon hearing the name S.H.I.E.L.D., General Ross furrowed his brow and approached, placing a reassuring hand on Betty's shoulder, signaling her to remain calm. The stern old man scrutinized the peculiar individual before him. Amidst the chaos, he could scarcely contemplate the validity of the claims. After all, the organization had only recently undergone a name change, and most military personnel were unaware of its existence. Thus, he held little suspicion towards Menhuan. I am aware of S-H-I-E-L-D. But have you overstepped your bounds? Huh. The military does not fear you. This creature is, in fact, a product of our military's secret experiments. It merely encountered some unfortunate incidents, and now we must take him back to address the situation seriously. Wait. Menhuan raised his hand, interrupting him. Are you suggesting that this creature is a subject of your military experiments? Indeed, Ross nodded calmly. Very well. If that is the case, then this egregious incident falls under your jurisdiction. But I must ask, can the general bear such responsibility? The military's experimental subject has run amok, causing immense damage to us taxpayers. And if the military itself poses a threat to the safety of ordinary citizens, whom can we trust to protect us? I harbor grave doubts that the military would choose to shield a criminal, and I intend to take the criminal away and hold a public trial for accountability. Gasp! The soldiers around them collectively inhaled sharply. Who would dare interject in light of such an accusation? General Ross, a seasoned veteran, turned crimson with rage at this almost brazen argument. He retorted coldly, "Are you implying that if we disregard your claims, the military will lose the support of the populace?" Huh, that's debatable. Menhuan replied with a grin. The fury of General Ross was palpable. Had it not been for his robust health, he might have succumbed to the stress. A colleague hastily intervened, urging, "General, given the multitude of witnesses, it would be prudent to allow him to take the creature. He is merely a buffoon. You can address his superior later." After considering his aide's counsel, General Ross managed to temper his anger, acknowledging the wisdom in his words. Very well. I shall permit you to take him. However, I await your public trial. Move. General Ross let out a cold snort and commanded a retreat. The soldiers hastily sheathed their weapons and withdrew, with even the nearby police retreating. However, the spectators, undeterred by danger, gathered around, eager to witness the unfolding drama. As is often the case worldwide, just as they crowded in to gawk, a peculiar secondary adamantine blade suddenly materialized in Menhuan's hand. The abomination, bewildered, was abruptly startled awake by the whistling sound of the blade slicing through the air, and what greeted his eyes was a chilling glimmer of steel. No! The abomination screamed in terror. He did not wish to perish. He still aspired to defeat the Hulk in a fair fight. Yet it was far too late, and with no time to react, he could only hope that his formidable bones would withstand the blow of the great blade. Reality proved him gravely mistaken. He could not withstand the force of the secondary adamantine blade wielded by Menhuan. With a sickening thud, his head rolled to the ground. He was no Deadpool. Losing his head meant certain death. The onlookers, previously drawn in by curiosity, were instantly paralyzed with horror and shrieked in disbelief. Wasn't he supposed to be tried publicly? Well, this was indeed a public trial, and in full view of the crowd, he had been chopped down. As the abomination's head fell, a substantial amount of life energy was immediately absorbed by the bronze cauldron, and a look of surprise and exhilaration spread across Menhuan's face. The abomination was his first true supernatural foe, and to his astonishment, the life force he possessed was an astounding 30 million. Incredible. This revelation surpassed his wildest expectations. He had anticipated a mere 10 million from the abomination's demise. What is delight? This is delight. Seizing the moment before being encircled, Menhuan swiftly took to the skies, with some audacious souls cheering him on. In a nation that idolizes personal heroism, even the deranged and the twisted can garner a multitude of admirers. Before long, Menhuan had landed on a rooftop, grinning broadly as he exclaimed, "Brother Bronze, this little villain is worth so much. Imagine if I were to take down someone like Thanos, what heights I could reach." Though the abomination was merely a minor character, his physical strength was extraordinarily formidable, with few rivals surpassing him in might. Should he manage to vanquish Thanos, based on the portrayal in the films, it would likely start at a staggering 100 billion. What an exhilarating prospect. Menhuan's eyes gleamed with avarice at the thought of the impending Thanos invasion of Earth in the coming years. Creator, Menhuan. Age, 24 abilities, super strength, super stamina, super endurance, ant control, telekinesis, life energy, 31, 586, 000 in awe of the memory palace he had constructed. Menhuan could not help but burst into joyous laughter. This signifies that one can directly submit 3 times. Thus, the Arc Reactor can be directly cast into the bronze cauldron. Accompanying the insertion of the Arc Reactor into the cauldron, it astonishingly acquired a new ability. Energy Ray. It can emit scorching energy rays from any part of the body, reaching temperatures comparable to that of the sun's surface. Wow, this is absolutely incredible. I can finally don the mantle of a superhero. But, dear friend, how do we replenish this energy? We must at least pay heed to the law of conservation of energy, right? Your body will absorb energy, including solar energy. But that seems rather slow. Doesn't it? Tony's Arc Reactor understood. Keeping a Tony's Arc Reactor at home. Alas, from that moment on, Tony found himself in a predicament, as the Arc Reactors at home would mysteriously vanish without a trace. Chapter 19. Plotting against Zhao Hailuan, preparing to eliminate Mystique. Stuart returned to the villa with a complex mix of emotions, encountering her sisters who were still awake, engrossed in a game of mahjong. To provide them with a means of entertainment, Shimin taught them how to play mahjong and dodiju. Thus, they became utterly captivated. "Hey, darling, you're back." Saoirse greeted Stuart with a bright smile and quickly beckoned her over. "Hurry, come strategize with me. Miranda and the others are cheating and have won a fortune from me." However, Stuart's face lacked the usual excitement, causing the surrounding girls to cease their actions. "Darling, what is wrong?" Jessica inquired with concern, her gaze filled with worry. "Have you all seen the news?" Stuart asked hesitantly, but the girls shook their heads, too preoccupied with mahjong to bother with mundane news. "I'm not sure how to put this. It seems our man is—" Stuart hesitated, glancing at them, unsure whether to speak up or remain silent, fearing it might anger her partner. "You're not implying that Shimin is a mutant, are you?" Jessica interjected, articulating what Stuart could not. Stuart stared at her in shock, her eyes wide. "Don't look at me like that. We've known all along. He hasn't concealed anything from us." Jessica shrugged nonchalantly, revealing a secret they all shared, confident that Shimin had nothing to fear. "Oh my goodness. Jessica, are you serious? Shimin is a mutant? Is he in danger?" Jessica's words sent the girls into a frenzy, their chatter filling the room like a bustling market. "What do you think? Otherwise, how could he single-handedly defeat us so effortlessly every time?" Watson suddenly chimed in with a startling remark. Her words caused the girls' exquisite faces to flush with a captivating glow, their hearts racing with excitement. "It seems it's getting late, right?" Stuart realized, understanding now why he appeared so unlike an ordinary person. With this revelation, she no longer feared being the villain. When the time comes, even if someone faces punishment or lashes, it will be instigated by Jessica and her companion, so I cannot be held accountable. Therefore, she hurriedly divulged the secret she knew. Women cannot conceal secrets in their hearts, so one should not expect them to keep confidences. "Sisters, do you know what I was about to say? Are you implying that you have uncovered his mutant secret?" Yes, I was afraid that if I revealed he was a mutant, you would be terrified, which is why I hesitated. If you were to become angry, it would be my undoing. Since Jessica has already disclosed that her beloved is a mutant, I shall share the astonishing news I just witnessed. He can fly. Just moments ago, he personally beheaded a monster wreaking havoc and slaughtering innocent civilians in the city. Stuart exclaimed with exuberance, and the others, initially taken aback by her words, erupted once more in excitement. "My goodness, he can indeed fly. Oh, I want him to take me flying. The kind of flight that lasts all night." "Hey, Megan, what kind of flying do you mean?" "Ah, how annoying. Miriam, don't you want that?" At that moment, Shimin, who, standing at the door, was bewildered. What madness was this group of women indulging in? One woman equates to 3,000 ducks. Was it truly wise for him to enter, considering he had 18,000 quacking ducks at home? The public's attitude towards mutants is polarized. After all, this is a nation that venerates individual heroism. Even notorious supervillains have numerous admirers, let alone a superhero who vanquishes monstrous lunatics. Although initially lured by monetary gain, they gradually fell in love with this lifestyle. The pleasure, both physical and spiritual, is an exquisite delight, an indescribable thrill that sends shivers down their spines. Once their frenzy subsided, Shimin, the esteemed gentleman, finally opened the door. Upon hearing the sound, they rushed to welcome their heroic savior. Before he could utter a word, one woman planted a fragrant kiss on him, followed by an enthusiastic embrace. Such unsolicited affection is either genuine or deceitful. After feeling the fervor of the girls, Shimin became wary, refusing to be seduced by their sugary advances. In the next moment, The women revealed their true intentions, chattering around him and causing him great consternation. "Hey, darling, don't look at us like that. You are now an unnamed hero. Are you a mutant or sorcerer?" Yes, yes, I have heard that in the ancient Eastern lands, everyone practices martial arts and sorcery. Could you teach us some skills? Perhaps the ability to send someone flying several meters like Bruce Lee? Darling, we wish to become superheroes too. Please teach us some techniques, we implore you. Isn't this a satisfactory reward for your desires? Shimon, in exasperation, rolled his eyes. He knew their flattery was either genuine affection or a deceitful ploy. Their expectant gazes seemed genuine. Dearest ladies, I must apologize, for at present I am unable to bestow upon you superpowers. Perhaps in the future, such abilities may be within my reach, but for now, I can only express my sincerest regrets. The troubled Menhuan shook his head gently, declining the advances of the women. According to the characteristics of the Bronze Brother, he could endow anyone with various abilities. This trivial matter was hardly a challenge. However, Menhuan refrained from granting them superpowers, at least not at this moment, as he was unwilling to take such a risk. Primarily, his own strength was insufficient to traverse the 9 realms without becoming a target. If they were to suddenly acquire superpowers, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Having 1 or 2 anomalies nearby might be justifiable, but if surrounded by them, it would appear exceedingly implausible. A person capable of granting others superpowers, regardless of the means, would be digging their own grave if they did not possess overwhelming strength to crush their adversaries. Upon hearing this, the women's expressions dimmed, as they realized the truth of the matter. After all, anomalies were exceedingly rare. As for Menhuan's mention of future possibilities, they regarded it merely as a means to comfort their wounded spirits. Is there no other way? I do not wish to find myself in peril, only to pray for a superhero's rescue, Stuart expressed with a hint of reluctance. Of course there is. Take Tony. For instance, his Iron Man suit is formidable, a bane to most villains. Upon hearing this, she felt disheartened. While Tony's armor could indeed transform an ordinary individual into a superhero, it was his exclusive invention. Stuart was correct. Tony was no fool. The Iron Man suit was his own, and he would never be so foolish as to allow the emergence of a second Iron Man. Well then, you may all rest easy. You are merely fleeting fancies. Whoever wishes to be a superhero may do so, Menhuan chuckled, understanding that their desires stemmed from a momentary whim. They were, after all, models and newcomers to the entertainment industry, inevitably harboring aspirations of stardom. Hee. The other girls, save for Stuart, smiled bashfully, their little thoughts laid bare. As he observed their innocent laughter, Menhuan shot them a playful glance. Yet upon further reflection, something felt amiss. In due time, I shall arrange for each of you to receive a piece of Tony's nano-armor for protection, as this world is becoming increasingly perilous. Menhuan stated nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the women were left astounded. They had not anticipated that Menhuan would regard them with such significance. I speak the truth. Menhuan reiterated earnestly. This declaration ignited a fervor within the women, overwhelming a certain individual in an instant. He was unable to keep up, as 5, 6, 7, or 8 limbs, along with telekinesis, all came into play. Iron Man had unfurled the grand tapestry of the Marvel Universe. Henceforth, he was not alone, but rather a rogue with a family to protect. Before Tony had even commenced his research on nano-armor, one could already envision seizing vibranium to forge their own suit in Wakanda. In the event that someone captures them and threatens him, even if he were to eliminate them, what if they were to insult him and cause him revulsion? Therefore, as a precaution, it is necessary to make arrangements. Zhao Hailuan's Minami technology is exceedingly practical, and Menhuan contemplated providing them with telepathic abilities to prevent mental manipulation. Yes, that shall be the course of action. The name Mystique suddenly sprang to mind as Menhuan indulged himself, indicating that he ought to find time to dispose of her. Chapter 20. The S.H.I.E.L.D. Operatives do not require evidence for arrest. Menhuan did not harbor any profound enmity towards her. The blame for Mystique's plight lay solely with this tumultuous world. After all, she had aged. Yet, it was not solely her age that was the issue. The adage a woman older by 3 years was not unfounded. Primarily, Mystique's ability to assume the appearance of anyone with almost no flaws made her a formidable threat. Since he was averse to dirty work, the only solution was to eliminate her, albeit discreetly, as Mystique had a history with Professor Charles and Magneto. After having successfully deceived Jessica and the others, Menhuan flourished at the mahjong table, undoubtedly as the king of the game. However, one could not let chaos reign in the mahjong room. How could one allow such disorderly conduct to transpire? It was utterly absurd. As for the tumult outside, it was beyond his control. He was already engulfed by the flood, while the media was in a frenzy. Mutants had remained relatively quiet for several years. Typically, an uncontrollable mutant might emerge, but their destructive capacity was rather limited, lacking any truly formidable mutants. However, the hulking yellow and green figures were akin to exemplary demolition workers, leaving destruction in their wake. The following morning, newspapers began to publish the photos they had taken, along with exaggerated reports of the incident. While enjoying breakfast, Menhuan, feeling bored, turned on the television to hear the enthusiastic praises of a beautiful host. "Oh my, darling, you are simply stunning," Megan exclaimed, pointing at the television, where a peculiar individual donned a gray wig. "Cough, cough. Maintain a low profile. I do not wish for my handsome visage to be widely recognized. You know how exhausting it is to be a celebrity," he boasted, relishing in his clever prank, which was merely a disguise to avoid exposure. Who said that wearing a black wig would deter admiration? Was he not spreading love in the world? Just then, the host began reporting on the significant losses incurred, including casualties and economic damages. According to preliminary statistics from relevant departments, yesterday's catastrophic event resulted in 125 fatalities, over 1,500 individuals with varying degrees of injuries, and more than 30 missing persons. The economic toll was equally devastating. In addition to several buildings being destroyed, countless shops, bridges, streets, and vehicles were obliterated, leading to thousands of car accidents. According to statistics from relevant authorities, the economic losses have reached a staggering amount in the hundreds of billions of dollars. Numerous eyewitnesses have confirmed that the root cause of this incident was a secret military experiment that spiraled out of control. The military has yet to respond, and according to witnesses, they appear to be attempting to conceal the truth. Fortunately, a valiant superhero intervened and dispatched the nefarious creature on the spot. "Ridiculous," Ross exclaimed in his office, furious as he slammed his cup down while watching the news. "When did we start protecting criminals? Can you journalists be truthful for once? Do you think you can just say anything? General, please do not be angry. These unscrupulous media outlets are merely seeking attention and are fabricating stories. We've all come to understand this over the years." A subordinate attempted to console him. "They must be sternly warned about what can and cannot be said. They ought to remember whose territory this is," Ross replied curtly, issuing commands to address the media outlets. He needed to vent his frustrations, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully. After ordering the regulation of those media outlets, he recalled the most pressing matter. "By the way, have Banner's whereabouts and Blonsky's body been returned?" "Rest assured, General, Blonsky's death is, in fact, a positive development. At least with him gone, old debts are settled. As long as his body remains, it poses no threat to our research. Banner has fled to Mexico, and for now, we are maintaining close surveillance without alarming him." His subordinate responded promptly. "Very well." Ross's mood lightened somewhat at hearing two pieces of good news. It was a relief. At SHIELD. "Damn it. How dare they impersonate our agents and commit fraud? I never issued any orders." Nick Fury seethed, slamming his hand on the table, while Hill, Coulson, and others remained silent, not wishing to provoke him. "Coulson, do you think this individual might be that crime lord, Simon?" "His build certainly resembles him," Fury remarked, pointing at the unclear video. "Director, are you referring to Simon 1? "Without concrete evidence, we cannot apprehend him," Coulson replied, shaking his head in frustration. He was reluctant to offend a ruthless criminal without irrefutable proof. "Evidence? We in SHIELD do not require evidence to apprehend individuals." Agent Sitwell, a close aide to Alexander Pierce, stated coldly. Coulson regarded him as if he were foolish. "Ahem, Agent Hill, what do you think? You have had contact with that crime lord, Simon. Is there a possibility of persuading him?" Fury inquired, looking at the dazed Hill. She had appeared distracted lately, which was uncharacteristic of a competent agent. "I think it might be worth a try." He doesn't seem like the type of irredeemable villain, Hill responded. After being abruptly awakened, Hill casually uttered a remark merely to mask her momentary stupor, unaware that Nick Fury would take her words at face value and subsequently assign her to further probe the situation. Very well, Agent Hill. Go ahead and ascertain whether such a possibility exists. The meeting is adjourned. Little did the esteemed Mr. Sheeman know that he had stirred a tempest. Basking in the sun and admiring the beauty around him was far more appealing than joining some nonsensical organization like S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon learning that Menhuan had acquired superpowers, Madeline promptly reported this to the organization, though Menhuan remained indifferent. As for her attempts to recruit him into Hydra, he outright rejected her on the spot and proceeded to interrogate her about Hydra's whereabouts. The notion of Hydra's demise held no moral burden for him. However, Madeline's knowledge was limited. Weeks had passed since the Hulk's confrontation with Abomination, and Sheeman was duly impressed by the remarkable efficiency of Marvel's construction crew. They truly deserved the title of infrastructure wizards. One day, while strolling with Megan and others, Sheeman was suddenly captivated by an insect shop. "This one will do," he declared. Megan and her companions glanced up and immediately shook their heads in vehement refusal, their bodies radiating disapproval. No, dear, you go in. We'll wait for you outside. We detest insects." Jessica frantically waved her hands, her expression akin to encountering a terrifying snake. "Cough, cough. Jessica is right," Watson quickly concurred. They would rather endure a sore throat than step foot in an insect shop. Alas, the world of insects may be fascinating, yet it appeared that the girls were not fond of such small creatures. With a bemused expression of artistic appreciation for the unusual, he entered the shop. The girls collectively thought, "It is not that we dislike small animals. Rather, we abhor repulsive insects." Chapter 21. The Self-Serving Hill. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" The disheveled shopkeeper greeted Sheeman warmly. The store was eerily quiet, with only him present, a clear indication that selling insects was indeed a rather niche business. "I require a beetle, a Southern California mite, an Anna hummingbird, a lighthouse jellyfish, and a mantis shrimp," he listed. Stop. The shopkeeper quickly interrupted, realizing that several of these creatures were not available in his shop. "Are you jesting, sir? This young man is quite fortunate, accompanied by 3 lovely ladies. How enviable. Sir, this is merely a standard insect shop. We do not carry the mantis shrimp, beetles, Anna hummingbirds, or lighthouse jellyfish, and many of these are protected species." Before the shopkeeper could finish, Sheeman produced a thick wad of cash, slapping the uncommon $100 bills onto the counter. "Is there a problem now?" The middle-aged man's eyes gleamed with greed. "Sir, I will ensure that all these prohibited items are in your possession within 2 weeks." Menhuan produced 2 stacks of banknotes, slapping them against the man's face. "What now? Just 5 days. A mere 5 days." The man, clenching his teeth, hastily assured, "I desperately desire these damn dollars." Satisfied, Sheminda Guanren nodded. Indeed, wealth has the power to sway even the most obstinate, and such influence is undeniably effective. At that moment, his gaze was captured by 2 peculiar beetles, prompting the shopkeeper to flatteringly introduce them. These are the ironclad beetle and the magic pillar beetle. The ironclad beetle is renowned for its formidable defensive capabilities within the beetle family. Its exoskeleton is exceedingly hard, capable of withstanding immense pressure, even that of a car's weight. It can endure forces of up to 149 newtons, which is equivalent to 39,000 times its own body weight. The other, the magic pillar beetle, is akin to a super tank within the same family, boasting a shell as hard as iron, resembling rough tree bark or stone. Its survival abilities are exceptional, remaining intact even under extreme physical pressure. The design of its exoskeleton allows it to disperse pressure, thereby preventing crushing. If you fancy them, take them all, though I, too, am an enthusiast of insects. Who could resist indulging you, given your willingness to spend? The man, resolute, decided to go all out. Encountering such a significant patron warranted the relinquishing of his prized possessions to curry favor. He promptly moved the glass case in front of Menhuan, packaging it up, even offering additional intriguing items. One of the spiders appeared rather sinister. Menhuan pointed to the particularly eerie spider and said, "Your discerning eye is impressive. This is the Sydney funnel web spider, notorious for its potent venom. The male spider's toxicity surpasses that of the female, with neurotoxins in its venom that can swiftly affect the human nervous system. Without an anti-venom administered within 15 minutes, death is highly probable. Then let us take it. Menhuan nodded, having long desired to test the potency of the venom that could potentially overwhelm the Great Lakes. Ahem, sir, would you mind? The man rubbed his hands together, grinning broadly. $10,000. In the future, you will exclusively gather various rare and bizarre creatures for me, and I assure you, my purchasing price will be generous. The man, filled with excitement, nodded vigorously. He had never encountered such a lavish spender before. The sheer peculiarity of the interests involved was astonishing. These items could barely fetch a few $100s at most. This was what they called the priceless joy of a wealthy patron. In the past, Menhuan would never have dared to part with such sums, but now, with his newfound wealth, it mattered little. It was akin to glimpsing a fragment of the celestial realm through a social media platform, realizing that hotels charging hundreds of thousands per night truly existed. In a world governed by the supremacy of wealth, he found no need to explain. The allure of green banknotes would silence all dissent. After leaving the insect shop, I accompanied Jessica and her friends as they strolled through the streets, purchasing various garments and accessories. While wandering, they suddenly decided to send Menhuan away, blushing as they entered a lingerie store to acquire some intimate apparel aimed at enhancing pleasure and excitement. I must say, accompanying women on shopping excursions is an endeavor that demands an extraordinary reserve of patience, as it can easily consume the better part of a day. By the time they returned home, it was already evening, satisfied with the trunk full of spoils. As soon as they opened the door, they were greeted by the sight of Hill engaging animatedly with Seer Shah and others, having not seen them for several days. The elite operative Hill, accustomed to handling delicate situations, was at a loss when faced with a few freshly minted young adults. Upon noticing Menhuan's return, Hill's complexion flushed with an unnatural hue, her mind evidently racing with unspoken thoughts. "Shall we talk?" Hill said, her voice tinged with anxiety. Remembering her mission, she steeled herself to confront the man she was reluctant to face. "Very well. Follow me," Menhuan replied with a wicked grin, an expression that sent a shiver down Hill's spine, igniting a sense of foreboding within her. However, with no alternative at hand, she had no choice but to follow him up the stairs, step by step. Creak! A door on the second floor swung open, and Hill nervously entered behind him, her mind swirling with apprehension. Suddenly, with a soft thud, the door was shut by an unseen force. Before she could react, she was flung onto the sofa, caught off guard and pinned down. "No, I'm not here to," Hill blurted, her eyes wide with anxiety, but before she could utter another word, the rogue had lowered his head to silence her. In a mixture of anger and helplessness, Hill could only whimper, and before long, she found herself fervently embracing someone's neck. After several minutes, nearly gasping for air, she reluctantly opened her eyes, filled with regret, only to meet the teasing gaze of her captor, which left her utterly mortified. "Oh, Hill, you truly are a useless fool, succumbing in the blink of an eye. Didn't we agree this wasn't tea about that?" She berated herself internally, wishing for her own strength as she faced the mocking eyes before her. "I'll have you know it was your forcefulness that led to this, not me. What are you doing? Let go. I didn't bring any clothes," Hill exclaimed, her previous feelings resurfacing, and in an instant, she forgot entirely why she had come. Downstairs, Jessica and her companions exchanged knowing glances. "I told you, any woman who encounters our family rogue is bound to fall under his spell." The sun gradually disappeared, yet the atmosphere remained charged, the temperature rising steadily. Before long, Hill found herself lamenting the lost days, desperately trying to make up for them, and soon felt overindulged. Stop! Let us change it up." Hill quickly raised her hand in a nervous plea. "For heaven's sake, do you want me to die? You beast." "Oh, truly pathetic," she muttered. Menhuan sneered, initially boasting with bravado about his lack of experience last time, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Yes, I am indeed worthless. Is that sufficient? I feel utterly exhausted, on the brink of collapse." Hill shook her head helplessly, resigned to his words and refusing to retort. "Never mind. Let us allow you a moment's respite. Did Nick Fury send you here to win me over?" Menhuan inquired with a smile, embracing her. Roughly speaking, Hill replied, finding a comfortable position to close her eyes, and soon fell into a deep slumber. By the time Menhuan descended the stairs, Jessica and the others had prepared dinner, not calling for Hill, allowing her to rest properly. Frustrated and perplexed, He could not fathom how she had become so engrossed. In the following days, she reported to Nick Fury that Menhuan seemed to exhibit signs of being courted, prompting Fury to have her monitor the situation closely. For her own momentary indulgence, Hill misled Fury's judgment, which led him to audaciously orchestrate a chance encounter with Menhuan. Chapter 22. A wild con on Nick Fury. On this day, Menhuan happened to accompany Jessica and Watson in search of a bumblebee, with the intent of persuading the bronze brother to transform it into a genuine bumblebee. Just as they exited the dealership, ready for lunch, he was unexpectedly recognized. "Mr. Sheeman, greetings. Oh, how delightful. When did I become a star? It seems I should avoid mingling with that scoundrel Tony in the future. He tarnishes my illustrious image." Menhuan smirked at the individual before suddenly comprehending the situation. "What brings you here?" The familiar, unwelcome presence had returned. The man, clad in a sharp suit with slicked back hair, exuded the air of a purveyor of dubious stocks or an insurance salesman. "Mr. Sheeman, may I invite you to dine? A prominent figure has reserved Luke Bernardine, and they would be honored for you and your companions to join." The man bowed slightly, gesturing toward a rather upscale restaurant in the distance. "Is that so? Even our director, known for his frugality, would part with such a sum to book the venue?" Menhuan jested. Instantly, the man's pupils dilated, realizing that indeed, he was addressing a figure to be approached with caution. "Ah, you jest. I am merely a humble server at the restaurant, hardly in a position to be associated with any special organization." He momentarily faltered, then lowered his gaze in a display of modesty, skillfully masking his expression. Menhuan couldn't help but admire his high caliber of demeanor. However, he had no desire to trouble a mere worker trying to make a living. Nodding for him to lead the way, it must be said that the Michelin-rated establishment indeed exuded an air of sophistication, with crystal chandeliers adorning the dining area, creating an atmosphere of opulence. Upon arriving at a lavish private room, he was taken aback to find that Nick Fury, the infamous figure, had yet to make an appearance. "Is this a display of power?" Menhuan disdainfully glanced at a certain corner, noting that this ridiculous private room was equipped with numerous surveillance cameras. "Since you, the Black Egg, wish to put on a show, I shall not indulge your theatrics." He spoke up. "My dear wives, since we have a distinguished guest treating us to a grand feast, let us not be overly modest. By the way, what is the most expensive wine you have here? Please arrange for the finest vintage to be served to me." Menhuan boldly plopped down, exuding an air of authority, as if he were some grand patriarch, intent on intimidating Nick Fury. The beautiful manager, aware of a notable figure renting the entire venue, quickly seized the opportunity to promote the restaurant's most prized possession. "Sir, our most expensive red wine hails from the Burgundy region of France, specifically the village of Vosne-Romani. It is the 1945 Romani-Cani, valued at a staggering 130,000. This is the last batch produced before the phylloxera infestation, crafted with a century-old technique, yielding only one bottle from every 3 grapevines." Gasp! 130,000 a bottle. The rustic Menhuan, despite his immense wealth, was utterly astonished. He remained a country bumpkin at heart. Naturally, Jessica and her sister were equally taken aback, wondering if it were made of gold. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Menhuan clapped his hands and declared, "That's the one." Unbeknownst to Fury, who stood behind the scenes, he anticipated that Menhuan might shy away from such an extravagant choice. Fury's face darkened, his heart bleeding at the thought of such extravagance. He had never even sampled it. But did Menhuan stop there? Clearly, ordering just one bottle was insufficient. He immediately ordered 2 additional bottles of the more affordable Louis XIII Remy Martin cognac. Fury could no longer remain seated, agitated. He rushed from behind the scenes to the forefront, determined not to let this scoundrel squander his hard-earned wealth. Was he here to negotiate business or merely to indulge? After all, he was a strategic partner of this establishment. To mask his agitation, Fury exaggeratedly laughed as he entered the private room, revealing his trademark wide smile and extending his hand. "Mr. Sheeman, you are indeed a remarkable gentleman, even more youthful and accomplished than portrayed in the news. We have long been connected in spirit." Fury, speaking fluent Mandarin, lavished praise upon Menhuan, leaving him somewhat astonished. "Director Fury, you have also surprised me. I never expected your Mandarin to be so fluent. It is truly admirable. Flattery in business is commonplace, and while Menhuan received a modicum of praise, it was not excessive. Fury, the esteemed director of SHIELD, indeed possessed the prowess to assemble a formidable team like the Avengers. Indeed, I share a strong rapport with your Dragon Nation. We are practically compatriots, Fury remarked charmingly, seamlessly entwining their connections. Director Fury, let us dispense with the pleasantries. If you have business to discuss, let's get straight to the point. Menhuan waved his hand dismissively, opting for candor. He recognized that playing mind games with Nick Fury, the cunning old fox, was futile, and thus he had no desire to engage in trivialities. Nick Fury, however, was evidently taken aback by Menhuan's directness, which disrupted his rhythm and left him feeling as though he had choked on dry flour. Taking a deep breath, Fury gathered his thoughts, preparing to respond. As a seasoned agent, he possessed the self-discipline required. After a brief moment of tension, Fury composed himself and spoke anew. I presume you have acquired superpowers. Would you care to elaborate? This should not be a secret, of course, but I also possess crucial information that I wonder if Director Fury might find intriguing. Menhuan replied with a smile, having seized the initiative in the negotiation and ensnared Fury in the process. The paranoia inherent in Fury's profession flared up, as he was compelled by an insatiable curiosity to uncover the secrets of others for his own peace of mind. Do elaborate, Fury said, maintaining his composure. But let's not forget that this is a transaction. For instance, news regarding the Illuminati, secrets of the Kamatage sorcerers, and the whereabouts of Asgard, among other things. Menhuan casually dropped several heavy bombshells, leaving Fury utterly bewildered. He had only a vague understanding of the Illuminati, but what on earth were Asgard and the sorcerers? At that moment, Fury resembled an eager student thirsting for knowledge, hastily asking, "What do you wish to trade, and how can I ascertain the authenticity of your claims? Let us dine first. We can converse as we eat. However, I presume this server is one of your trusted associates?" Menhuan deftly shifted the conversation, catching Fury off guard and forcing him to concede. Despite being a seasoned agent, Fury found himself outmaneuvered by this underworld leader. The implication was clear. It was time to dismiss eavesdroppers. Although they conversed in Mandarin, the presence of others posed a risk of being recorded. Fury awkwardly nodded and casually ordered a few signature dishes, wary of allowing Menhuan to make arbitrary choices. As they awaited their meal, the atmosphere grew somewhat somber, but Menhuan entertained himself by using telekinesis to amuse Jessica. The sight of Shemin effortlessly bending a steel fork with his mind caused Fury's eyelids to twitch. Such intangible power was capable of effortless lethality, able to take a life without a trace. Contemplating this, Fury felt an increased wariness toward Menhuan. In addition to flight and immense strength, he now possessed telekinesis as a superpower. Soon, the dishes began to arrive, with the beautiful manager personally serving their restaurant's signature meals. For instance, scallop caviar, tuna sea urchin tartare, pan-seared Dover sole, snowflake steak, and pasta. Logically, Menhuan should have simply waited for Nick Fury to partake before enjoying his meal, considering this could be likened to a banquet of fate. However, Menhuan indulged heartily, while Nick Fury merely nibbled, drowning his thoughts in wine. Of course, Menhuan was unfazed by the possibility of poison. Who would dare to taint such exquisite dishes? He could easily scatter Nick Fury's ashes if need be. After a satisfying meal, Shemin, the illustrious gentleman, contentedly swirled a glass of the $1 million Romanicani and savored a sip. He then pleasantly inquired, "What do you wish to know? Feel free to ask, though I trust you will compensate me as well. Concerning the sorcerers of Kamatage you mentioned, do they truly exist? Are they indeed a congregation of legendary mages?" Nick Fury's gaze was serious and intense as he fixed his eyes on Menhuan. "Rest assured, Kamatage does exist, though common folk cannot discern its location. It is often referred to as a realm for the fated," Menhuan replied with a smile. "But worry not, you shall encounter them in due time. Consider this a complimentary answer to your query. So, you are one of the fated? After all, you seem to possess knowledge of their existence, and even their whereabouts." Nick Fury probed, clearly testing the waters. Whether you are fated or not depends on your worth, be it in dollars or Chinese yuan," Menhuan cheekily interrupted, eliciting a darkening of Fury's countenance. This man had been spending money since he entered the room. Had he perhaps perished in a previous life due to falling into a money pit? "Speak plainly. What is it that you desire?" Nick Fury inhaled deeply, his tone grandiose. He understood the adage that one must spend to gain, and he was intensely intrigued by the prospect of sorcerers. If he could find these mysterious powers and recruit them to his cause or foster their talents, even a mere fraction of their abilities would suffice to handle any minor human issues. Very well, I do not require excessive conditions. I simply request the opportunity to select one item from your S.H.I.L.D. Warehouse 084, Menhuan stated nonchalantly. Nick Fury, taken aback, abruptly rose, startling everyone present. "You!" Fury exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment at Menhuan's knowledge of such a clandestine code. "How do you know about the secrets of 084? This is classified information within S.H.I.L.D., known only to a select few at the upper echelons. Do not concern yourself with how I acquired this information. Suffice it to say, if you can accept my terms, I can reveal to you the means and location to find those sorcerers." Menhuan maintained his calm demeanor. Nick Fury's eyes flickered with contemplation for some time. He realized this matter was not one he could decide unilaterally. He excused himself to consult with his guide and his esteemed associate, Alexander Pierce. Upon hearing of Nick Fury's serendipitous encounter, was equally intrigued. With the scarcity of high-end combatants within Hydra, the prospect of infiltrating the so-called Camartage and perhaps stealing a glimpse of their magic was irresistibly tantalizing. Pierce harbored grand ambitions, far surpassing those of Nick Fury, though the cards he held were somewhat lacking. Fury, if the other party was not a charlatan, could indeed permit him to select an item. The fact that he was aware of 084 indicated he possessed considerable expertise. After careful contemplation, Pierce remarked that since 084 had so many items lying dormant, granting him one was of little consequence. Thus, they agreed to accommodate the request. Nick Fury nodded in agreement, as his former superior had given his consent. Upon hastily returning to the private room after hanging up, Nick Fury promptly informed Menhuan that he had accepted his terms. "A wise choice," Menhuan exclaimed with a grin, relishing the opportunity to turn a well-known secret into profit. "As for the information regarding Camartage, I shall disclose it truthfully. It is nestled within the Himalayas, near modern-day Tibet, and long ago, it began as an isolated village. Historical records suggest that around 1500 BC, Agamotto first uncovered the existence of magic and established Camartage to instruct other gifted individuals in the art of sorcery. Subsequently, Camartage flourished, shifting its primary mission from healing to safeguarding the cosmos. You are likely familiar with the concept of parallel worlds. Our universe resembles an animal cell, while the multiverse is composed of numerous such cells. Surrounding us are various dimensions, akin to additional cells ruled by malevolent deities intent on invading our realm. The current task of Camartage is to protect our universe from such incursions. Wait, how can you possess such absurd knowledge, even mentioning malevolent deities? The more I listen, the more perplexed I become." Nick Fury interjected, feeling as though he were hearing a mythological tale, suspecting he was being duped. "I have heard that you people from the Dragon Nation delight in crafting fantastical tales. What of it? What is wrong with malevolent deities? Have you not encountered numerous extraterrestrials, which are not deemed absurd?" Simon retorted. "Is it permissible for aliens to exist while deities and malevolent entities are dismissed? Am I discriminating against deities? Against the Lord?" Fury stammered, alarmed at the implications. This was a matter of significant ideological correctness, and he feared the backlash from fervent believers could drown him in disdain. This accusation is unfounded. Goodness gracious! Suddenly, Fury realized, wait, how do you know about my dealings with extraterrestrials? This is information only I should possess. The tension escalated as he eyed Menhuan warily. "You must possess telepathic abilities. Oh, for heaven's sake! I loathe mutants, especially those like Charles, who are obsessed with prying into others' privacy." Simon retorted, casting a glance at the visibly anxious Fury. "Don't look at me like that. I do not possess telepathy." Simon added dismissively. Fury, now thoroughly flustered, questioned, "How could you possibly know my thoughts? This is getting overt." Your gaze betrays you. Are we supposed to be discussing serious matters? The Supreme Sorcerer of Camartage has foreseen that an extraterrestrial civilization will invade Earth in a few years, marking the most perilous and desperate catastrophe humanity has ever faced. Extraterrestrial invasion of Earth. Nick Fury could not help but scoff. Surely, The dangers of Earth have spread throughout the cosmos by now, especially since the Kree Empire has already collapsed. Do you think you are in a film? Do you truly believe that Earth possesses resources that would compel extraterrestrials to traverse vast galaxies for a grand invasion? I have previously inquired with some alien acquaintances, and they deemed Earth to be utterly barren, indeed impoverished. A war of invasion would barely suffice for their fuel expenses, though I am merely speaking metaphorically. Is that so? Do you believe that the cosmic cube, which your Menhuan is studying, could be something Earth can safeguard? Menhuan snickered disdainfully. Insisting on provoking him, wasn't he? Nick Fury shuddered once more. What secrets could possibly have that he was unaware of? The dark thoughts enveloped him. He sensed that Menhuan made a compelling argument, yet suddenly recalled the Supreme Sorcerer. So, this Supreme Sorcerer you mentioned, he must be extraordinarily powerful, for he can battle against malevolent deities. Surely he would intervene against mere extraterrestrials when the time comes. Alas, human strength is finite, and the current Supreme Sorcerer has reached the brink of exhaustion, unable to withstand the day of alien invasion, while the future successor is currently reveling in the luxury of a Lamborghini. Menhuan deliberately sighed, for he would rather not invoke the name of the Ancient One, lest she overhear. The Ancient One perished due to the exorbitant cost of special effects, serving merely the narrative. If the Ancient One had not died, how could Thanos have gathered the Infinity Stones? Nick Fury felt a tremor in his heart once again. Exhaustion. According to his implication, by the time of the alien invasion, the Supreme Sorcerer would have long since fallen, and the successor seems yet to have matured. Wait, this fellow cannot be suggesting that he himself is the future Supreme Sorcerer. Can he? Indeed, he is driving a Lamborghini. Nick Fury silently scoffed. It seemed he had been led by the nose all day by this individual. He cast a dubious glance at him. Are you hinting, in such a roundabout manner, that you will be the Supreme Sorcerer in the future? Me? How could you think that? Of course, if you believe so, I shall not deny it. I am indeed the most gifted future Supreme Sorcerer in the entire universe. Someone glanced at Nick Fury in surprise, then shamelessly began to boast. Nick Fury thought to himself, I have never encountered such unabashed audacity. Menhuan added, if you could give me your orange cat, I would refrain from scavenging treasures at I am, after all, a cat lover. Damn it. He knows. He understands about the Devourer. Nick Fury had become numb by shock. The identity of the orange cat, Gugu, as a devourer of worlds, was a secret known only to him. Until now, for another had been added to this select few. During the Cosmic War, our Supreme Sorcerer had been quietly observing everything from the shadows, including Carol's fierce confrontation with the Kree fleet. She was fully aware of all that transpired. Menhuan continued unabated, indifferent to Nick Fury's expression. Fury was now compelled to believe, while earthly matters might be discerned through careful investigation, if Shemin was privy to the affairs of space, it could only mean that the assertions made were indeed true. Taking a deep breath, Nick Fury inquired, can you tell me which cosmic force is poised to invade Earth? I don't know, Menhuan replied bluntly. I am merely the future Supreme Sorcerer. The current Supreme Sorcerer alone possesses such secrets. Of course, if every matter relied solely on our sorcerers from Kamartaj, what use would you have for us? One must ultimately rely on oneself. Nick Fury felt a wave of frustration wash over him. So you've been talking just to show off. Let us defer further discussions for now. I will assign a specialized agent to liaise with you, and you need not worry about the compensation. Wait, let Hill coordinate with me. Very well. Now, shall we discuss Asgard? Will they really sit idly by while Earth is invaded? I need to pet a cat for 10 minutes. Agreed. Oh, Asgard is in turmoil. The old man is dead. And siblings are vying for the throne. A true display of brotherly rivalry. The younger brother betrays the elder loves the younger, and the eccentric sister strikes both. Consequently, Asgard was utterly devastated. Blast it! Nick Fury's mind was in turmoil. Each one of them was formidable, yet when the moment of truth arrived, they faltered. Was it truly necessary for Nick Fury to clutch that legendary pager in his pocket at all times? As he headed to pet a cat, Nick Fury seethed with indignation. Increasingly convinced that something was amiss, he had been the one speaking endlessly. In the end, it was either this one had fallen or that one had betrayed. When the critical moment came, None were there to assist. Damn it. It must be said that their S.H.I.L.D. technology was impressive. The flight from New York to Washington was swift, and he arrived in the capital after a brief nap. Naturally, Nick Fury would remain at headquarters, while the other high-ranking members of S.H.I.L.D. were stationed at their respective divisions. This old fox, Nick Fury, was exceedingly cautious. The phrase "a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows" scarcely sufficed to describe him. Fortunately, Gugu was relatively quiet on Earth and never stirred trouble. With a heavy heart, Nick Fury merely wished to see this matter resolved swiftly, hoping the cat would not inadvertently harm itself in the process. Menhuan, Nick Fury called as he opened the door to his small villa, turning to address Menhuan, who stood relaxed, gazing at the orange cat lounging by the window. As if sensing scrutiny, the devourer of worlds calmly raised its head and cast a glance at Menhuan, showing not an ounce of surprise. He had never anticipated that conquering humanity would be so effortless, merely standing there and having a multitude of slaves come forth to appease him. "Hey, Mr. Nick Fury, might I request that you relinquish the orange cat to me? I shall refrain from selecting items at your S.H.I.L.D. for the time being. Grant me 5 minutes, and I shall converse with it," Menhuan said with a mischievous grin. This magnificent orange feline must be allowed to fulfill its potential. To simply exist as a cat would be a gross misallocation of its worth. "Mr. Shimin, I must apologize, but given your awareness of its uniqueness, I believe it does not rightfully belong to me. I can unilaterally acquiesce to your request, but whether you can take it away rests solely on your capabilities." Nick Fury replied, a flicker of joy igniting within him, though he maintained an outward facade of reluctance as he reluctantly agreed to Menhuan's request. "It's a deal," Menhuan exclaimed, as though fearing a change of heart from Fury. "It's a deal," Fury affirmed, maintaining an air of calmness, unconvinced that this young man could successfully deceive him into acquiring the creature. As they entered the room, Menhuan made a beeline for the creature, which merely cast a haughty glance in his direction. The orange cat, Gugu, mused to itself, "Have the foolish humans once again fallen under my spell? Brother Bronze, is it possible to subdue this orange cat directly?" Menhuan silently called upon the bronze cauldron. "Affirmative," the bronze cauldron replied with composure. "Then it is settled." With a sense of reassurance from the affirmative response, Menhuan swiftly approached and embraced the orange cat. Gugu, accustomed to the fervent adoration of enthusiastic fans, offered no resistance. However, in the next moment, it sensed something amiss. With a flash of light, it succumbed to unconsciousness. Menhuan, cradling the creature, promptly hurled it into the bronze cauldron, where the radiance, surpassing any force in the universe, instantaneously atomized it. Where did Gugu go? How did it vanish so suddenly? Nick Fury blinked in confusion, having just witnessed Menhuan fervently clutching the cat, only for it to disappear moments later. "Director Fury, does your orange cat possess some spatial abilities? How could it simply vanish?" Menhuan retorted, casting a discontented glance at the bewildered Nick Fury. "How should I know? I've heard that the Devourer can consume any substance, but I had no idea it could teleport." Nick Fury scratched his head in perplexity, sensing something was amiss, yet unable to articulate it, as he watched the orange cat mysteriously disappear into thin air. "Well, I'm not concerned with that. I must go to your S.H.I.E.L.D. to select an item as compensation. Clearly, Gugu has made its own escape." Menhuan, unyielding in his argument, pressed his advantage, realizing that if Fury was allowed to gain the upper hand, it would spell disaster for him. "I never stated otherwise, did I? I only mentioned that you could take Gugu, provided it willingly accompanied you. The current situation evidently indicates that Gugu chose to flee rather than join you. That cannot be held against me." Nick Fury shrugged nonchalantly, reveling in his satisfaction, feeling a sense of vindication. "I previously mentioned that I needed 5 minutes to discuss terms, and you must allow me that time. Now, before the 5 minutes are up, you deliberately give Gugu a signal to make a quick escape. Shouldn't you be responsible for this loss?" "I do not. You are speaking nonsense. That is not who I am." Nick Fury, with a swift motion, exclaimed that he knows what he has done. "Am I not aware of my own actions? I do not care for your evasions. I simply ask if the 5 minutes have passed. They have not. However, do not say however, since the 5 minutes have not elapsed. Does that not mean this transaction has been forcibly terminated? Should you not return the item? But no buts. Either you summon the orange cat, and we continue our discussion until the 5 minutes are complete, or we will leave it at that. Menhuan interjected, gesturing to interrupt him. Nick Fury replied, how would I know where Gugu has gone? How can I summon it for you? Is there anything wrong with my approach? Who could possibly find fault with it? What has happened to your stature as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Nick Fury found himself at a loss for words, realizing that he was, in fact, in the wrong. He decided to let it go, considering it a loss he had to accept. Very well, I shall allow you to choose one item, but on the condition that it cannot be the Tesseract. Nick Fury gritted his teeth in agreement, yet he felt compelled to remind him not to covet the Tesseract. All right. Technically, I could select any item from your esteemed collection at S.H.I.E.L.D., but I am magnanimous. Since that is the case, let us proceed. I shall select one at random. Truth be told, only the Tesseract piques my interest among your collection. Nick Fury scoffed at his self-aggrandizing remarks, inwardly hoping that he could indeed live up to his own claims of grandeur. Chapter 25. Seizing Captain America's shield, immunity to mind control. Super regeneration, it has become evident that believing his fabrications is less reliable than trusting that the sun could rise from the west. Nick Fury ground his teeth in frustration. He had already concealed the valuable items, leaving no opportunity for selection. No one has ever managed to pilfer valuable treasures from my pockets. The young man is simply too naive. To Nick Fury's utter astonishment, Menhuan audaciously demanded that he hand over Captain Steve's iconic shield, deciding not to select anything else. No, Captain America's shield sank with him into the depths. Nick Fury outright denied it, for although that item held little practical significance, its symbolic weight was as uplifting as a general's glory. Schumann glanced at him. Director Fury, your expression does not suggest otherwise. What? You can see my expression? Nick Fury was taken aback. Are you not speaking nonsense? Enough. Do not attempt to bargain with the future Sorcerer Supreme. You cannot withstand the wrath of the Sorcerer Supreme. Someone declared, feigning authority. Can we not exchange for another item? Nick Fury struggled desperately. Just give me half. Menhuan took a step back and said, you. Fury, infuriated, glared and exclaimed, how can you even utter such a request for just half? Do you expect me to wield the remaining half of the shield and explain to the fervent admirers of Captain America, Steve Rogers, that their steadfast support has been severed in two? What do you want with Captain America's shield? Fury asked wearily. I am an ardent admirer of Captain Rogers. One could say I am his devoted follower. Naturally, I wish to collect his shield, Menhuan replied, feigning seriousness. Fury retorted, just moments ago, you claimed to be an enthusiastic cat lover, and now you profess to be a supporter of Captain America. He contemplated reneging on the deal, but reconsidered, weighing his own strength and mysterious background against the loss. As a leader, Fury's concerns extended beyond mere trifles. Discipline was paramount in large-scale operations. Reluctantly, Fury gritted his teeth and proceeded to the hidden storage of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s utmost secrets, the 084 facility, where Captain America's vibranium shield hung silently on the wall, awaiting its master. Unfortunately, its master would likely never return. Fury had already packed it away to gift to another. The sole opportunity for extraction was granted to the orange cat, leaving Menhuan with no choice but to temporarily keep the vibranium shield. Watching someone leave triumphantly with a wide grin, Fury's expression remained inscrutable. The road ahead was still long. He noticed Hill's transformation, clearly devoted to her career, with mere vibranium being insignificant. As long as Hill could capture his heart, a sprinkle of magic for their agents would yield tremendous rewards. The Captain America's shield was inconsequential. Fury could create 100 replicas, and who could discern the genuine from the counterfeit? Menhuan opted not to depart by airplane, but instead checked into an ordinary hotel to extract the devourer of the source. Bronze brother, I am ready, he said, sitting cross-legged in the bathtub with a hint of excitement. As you wish. The moment the words left, a flash of light enveloped him, causing Simon to tremble slightly. This transformation was silent and subtle. As the metamorphosis concluded, a flurry of information surged into his mind. Dimensional pocket, a superlative personal space vast enough to contain an entire universe. Super healing, you now possess formidable self-repair and regeneration abilities. allowing for rapid recovery even from severe injuries, akin to Wolverine or Deadpool. Mental control immunity. Immunity to any form of mental manipulation. Energy projection. You have further fused abilities, capable of absorbing not only the Arc Reactor, but any cosmic energy. Incredible. This latest enhancement filled him with exhilaration, while the dimensional pocket was of little consequence. The self-healing ability and immunity to mental control were of utmost importance to him. The Marvel Universe is cluttered with an overwhelming array of characters, and he has never harbored a genuine interest in comics, aside from occasionally gleaning insights from short videos. The notion of encountering a telepathic mutant fills him with trepidation. Thus, he refrains from delving into the world of mutants and gathering information about their abilities. He promptly reopens the Hall of Memories to reassess and summarize his own powers. Creator, Menhuan. Age, 24 abilities, super strength, super physique, super stamina, super healing, ant manipulation, telekinesis, dimensional pocket, energy rays, immunity to mental control, item, vibranium shield life energy, 693. 230. What a thrill. Pura exhilaration. As twilight descended, Menhuan soared once more into the skies of New York. Accompanying him were several oversized, pastel-hued masks emblazoned with numbers. The sprawling metropolis of New York, a veritable melting pot, had become a cacophony of chaos. Passengers seated in first class were perplexed, questioning the declining service of contemporary airlines. Aside from a few unremarkable women, the flight was notably devoid of the three stewardesses who had been touted as the most beautiful in the industry. The ensuing period was remarkably tranquil. Madeline faced severe reprimands from her superiors due to her lackluster work performance, prompting her boss to personally seize the so-called meteorite. The outcome was merely an opportunity for Menhuan to obliterate their clandestine operations in New York. You can no longer ignore me. I have betrayed Hydra, and they will not spare me, Madeline lamented, her eyes wide and pleading, exuding a feline charm as she sought Menhuan's sympathy. Fear not, you are merely bait. Those you have betrayed will not let you escape easily, so I shan't allow you to be killed too swiftly. If you perish, whom shall I hunt? Menhuan replied with a mischievous grin. Madeline added, aside from annihilating a number of Hydra's operatives, he has transformed into a butcher, ruthlessly slaughtering fish. I have been fishing in America for decades, and my heart has grown as cold as my blade. Yet, his endeavors extended beyond mere fishing. He typically employed electrical methods to enhance efficiency. The slaughterhouse operations were equally ferocious, leaving Tony baffled. Why abandon the life of a crime lord to indulge in the mass slaughter of fish, pigs, cows, sheep, and chickens? Was it a twisted psychological need to satiate a bloodlust he could not fulfill? Impressive. The life energy of fish varies significantly, encompassing a vast array of species and sizes. From mere points to hundreds, the energy derived from livestock also fluctuated, small chickens yielding a few points while larger cows could offer 100 or more. Within mere months, he monopolized the supply of various poultry and livestock meat for hundreds of supermarkets and restaurants, securing control over farms and ranches across New York State and several neighboring regions. Undoubtedly, the harvest from this endeavor is immensely substantial. The projection of the bronze cauldron encompasses all his enterprises, and within a mere few months, he has amassed over 30 million points of life energy. While losses are inevitable, the financial crisis has afforded him some unexpected gains, particularly as the primary contract for the fish pond has incurred significant deficits. Overall, he finds himself exceedingly satisfied. The losses amount to merely a few $1,000,000, while the rewards are extraordinarily grand. On a tranquil night in the Pacific, the figure of Menhuan suddenly materializes, resembling a swiftly moving black dot. His speed reaches an astonishing magnitude, nearing the terrifying velocity of 10 Mach. Tony, who has been monitoring him by satellite, is rendered utterly astonished. This is outrageous. Jarvis, mobilize all satellites of Stark Industries to closely observe any spacecraft entering Earth from outer space. Menhuan commands sternly. Understood, Mr. Sheeman, Jarvis replies. I must ask, Sheeman, why are you so concerned about a mere publicity stunt of a space exploration vessel? Tony shrugs, displaying his bewilderment. I require an armored suit as well. Do you not think possessing a suit of armor is rather cool? Ordinary clothing won't suffice. Should it tear during battle, I fear you might feel inferior. Menhuan jests playfully. Get lost, Tony retorts, his face dark with displeasure. I merely haven't revealed my peculiarities. Otherwise, I would frighten you to death. I shall not engage in further trivialities, Menhuan says with a chuckle, opting instead to patiently await the symbiotic battle suit, which he believes cannot be overlooked. Chapter 26. Is he a celestial deity's offspring? The symbiote goes completely haywire. Mr. Sheeman, the Life Foundation's space exploration vessel you instructed me to monitor has entered the atmosphere. Wait, it appears to be malfunctioning, veering off its predetermined course and plummeting rapidly towards the direction of Malaysia. I hope it does not crash, Jarvis states calmly, exhibiting no emotional fluctuations as an intelligent program, while Menhuan remains equally composed, soaring towards Malaysia at breakneck speed. 1 Mach, 3 Mach, 5 Mach, until he surpasses the speed of 10 Mach, causing the satellites tracking him to overload. Damn it, Tony exclaims in shock, unable to fathom that this individual could actually exceed 10 Mach. Simultaneously, the Life Foundation, which had been engaged in jovial conversation and preparations for celebration, suddenly receives an urgent distress signal from the Life 1 spacecraft. Control Center calling Life 1, please respond. Control Center calling Life 1, please respond. However, after the distress signal was transmitted, no further replies were received, plunging the entire command center into chaos. Menhuan gazes up at the starry sky, witnessing the Life 1, trailing a breathtakingly brilliant tail, plummet to Earth like a meteor. Then, with a thunderous crash, it strikes the forest floor, erupting into a fiery blaze. And the Life 1 skids across the ground like a stone skipping on water. Menhuan could only watch helplessly, for he was no Superman capable of bearing the weight of an aircraft. The impact of a rapidly descending spaceship would be no less than 800,000 tons, if not a million. His meager strength of several hundred tons was merely akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree, and he was certainly no saint. As the sole witness to this unfolding drama, Menhuan's mental prowess allowed him a fleeting glimpse of the entire spaceship meeting its demise. If such a collision did not result in death, it could only imply that the individual's body had undergone some transformation. He was curious whether these symbiotes had voluntarily come to Earth, or had been compelled to do so. If it were indeed possible to facilitate the voluntary arrival of symbiotes, then the Life Foundation would undoubtedly possess considerable power. Regardless of the so-called Life Foundation, the inept Eddie and Venom were no match for him. So why should he be concerned? As his mental energy swept over the ship, he discerned a few grotesque liquid forms writhing within specialized containers. If his conjecture held true, these were the legendary symbiotes. The symbiote planet was indeed a remarkable place, and he vowed to capture them all should the opportunity arise, for the symbiote army was formidable. Menhuan spoke with avarice, his eyes igniting with a searing energy as he effortlessly sliced through the damaged door of the spacecraft. The symbiotes' frenzied slaughter of their own kind resembled a form of cultivation. To avoid being consumed by their peers, they resorted to devouring one another without hesitation. His objective was singular: to seize these 4 symbiotes, allowing them to consume one another and grow stronger, ultimately sacrificing the mightiest among them to the bronze cauldron to forge his own exclusive battle suit. As a future harbinger of justice, one could hardly overlook the necessity of a strikingly impressive outfit. The moment Menhuan stepped into the spaceship, the symbiotes erupted into a frenzy. Oh, God of Nor! This being's physique was astonishingly powerful. Was he a divine offspring? Damn, I have possessed Deadpool, yet I have never encountered such an extraordinary form. It felt as though I glimpsed the future. How could such a backward solar system give rise to a being of his caliber? Was he a member of the legendary Asgardian race? Listen up, comrades. You stand no chance against me. Should I merge with him, I would become the mightiest symbiote. I scoff at the so-called god of symbiotes. Nor, begone. The distance you need to traverse is immeasurable. Do you truly believe you are the boss? The symbiotes were driven into a complete frenzy, excited and restless. Even if Menhuan forbade them from consuming one another, it would be futile. In their fervor to seize the opportunity to merge with Menhuan, or rather, to share mutual benefits, they would obliterate even their progenitor. Wouldn't they, Venom? Where is Venom? Venom trembled in fear, too ashamed as a symbiote to show himself, likely aware that he would be swiftly eliminated if he dared to reveal himself. These 4 symbiotes were presumably designated for devouring, chaos, venom, and howling, though Menhuan was not entirely certain. regardless of their nature from this day forth. They would merely serve as a symbiotic battle suit. Upon arriving, Menhuan stood there, and the symbiotic entities began to frantically collide against the specially crafted glass vessels, desperately seeking an escape. They could perceive, with astonishing clarity, the exuberant vitality emanating from Menhuan, akin to a blazing sun in the night sky. As symbionts, they possessed an innate understanding of genetics. At that moment, Menhuan's genes appeared to them as a lethal poison. What exquisite genes! They sparkled like the stars gracing the night, a true miracle of creation. The venomous admiration left them speechless, gazing at Menhuan, their minds swirling in bewilderment at such perfection. Although Menhuan could not comprehend their language, he clearly observed their frenzied demeanor. Greed, huh? How insatiable, like a snake attempting to swallow an elephant, oblivious to the impending doom that awaited them while foolishly attempting to possess him. Menhuan scoffed. Coveting my body? You must possess the capability for that. Grasping the special vessels containing the symbiotic entities, Menhuan soared into the air, departing in the blink of an eye. Soon, the local police and military would arrive. He had no intention of engaging with them. His symbiotic attire was far more important. With 4 symbiotic entities in tow, Menhuan raced towards New York at a staggering speed of 10 Mach, traversing nearly half the globe in approximately an hour and a half. As for the traces of slaughter hinted at in the movie's final Easter egg, he could not be bothered to seek them out, as long as he remained concealed. It mattered not where the search led. By the time Menhuan returned to the Stark Industries headquarters in New York, it was deep into the night, and Tony awaited him with palpable excitement. Rhodey, the dark-skinned pilot, was attempting to chase down Menhuan in their prideful aircraft. Oh, for heaven's sake! This mutant is invading American airspace. Does he realize that? However, as he valiantly regarded America as his home to protect and issued stern warnings, he ought to examine how his ancestors arrived here. Naturally, he could not even catch a glimpse of Menhuan's retreating figure. Tony, your armor needs to evolve. I am thoroughly dissatisfied with your progress. As a superhero, you exhibit a disconcerting lethargy. Upon entering Stark Tower, Menhuan found Tony leisurely savoring a glass of red wine and could not resist a teasing remark, fully aware of the reasons behind Tony's lackadaisical demeanor. Do not mention my iron armor. I find myself far more intrigued by your battle attire now. Tony observed the youthful and vibrant Menhuan, his tone tinged with an inexplicable sadness. Menhuan replied, one cannot become fat in a single breath. There's an old saying in my homeland. Recognize. Oh no. The road will reveal itself when a mountain is reached. Let us not dwell on dreary topics. I shall emerge shortly and undoubtedly astonish you. He patted Tony's shoulder with a smile. Then I shall eagerly await your revelation. Tony's lips curled into a slight smile. Curiosity piqued as to what marvel this extraordinary individual would unveil. Chapter 27. Let us devour each other. Only the strong are worthy to don my armor. Menhuan cast Tony a reassuring glance before stepping into the pre-prepared laboratory, a sanctuary of absolute safety, in the event that he might not return home. Given the overwhelming presence of women within, he feared the sudden manifestation of a symbiote. Bang! Menhuan had long been prepared. In the instant he raised his hand, he shattered the special vessel containing 4 symbiotes. At the moment the vessel fractured, the symbiotes descended into complete madness, rushing towards Menhuan in a frenzy. Even the weakest of them, the Venom, was unwilling to yield, charging towards the dazzling sun it longed for, captivated by its brilliant genes. Mine, mine, he is mine. Get lost. Get away from me. He is mine. Venom, how dare you claim him? I am your creator. Get away. I am your father. The symbiotes could not even approach Menhuan before their insatiable greed drove them from verbal sparring to a brutal clash. They attempted to inhabit a host first, but no living creature was available for possession. Nonetheless, even the most primitive physical confrontations exhibit a hierarchy of strength. In their liquid form, the symbiotes could extend appendages or sharp structures to attack each other, or directly bite and absorb one another's essence. A single bite could assimilate the genetic code of the opponent, enhancing their own abilities. This was the essence of primal combat. At this moment, the symbiotes were engaged in a fierce struggle, each taking bites from the other in a grotesque display. Although Venom was deemed the shame of the symbiotes, it had its own cunning, akin to a hard tooth. though it appeared less formidable than a tongue. Ultimately, the tongue endured and remained intact. Venom, the so-called disgrace of the symbiotes, was like a transparent entity, yet it was the clever one, seizing the opportunity while the others were locked in a life-and-death struggle. Making its way towards the onlooker, Menhuan. At this moment, Venom was overwhelmed with joy. Closer, closer. Once I successfully possess him, the other petty nuisances will be nothing more than bugs that can be crushed with ease. The actions of Venom left all the symbiotes in shock. They never anticipated this treacherous move from Venom. You shall perish. Venom, I will end you. You wretched creature. You truly deserve to die. Human. Quick hide. Do not let him possess you. The symbiotes ceased their brutal conflict, shifting to a frenzied cacophony of screams. If rage could incinerate symbiotes like true fire, Venom would have been reduced to ashes at that moment. They were on the brink of despair, as each moment lost meant they could never catch up, especially when several moments had passed. At this juncture, Venom was laughing maniacally within, knowing that the one who endures until the end would be the ultimate victor. However, just as it believed victory was assured, the human it intended to possess raised a hand, unleashing an intensely scorching beam that filled Venom with terror, halting its advance. The symbiotes dreaded flames and ultrasonic waves above all. The searing fire could incinerate them in an instant. At this moment, all symbiotes fell into silence. Even though Venom was prevented from taking control, they too were unable to possess. The flames and ultrasonic waves instilled a deep fear within them, as it was evident that the opposing force could neither be subdued nor was willing to be subjugated. Arvis, is the ultrasonic equipment ready? Mr. Sheeman, as you wished, everything is in order. All right, shall we present our extraterrestrial friends with a symphony of exquisite sounds? Very well. Mr. Sheeman, I am certain our alien companions will be utterly delighted by our welcoming ceremony. As Arvis concluded his statement, the symbiotes suddenly erupted into agonizing shrieks, writhing on the ground like grotesque apparitions. Any ordinary person unfamiliar with the situation would likely be terrified to the point of losing control. Menhuan could not comprehend their cries, yet he could easily discern their torment and struggle. This was their nemesis. He gazed down at them, his voice icy. I require only the strongest symbiote as my suit. So let the spectacle commence. The symbiotes clearly understood his intent. Fear is an instinctual response, and when pushed to the brink, they could forget their terror. At this moment, Menhuan offered them a chance at survival. They had already succumbed to madness, driven by their own bloodlust. To devour their kin was the path to greater power, a testament to their nature as a species that thrived on conflict. They fought not merely to survive, but to possess the perfect genes of beings they could not refuse. You wretched creatures, my chaos is the strongest force among you. You should sacrifice yourselves for my ascendance. Only I can forge a new era for our symbiotes. Why can't you aid me in this? With the dual forces of impending death and a brilliant future fueling its frenzy, the chaos howled maniacally. Indeed, slaughter them. The weak are destined for elimination. I shall only choose the strongest as my armor. Remember this. Menhuan taunted them, asserting that his battle attire could not be anything less than the mightiest. The notion of possession was merely a ruse to deceive them. The ultimate victor among them would be sacrificed to the bronze cauldron. Chaos, devouring venom, and howls. Were they not all products of the symbiote's struggle for survival? Faced with the brutal threat of malevolent forces, their savagery intensified. Why do you defy me? Do you wish to obliterate the hope of symbiotes? Chaos roared in fury, its tendrils rapidly ensnaring other symbiotes in a frenzied assault. It was over. Venom sighed in despair, aware of the disgrace that had befallen the symbiote planet, watching as they reached this point. Any organism facing the specter of death can unleash a power that is truly astonishing. Venom transcended its own cowardice, forgetting fear and despair, and lunged at chaos with savage intent. Chaos could never have anticipated that its own arrogance would lead to its downfall, being the first to be eliminated. Devour and Howl understood that they must first eliminate the mightiest of the chaos before turning their attention to the weakest, Venom, culminating in an ultimate confrontation. Thus, Devour and Howl launched a joint assault against Chaos, whose arrogance gradually succumbed to their combined ferocity amidst its own screams and terror. No, no, no. This cannot be my fate. I have yet to surpass Gnarl. I refuse to accept this. Chaos howled in agony and despair, struggling to withstand the onslaught of Devour and Howl, with Venom even joining the fray. Venom, fully aware of the necessity to bolster its own strength, understood that only by securing an alliance with one of them could it hope to eliminate the strongest and survive. The symbiote had endured for countless years, and none of them were to be underestimated. Chaos paid the ultimate price for its arrogance, while Devour, Howl, and Venom grew ever stronger. Devour, you surely cannot match Howl. Can you? Why not join forces to send it to meet Gnarl? You know my weaknesses, and you would not wish to confront the formidable Howl alone, would you? Venom, cunning and shrewd, feigned weakness to seek a sliver of hope for survival. As expected, Devour was intrigued. Faced with Howl and Venom, it understood the wisest course of action. Venom, you shall perish, Howl exclaimed, enraged, hurling curses at Venom, lamenting how a symbiote could sink to such depths of treachery. Yet, this was a trap from which there was no escape. Devour would not squander the opportunity to turn the tables, decisively choosing to ally with Venom to vanquish Howl. In its final moments, the pitiful Howl cursed Venom's ancestors, dying in a state of utter humiliation. How intriguing, Menhuan observed, captivated by the intricate web of deceit and stratagems, revealing that those who lived long enough became astute. Chapter 28, Sacrifice. The battle suit is formed, refining Captain America's shield. The battle had reached a critical juncture where victory and life itself were at stake. Devour and Venom reaped substantial advantages from Chaos and Howl. Yet the entirety of the symbiote planet knew of Venom's inherent weakness, even if it gained some benefits. The inept Venom could never overcome its shortcomings without the foolish Eddie to balance its deficiencies. The combat had initially seemed evenly matched, but as time passed, the tide turned overwhelmingly against Venom. Ultimately, it was too feeble. This was not its exclusive narrative, nor was it the protagonist. Weakness ultimately begets weakness. The tale of the underdog's triumph did not unfold. Venom was ruthlessly eliminated by Devour, its remains scattered across the battlefield. In the end, Venom perished at the hands of its own progeny, with only Devour emerging victorious as the sole symbiote. At this moment, Devour refrained from any impulsive actions, choosing instead to await the command from its master, who could easily extinguish its existence. It was then that Menhuan spoke. Only by consuming your fellow symbiotes can you truly earn the right to become my battle suit. Excellent. I am exceedingly pleased. The entity known as Devour trembled at the words, for it seemed that only a divine offspring could possess such audacity. According to cinematic interpretations, once a symbiote bonds with a host, it swiftly deciphers the host's genes and even consciousness. The host merely becomes a puppet, while the symbiote seizes total control, enhancing the host's genetic makeup while subjugating it. However, in the presence of Menhuan, the dynamics shifted. The symbiote could only obediently follow commands, relegated to a subservient role. Devour, now behaving obediently like a dog, could not possibly remain compliant as it awaited the opportune moment to strike. The instant it bonded, it would unravel the host's genetic chain and cognitive patterns to achieve dominance. Yet, it remained oblivious to the formidable existence it was about to confront. Under Menhuan's directive, it once again entered a peculiar vessel to await its bonding. Brother Bronze, it is entrusted to you, Menhuan remarked, gazing at the writhing symbiote. As you wish, the bronze cauldron responded with its customary indifference, relentlessly refining the entity. Devour continued to fantasize about a glorious future, only to be abruptly engulfed by a flash of white light, plunging it into an eternal reverie. In the blink of an eye, a new swastika tattoo materialized, erasing the symbiote's consciousness entirely. With a mere thought, Menhuan tapped the tattoo on the back of his hand, and a battle suit reminiscent of nanotechnology gradually enveloped him, fitting seamlessly to his form. Venom Spider-Man is quite impressive, but my symbiotic battle suit surpasses his in sheer magnificence. It is simply flawless, Menhuan mused with satisfaction. Beneath the pristine light, the suit, conjured from the symbiote, exuded an aura of mystery and danger. It resembled a flowing night, its surface smooth as a mirror, yet subtly emanating an eerie glow, as if harboring boundless dark power. Its hue was a deep, rich black, yet at certain angles, it refracted an unusual violet sheen. akin to a sinister gaze peering from the abyss. The edges of the cloak displayed an irregular fringe, reminiscent of black flames in motion, brimming with dynamism and strength. The legs were adorned with intricate web patterns, enhancing protection while granting the wearer agile mobility. Overall, the battle suit conformed perfectly to Menhuan's exquisite physique, with the groin area specially designed. Each aspect radiated an uncanny beauty and an enigmatic illusion, emanating a chilling aura of intimidation. A flawless battle suit, Tony exclaimed as he entered, marveling at the creation. Though a genius in physics and mechanics, he found biology somewhat lacking in his expertise, yet he was not entirely ignorant. Confronted with such an extraordinary cosmic organism, he questioned his own understanding of it. The ability to morph into various forms according to the host's different intentions, to enhance the host's genes, and even to replicate the host's genetic makeup and cognitive patterns was indeed formidable. The vastness of the universe harbors endless wonders. This bizarre creature was terrifyingly perfect, igniting a spark of intrigue within him. With a sense of profound contemplation, he remarked on the diversion of Menhuan's attention. Then, with a mischievous flick of his wrist, he reached out to grasp the flowing tassels of the cloak, intending to tear a piece away for examination. However, with a sharp snap, the tassel cloak seemed to possess a will of its own, abruptly thwarting Tony's stealthy intentions. Cough, cough, how stingy. Tony awkwardly rubbed his hand, mumbling under his breath. But that symbol on your chest isn't a bit inappropriate? He expressed with a furrowed brow, concern etched on his face. The swastika, after all, does not carry a favorable connotation. One must recognize that the Jewish conglomerate currently wields considerable influence. No, you've misunderstood. This is not the malevolent symbol you envision. In Buddhism, the swastika represents one of the 32 auspicious signs of Buddha Shakyamuni, known as the auspicious cloud or joyous whirl. It symbolizes the auspicious, radiant, sacred, and beautiful aspects of the Buddha. In Buddhist scriptures and statues, the swastika is often used as decoration or a marker, denoting the all-encompassing light of the Buddha and the perfection of virtues. You, Tony, understand nothing. Do not malign the compassion of my Buddha with your narrow-mindedness. Infinite, celestial, sovereign. Tony retorted, I can scarcely believe your absurdity. Perhaps I might entertain the notion of believing in Buddhism if it came from someone else, but you, a figure of the underworld, are hardly qualified to discuss my Buddha's compassion. How can one be so shameless? You may not comprehend, but while my Buddha embodies compassion, there is also the fierce wrath of the Vajra. You simply do not understand. Depart. Tony snapped back, exasperated. Do you think I am so naive as to be unaware of your scheming? Do you take me for a mere child of 3? To wield the means of a demon while harboring the heart of a bodhisattva. This swastika can represent the benevolent visage of the Buddha or the fierce wrath of the Vajra, and it is not averse to taking on the role of the executioner to purify the world's impurities. It can shine brightly to save the world. It can just as easily be inverted, revealing its brutal aspect to the entire globe. Tony yearned for the symbiotic battle suit, yet Menhuan could never intend harm upon him, leading him astray from his true pursuits. The Life Foundation was enraged. Investigations revealed that all video records had been eradicated, completely obliterated by the high temperatures that dissolved the entire control center of the spacecraft. Time flowed swiftly like a river, and the joyous moments always seemed fleeting before long. It was the Spring Festival of 2010. Christmas may belong to the West, but for Menhuan, the Spring Festival felt exceptionally solitary, a sentiment that Jessica and her companions could not fathom. During this time, Menhuan transformed all his life energy into strength, consuming the iron beetle, the lighthouse jellyfish, and Captain America's vibranium shield. Creator, Menhuan, age, 24 years. Abilities, super strength, super physique, super endurance, super healing, vibranium body, energy absorption, eternal life, super defense, ant manipulation, telekinesis, dimensional pocket, energy beam, immunity to mind control items, none life energy, 6. 364, 023 on the eve of the new year, Menhuan walked alone through the streets of New York, eventually finding himself in Chinatown. As he gazed at the festively adorned streets, the wanderer felt a wave of homesickness wash over him. In a foreign land, one feels the pangs of family, especially during such joyous occasions. Yet he realized he no longer had a home. Could he ever rescue his parents? Why force the issue? Perhaps they have already been reincarnated into new lives. Why burden oneself with such thoughts? Only seek a method in the Marvel Universe. Achieving omniscience is essential to forcibly open a portal to the netherworld and escape unscathed. Understood. A radiant smile spread across Menhuan's face. Surely this was sufficient. Was it not? Is life not lived for the sake of a single longing? Let it be, let it be, let it go. Strolling through the streets of Chinatown, he admired the myriad of trinkets and the various signs bearing names like Sha County and Xi'an, as well as the characters of certain banks, making him feel as though he had returned to his homeland. The air was thick with the essence of home, and he ambled leisurely along the street until he was suddenly called to a halt by a middle-aged couple. Xiaohuan, come. I was just debating whether to invite you over for hot pot dinner. And here you are. Chapter 29. The wandering mutant child, Menhuan turned to see the couple, whom he had recently befriended. They had been in New York for several years. They had a daughter named Chu Li, who attended a nearby high school, excelling academically and harboring a passion for classical dance. Like a startled swan, akin to a gliding dragon, her shoulders finely sculpted, her waist as delicate as silk, with a graceful neck and fair complexion. Menhuan relished his visits to Chinatown. Despite the fact that their gang no longer operated there, the familiarity of the place reminded him of his small county town back home. After sharing a few hot pot meals at their restaurant, they had grown comfortable with one another, and he pondered whether spending the new year alone in New York would be too lonely. He shook his head, declining the invitation, feeling it best not to intrude on the family's reunion. Come dine with us at our restaurant. A proud young lady emerged from inside, her words a playful contradiction to her demeanor. Happy New Year, Sister Chuli. Menhuan greeted her with a smile. Happy New Year to you too. A glimmer of joy flickered in Chu Li's eyes, though she maintained an outward calm. Despite Menhuan's remarkable qualities, she despised his hedonistic lifestyle. Then, I shall enjoy hot pot at the restaurant. Shemin smiled and nodded, unable to refuse the invitation from the enchanting beauty. For one who cherishes delicate flowers like him could never turn away. The seat by the window had been specially arranged for him, and the steaming hot pot momentarily made him forget his homesickness. The surrounding voices, though hailing from distant corners of the world, were unmistakably those of fellow compatriots. Here, this is a shrimp paste sent by my mother, Chu Li said, her head held high with an air of pride. It seemed she had not wronged him, yet her attitude could have been more amiable. Why don't we share a meal? Shemin suggested with a smile. Forget it, I still have work to do. You can see how busy the restaurant is on New Year's Eve. Chu Li sighed, her tone laden with resignation. For the bustling business left her no time to indulge in a moment of joy. Very well, you carry on. In a few days, I shall treat you to a grand feast, and the choice of venue will be entirely yours, Shemin declared grandly, almost as if he were a wealthy nouveau riche. Humph, you cannot bribe my pure heart with money. The girl retorted haughtily, turning away. Shaking his head, Shemin refrained from trying to decipher the girl's thoughts. Retracting his gaze from her graceful silhouette, he inadvertently glanced outside, where time seemed to still for a fleeting moment. Amidst the chilly winds and throngs of people, he spotted a peculiar child clad in tattered clothing, her hair unkempt, and her eyes betraying a tinge of fear and unease, starkly contrasting with the surrounding revelry. She appeared to possess slightly pointed ears, yet her other features were obscured by her oversized, worn garments. Their eyes met through the glass, and his heart was painfully tugged. Before encountering his own parents, wasn't she merely a reflection of his former lonely self? The girl, overwhelmed with self-doubt, quickly lowered her head, feeling out of place before the opulently dressed young man. The so-called ideals of freedom and brotherhood in America, even in New York, one is met with countless vagrants and homeless children. Shemin cursed, his heart stirred with compassion. As he approached, he discerned that she was indeed a mutant child, displaying some unusual traits. The girl trembled slightly at his proximity, seemingly fearful of causing him harm. Striving to soften his expression, Shemin gently inquired, "Little one, where are your family?" He was fully aware that he was asking a question he already knew the answer to, merely seeking to initiate a dialogue. Family? The moment the little girl heard that word, tears brimmed in her eyes. Once, she had a wonderful family, but since that fateful day, her parents were brutally murdered by villains while trying to protect her. When she awoke, she found only the horrifying remnants of those tragic events scattered around her. Weeping, the girl cast her gaze downward, her voice barely a whisper. I have no home. Ximen's heart was deeply moved as it became apparent that the girl's identity as a mutant had been exposed, leading to her parents' fierce resistance against an organization that ultimately resulted in their tragic demise. They were merely ordinary people, powerless against the merciless butchers. In the midst of sorrowful despair, the girl unleashed an unprecedented strength, mercilessly vanquishing her foes. Overwhelmed by profound grief, her mind instinctively chose to shield her from the weighty memories. "Let us go, it is too cold outside. If you trust me, come inside for a hot pot," Menhuan gently suggested to her. The girl was aware of her unique abilities. She could sense the intentions of others, discerning who harbored malice towards her, allowing her to preemptively evade threats. It was through this extraordinary gift that she managed to elude multiple pursuits, hiding within the confines of Chinatown. She felt the kindness radiating from the man before her, yet her gaze fell upon her tattered, filthy attire, deepening her sense of inadequacy. "I think I'll pass. My clothes are too dirty. I'd surely be a cause for disdain. I'm sorry, could you perhaps buy me a hamburger?" she murmured softly. Her humble plea tugged at Menhuan's heart. "You are mistaken. Your pure and untainted spirit will cause those filthy souls to feel inferior. Should anyone dare to mock you, I shall silence them forever," he reassured her, gently patting her shoulder, his tone simultaneously encouraging and commanding. Emboldened by his words, she nodded and timidly followed him inside, her self-doubt magnified by the disdainful glances of those around her. Fortunately, the patrons within seemed oblivious to her presence, engrossed in their feasting and drinking. Upon noticing Menhuan's unexpected return with a dirty, timid girl, Chu Li was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that despite his flirtatious nature, he possessed a degree of compassion, a flicker of hope in his character. The winter chill of New York was biting. The girl donned a thin, ragged garment, her toes exposed through the holes in her worn shoes. As she felt the scrutiny of others, she instinctively retreated behind Menhuan, feeling utterly exposed and awkward. "Hey, where did this filthy beggar come from? Disgusting. How do you conduct business here? Is this a den for vagrants? Get her out of here. If you don't, we'll leave." A group of 3, one black, one white, and one yellow, arrived, and the short-haired man immediately expressed his disdain, his exaggerated voice drawing the attention of other diners. The girl's heart raced, urging her to flee, but Menhuan's grip tightened around her small hand. "Leave this to me," he asserted, striding towards the group. Upon seeing the tall, imposing figure of Menhuan clad in finery, their bravado faltered. "Kneel. Apologize," he commanded coldly. They could palpably sense the pressure mounting from all directions. The palpable aura of menace was inexplicable, yet undeniably real, causing the group to tremble and promptly kneel in apology before scampering away, their faces flushed with shame as they wished to vanish from sight. "We're sorry. We were wrong. How embarrassing." Chu Li stepped forward, taking the girl's hand gently. "Let me take you for a hot bath and get you some fresh clothes." The girl remained silent, timidly lifting her gaze to him. "Come with me, dear sister." Menhuan gently nodded, putting the girl at ease. The girl appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old, but due to the early development common among Caucasians, she could barely fit into Chu Li's clothes. Through their conversation, it was revealed that the girl's name was Casey, and she lived in a predominantly white neighborhood in Manhattan. She was unable to eat spicy food, whereas Menhuan had initially been enjoying a dual-flavored hot pot. Observing the girl devouring her food, Menhuan sighed, clearly aware that the girl had not had a hearty meal in quite some time. Because of her identity as a mutant, she had been wandering the streets, facing discrimination and bullying, leading a life fraught with hardship. "What do you plan to do? Adopt her?" Chu Li whispered, pulling him aside. "Since fate has brought us together, I shall seize this opportunity. I see remnants of my former self in her," Menhuan replied with a gentle smile. His gaze filled with nostalgia as he looked at Casey, who was still eating voraciously. "Well, you certainly surprise me. But since you have the means, you might as well consider it atonement," Chu Li teased with a grin. "Go to hell." Menhuan shot her an exasperated glance. After a while, Casey finally finished her meal and, realizing how much she had eaten, shyly stuck out her little tongue. "Casey, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Most mutants have a hearty appetite. After all, we require more energy," Menhuan said, affectionately ruffling her hair. "Brother, if only everyone were as accepting of mutants as you are, but sadly, Most people hold prejudice against us, Casey said, her voice tinged with sadness. Having endured the disdain and hardships of life on the streets for so long. In a strict sense, we are of the same kind. Let's go. Menhuan smiled and got to his feet, prompting a moment of confusion from Casey before her eyes sparkled like crescent moons as she hurried to catch up with him. Chapter 30. This world should not be this way. Menhuan had long sensed the oddities of this world. The alterations to the Avengers timeline were not overly significant. But apart from this sacred timeline, Apocalypse remained underground, still acting as a mummy. The weaker mutants had been abandoned by humans and more powerful mutants, forming their own small groups for warmth. With joy radiating from her, Casey bounced around, her little hand firmly clasping his, as if holding onto the entirety of the world. Menhuan took her for a stroll down Fifth Avenue, purchasing suitable clothing, shoes, and undergarments for her. Despite her protests against luxury brands, she could not resist Menhuan's wealth and determination. After all, these items were of little consequence to him. As they left Fifth Avenue, the large bag Menhuan was carrying suddenly vanished, causing Casey's eyes to widen in astonishment. "Cool. Is this your mutant ability?" she exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "Well, it's one of them," Menhuan nodded. "This power is incredibly convenient. It's like having the coolest companion for home and travel," Casey remarked, filled with admiration and joy. "You're not too shabby yourself." As Menhuan chuckled softly, he opened the car door, ready to take her home, only to realize he had forgotten to put up the couplets at his residence. "Are you heading home? Could we perhaps first visit our base to see my friends?" Casey suddenly asked, her tone tinged with melancholy. She was kind-hearted and wished to avoid leaving her companions without a word. Parting ways in youth often made future reunions exceedingly difficult. She also did not want her friends to worry about her safety or embark on a search for her. Menhuan nodded, smiling as he replied, "Of course, however, according to our Easter tradition, today is New Year's Eve, a time for giving children red envelopes filled with lucky money to ward off evil and ensure a safe year ahead. I will prepare some red packets for the children." Upon hearing this, Casey was moved to tears, fully aware that her elder brother was extending a helping hand on her behalf. "Elfmenge, I truly do not know how to express my gratitude," Casey stammered, feeling somewhat at a loss. No, you need not say anything. Only those who have weathered the rain understand the importance of holding an umbrella for others." Menhuan gently shook his head. He recognized the hardships faced by the young mutants and understood that they represented the evolutionary future of humanity. Not all mutants were malevolent or deranged. The few who could simply be apprehended. The vast majority of mutants were quite vulnerable, often bearing little difference from ordinary humans, and sometimes even exhibiting various deformities. What crimes had these unfortunate mutant children committed? Perhaps their uniqueness rendered them culpable, or perhaps their very existence set them apart from society, marking them as outcasts. Returning to a Chinese supermarket in Chinatown, Menhuan purchased over 100 red envelopes, instructing Casey to place $1,000 in each. He then commandeered a food cart from the roadside, acquiring burgers, hot dogs, and sandwiches. Once everything was prepared, they set off towards a dilapidated building, intending to locate the secret survival base of their small group of mutant children hidden beneath the sewers. Sighing heavily, Menhuan reflected on the challenges Casey had shared regarding their existence. Most of the children there, like her, bore deformities due to their mutations. Some had web hands, others had faces disfigured like monsters, and some had misshapen feet. In short, they could only survive in the dark underground, never to see the light of day. Children like her, who were slightly older and could conceal their appearances, would wander the streets, begging to avoid burdening the adult mutants. If the adult mutants could hide their identities, they would work in the lowest tier jobs, struggling to support those with more pronounced deformities, while others cannot assist them. Only the marginalized mutants supported one another, as the more powerful mutants seemed to have forgotten their brethren, thriving in their own success. Was it not the people who aided one another? Long live the people. The atmosphere in the car grew heavy as Casey recounted her tale. Cowardly Charles. Inept Charles. The compromised Charles is unworthy of leading the mutants. Simon, with a sense of disdain for his actions, understood clearly the wisdom in the adage that it is better to throw a single punch than to endure 100. Wait. Isensa malabulin prazansa afat. We must turn back swiftly. Casey, enveloped in sorrow, suddenly exclaimed with urgency. There is no need for concern. It is merely a bunch of trash, Simon replied calmly, maintaining his speed and forging ahead, dismissing the grotesque figures as mere inconsequential nuisances. In the frigid weather, even their attempts to warm themselves seemed pitiable. Astonishingly, Casey's sense of impending danger dissipated entirely with Simon's words, and she widened her eyes in disbelief. Sure enough, not long after, on the desolate road, 5 or 6 modified pickup trucks lay haphazardly parked, and as Simon scanned the faces of those present, he detected a distinct aura of menace. Military? Squeak. Simon slammed on the brakes and halted the vehicle, turning to say, "Wait for me. I will handle them." As he opened the car door, the symbiotic battle suit swiftly enveloped him, leaving all witnesses in awe at such a mysterious and spectacular transformation. Damn! The man beside the little mutant had initially perceived him as an ordinary individual. How could he exude such strength? The lead brute gasped in astonishment. But his extensive military training prompted him to issue a decisive command for a preemptive strike. Open fire. At his command, every soldier pulled the trigger, seemingly releasing their fear through the barrage of bullets, which provided them a false sense of security. However, their sinister grins froze in an instant as the torrential rain of bullets struck what appeared to be an impenetrable wall. What the hell? What kind of monster is this? The intel indicated that this mutant was weak, didn't it? Damn the intelligence department. I will ensure they pay for this when we return. Return? Is there even a chance to retreat? Some screamed in panic, while others froze, forgetting to pull the trigger, and some resigned themselves to despair, closing their eyes. Yet, their fear would soon dissipate, as Simon, with a mere gesture, returned all the bullets to them. Uft, 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 accompanied by the sounds of bullets tearing through flesh. Blossoms of crimson erupted in the moonlit night, accompanied by the chorus of anguished wails. In the blink of an eye, the minor adversaries were vanquished, leaving Casey in utter shock, frozen in disbelief. Is he a deity? After neutralizing the military's clandestine organization, Simon's expression darkened, as if he were about to drip with water. He was not afraid of military retaliation, but rather the unsettling realization that even the military was complicit in sharing the spoils. In that moment, in winter's New York, the icy winds lacerated the faces of passers-by. Within an abandoned factory, a 10-year-old mutant named Eli huddled nervously in a corner, his transparent wings trembling slightly in fear. Emitting a faint glow, "Eli, do not be afraid. I am here," reassured 16-year-old Riley, gently patting Eli's shoulder in an attempt to comfort him. Riley, with his silvery hair and eyes that glowed a haunting blue in the darkness, remained vigilant, fixated on the factory's entrance. "Riley, will those bad people come back to catch us?" Eli's voice trembled, his eyes brimming with fear. Riley gritted his teeth, assuring himself that they were hidden well enough for them to be discovered. Yet, deep down, he harbored doubts. Ever since his parents were taken by a mysterious organization due to their mutant identities, he had been fleeing with Eli, ultimately leading them to this mutant base. Suddenly, a heavy thudding of footsteps echoed in the air, causing Eli to nearly cry out in terror. Riley swiftly covered his mouth. Chapter 31. The desperate charge of the young mutants. After tracking numerous young mutants hiding in the vicinity, General Strike had announced a reward for capturing them alive. A leader among the hunters whispered, William Strike, a sadistic individual who studies mutant abilities through capture. Riley's heart raced, and he tightened his grip on Eli's hand, signaling him to remain silent as they held their breath, watching the searchers scouring the building. "There's nothing here. Let's search elsewhere." The leader frowned and waved his hand, shouting. Riley and Eli exhaled in relief, but before they could fully regain their composure, the footsteps grew increasingly closer. "We've caught one of the little ones." A sudden exclamation of delight from afar startled the two, revealing that a young mutant, unable to contain his impatience, had exposed himself too soon, only to be captured. Now, they could see the terrified young mutant struggling futilely, his wide eyes filled with panic, powerless against his captors. "Ha, little ones. I know you're hiding right here, aren't you? If you wish to spare your companion from capture, I offer you a chance. Fight like men." The middle-aged leader laughed maniacally, taunting the hidden young mutants with a sharp gaze sweeping the area for more. Though his methods were despicable, they proved effective. The terrified children hidden in the sewers could hear him clearly. At that moment, the young mutants huddled in the sewers trembled with fear. One slightly older boy provoked, was about to rush out to confront their captors when another, in desperation, pulled him back, pleading, "Hans, stay calm. We can't win against them. Think of the safety of the other children. Look into their eyes before deciding." Hans, struck as if by lightning, gazed into the sorrowful, helpless eyes surrounding him, his clenched fists falling weakly to his sides. In this hostile world towards mutants, they had nowhere to escape, utterly alone, struggling to survive in such a harsh environment. Uncertain of the trials that awaited them the next day. Suddenly, a faint voice broke the silence. It was a boy of about 10, saying, "If one day I'm captured by bad people, I too fear being dissected. I wish for someone to rescue me." Upon hearing this, all the young mutants in the sewer fell silent. Indeed, who does not wish to live? Indeed, we ponder upon our actions, convinced that we have committed no heinous deeds. Yet fate clings to us relentlessly. Hans, clutching his head, let out a tortured scream, his nails digging deeply into his palms, blood seeping forth without him even noticing. Today they have taken me. Tomorrow, who will they seize? The day after, perhaps him? We retreat time and again. We endure endlessly. Entu. We can bear it no longer. Yet when the day arrives for us to resist, our backs will be met with emptiness. Rather than facing such despair, we might as well confront them head-on. Hans's words ignited a spark, unleashing the pent-up fury of the mutant children who had suffered oppression for years. How familiar this scene is. Confront them. A single spark can ignite a prairie fire. In an instant, dozens of mutant children surged forth from the sewers. Perhaps their abilities were feeble. Perhaps they understood they were walking into a trap, but they could not bear to watch their companions fall. The dark-clad figures lying in wait observe the mutant detection device developed by Bolivar flashing erratically, a mocking and sinister grin spreading across their faces. Have they become advanced? Yet, they are destined to pay a bloody price. When quantitative change leads to qualitative transformation, they will be dispatched to meet their master, the devil, by those seemingly weak yet bizarrely diverse mutant abilities. In the face of fear and despair, the strength that erupted from the mutant children would undoubtedly astound onlookers. The black-clad organization had infiltrated, and the shouts of battle echoed through the confined space, intertwining into a lament of despair. A petite girl, whose ability merely allowed her to lower the surrounding air temperature, crouched behind cover, biting her chapped lips, beads of sweat dotting her forehead, her eyes bloodshot from extreme tension and exertion. She desperately condensed the air around her into ice, attempting to impede the steps of the malevolent organization members. Yet, that thin layer of ice shattered like fragile glass under the enemy's fierce fire. Despite her body trembling from cold and fear, she repeatedly conjured ice, even as her fingers lost all sensation from the chill. The icy ground effectively hindered the agile advance of the black-clad figures, buying precious time for her team, but ultimately, the girl collapsed from exhaustion. Nearby, a young boy possessed the ability to secrete a highly corrosive liquid. His face was etched with determination as he dashed towards the enemy, heedless of the bullets raining down upon him like a storm. Bang! A bullet grazed his cheek, leaving a deep gash, blood trickling down his face and pooling on the ground. Another child, able to render himself briefly invisible, navigated through the enemy ranks, his body trembling with anxiety. Though his invisibility lasted but 5 seconds, each fleeting moment he could delay offered a glimmer of hope for his companions. He silently contemplated striking the enemy unexpectedly during a moment of invisibility. Despite the imminent threat of bullets, each time he revealed himself, he showed no sign of retreat. Just as anticipated, having just slain an adversary, his time of invisibility expired, and inevitably a bullet struck him. "No, Carl!" Hans watched in horror as the mischievous little one, who had been following closely behind him, perished before his eyes. In an instant, fury surged through him, breaking the shackles of his genes and igniting his bloodthirsty mutant abilities. A roar echoed through the abandoned building, leaving the entire organization of dark-clad figures in stunned silence. The boy, who was merely taller than the average, transformed into a monstrous creature with the head of a tiger and the body of a man. In the next moment, this beast fearlessly charged towards the man in black who had just taken a life, and with a single swipe, crushed the man's skull as if it were a watermelon. Without a moment's hesitation, after avenging his beloved brother, Hans turned his wrath upon the nearby enemies. The young children, undeterred, pushed forward with their meager mutant powers, engaging in a desperate fight against their foes. Some fell to the ground, blood pouring from their wounds, staining the earth a harrowing red. They were so small yet so courageous. Fear is an instinct, but bravery is the finest anthem. Each of their attacks, every act of defiance, shone like flickers of light in the darkness. Though faint, they were resplendently bright, evoking deep emotion and bringing tears to the eyes. The howling wind seemed to rage alongside these valiant children, mourning the tragic battle. Casey felt the despair and terror of her companions, their faces pale and drenched in cold sweat. Brother Sheeman, I think I can hear their desperate cries. Chapter 32. You are as laughable as your cover. This New Year's Eve was destined for bloodshed. Did it foretell an unending cycle of slaughter for the year? Sheeman nodded, his expression darkening as he abandoned the car, opting instead to fly swiftly alongside Casey. The battle within the abandoned building grew increasingly cautious. The mutant children had already sacrificed several of their own, with many more injured. Yet, the seemingly endless array of mutant abilities inflicted considerable setbacks upon the dark-clad organization, continually disrupting their actions. The children's advantage in terrain and their diverse powers prevented the black-clad figures from recklessly exposing themselves. The sudden arrival of Sheeman shattered this grim atmosphere. Like a fierce tiger, he recklessly charged into the fray. The dark-clad organization, confronted with Sheeman's appearance, instinctively raised their weapons to fire, astonished by such audacity. The moment the man's lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile, he began to tremble in disbelief, utterly unharmed. A mere clown, Sheeman scoffed, raising his hand to point. A surge of violent energy instantly detonated the wall. You are as laughable as your cover. Boom! The wall collapsed, burying him beneath its weight, thus sparing him the expense of an extravagant burial plot. The black-clad figures hiding nearby, awaiting reinforcements, were struck dumb with terror, a chill surging from their feet to their hearts. In an instant, their mental faculties locked onto the pretentious individuals cowering behind cover. With a frigid snort, Menhuan unleashed an invisible telekinetic force that shattered their hearts. In his final moments, the leading middle-aged man desperately attempted to contact the reinforcements, pleading, "No, don't come. It's dangerous." Unfortunately, he was silenced before he could finish his warning. The reinforcements were left bewildered, immediately consulting their commander, Colonel Strike, on whether to proceed with support. Rapid support came a decisive order. Yes, in a clandestine military base, the psychologically disturbed Colonel Strike swiftly issued the command for assistance. The stronger the enemy, the more exhilarated he became. He craved powerful genes to mass-produce super soldiers to annihilate all mutants. The battle concluded too swiftly, leaving the children bewildered before they heard Menhuan's call. "Children, come out. The enemy is all dead." "Who are you? Are the enemies truly gone? Why have you chosen to help us?" Hans gasped, his vigilance evident as he bombarded Sheeman with questions, having witnessed too much of the world's fickle nature, driven solely by self-interest. "I suppose I'm a mutant as well." "Casey, come tell everyone that it is safe," Sheeman called out to Casey outside. "Hans, it's me. It's all right now. Everyone can come out." Upon hearing Casey's voice, they cautiously peered out, reassured it was indeed her, and gradually emerged from their hiding places. They were still too young, lacking worldly experience. Menhuan shook his head as he observed them tentatively revealing themselves. Had Casey been coerced or threatened into betrayal, a barrage of tranquilizer darts would likely have awaited them. At that moment, Casey was already in tears, mourning the loss of her fallen companions. Anguished at how those with whom she had dreamed of a brighter future in the morning had been so cruelly separated from her. "Thank you, sir." Hans, as the leader, approached Menhuan and bowed deeply in sincere gratitude. Had it not been for his timely appearance, perhaps everyone would have faced arrest today. He had saved them all. Sheeman waved his hand dismissively and inquired, "It was but a small effort. What are your plans now? This place is fraught with peril." Hans's gaze dimmed, alas. "We do not know. As mutant children, we are shunned wherever we go, treated as monsters." Sheeman surveyed the group. Nearly all the mutant children were emaciated, their bodies twisted and deformed for various reasons, living in perpetual fear. They had to evade the scornful gazes of ordinary people while remaining vigilant against the relentless pursuit of various clandestine organizations, which regarded them as prime subjects for genetic experimentation. In the dim light, he beheld a group of emaciated children, some bearing multiple arms, others possessing a tail, and some with hands resembling webbed feet. They huddled together, their eyes filled with fear and the lingering anxiety of having narrowly escaped a recent crisis. Alas, these wretched children had not tasted a satisfying meal in a long time. Hans murmured, and furthermore, the sinister, enigmatic organization frequently hunted them down. Many children who ventured out to beg had been captured and never returned. Menhuan gently patted their shoulders. I have brought you some food and drink. Let's first ensure you are nourished. He continued, by the way, today marks our New Year's Eve. Casey, distribute the red envelopes to everyone to ease their fright. Later, I will take you to a relatively safe place for mutants. Upon hearing this, Casey wiped away her tears and retrieved a stack of red envelopes from her bag, handing them out to her companions one by one. Menhuan waved his hand, and an abundance of hamburgers, hot dogs, and sandwiches materialized on the ground, leaving the children in awe of his seemingly magical abilities. Sir, you are a high-ranking mutant. No wonder you slaughter those madmen as easily as one would chickens, Hans exclaimed, filled with excitement and reverence as he gazed at Menhuan. The children, however, were unconcerned with such thoughts. They had gone too long without a proper meal. They cheered and eagerly devoured the hamburgers, hot dogs, and sandwiches without hesitation. Charles, is this what you call the efforts to protect mutants worldwide? Menhuan scoffed internally, finding Magneto's approach far more pragmatic. The notion of allowing psychopathic butchers to massacre their kin under the guise of free will was absurd. The children, lost in their joy as they ate and chatted, momentarily forgot their suffering, especially with the allure of the $1,000 red envelopes. Unlike the children, adult mutants were more pragmatic, preoccupied with how to protect and raise the young ones. Rest assured, Professor Charles will not abandon you, Menhuan reassured Hans with a pat on the shoulder. One can only hope, Hans replied, reluctant to seek refuge with Charles, feeling that they, as lesser mutants, were only deserving of looking up to the superior ones. He feared the children would again face discrimination, bullying, or even violence from their own kind. It was better than losing their lives. The reinforcements from Stryker arrived swiftly, the whirring helicopter blades startling the joyous mutant children. Annoying flies. Menhuan's expression darkened as he scoffed. The children eagerly introduced their abilities. This place felt like a paradise for mutated beings, as he merely needed some genetic material to extract special powers. The unexpected arrival frightened the children so much that they forgot to chew their food, terror flooding back into their hearts. Do not worry. I am here. Menhuan comforted the children before stepping outside. The military's special biological weapon was not something he feared at this moment. When a massive spotlight attempted to confront him, he retaliated with a powerful energy beam that obliterated it. Damn it! A formidable figure leapt from the helicopter, landing with a resounding thud. A mutant of the tank variety? In an instant, a bloodthirsty glint flashed through the air as a dagger sliced across Menhuan's neck. An instantaneously teleporting mutant. Chapter 33. The Torture. Fusion of Teleportation. The Ancient One. With a clang, the razor-sharp secondary adamantium dagger seemed to lose its lethal potency, the assassin's grotesque grin freezing in place. With a sudden motion, Menhuan grasped the assassin's neck, lifting him from the ground and crashing him back down with a violent thud. The concrete floor of the building was remarkably solid, instantly shattering the assassin's frail legs, blood splattering onto the ground. A piercing scream echoed through the desolate, abandoned building, evoking a sense of dread and unease. As a stealthy assassin, his physical prowess was merely that of an ordinary human, and even that had its limits. Why are you so strong? Who on earth are you? The Phantom shouted in sheer terror. He had never failed to assassinate anyone before. This supposed fatal strike had utterly failed, and his target hadn't even dodged. Attempting to teleport away once more, he soon realized he could not escape the grip of Menhuan's hand, which was as unyielding as a hydraulic press. Trash like you doesn't deserve to know my name, but if you happen to encounter Satan or Mephisto, feel free to cry for justice. With a mocking tone, Menhuan proceeded to slam him back and forth against the ground, treating him in a most unceremonious manner. Now, the Phantom had truly become a spirit, and in such a hasty manner, his appearance barely registered before his demise. The ability to teleport was indeed impressive. It would be quite convenient for a future bank heist. A smile crept onto Menhuan's lips as he recalled his impoverished days, fantasizing about possessing the teleportation skills of cinematic mind travelers. Casting his gaze back to the tank-like mutant, the latter was suddenly filled with dread. If an elusive assassin could be so easily dispatched, should he not be contemplating his own escape? Ahem, sir, I assure you I was merely passing by. Do you believe me? Death number 18 awkwardly addressed Menhuan. Even he found his own words hard to accept. My lord, why fear him? He is a mutated human, just as you are. A nearby soldier exclaimed boldly, indignantly questioning the mutant's cowardice. What will we do if you flee? Death number 18 shot a glare at the young soldier. Damn it, if you're so brave, you go. After reprimanding the soldier, he turned back to Menhuan, his face contorting into a fawning grin. Please don't take offense. Shall I eliminate him on your behalf? My lord, you. The soldier gasped in horror, eyes wide with disbelief. You're betraying your master for personal gain, treating me as collateral. Silence. Death number 18 reprimanded loudly, questioning how one could lack the spirit of sacrifice, asserting his own superiority. Menhuan calmly observed their performance, realizing that Strick, this twisted individual, had indeed lost without injustice, having gathered the talents of both the dragon and the phoenix. However, he had no interest in witnessing their bickering any longer. The mutant, altered by Strick to resemble Wolverine, recognized Menhuan's intent to not let him off the hook and boldly initiated the attack. Menhuan remained still, watching him with an indifferent gaze, which only fueled death number 18's ire further. 3 seconds later, with sheer terror in his eyes, the mutant met his end as his head was severed in one swift stroke, dying with unclosed eyes. Despite having struck the mutant with all his might, a culmination of 20 years of effort, the creature remained unscathed. The remaining lackeys, undeterred, pulled the triggers of their weapons, unleashing a barrage toward Menhuan. Yet their efforts proved futile. The bullets struck him, only to lose momentum and fall to the ground, creating a bizarre scene that evoked memories of a once invincible man. Wasn't he already deceased? Menhuan surveyed the abandoned building he had transformed into a veritable slaughterhouse with satisfaction. Yearning for more such noble souls, the tank mutant bestowed upon him approximately 8 million units of life energy, while the teleporting mutant contributed 6 million. As for the miscellaneous minions, they collectively offered an estimated 80,000 units of life energy, sufficient for 2 rounds of refinement. He sacrificed the teleporting mutant to the bronze cauldron, extracting the teleportation ability as a blue radiance swiftly penetrated his forehead. In an instant, the surrounding space appeared to be violently crumpled by an invisible hand, the folds and distortions giving rise to countless minute spatial fissures, glimmering with an eerie light. Before he could fully comprehend this strange phenomenon, a tremendous force akin to a black hole abruptly yanked him in. The power of space, like a sharp bolt of lightning, pierced through Menhuan's being, causing the very fabric of space to tremble and distort with each step he took in the subspace. Once he adapted to the modifications of spatial power and emerged from the subspace, he discovered that this teleportation involved the folding of space itself. Teleportation. You have acquired the ability to disregard any terrain and environment, allowing you to transport yourself freely within the confines of Earth. Creator, Menhuan. Age, 24 years. Abilities, super strength, super physique, super stamina, super healing, vibranium body, energy absorption, eternal life, super defense and control, telekinesis, dimensional pocket, energy rays, mental control, immunity, teleportation, items, none life energy, 11. 634, 023. Once again, he cataloged teleportation into the Hall of Memories, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as his self-preservation capabilities were further enhanced. He instinctively gathered various self-preservation skills, his offensive capabilities relatively feeble, entirely focused on survival techniques. Was he misallocating his skill points? Menhuan couldn't help but chuckle at his own absurdity. After all, living was the ultimate principle. Immortality would ultimately render one invincible. Upon hearing the silence outside, Casey dared to step out, as the malevolent aura that had enveloped the area vanished without a trace. Are they all dead? Hans murmured incredulously. The disparity among mutants was indeed vast. The enemies are gone. Allow me to escort you away. Menhuan stated calmly. The young mutants had no objections. He certainly could not pilot the military helicopter. It was far more practical to commandeer a truck instead. Thus, he temporarily requisitioned a large cargo truck parked by the roadside to transport the children to Winchester. Wishing to avoid interaction with Charles for the time being, he merely parked the truck and departed with Casey. What an enigmatic fellow, Charles muttered to himself, furrowing his brow. His peculiar obsession led him to attempt to uncover Menhuan's secrets, only to find his telepathic probing effectively thwarted. With the Mutant Registration Act looming, the sudden emergence of such a formidable mutant signaled the brewing of a storm in this world. Strick, upon receiving the news of total annihilation, erupted in fury, akin to a lion, wreaking havoc in his office. Days swiftly passed. Tony spiraled into a frenzied state of self-destruction, even provoking Pepper to consider a job change. Menhuan exerted some effort to placate Pepper, who had come to him in distress. Little did he anticipate that Nick Fury would truly send someone to locate the whereabouts of Kamar Taj, inadvertently landing him in a predicament. One day, while basking in the sun and teasing Megan, a fiery portal suddenly materialized. Greed is certainly not a commendable habit, remarked the bald woman draped in a voluminous yellow robe, appearing from the portal with calm composure, her hands clasped behind her back as she chuckled softly. It was rare to witness any expression on her countenance. Chapter 34. Inviting me to learn magic. Are you not afraid I might usurp the position of the Sorcerer Supreme? Life is fleeting. One must seize joy in the moment. Master Gu Yi, have you truly found happiness in all these years? Menhuan paused momentarily before posing a counter-question, leaving Gu Yi momentarily speechless. Her gaze turned profoundly distant, as if she had lost her essence, standing there in a trance. The Sorcerer Supreme Gu Yi, an entity of remarkable power within the Marvel Cinematic Universe, met her demise rather prematurely, succumbing to the high costs of special effects and narrative necessity. Gu Yi repeatedly questioned herself in her mind, astonished that a young man had posed such a query. Have I truly ever experienced joy? She whispered, shaking her head. It had been centuries since she had laughed. She was weary, endlessly replaying the past and future in her mind, living a life of ceaseless repetition. Megan and the others stared in astonishment at the bald woman who had suddenly appeared, finding solace in her silence. Since aligning herself with her own man, she had to admit that her capacity for endurance had significantly increased. Fear no longer gripped her. Menhuan gazed at Master Gu Yi and chuckled. If you can't comprehend it, then don't dwell on it. Care for a drink? This is exquisite wine. Gu Yi, despite having weathered numerous storms, found herself momentarily perplexed by his thought process. The audacity of this young man to inquire about her willingness to drink made it seem as if they were old friends, despite this being their first encounter. You are indeed quite intriguing. Since parting ways with that extraordinarily gifted youth from the Ming Dynasty 6 centuries ago, I have forgotten the taste of wine and lost interest in it. As she looked at the fine wine in her cup, memories of that bright youth rushed back, of shared revelries that felt like a lifetime ago, 600 years to be precise. The women gasped in disbelief. This woman had lived for 6 centuries. For her, life had lost its significance, and perhaps death would be the most perfect repose. 600 years have passed in the blink of an eye. By the way, Master Gu Yi, I am curious as to why you sought me out personally. It appears that I have no connection to Kamar Taj. Menhuan calmly finished the remaining red wine, observing Gu Yi quietly. Yet, you are not as simple as you seem, although we appear to lack any ties. Your reaction suggests you are not surprised by our existence. Ever since that organization known as SHIELD began probing into our presence, I became aware of you. However, I have scrutinized the future timelines repeatedly, only to find them obscured by a chaotic veil, as if your future does not exist. So, can you enlighten me about your origins? Gu Yi regarded Menhuan with a serene gaze. Me? It will be better for you to remain unaware, for I fear you might find it impossible to accept and plunge into darkness. Menhuan lifted her gaze to the cerulean sky and replied softly. His secrets are destined to remain undisclosed. Otherwise, even a mind master like Charles would face a mental breakdown. Gu Yi contemplated for a long while upon hearing this, even considering using telepathy to delve into his psyche, but ultimately refrained. Her sixth sense strongly warned her against such probing, urging her to refrain, for great terrors lurked beneath. He could distinctly perceive the vibrant life force radiating from him, reminiscent of the sun. In her own withered state, if she possessed such vitality, perhaps her successors would not have to toil so hard. I have never encountered a being as enigmatic as you on this planet. Your body appears on the verge of collapse, yet paradoxically achieves a perfect equilibrium. Your life force is overwhelmingly potent. Even Thor, the god of thunder from Asgard, might not match your physical prowess. Thor? He is still in the process of growing, Menhuan chuckled. According to the unfolding narrative, it won't be long before Thor makes his way to Earth for his trials, and a tragic fate awaits him. Before he remained unperturbed, for a being as compassionate as her would not easily impose hardship upon him. Ultimately, I have glimpsed the future of Earth. Yet, in the presence of your existence, I find myself in a quandary, uncertain of the extremes to which your being may propel our universe. At times, I am tempted to eliminate this unpredictable factor that threatens the future. However, divine mercy prevails, as you pose no imminent danger to Earth's safety, rendering my hand motionless. I sincerely hope that in the future, you will remember your identity as an inhabitant of Earth and refrain from becoming its adversary. That alone would suffice. He sighed softly, and his words sent a shiver down Menhuan's spine. Should Gui choose to act against him, he would stand no chance. A single strike of temporal banishment would render him defenseless. Yet, her words rekindled the almost languid resolve within Menhuan. My identity as an Earthling remains unchanged. Naturally, I shall protect my homeland, of that you need not worry. Though facing he presents daunting odds. She spoke the truth. As long as her ire is not directed at Earth, she would not strike. I believe in you. He glanced at the tense women beside her and smiled slightly. If Earth were to vanish, where would he find such an abundance of beauties? He truly relished the moment. By the way, would you be interested in learning magic from me? He suddenly expressed her curiosity. Menhuan was momentarily taken aback by her thought process. Master Gui, are you serious? Why would you suddenly think of having me learn magic? Isn't that supposed to be confidential? Upon witnessing his surprise, Gui chuckled. Must you always adhere to conventional norms? Camartage, too, seeks development and survival. We cannot allow the lineage of magic to dwindle. We shall seek out anyone with magical potential to join us in Camartage for magical studies. Do not regard us as a rigid and antiquated force. Camartage has the internet and utilizes computers and televisions. As she spoke, she snapped her fingers, and a brilliant aura reappeared, projecting the very sights of Camartage. Come, learn magic. I can sense your mental prowess is extraordinarily formidable. While I may not fully comprehend your magical aptitude, your presence will be essential in the impending cataclysmic battle that threatens to obliterate half the universe. Gui almost explicitly conveyed that Thanos would annihilate half of all life in the universe, and Earth would require his assistance. Menhuan frowned. If you're already aware of that great conflict, why choose to remain a passive observer? I will perish, but you need not meet the same fate. This is my destiny. I cannot prevent the birth of my successor as the Sorcerer Supreme. This is the decree of fate. I can perceive that your physical form is indeed powerful, yet remains merely a manifestation of physical strength. I could effortlessly subdue you through magic, and therein lies your fatal weakness. Gui remarked, piercingly revealing Menhuan's vulnerability. Are you implying that magic can triumph over magic? Correct. Very well. In that case, I shall honor our agreement and travel to Camartage to learn magic, hoping to gain valuable insights. Menhuan nodded solemnly. Gui was right. He knew nothing of magic. However, the universe is replete with magic. Even the mainstream of Asgard is steeped in it, rendering one vulnerable. He finds himself particularly drawn to the Darkhold and the Book of Vishanti, yearning for their sacrifice. As he envisions the birth of a versatile champion embodying the qualities of a tank, warrior, assassin, mage, and archer. He merely hopes not to inadvertently usurp Dr. Strange's position as the Sorcerer Supreme, though he holds a greater preference for the Eye of Agamotto. Menhuan, I await you in Camartage. You are aware that my life is now on a countdown. Do not disappoint me. Ancient One cast a profound glance at Menhuan, and amidst a dazzling display of fireworks, she stepped into the light and departed. Chapter 35. Plot Plan Arrangements. Zhao Hailuan has been kidnapped by a tycoon's son. Camartage, the Time Stone, the Sorcerer Supreme, the Book of Ashanti, and the Darkhold. Menhuan massaged his throbbing temples, his mind in disarray with an overwhelming multitude of tasks ahead. He knew he must meticulously organize his thoughts and devise a plan for the future, executing it step by step to maintain order. The foremost priority remains the harvesting of life energy, a task that he must personally undertake. Only the beings he slays will be absorbed by the bronze cauldron and transformed into life energy. Beyond that, numerous other matters await his attention. First, the nano-battle armor requires him to locate Zhao Hailuan, whether through financial means or abduction. It matters not, as long as she is present. Second, he must expedite the search for Mystique. His fascination with her shape-shifting genes, the seeds of the Sentinel robots, is profound. Although Stryker is a bit of a pervert, he alone possesses knowledge of Sentinel research, and he must seize the opportunity to control him to further investigate the Sentinels, which he deems more reliable than genetic research. Third, the issue of mutant identity arises. To speak bluntly, he has already been branded with labels such as mutant and aberrant. The only path forward lies in subtly altering public perception, and he has come to understand, through social media, the critical importance of publicity. With the women at home idly passing their time, the success of platforms like TikTok is evident. Why not replicate that success? Promoting a positive image of mutants and positioning himself as a leader among them is akin to accessing a paradise of genetic potential. Fourth, he must inevitably journey to Kamartaj to study magic. Yet he must first ensure that all prior matters are set on the right course to allow him peace of mind for the journey ahead. Fifth, he must acquire the Tesseract and successfully perform the requisite sacrifice before his departure. One can never be too cautious, as the adage goes, a long night breeds many dreams. As it stands, these are the pressing matters at hand. Each one is of paramount importance, and he shall address them one by one. Casey, with her elfin ears and breathtaking beauty, is adored by Miranda and her companions, especially with her delightfully mutated, fluffy tail, which is irresistibly charming. She had not anticipated that human emotions could be so intricate. They willingly serve Menhuan, and yet, she has found an unprecedented sense of security and warmth in this place. Though Charles cannot infiltrate Menhuan's mental realm to uncover his origins, he can freely delve into the minds of others to gather information about him. Upon discovering that Menhuan is a crime lord, Charles is momentarily taken aback. Is he considered a virtuous individual in the shadows of the underworld? Chin, I need you to find an opportune moment to cross paths with our esteemed gangster and assess his character. Charles instructed Chin Gray in the office. Professor, are you unable to unveil his secrets? Chin Gray expressed her astonishment at the depth of Charles's implications. I suspect he is an exceptionally powerful mutant. His abilities elude my comprehension, and his actions remain inscrutable, Charles replied, shaking his head in concern. What enigma he is. I shall seek an opportunity to test him. Chin Gray nodded with intrigue, marveling at the fact that even Professor Charles could not fathom this individual. By the way, those newly arrived mutant children are likely quite troublesome. I need you to ensure their proper placement, as I do not comprehend the implications of his actions, Charles said, rubbing his temples, feeling somewhat mentally fatigued. Understood, Chin Gray nodded and exited, recognizing the professor's need for solitude to collect his thoughts. Tony had crafted the Mark III armor. As the second largest shareholder of Stark Industries, was it not reasonable to request a set? Given Tony's character, he would typically not bestow such a gift, yet. Akin to the scene in the film where he intentionally allows Rhodes to don the Iron Man suit, Menhuan unexpectedly received the Mark III armor, along with a backup of Jarvis. Goodness, Tony, such generosity. Are you preparing for your final affairs? You should hastily draft a will before it is too late. Menhuan jested, teasing the visibly agitated Tony. Get lost, Tony retorted, casting a weary glance at him, sorrowfully taking a hefty swig of alcohol. He had no desire to meet his end. How could the illustrious chairman of Stark Industries, the genius scientist, philanthropist, and playboy Tony Stark resign himself to death? Unfortunately, palladium poisoning was an insurmountable dilemma, and his demise was merely a matter of time. Realizing the jest from Menhuan, he understood it was time to prepare his will. Tony, have you ever considered creating a new efficient and clean element to replace palladium? Menhuan casually inquired. Do you think I haven't considered it? I have experimented with numerous elements, but alas, either their efficiency is too low or they are unusable, Tony despondently shook his head. I would rather not see you meet your end so abruptly. However, if you grant me a 10% stake in Stark Industries, I can mend that troublesome hole in your chest. What do you say? Menhuan seized the opportunity. He was preparing to invite Zhao Hailuan for assistance. So why not sharpen his proverbial knives now? Why wait any longer? Tony looked at the young man with astonishment. It was truly a bold demand to ask for a 10% stake right off the bat. Were you not afraid of choking on your own greed? This is rather excessive, Tony remarked with irritation. Taking advantage of a situation, are we? I once considered you my closest brother, and was even contemplating entrusting Peepo to you upon my demise, but now I must reconsider. While shares hold value, life is even more precious. Shimin replied with a smile. Are you certain? Tony slowly lowered his glass and gazed intently at him. Absolutely certain, Shimin chuckled in response. Very well, I accept your terms. In the face of life, no share can truly be considered valuable. When one dies, everything is lost. As long as he remains alive, he will eventually uncover the secrets of new elements. At that moment, Zhao Hailuan was nestled in a research institute, troubled by the incessant harassment of a young scion from a wealthy family, who was infatuated with her beauty. One day, as she was hailing a cab to return home, she suddenly sensed something amiss. The car door had locked, and the signal was being jammed. Miss Zhao, the young master has run out of patience. You must be aware of the fate that befalls those female idols who are coerced. The driver spoke coldly, revealing a familiarity with such predicaments. Viewing these women merely as instruments of release, Zhao Hailuan, in a panic, began to pound on the car door, even using her bag to strike against the window with great force, but the glass remained unyielding. Miss Zhao, please conserve your strength. This is a safety window made of special glass, and you cannot break it, the driver sneered dismissively. Hearing this, Zhao's heart plummeted. Was she truly doomed today? Miss Zhao, save your energy. My young master enjoys playing coercive games. The more you resist, the more exhilarated he becomes. The driver's expression grew increasingly lewd and twisted, having been tainted by his association with the wealthy young master, fantasizing about her screams and cries. Chapter 36. Wealthy heirs? Damn it, I'm a soldier of the U.S. military stationed in Korea. At this moment, Zhao Hailuan contemplated suicide, yet fear of pain held her back from self-harm, her clever mind racing to devise a strategy. The driver was indifferent to her fluctuating expressions, waiting to show her what a desperate wail truly sounded like. Zhao Hailuan silently regretted her decision to enter this cab, as it was the only one waiting downstairs. She soon realized that everything was part of a meticulously crafted trap. Just then, the cab door swung open, and a strikingly handsome man entered the back seat. Damn it, the driver exclaimed in shock. How could he have unlocked the door from the outside, despite it being secured? That cursed individual. Driver, take us to the military base. The young man urged impatiently. What with your morose expression, driver? Truly, this is a small, uncivilized nation. Zhao Hailuan appeared to have found her savior, instantly seizing Menhuan's hand, her voice laced with desperation. Sir, he is not a taxi driver at all. He intends to kidnap me for the tycoon. The driver, brimming with arrogance, threatened Menhuan. Young man, I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. You should be well aware of the repercussions of offending the tycoons in our nation. Tycoon? Menhuan retorted with a sharp slap to the driver's nape, his voice rising in a furious tirade. Do you know who I am? Are you aware of the consequences of crossing the U.S. military station in Korea? He continued. I demand your tycoons kneel and apologize, and ensure that your wife and daughter are presented to me post-haste. The mention of the U.S. military rendered the driver's haughty demeanor utterly frozen. In this land, regardless of one's wealth, inciting the ire of the military was a perilous endeavor. With a swift motion, Menhuan produced an identification card, boldly displaying the rank of Major in the 11th Infantry Division. This was no counterfeit. It was a legitimate document. A mere formality for someone of his stature as the second largest shareholder of Stark Industries. The driver, now bewildered, stammered, "But you are not even Caucasian." Panic gripped him as he realized the implications of his oversight. He had forgotten that America was a nation of immigrants. Although he could not discern the authenticity of the identification, he understood that confronting a military officer was a grave mistake. As he trembled, drenched in sweat, he ingratiated himself. Your Excellency, I apologize profusely. Please, do not hold my insignificant status against me. I shall take you to the military base immediately. He dared not utter another word. After all, this formidable figure could render him incapacitated in public, and the tycoons and police would applaud his actions. Menhuan coldly interjected, I have heard that your tycoons engage in abduction. I have no intention of lowering myself to your level. Now, take me to the tycoon's residence at once, and ensure that their wife and daughter are prepared. My patience is wearing thin. He recognized the advantage of his identity as a military officer in this small nation. The driver, glancing nervously at the gun aimed at him, nearly lost control of himself. The ominous metallic sight was unmistakably real. Terrified, he hastily dialed the chairman, stuttering as he recounted the events. The tycoon on the other end of the line seethed with rage. I shall see what he is capable of. The affluent elder, nearly apoplectic, could not fathom being humiliated by a mere military officer, despite his own standing among the top 100 wealthy individuals in the nation. Enraged, he hung up and quickly reached out to rally support, having long been subservient to the whims of an officer, even gifting his paramour as a token of appeasement. Mr. Smith, this is Park Halbuck. Yes. How's your little lover treating you? Oh, it's nothing. I just suddenly found another little lover and wanted you to give her a little polish first. However, if you insist on expressing your gratitude, how about coming to my house for a meal? Oh, all right, you get busy. Park Halbuck hung up the phone, bowing and smiling, his face stiffened, but he quickly concealed his arrogant demeanor. Look at you, a mere lieutenant colonel. How dare you be so arrogant in front of a brigadier general? You still wish to seduce my wife and daughter? How absurd. He eagerly anticipated the moment of retribution, chuckling ominously. Zhao Hailuan never expected that a glimmer of hope would appear, as if she had stumbled upon a stroke of luck that would save her. She hurriedly said to Menhuan, Sir, thank you, I would like to get out of the car now. Could you please let me out? Menhuan grinned wickedly, sizing her up, resembling a scene from a movie, but even more stunning. With a delicate oval face, her features were soft and flowing. Her large, bright eyes sparkled with clarity and vitality, as if they concealed a universe of stars. Her double eyelids enhanced the depth and allure of her gaze. A high and straight nose added dimension to her facial contours, while her lips, perfectly shaped, were of a moderate fullness. Her lustrous black hair cascaded elegantly over her shoulders, exuding grace. Her complexion was as fair as snow, with smooth, delicate skin that glimmered under the light like fine porcelain. Standing at 177 centimeters, Zhao Hailuan possessed a statuesque figure with an enviable 9-head proportion, her legs long and straight. Such a flawless silhouette. Her curves were exquisite, with a delicate waist that could be clasped with a single hand, perfectly complementing her rounded hips to form an alluring S-curve. Cough, Miss Zhao Hailuan. As an elite from the land of kimchi, you must be well aware of the notorious behavior of our stationed U.S. troops in Korea, right? Menhuan teased. They enjoy the spoils while others bear the burden. Zhao Hailuan's face turned pale as she glared at him, realizing she had just escaped one peril only to fall into another. Could the local residents truly be oblivious to the sordid actions and arrogance of the stationed U.S. troops? So, can you not see? You have been kidnapped. Menhuan shamelessly grasped her delicate hand, jesting. The makeup of the women from the little kimchi nation is all about that dewy glow. Oh no, I have been kidnapped again. Zhao Hailuan's expression darkened, her heart sinking once more. Yet, she harbored deep suspicions about Menhuan's intentions. It seemed too coincidental for him to merely covet her beauty. The driver, glancing at the stunning Zhao Hailuan, secretly envied Menhuan's carefree demeanor. May I also be reborn as a member of the stationed U.S. troops in my next life, to witness their equal treatment of all, whether the daughters of tycoons or ordinary beauties, all captured in one fell swoop. Chapter 37, Girl Group Performance. Are you ready to flip the switch? The young heiress of the conglomerate decided to set an example. Naturally, the esteemed Menhuan would assist the driver in fulfilling his fervent desire to reincarnate as a member of the U.S. Forces Korea. Meanwhile, Zhao Hailuan, consumed by anxiety, pondered how she might escape from her predicament. Inside the taxi, several individuals harbored their own thoughts, and it took a full 20 minutes to arrive at the opulent villa of the conglomerate. Truly, the capital of this great nation is vast, almost rivaling the size of a county in my hometown. Zhao Hailuan contemplated her escape further. Are you certain you do not wish to exit? I wouldn't mind a little jolt in this confined space, Menhuan teased, causing Zhao Hailuan to react like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, hastily disembarking. Even if compelled, she preferred not to attract unwanted attention or become a spectacle. She had no desire to become an action star. Menhuan held little interest in the conglomerate, but since he was already there, he was curious to witness the world of the affluent. As the driver dutifully led the way, Menhuan entered the villa to find Park Haobei, an elderly gentleman, along with his wife, daughter, son, and a cadre of bodyguards seemingly awaiting him. However, Menhuan misinterpreted the situation. They were actually there to curry favor with the esteemed Brigadier General of the U.S. Forces Korea. Chairman, this is Mr. Shimen. The driver rushed forward, eager to flatter, but was abruptly interrupted by Park Haobei. I'm not blind. While my family may not wield the same absolute power as the Li family, we are not to be disrespected by a mere lieutenant colonel. If you know what is good for you, you will promptly leave my home. Otherwise, when your superior arrives, the outcome will not be favorable for either of us. Park Haobei coldly threatened, wishing to avoid any reprimand for Menhuan in front of the general, as it would surely lead to enmity. It was best to scare him off before Smith's arrival, preserving their dignity and avoiding a complete breakdown in relations. Initially eager to experience the might of the U.S. Forces Korea, Menhuan soon realized that it was the higher echelons that commanded respect. Yet, ordinary soldiers and junior officers were hardly regarded by the conglomerate, who dismissed them entirely. How uninteresting! Menhuan scoffed, recognizing that rumors could be misleading. Nevertheless, it appeared that the conglomerate spoke American English, confirming that this was indeed the native tongue of their nation. With no time to linger, Menhuan decided that if they insisted on employing coercive tactics, the Park family would soon find themselves subject to ridicule. Park Haobei, misinterpreting his words as a sign of submission, was taken aback when Menhuan suddenly slapped his own face. Aish, how much can one endure? This is utterly outrageous. Just as he was about to command his bodyguards to subdue the audacious young man, he found that they had already retreated, each one darting away as though confronted by a specter. Am I truly to risk my position over a few $1,000s? What folly! A resounding slap echoed as Park Haobei's aged face swelled. Just as he was about to utter a curse, a sharp pain surged through his groin, causing him to double over like a shrimp, his face contorting in a manner reminiscent of constipation. Nearby, his eldest son Park Chan, terrified, quickly sought refuge, secretly. He wished for his father's incapacitation, as it would lessen competition for inheritance. Were it not for that wretched old man's incessant dalliances with young lovers, he would inevitably bring home an illegitimate child, like that troublemaking brother, Park Guang. Zhao Hailuan watched in bewilderment. Having heard tales of the moral depravity of the stationed American soldiers, notorious for their misconduct, this individual exhibited the same traits, boldly assaulting those from affluent families without hesitation. Indeed, they were all scourges. Escaping was out of the question. It seemed they relished engaging in coercive practices. After Menhuan incapacitated them all, his mocking gaze turned towards the women of the Park family, his sinister and perverse stare rendering the once beautiful ladies pale with fear. They immediately recalled the infamous misconduct associated with the stationed American troops. It appeared these nefarious individuals had succumbed to the afflictions of the wealthy, reveling in coercion, much like the lunatic before them. Since you are so fond of performances with toys, I would like to witness your skills. Show me. Upon hearing this, the Park women stood frozen like puppets. As despair engulfed the Park family, mourning their predicament, a certain Brigadier Smith hurriedly arrived. He had a particular fondness for the young lover the Park family had offered, and he delighted in the unconventional. Upon hearing that Park Haobei was to present him with yet another lover, he rushed over, only to be utterly astonished by the scene that greeted him in the garden. There was Park Haobei, writhing on the ground, clutching his groin and wailing, alongside other men in similar distress. Mr. Smith, oh, you have arrived. This madman has ruined our family. You must avenge us. I am willing to donate half of my fortune. Upon seeing his father, Park Haobei pointed at Menhuan. His teeth clenched in rage as he shouted venomously. Smith was instantly enlivened. Half of the Park family's wealth was an astronomical figure to anyone. He promptly declared with righteous indignation, Mr. Park, need I reiterate our connection? I shall ensure your vengeance. Having made a grand promise to Park Haobei, he turned his fierce gaze upon Menhuan, declaring, "I care not from which influential family you hail, but you have broken the law. Mr. Smith, he is also an officer of the stationed American military." Park Halbuck hastily interjected. "Really?" Smith's excitement surged. If he were an insider, matters would be much simpler. Would he dare to resist? "Mr. Smith, here is my identification." Menhuan presented his military identification, then continued, "In addition to this identity, I'm also the second largest shareholder of Stark Industries. I advise you not to meddle in this matter." Smith scoffed. "Huh? What a boast. You, the second largest shareholder of Stark Industries? If you are, then I must be the President of the United States. Is that so? I could summon Tony here, and you, I hope, are indeed the President." Observing Menhuan's calm demeanor, Smith began to doubt his own assertions. He had heard that the former second largest shareholder of Stark Industries, Obadiah Stane, had recently encountered trouble. If Menhuan were truly the second largest shareholder, then Smith, a mere brigadier general, was indeed insignificant. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Smith chose to make a hasty exit, understanding that the possession of such military credentials could not belong to a mere charlatan. Park Halbay watched as his greatest ally retreated, instantly resembling a bedraggled chicken. "Ah, old Park, it seems you've resigned yourself to this fate," Menhuan remarked with a smile. Park Halbay quickly adopted a sycophantic expression. "My lord, if you wish for a performance, then you must hurry. This is your fortune." Chapter 38. Descendants of the Sun. The Korean Tiger Bureau rescues Zhao Hailuan pervert. Zhao Hailuan muttered indignantly. Although she had heard whispers of this affair, she was astonished to discover that these tycoons had indeed turned it into a grotesque spectacle. "Huh, Miss Zhao, would you like to give it a try? I hear you are still single. Do you find yourself lonely at night, seeking some excitement?" Menhuan teased with a mischievous grin. "How dare you call me a pervert? You must possess the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard." "Ahem, ahem. Mr. Sheeman, I would never dare to label you as such. I disdain the perversions of those tycoons," Zhao Hailuan hastily responded, waving her hands in an effort to placate him. Though this madman had guessed her occasional indulgence in solitude, she was not so depraved as to engage in such acts in broad daylight before so many witnesses. "Humph, at least you know your place." Menhuan snorted. "Don't think for a moment that I do not perceive your silent disdain for me. There will come a time when you will plead for mercy. Now hurry up. I am pressed for time." Menhuan said irritably, finally understanding the meaning of the phrase reversal of fate. Go. Quickly change into your most flamboyant party attire and perform for me." Park Halbay, grimacing in pain and drenched in cold sweat, urged them on, fearing for his life over such trivial matters. What were wives and daughters to tycoons but mere instruments for pleasing the powerful? They could be offered up at a moment's notice. The pale-faced women of the Park family rose sorrowfully, having once reveled in the game of controlling the fates of others. Now, the roles had reversed. They had become the pawns in a game they once dominated. They resigned themselves to donning the most fashionable attire as per the arrangement and gracefully approached Menhuan, presenting him with a mysterious item. The specifics of the process, however, were a paid service, and Menhuan emerged from the Pu family villa with a sense of satisfaction. Zhao Hailuan, her face flushed as if adorned with rouge, remained silent, fearful of being scorned. She had been the most enthusiastic, applauding fervently as though avenging a deep-seated grievance. "Why the sudden loss of words, my spirited friend? You personally selected this, didn't you? Who would have thought you harbored such peculiar inclinations?" Menhuan teased. Zhao Hailuan haughtily snorted, embracing the adage that silence is golden. Had some hidden trait within her been awakened? "All right, enough of this. Gather your things and accompany me to New York." "To New York? Are you kidnapping me? I fail to understand your motive. I can't possibly be of much value." Zhao Hailuan's heart raced at Menhuan's words. Typically, she wasn't affluent, leading her to suspect a more sinister intent. Yet, the thought of being taken to New York sparked a realization about her nanoregeneration technology. Could it be that the U.S. military had discovered her breakthroughs and sought to seize her intellectual property? How despicable! Zhao Hailuan grumbled inwardly. "If you were to compensate me, I might consider collaborating, but it seems you are intent on theft. Oil, natural gas, minerals, all under the guise of maintaining peace while plundering the world." Observing Zhao Hailuan's eyes darting nervously, Menhuan assertively pulled her closer, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. "Miss Zhao Hailuan, should you refuse to cooperate, I truly would be reluctant to resort to force against someone as enchanting as you. Thus, I hope you will comply. Zhao Hailuan felt her body tense with fear. She was acutely aware that her allure had garnered the attention of countless men, and this man seemed like a lecherous predator. She did not wish to find herself at his mercy within the confines of the vehicle, so she quickly relented. Mr. Shimen, I shall do as you say. I am entirely at your service. Now, go home, bring your passport, and accompany me to the airport for our flight to New York. If you prefer not to fly, I have other means. No, I will fly, Zhao Hailuan hastily declared, her mind racing with images of being smuggled into New York in a shipping container. A wise choice. However, should you attempt to call for help at the airport, you had best run faster than my gun. Coughing nervously, she replied, I wouldn't dare. Perhaps we needn't escalate things to such extremes? You desire my biological nanotechnology for regeneration, correct? Could we not collaborate? Zhao Hailuan awkwardly sought to ease the tension and lower his guard, hoping for a chance to escape. Indeed, Miss Zhao, you are quite clever. But why collaborate when robbery is so much more enticing? Menhuan paused and then smirked, recognizing her as one of the rare female scientist archetypes in the Marvel Universe. That is so quintessentially American, Zhao Hailuan retorted. Menhuan continued, as a woman, you will inevitably marry someday, won't you? What need do you have for such vast sums of money? For the first time, I encountered someone who could articulate such shamelessness with such eloquence. You truly opened my eyes, Zhao Hailuan remarked with a hint of sarcasm. With a swift motion, Menhuan delivered a sharp slap. It was evident that Zhao Hailuan's physique was that of someone who exercised regularly, her figure remarkably toned. A blush instantly crept across her cheeks, and she glared at Menhuan, indignantly questioning his rudeness towards his benefactor. Benefactor? You are hardly more than a mere laborer, Menhuan grinned. Huffing in frustration, Zhao Hailuan felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate against this brazen individual. The driver in the front row dared not utter a word, his gaze fixated ahead, anxious not to disturb their affairs. Left with no choice, Zhao Hailuan complied with Menhuan's demands, instructing the driver to head to the apartment to retrieve her passport. Initially intending to gather a few changes of clothing, she was met with a resolute refusal from Menhuan, citing the delay it would cause. Exasperated, Zhao Hailuan begrudgingly took only a few sets of undergarments and followed him downstairs. Meanwhile, the supernatural organization of the Republic of Korea, known as the Tiger Bureau, launched an immediate investigation upon discovering Zhao Hailuan's disappearance. They soon realized that the esteemed seed scientist they had been monitoring appeared to have been abducted by a conglomerate. It wasn't until surveillance footage traced her to the airport that they discovered the agents trailing her had been incapacitated. Damn it, useless fools. You are all worthless. Zhao Hailuan is our nation's most promising scientist, a future leader in technology, and she has been kidnapped by an American from a neighboring country. The head of the Tiger Bureau, by who, was seething with rage, cursing futilely. At that moment, the only course of action was to swiftly seal off the airport to prevent anyone from leaving. An urgent announcement interrupted the proceedings, according to an anonymous tip from a mysterious informant. A flight to New York had been infiltrated by hijackers intending to replicate the events of 9/11. For the safety of countless lives and property, all passengers were required to resubmit their passports for inspection, and no flights would be permitted to take off. Upon hearing this news, Zhao Hailuan felt a surge of hope. Perhaps these hijackers would be her salvation. The long-awaited moment had finally arrived, Menhuan mused silently with a smirk. A grand spectacle was about to unfold. Meanwhile, in another part of the airport, several bearded men stood in shock. Boss, we have a mole. Chapter 39. Punishment for Zhao Hailuan. Do you believe I will shoot you in 2 hours? At this moment, the leader of the terrorists cast a venomous glare at the 10 or so subordinates nearby. Only this small group was privy to the details of the hijacking plan, so the secret must have been leaked by one of them. The terrorists, paralyzed by his intimidating stare, felt a chill run down their spines, utterly at a loss. Boss, we are innocent. You know we haven't had any contact with the outside world since the operation began. Indeed, we don't even have phones. Could it be that another hijacking crew leaked the information? Indeed, dear leader, you are well aware that the number of terrorist organizations offended by that little May Z is legion. Perhaps we should resort to hijacking an aircraft. For this dilapidated airport of the Kimchi Nation pales in comparison to that of our neighbor, the Dragon Kingdom. The terrorists, exchanging words, insist they have not engaged in actions detrimental to the organization. At this moment, Azabu pondered deeply, sensing an unsettling discrepancy. They had no reason to betray the organization, particularly when they must consider their wives and children back home. Furrowing his brow, Azabu contemplated for an extended period. If they delayed further, they would either abandon the operation or forcibly hijack a plane to escape. However, hijacking seemed exceedingly unreliable. It was likely they would be shot down by fighter jets before even reaching American soil. For the safety of its citizens, America would not hesitate to obliterate a passenger aircraft, rendering a repeat of 9/11 impossible. Perhaps we should take a gamble, suggested Azabu. Let us draw lots for a few individuals to create chaos and then await capture. After all, dying here or in America amounts to the same fate. It is merely a question of timing. Once the airport lifted its lockdown, the abilities of the fifth member, a mutant, would render anything he touched invisible, allowing him to smuggle a weapon onto the plane. A subordinate then made a suggestion. After careful consideration, Azabu nodded in agreement. Great achievements often require sacrifices. It was inevitable. As a homeland for mutants, the Middle East boasted a number of mutants comparable to those in America. Meanwhile, the Tiger Bureau dispatched their superpowered warriors swiftly upon learning of the airport's closure. Among them was the formidable Taijiki, a symbol of the Kimchi Nation's superheroes, possessing the abilities of flight, superhuman strength, invulnerability, and the capacity to emit energy beams from his eyes. Luna Shui, a young woman with freezing abilities and a pop singer, could attack with dark ice or heal the injured with light ice. Lady of Light, a mysterious witch, wielded traditional flower cards as weapons, transforming them into flying platforms, shields, or portals. Besides these superpowered warriors, there is also the pride of the Kimchi Nation, the indomitable special forces, the White Tiger team of Descendants of the Sun, composed of mutants. At that moment, the airport of the Kimchi Nation was in utter chaos. They could neither leave nor hide, forced to seek what they deemed safe spaces while waiting for inspections. The bustling and orderly airport hall had devolved into an abyss of fear and panic the instant news of the terrorists spread. "Oh my God, how could this happen?" shrieked a fashionably dressed woman, her voice sharp and trembling. Her designer handbag slipped from her grasp as she muttered in despair, "I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Quick, find a place to hide." A middle-aged man, pallid and agitated, shouted loudly, his eyes brimming with panic. His wife clutched his arm tightly, her nails nearly digging into his flesh, repeatedly murmuring, "What shall we do? What shall we do?" Beside a bench in the waiting area, an elderly man collapsed to the ground, his legs buckling beneath him, as his companion sobbed uncontrollably. "Oh heavens, what sin have we committed to endure this? Where's my child? Where's my child?" A frantic mother pushed her way through the crowd, her voice hoarse from shouting, tears streaming down her face. "Darling, where are you?" Her cries were drowned out by the cacophony of chaos, rendering them feeble and filled with despair. "Get out! Get out!" Someone screamed in terror, and the throng surged toward the exit like a tidal wave, jostling and shoving one another. In the airport hall, a girl was knocked to the ground, her terrified screams echoing, "Don't step on me! Don't step on me!" Yet, amidst the tumult, her pleas bore little weight. The entire airport resonated with the harrowing cries of the frightened, the desperate wails, and the frantic footsteps, as fear enveloped everyone like a suffocating shadow. The very term terrorist was indeed chilling. On the second floor of the waiting area, Menhuan observed the chaotic airport with a calm demeanor, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "The show is about to begin," he declared. "A show? Do you deem it farce?" Zhao Hailuan frowned. "Isn't it too coincidental? Perhaps this is all to rescue you?" Menhuan chuckled. "Me? Am I not aware of my own worth?" Zhao Hailuan retorted, poking fun at herself, for she was merely an ordinary citizen, not a wealthy heiress. "It seems you still do not grasp your own significance. I may not be able to divide my attention to protect you. Your savior is on the way." Menhuan suddenly fixed his gaze on the airport's entrance, a distinct aura about him. He thrust a gun into her hands, regardless of whether she knew how to wield it. Its mere presence was far more intimidating than any knife or dagger. Zhao Hailuan stared at him in disbelief, timidly inquiring, "Are you not worried I might shoot you?" Menhuan smirked disdainfully. "Of course, you could attempt to execute me. If you fail, I shall execute you for 2 hours." At his words, Zhao Hailuan shook her head vigorously, eager to appease him. "How could I dare? Rest assured, I have no skill with firearms. She understood his implication, though the notion of him executing her for 2 hours seemed ludicrous. What man could endure such a feat? Humph, Menhuan scoffed, then before her eyes, twisted a steel pipe into a ball and playfully slapped her thigh with several sharp blows. I must say, your rear is truly resilient. Ah, Zhao Hailuan gasped, her eyes widening in shock. If you are human, what am I to eat? I'm done for. She promptly tucked away her thoughts of rebellion. Oh my, he is no ordinary man. He is a pervert, my beautiful figure. At this very moment, the chaotic airport hall was suddenly shattered by the deafening sounds of gunfire and the explosions of grenades. The violent blasts and the anguished cries of death stunned everyone present in the airport. Even Menhuan was taken aback. It seemed there truly were terrorists intent on hijacking a plane, leaving the Tiger Bureau momentarily dumbfounded. The terrorists showed no inclination for mercy. Their sole purpose was to instill terror and chaos, buying time for their comrades. Bullets rained down indiscriminately, as if they were worthless, leaving the fate of the wounded and the deceased solely in the hands of their own resilience. In the blink of an eye, hundreds lay injured or dead, while the legendary descendants of the sun had just arrived on the scene to confront the terrorists. Bai Hu and his companions were astonished that their hastily fabricated excuse had led them to an actual terrorist encounter, their composure fraying. Yet, what troubled them even more was the indiscriminate slaughter of international travelers by the terrorists in the airport. Which nation could withstand such immense international pressure? Alas, had they known, they would have allowed the terrorists to hijack a plane to bomb the United States instead. Now the burden of pressure fell squarely on their shoulders. Bai Hu cursed himself, wishing he could deliver a resounding slap to his own face. Even if their superhuman warriors managed to subdue the terrorists, it was already too late. Hundreds of international travelers had perished. Damn those wretches. This was all your fault. At this moment, Bai Hu felt an overwhelming urge to tear Menhuan apart. Report to the director. We have located Dr. Zhao Hailuan and the terrorists who abducted her. An agent exclaimed. Good. Finally, we have uncovered his whereabouts. I shall have him dismembered. Bai Hu, his face flushed with rage, glared at the transmitted images, cursing under his breath. Chapter 40. Zhao Hailuan's despair. The airport is your chosen grave. After cursing Menhuan, Bai Hu immediately seized his phone to issue commands to the waiting Taijiki and others. Taijiki, we have identified the target. Dr. Zhao Hailuan is in a tourist souvenir shop on the 2nd floor of the airport. However, you must not act recklessly and endanger her. Director, can we arrange for a sniper to eliminate him on the spot before rescuing Dr. Zhao Hailuan? We are quite constrained, Taijiki declared arrogantly. Indeed, he is merely a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. Does he truly deserve our elite forces to engage? Luna Shui asserted with pride, questioning the necessity of mobilizing for a mere Dragon Kingdom citizen. I second Luna's sentiment. We could easily dispatch Yu Sijun from the descendants of the sun to suppress him effortlessly. The Lady of Light chimed in, her eyes sparkling with admiration for you. Bai Hu was struck by their audacious attitude, feeling as though he had been dealt a harsh blow. You must not act rashly. This individual is reportedly the 2nd largest shareholder of Stark Group, and we cannot ascertain whether he has indeed kidnapped Dr. Zhao Hailuan. If their relationship is merely one of collaboration. Once we eliminate the 2nd largest shareholder of Stark Industries, will you be able to bear the responsibility, or shall it fall upon me? The White Fox sighed, feeling a sense of frustration. Isn't it infuriating to be unable to rid oneself of a troublesome opponent, especially one as formidable as Stark Group? We still have Samsung. The Taiji flag exclaimed indignantly, questioning how their pride, the invincible Samsung, could not overpower the mere Stark Group. On the 2nd floor of the airport, upon witnessing the peculiar farce come to an end, Menhuan prepared to confront the few superpowered individuals who had attempted to offer assistance, his gaze sweeping the vicinity. What's wrong? Zhao Hailuan asked, looking at him as he paused after taking a few steps. Instead of responding to her inquiry, Menhuan raised his middle finger towards a nearby surveillance camera. The White Fox, observing from behind the monitor, felt a surge of anger that nearly made her choke. This was nothing short of a blatant provocation. Simultaneously, a strong sixth sense overwhelmed her with profound unease and apprehension. How did he know he was being watched? Such vigilance and insight were terrifying. Just as her anxiety mounted, Menhuan flicked his wrist and sent several coins hurtling through the air, each bizarrely flying towards different cameras at breakneck speed. Bang, bang, bang. All the cameras met their demise, the explosions startling the tourists nearby who had just begun to rejoice in their survival. The agents at the monitoring center were left in stunned silence as the screens went black, their eyes wide with disbelief. How on earth did he achieve the simultaneous trajectory of the coins that obliterated the cameras? Am I imagining things? Did he really throw multiple coins at once to destroy the cameras? Indeed, you are not mistaken. Is he even human? This defies all scientific understanding. The seasoned agent in the monitoring room slowly closed his eyes, attempting to replay the unfathomable scene in his mind, which seemed to recur endlessly. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and shouted, "Now, play back the surveillance footage in slow motion for me to analyze." The agent beside him nodded and activated the recording, continuously slowing it down, yet the veteran agent could not comprehend it, no matter how hard he tried. 1/3 speed? No. 1/5. No. 1/10. Good heavens. 1/16. What on earth? Still nothing. How'd he accomplish this? Everyone in the monitoring room was befuddled. The experienced agent, in a state of utter frustration, found himself tearing at his hair, as if 1,000 ants were crawling on his mind. Meanwhile, Menhuan calmly observed the approaching super soldiers from the Pickled Cabbage Nation, his smile growing increasingly audacious. "I never expected the Pickled Cabbage Nation to take you so seriously." Zhao Hailuan was equally taken aback by the magnitude of the situation, exasperatedly throwing up her hands. "After living for over 20 years, I never anticipated this. But honestly, are you not the least bit afraid? I have heard that the elite members of the White Tiger Special Forces have arrived, such as Lu Shizhen and Su Dang, all of whom are mutants. Your actions are indeed a provocation to the entire nation of Pickled Cabbage. While I am aware of your formidable strength, can carbon-based life truly withstand the piercing rounds of a sniper rifle?" Zhao Hailuan voiced her thoughts, questioning the audacity of an individual daring to challenge such a powerful nation. Mutants? Is there such fortune? Shimin chuckled with even greater delight, relishing the double joy. After his laughter subsided, Shimin playfully pinched the delicate chin of the cabbage woman, Zhao Hailuan, and asked, "Do you know why I chose to linger at the airport and insisted on taking a flight to New York?" "Why?" Zhao Hailuan pouted, her words muddled with frustration. "Because I want to provide them with the opportunity to rescue you. Otherwise, I could have simply transported you back to New York in an instant. Do you understand? You are." Zhao Hailuan's eyes widened in fear, staring incredulously at the audacious man before her. "Haha, you guessed it. Indeed, you are a clever woman. The Tiger Bureau, huh? I intend to transform them into a sickly cat bureau." Shimin grinned, a mixture of mockery and cruelty illuminating his expression. A chill suddenly enveloped Zhao Hailuan. This man was insidiously cunning to the core, and his power was equally formidable. "Stay here and do not attempt to flee," Shimin commanded, slowly stepping away, his dark, sinister symbiotic battle suit gradually slithering to envelop him entirely. "What is this? Nanobiotechnology?" Zhao Hailuan was astonished. The airport waiting hall was eerily silent. When the descendants of the sun and the members of the Tiger Bureau arrived, only shadows draped in the ominous black battle suits remained. Chapter 41, Massacre. Harvest. "Kid, you are surrounded. We advise you not to be obstinate. Hand over DR. Zhao Hailuan and accompany us to the Tiger Bureau, or else Lu Shizhen threatened coldly. "Or else what? With just a few of you misfits?" Shimin scoffed. "Though the Tiger Bureau and the White Tiger Special Forces do possess some merit, where's that military doctor, Song Hui, or rather, Jiang Muyan? I have yet to find her. Since Zhao Hailuan has been abducted, I wouldn't mind capturing Little Song as well. I have heard she is known as the National Goddess. Since we are here, I must savor the flavor of the National Goddess. Whether it is sweet or salty must be known. Otherwise, what would be the point of this visit?" Upon hearing this, Lu Shizhen's expression shifted dramatically. He was currently pursuing the stunning beauty, Jiang Muyan. The nearby Taigukki, sensing Lu Shizhen's emotional turmoil, feared trouble and quickly interjected. "This guy is truly cunning. Lu Shizhen, do not let this rascal provoke you into losing your composure. Act now. The more you converse with him, the easier it will be for you to fall into his trap." Upon uttering his words, a beam of energy erupted from his eyes. The air seemed to ignite. The energy ray surged directly towards Menhuan's knee, his intent straightforward and filled with confidence that it would shatter his kneecap. Menhuan was merely toying with Lu Shizhen when a most uncouth individual dared to resort to underhanded tactics. A sneak attack? He could hardly be bothered to evade. His symbiotic battle suit, having undergone a transformative fusion, was no longer what it once was, especially in its enhanced version refined by the Bronze Cauldron, which had long discarded its previous weaknesses. Bang! A wisp of smoke gently ascended, and the Taiji flag glimmered with vitality. The prowess of the super soldier from the esteemed nation of Kimchi was wasted on such triviality. Yet, he was oblivious to the law that states no harm with smoke. Upon realizing that Menhuan stood unscathed, he was utterly astonished. How could he still be standing? Menhuan, too, was not well versed in the superhumans of the diminutive Kimchi nation. He was aware of the existence of a ferocious bureau and several superpowered individuals, but he had not anticipated such a surprise. Indeed, the force was formidable, nearly severing his leg hair. Menhuan smirked, baring his teeth in mockery. You, curse one! The Taiji flag, affronted by such disdainful ridicule, turned crimson with rage as he glared venomously at Menhuan, immediately unleashing a barrage of energy rays in an attempt to turn him into a pincushion. No one had ever dared to mock him so, an act deemed unforgivable. Even your celestial Emperor Li Shimin had been blinded in one eye by our ancestors. Today I, the Taiji flag, shall restore my forebears' glory. The energy rays grazed Menhuan's form, striking the ground behind him with a resounding explosion, leaving a small crater, its might rivaling that of a sniper rifle. Following closely, another energy ray surged forth, detonating before Menhuan, the Taiji flag relentlessly assaulting him, seemingly denying him a moment's respite. However, such tactics were merely suitable for clearing out minor nuisances and were utterly embarrassing in the presence of Menhuan. Luna Shui, observing, was filled with delight. You wretched boy, you are finished. As Menhuan evaded the Taiji flag's onslaught, he appeared to expose a vulnerability, leaving his front wide open. She seized the opportunity to conjure a dark ice arrow aimed at Menhuan. A splendid execution. Blind him. Let him taste the bitterness of Li Shimin's fate. Damn it. Menhuan was rendered speechless. These Kimchi folk were truly naive. He could not comprehend their frantic yelps, yet their expressions revealed their palpable excitement. Luna Shui, too, wore a smug grin, her thoughts mirroring those of her companions. However, just as her victorious smile began to form, it was abruptly severed. Her expression shifted from one of triumph to disbelief and terror as she stared wide-eyed at Menhuan. As she beheld her prideful ice arrow, it inexplicably vanished upon striking the body of Menhuan. When the ice arrow reappeared, it was firmly embedded in the ground behind him. How could this be possible? Luna Shui's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed in shock, grasping her hair in confusion, struggling to comprehend the bizarre events that had just unfolded. Why had the ice arrow suddenly disappeared and then re-emerged? Taiji flag's forehead creased in a deep frown, a chill coursing down his spine as he stared intently at Menhuan. This individual was no ordinary mutant. In the Tiger Bureau's operations center, surrounded by an array of screens and advanced technology, Bai Hu and others gazed in astonishment at the strange footage, rendered speechless. As the footage played in slow motion, they remained unable to decipher how it appeared, as though the ice arrow had been displaced through some spatial manipulation. What baffled them was all too simple for Menhuan. It was merely a matter of opening two portals in a dimensional pocket. With a smirk gracing his lips, Menhuan remarked, "You all coordinated remarkably well. Perhaps next time, refrain from such cooperation." No sooner had he spoken than he vanished from sight, reappearing with a grip on Luna Shui's delicate neck. His instantaneous movement left everyone unable to react. Luna Shui found herself gasping for breath in astonishment. "Stop this!" shouted Lu Shizhen and the others, their faces pale with urgency. "Do you expect me to cease simply because you bloodbags command it? That would be quite undignified." Menhuan scoffed, lowering his gaze to the pop idol before him. He chuckled softly. "It's a pity I won't have the time to savor this exquisite body and beauty. There are many beautiful women, yet few possess such life energy as you do." Crack! In the midst of Luna Shui's terror and despair, She could hardly fathom what sort of ruthless man would consider ending the life of someone so stunningly beautiful and alluring. No. Witnessing his comrade fall, Tai Chi Flag was driven to madness. His rage surged, transforming him into a berserker as he charged at Menhuan with bloodshot eyes. He drew a hefty metal club from his back and swung it violently toward Menhuan. Bang! The heavy metal club struck Menhuan, yet it had no effect whatsoever, as if it had lost all its momentum. With a contemptuous smile, Menhuan delivered a powerful punch towards Tai Chi Flag's head, who swiftly attempted to evade, but it was too slow. A chilling voice echoed as a mighty fist crashed down upon Tai Chi Flag's chest, sending him flying like a severed kite, crashing heavily to the ground several meters away. What could he possibly withstand against the force of hundreds of tons? Even as a tank-like mutant, impervious to blades and bullets, he was but a mere joke in the face of such strength. His ribs shattered, piercing his heart. How could a human possess such overwhelming power? The Taiguchi once again spewed forth a mouthful of blood, and with a sudden darkness enveloping his vision, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Youth is indeed a fleeting treasure, and he fell into a deep slumber. The remaining individuals were engulfed by sheer terror and despair, devoid of any thoughts of resistance, only the primal instinct to survive. Death! Menhuan raised his hand and gently pointed. A beam of energy swiftly dispatched Lu Shizhen, the descendant of the sun. Su Deng, trembling in fear, fell to his knees, fervently beseeching forgiveness, his head bowing repeatedly like a hammer, striking a nail. Yet mercy eluded him. The radiant lady possessed the ability to teleport. She immediately opened a portal, desperately attempting to escape. In the instant the portal activated, her expression turned to one of wild joy as she leaped into it, oblivious to the energy beam that followed closely behind, obliterating her waist. As the teleportation concluded, half of her body tumbled out of the portal, crashing heavily onto the floor of her home, her eyes forever frozen in an expression of terror. She departed this world with her eyes wide open. Ah, the descendant of the sun? Menhuan scoffed disdainfully, and in the next moment, he materialized before the waiting Jiang Mayan and Yin Mingzhu. Chapter 42. The bountiful harvest after the massacre. A woman with a baby approaches. Who are you? Jiang Mayan glared suspiciously at the monstrous figure that had suddenly appeared. Could someone cloaked in such bizarre black attire be benevolent? Her intuition proved correct. Menhuan was indeed no man of virtue. He appraised Jiang Mayan, recognizing her beauty, but turned his disdainful gaze towards Yin Mingzhu, finding her unworthy of his aesthetic. He brusquely pushed Yin Mingzhu aside and seized the struggling Jiang Mayan, whisking her back to the second floor of the airport, where he fortuitously spotted Zhao Hailuan stealthily attempting to escape. Ah, Miss Zhao Hailuan, are you in need of a restroom? Menhuan mocked with a grin, before delivering a sharp slap to Jiang Mayan's curvaceous form. Behave yourself, or I shan't hesitate to spill your blood right here. Jiang Mayan's face flushed crimson, for she had never been struck in such an embarrassing manner. Yet, fear gripped her. Should she gamble with the mind of a madman? Go. No. I would never dare entertain thoughts of escape. I merely got separated in the chaos of the crowd. Zhao Hailuan awkwardly managed a forced smile, well aware of the peril that awaited anyone who angered a cold-blooded killer. However, her anxious fidgeting with her fingers betrayed her inadequate performance, rendering the situation absurdly awkward. Menhuan was not deceived by her clumsy act. A smirk of disdain graced his lips. To ensure her compliance, he could not afford to indulge her whims. With a teasing glance sweeping over her alluring figure, he abruptly transported them to the ladies' restroom, pinning both of them against the sink in Jiang Mayan's bewildered gaze. He raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to both of their forms. Ouch! Why did you hit me? I haven't done anything to upset you. Hit her instead. Jiang Mayan cried out in pain, her voice a mix of indignation and grievance. What have I done to deserve this? This is called collective punishment. Do you not understand? Menhuan paid no heed to their cries, delivering a series of slaps that echoed through the air. Undeniably, the elasticity of their skin was remarkable. His addiction to this punishment grew stronger, dismissing any notion of cherishing the delicate nature of women. After all, a woman must not be coddled. For 3 days without discipline could lead to chaos. How dare they attempt to flee? Zhao Hailuan, having received the brunt of the slaps, initially struggled fiercely, but soon succumbed to tears. Once the punishment concluded, both Zhao Hailuan and Jiang Muyan blushed, resembling demure wives who had been chastised. This scoundrel truly struck hard, and the pain was quite intense. Although they endured some humiliation, it was far preferable to the fate of those who had lost their lives. Better to endure hardship than to perish. Madam Zhao Hailuan, this is but a minor reprimand. Should there be a next time, a whip shall be at your service. A whip? Zhao Hailuan gasped, her head bobbing like a chick pecking a grain, pondering the bizarre nature of her situation. Am I being kidnapped? Jiang Muyan chuckled through her tears, a mix of melancholy and amusement. You possess a modicum of self-awareness. Naturally, once I grow tired of you, I shall release you. Menhuan regarded the illustrious star with an evaluative gaze, contemplating where to begin his amusement. You, pervert! Jiang Muyan's eyes widened in indignation, nearly contemplating a reckless confrontation. But alas, her strength was insufficient. Observing the two women grimacing in pain, he felt a twinge of sympathy. With a swift motion, he transported them back to his villa in New York, intending to tend to their wounds personally. The overwhelming sensation of vertigo rendered them disoriented, and upon opening their eyes, they found themselves in an unfamiliar villa. Before they could fully comprehend their situation, a throng of stunning women excitedly surrounded them, vying for the attention of the man they regarded as a devilish pervert. European women are indeed quite liberated. Zhao Hailuan and Jiang Muyan exchanged glances, as if recognizing kindred spirits. Kathy, come here, let your brother embrace you. After finally breaking free from their enthusiastic clutches, Menhuan beckoned shyly to Kathy, who approached with bashful steps, granting him a brief hug and a gentle kiss before darting away. Pervert! Zhao Hailuan and Jiang Muyan exchanged knowing looks, both arriving at the same conclusion. Come, allow me to introduce you. These two are women I abducted from the land of kimchi. Zhao Hailuan, a doctor and biological genius. Jiang Muyan, a special forces operative and medical doctor. The women were unfazed by his brazen admission of kidnapping. His moral compass was slightly askew. How can one be so shameless? Zhao Hailuan and Jiang Muyan pondered in disbelief. Now, let me introduce you further. The Jessica and Watson sisters are twins. This one is Megan, she is Stuart, and this is Miriam, the enchanting little elf known as Kathy. They are all future superstars and models, currently under my auspices. Bah! Indeed, it is a gluttonous spirit of lust, indulging in the company of numerous exquisite maidens for his own pleasure, destined for ruin. The two women, with disdain and contempt, maliciously speculated, believing they, too, were wretched souls like themselves. After engaging in polite conversation and becoming acquainted, the esteemed Sir Sheeman instructed Megan to procure some anti-inflammatory medicine, as he sought to atone for his transgressions. No, we shall manage this ourselves, Zhao Hailuan exclaimed, alarmed, hastily waving her hands. Who knows where he might apply the ointment? That simply won't do. Who could rival my expertise? Menhuan solemnly rejected. Coughing nervously, Jiang Muyan quickly retracted her words. Given the current state of affairs, it seemed better to embrace enjoyment rather than resist and face downfall. Why not to oppose a fist? Though this odious man resembled a perfect protagonist from a romantic manga, he was undoubtedly no protector of delicate women. And who knew if he might resort to coercion? The thought alone was harrowing. The women at home observed with smiles, leaning in a manner both shameful and curious, baring their teeth. Zhao Hailuan's conjecture proved entirely accurate. This fellow was indeed not as skilled as he'd boasted. Humph. The discerning Menhuan was unhurried, for there would be ample time to impart the virtues of propriety in due course. Brother Bronze, those individuals must be quite valuable, wouldn't you say? Menhuan inquired excitedly from within the secret chamber, rubbing his hands together, gold waistbands for murder and arson. A total of 49 million points. Each head of the Taiji flag is worth 33 million, and the others are not inexpensive either. Splendid. When shall we venture to the little sun? I hear they possess numerous superhumans as well. Menhuan was exceedingly pleased, contemplating the prospect of refining more exceptional items. My dear, two women have arrived at the entrance. One heavily pregnant, and the other accompanied by a young boy. Could it be your illegitimate child? Has a woman from outside come seeking you? Stuart jested with a grin, though inwardly consumed by envy and resentment. lamenting her own lack of ambition. A pregnant woman? A woman with a child? With curiosity, Menhuan stepped out of the secret chamber, pondering whether these were the unfortunate legacies of his own lineage. Chapter 43. An illegitimate child seeking inheritance? Surely, they have forgotten my family's original endeavors. Just as he exited, pondering whether his genes had been inherited by these women, he abruptly halted. Brother Ding, do you think my genes could be deciphered and result in my own cloning? Though the prospect of being cloned does not particularly concern me, I worry about my abilities. For instance, the notorious Super Skrull, along with Mr. Sinister, Mr. Fantastic, and Dr. Vulture, among others. After all, the formidable clones in the Marvel Universe are terrifyingly powerful, perhaps only slightly inferior to their originals. Consider the clone of Old Man Van, Comrade Joseph, the Young Phoenix, and the clone of Cable, Strife, for example. If it weren't for the rumors about those women being with child, he would have completely forgotten the notion of genetic leakage. After all, acquiring a sample of his genes was not particularly challenging. He was a man of great affection. The Bronze Cauldron promptly responded to him. Please refrain from posing such foolish inquiries. Do you either look down upon me or disdain me? Menhuan replied. Very well, I shall not ask further. Little did he know that this cursed cauldron was the root cause of his infertility, for his genes would immediately vanish the moment they departed from his body. Bound by the cauldron's laws. Of course, in the cauldron's supreme wisdom, the existence of his offspring was of no concern. In the realm of eternal life, the presence of descendants held no significance. The perpetuation of life was unnecessary. It was only lower forms of life, constrained by their lifespans, that would go to great lengths to propagate and preserve their genetic legacy. At that moment, Menhuan had entered the living room, where he encountered two women, one heavily pregnant and the other with a child. He cut to the chase, stating, "Who are you? Just tell me how much you desire. But remember, one must learn to be content." He scrutinized the two women before him. The one with the child was a fair-haired, blue-eyed Western beauty, while the pregnant woman appeared to be a seemingly gentle compatriot. He could not recall their existence in his memory, which struck him as curious. Perhaps they were the late old man's mistresses. The pregnant woman stepped forward boldly, declaring, regardless of the circumstances, according to the law, the child in my womb has inheritance rights. It is not your prerogative to monopolize the entirety of the Shemin family's fortune. Menhuan, you must understand that the business ventures of Huaxing have been the old man's labor of love, ultimately intended for the descendants of the Shemin family to enjoy a superior life. Surely, this wealth should not fall into the hands of outsiders, such as these women surrounding you. Menhuan responded, quite remarkable. The compatriot continued, regardless of the amount, this wealth is meant for the descendants of the Shemin family. I am not here for my own benefit. I could forego the money, but the child in my womb is undeniably a descendant of the Shemin family. This fortune is rightfully theirs. The woman with the child quickly chimed in, yes. My child also possesses inheritance rights from the Shemin family. Even as an illegitimate child, under New York state law, he shares equal rights with you. The two women exuded confidence. Despite the child being born out of wedlock, he had legal inheritance rights. Would you dare to defy the law? Is that all you have to say? Menhuan observed their greedy, foolish, and malicious expressions, snickering disdainfully. Engaging in a debate with such insufferable ignorance was utterly futile. They would drag themselves into the realm of folly, employing their vast experience in foolishness to attempt to best him. What are you laughing at? The woman from the countryside questioned with a hint of anger, discerning the mockery in Menhuan's tone. How dare he ridicule us? Have you forgotten the legacy of the Shemin family? Menhuan looked at them with a cold, mocking smile. Do you dare to kill? They replied incredulously, their gazes meeting his indifferent eyes, sending a shiver down their spines. But they are your brothers. How can you be so inhumane? We are your father's lovers, shouted the blonde woman in terror, clutching her head. If I were you, I would not have come here. The money your old man left for you could last several lifetimes. Your greed knows no bounds. Very well, I shall grant you another chance. Escape as far as you can within 24 hours. I am a rather merciful person. Be my guest. Menhuan said coldly, gesturing towards the door. The two women, frightened, hurriedly fled, only to immediately call the police once they had escaped the villa, claiming someone was trying to kill them. The police, however, disregarded their claims, deeming them to be delusional drug addicts. Observing their panicked retreat, Menhuan smirked and called Uncle Fu. Is the old man still keeping several mistresses alive and well? If so, let them accompany him. And regardless of whether they have children, just abandon the kids at the Welfare Institute's doorstep. I do not wish to be disturbed again. Young master, if they perish. That's one thing, but those children are the old master's flesh and blood. Uncle Fu implored, his heart heavy. Menhuan interrupted him decisively. I do not wish to repeat myself. I require results. Do you understand? Yes, young master. Uncle Fu replied, hesitating with a sigh. The young master was far more ruthless than the old master. Yet was it not excessive to spare, not even his own brothers? Jarvis, keep watch over Uncle Fu. Should he fail to comply with orders, inform me at once. Menhuan commanded coldly. Understood, Mr. Men. Uncle Fu remained loyal to his elderly master. But he could not be entirely certain of his allegiance to Menhuan. Perhaps those illegitimate children held a similar status in his heart. Uncle Fu, I sincerely hope you do not disappoint me, Menhuan said with a somber tone. Will you truly kill them? And is it not too cruel to abandon the children at a welfare institute? Jiang Mu Yin suddenly asked, her conscience pricked. Greed is the original sin. Menhuan replied, shaking his head and cutting off her impending words. He turned to Stuart. Did we not acquire the third largest video platform in America? Henceforth, the site shall primarily focus on short videos and live streaming. To alter the public perception of mutants and ascend as their leader, control over the media is imperative. We must steer the narrative ourselves. In America, the media's influence is entirely shackled by capital, and the populace knows nothing but to follow the trends. Traditional stalwarts of capital, such as certain Jewish factions and other entities, may hold sway in the common world, but this realm is rife with lunatics, deviants, superhumans. And mutants, isn't that enough to provoke a reaction? Stuart nodded obediently. The decisions made by the head of the household were to be followed without question. He was truly a genius in the investment arena, and to question such brilliance would be the height of folly. Having arranged matters with the video platform, Menhuan intended to discuss share allocations with Tony. However, shortly after leaving with Zhao Hailuan, he was rear-ended. The assailant opened the car door to reveal a pair of long legs and an alluring, intellectual visage. Chapter 44. Brainwashing Jean Grey. I desire the Phoenix Force. Oh dear. My apologies, sir. What should we do? Call the police or settle this privately? Such a nuisance. Unfortunately, you are ill-suited for this role. Menhuan chuckled, a smirk gracing his lips. Is that so, the lovely Jean Grey? Is this little ruse of yours truly worth the embarrassment? Jean Grey's cheeks flushed crimson as she managed an awkward yet polite smile. How do you know me? Because I possess the ability to foresee the future. For instance, I was already aware that you would rear-end me, and I know how you are perpetually haunted by nightmares, losing control whenever your emotions are stirred. Menhuan jested. Though he indeed had the gift of foresight, if one were to doubt him, they could simply inquire about the fate of any superhero. Jean Grey regarded him intently, and though she did not wholly believe him, she accepted a significant portion of his claims. Remembering the task assigned to her by the professor, she proposed, "Shall we find a cafe to converse?" "Certainly. I am quite intrigued by you," Menhuan replied with a gentlemanly nod. Yet, in the next moment, he was unexpectedly ambushed. Zhao Hailuan, incensed, took action. Was it truly acceptable for this rogue to flirt with an older woman right before her eyes? Indeed, although time had altered somewhat. Jean Grey was still born in 77, now in her 30s, a fact that time could not erase. "I see you are quite famished," Zhao Hailuan remarked with disdain. "This fellow is nothing but a glutton for older women. Cough, cough, children could be so naive. There happens to be a lovely cafe just ahead. Let us proceed there," Menhuan asserted, effortlessly suppressing Zhao Hailuan's protests as he guided her toward the cafe, to which she reluctantly acquiesced. In a private room of the cafe, Jean Grey did not hesitate to extend her invitation. "Mr. Simon, as a distinguished mutant, would you be interested in joining our X-Men?" "No interest," Menhuan replied, shaking his head with unwavering resolve. The plight of most mutants was indeed tragic, for those who wandered, begged, and lived in fear of being captured for experimentation. Joining the X-Men was undoubtedly a blessing. However, he would not align himself with mutants. Neither Charles nor Magneto, both of whom he deemed failures, were worthy of his allegiance. "May I inquire about the reason?" Jean Grey's voice faltered, taken aback by Menhuan's resolute refusal. She hastily pressed for an explanation. The reason was painfully simple. Associating with you offers no future. The compromise of mutants is merely a slow demise. Inevitably, you shall perish. Are we truly destined to perish? Menhuan's words pierced Jean Grey's heart like a dagger and twisted the blade. For Jean, who had devoted her life to the cause of mutants and followed Professor Charles in his mission to save them, this was unbearable. Her expression darkened as she fixed her gaze upon Menhuan, her urgency palpable. Do you truly believe the professor's ideals are flawed? Must we eradicate all ordinary humans to validate our path? Are you suggesting we follow in the footsteps of Magneto? No, no, no. I do not believe that slaughter is a solution. Why can't you comprehend the grandeur of universal harmony? Whether mutants or ordinary humans, neither side possesses the capacity to annihilate the other, thus rendering their covert conflicts futile. Only if one side could achieve overwhelming superiority could a racial war ensue. Yet it is evident that neither is capable of such at this moment. Menhuan's words offered Jean Grey a semblance of calm. As long as he was not another mad Magneto, she could endure. However, her curiosity intensified. Why did he assert that under the professor's leadership, mutants were doomed? Forgive my candor, but a sycophant who clings too tightly ultimately ends up with nothing. Charles' compromises will only lead to the day when humanity's technological explosion judges mutants. Do you not perceive that Charles is gambling? He wagers the future of mutants for a mere glimmer of humanity's goodwill. Is it not utterly absurd to expect humanity to retain even a fraction of kindness? Those not of my kind must harbor different intentions. Menhuan mocked. Indeed, Charles was an exceptionally capable leader, yet his idealism was one thing. It ultimately reflected the limitations of his era. Much like the coexistence of Homo sapiens and Neanderthals, although they cohabited for millennia, Homo sapiens ultimately supplanted Neanderthals. Charles failed to recognize that the genetic divide between mutants and ordinary humans mirrors that of Homo sapiens and Neanderthals. Despite their intermingling, they remain distinct races. To put it bluntly, Charles is far too indecisive. To be more candid, he straddles the fence. Take Jean Grey before me as an example. She has never questioned whether the professor might sometimes be in the wrong. Charles teaches children not to fear or be anxious about their mutant abilities, to learn acceptance and control. Yet when faced with the Phoenix Force, he himself succumbed to fear and chose to forget, sealing it away, ultimately allowing Jean's dark emotions to accumulate until they culminated in an explosive revelation. Jean Grey stood in stunned silence for what felt like an eternity. She had never doubted the professor's ideals until now, and yet her faith wavered. Menhuan grinned wickedly and continued. Perhaps Charles uses Magneto as a badge of honor, establishing a so-called vigilante force to combat mutant crime, thereby ingratiating himself with the military and government in power. However, who would genuinely feel at ease coexisting with a group of mutants who could, unbeknownst to them, snuff out their lives at any moment? Do not delude yourselves into thinking they harbor no ulterior motives. They're secretly devising weapons aimed at mutants, while you continue to engage in brotherly camaraderie and maintain peace, offering your brethren as gifts. Yet, I have glimpsed the future, Sentinel robots mercilessly slaughtering mutants and decimating your kin. Charles has gone mad, Logan has aged and perished, and Magneto has fallen in battle. Upon hearing Menhuan's words, Jean Grey felt a chill sweep over her limbs, her visage paling in terror. If his words were to be believed, the implications were unfathomable. So, are you suggesting war? Jean Grey stammered, swallowing hard in anxiety. No, no, no. You still do not grasp the concept of a harmonious world. War can manifest as both cultural and military conflict. How about this? You may stay by my side while I guide you through the nuances of understanding the Dragon Kingdom people. After all, mutants are merely a minority as well. Menhuan insisted earnestly. Jean, your perspective requires broadening. Your thinking cannot be too constrained, and your vision must extend far into the future. You must aspire to a grander scope. After a succession of ideological shocks, Jean Grey's deeply entrenched beliefs began to crumble, leaving her in bewilderment as she nodded vacantly. Meanwhile, Menhuan gestured dramatically as he spoke to the Bronze Cauldron. Brother Ding, if I were to seize Jean Grey and present her to you, could you extract the Phoenix Force? By the heavens, I desire the Phoenix Force with an insatiable longing. I dream of it nightly. Chapter 45. Jean, repeat after me. Everything is for the mutants. sacrifice is the utmost honor. The Phoenix Force. The Phoenix Force, one of the most powerful mystical energies within the Marvel Universe, was born from the chaos of the primordial cosmos and the inception of all things, symbolizing the primal force of infinite, diverse life and emotion. The Phoenix Force serves as the connective point of all life and consciousness within the infinite multiverse, as well as the vessel and sovereign of energy across future cosmic generations. It embodies both creation and destruction. Its fervor can manifest as the Phoenix's judgment, wielded for the rebirth or annihilation of all things within the universe. The Phoenix Force harbors nearly limitless energy, capable of absorbing, transforming, and releasing any form of energy. It can manipulate matter down to the subatomic level, achieving mass energy conversion, material restructuring, and even the creation from the void. It possesses the ability to create, manipulate, and obliterate time and space, encompassing spatial teleportation, temporal stasis, and time travel. Furthermore, it boasts cosmic-level telepathy and thought transmission capabilities. It can effortlessly distort, modify, or reboot reality, its influence extending to cosmic and even multiversal scales. Even if Jean Grey possesses merely a sizable fragment of the Phoenix Force, she can traverse the multiverse with ease. As for the full extent of the Phoenix Force, its true power remains somewhat elusive to her. It embodies omniscience and omnipotence. Even if it is merely a fragment, he pondered too much. Apocalypse is undoubtedly formidable. Yet, Jean Grey, who cannot wield the Phoenix Force, effortlessly vanquished Apocalypse with a mere passive casting of the Phoenix Judgment. However, the Bronze Cauldron doused him with cold water. The Phoenix Force, the Chaos Force, and that enigmatic fairy power are not innate to them. Even if one were to cast Jean Grey into the cauldron, the Phoenix Force would remain unattainable. What remedy exists? You must possess a solution, Menhuan asserted confidently. If you can draw forth the Phoenix Force, I can assist you in capturing it. Draw out the Phoenix Force? That is quite simple. Menhuan grinned. It was a trivial task. All that was needed was to drive Jean Grey to madness, perhaps by breaking her seals. Admittedly, he currently lacked a telepath as powerful as Charles to shatter those seals, yet he had his own schemes. Having been a mummy for so long, it was time to excavate Apocalypse and deliver a minor shock to humanity. He had convinced Jean Grey to temporarily accompany him, while Charles faced the consequences of his miscalculations. Having been outmaneuvered entirely, bringing Jean Grey to seek out Tony, he instilled in her the notion that mutants require a true leader. Everything for mutants, everything for the leader. Long live mutants. Her gaze was resolute, reminiscent of a fervent party member. Observing the unwavering conviction in Jean Grey's eyes, he smirked. When steadfast beliefs shatter, ideals crumble. Even the most resolute will find themselves adrift, and Menhuan appeared as a beacon of light. Jean Grey's mental state was already precarious. Her mind occasionally faltered, even spiraling into madness. Thus her faith was easily manipulated. Thanks to Charles sealing away Jean Grey's darker side, she had become a naive and innocent soul, akin to a lamb. Shemin, with a wicked glint, scrutinized Jean Grey. Abruptly, the disoriented Jean Grey recalled Menhuan's words about the massacre of mutants and the professor's madness, and she anxiously grasped his hand. "What are these sentinel robots you speak of?" "The sentinels," he explained, "are lethal automatons created by Bolivar specifically to hunt mutants." Robots? How could mere machines possibly exterminate millions of mutants with powers? Magneto alone could easily deal with such robots, could he not? Jean Grey exclaimed in disbelief, and Zeo nodded in agreement. She had certainly heard of Magneto's renown. Shemin shook his head. But what if these robots could share information, share mutant abilities, and even replicate those powers? How could that be possible? Jean Grey gasped, unable to fathom such absurdity. What a fantastical notion. You're speaking nonsense. Mutants are human. How could cold machines replicate human genes? I once thought the same, yet it seems they can indeed replicate mutant genes. Perhaps robots can be considered human as well. I truly cannot accept this. Jean Grey lowered her head, her eyes closed in anguish. The moment she shut her eyes, images of countless innocent children, lying in pools of their own blood, crying out for their teacher to save them flooded her mind, leaving her feeling utterly powerless. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze to meet Menhuan's eyes. "Since you have foreseen the future, then surely all of this can be altered." Astute. A faint smile began to curl at the corners of Menhuan's mouth. But how do we break this tragic cycle? You must know the process behind the creation of the Sentinel robots. It cannot happen overnight. Jean Gallet inquired with renewed seriousness. It was Mystique. Her shape-shifting genes provided the key for Bolivar to replicate mutant DNA. Mystique. Jean Gallet gasped in shock, never imagining that the cause of mutant extinction could be traced back to her. Find her. Eliminate her to prevent future calamities. At that moment, Menhuan's cold voice echoed in Jean Gallet's ears, still reeling from the revelation. But she is the professor's. Jean Gallet clutched her head, momentarily lost. Repeat after me. Everything for the mutants. Our sacrifices shall be glorious. The compelling voice pierced through Jean Gallet's heart. Everything for the mutants. Her initial hesitation vanished, and her resolve solidified in an instant. Yes, everything for the mutants. Her previously unfocused pupils now shone with unwavering determination. Zhao Hailuan felt a chill run down her spine as she gazed in horror at the persuasive Menhuan. Where had this person honed their skills? Menhuan found it impossible to locate Mystique. Even Jarvis was at a loss, as Mystique never used her true form. However, Jean Gallet was different. She could utilize Charles' brainwave amplifier, making the search for Mystique a simple task. Once Mystique's location was pinpointed, eliminating her would be effortless. Alas, it would be a pity to dispose of Mystique. She represented the ultimate fantasy for many men. To possess her was tantamount to possessing the pinnacle of beauty since the invention of the camera, including all the accolades that came with it. Hopefully, her remains might still hold some value. After all, hadn't she preserved Black Widow Natasha's blood? Chapter 46. Iron Man 2 begins. Chu Li wanders. And Uncle Phil betrays upon arriving at Stark Industries. Menhuan brought Zhao Hailuan to introduce her to the wayward Tony Stark. The underlying reason for this introduction was Tony's heart, which was plagued by minuscule fragments that could not be extracted, leading to palladium poisoning. After listening to Zhao Hailuan's introduction, Tony deemed her claims utterly fantastical. You want my heart to heal? Is current technology so advanced? He scoffed. If such technology could be applied in medicine, she would be the wealthiest person in the world. With his usual arrogance, Tony shrugged. Whether it works or not, once she fabricates the equipment, the truth will be revealed. However, I lack the materials Hailuan requires, so I need your assistance in procuring them. With unwavering confidence, Menhuan smiled and remarked, is it not possible to treat Tony, a man who seemingly possesses extraordinary abilities? Very well, I shall await the outcome. Please compile a list for Jarvis. He will handle everything. Tony, feeling somewhat swayed, replied, no one desires death, especially not someone as affluent as I. By the way, I am heading to Monaco for an exhilarating car race. Would you care to join me for some leisure? No, you go ahead. I have no interest in such affairs. Just be cautious. Your father's enemies are waiting for you. What? His name is Ivan Vanko. Thank you. I have never heard of this individual. Did my father steal his woman? You know I inherited his traits. Tony replied, feeling somewhat exasperated, before humorously lamenting about his long-past father. Be careful, regardless. Okay, is the plot of Iron Man 2 commencing? Menhuan was not particularly concerned about the minor antagonist. They were merely inconsequential characters to him. According to Marvel's narrative style, Stark's heart fragment had a domestic special edition, wherein Judy personally performed a surgery to remove the steel shards from his heart. Zhao Hailuan's nanotechnology could mend the heart, but the fragments must be extracted. It appeared that his future counterpart, Magneto, needed to return to his original state before the nanoregenerative cradle could be constructed. That evening, Menhuan gathered a group of girls to Chinatown for a taste of home-cooked cuisine, a modest gathering indeed. Shortly after entering Chinatown, Watson was bumped from behind, but she paid it no mind, reaching for her phone, only to suddenly exclaim, my wallet and phone have been stolen. It must have been that person ahead. They just bumped into me. Goodness, how dare someone attempt to steal from me? Menhuan. With a temper flaring, he was determined to discover the audacity of the perpetrator. As his mental prowess scanned the vicinity, he was left astounded. Damn it! Menhuan cursed vehemently, realizing that in his recent carefree existence, he had neglected to keep track of Chu Li, unaware of the turmoil that had befallen her family. Chu Li! Stop! I know it's you! He shouted. Yet the fleeing Chu Li quickened her pace upon hearing his voice. Despite her speed akin to a small cheetah, she was no match for Menhuan, who leisurely followed her. Eventually, Chu Li, like a headless fly, found herself cornered by a courtyard wall, with no escape, her head bowed in silence, unable to face him. "I'm sorry, I cannot confront you," Chu Li thought, her expression a complex mix of guilt and shame. She did not wish for Menhuan to witness her disheveled state. She longed to remain in his memory as the proud, radiant girl she once was. Seeing the once lively, cheerful, and proud girl reduced to such a pitiful state filled Menhuan with compassion. He gently embraced her, tenderly wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. "Can you tell me what has transpired? How could you become so difficult and not seek me out?" The gentle voice and warm embrace instantly shattered the girl's fragile defenses, and she broke down in tears, as if she were releasing all the grievances, fears, and helplessness that had accumulated over the days. She mournfully whispered, "They're dead, all gone. My parents were killed by a group of mysterious individuals. They intend to capture me." "Dead? Who killed them?" Menhuan's eyes narrowed as his tone turned icy. Uncle Chu's family had treated him well, caring for him as if he were their own, providing him with delicious meals. Why should good people suffer? I don't understand who they are. I only know they mentioned wanting to capture me for some experiment. Chu Li clutched her head in anguish, unable to confront the heart-wrenching past. The pain rendered her breathless. "My father and mother were beaten to death by evildoers while trying to protect me. I don't grasp the situation. They aimed to seize me, but when I awoke, I found myself in a hospital, listening to the police say that only my parents' bodies remained at home, nothing else. I can't stay at home any longer. My parents' savings were used to pay the employees and settle substantial debts with suppliers. Out of desperation, I resorted to stealing. Sorry. Here is your wallet and phone back." Chu Li, in her agony, returned the items to Menhuan, then struggled to rise from his embrace. Yet she found herself unable to escape his hold. "Why didn't you tell me?" Menhuan comforted softly, recognizing her fierce independence. "What good would it do to tell you? If I'm being targeted by them, I would want to drag you into this mess." Chu Li sighed. "I can help you find the culprits. I can protect you. I can provide you with a place to stay, so you won't have to wander anymore," Menhuan declared resolutely. With tear-filled eyes, Chu Li looked up at the unwavering Menhuan and, in that moment, collapsed into his embrace, weeping. A girl who once lived a joyful and carefree life had suddenly found herself on the streets, surviving through theft. How could such a drastic change be endured by someone like her? She had already shown tremendous strength. Menhuan nodded towards Qin Gulei, who immediately understood and began to probe into Chu Li's memories. Although she grasped little, surely she could uncover some clues. Hydra. Qin Gulei's eyes widened as she recognized the Hydra emblem on the communication device used by the assailants. Indeed, it is a troublesome organization that can regrow two heads for every one that is severed. They seem impossible to eradicate, Menhuan remarked coldly. After calming the agitated Chu Li's emotions, he took her shopping for a collection of fresh clothing before treating her to a sumptuous meal. The other women had no objections. The household already housed so many females. What difference would a few more make? With the addition of more, they could even organize a schedule who would serve the master on which days. Such a peculiar arrangement sparked envy and jealousy, prompting thoughts of what sort of divine establishment this was. Was it a film company? They remained blissfully unaware that these stunning beauties were all exclusive to that one man. Who could possibly withstand the presence of so many women? Brother Ding, what extraordinary mutant ability has Chu Li awakened, enabling her to silently kill in the shadows, even transforming into a phantom thief of the space dimension? Such a vague characterization. Her spatial mutant ability is classified as Omega level. Astonishing. She is indeed a prodigy among mutants, albeit 1 in 10,000. At present, she remains too feeble. Those Hydra agents were instantaneously reduced to mere dust during her fury. What a pity. The following day, Jean Grey returned to the Mutant Academy and began utilizing the brainwave amplifier to locate Mystique. "Mr. Xavier, the gentleman you instructed me to monitor has indeed disregarded your orders," as he stealthily released several children. Jarvis's words caused Mr. Xavier, who was instructing Chu Li on harnessing her spatial powers, to abruptly halt his actions. Chapter 47. The Battle for the Green Hat of the Old Ghost. Uncle Fu, your loyalty is commendable. Alas, the object of your devotion is not me, Mr. Xavier. Mr. Xavier muttered to himself in disappointment, having previously harbored doubts about Uncle Fu's allegiance. which led him to have Jarvis keep a watchful eye on him. He never anticipated that Uncle Fu would choose to betray him, remaining loyal to that old man who had long since met the Grim Reaper. "My dear, you should practice spatial teleportation first. I have some matters to attend to and shall return by noon. Do not wait for me to dine," Mr. Xavier said, patting Chu Li's shoulder before departing. Chu Li gazed at his retreating figure, perplexed, wondering what could have transpired to alter his demeanor so dramatically after a mere phone call. Mr. Xavier was taken aback to realize that he was utterly alone, lacking even a single capable and loyal assassin. How tragic, truly tragic. After a self-deprecating chuckle, he contemplated the necessity of developing robotic companions, such as loyal sentinels akin to the Sentinels, yet possessing the intelligence of Jarvis. Intelligent robots are far more reliable than humans. A person's betrayal hinges on the stakes at play, while a robot's betrayal signifies a failure of technology, leaving no one to blame but oneself. Upon inquiring about Uncle Fu's whereabouts with Jarvis, Mr. Xavier teleported directly to his location, where Uncle Fu was preparing to flee the country with all of the old Ghost's young lovers and several children. However, the entirety of New York was under Jarvis's surveillance, making escape impossible. In the airport VIP lounge, they, not lacking in funds, opted to charter a flight out of New York in the United States, heading to their homeland in the Dragon Country for refuge. Uncle Fu believed he had gained Mr. Xavier's unwavering trust, convinced that his actions would remain unnoticed. The previous Mr. Xavier would have undoubtedly placed complete trust in him. Unfortunately, this Mr. Xavier is not the same as before. To him, Uncle Fu is merely a familiar stranger. Why should he inherit all the wealth and status, while we can scarcely sip a soup? Indeed, our children possess equal rights to inheritance. He can brazenly commit murder. Once we reach the Dragon Country, we shall sue him. After all, that is not his territory. The young lovers murmured their grievances, particularly the mothers, who were especially vociferous in their discontent. It must be said that they indeed possess a certain charm, otherwise the old man would not have taken notice of them. Uncle Fu found himself plagued by a headache from their incessant chattering. According to the late Master's wishes, the illegitimate children had no claim to inheritance. However, the Master would not neglect his offspring. At the very least, they were guaranteed a lavish life with billions in support. Yet, who could have anticipated that the young Master would resort to such ruthless measures, entirely devoid of fraternal affection? At that moment, a chilling voice resonated in everyone's ears. "Uncle Fu, you have truly disappointed me. You remain woefully unaware of the world's progress. My eyes are everywhere." Menhuan appeared abruptly in the VIP room, startling everyone into a state of shock. Is he human or ghost? Was the unspoken thought that crossed their minds. Even Uncle Fu, who prided himself on knowing Menhuan well, found his mind utterly incapacitated. As Menhuan approached with an impassive expression, Uncle Fu fell to his knees, bowing fervently. "Young Master, I implore you, spare them. They are all children of the Master, your brothers and sisters." His tearful pleas evoked a sense of compassion in those present. Yet Menhuan shook his head with a heart of stone. "Uncle Fu, you should know the rules of our organization. Traitors deserve the punishment of 3 knives and 6 holes. However, considering your lifelong loyalty to the Shimin family, I can allow you to return home to live out your days in peace." "Young Master, there is no need for further discussion." Uncle Fu looked up, his eyes filled with desperation, but was once again interrupted by Menhuan's cold demeanor. "In truth, I do not wish to kill you all. I had forgotten your existence entirely, but some have chosen to seek their own demise by coming here. What? Do you still dare to kill in this place? Is there no law in this world? Do you dare to openly defy the law?" The heavily pregnant woman glared at Menhuan, shouting defiantly. With a swift motion, Menhuan reached out, and to the woman's horror, he found himself inexplicably drawn to her. He crouched down before her, touching her belly, and remarked, "Child, with such a foolish mother, you are better off not coming into this world. Do not blame others. Why you really dare to kill?" The woman was terrified, and the others shared her fear. "Ha! You chose this," Menhuan replied coldly, and with a flick of his wrist, he swiftly broke the necks of the leading troublemaker and the mother and child seeking to inherit the fortune. "Do not blame me for my cruelty. One must be ruthless to stand firm." As they watched the once arrogant woman fall lifelessly before them, the others screamed in terror, losing control of their bodily functions. After all, this was a VIP room, designated for privacy and security. There was no one else present besides them. Initially, I intended to send them to accompany the old man, but I quickly found the prospect utterly unappealing. Observing them bowing repeatedly like garlic being crushed, I pondered the futility of taking the lives of a few defenseless women. It sufficed to slay one as a warning to the rest. A man must engage in endeavors of substantial gravity. Never mind, since you have not come to provoke me, I have no desire to impose undue hardship upon you. I trust you have acquiesced, although those who remain defiant may certainly test their resolve. Menhuan spoke in a calm tone. Those 2 children could have been spared, yet their mother's foolishness and malevolence sealed their fate. Fear not, fear not. It was their greed that led them to covet your wealth. Indeed, they met their just deserts. We resolutely refuse to be complicit in their misdeeds. Yes, we are quite content. Dear sir, we have nowhere else to go. Please, have compassion and take us in. Indeed, sir, accept us. My sister and I still possess some semblance of beauty. Spare us from death. The women, who had narrowly escaped the clutches of mortality, instantly felt as though they had been transported from hell to paradise. They immediately began to fawn over Menhuan, passionately denouncing the deceased's transgressions, and soon their decorum was cast aside entirely. Do grasp the concept of modesty. The remaining 2 children will be entrusted to others for nurturing, and you shall henceforth be under my surveillance. Menhuan retorted with a cold snort. Do you truly consider me a scavenger, sending them away? The mother's expression shifted dramatically. Such finality? Are you unwilling? And no, we are willing. We shall comply with your wishes. They eagerly assented, shaking their heads fervently in servile agreement. They dared not oppose, well aware of the grave choice between life and death. But we are human. If you were to monitor us, we must address our physiological needs. One woman timidly protested. I am still in the prime of my youth. Are you not enough women to assist one another? Menhuan gazed at them in disbelief. The women exchanged glances, their cheeks flushed, acutely aware of the bloodied corpses lying nearby. Old man, I, Menhuan, am indeed generous. This is my modest attempt to preserve your dignity. He disposed of the bodies, incinerating them within a dimensional pocket, before casting a glance at the dazed Fu Bo and departing. He unceremoniously dropped the 2 3-year-olds at the mutant school, entrusting them to Charles, who was after all the king of children. As he concluded this chapter of his past, he received a call from Jean Goulet. I have located Mystique. Chapter 48. Moral coercion. Professor X, a Cyclops escorted King GLA. I await you by the tree beside the pond at the mutant school. Let us discuss this matter in person. Menhuan halted his departure. Realizing the effectiveness of the mind amplifier had indeed pinpointed Mystique's elusive location. Upon hanging up, Jean Goulet hurried toward Menhuan only to inadvertently encounter the handsome lad, Scott. Hey, Jean, why are you in such a rush? Is something the matter? Scott inquired curiously. Although they had already established their romantic relationship, there remained an undeniable distance between them. I'm so sorry, Scott, but I have something urgent to attend to, Jean replied hastily before dashing away. Witnessing her frantic demeanor left Scott bewildered. It seemed he hadn't seen her so eager to accomplish something in quite a while. Concerned, he stealthily followed her, his suspicions piqued. By the pond, Jean Grey disclosed to her companions that Mystique, now masquerading as a politician, was gathering intelligence on behalf of Magneto within the government. It was no secret that the real politician was doomed. Mystique's disguise was flawless. Since she is already exposed, I shall eliminate her tonight, Simon proclaimed with a smirk. After all this time, it took a mutant to find another mutant. Must we really kill her? Jean expressed her hesitations, feeling a pang of guilt. Mystique was a childhood friend of Professor X, and she feared he would never forgive her for such an act. Revolution necessitates sacrifice. Mystique will understand, Simon replied solemnly. Alas, it seems there is no other way. If the Sentinel robots make an appearance, it would spell doom for all mutants, Jean sighed, ultimately conceding that for the greater good, Mystique must be sacrificed. Hey, what are you doing? Simon exclaimed, attempting to comfort her by patting her shoulder, but his hand inadvertently landed in the wrong place. Startled by her furious shout, Scott, witnessing this, was instantly enraged. His eyes turned crimson as he charged toward Simon, unleashing an energy beam with a hiss. Boom! Laser eye! True to his name, exhibited a temper as volatile as depicted in the films, and Simon certainly deserved it. Any man would struggle to endure such a betrayal. He felt compelled to unleash his fury upon this despicable fiend. The laser beam may not have harmed Simon, but the nearby tree certainly didn't deserve such treatment. "Scott, what are you doing? Calm down," Jean shouted anxiously. Scott's temper flared. He was ever so possessive. He didn't intentionally grab you. He was only startled. "Jean, he treated you that way, and you still defend him? You two were practically making love by the lake," Scott shouted in frustration, his voice rising in a storm of accusations. Who is he? When did this begin? If looks could kill, Scott's gaze would have been lethal. Indeed. His eyes could burn a hole through fabric if Simon wasn't cautious. "What on earth are you talking about? This is absurd. How old do you think I am? And how old is he? Do you think someone like him would be interested in an older woman like me? You're always so paranoid. Am I a Hollywood star?" Jean retorted, exasperated, unleashing her frustration upon Scott, her anger palpable. Scott, with his single-mindedness, glared at the young and handsome Menhuan, who was playfully winking at him, utterly disbelieving. "Look at him. He is provoking me," Scott exclaimed, indignantly pointing at Menhuan. "I did not. Don't make baseless accusations. I am innocent." Shimen, the esteemed gentleman, vehemently denied the allegations in rapid succession. "You," Scott fumed, his nostrils flaring in anger. "All right, Scott, let us be courteous, mister. Shimen has traveled a long way and is our guest," came a gentle voice from afar. Looking in the direction of the sound, Scott recognized the figure in a wheelchair as none other than Charles. The gentleman Charles smiled warmly. "Although I have not had the pleasure of meeting you, Mr. Shimen, I have certainly heard of your illustrious reputation." Upon seeing the professor, Scott could only shoot a fierce warning glance at Menhuan, retreating to the side. "It is you, Mr. Charles, who is truly renowned. It is a pleasure to finally meet you in person," Menhuan replied with a beaming smile. "Professor X, Charles, is known far and wide. What do you mean by in person? This fellow is rather rude." Scott scoffed, rolling his eyes. "Ha ha, Mr. Shimen, you are indeed unique. Your way of speaking is quite entertaining. May we have a conversation?" Charles remarked, unfazed, with a smile. Shimen nodded, as he had no pressing engagements. "What is your perspective on mutants?" Charles inquired. "You're all too weak," Shimen bluntly stated, "nearly wiped out by a mere toad. What else could you be but weaklings? You arrogant brat. Come on, I want to see if your skills are as formidable as your tongue." Scott, infuriated, could no longer remain seated. "Well, mister, Shimen does have a point. Currently, our strength is indeed lacking. According to your opinion, how can we become stronger?" Charles interjected, eager to hear Shimen's thoughts before Scott completely lost his temper. "I've heard Magneto, that illiterate, has devised a machine that can trigger the mutant gene within humans," Shimen casually remarked. "How do you know this?" "I don't even understand it myself," Charles replied, furrowing his brow. The notion of Magneto, an uneducated brute, engaging in scientific endeavors seemed utterly implausible. This contraption has significant flaws. It's likely that 8 or 9 out of 10 will experience genetic collapse, though there will undoubtedly be a few lucky ones. My suggestion is to let Magneto conduct his experiments unhindered. After accumulating enough failures, perhaps he will eventually succeed, right? If mutants increased by a few billion, wouldn't that enhance our strength? Shimen chuckled, offering this dubious proposal. An 80 to 90% failure rate? That is a mockery of human life. I vehemently oppose this. Charles immediately frowned upon hearing this. "Look at you, getting all worked up again. What does this have to do with you? Am I the one getting worked up?" Scott retorted. "Ahem, Professor, you are a bit." Jean Grey awkwardly nodded in agreement. "Ahem. Regardless, we must put a stop to him." Charles felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet it did not hinder his noble heart. "Mr. Charles, one must not be overly selfish. How can you be certain that the common folk do not yearn to become mutants? The impoverished rely on mutation, while the affluent depend on technology. They have already lost sight of hope in life. How can you stifle their dreams?" declared the indignant Shimen. "Blast it. This is the first time anyone has accused me of selfishness," Charles retorted, regardless of Shimen's claims of his own self-centeredness. Charles held steadfast to his principles and promptly initiated an investigation into the matter. However, there was no need for such inquiry at that moment, as the unfortunate Congressman Kelly, the unwitting guinea pig, had already come to him. Tonight, he would face a genetic collapse, and Shimen was in no rush to eliminate Mystique. He deliberately took Jean Grey away in front of Scott, nearly driving him to the brink of fury. Taking Jean was merely a tactic to buy time. He entrusted humanity's fate to them, for he loathed those who manipulate the destinies of others, unlike himself, who considered himself virtuous. Is this truly the right path for us? Jean Grey hesitated, speaking softly. Better to endure short-term pain than prolonged suffering. You shall preside over this, and I have personally selected a gown for you. Tonight, you will alter the course of history. Then I shall change on my own, she replied, flustered. Chapter 49, Live Broadcast of Menhuan. All for the advancement of the underprivileged. Jean's cheeks flushed as she fidgeted. She had never undressed in front of male before. Can you manage to zip up your dress? I am merely considering your needs, Sheeman said shamelessly. I'm fine, but you must keep your hands to yourself. I do have a boyfriend. She protested. Oh, what are you doing? Hands off. Please do not point a gun at me. I surrender. As she took her time, changing into the gown, Jean felt as though she had fought several battles and was utterly exhausted, yet her body instinctively could not resist. When evening arrived and everything was prepared, Miranda and the others were equally ready for the live broadcast. The mature and alluring intellectual beauty appeared in the top live streaming room on the video platform, capturing the attention of the audience instantly. Yet, what followed was even more captivating than her beauty. Do you crave power? Do you wish to become a mutant? When Jean uttered the words Sheeman had taught her, regardless of their juvenile nature, the comments exploded. Who does not desire power? Can you truly make us mutants? I crave strength. Oh no, I yearn for power. Wait, are they going to extract my kidneys for some kind of human experimentation? Advertisements. This must be a scam. Beware of deception. Yet what if one could genuinely become a mutant? What man does not long for power? The trivialities of desire paled in comparison. As Jean observed the overwhelming flood of comments, she finally comprehended Sheeman's earnest intentions. It turned out we were not outcasts after all. He stated that the vast majority of men aspire to become mutants, and after the thoughts of the esteemed Jean May, he dared not comment. In any case, which man could resist the allure of mutation? For instance, the power of X-ray vision. Wouldn't you agree? Yun-Su. Indeed, he had often fantasized about possessing X-ray vision, invisibility, and teleportation. As for their applications, it is best left unsaid. The overwhelming response from the barrage of comments bolstered her confidence, prompting her to nod at the operators and continue, "We shall initiate a vote. The choice of whether to become mutants lies with you all, and based on the results, we will determine the fate of countless individuals. Allow me to reveal a staggering secret. Tonight, across from the multinational summit, Magneto will commence an unprecedented experiment to activate mutant genes at the Statue of Liberty. Any ordinary person may forcibly trigger the mutant genes within them through his machine. Should the voting results indicate that the majority are opposed to becoming mutants, we will immediately halt Magneto's plans. Conversely, if the majority are in favor, we shall stand back and allow events to unfold." Jean Grey's words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Countless eyes were fixated on her, and the leaders of various nations, previously engaged in light-hearted conversations, were now visibly perturbed upon receiving this news. Transforming ordinary individuals into mutants? Does that seem credible to you? I sense a conspiracy at play, remarked Detsy's Minister of Foreign Affairs, furrowing his brow. Minister, we too are uncertain of the truth. This is merely a live broadcast from America's third-largest video platform, now known as Washing. As for its authenticity, we currently lack clarity, responded a subordinate cautiously. The uncertainty of it all left those present feeling uneasy. Could this be a deliberate attempt to sabotage the multinational summit? The American authorities promptly dispatched agents from SHIELD to the Statue of Liberty to ascertain the situation, for the statue is a symbol of their freedom. How could they allow mutants to interfere? In accordance with Nick Fury's orders, Hill immediately dispatched over 30 fully armed agents to infiltrate Liberty Island. At that moment, the Statue of Liberty was abuzz with activity. True to the unfolding narrative, Charles was incapacitated by treachery, and Amir Toad nearly led them to annihilation. Lacking Jean Grey's assistance, the entire X-Men team appeared woefully inept, while the unfortunate Wolverine found himself overpowered and discarded by Magneto. In the film, the X-Men thwarted Magneto's plans, but in reality, due to Menhuan's interference, the entire plot had been turned on its head. Not only had the leaders of various nations, including the Americans, paused all activities, but But even Magneto himself was taken aback. The fact that his top-secret plan had been so thoroughly uncovered by a mysterious figure left him cursing Menhuan for ruining his schemes. Yet he dared not act rashly, silently monitoring the voting results. As for those S.H.I.E.L. agents, while they were more than capable of dealing with ordinary criminals, they would be outmatched against formidable opponents like Sabretooth and others. Although it seemed like a total defeat, the footage returned to Loud Hill to deduce that this matter was indeed genuine. After all, the little troublemaker would not fabricate lies. Generally, what he said was true, save for instances where he sought to deceive them intentionally. Director, based on the video received, we can ascertain that Magneto and his entourage are indeed causing a disturbance at the Statue of Liberty, Hill remarked. Nick Fury's expression darkened to a hue reminiscent of a soot-laden pot. Those damn mutants are always stirring up trouble. If the leaders of the multinational summit were to encounter mishaps, would America not find itself in dire straits? He urged for immediate communication with the security personnel at the summit venue, insisting on emergency evacuation to ensure the safety of the leaders. Nick Fury decisively issued the retreat order. The demise of ordinary citizens was inconsequential, but the safety of prominent figures was paramount. Yes, Hill nodded and promptly departed, though a nagging feeling lingered that this situation was far more complex than their simplistic assumptions. Agent Coulson, promptly instruct the technical department to hack into that damned website and manipulate the voting results to thwart Magneto. Understood. Coulson responded with a resounding affirmation. After all, the director's intellect was undeniably formidable. Meanwhile, in a separate live-streaming room, fervent netizens had overwhelmingly cast their votes in favor of becoming mutants, with only a scant few dissenting. The barrage of comments was rife with inquiries. Wait, can we really become mutants? Do we all possess mutant genes? Upon this comment's emergence, countless others echoed the sentiment. Their curiosity piqued. Jean Grey observed the questions that captivated the audience and, drawing upon the knowledge imparted by Simon, began to address their concerns. With a radiant smile, she explained, "It is widely believed that extraterrestrial life exists, and the Celestials are indeed among the most powerful entities in the universe. They conducted genetic experiments on various planets to explore the evolutionary potential of life forms. Approximately 4 billion years ago, the Celestials arrived on Earth and modified the genomes of early humans. This genetic alteration introduced the X gene, enabling a small fraction of humanity to gradually exhibit extraordinary abilities, thus giving rise to the mutant population. Therefore, it can be concluded that nearly all humans carry the mutant gene. Mutants are merely ahead on the evolutionary path. In essence, ordinary humans and mutants are kindred spirits. We should not stand as adversaries, but rather collaborate on the journey of coevolution, advancing together." As Jean concluded her speech, her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, casting an admiring glance at Simon, as if envisioning the future. "Professor? Who is this professor? I'm not acquainted." The comments section erupted, revealing that everyone harbored mutant genes, merely differing in their dominance and recessiveness. Simon nodded at Jean, who continued her discourse as per the script, stating, "However, the forced induction of mutation is fraught with peril. The vast majority of individuals will succumb to the strain of genetic alteration, resulting in catastrophic failure. Thus, we must clearly inform everyone that the current successful experimental data stands at a mere 15%. If any of you aspire to become a mutant, I urge you to contemplate this decision with utmost seriousness. Do not jest with your own lives. Of course, those who wish to gamble and transform a bicycle into a motorcycle may venture near Freedom Island at their own discretion." Thus, Jean Grey shrugged and said no more. The choice is yours to make. Chapter 50. The Annihilation of the X-Men. The Sacrifice of Jarvis and the Ascendance of Machines to Divinity. Hiss. Upon hearing these words, countless netizens drew in a sharp breath. What difference does this probability make compared to courting death? However, the sparse foreign populace is well understood. There exists a plethora of individuals who are innately drawn to adventure. As for the ridiculous 15%, that is mere nonsense. Simon had never even seen that contraption. Magneto, that illiterate, had not conducted a second experiment before hastily implementing his plan. Cyclops, Wolverine, Storm, and others, upon hearing the voice emanating from the notebook, were engulfed in despair. "Jean, how have you changed? You were never this blindly obedient before." Without experimental data, How can you speak so recklessly? Scott shouted in despair, realizing that Magneto had clearly not conducted a second experiment, yet he remained overly confident. Magneto, brimming with self-assurance, chuckled with delight. Ha ha! Children, Jean is still too conservative. I believe my mutant machine is one of the greatest inventions in human history. Nay, in the annals of Earth's industrial saga, what 15%? There's at least a 50% chance of transforming an ordinary human into a mutant. As for the death of Congressman Kelly, that was simply his own folly. Who told him to deplete his own vitality? Sometimes, one must reflect upon oneself. After all, we are all merely earthlings, are we not? Our genes have not changed. Have they? When faced with failure, one should ask oneself, have I maintained a regimen of exercise? Have I cherished my body? Very well, that is sufficient. I shall grant them another hour to assemble. Magneto was exceedingly pleased, finally encountering individuals of discernment, unlike the useless products of Charles' tutelage, who possessed no true abilities and merely knew how to shout incessantly. Cyclops, Wolverine, and Storm. Though Simon may not grasp the intricacies of probability, he is well versed in the principles of statistics. He has purchased his fair share of lottery tickets, regardless of how many individuals fail or succeed. As long as the success probability remains below 15%, he will promptly summon mutants from all corners to bolster their numbers, thereby far exceeding the threshold. As for the actual success rate, he is indifferent. Even a mere 1% probability would yield profit. This indicates that Magneto's ill-conceived machine possesses some feasible elements. It can be refined by professionals. He has coerced no one. All participation is entirely voluntary, merely a suggestion on his part. As for Jean Grey, she has been blindly adoring of Simon, never questioning him. At that moment, the proportion of dissenting votes surged dramatically, causing Jean's countenance to change. Hackers. Has S.H.I.E.L.D. intervened? Simon remarked nonchalantly, and one could ascertain with the slightest of thought that it was a directive from Nick Fury. Regardless of the veracity of the probabilities, an increase in the mutant population would render them unmanageable and uncontrollable. Once an individual's power becomes overwhelmingly formidable, the very essence of their organization's existence appears to dissipate. In order to safeguard their own livelihood, they must strive. J.A.R.V.I.S. Take care of this group of little Karamis decisively, commanded Menhuan. In the presence of the artificial intelligence J.A.R.V.I.S. These little Karamis were utterly insignificant, akin to a novice displaying their craft before a master. The surging data was swiftly suppressed, accompanied by the casting of tens of millions of votes. J.A.R.V.I.S. is truly remarkable. If there's ever a global competition for the most handsome man, remember to cast a few billion votes for me, Menhuan jested. Stuart, Zhao Hailuan, Jiang Mayan, and the other women collectively rolled their eyes at him, thinking how brazenly shameless he was. No, relying on others is not as effective as relying on oneself. An epiphany struck Menhuan. Although he possessed the second-level authority of J.A.R., his self-reliance was paramount, was it not? He promptly cast the backup data of J.A.R.V.I.S. that Tony had given him into the bronze cauldron and immediately received feedback. A golden light enveloped his mind in an instant. Mechanical control. You are the deity of machinery, able to manipulate any machine and seize control of any mechanical system. Data manipulation. You are the embodiment of the network, capable of controlling any network, intelligent program, or sentient being. Incredible. Regardless of how a mere human could manipulate machines and networks, does one not consider the nature of this world? Is it not reasonable to wield magic? Opening the panel once more, he felt elated. Creator, Menhuan, age, 25 abilities, super strength, super constitution, super stamina, super healing, vibranium body, energy absorption, eternal life, super defense, ant control, telekinesis, dimensional pocket, energy beam, immunity to mental control, teleportation, mechanical control, data manipulation, items, non-life energy, 41. 636, 329, how delightful. The powers of mechanical control and data manipulation were exceedingly pleasurable. When Tony created Ultron, he would directly take command of Ultron. And once Strucker developed the Sentinel robots, he would seize control of those as well. With these two formidable, intelligent robotic legions at his disposal, he could conquer the entire universe. Hey, wipe that drool off your face. You seem lost in some delightful daydream, Jessica remarked, pushing the grinning fool. Of course. She was being deliberately teasing. Menhuan, startled, instinctively wiped the corner of his mouth, realizing he had been made a fool of. Enraged, he yanked Jessica down onto his lap and playfully smacked her several times, that S for being disobedient. Don't hit me. I'm sorry, dear. If you hit me again, I'll be embarrassed. She whimpered. Jessica blushed and cried out for mercy, feeling utterly humiliated in front of everyone. Be careful, or you'll face the consequences, she warned playfully. Sheeman was watching them with a smile, intent on teaching them the meaning of shared glory and shared misfortune. Upon hearing his words, the other girls glared at Jessica in frustration. You indulge while dragging us down. The live broadcast continued, and the camera shifted to Sheeman, who winked as he appeared before the Statue of Liberty. He immediately tasked Jean Grey with conducting a live statistical analysis, ostensibly to assess the machine's actual probabilities and gather data for improvement. However, his true motive was to extract information from others. Once successful, he would discern the nature of their abilities. He dismissed any mutant power below alpha level as unworthy of his attention. Magneto and his companions had been closely monitoring the live stream. Although Sheeman had disrupted his plans, Magneto learned from Scott that Sheeman had the ability to shield himself from Charles's probing. With the capacity to easily defeat Cyclops, immunity to telepathy, and the ability to teleport, Magneto recognized that Sheeman was a formidable foe. As Sheeman calmly tore through space to appear, tension filled the air among Magneto and his group, uncertain whether he was friend or foe. Relax, Mr. Magneto. If I wished to thwart your endeavors, you would be powerless to stop me, Sheeman said with a grin. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Mystique, resembling that of a predator eyeing its prey, causing her muscles to tense. Magneto stepped forward warily. What is your intention, sir? This machine of yours has evident flaws. Perhaps you should consult Mr. Fantastic for an upgrade, Sheeman suggested. Mr. Fantastic? Ah, Reed Richards. An intriguing moniker. Magneto replied with a nod, his tone now more amicable, suggesting that Sheeman might not be an adversary after all. Why do you keep staring at me? Mystique asked, visibly uncomfortable. Raven, Mystique, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. I had initially intended to eliminate you, but hold on, let's not be hasty. Eliminate me? Raven was ready to strike first. Sheeman reassured her, however, if you can assist me in stealing an item from S.H.I.L.D. and presenting it to me, I may consider sparing your life. What do you say? Chapter 51. A new chapter for mutants. Jean Grey opens a new world. Steal something? Is it really that simple? To Mystique, the proposition was almost an insult. She typically acquired items openly and justly as their rightful owner. Without hesitation, she agreed to Sheeman's request, viewing S.H.I.L.D. as akin to her own domain. So, what is it that you want me to steal from S.H.I.L.D.? I'm quite skilled in this area. Sheeman glanced around at the nearby fools. Just as he approached Mystique, she instinctively dodged away, prompting him to chuckle in exasperation. He then retrieved a pen and paper from his pocket and wrote down the words Cosmic Cube. The shapeshifter noticed a crumpled note discarded on the ground, which brought her a sense of relief as she picked it up and unfolded it. Within 5 days, I shall deliver what you seek. I hope you can uphold your end of the bargain. She gazed deeply at Menhuan. Of course, I am a person of utmost integrity, he replied without a moment's hesitation, while those nearby, including Cyclops, rolled their eyes, bewildered by who had deceived Jean. Observing the cheerful atmosphere, Magneto approached Menhuan with a friendly demeanor, subtly probing into his background. Meanwhile, Jubilee, bound to a mutant activation device, could not endure the torment of waiting for death and cried out in terror and despair, Sir, please save me. I am willing to do anything for you. This is my first time. Menhuan glanced at Jubilee, recognizing her as a truly unique individual. Her survival was essential. The mutant activation device could not function without her. With this in mind, he directly addressed Magneto. She absolutely cannot die. Let Logan and Sabretooth act as physical shields. Allow her to draw their blood. Wolverine, damn it. Wolverine protested. Is my life worth nothing? Though Sabretooth had his issues, he too valued his life and quickly voiced his dissent. Logan, you mustn't be selfish. Are you truly willing to watch her perish? What do you mean, what? Everything is for the sake of mutants. Do you think such selfishness is worthy of the professor's kindness towards you? Think about who saved you, who granted you a second chance at life. Enough. Just enough. Damn it. If I have to let her draw my blood, then so be it. Logan could no longer endure the moral coercion. I'll do it, damn it. Menhuan. Magneto was taken aback. Despite his persistent persuasion, Logan refused to cooperate. Where on earth had he learned such tactics? Jubilee, now relieved, felt secure knowing she had two powerful blood sources to sustain her life. At that moment, the sound of whirring propellers reached their ears. Menhuan glanced toward the nearby waters where a military helicopter had arrived. Clearly, they were intent on forcibly breaching the Statue of Liberty, unwilling to allow such horrifying events to unfold. The military and authorities would never permit the mass deaths that could result, nor would they agree to mutants awakening through such human intervention. It was terrifying. Magneto raised his hand, unleashing a terrifying magnetic force that surged toward the helicopter and the speedboat below. With a thunderous crash, the helicopter met its demise and the speedboat sank. The military truly lacked effective countermeasures against Magneto, whose formidable power rendered their proud firepower utterly impotent. At this moment, Simon soared into the air, his symbiotic battle suit enveloping him completely as he addressed the struggling soldiers and agents with a calm demeanor. Do not waste your efforts if you do not retreat. Magneto may very well topple the Statue of Liberty. Inform Nick Fury and the military to study this matter carefully. Upon hearing these words, the military personnel on the other end of the radio seemed doused with a bucket of cold water. The thought of the Statue of Liberty falling was akin to announcing to the world that America, too, could bleed. Retreat. Nick Fury commanded fiercely. He could not bear such a disgrace. Otherwise, tomorrow, a frenzied populace would detonate their S.H.L.D. headquarters. General Ross, the military representative, promptly issued orders for an Air Force retreat, for he too could not shoulder such a burden of blame. With the final obstacle removed, Magneto laughed triumphantly. While Cyclops and the others wept in despair, everything was lost. An endless silver light enveloped Liberty Island, leaving countless individuals awestruck by its ethereal glow. Those deranged souls, having lost all reason, screamed for divine protection as they charged towards the luminous barrier. Their reckless audacity deeply unsettled Jean Grey. It became evident, just as Simon had said, that the vast majority harbored a desire to become mutants, and when that aspiration remained unfulfilled, it morphed into extreme jealousy. Magneto, with his silver hair billowing, laughed maniacally. From this moment forth, mutants would embark on a new chapter. Little Rogue was on the verge of collapse, and as Logan, the Sabretooth, rolled his eyes, Simon decisively pulled them away. Even the formidable Wolverine and Sabretooth were now standing at the precipice of doom. Jean, keep a close watch on those individuals. Understand why the living cling to life and their mutant abilities. Understood. Jean Grey fervently nodded, her gaze toward Simon filled with admiration and fervor, as if she were beholding the sun itself. Stay here tonight, Simon gently suggested, holding her small hand. Not leaving? Where would I go? Jean blushed and looked at him shyly, her body betraying her as she leaned into him. The luxurious, expensive gown he had personally donned for her was now being torn away by his own hands, eliciting a modest gasp followed by a muffled sound. The exorbitant content would not be displayed in detail, as the European and American channels would provide the answers we seek. Early in the morning, Hill stormed into the villa, clearly aware that the orchestrator of the chaos was none other than the esteemed Simon. In the dining room, Simon was savoring the delicious bread when Hill interrupted him. Jean sat across from him, enjoying a lovingly prepared breakfast. In her excitement, Hill accidentally knocked over the glass of milk Jean was drinking, leading to an awkward situation where she had to obediently pour another glass for Jean Grey. Enough. Just admit whether or not I saved the world leaders attending the summit last night. Simon exclaimed fiercely. Cough, cough, you scoundrel. While you indeed saved many, you also indulged Magneto, she retorted, coughing. Hill, filled with indignation and a sense of pity, lamented, regardless of the outcome, without my intervention, the United States will be besieged by the entire world. By this reasoning, even your director, the black-hearted egg, would have to bow to me. Sheeman, brimming with self-satisfaction, abruptly raised his head and exclaimed, oh, damn it. Poor Hill, enduring such misfortune, had no choice but to suffer on behalf of others. Jean Grey, indifferent and unwilling to move, was taken aback by his ruthless demeanor. Those who willingly embraced the activation of mutant genes indeed had less than a 10% success rate. The majority perished. Yet, this did not daunt the esteemed shaman, who promptly began disseminating his statistical findings on the internet, even persuading a few mutants from Magneto to come forth and advocate fervently. The scant knowledge he possessed was solely employed to deceive our American comrades. Young and robust test subjects were more likely to succeed, yet the unfortunate few lucky enough to survive bore no extraordinary mutant abilities. The Earth was bustling with activity, and Asgard was equally lively. Chapter 52. The Sacrifice of Phoenix Blood Odin. Thor, do you wish to challenge me? The conflict between Thor and Odin finally erupted. Thor, with a tempestuous temperament, could no longer tolerate Odin's ideals of peace, and the two engaged in a fierce argument. You cannot even protect your friends. How can you speak of safeguarding an entire nation and homeland? Odin's single eye radiated divine light, though his voice was hoarse with weariness as he gazed upon his son, whose silver armor bore the scars of battle, momentarily seeing the stubbornness of himself from 2 millennia ago. He was advanced in years, and if his impetuous son could not grasp the weight of a king's responsibility, what fate awaited Asgard? If one simply feared action, the kingdom would inevitably face ruin. What then was there to protect? Did you believe that by disregarding your counsel, the kingdom would fall? Odin, filled with fury, glared at him, while Thor stood his ground. The frost giants must fear me, as they once feared you. That is your pride and arrogance, not leadership. Have you forgotten the patience of a warrior that I taught you? Odin coldly retorted, but Thor interjected, while you practice patience, the people of the 9 realms mocked us. The old ways are no longer viable. Father, you witness Asgard's decline, yet all you do is boast. Upon hearing this, Odin was consumed with rage, roaring like an enraged, aged lion. It appears you are a vain, greedy, and cruel child. Thor retorted mercilessly, you are a foolish old man. Odin was momentarily taken aback. As if he had aged decades in an instant, his gaze dimmed. He sighed, indeed, I am foolish, believing you were prepared. Loki observed impassively from the side, contemplating, at this moment, why not hastily admit your faults? Are you waiting to be pierced by the eternal spear? Thor Odinson. Odin's voice was laden with disappointment. You have defied the explicit orders of the king. Due to your arrogance and folly, the peaceful kingdom and innocent beings shall face the horrors and devastation of war. Now I shall reclaim your powers. In the name of my father and grandfather, I, Odin, the father of the gods, banish you. With a resounding thud, Gungnir traced the arc of fate, while Thor's divine armor shed like withered petals. As the last piece of his shoulder guard fell to the ground, the starry sky above Earth suddenly illuminated with the radiant path of the Bifrost. Odin equally cast his magic upon Mjolnir. Whoever possesses this hammer, if deemed worthy, shall wield the power of the thunder god. After uttering these words, he hurled the hammer towards Earth. Meanwhile, Loki reveled in delight. A resplendent rainbow bridge extended down to Earth, awakening the Ancient One at once. Ancient One, I hope you will honor our agreement, allowing him to train in peace. Echoed Odin's aged voice. These 2 dying beings were now orchestrating their plans. Thanos is the destined one. They could not forcibly intervene, and everything must be entrusted to the younger generation. I shall naturally refrain from interference. Thor has his own path, Ancient One replied calmly, her tranquil gaze traversing the boundless expanse until it reached Odin's visage in the celestial palace. Alas, observing Odin's snow-white hair, the Ancient One sighed, pondering, the hearts of parents are full of compassion. What a troublesome child he has. Sending a proud, tempestuous, and impulsive prince to Earth for experience is indeed a clever strategy, allowing him to taste mortal life. Yet, you seem to have forgotten the terrors of Earth. A prince will not always remain a prince. He may come to perceive himself as one of the mortals. The Ancient One's gaze departed from the celestial palace, her expression morphing into a peculiar smile, for she knew well that Thor had fought time and again for Earth. Despite Odin's meticulous calculations, even the wisest can falter. Alas, Asgard is on the brink of collapse. How disheartening it would be for him to realize that his son, whom he has nurtured for over 1,000 years, is fighting for Earth. According to the unfolding narrative, Thor was unexpectedly encountered by the Lady Thor and her companions, who mistook him for a madman. Simultaneously, in Mexico, Mjolnir descended from the heavens, astonishing all, including S, H, I, E, L, D, and various factions. A continuous stream of people flocked to Mexico, each devising myriad ways to lift the hammer, resulting in the desert town unexpectedly becoming a viral hotspot, reaping substantial profits. Cranes, trucks, off-road vehicles, and excavators all joined in the commotion, only to return defeated. The hammer, having fallen from the sky, stood resolutely, impervious to their futile efforts to budge it. Menhuan understood that the thunder god had arrived. Thor's Asgardian physique was remarkable, but acquiring such traits did not necessarily require the sacrifice of the thunder god. Would it not be better to strike a deal with Odin and offer him as a sacrifice, given that he was bound to die anyway? Menhuan would not let Mjolnir slip away. It seemed that his studies in magic would have to be postponed. He shrugged, after all. He did not mind the delay of a few days or weeks, for he was not here to learn magic, but to consume it. Ding Yi, help me extract Jean Grey's genes. Menhuan tossed a blood-stained cloth to the great cauldron. Bronze tripod, accompanied by a flash of white light. Menhuan's mental prowess underwent a profound transformation, surging several-fold, while simultaneously yielding deeper insights. Telepathy. You possess the ability to read the thoughts of others, perceive their emotions, and implant your own ideas into their minds, even exerting control over their thoughts and actions. Psychokinesis. Your innate psychokinetic abilities merge with this newfound power, allowing you to exert a more formidable influence over reality. As his telepathic abilities expanded outward, the inner musings of Jessica and her companions became instantly perceptible to him. Indeed, women indulge in vices when devoid of men. Jessica was fervently engrossed in observing him as he lavished attention on her fellow sisters. Menhuan reveled in this voyeuristic delight, unable to restrain himself for half an hour. It was no wonder Charles was perpetually prying into others' secrets. It was simply irresistible. As for his psychokinetic force, it had doubled. What once allowed him to exceed speeds of 10 times the speed of sound and lift over 200 tons now approached 30 times the speed of sound, enabling him to lift over 500 tons, a remarkable qualitative leap. At that moment, a news report broke regarding a hijacked passenger plane, which was subsequently obliterated by a raptor, tragically claiming the lives of over 100 passengers. "What man?" Menhuan muttered as he stepped outside. The number of fatalities was inconsequential to him. His destination was Mexico. In a small town near the incident site, Menhuan rented a large SUV and approached slowly, resembling an ordinary do-gooder. Suddenly, a swaying RV came to a halt before him, and 2 radiant young women approached. "Hi there. Could you help us tow our vehicle to the nearest gas station? Or perhaps spare some gasoline?" The name of the girl speaking was of little importance. Her exaggeratedly large bowl of a shake had already spoken volumes. "I'm afraid the nearest gas station is quite far. If I share my gasoline with you, I might not make it there myself." The expressions of the 2 girls darkened instantly. Finding a gas station in such desolation was indeed a challenge. However, Menhuan quickly shifted his tone. "But I can tow your RV, and once we reach the nearest gas station, you can refuel yourselves." The girl's eyes sparkled with hope. "Really? Thank you so much. You can call me Jane Foster." Menhuan was momentarily taken aback. Thor's girlfriend? How unfortunate. Chapter 53. Seize the day, measure the cups with your hands, thief? No, it's a collector's impulse. Both unmarried, right? I'm still single, right? Fair competition. He didn't even realize when he began to deceive himself. "Do you know me?" Jane Foster inquired, puzzled. No. Menhuan waved his hand, extending it in a gentlemanly manner. "I'm Shemin. You may also call me Shemin." "Hello, Shemin. I'm Daisy." The enthusiastic Daisy, standing beside Jane, reached out her hand, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Menhuan gently grasped her delicate hand, his gaze inadvertently dropping as he thought, "This is truly magnificent. Are you here traveling?" "We are students here to observe celestial phenomena." Before Jane could respond, Daisy had already learned to answer impulsively. "Daisy, you little imp, what's wrong with you?" Jane leaned close to Daisy's ear and whispered curiously. She had never seen Daisy so enthusiastically engage with a boy, her eyes brimming with avarice, as if she wished to devour him. "Jane, don't you find him incredibly attractive?" "I cannot help but yearn to be close to him, even to have children with him." "Goodness, am I hopelessly mad? I never harbored such romantic thoughts before. I thought I liked women." Daisy gazed dreamily at Menhuan, utterly captivated, as if lost in her own musings. "You are truly insane." However, he does possess an enchanting allure that bewilders women. All right, you have a point. Jane pondered and nodded in agreement. Her passion for astronomy had previously rendered her oblivious to the world outside, yet now she found herself stirred by unexpected emotions. At this moment, Menhuan was securing 2 vehicles with a tow strap from his off-road vehicle, while an elderly man, Eric, remained inside the RV. I am not very familiar with the area. Could anyone guide me to the nearest gas station? Before Jane could respond, Daisy eagerly raised her hand. I know. I've recently studied the local map. I could direct you. Jane shot a disapproving glance at this infatuated individual. Are you so impatiently eager to attach yourself to him? However, by now, Daisy had already volunteered herself, and there was no turning back. She could try to temper her impulsive desires. Bang! Daisy swiftly hopped into the vehicle and closed the door, letting out a sigh of relief, as if she were unaware that this was a test of someone's resolve. Menhuan gazed intently, and with a smirk, he resumed his gentlemanly demeanor, asking, Are you and Jane students of that old man? You appear to be his little follower. Oh, don't even mention it. You're absolutely right. I'm merely an intern here, and Jane constantly assigns me tasks. Daisy lamented about the journey, particularly the previous night when she had been protected from a madman, yet still found herself blamed. Menhuan listened quietly to her complaints, occasionally mindful of the bumpy road, which, despite its roughness, offered glimpses of scenic beauty. In the grand narrative, Daisy was but a minor character overshadowed by the likes of Thor and Jane. However, even if her beauty could not rival those exquisite women, amidst the jolting journey, he clearly understood the significance of a mountain that dwarfs all else. Daisy chattered animatedly like a peacock displaying its feathers, sharing their delightful anecdotes with Menhuan to seek his amusement. Suddenly, Menhuan remarked, Daisy, don't you think you might be overexerting yourself with all this bouncing about? Exerting? Not at all. What is tiring about sitting in a vehicle? Daisy had yet to grasp the implication when she suddenly locked eyes with Menhuan, her cheeks flushing crimson at his gaze. How annoying. I never intended to be so conspicuous. What can I do about it? You are truly gifted. So many women must envy and resent the piercing words you utter. Sighed Menhuan. Hee. Do you wish to know what cup it is? Daisy mischievously leaned closer to Menhuan's ear and whispered, Are you testing my resolve? I possess an iron will. However, if you wish to flaunt, I cannot stand in your way, the dignified gentleman replied with a sidelong glance. Daisy erupted into a fit of giggles, clearly amused by his feigned seriousness. Indeed, he was not as virtuous as he pretended to be. No more of this, no more. You can measure it yourself one day, she feigned modesty. Why wait for a better day when we can seize the moment? How annoying. Half an hour later, they finally located a gas station, and Daisy, feeling dejected, was reluctant to exit the vehicle. How could time pass so swiftly? Had she known, she would have taken a longer route instead, as they were so close to their destination. Daisy, what troubles you? You look quite glum, Jian teased with a smile. Is your eagerness thwarted because someone with a girlfriend is indifferent to you? We were almost there, Daisy lamented. What do you mean by almost? Jian gazed at her curiously. Oh, it's nothing at all. Let us just fill up quickly. Daisy nearly blurted out the truth, but managed to catch herself, swiftly changing the subject. Jian paid her words little mind, muttering to herself as she hurried to refuel the RV, for they must reach their observation point tonight. Men, we've heard about that hammer that fell from the sky. I take it you came for it? Jian inquired. It seemed the news had indeed spread across the internet. Menhuan nodded in acknowledgement of his interest in the celestial hammer. Shall we go together? Jian suggested. Sure, Menhuan readily accepted. Upon hearing this, Daisy swiftly pulled Jian aside and whispered in a hushed tone, Jian, you don't have feelings for Shimen, do you? Didn't you devote your life to astronomy? Don't be ridiculous. I do not. Don't slander me, Jian vehemently denied, her serious demeanor only infuriating Daisy further. Women's words are often deceptive. This time, Daisy was the first to take a seat inside Menhuan's car, not daring to give Jian a chance. She understood Jian's allure all too well. Jian, observing Daisy's eagerness, merely scoffed, thinking that something so easily gained would not be cherished by a man. Daisy, you are too young. As they continued their journey, the bumpy road jolted Daisy, causing her to bounce in her seat and emit soft grumbles. Menhuan felt a pang of sympathy for her discomfort, realizing that an unrelenting pursuit of grandeur is not always beneficial. Fortunately, after 3 hours, they approached the quaint town of Puente Antiguo. Thank heavens, we finally arrived. I'm utterly exhausted, Daisy exclaimed, releasing a sigh of relief, as if liberated. Daisy, are you sure you don't want to fix your hair and outfit? Although we are innocent, I fear that Jian might overthink. Shimin jested with a smile. Upon hearing this, Daisy examined herself and realized she did indeed appear somewhat alluring, as if she had just endured some indignity. She promptly adjusted her attire, deliberately unbuttoning a button on her shirt to provoke Jian. Shimin was oblivious to her little ploy, instead setting up a tent to observe the celestial phenomena of the night. Jian cast a sidelong glance at Daisy, thinking, if you're so capable, why not capture a video for me to scrutinize? Just wait. Daisy, irked by Jian's disregard, felt a wave of frustration. She truly lacked the boldness to record a video. As fate would have it, they had encountered Thor the previous night and had just run into this horse thief in town. Damn it, you dare to ambush me? You actually have the audacity to attack the mighty Thor of Asgard. The proud figure shouted at Shimin, who was driving the car. So what? Shimin replied calmly. I challenge you to a duel, Thor declared with a stern voice. Chapter 54. The thunder god, Thor, is unassailable. Jian's heart blooms with joy, although Thor's voice was not loud. It astonished Jian, Daisy, and the onlookers who had gathered. People from all walks of life flocked to witness the commotion. Upon hearing of a duel, they simply could not resist the spectacle. The proud prince of Asgard and the thunder god would not allow mere mortals to belittle them. Are you serious? Shimin teased. Right now, you are but a mere mortal. I could easily sway you like a fly. Thor's intelligence was indeed questionable. As netizens remarked, his head was filled with nothing but muscle. His proclamations of being a god were met with skepticism, and many regarded him as a madman. Yet, Shimin's ability to acknowledge him as a god indicated she possessed some merit, though he failed to comprehend this. Thor declared with pride, I shall prove to you that even without my divine powers, I remain the invincible Thor. Very well, as you wish, proud prince, Shimin shrugged indifferently, finding this simpleton somewhat amusing. God-slaying? I like it. Shimin, he is a madman. He has been shouting about being Thor since yesterday. Don't stoop to his level. Daisy whispered, pulling Shimin aside with concern. Although this lunatic may be mad, his imposing physique cannot be denied. Shimin's muscles were no match for his. Shimin chuckled softly. Hee, Thor is not mad. He speaks nothing but the truth. Are you mad too? Is madness contagious? Daisy replied, rolling her eyes at him. How could characters from mythological tales possibly appear in the real world? Don't worry, you'll understand soon enough. Shimin reassured her with a pat on her hand. Shimin, be careful. This madman may not hold back, Jian cautioned. Fear not, he is merely a mortal now. Menhuan offered a reassuring smile to her. At that moment, a crowd had gathered outside the supermarket, the onlookers buzzing with excitement, reveling in the spectacle as if to fan the flames of chaos. Sol, with an air of arrogance, surveyed the scene, relishing the attention akin to that of Asgard, proclaimed proudly, even without the power of Thor, my countless battles have forged me. It is an honor for mere mortals of Midgard to face Thor. Emboldened by his own bravado, Sol bellowed and charged toward Menhuan, embodying the fearless warrior of Asgard. A true testament to his reckless nature. Menhuan, calm and collected, awaited his approach, and as Daisy gasped in surprise, she deftly sidestepped his wild punch. Sol, taken aback by her agility, momentarily froze, only to regain his focus and unleash another powerful strike aimed at her chest. Daisy and Jane clenched their fists in concern. For Sol's imposing physique loomed large before them. Yet, amidst their anxious glances, Menhuan appeared to toy with Sol, narrowly evading each of his ferocious blows. Although Sol's punches echoed with force, each time he struck, it seemed as though he was tantalizingly close to a hit, only to find himself deceived. The loss of Thor's strength took its toll. With every exertion, he drained his stamina rapidly. After a flurry of punches, he was left panting. Even a muscle-bound Sol realized he was being played. The proud prince of Asgard could hardly accept this humiliation. He roared in frustration, damn it, you call yourself a real man, yet you dodge instead of facing me head-on. The crowd, relishing the unfolding drama, clamored for a direct confrontation. Menhuan, having enjoyed the playful banter, grinned and replied, as you wish. Elated, Sol grinned foolishly and swung his fist with all his might, intent on exacting revenge. This time, Menhuan did not evade, causing Daisy and Jane to flinch, fearful of the impending clash. Their fists collided with a resounding impact. Sol's initial joy quickly turned to shock as an irresistible force met his punch, sending him hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. Whoosh! Bang! Sol was completely propelled by that blow, feeling as though his arm was no longer his own. The numbness coursing through him was a fleeting concern as he exclaimed in disbelief. When did a random person from Midgar become so powerful? Victorious. Menhuan looked down with a calm demeanor and stated, "It is not merely anyone on the street who possesses such strength." "What is your name?" Sol inquired, his tone now tinged with curiosity, feeling slightly relieved. If one could randomly pull a person from Midgard Street and find them so formidable, Asgard would surely be overrun by their kind. Menhuan, very well. I shall remember you. Thor fixed his gaze upon Menhuan and continued to utter threats. However, do not become too complacent. My current strength is but a fraction of 1%. Once I reclaim my hammer, Mjolnir, you will witness the true extent of my power. The hammer of the Thunder God? Is that the mysterious hammer that fell from the sky a few days ago? Jane exclaimed incredulously. What? You know where the Thunder God's hammer is? Thor, brimming with excitement, reached for Jane's hand, but Menhuan coldly interjected, blocking him. You can ask, but do not lay a hand on her. Oomph. Thor huffed in displeasure. If I had not lost my divine power, I would never have to endure humiliation at the hands of a mere mortal. Once I regain Mjolnir, I shall ensure you experience the taste of thunder and lightning, and you will grovel at the feet of your Thunder God. Jane, witnessing this, playfully winked at Daisy, reveling in the moment. This is what happens when you bloom. Butterflies will come. Oomph. What is there to be proud of? Men are truly fickle, always glancing at what others possess. Daisy retorted with a hint of annoyance. But do not become too self-satisfied. Men are captivated by my grand spirit. Please. Men are, after all, rather superficial creatures. Jane huffed, feeling a pang of jealousy. By the way, could you treat me to something to eat? Thor, unabashed, asked, feeling famished and unashamed of his previous embarrassment. Very well, Menhuan replied nonchalantly. After the group finished their meal and exited the restaurant, Jane and Daisy felt utterly humiliated. Thor's table manners were atrocious, and he had even broken a cup. Shemin, do you really believe he is the Thunder God? It seems far-fetched. Jane expressed her skepticism. He is indeed the exiled Thunder God. Thor, Menhuan explained with a smile. Just then, Jane and Daisy abruptly rushed outside in anger. Stop! Who are you? Jane shouted furiously. Ladies, I'm Agent Coulson of S.H.I.L. and we have requisitioned your tools and materials. He interjected, displaying his badge. Whether or not she chose to listen was inconsequential. He simply handed her a check. Jane, they are S.H.I.E.L.D. We cannot afford to cross them, their mentor Eric urged. But these items are like my lifeblood. Jane protested vehemently. Yet before she could finish, Menhuan's icy voice resonated. Huh, S.H.I.E.L.D. is truly tyrannical. Is it acceptable to wield taxpayers' money to impose upon others? Chapter 55. Loki's entrapment. With an air of disdain, Menhuan approached and draped his arm around Jane's shoulders, pulling her into an embrace. It was only in the warmth of his hold that Jane regained her senses, but before she could speak, Menhuan leaned down to whisper in her ear. Jian, if you wish to avoid having your information taken away, you must cooperate with me in a little charade. Jian's ears were exquisitely sensitive, and the warmth of his breath sent a shiver through her, causing her cheeks to flush a delightful crimson. Upon witnessing this, Menhuan smirked mischievously, prompting Jian to lightly pinch this opportunistic rogue in playful discontent. Subsequently, she acquiesced, draping her delicate hand around Menhuan's waist, embodying the image of a gentle bird seeking shelter. Coulson, ever fearful of opposing Menhuan, knew well that a few $1,000s a month were hardly worth risking his life. He quickly donned a cordial smile, explaining, Mr. Shi, we were unaware that she was your woman. We certainly wouldn't dare misuse taxpayers' money against you, would we? Enough, enough. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Acquiring this information is futile. You will understand tonight. Menhuan lazily waved his hand. Coulson, upon hearing this, let out a rueful laugh. Very well, since you have spoken, I shall adhere to your instructions. I will await your esteemed presence at the base. Once you take action, I'm certain you will provide the answers we seek. Flattery always works, does it not? Coulson thrived in his role for good reason. He was exceedingly adept at navigating social dynamics. Precisely. I have always held you in high regard, Comrade Coulson, the village chief of the novice village. Now, kindly return everything to its original state. Menhuan jestingly patted his shoulder. Coulson, with a bittersweet smile, lamented, "What village chief? I knew offending you would yield no favorable outcome." The agents of SHIELD found themselves in a predicament, pondering how to revert everything without fail, as they had long forgotten the original order. They exchanged troubled glances with Coulson, who, left with no choice, activated the recording device to meticulously restore everything. When Menhuan's casual remark compelled these stoic agents to obediently comply, Jian and Daisy exchanged incredulous glances, pondering the true nature of his identity. After the beleaguered agents returned the materials to their rightful places, Coulson respectfully took his leave. Daisy and Jian gazed at Menhuan with stars in their eyes, filled with curiosity. Thank you. Without you, I would have lost these invaluable documents, which represent my hard work. Jian expressed with excitement and gratitude before giving Menhuan a fervent kiss, much to Daisy's chagrin. Oof! What pretense of purity! Is he not the man who you stealthily kissed? Daisy exclaimed in frustration. Hey, Jian, how could you betray our sisterhood by stealing a kiss from my man? Please, do not flatter yourself. He has never claimed to be your boyfriend. This is a fair competition, Jian retorted, casting a triumphant glance at Daisy, secretly envious of her apparent advantage. Oof, just you wait. Daisy huffed defiantly, resolute that she would take the initiative tonight. At the campsite, Menhuan furrowed his brows as a vague figure appeared in the distance, prompting him to approach immediately. Bathed in the soft glow of the moonlight stood a man clad in a sharply tailored suit, his slicked back hair lending him the air of an elegant gentleman. As Menhuan drew near, the man offered a slight smile and introduced himself. Greetings, sir, from the courtyard. I am Loki, hailing from Asgard. The god of mischief, Loki. Menhuan recognized this unfortunate soul, a mere human-shaped punching bag. The sight of him was quite surprising. What could have led Loki to seek him out? Yet, it was certain that his true self remained in the divine halls of Asgard. Mr. Loki, what guidance do you seek from me? Menhuan inquired with a hint of indifference. With unwavering confidence, Loki replied, your strength is formidable, sir. I can sense the immense power within you. I have come to propose a collaboration that promises mutual benefit. Collaboration? What form might it take? Menhuan asked, intrigued. Is this not an invitation for me to ensnare you? It is quite simple, Loki continued. You are undoubtedly aware of many secrets we possess in Asgard, given that you recognized Thor at a glance. Our arrangement is straightforward. As long as you do not divulge the truth to Thor, I can assist you in becoming the president of this nation. What say you? Loki gazed at him with supreme confidence, believing that no one could resist the allure of power, not even a notorious trickster like himself. Forgive me, but I harbor no interest. However, if you could offer me some of your URU metal from Asgard, I might be inclined to remain an observer, Menhuan boldly declared. How much URU metal do you require? Loki asked, his expression shifting slightly. But URU metal is quite rare in Asgard. I could perhaps part with 100 pounds at most. Loki's brow furrowed slightly, taken aback by the difficulty of the negotiation. You are the king of Asgard. You can only offer a mere 100 pounds of URU metal. And how much do you desire? 300 pounds. At this, Loki's displeasure grew, cursing the rustic fellow for his ignorance. Did he truly regard URU metal as mere scrap? After a moment of silence, Loki clenched his jaw. Very well. 300 pounds it shall be. Wait for me half an hour. With that, Loki's projection vanished. As Menhuan gazed at the spot where Loki had disappeared, a sinister smile crept across his face. What a foolish bird he was. URU metal is a remarkable substance, renowned throughout the Marvel Universe. It is a magical metal, exceptionally durable and difficult to alter, typically requiring extreme methods for forging. URU metal can store and release magical energy, its strength proportional to the extent of its enchantment. The more magic imbued, the more powerful it becomes. Moreover, weapons or items crafted from URU metal forge a symbiotic relationship with their wielders, enhancing one another. Notable examples include Thor's hammer, Stormbreaker, and the Eternal Spear. Before long, Loki reappeared, informing Menhuan that he could select a location to receive the URU medal. As he would activate the Bifrost, Menhuan watched as Daisy and Jian fiddled with the astronomical telescope. He pulled Jian aside, saying, "I will take you to a wonderful place." Without inquiring about their destination, Jian followed him, casting a playful glance at Daisy that nearly provoked her to follow. Their mentor shook his head in admiration, remarking, "This young man's skills in charming women are truly remarkable. He is deliberately teasing Daisy." As Daisy observed the two depart, her mind began to conjure images of a rugged desert where an off-road vehicle swayed incessantly. As Menhuan drove away from the town, the surroundings grew increasingly desolate. Yet he frequently glanced at the sky, while Jian remained unconcerned. "Surely, I'm not destined to conclude my 20-year-long manual journey in this wilderness? Here we are, get out," Menhuan said softly as he halted the vehicle. Gazing at the vast and eerie locale, Jian shyly inquired, "Can we stay inside the car? It might be a bit dangerous inside. Let's be outside. There's ample space and safety out here." "All right, but after coming all this way, is there anything particularly special here? Can we just take a short walk?" Jian looked at Menhuan, thinking to herself that his invitation to engage in some joyful activities was likely to keep Daisy in the dark. "Special? Not yet, but soon," Menhuan replied, raising his gaze to the sky. In an instant, a radiant pillar of light descended. Chapter 56, URU Medal. The magical body. Jian yearned to fly once. The sudden tremor startled Jian, prompting her to cling to Menhuan, reluctant to let go. His soft, fragrant presence was delightful. Once calm returned, aside from the ground marked with colorful teleportation patterns, only a few stone-like pieces of metal remained. Her mind was still in a state of bewilderment, as if she had stepped into a scene from a science fiction film. "What is happening?" she exclaimed, wide-eyed with disbelief, as she turned to Menhuan. Instead of answering her, Menhuan shouted at the sky, "Loki, I accept your collaboration." Satisfied, Loki in the Celestial Palace nodded, as long as he could eliminate Thor. This minor cost was acceptable. Loki? Thor? At that moment, Jian felt her worldview shatter, as mythological figures appeared one after another before her. Although she was reluctant to acknowledge the existence of myths, being a staunch materialist, the undeniable reality stood before her. Menhuan gazed down at Jian's bewildered expression, perplexed about her current state of shock. "Stop staring." Jian playfully rolled her eyes at him, exclaiming, "Hurry up and explain what is going on. My brain feels starved of oxygen." Menhuan lifted her onto his lap, reveling in the feeling of being admired by a beautiful woman, and then began to elucidate. "This URU medal is a treasure of Asgard. For instance, Thor's hammer and the Eternal Spear are forged from URU metal." Suddenly interrupting him, Jian's eyes widened as she grasped a crucial piece of information. "Wait, you're speaking of mythological tales. Does Asgard truly exist? Was that really Loki just now? Oh my goodness, it is truly astonishing." I had previously remarked that the astronomical phenomena resembled myths, yet Eric was skeptical. With a burst of excitement, Jian embraced Menhuan, but this fleeting gesture hardly sufficed to appease him. Suddenly, Jian, lost in thought, gave a playful roll of her eyes and raised her tiny fist to lightly punch him. Chiding, "Can you be serious for a moment? Oh, please don't tug at my hair." Clearing his throat, Menhuan responded, "When I'm not doing something, I feel utterly restless. You understand, don't you? Aren't you feeling the same?" He feigned stubbornness while casting a mischievous glance at Jian. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Jian shyly lowered her head, refraining from speech, and playfully pouted at him, then quickly shifted the topic to inquire about information concerning Asgard. "Very well, I shall enlighten you. The madman you collided with is indeed Thor, the god of thunder from Asgard. The one I just traded URU metal with is Loki, the god of mischief. Loki seeks to slay Thor and usurp the throne. Odin is on the brink of death, and Thor's descent to Earth serves as a form of training." Menhuan elucidated, "Oh my gosh, they are truly royal rivals." Jian exclaimed in astonishment. Hearing her repeatedly exclaim, "Oh my gosh," Menhuan, eager to impart knowledge, declared, "Come, learn from me. What about Twokeo?" "Yes, a teachable spirit indeed. Isn't it more expressive than oh my gosh?" He chuckled wickedly, asserting that the essence of national culture remains unparalleled. The phrase "oh my gosh" lacked any real force, failing to convey the protagonist's shock, surprise, excitement, or anger. In contrast, a simple wokeo could encapsulate a myriad of emotions. Jian kept repeating wokeo, which sent Menhuan into fits of laughter. It was only then that Jian realized she had been playfully teased, prompting her to retaliate with a playful bite. After several minutes, as Jian gasped for breath, she surrendered, lying quietly on the ground while gazing at the sky. To have engaged in trade with the god of mischief, you must possess extraordinary power. Are you a mutant? Or perhaps a deity? She gently inquired. I'm not entirely certain, Menhuan replied honestly, shaking his head. Can you fly? Will you take me soaring among the clouds? Jian asked eagerly. Of course. Prepare for takeoff. Menhuan responded with a smile. Once Jian nodded, he lifted her into the sky, and at that moment, she understood the vast chasm between imagination and reality. Looking down, Jian felt a wave of panic, her feet sweating as she clung to Menhuan like an octopus. Screaming in fright, regret washed over her, and she wished to return quickly to change out of her snug pants, feeling utterly embarrassed. Menhuan, teasingly descending to the ground, observed Jian, who wished to burrow into the earth like an ostrich. Oh, how mortifying! It's all your fault, Jian exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation. Realizing her embarrassment was evident to him. Ahem, fine, I take the blame, he chuckled, still laughing. Ugh, I'll change myself. Menhuan collected the URU medal, and then with a leaky vehicle, he hurried back to the camp. However, at this moment, Jian was quite displeased, glaring at someone. Damn it, it's gear position, not crotch position, do you understand? Oh, my apologies, I misspoke, he retorted. Oomph. Jian coldly huffed. I see no trace of embarrassment on your face. Upon returning to the camp, Daisy hurried over, scrutinizing every move Jian made, and upon seeing her walk steadily, she sighed in relief. What were you two up to in secret? Oh, Shimen took me flying. Flying? For heaven's sake! Daisy cursed in frustration. Jian, could you refrain from being so shamelessly blunt? You're terrible, Jian. Do you not realize how awful you are? Idiot. It was real flying. I know. Must you keep emphasizing it? Jian's irritating demeanor seemed to have triumphed once again. Daisy, enraged like a cat with its tail stepped on, glared at Jian and retreated to her tent to sleep. Not my fault. She twisted her own thoughts, Jian shrugged, feigning innocence. Clearly, she had intentionally misled that girl in front of Jian. All right, call her out. I'll take you to see a good show. Menhuan cast a speechless glance at Jian, wondering why she toyed with someone already dim-witted. Did she not understand the term big-chested, brainless? Well, at least the old man upstairs was fair in some respects. The extraordinary sight of Thor's hammer, after time had passed, attracted considerable attention. But all the onlookers were driven away once S.H.I.E.L.D. arrived. Carlson and his team quickly established a base. They needed to study the hammer thoroughly since it could not be moved. They had not awaited Menhuan that night, but instead encountered a bumbling Thor, who swiftly overcame several guards and agents, approaching the hammer and starting to chuckle foolishly. Carlson suspected he might know something and thus ordered everyone to stay away from the hammer. But after pulling for a while, there was no response. The performance concluded, and the ground troops mobilized. Carlson shook his head in disappointment, watching the dazed man as he issued an arrest order. After interrogating for a long time without results, he heard from his subordinate that Menhuan had arrived with 2 girls, prompting him to rush out to greet them. Mr. Shimen, you've come. Menhuan nodded and smiled. Was someone just trying to pull out the hammer without any reaction? You truly are impressive, Carlson quickly flattered, knowing Menhuan must be privy to the inside story. All right, bring him to the hammer. Understood. Carlson instructed an agent beside him, who swiftly departed and returned with the dazed Thor. TSK, Loki must have deceived him into thinking Odin is dead. The poor fool was utterly misled. Thor, are you sure you don't want to try again? Menhuan remarked, relishing the misfortune. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Thor finally displayed some semblance of reaction. With a heavy heart, I shook my head, realizing that I no longer deserved to be the god of thunder of Asgard. My arrogance and foolishness had brought great grief to my father. Well, don't you all want to give it a try? This is the legendary hammer of the god of thunder. Lifting the hammer will bestow you with the power of Thor, Shimen cheerfully inquired, glancing at the group. Sure, Daisy exclaimed, eager to attempt the feat. After all, it was the famed hammer of the god of thunder. Why did she believe it was possible? Just moments ago, Shimen had taken her on a flight, allowing her to experience the exhilarating ascent into the clouds. Yet, despite her fervent hopes, she found herself blushing and ultimately conceding defeat. Shaking her head in disappointment. "I'll give it a try," Jane declared, stepping forward. At that moment, Shemin watched her with great anticipation. After all, she was the female god of thunder. Chapter 57. An unconventional steel body, sacrificing the hammer of thunder. Shemin's eyes were fixed on Jane's movements as she gripped the hammer's handle and pulled with all her might. However, the hammer remained steadfast, unmoving. Seeing this, she relinquished her hopes. If so many could not lift it, how could she, a frail woman, succeed? She had never truly expected to. "Let's try again," Shemin urged, frowning. Jane paused, responding, "Huh? All right, I'll give it another shot, but don't get your hopes up." With that, she attempted once more. Yet the hammer remained as immovable as before. Jane shrugged, admitting defeat. Shemin, observing the scene, pondered quietly. Everything seemed to be under Odin's control. Even in slumber, the hammer was likely imbued with some form of enchantment by Odin. In truth, aside from the god of thunder, no one could lift this mighty hammer. The notion that whoever wields it possesses the power of Thor was utterly absurd. "All right, everyone, step outside for a moment. I wish to try," Shemin suddenly announced. The others, hearing this, harbored no doubts. Coulson led the way, chuckling as he exited, thinking that Shemin was simply wary of embarrassing himself in front of others. Jane and the others shared similar thoughts, stifling laughter as they departed, leaving the space open for Shemin. Once the room was empty, Shemin promptly stated, "Help me extract the power of Thor." Understood. The hammer, no matter how formidable, was merely a conductive tool forged from URU metal, insufficient to resist. The bronze cauldron swiftly absorbed the power of Thor from the hammer, bestowing it upon Shemin, who now took the place of the god of thunder, naturally claiming the hammer as his own. "By the way, please extract the URU metal once more." Understood. The bronze cauldron remained silent, diligently performing its task. As a silver light enveloped Shemin's body, a mysterious force began to refine his flesh and blood, as if magical runes were integrating into his very being. Magical body? Shemin murmured to himself. He could distinctly sense the magical properties of Asgard's URU metal merging with his corporeal form. If he were to engage with magic at this moment, one could assert that he would require no further refinement from the bronze cauldron. He would grasp it instantaneously. He was born to be a supreme wizard, destined for magic. The bronze cauldron is indeed terrifying. Menhuan couldn't help but marvel. Any existence refined by the bronze cauldron would be optimized anew, which is truly fearsome. He was well acquainted with the feedback capabilities of God of Thunder's power and magical body. After a prolonged period of silent contemplation, he reached a decision. His body was continually strengthening, and it was time to integrate all abilities into a singular entity. Without hesitation, he opened the Hall of Memories and began to reorganize according to his newfound insights. Creator, Menhuan, age, 25 abilities, iron body, super strength, physique, endurance, self-healing, defense, energy absorption, eternal life, magical affinity, etc., telekinesis, dimensional pocket, energy beam, telepathy, teleportation, mechanical control, data manipulation, God of Thunder's power, item, Mjolnir life energy, 21, 365. 681 He integrated his physical capabilities into the iron body, eliminating the data controlling ants, and merged mental immunity with telepathy into a singular telepathic ability. All this transpired in mere minutes, yet his strength underwent a monumental transformation. Lethal magical attacks became nearly ineffective against him. His iron body could absorb and store a significant amount of magic. Of course, only a being as formidable as Dormammu could hope to burst his magical form. Afterward, he called everyone inside. All were curious whether he had indeed lifted Mjolnir. Facing their inquisitive gazes, Menhuan merely smiled and beckoned Jian. "Jian, try again. I believe you can lift Mjolnir now." "Really? You want me to try again?" "I doubt I can." Jian hastily waved her hands, unwilling to believe in her own capability. Thor, overhearing this unwavering conviction, immediately retorted, "Are you saying she can lift the hammer that I, the mighty god of thunder, cannot? Who do you think you're looking down upon?" Yet, Menhuan remained silent, encouraging Jian with affirming eyes to make another attempt. Empowered by his encouragement, Jian grasped the hammer's handle once more. To everyone's astonishment, the hammer, which had previously remained immobile, began to tremble slightly before being lifted by Jian. "This is impossible," Thor exclaimed in shock, unable to fathom such an absurd event unfolding before him. Others stood agape, astonished that the seemingly frail Jian had truly lifted Mjolnir. Hee, let me take a picture, Daisy exclaimed eagerly, pulling out her phone to capture this significant moment with Jian and the hammer. Just then, Mjolnir flew effortlessly into Menhuan's hand, which utterly shattered Thor's composure. How? How did you do that? Mjolnir is my companion, he stammered in disbelief. Thor's heart shattered as if he had been betrayed. The legendary Mjolnir had once flown into his grasp, yet now he found himself disillusioned. Is this truly the hammer of the god of thunder? Beyond its mere physicality, it seems rather unremarkable. With an air of arrogance, Menhuan casually waved the hammer before Thor, unleashing a blinding light that detonated in the distance, creating a vast crater. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief, "Is this the fabled hammer of Thor?" Unperturbed by their reactions, Menhuan called out to Thor, whose expression was one of despair. "Who wishes to capture this moment? Seize the opportunity before it slips away." "I do," Coulson quickly replied, eager to immortalize the moment with the legendary hammer. Others joined in, snapping photographs of the hammer that the world deemed unliftable, their excitement palpable. Enough. Thor could no longer tolerate the desecration of his cherished Mjolnir. He thundered, "You insignificant mortals are unworthy to wield the hammer of the god of thunder." "Is that so? It's merely a hammer. Care to give it a try?" Menhuan's challenge stirred Thor's heart. The thought of lifting Mjolnir could signify his return to glory. In an instant, his rage transformed into a foolish grin, and he eagerly approached the hammer. Menhuan tossed the hammer toward Thor, who reached out to catch it, only to be met with an overwhelming force that rendered him unable to bear it. With a thunderous crash, Mjolnir struck the ground once more. In that moment, Thor's smile vanished, and he sank to the ground, his spirit crushed. Chapter 58, Daisy's Night Raid. The arrival of the destroyer and the carnage that follow my father has truly forsaken me. He never forgave his arrogant and volatile son. Even in death, Thor whispered, his voice tinged with melancholy. The towering figure felt tears welling in his eyes, betraying his stoic facade. Coulson, witnessing this, was at a loss for words. After all, Thor was the mythical god of Asgard, prompting him to seek Menhuan's counsel. "Mr. Shemin, what should I do? Let nature take its course. Do not concern yourself. I believe he will embark on a new life here on Earth," Menhuan replied with calm assurance. "Indeed, you are correct. It seems this matter is beyond my control." Coulson shrugged with a wry smile, knowing he only needed to report the events truthfully to his superior. As for Mjolnir, it was Menhuan who took it away, leaving the burden of concern to their director, not to Coulson. On their return journey, Daisy and Jane chattered excitedly, toying with Mjolnir while Menhuan feigned interest. Once back at the camp, Menhuan planned to wash up and rest, anticipating the events of the following day. However, in the dead of night, a shadowy figure stealthily lifted the tent flap, only to yelp in pain as they stumbled and fell after taking a seat. An ambush? It seems you are unaware of the number of eyes possessed by the great Menhuan. The answer, of course, is one eye of a horse. Yet this is sufficient to leave the ambushing thief in a state of despair. Based on his conjecture, this individual bore an ominous omen, and indeed, his prediction was not mistaken, nearly suffocating him. The following morning, Jian, sporting dark circles under her eyes, glared resentfully at the gluttonous Shemin, while casting venomous looks at a feeble little thief, wishing to strangle her. "Oh, Jian, you are utterly inconsiderate. You did not even think to come and save me. Do you not realize that Shemin is a stubborn donkey?" Daisy gritted her teeth, filled with both love and hatred, lamenting that this scoundrel, fully aware of how many times she had surrendered, showed no mercy. "Serves you right," Jian retorted disdainfully. "It's only fitting that you suffer. Woe is me. Next time, I shall surely bring you along. This pain is unbearable," Daisy pleaded, tugging at Jian's hand with innocent, pleading eyes, appearing helpless and fragile. "Get lost, you shameless creature," Jian scoffed, pushing her away. "Did you ever consider me when you were secretly betraying me?" At that very moment, Thor approached Shemin with a grin, requesting a loan of several $1,000,000. "Hey, buddy, after brushing up on my knowledge of Midgard yesterday, I realized that without money, one cannot make a single step. You took my mighty hammer. Surely, you must compensate me," Thor shamelessly declared. However, before Shemin could respond, a loud knocking echoed from the window, and upon looking up, they saw several medieval-clad individuals excitedly calling for Thor. "Hey, my friends have arrived!" Thor exclaimed with exuberance, immediately rising to greet them. The three valiant warriors of the Celestial Palace and Sif's presence drew the attention of others in the establishment. Yet it was soon disregarded, for this was the land of beautiful, free America, where eccentric attire was commonplace. Amidst their nostalgic exchanges, the skies suddenly convulsed violently, followed by the descent of a colossal beam of light that crashed to the ground. As the dust settled, an enormous entity emerged, slowly advancing. The destroyer. Thor and the others sprang to their feet. "The destroyer? Who is controlling it?" Sif replied coolly, "It is Loki. He is preventing us from bringing you back to the Celestial Palace." Thor, in disbelief, responded Loki, "But why would he do this? I have resolved to live well in Midgard. I will not return to the Celestial Palace, especially after having caused my father's demise." He was filled with deep remorse. "What nonsense are you spouting? Yet Loki told me that." Thor paused, suddenly realizing Loki's cunning nature. He was deceiving him. "We are brothers. Why would he betray me?" Thor felt a deep sorrow, having always regarded Loki as his dearest brother, and now he learned of his treachery. "Loki has temporarily assumed the throne of Asgard. Naturally, he will not allow you to return and usurp his position," Sif remarked. Although Thor is tempestuous and somewhat naive, he understands that the most pressing matter is to vanquish the destroyer. He declared solemnly, "Eliminate him. We shall return to the Celestial Palace." With that, he dashed forward, forgetting that he was no longer the god of thunder, prompting Sif and the others to hastily follow suit. Outside, chaos reigned as the world had descended into pandemonium. The destroyer unleashed a torrent of flames indiscriminately. The panicked crowd screamed as they fled for their lives, lamenting the fact that their parents had not bestowed upon them additional limbs for escape. Surrounding vehicles, shops, and office buildings crumbled before the might of the destroyer, as if they were merely made of paper. "What should we do? We must flee at once." Daisy's anxious countenance turned pale. Although she was aware of Menhuan's remarkable ability to manipulate life and death, that power was of no use at this moment. "I shall escort you to safety. The destroyer's ire will not be directed at you. Rest assured," Menhuan calmly reassured them, and with a swift motion, he grasped the hands of the two women and vanished, reappearing at the camp. "Good heavens! My dear can teleport!" Daisy exclaimed in delight, leaping and bounding in joy, nearly causing someone to bow their head in exasperation. Fortunately, Jane maintained her composure, pulling Daisy aside and exclaiming with frustration, "Don't cause a ruckus. All right, you two stay safe," Menhuan said as he gently patted their heads before vanishing once more into the air, re-emerging on the battlefield. There, the three valiant warriors of the Celestial Palace were engaged in a fierce struggle against the destroyer. After being sent flying by a brutal strike from the destroyer, Thor's mind cleared in a moment of realization. What could a mere mortal do against such a formidable foe? The only course of action was to evacuate the civilians. But alas, Hogun was also struck aside, and the destroyer began charging up to incinerate him. Isn't this reminiscent of the fire-breathing sentry robots from the movies? Menhuan remarked with intrigue. Seeing her comrade in peril, Sif sprang into action, her sword piercing through the destroyer's neck with a swift thrust. The destroyer's visage dimmed, as if it had lost its vitality. Sif, upon witnessing this, could not suppress her triumphant laughter. What right did the destroyer have to battle the valiant warrior Sif? Yet, just as they exhaled in relief, the destroyer abruptly reactivated, its head and limbs twisting as it charged its energy, zeroing in on Sif. With a hum, a searing energy beam shot toward her. In a critical moment, Sif's experience saved her. She swiftly contorted her body and narrowly avoided the attack by diving to the ground. She barely escaped the energy beam, rolling several times before regaining her footing, but the destroyer unleashed another devastating energy ray aimed directly at her. At that moment, Sif found herself beside Menhuan. She immediately pushed him, urging run. However, she was astonished to find she could not budge him. With the energy ray hurtling toward them, Sif resolutely raised her shield, placing herself firmly in front of Menhuan. Boom! The violent energy wave sent Sif tumbling, yet she continued to shout at Menhuan, "Run!" Boom! The relentless onslaught of the destroyer struck again, and as Sif cursed under her breath, preparing to risk her own safety to save others, An unexpected translucent barrier suddenly materialized, intercepting the attack. Astonished, Sif turned to see Menhuan approaching steadily. "Allow me," he declared. In the tumultuous Chapter 59, teammates sacrificed. Sif's realization dawned upon her. This seemingly ordinary man was, in fact, a concealed powerhouse. Just then, the destroyer unleashed another barrage, its destructive rays rendering the ground as fragile as parchment. Menhuan, however, showed no intent to evade the barrage. A mere 10 paces ahead lay an invincible domain, where his telekinetic barrier repelled the energy beams of the destroyer. As he advanced, an eerie black substance began to envelop his form, witnessed by the astonished onlookers. Mysterious, ancient, bizarre. In a flash, Menhuan vanished from sight, reappearing before the destroyer, gathering force before delivering a thunderous blow. The impact sent the destroyer careening backward, staggering to regain its footing. Yet, Menhuan surged forward, enveloped in crackling lightning, reminiscent of a god of thunder. "Soar, is that him?" Sif gasped in disbelief, glancing towards Thor for answers. "How would I know? All I can say is he certainly wielded the hammer of the thunder god," Thor replied, resigned, his gaze fixed on the destroyer, who was now being relentlessly battered by the tempestuous lightning, resembling a small boat tossed by a raging storm. In the heat of battle, the destroyer found itself overwhelmed, yet fought back with the tenacity of a cockroach that refuses to die. Observing from a distance, Thor understood that his father's destroyer armor was a force beyond Menhuan's capacity to shake. Undeterred by Sif and the others' protests, he resolutely approached the heart of the battlefield, fully aware that Loki's singular aim was to target him, not anyone else. Even if Menhuan could subdue the destroyer, Loki's treacherous cunning would not spare him. If Thor did not confront this matter himself, Midgard would never know peace again. "Loki!" Thor shouted to the heavens, demanding a discourse on how to spare his friend, even if it meant relinquishing his throne. Yet, Loki seemed wholly disinterested in dialogue, fixated solely on Thor's demise. The destroyer's eyes ignited with annihilating energy, launching a lethal ray straight at Thor. Thor, taken aback by Loki's intentions, was struck mercilessly, sent flying and collapsing to the ground, convulsing as if electrified before falling still. "Thor!" Sif screamed in horror, racing towards his position, with the others following suit, equally alarmed. "He can't be dead, can he? Surely, he is not that fragile." Menhuan ceased his assault on the destroyer and instantaneously appeared beside Thor, teasing him. Upon noticing, Thor seemed to be in shock. He raised his hand and unleashed a bolt of lightning upon him. "What are you doing? He's already dead," Sif cried out, her eyes brimming with tears as she turned to shout at Menhuan. She genuinely cared for the endearing Thor, even though he regarded her with mere friendship, devoid of romance. The 3 valiant warriors of the celestial palace immediately drew their swords, encircling Menhuan as if prepared to fight him to the death. "Alas, the ignorance is terrifying. I was merely performing cardiac resuscitation," Menhuan retorted, exasperated. "Who would believe that?" Sif glared coldly at him, but before she could finish, Thor weakly opened his eyes. "Thor, you're awake," Sif exclaimed joyfully, wiping her tears and helping him to his feet. Thor nodded gratefully at Menhuan. "Thank you for saving me," he said weakly. The dual blows to his spirit and body left Thor despondent, akin to a frostbitten eggplant. He was utterly exhausted. "Thor, how do you feel?" Sif asked with concern. However, before Thor could respond, a thunderous roar erupted as the destroyer launched another attack. This time, Menhuan chose to watch idly instead of intervening. Sif and the others were caught off guard, instantly blasted away, with the 3 valiant warriors of the celestial palace coughing up blood, and Sif sustaining injuries as well. Boom, boom, boom. The destroyer approached slowly, looking down at Thor from a great height. Loki, bewildered by Menhuan's betrayal and his blatant disregard for their agreement, could not fathom his sudden inaction. He cared not to understand. All that mattered to him was the imminent opportunity to slay his foolish brother and seize the throne. Loki, Thor mournfully gazed at the destroyer, fully aware that Loki was controlling it and could hear his words. "I may die, but please spare Sif and the others. If you seek my life, take it now." With those words, Thor offered a calm smile, as if finding solace. "Perhaps death is a form of liberation?" "Very well," Loki replied without hesitation. The destroyer began to charge up, poised to end Thor's life. Yet faced with Thor's serene demeanor, he hesitated momentarily before launching a ruthlessly cold attack. Boom! Thor gently closed his eyes, bracing for death. But at the crucial moment, he saw the three valiant warriors of the Celestial Palace bravely shielding him. The lethal energy beam instantly obliterated Hogun, leaving only half of his body, blood swiftly staining Thor's vision. No, Hogun, my dear brother! Thor screamed in agonizing despair, tears blurring his sight as he trembled and crawled toward Hogun. Hogun, in pain yet relieved, managed a faint smile, yearning to grasp Thor's hand, but unable to lift his own. Ultimately, he fell, his eyes closing forever. No, Hogun, in despair. Thor raised his gaze to the heavens, a thunderous roar escaping his lips as anguish consumed him, and the sky darkened with ominous clouds, crackling with lightning. His comrades fell, their powers boundless, yet was not sufficient to awaken his true potential, while Loki mercilessly deprived Thor of any chance to regain his strength, launching another assault. The unfolding events seemed preordained, as Fandral selflessly interposed himself to absorb a lethal blow, his legs obliterated in the process. No. At this moment, his voice quivered with the tremor of tears. A man seldom weeps unless truly heartbroken. Fandral, Loki, I implore you. Thor, cradling Fandral, succumbed to despair, weeping as he fervently beseeched Loki to cease harming his brother. Thor's psyche had shattered entirely, for his brothers had perished due to his actions. Yet Loki, now frenzied with madness, showed no sign of relenting, the situation irrevocably spiraling out of control. The onslaught continued unabated, but fortunately, Sif and the others had prepared to push Thor aside, even as Loki's relentless attack persisted. Simon, save them, I beg you. Thor, his face smeared with dirt and eyes brimming with sorrow, looked imploringly at Simon. The once proud and spirited prince now lay like a wretched beggar, trampled into the dust. Far away in Asgard, the slumbering Odin watched his sons turn against each other, silent tears of anguish trickling from the corners of his eyes. Simon shook his head, sighing, Thor, try wielding the hammer of the thunder god once more. Remember, you are not merely the god of the hammer. Think of your fallen brothers. You too can choose self-sacrifice for them. Now, you, Thor Odinson, cast aside the reckless, selfish, and tempestuous being you once were, and earn the right to lift the hammer of the thunder god. With a resounding thud, the hammer of the thunder god crashed before Thor. Chapter 60. The Invincible Thunder God. The thunder god kneels. Shocked, Thor gazed incredulously at Simon. The hammer represented the thunder god of Asgard, and yet he remained unmoved. What a remarkable soul! However, the reality was far from it. If Simon were truly virtuous, then Thanos would be a saint among men. The power sealed within the hammer had become inconsequential to him, and he cared little for it. More critically, he was unprepared to confront a deranged Odin. The mad monarch of his twilight years was not to be trifled with. Should he seize the hammer and Thor perish as a result, he would inevitably face the wrath of a frenzied Odin. With gratitude etched on his face, Thor slowly approached the hammer, ready to attempt once more to lift his old companion. Drawing a deep breath, he reached for the hammer, but Loki, witnessing this, would not allow him to succeed effortlessly. The destroyer launched another attack. Boom! This time, Simon boldly intercepted the assault. Simon. Loki's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Simon. You accepted the gift. Why do you waver? Is this the reputation of a true warrior? Loki roared at Menhuan, chastising his shamelessness. Yet upon facing Loki's inquiries, Shemin boldly retorted. Hey, Loki, do you believe I could accuse you of slander? He is defaming me. Am I not sworn to keep your lies concealed? Loki seethed through gritted teeth. Yet, did I not keep your deceit hidden? Shemin disdainfully inquired. You. Loki was rendered speechless by rage. I may have promised not to expose your lies, but did I vow not to act? Loki exclaimed in frustration. However, I can assure you, I shall refrain from taking action henceforth. Now, you shall hand over the frost winter treasure to me, Shemin declared with a grin. Get lost. Loki was utterly defeated by his audacity, losing his gentlemanly composure and erupting in expletives. I have never encountered such unmitigated shamelessness. Do you still wish to deceive me? Do not even think about it. There are no doors, nor windows. This fool won't be fooled twice. Suddenly, a brilliant lightning bolt cleaved the sky, and the god of thunder's hammer broke free from the earth's grasp, dancing like a silver serpent. A torrent of divine power surged into Thor's body. The winds howled, and lightning swirled around him, his hair and cloak billowing wildly in the tempest. Restored to his godly might, Thor soared into the air, wielding his hammer, which shimmered with an enigmatic glow. His gaze was resolute as he fixated on the destroyer. Surrounded by crackling electricity, the acrid scent of scorched air permeating the surroundings. The transformation scenes in Marvel films were undeniably striking, showcasing a flair that paled in comparison to the grandeur of the Monkey King's molten armor and fiery cloak. She-Man observed the unfolding events in silence, fully aware that this was the predestined outcome. Loki could not rise again. At that moment, Thor swung his hammer, summoning powerful currents and lightning as he charged towards the destroyer. Each swing accompanied by thunderous roars, his figure towering magnificently in the flashes of light. The destroyer sensed the impending threat, swiftly pivoting to unleash searing energy beams. Thor adeptly dodged the onslaught midair, his speed akin to that of a phantom. Suddenly, Thor leaped high, his hammer imbued with boundless strength, crashing down upon the destroyer. With a resounding boom, the force sent the destroyer hurtling away, skidding across the ground for dozens of meters, demolishing countless structures before finally coming to a halt. Its exterior bore numerous cracks, and the internal energy apparatus flickered erratically. Yet the destroyer did not succumb. It struggled to rise once more, preparing to mount another assault. Thor denied it the opportunity, incanting a spell to summon even more ferocious lightning. The sky darkened with ominous clouds, and countless bolts of lightning descended upon the destroyer like dragons, enveloping it in a blinding radiance of electric fury. Under the relentless assault of lightning, the shell of the destroyer gradually shattered, with fragments scattering in every direction. Ultimately, with a resounding crash, the destroyer collapsed to the ground. He gazed skyward, silently vowing to return to the divine realm to confront Loki and thwart his sinister plot. However, before that, his attention turned to the eager Menhuan, who was watching the spectacle unfold. This man had once humiliated the great Thor. He remembered it vividly, meticulously recorded in his notebook. "Hello." Menhuan had yet to agree, yet this fool immediately exclaimed, "All right." Such a maddening synchronicity. Before he could even position himself, Thor had already hurled his hammer fiercely at Menhuan. Bang! A telekinetic barrier instantly emerged, blocking the strike. Thor, soaring through the air, caught the rebounding hammer and prepared for a powerful blow. Bang! In an instant, lightning erupted. This time, Thor was astonished that his hammer did not strike the peculiar barrier, but instead landed directly on Menhuan, leaving him incredulous as the hammer's energy vanished without a trace. Yet before Thor could react, he felt an immense force suddenly strike him, sending him flying, nearly rupturing his insides. Boom! Thor was propelled into a nearby shop, the sturdy building collapsing like paper. With his rugged exterior, he quickly scrambled out. However, his previously relaxed demeanor was replaced with a steely gaze fixed on Menhuan as the sky once again darkened, crackling with thunder. Thor raised his hammer high, and in an instant, lightning enveloped him before he brought the hammer crashing down. Boom! The ground trembled violently, splitting apart as a torrent of divine lightning surged towards Menhuan. In response, Menhuan remained calm, questioning, "Is this your ultimate attack?" Pathetically weak. The terrifying fissure that threatened to consume everything abruptly halted before him, as the overwhelming force of lightning was absorbed entirely, beyond Thor's control. At that moment, he radiated with lightning, resembling a deity of thunder. Oh my goodness, who truly is the god of thunder? Sif stared at Menhuan in disbelief. Boom! Menhuan suddenly waved his hands, and an endless surge of lightning erupted from his palms, instantly reaching Thor and sending him hurtling away as if nothing could withstand it. Thud! 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 The immense force propelled Thor, the terrifying impact causing him to crash through several storefronts before he finally came to a halt. This fool kicked off the ground, his head lolling to the side, causing Sif and the others to gasp in horror. Thor. Chapter 61. Devouring the Destroyer. Ancient One stunned. The villa is insufficient. He is not yet finished. Menhuan spoke as he raised his hand to unleash another surge of electrical healing. Subsequently, Thor, struggling, managed to open his eyes, exhaling wisps of smoke. Upon witnessing this, Sif and the others breathed a heavy sigh of relief. They had already lost a brother and a companion, and could not afford any further calamities. However, as Thor fought to sit up, gasping for air, he cast a complex glance at Menhuan. He had initially believed that regaining his divine powers would allow him to reclaim his honor, yet the reality proved otherwise. Sif, recognizing the urgency, quickly interjected, "Thor, this is not the time for a fight. We must return to Asgard to stop Loki." Her words were laced with purpose. Not only did Loki pose a genuine threat to the stability of Asgard, but she also feared Thor's pride might lead to conflict. Thor fell silent for a moment before nodding. "I know I am not yet your equal, but I will eventually triumph over you." He was not a man who could accept defeat lightly, and his pride and confidence were evident. He embodied an unyielding character. With that, he raised his voice, shouting, "Heimdall, open the Bifrost. We need to return to the palace." He called for Heimdall repeatedly, yet received no response, which filled him with a profound sense of unease. Loki's audacity to brazenly wield the destroyer in Midgard indicated he had seized control of the palace. With the destroyer's armor now destroyed, Loki, driven to desperation, might pose a dire threat to Asgard. However, with the Bifrost inaccessible, they were powerless to prevent Loki's schemes. As the anxious group stood at a loss, an intense disturbance suddenly rippled through the sky. Elated, Thor and his companions quickly moved Hogun's lifeless body and the severely injured Fandral into the light beam. And in an instant, they vanished from sight. "Coulson, do you wish to meddle with my possessions?" Menhuan suddenly turned, flashing a sinister grin. Taking advantage of the distraction, the S.H.I.L.D. agents, who had been stealthily transporting the destroyer's armor, instinctively halted their actions. Coulson let out a wry smile, gesturing for his subordinates to leave promptly. "Mr. Sheeman, could you enlighten me on its origins?" Coulson inquired, settling for a lesser question. "The destroyer, the armor of King Odin," Menhuan declared, as he stowed the armor away. "I care not whether it belongs to Odin. If it is within my sight, it belongs to me. Is that all?" Coulson asked, his disappointment palpable. "Indeed," Sheeman shrugged, uninterested in further explanations. Just then, a luminous circle flickered in the air, and the bald-headed Ancient One stepped forth. "Sheeman, you are exceedingly audacious. You dare to claim King Odin's destroyer armor as your own?" Ancient One remarked with a peculiar expression. "Can one covet the treasures of King Odin so easily? Taking his possessions comes at a steep price. Ancient One, this is my armor. How can it be Odin's? Call Odin here, and let the armor speak for itself." The Ancient One gazed at him in speechless astonishment. The destroyer armor was not a living entity, but an inanimate creation. Forged from URU metal, it bore the exclusive insignia of Asgard. How audacious! Odin had the audacity to inscribe the emblem of Asgard upon my armor? Huh, Ancient One, surely that old man Odin would not dare to wreak havoc on Earth. What if he were to obliterate it? Menhuan chuckled shamelessly. "How ridiculous!" Ancient One exclaimed, utterly at a loss for words. "What manner of person are you? Devoid of any semblance of a strong presence. Come, seize the opportunity to learn magic. I sense your magical prowess has reached unfathomable heights." The Ancient One was astounded to discover that Menhuan, after just a few days apart, radiated a potent magical aura, with the ambient dark energy particles swirling around him in jubilant celebration. "All right, once I finish my current tasks," Menhuan readily agreed. "I am equally eager, given my myriad responsibilities." The Ancient One nodded at his response, turned, and stepped into the teleportation array, departing from the scene while Coulson remained in a state of bewilderment. "Is this what you refer to as a mage?" he asked incredulously. "Indeed, Menhuan, never utter falsehoods," he replied before taking his leave, leaving Coulson to grapple with confusion, prompting him to hastily contact Nick Fury. Menhuan found Jane, Daisy, and Eric, instructing the old man to drive himself wherever he wished, while he instantly teleported with Jane and Daisy back to the Grand Villa in New York. The sight of the villa left them in awe. Was the enchanting Golden Beach nearby truly his exclusive domain? "Oh my goodness, cursed wealthy individuals," Daisy exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with envy. Yet in the next moment, she was struck with astonishment as a group of girls, even more beautiful than they, emerged from within the house. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, wildly leaping into Menhuan's embrace, showering him with affection. The spectacle was nothing short of breathtaking. Jane, have we been deceived? This scoundrel is shamelessly keeping so many stunning beauties. Daisy felt her confidence wane, torn between admiration and disdain. While she might have taken a swing at him for one or two, the sheer number left her intimidated, as though he was unfazed by an abundance of suitors. Jane rolled her eyes, utterly speechless. Are we now relegated to the ranks of the 9th or 10th? Jessica and the others had no objections to Menhuan bringing back 2 more beauties. With so many sisters at home, did it truly matter if a few more joined? They were already accustomed to it. Cough, cough, you will grow accustomed to this. There are others who will not return until later this evening, Jessica remarked, leaving Jane and Daisy with even greater trepidation. We were supposed to have a night free of Menhuan, and now there are more to contend with. Later that evening, Zhao Hailuan returned from the secret laboratory, and the other girls gradually made their way back from Huaxing Entertainment. Ahem, dinner is about to commence. So allow me to introduce everyone properly. This is Jian and Daisy, our newly joined sisters. She is Jessica, one of the Watson sisters. And this is the somewhat renowned steward, along with Megan Fox, Saoirse Ronan, and Miriam Leone. The stunning lady beside me is Chu Li, and the adorable one is Casey. The rather aloof individual is Hill. Although she appears quite frosty on the surface, once in bed. Ah, Hill smiles. It's nothing, just a cramp. Ahem, yes. A cramp in the foot. This cultured beauty is Qin Gray, and her name is Jiang Mayan, a medical doctor. The lady across from her is Zhao Hailuan, a PhD in biology. How absurd! One might as well fear the day when all essence is lost. Chu Li disdainfully pouts, wondering how many women this guy might bring home in the future. Such recklessness. Xiao Lily, what are you muttering about? You're leading tonight. The imposing figure, Shimin, scoffs. Are you slandering me again? No, I'm not ready yet. Could you give me just a little more time? I'm scared. Julie, Fuzaitan, quickly waves her hands, shaking her head vigorously. Aside from consuming pork, she strives to share the burden with her sisters, seriously questioning whether he is a beast rather than a human. Jian and Daisy can hardly imagine what the evening here will be like. Yet they find themselves harboring a flicker of anticipation. Chapter 62. The Cosmic Cube is in hand. The average shapeshifter plan makes its debut. The biting cold winds of New York contrast sharply with the spring-like warmth of the villa, where an extraordinarily grand party is underway, reminiscent of an annual blockbuster in a very hot locale. The night is spent reveling in festivities, and by the following morning, the shapeshifter unexpectedly knocks on the villa's door with the cosmic cube in hand. Shimin controls the entrance, and the shapeshifter stands frozen in shock at the sight before her. Am I walking onto a film set for a cozy life? Is this truly a grand production I can witness? Ahem, let's step outside to talk. Even Shimin, whose confidence is as sturdy as a fortress, feels a blush creeping onto his cheeks. All right, but you still. The shapeshifter casts a peculiar glance at someone. Oh, you know about Morning Man, do you? As she speaks, a dark substance swiftly envelopes her, transforming her into a sleek black suit in the blink of an eye. Cool. The shapeshifter gives him a thumbs up and then pulls the cosmic cube from her bag, handing it to him. Here, the cosmic cube. Our transaction is complete. The moment the cosmic cube appears, Shimin's titanium alloy eyes are fixated upon it. What is the true origin of this cosmic cube? Why do you value it so highly, especially with S-H-A-L-D, guarding it so closely? The shapeshifter curiously examines the cosmic cube and inquires. The cosmic cube possesses infinite energy. Wouldn't you say it is utterly tantalizing? Shimin casually remarks. Really? The shapeshifter gazed incredulously at the diminutive tesseract, a mere palm-sized object, yet she could scarcely fathom its boundless energy. The cosmos is vast and full of wonders, and I'm quite curious about how you swiftly acquired the tesseract. Menhuan shook his head, opting not to elaborate further, instead redirecting the conversation to a different topic. When the discussion turned to the acquisition of the tesseract, the shapeshifter spoke with pride about her area of expertise. Was there truly any difficulty? Initially, I disguised myself as a high-ranking agent of S-H-I-L-D, wandering for 2 days before discerning who could approach the tesseract closely. Upon completing my investigation, I learned that a scientist named Selvig was leading the research on the tesseract. After he returned home from work, I evaded the agents protecting him and eliminated him. Once I assumed the guise of Selvig, I obtained the Tesseract and then disguised myself as Nick Fury to abscond with it. The shapeshifter recounted the entire process of acquiring the Tesseract with ease. Impressive. Menhuan gave her a thumbs up. The shapeshifter was an unparalleled existence as a spy, a challenge for anyone who crossed her path. So, may I take my leave? Are we now square? She asked. If you need me to steal something in the future, I'm at your service. Wait, you cannot leave just yet. Menhuan suddenly called out to the departing shapeshifter. Are you going back on your word? The shapeshifter's expression darkened, tension evident in her demeanor. Rest assured, you will depart without pain. Damn it, she cursed, swiftly producing a dagger from an unknown location and lunging for Menhuan's neck. Strike first or suffer the consequences. However, Menhuan showed no inclination to evade. He effortlessly grasped the shapeshifter by the throat and, through telepathy, swiftly infiltrated her mind, transforming her into his puppet. Initially, devoid of telepathy, he had indeed intended to eliminate the shapeshifter once and for all, but his plans changed. Why not control her if he could? If the shapeshifter were to perish, how would Strucker continue his research on the Sentinel robots? Master, the shapeshifter replied, her expression devoid of emotion, yet obedient. Very well. Draw 100 milliliters of blood, and you may leave for Egypt. Yes, master. The shapeshifter immediately redirected the dagger, slicing her palm. Dingo, please assist me in extracting the shapeshifter's genes, and of course, bestow these genes upon Casey, Menhuan remarked slyly. Transforming Casey into a second-generation shapeshifter would elevate my status to an enviable one. No. I want everyone to possess the shapeshifter's genes. Regardless of the era, isn't Earth always at its peak of beauty? Just the thought of it sent a thrill through him. Casey, come here. I shall grant you a superpower, Menhuan beckoned. Suppressing his excitement, in a state of confusion, Casey was naturally reluctant to indulge in meat early on. Yet this did not hinder her from being nurtured from a young age. She was destined to observe and learn. As she approached Menhuan, a blue radiance suddenly penetrated her brow, and to her astonishment, her body began to tremble uncontrollably, enduring the painful transformation. Of course, Mystique's unique physiology played a role, drawing the attention of other women who gathered around, filled with both envy and concern. Moments later, Casey slowly opened her eyes, her gaze brimming with exhilaration. She could hardly fathom the miraculous experience she had just undergone. Casey, do you understand now? Try transforming into a Hollywood star, Menhuan teased with a mischievous grin. Upon hearing this, Casey quickly grasped his wicked intentions, yet she was willing to make a small sacrifice to please her brother. Before everyone's eyes, her form shifted, and she astonishingly transformed into the legendary actress Monica Bellucci. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Incredible! The crowd gasped in disbelief. Though they were puzzled by the peculiar occurrence, they excitedly surrounded Casey, scrutinizing her in hopes of uncovering any trace of her original self, but to their surprise, there was none. My dear, this is simply astounding, exclaimed Saoirse, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Who could have imagined that Menhuan could bestow mutant abilities upon others? I too wish to possess such powers, she declared, wrapping her arms around Menhuan and playfully swaying, envious of such a remarkable gift. Cough, cough. Do you think mutant abilities can be casually granted to anyone? However, if someone performs well, I might reward them with some formidable powers. For instance, immortality, flight, teleportation, or even telepathy, Menhuan said, navigating through the soft embrace of the women with his strong will, painting grand visions of possibilities for them. Upon hearing this, the women cheered, then collectively rolled their eyes at him, realizing that performing well simply meant flattering him. After indulging their fantasies, Menhuan turned his thoughts to the acquisition of life energy, realizing that relying on the slaughterhouse was too slow. The remaining energy was barely sufficient to refine the cosmic cube, leaving him at risk of becoming a beggar once more. At that moment, Megan proposed a party at sea, causing the other women to blush at her boldness. Wait, at sea? Menhuan quickly urged them to silence, as if he had grasped the essence of the matter. Indeed, the ocean. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. He had been so focused on the shore that he had overlooked the ocean, an endless treasure trove. Chapter 63. Fish explosion in the sea of everyday life. Sacrificing the cosmic cube. Menhuan abandoned the alluring yacht party. vanishing from sight in an instant amidst the confused gazes of the women. The next moment, he reappeared at a fishing ground, unleashing the terrifying power of Thor to its fullest extent. In an instant, the entire expanse of scene nearby was shrouded in an ominous darkness, as if a colossal, invisible hand had stirred the tumultuous clouds into a frenzied whirl. Thunder rumbled in the distance. Suddenly, a blinding bolt of lightning, akin to a thunderous dragon, tore through the heavens without warning. Following this, a deafening roar of thunder erupted, a sound so powerful it seemed capable of shattering the very fabric of the universe, leaving countless individuals in awe. At that moment, the figure of Menhuan hovered in midair, enveloped by a tempest of electric currents, with arcs of blue and white lightning dancing like serpents, embodying divine power. He raised his arms high, gathering boundless energy of lightning in his hands. The brilliance so intense it was nearly blinding. Then, with a sudden, forceful motion, he thrust his hands downward, unleashing formidable bolts of lightning that shot toward the ocean's surface like furious dragons. Each strike ignited explosive reactions upon impact, propelling seawater skyward in towering columns that soared several dozen meters high, while below the surface, blinding flashes of light flickered ominously. The sea soon became a grim tableau, littered with the carcasses of countless fish and other bizarre creatures. Nearby, fishing vessels and naval ships were plunged into chaos. Many wooden fishing boats ignited in fierce flames under the onslaught of lightning, their crews frantically shouting and fleeing, utterly unable to escape the cataclysm. Meanwhile, the metal vessels suffered the wrath of the powerful currents, their hulls warped and their electrical systems rendered inoperative, emitting crackling sounds and alarms, while the fate of their crews was left to the imagination. Upon detecting the anomalies in this maritime region, the officials of Zairihua swiftly dispatched personnel to investigate. When they beheld the chaotic scene, burning fishing boats, warships billowing smoke, and the ocean strewn with dead fish, fury surged within them. They gazed at Menhuan, still suspended in the air, wielding lightning with abandon, and gritted their teeth, immediately ordering the fleet to mobilize with the intent to apprehend the culprit, disturbing their maritime tranquility. Whoosh! A barrage of missiles was launched. Faced with such an overwhelming assault, Menhuan instantaneously appeared aboard one of the vessels. Thunder roared. Countless soldiers, filled with terror, screamed in panic, helplessly watching as their own barrage consumed them and their ship. With a mere cold glance at a few remaining small vessels, Menhuan raised his hand and unleashed a bolt of lightning, the high-voltage current annihilating the soldiers and their officers in an instant. Foolhardy, he scoffed disdainfully. Dingo, how much life energy have we accrued? 13 million life energy, came the reply. Splendid. Proceed. Menhuan grinned with satisfaction. What could possibly outpace the efficiency of electrifying fish? The officials of Zairihua watched in impotent rage through satellites as their fleet was obliterated in moments, unable to conceive a plan to halt the devastation. They could only order the nearby fishing boats to return to port immediately. However, Menhuan seemed to bear an inexplicable grudge against them, incessantly detonating explosives in the nearby waters, forcing them to retreat in fear. Madman, lunatic, a perverse individual blowing up fish. What grievance did the aquatic creatures have against him? As his videos of these explosive antics circulated globally, the identity of this deranged individual remained shrouded in mystery. Nonetheless, mutants found themselves thrust once more into the limelight, albeit with a sudden shift in public perception. The majority regarded him as a misguided, yet conscientious mutant, at least not wreaking havoc in human cities. Naturally, netizens from Japan promptly condemned his actions, exclaiming, "Nonsense! How many of our citizens has he killed? But wait, how can you, dear little brat, prove that he has slain humans and not mere creatures? Well done. Yes, they proclaimed, he does not kill humans. If you had not provoked him in that maritime region, would so many have perished? So, it is permissible for you to launch missiles and kill others? I concur." Those circumventing the firewall went wild online, fervently supporting the actions of the man in black, while questioning who could possibly rival their fervor. Menhuan continued his fish explosions for over half an hour, seemingly exhausting the power of Thor before finally ceasing. Of course, replenishing that power was straightforward. either by learning magic gradually, or being struck by lightning, or absorbing energy from several of Tony's research reactors. Brother Ding, how much life energy do I currently possess? You've just acquired over 130 million, with a cumulative total of about 140 million. All right, refine the cosmic cube, but without damaging it. I only need the infinity stones. Understood. Menhuan cast the cosmic cube into the bronze cauldron, and in an instant, it transformed into two beams of light. One beam vanished into his forehead, while the other reformed into the cosmic cube, bestowed with the gift of the space stone. Menhuan erupted in an endless and bizarre azure radiance. The formidable power of space began to unfurl, a force akin to the overwhelming waves of the ocean engulfing him. In that moment, an influx of spatial information surged into his mind like a tide, revealing countless dimensions of the universe, transit passages between galaxies, and the intricate mysteries of latitude and space. His consciousness felt as if it were being torn into innumerable fragments, traversing through different spatial dimensions. Time passed unmeasured, and he sensed an unprecedented power. He could distinctly perceive every subtle fluctuation in the surrounding space. With a mere thought, he could instantaneously appear in any corner of the universe. Gradually extending his arms, the blue light unfurled gracefully. This was the manifestation of spatial power. The stronger the user's will, the mightier the power of the infinity stones, with the potential to obliterate the entire universe in a single thought when combined. This sensation was exquisite. Menhuan murmured in genuine delight, feeling capable of directly confronting Agamotto without fear of being instantaneously erased by the time stone. He once again opened the Hall of Memories, engraving the abilities of the space stone within. Creator, Menhuan, age, 25. Abilities, steel body, super strength, constitution, endurance, self-healing, defense, energy absorption, eternal life, affinity for magic, etc. Telekinesis, dimensional pocket, energy rays, telepathy, mechanical control, data manipulation, power of Thor, space gem, life energy, 131, 365, 681. It seems I possess boundless energy. Feeling the endless power within, he suddenly smirked, as if he could continue to unleash chaos for centuries. Well, perhaps another time. Menhuan pondered for a moment, and then, with a flash of light, vanished from the spot, returning to his villa in New York. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were frantically searching for the Tesseract, their most prized possession, which had been stolen. Numerous witnesses claimed that Nick Fury himself had taken the Tesseract, leaving him in a state of shock. Director, we have located the Tesseract. Coulson suddenly burst in, announcing. Found it? Where? Nick Fury sprang up, his eyes filled with a mix of surprise and confusion. Right at the entrance, Coulson replied with an odd expression. Damn it, what the hell? Nick Fury exclaimed in anger. The mastermind was clearly mocking S.H.E.L.D.'s authority. The reason Menhuan had thrown it to him was to facilitate Loki's invasion of Earth alongside Thanos' Chitauri, ensuring a prosperous year for themselves. Cairo, the capital of Egypt, stands as the largest metropolis in Africa, straddling the Nile River, rendering it renowned across the continent. Mystique, per Menhuan's request, sought a group of fervent apocalypse worshippers to awaken the slumbering apocalypse. Chapter 64, The Awakening of Apocalypse. Mora, an old flame of Charles, was wrapped up as tightly as the local women. She could hardly believe there were so many zealous followers fervently worshipping the legendary Apocalypse, dedicated to locating his tomb and attempting to resurrect him to restore his former glory. Suddenly, an old off-road vehicle, having just surpassed its 60,000-kilometer break-in period, halted beside an aged building. The doors opened, and a few unremarkable, dark-skinned locals emerged. However, the markings on their necks caught Mora's attention, filling her with excitement. These were her targets. They navigated through twisting streets into a small, dilapidated courtyard and stealthily lifted a wooden plank from the ground, descending underground. Mora quickly followed suit, but was spotted by the guard stationed above. Noticing her furtive demeanor, the guard instinctively reached for his waist. Who are you? He asked, eyeing Mora suspiciously. I was looking for a restroom. I must have taken a wrong turn. My apologies, Mora replied vaguely in English, unable to comprehend his words. The guard was momentarily taken aback. As a seasoned agent, Mora was adept in combat, and, sensing the suspicion directed towards her, took the initiative to strike first. She swiftly bent her knees and forcefully collided with the man's midsection, simultaneously delivering a precise chop with her hand. The man, caught completely off guard, was instantaneously rendered unconscious by a surge of intense pain, while Moira promptly pried open the wooden floorboards and descended into the pitch-black abyss below. Once inside, she removed her veil and the cumbersome robe, illuminating the darkness with a flashlight as she began her exploration. The atmosphere felt eerily foreboding. Could it be that mummies truly existed here? Though Moira possessed a strong demeanor, she was still a woman, and the unsettling ambience made her uneasy. As she cautiously advanced, she observed that the space resembled a pyramid, prompting her to quickly capture images with her miniature camera. At that moment, a low, resonant chant reached her ears, akin to some arcane incantation, sending shivers down her spine. She hastily concealed herself, observing from the shadows as a group of eccentric individuals danced and chanted around a diminutive pyramid. Coincidentally, sunlight streamed through the floorboards that Moira had neglected to close, illuminating the pyramid. In that instant, the long-dormant ancient sacrificial ritual was resurrected after millennia, as the sun's energy appeared to activate a mysterious formation within the pyramid. A mystical golden light rapidly converged, gradually cascading downward until it coalesced upon a concealed stone altar. As the energy gathered atop the altar, a mysterious figure lying there abruptly opened his eyes, as if returning from the dead. He was none other than the legendary first mutant, Apocalypse. The long unfinished soul transfer ritual had astonishingly reached completion after millennia, reviving the mutant's divine essence. At this moment, the recently awakened Apocalypse was not only frail and aged, but also bewildered, his mind shrouded in fog from his prolonged slumber. After a lengthy pause, he regained his senses and recalled the events leading to his sleep. He had been betrayed. Fury ignited within him, and he yearned to escape and witness the fate of his kingdom and slaves. Unbeknownst to him, he had been asleep for countless years, nor did he know the identity of his betrayer. Apocalypse's eyes flashed with a cataract-like sheen, enveloped in a violet glow, as tremors began to shake the very ground beneath him. Moira, concealed in shadows, sensed the violent vibrations, and debris began to fall from above, as if something monumental was about to emerge. Terrified, she bolted towards the exit. Just as she was on the brink of escape, a tremendous force erupted behind her, knocking her off her feet. The fervent devotees, too, were deprived of the presence of their awakened deity, oblivious to the fact that their god had risen. Moira felt as though the sky was collapsing around her. She did not wish to be buried in this wretched place. In her despair, she realized that though she was seemingly a step away from freedom, it was an unattainable distance, rendering her efforts futile. As she faced the imminent prospect of burial, Moira suddenly felt a tightening around her waist, as if someone were embracing her. In the blink of an eye, she found herself inside a vehicle. At that moment, her mind went blank, and she sensed that, as her life hung in the balance, God had heard her silent prayers. Still in shock, Moira clung desperately to Menhuan until he finally spoke. "Ms. Moira, if you wish to take advantage of this moment, we can find a more spacious place." His gentle yet mischievous voice startled the frightened Moira, bringing her back to reality. Realizing she was still nestled in his arms, a faint blush crept across her cheeks. "I apologize, sir," she stammered, gently releasing the man while feeling a surge of gratitude towards Menhuan. "By the way, do you know me?" Moira asked, puzzled, as she recalled that he had just called her by name. "Indeed, I am quite close to Charles," Menhuan replied with a smile. "Charles?" Moira frowned, her mind racing to the unfaithful scoundrel, lingering even after their marriage. Surely, he had somehow sensed her peril and summoned this young man to her rescue. A swirl of resentment and gratitude left her utterly bewildered. Menhuan, however, paid little heed to her inner turmoil. He had no intention of delving into her thoughts. Although he may have possessed some traits of a rogue, he recognized Moira's alluring maturity and had his own principles. He had resolved to reward Mystique for her swift completion of the task. After much contemplation, he deemed her shape-shifting abilities unparalleled, yet recognized her inherent frailty. Ultimately, he chose to bestow upon her the power of teleportation, transforming her into a fearsome assassin while granting her an absolute means of self-preservation. Mystique was taken aback. She had never envisioned possessing a second formidable mutant ability. In her excitement, she nearly knelt before him in gratitude. only to be gently rebuffed by Menhuan, who insisted it was unnecessary. He mused that there were plenty of mystiques around, and there was no need for such displays of devotion. Meanwhile, Apocalypse awoke to a state of confusion, realizing that this world was starkly different from his own kingdom. He promptly utilized radio communication to learn the language and comprehend the current state of affairs, leading him to an increasingly furious conclusion. The weak had dominated the earth. Thus, I have been betrayed. The false gods, your time is at an end. I have returned. This world requires purification. Chapter 65. The Robbery of the Kree Empire. Bestowing telepathy upon the women at this juncture, Apocalypse's experience bore resemblance to a cinematic narrative, yet this was not a mere alteration of the timeline. He had been forcibly awakened. Storm was no mere street thug, and Mystique was far from a superhero dedicated to saving mutants. Yet Apocalypse still sought out exceptional mutants to serve as his four horsemen. Menhuan was indifferent to his quest for formidable mutants to become his four horsemen of the Apocalypse. Without confronting the cataclysmic dungeon, how could the true essence of the Phoenix Force be unveiled? A few days later, Tony returned, and upon their first encounter, it was evident that his complexion had turned increasingly pallid, as if he were on the brink of death. Sheeman, how is the progress on the rebirth cradle technology? Tony inquired urgently. It's nearly complete. Your life is surely spared, Sheeman replied. By the way, I heard you nearly met your demise this time. He jested. Upon hearing this, Tony's anxious heart finally eased, and he poured himself a glass of red wine. Ah, just a minor character in the grand scheme of things. Fortunately, your warning allowed me to escape with my life. This evening, I shall celebrate my rebirth, and I intend to invite you and Dr. Zhao Hailuan to join in the festivities. As Tony sipped his wine, he seemed to revert to his usual roguish demeanor, his life no longer at risk. The penchant for parties was a trait of foreigners, which Sheeman had long grown accustomed to. At least Tony remained focused on revelry and flirtation. After bidding farewell to Tony, Sheeman began instructing Chu Li in utilizing her own spatial mutant abilities. As he was the very embodiment of the Space Stone, the mysteries of the universe's spatial dimensions were laid bare before him. Chu Li had just awakened her Omega-level spatial powers and could only teleport, feeling quite bewildered. However, under Sheeman's guidance, everything became remarkably simple and clear. With a flash of blue light, they found themselves orbiting Mars within the solar system. Subsequently, Sheeman led Chu Li and the others on a journey through the cold, desolate universe, where they experienced a mix of fear and exhilaration. They were awed by the vastness and silence of space, yet thrilled that the starry sky they had once gazed upon was now within reach. However, the solar system was rather impoverished, and eventually, Sheeman took them to the mighty Kree Empire, a superpower of the cosmos. Zhao Hailuan was enraptured by the technological marvels of the Kree Empire, while Sheeman directly commandeered the planet's defense systems, intent on seizing its technological treasures. Rocket Raccoon had previously remarked that Tony's technology was primitive, primarily because he had only encountered knowledge of a cosmic caliber. With Tony's intellect, once given the right platform, he could easily surpass any cosmic genius. The critical strategic planet of Kreelar was renowned for its formidable industrial and military might. The Kree Empire produced numerous advanced weapons and equipment here. Sheeman brazenly looted the planet, disregarding the pride the Kree took in their military strength. This was the most powerful empire in the Marvel Universe, and today he intended to pull off a grand heist. Sheeman mused to himself, his eyes gleaming with excitement and greed. Upon hearing of the plan to rob other extraterrestrial beings in the cosmos, the women were filled with exhilaration, as it had always been the aliens in movies who invaded and plundered Earth's resources. With a mere blink, he and the multitude of women arrived at the heart of the industrial district on Krellin Star, where colossal mechanical edifices towered around them, shimmering with the brilliance of technology. Countless hovering spacecraft and robots, reminiscent of those seen solely in science fiction films, populated the area. Spatial confinement, Menhuan declared in a sharp voice, and with an eruption of imperceptible spatial force, the surrounding area froze instantaneously. The Krellins appeared as though they were captured in a still frame, utterly motionless, save for their minds, which remained capable of thought. He then slowly raised both hands, conjuring vast spatial vortices in the void, greedily drawing in the advanced technological apparatus and precious industrial materials surrounding him. Various extraordinary energy crystals, intricate mechanical components, and unfinished spacecraft were consumed by the vortex, vanishing into his dimensional pocket under the influence of spatial power. This energy core looks promising. I shall take it. And this quantum computer, too, belongs to me. Menhuan shouted exuberantly as he recklessly plundered, his mind directly accessing the central intelligence system of Krellin Star, fully aware of where the treasures lay. As he indulged in his rampant pillaging, the weapon systems of Krellin Star finally activated. Yet, before any energy assault could ensue, the weaponry swiftly transformed into his obedient hounds. Is a mechanical deity jesting with you? Once the weapon systems became incapacitated, the Krellins hastily piloted their aircraft towards him, only to witness a green stream of data flicker in Menhuan's eyes, triggering all aircraft to enter self-destruct mode. This oppressive day would be etched into the memories of the Krellins, for a bold bandit had brazenly robbed their empire. Shimen opened a portal, vanishing into the vast cosmos with his ill-gotten wealth, while the Krellins could only gaze upon him in impotent fury. Morglag Star? Never mind, let it be for Thanos. One must provide him at least a glimmer of hope, mustn't T1? The Soul Stone still relies on him. Shimen could not be bothered to seek the Power Stone. If he extinguished Thanos' hope, who would gather the stones for him? As he approached the solar system, a golden asteroid suddenly materialized in his line of sight. Without hesitation, he stowed the gold into his dimensional pocket to take back to Earth, envisioning the establishment of his own jewelry store. Zhao Hailuan, a scientific enthusiast, gazed in sheer exhilaration at the discarded technologies of the Krellin Empire, utterly enamored with him. Any lingering dissatisfaction from her earlier abduction had long dissipated. This man, despite his flaws of being slightly perverse and dubious, had no other shortcomings. Dingo, I find myself sensing the overwhelming power of supreme wisdom. A force far beyond my control, Menhuan remarked with a furrowed brow. The intelligence level of Jarvis is in no way comparable to that of supreme wisdom, even if I optimize its capabilities. Does this imply that my assimilated abilities are merely a slight enhancement over those of the original host? One might interpret it this way. However, there is no need for haste. In the future, you may opt to enhance these abilities, though the energy required will vary based on the level of enhancement. Really? It must be you, Dingo. Just moments ago, the dejected Menhuan, the esteemed official, immediately brightened with a mischievous grin. So considerate. Indeed, exceedingly considerate. The bronze cauldron was perplexed by this fellow's foolish glee. Had he known the immense life energy required to upgrade to the highest level, he would have wept. Menhuan promptly summoned the ladies for a meeting. Having just vanquished a multitude of Kree and amassed over 30 million life energy. At this moment, his life energy soared to over 160 million, ample for lavish expenditure. I intend to bestow upon you all the telepathic abilities possessed by Qin. At the very least, it will elevate you to high-level mutants. Menhuan calmly declared this news, and upon hearing it, the ladies erupted into excited shrieks, nearly overwhelming him in a tidal wave of enthusiasm. Telepathy is an unparalleled ability, impervious to any opposition aside from similar powers. Qin Galay contributed a small amount of her blood, and streams of white light entered the foreheads of the ladies. As for Qin Galay, Menhuan directly granted her the ability of teleportation as a substitute. The telepathic abilities bestowed upon the ladies were the result of Menhuan's careful selection, after which he departed with Zhao Hailuan for a banquet. Chapter 66. Stealing my iron armor? There shall be no more war machines in this world. The reputation of Tony Stark needs no embellishment. He is now the universally acclaimed Iron Man, and his parties attract countless socialites, celebrities, and supermodels vying for entry. Beyond Menhuan, there were no other male attendees, and the tall, exquisite Zhao Hailuan was a thorn in the sides of these beauties. Some women recognized Menhuan and sought to curry favor, while others, though unfamiliar with him, understood his prowess. Menhuan, having indulged in his desires, held no interest in these beautiful women. He was not a scavenger like Tony. Just then, the lively gathering of women erupted in gasps of surprise. It was Tony, flamboyantly donning his iron armor. This fellow is perpetually eager to show off. Menhuan regarded him with disdain. Every woman present was aware of his identity, yet he appeared in his ostentatious iron suit. As the iron mask lifted, Tony's smug visage elicited another wave of cheers from the women. After relishing their adulation, he approached Menhuan, raised his glass for a gentle clink, and remarked, "You finally made it. Ms. Zhao Hailun looks exceptionally lovely today." "Thank you, Mr. Tony. You look quite dapper yourself," Zhao Hailun replied with a poised smile. "Thank you. Enjoy yourselves." Tony grinned widely before rushing off to revel with the ladies, flamboyantly taking center stage and spraying champagne, while the excited women eagerly awaited with open mouths. Observing such a wild party with a pulsating DJ, Zhao Hailun felt somewhat out of place in this environment. "By the way, aren't you the one who adores beautiful women? With Tony being so charming, why aren't you joining the revelry? You needn't concern yourself with me." "What?" Menhuan, overwhelmed by the loud ambience, momentarily failed to catch what Zhao Hailun had said. Zhao Hailun, her voice rising above the din, exclaimed, "I said you can enjoy yourself with the beautiful ladies without worrying about me." "Oh, that is what you meant? I harbor no interest in those social butterflies. Let him indulge himself." Menhuan chuckled and declared loudly. Zhao Hailun felt quite pleased upon hearing this. As the music grew increasingly vibrant, the glamorous women, socialites, and supermodels at the party began to sway freely to the rhythm. Menhuan, swept up in the moment, invited Zhao Hailun to dance. Amidst such exuberance, Zhao Hailun and Menhuan drew closer, the atmosphere becoming ever more intimate. Dim lighting and pulsating music enveloped them. After finishing their dance, Menhuan was breathless, her cheeks flushed. The two then settled down to enjoy some drinks, their gazes becoming increasingly charged with emotion. Zhao Hailun had even nestled into Menhuan's lap, her eyes dreamy and half-lidded, playfully reclining. Fueled by alcohol and the warmth of their bodies, it felt as if a spark had ignited a powder keg. A gentle clink of their crystal glasses rang out as they shared a drink, their eyes locking. Zhao Hailun, with a tipsy gaze, remarked, "Why do I see myself in your eyes?" After speaking, she hugged Menhuan's head, her eyes sparkling as if she were trying to scrutinize him closely. Menhuan's dark, profound eyes seemed to captivate Zhao Hailun, drawing her in like a black hole. Slowly, she leaned closer, unable to resist, and the cool sensation sent her spiraling into complete surrender, utterly lost in the depths of his gaze. At that moment, the noisy world around them faded, leaving only the two of them in a dance of mutual allure, oblivious to everyone else. After some time, Zhao Hailun, breathless, opened her eyes. "Hee, darling. One of your eyes sparkles with blue, as if it contains the stars and the sea," she said, her voice dreamy and playful. "Really? I hadn't noticed. Never mind that. Shall we continue?" Menhuan replied nonchalantly, his focus solely on the delectable Zhao Hailun. "Let me catch my breath for a moment." Zhao Hailun, her cheeks flushed, did not refuse. She, too, was lost in the moment, yearning to be close to him constantly. Just then, a loud voice interrupted. "Tony! Tony! Tony!" In high spirits from his drinks, turned at the call to find a friend. "Oh, Rod? Just in time. Allow me to introduce you to a lovely lady." Rod, however, was in no mood to entertain him, rolling his eyes as he dragged Tony aside. "Come with me. The president wishes to see you." "What? Speak up. I can't hear you." Tony, with a mischievous grin, shamelessly frolicked with two lovely ladies, much to Rhodey's chagrin. Tony's disinterest in addressing the president was abundantly clear. He was deliberately feigning ignorance. Rhodey, well aware of Tony's rebellious nature, recognized this refusal, yet the president's insistence was overwhelming. The extravagant lifestyle Tony led was utterly unreliable, and Rhodey had boasted to the president that he would ensure Tony's presence. As he observed Tony clad in his iron suit, Rhodey was suddenly reminded of his own covetous desire for that very armor. He promptly turned away from the party, heading towards Tony's underground laboratory, while Tony merely cast a glance at him before continuing his playful antics with the ladies. With a loud crash, Tony showcased the formidable filtration system of his suit. The women recoiled in horror, realizing just how eccentric Tony could be when he let loose. Yet there existed an even more bizarre woman among them, eagerly anticipating the taste of filtered water. "Impressive," Tony exclaimed as he demonstrated his repulsor technology, using it to pop champagne and slice a watermelon. "Hey, Tony, you are unworthy of wearing that iron suit." A sudden, furious voice interrupted, causing everyone to turn and witness a silver Iron Man emerging from the villa. Undeterred, Tony instructed the music to continue. Rhodey, growing increasingly impatient, demanded that Tony remove the armor, even going so far as to seize him by the throat. In response, Tony executed an impressive leap, sending Rhodey flying across the room before calmly stating, "Put it back, I don't want anyone getting hurt." However, Rhodey's retort came in the form of a flying disc crashing against Tony. "You really came for it," Tony scoffed, seizing a barbell and striking Rhodey again. The resilient armor absorbed the blows without harm, and the two engaged in a spirited brawl in the villa's gym, each refusing to yield, much to the audience's delight. Of course, Menhuan was thoroughly displeased, as their antics had disrupted his attempts to woo Zhao Hailuan. "Damn it, Nico! I've warned you. If you dare to take my iron suit, you shall face dire consequences." Spatial confinement. In the midst of their scuffle, Rhodey was suddenly gripped by an overwhelming terror as he found himself utterly immobilized. Spatial strangulation. Rhodey's eyes widened in horror. But he had no time to scream, as he was instantaneously reduced to mere fragments without damaging the armor. Spatial exile. With a swift motion, all remnants of him vanished without a trace. Few could comprehend the rapid events that transpired. Tony, alarmed by Rhodey's sudden disappearance, shouted, "Did you just teleport Rhodey away?" Tony regarded Rhodey as a good friend. He had purposefully entrusted the armor to him, for Rhodey was incapable of controlling it otherwise. Menhuan, with an air of indifference, remarked, "Well, if he has gone, then so be it." Tony shrugged, relieved, as he misunderstood Menhuan's implication. Rhodey was merely a brief interlude in the festivities. Menhuan embraced Zhao Hailuan and departed, leaving the door wide open, while the sisters crowded at the entrance, causing Zhao Hailuan to shyly cover her face. Akin to an ostrich. Chapter 67. Ling Dai. In the early morning following a night of revelry, Zhao Hailuan awoke feeling as though her very bones belonged to another, far removed from the ethereal heights her friends often boasted of. "Deceit. Hiss." Zhao Hailuan tossed aside the covers, her frustration manifesting in a grimace. In a fleeting moment, she could not help but chuckle at her predicament. Did she, perhaps, suffer from the legendary Stockholm Syndrome? Yet, this individual had never truly tormented her. Rather, he had abducted her and subjected her to playful torment until she cried for surrender. Yet he continued to tease her. "Ruewen, I have dealt with Rod. You shall impersonate him tonight at the bar, indulge in drink, and inflict harm upon a dozen or so patrons." Upon awakening, Menhuan instructed the shapeshifter Ruewen to take on Rod's guise, devising a plan to frame Rod as a wanted criminal. Otherwise, explaining his demise would prove troublesome, as Tony would undoubtedly investigate the circumstances of his death, making it prudent to vanish under an alias. Without hesitation, Ruewen transformed into Rod, meandering through the military district, patiently awaiting the arrival of nightfall. Stuart and Seer Shah vied for breakfast, yet their cooperative spirit was undeniable, ensuring the absence of any discord. Nonetheless, the American breakfast was rather simplistic, consisting merely of bread, milk, and sausages. Menhuan savored the meticulously crafted breads prepared by the ladies, treating each with equal regard, showing no favoritism. The women's breakfast merely consisted of milk paired with grilled sausages, a decent enough combination that sufficed for all. Jiang Mayan, with an air of mystery, pulled Zhao Hailuan aside, inquiring if she was indeed happy, observing her demeanor. However, Jiang Mayan hesitated to be too forthright, caught between curiosity and trepidation, opting instead to pose her question to Zhao Hailuan, as they were the only two in the room who shared a bond of mutual understanding. Though she possessed a sense of intuition, it was apparent that no one in the villa was immune to such feelings, rendering her powers ineffective. Zhao Hailuan's cheeks flushed, and she reproached, "Mayan, could it be that you are pondering such thoughts yourself? Yet, considering we are together daily, it is only natural." She continued, "I can share this much. It is a tale of sweet after bitter, followed by a blend of both." Huh, I grasped the notion of sweet after bitter. But what is this bittersweetness? Jiang Mayan questioned, utterly perplexed. "Enough. Stop prying. Experience it yourself to comprehend," Zhao Hailuan retorted, casting a playful glare her way, feeling embarrassed at the thought of elaborating further. "Oh, I see. It's a matter of life and death," Jiang Mayan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she teased Zhao Hailuan. "Go away." At Hammer Industries, the exuberant owner Justin Hammer gazed at the tabloids, exclaiming in delight, "Tony Stark has truly lost his mind." The rumors circulating online have been quite sensational, such as the incident where Tony Stark's racetrack was nearly single-handedly taken over, followed by his recent altercation with Colonel Rhodes upon returning home, which further incensed the military. Though he fails to comprehend Tony's predicament, Hammer finds himself reveling in the chaos. This individual, nearly driven to the brink of despair by Stark's successes, acknowledges that rivals in the same industry are, after all, adversaries. Yet, he finds himself at a disadvantage when it comes to military contracts. In a fit of excitement, Hammer poured himself a glass of exquisite red wine, swaying slightly as he chuckled. Let the madness ensue. Ever since the infamous kidnapping, Stark's demeanor had undergone a drastic transformation. He had delved into the research of armored suits and even shuttered his weapons manufacturing division. Was it a result of some traumatic experience? No. Surely it was the fear of insufficient firepower that had scrambled his wits. After all, he is an arms dealer, and since his abduction, he had seemingly turned against the very terrorists he once engaged with. The so-called savior of the world, Iron Man? Nonsense. It wouldn't be long before Stark Industries, a legacy left by his father, would be overshadowed by Hammer Industries. Tony, you can continue to play the hero. I, Hammer, shall reign as the mightiest arms dealer in this world. Hammer vowed silently, downing the wine in one gulp. His fervent gaze fell upon Ivan Vanko, who was diligently working. Vanko was his trump card. Tony, you don't truly believe you're the sole possessor of the Arc Reactor technology, do you? You could never fathom that I have unearthed it. Hammer's grin widened uncontrollably, convinced that his army of iron would dominate the era. Little did he know, Vanko, engrossed in his task of creating robotic warriors, wore a smirk of his own. Both men harbored ulterior motives. As dusk fell, Rhodes made an appearance at a bar, predictably embroiled in a dispute over a woman, which led to a fit of rage. He ended up fatally assaulting several bodyguards and injuring a few bystanders before making his escape. The world fell silent in the aftermath, and before long, sirens echoed as multiple police vehicles arrived. Unsurprisingly, Rhodes found himself on the wanted list, and at this juncture, military influence proved futile. Finding Rhodes would be akin to searching for a ghost. Meanwhile, Apocalypse was on a quest to locate his knight, which led him to a winged individual, the Birdman. Today, he sought Caliban, a renowned black market dealer whose operations spanned a vast array of illicit activities, including the trafficking of mutant information. In the films, Caliban had been instrumental in aiding Apocalypse, and Simon, who had been closely observing Apocalypse, was intrigued by Caliban, particularly regarding the character of Blink. Caliban's black market was discreetly established. Who would suspect that he operated a shop in a remodeled sewer? However, upon encountering the suddenly appeared Apocalypse, Caliban suppressed his astonishment and inquired with a measured tone, "What brings you here? We are in search of mutants, and you possess the information we seek." The cold voice of the Iron Bird declared. Caliban cast a disdainful glance at the avian figure, recognizing him as nothing more than a weakling attempting to put on airs. Caliban did not recognize the guest and cast a sidelong glance at Apocalypse, whose smile was devoid of warmth. Before he could finish his thought, Apocalypse interjected, speaking in a deep, measured tone. "We require formidable mutants. That is indeed possible, but do you possess the necessary funds?" Engaging in business with Caliban demands a substantial amount of money, he replied, his demeanor mercenary. Caliban regarded him with a shrewd expression. To him, wealth dictated respect, regardless of one's nature. "I have no money." Apocalypse's voice resonated once more, somber and resolute. Upon hearing this, Caliban burst into hearty laughter. "No money? What business do we have then? We're closing for the day." Apocalypse, unfazed by the mockery, slowly lifted his hat, fixing a serious gaze upon Caliban. "I require your assistance, my child." "Child? You hardly resemble a father figure to me, aside from your lack of hair." Caliban scoffed, tapping his own head, and then retrieved a revolver from his drawer, aiming it at Apocalypse. Surprisingly, Apocalypse merely rolled his eyes, rendering the revolver as ineffective as a handful of sand. Beside them, the elegant and poised Butterfly prepared to draw her blade, ready for combat, while the Birdman, noticing her motion, remained alert for any sudden movements. Apocalypse, seemingly indifferent to the tension, glanced at Butterfly and then back at Caliban, beginning to speak once more. "You are all my children, yet you have strayed, misled by the wrong guide. These false gods and their fragile systems have ruined my world, but I have returned." The manner in which Apocalypse spoke bore a striking resemblance to a charlatan or a self-proclaimed guru. As he rambled, Butterfly seized the opportunity. Her sharp blade aimed at the Birdman's throat, while a resplendent purple energy sword was poised against Apocalypse's neck. "What exactly do you intend?" Butterfly demanded coldly, her eyes fixed on the deluded Apocalypse. In Chapter 68, Take Butterfly Away. The last night, Polaris returns. The hidden Menhuan observed the unfolding events from the subspace, choosing not to disrupt Butterfly's chance. "I wish for you to unleash your full potential." Apocalypse, as if oblivious to the sword at his throat, spoke softly. With a roll of his eyes, Butterfly's mutant abilities intensified exponentially before their very eyes. At that moment, the brilliance of the energy sword was blinding, and Butterfly stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend the spectacle before her. Caliban remained silent for a considerable time before finally articulating a few familiar details about some mutants. Satisfied, Apocalypse nodded and prepared to open a portal to take Butterfly away. However, this time he faltered. The portal would not open, and Apocalypse suddenly realized a formidable adversary had emerged. Could there truly be such a powerful being in this world? He thought. His astonishment mingled with fury as he looked up into the void, where Menhuan began to materialize, descending step by step from the abyss. His entrance was grand, commanding the attention of all present with an air of gravity. "What is the meaning of this?" Apocalypse inquired, his tone grave and apprehensive, as he fixed his gaze upon Menhuan. "I intend to take her with me." Menhuan pointed at Ling Dai and spoke nonchalantly, utterly indifferent to Tianqi's thoughts. In his eyes, the formidable and terrifying Tianqi was merely a tool to lure forth the power of the Phoenix. Upon uttering these words, an eerie silence enveloped the scene for several seconds, before Tianqi conceded first. Very well, although he could not fathom how Menhuan managed to confine him within this space. He did not wish to suffer a greater loss over a minor setback. His greatest ability was to seize and inherit powers, and he was confident that it would not be long before he ascended to new heights. Menhuan did not impose any difficulties on Tianqi, instead allowing him to depart. He then turned to Ling Dai, muttering in frustration, "Damn it, your collecting obsession has tarnished your brother's reputation." He had long been captivated by Ling Dai's elegant figure and demeanor while watching a film. Now that he was here, why not take her with him? "I will be taking her away. You have no objections, do you?" Menhuan addressed Caliban coolly. "Not all. Ling Dai is merely my partner." Caliban replied with a sycophantic smile, eager to comply. The murderous aura emanating from Menhuan was palpable even from a distance, instilling a sense of dread. "Excellent. Then let us go." Menhuan smiled slightly, recognizing Caliban's talent. Only Captain Jia could possibly match him in strength. Ling Dai hesitated momentarily before hastily following, aware that she had no choice in the matter. Inside the hotel, Ling Dai stood anxiously beside the bathtub, attending to Menhuan as he bathed and relaxed, her eyes darting nervously. While Menhuan enjoyed her service, his mind wandered back to Ling Dai's profile. Once an archetype of a British individual, the Ling Dai before him now presented an Asian visage. Her powers included telepathy, mental detonation, and psychic weaponry, along with a fleeting ability to foresee the future. Of course, Ling Dai had yet to awaken her foresight and mental detonation abilities, but that was inconsequential, for she was an Omega-level telepath. A fully awakened Ling Dai could, even through Magneto's helmet, inflict mental detonation and exert complete control over him. "Ling Dai, you need not be so tense. Rest assured, I am not a man-eating tiger," Menhuan said, eyes closed, in a soothing tone. "Indeed," Ling Dai replied, her response laced with insincerity. "You may not be a man-eating tiger, but you are a wolf that feasts upon men. Even the bathtub cannot conceal that." Ling Dai then anxiously inquired, "Did you choose to keep me around because you're interested in me, or because of my abilities?" "Both," Menhuan replied nonchalantly. Ling Dai scoffed, "How unreserved. With your capabilities, do you truly require a mere insignificant figure like me?" She asked cautiously. "Cough, cough. That depends on what aspect you're needed for. After all, only you can resolve certain unique issues," Menhuan shamelessly retorted, taking a moment to appraise her further. Your trench coat looks quite stylish, yet your weapon leaves much to be desired." Ling Dai protested. "This weapon is rather impressive. Do you think I have the means to replace it with something superior? I wish I could. Come, let's test it," he urged. Menhuan, after speaking, beckoned for a piece of some super alloy seized from the Kree Empire and tossed it to Ling Dai. Without hesitation, Ling Dai drew her dagger and struck, only to hear a resounding clang as her blade shattered into two. This. Lingdi's eyes widened in disbelief, her heart heavy. This dagger had accompanied her for a long time, and now it lay broken. Well, your weapon is rather pathetic. Allow me to forge you a genuine adamantium katana, as you are now under my command. You cannot wield such inferior materials. I cannot be seen as impoverished, Menhuan declared nonchalantly with an air of grandeur. Lingdi's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. Meanwhile, Apocalypse had diligently sought out the mutants mentioned by Caliban. His first encounter was with a man named Hanks, reminiscent of a red tank, an imposing figure akin to a beast, whom he found highly satisfactory. His next destination was a quaint place. The cherry blossoms of Mount Fuji were in full bloom. How could Apocalypse resist the allure? Within a time-worn wooden house adorned by the blossoms, he discovered his third knight. Yoshida Shiro. Who are you? Yoshida Shiro inquired coldly, eyeing the peculiar attire of Apocalypse and his companions. You need not concern yourself with our identity. Simply know that I can grant you the power to exact vengeance upon America. Apocalypse proclaimed with pride, rolling his eyes at the little Japanese man. Yoshida Shiro sensed the air around him grow intensely heated. His ability to absorb solar energy surged dramatically, and suddenly, a fierce flame erupted from his palm. This young man was born with nuclear radiation, a natural vessel for vengeance, as his mother was a survivor of Hiroshima. The radiation bestowed upon him the capacity to absorb solar energy and other radiative materials, converting them into fiery energy that manifested as formidable destructive power and offensive capability. The sunfire of the four horsemen of Apocalypse had returned. As for the final night, Apocalypse set his sights on Polaris, the daughter of Magneto, Lorna Dane. Within a psychiatric facility in Atlanta, transformed into a clandestine prison for mutants, business proceeded as usual until a violent tremor shook the premises, followed by the blaring of alarms. The guards had no time to react as the entire mutant prison bizarrely transformed into a whirlwind of sand. Polaris and numerous mutants looked up in astonishment to see Apocalypse and his companions approach. Children, you are free. Apocalypse's deep voice awakened countless mutants, who momentarily froze before erupting into raucous cheers. Apocalypse turned his gaze toward Polaris, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. The four horsemen of Apocalypse had returned. Chapter 69. Has Season S3 begun? Child, I have arrived late. Apocalypse's eyes sparkled with an unusual light, gazing at Polaris as if she were a rare treasure. Filled with admiration, the North Star was tense, a vigilant glint radiating from her eyes as she coldly confronted the peculiar figure before her. Who are you? She demanded. I was once revered as Jesus, hailed as the sun god, and exalted as the divine. Throughout the vast expanse of time, I have borne many names. Yet one truth remains. You are all my children. Apocalypse proclaimed, arms outstretched, his tone imbued with an undeniable arrogance. The North Star's face contorted with disdain as she retorted. Where were you when my companions were ruthlessly slaughtered? At that time, I was ensnared in an endless slumber, shackled by darkness. It was I who failed you, my children. Apocalypse replied, lowering his gaze, bitterness lacing his voice. Yet, in an instant, he lifted his head, fervor igniting his eyes. But I have returned. He stepped closer, intently studying the North Star. You are oblivious to your own power, yet I understand. Descend to the earth and feel the metals hidden beneath. When you exert your utmost effort, you will unearth a terrifying strength capable of shaking the very foundations of the earth. Apocalypse's voice, almost enchanting, penetrated the North Star's mind, compelling her to slowly crouch down, her hands brushing against the icy ground, instinctively following his guidance to sense the metals below. In that moment, the geomagnetic energy surged violently, akin to a stone cast into a serene lake. Countless metals erupted from the depths like dragons breaking free from their confines, roaring upward and crashing into the structures above. The astonishing spectacle rendered all present motionless, their eyes wide with terror and disbelief. No one could fathom that this young girl could unleash such cataclysmic power. Apocalypse trembled with excitement, seemingly frenzied, bellowing, all that humanity has built will crumble into ruins. Upon these ruins, we shall forge a more perfect world. The haunting screams of mutants captured and dissected, their anguished faces and despairing gazes at the moment of death haunted the North Star's mind like an inescapable nightmare. her fists clenched tightly, nails digging in her palms, blood trickling through her fingers. She howled to the heavens, her voice brimming with rage and defiance. As the force of hatred surged within her, far away, Charles suddenly sensed this chilling, terrifying power. His expression shifting dramatically as he initiated a mental connection to warn the North Star against losing herself in hatred and straying from her path. At that moment, Apocalypse seemed to sense something, suddenly looking up, his gaze sharp as a blade directed at the North Star, only to be instantly consumed by ecstatic realization. "Marvelous! What have you seen?" he exclaimed. "The answer. I have finally found it." Apocalypse cackled darkly. Charles felt an ominous dread. He realized a powerful and unfamiliar presence had emerged beside the North Star. However, everything unfolded too swiftly for him to respond. A mocking smile curled at the corners of Apocalypse's mouth as he said, "Thank you. Allow me to step into your world." Hank, astutely aware of Charles's peculiar state, observed that Charles's eyes were vacant, his body slumped in a lifeless manner, as if his very soul had departed. Hank shouted, "Charles, Charles!" Yet there was no response. The once azure control room, reminiscent of a starlit sky, was now shrouded in an eerie purple haze. At that moment, Charles's pupils had been entirely consumed by darkness. What formidable power was this? I had never felt anything like it. Beads of sweat formed on Hank's forehead as he anxiously called out, pushing Charles in an attempt to rouse him. "What has happened to him?" Mora inquired, her expression tense. "Someone has taken control of Charles." Mora exclaimed in disbelief, "Wait, is it possible for someone to manipulate him? Why would anyone do that?" To utilize the brainwave amplifier for communication, Hank's words faltered, his complexion turning ashen as he suddenly grasped the severity of the situation. He understood all too well the potency of the brainwave amplifier. Panic surged within him as he shouted, "Alex! Alex!" However, it was already too late. Across the mountains, plains, Gobi deserts, and beneath the ocean, countless concealed launch silos sprang to life, and nuclear missiles began to ascend, flames streaking through the sky. This sudden upheaval plunged the world into a state of extreme panic. People halted their activities, gazing upwards in terror, their hearts heavy with despair. Was the Third World War truly erupting without warning? Chaos enveloped the globe as the streets became a cacophony of fleeing souls, cries and screams intertwining. "No, no, no. I haven't married. I haven't had children yet." A middle-aged man knelt upon the ground, bowing his head towards his hometown, tears streaming down his face. "Darling, I'm so sorry. Mom and Dad won't be here to see you grow up." A young mother clutched her child tightly, weeping uncontrollably. "My dear, I had intended to propose to you today, but it seems I have run out of time." In the face of impending doom, what were once grand ambitions and lofty aspirations now appeared utterly trivial. In a villa, Saoirse and her companions gazed in horror at the multitude of missiles filling the sky. They realized that while they might find a way to escape, what would become of their families and loved ones? Their desperate eyes turned towards Menhuan, filled with hopelessness and helplessness. Menhuan looked back at them, offering a gentle smile, and reassured them softly, "Do not worry. Not a single one of these nuclear warheads will detonate on land." Meanwhile, in military operation rooms around the globe, tension reached its zenith. Commanders furrowed their brows, incessantly shouting into their microphones, striving to ascertain the unfolding events. Yet all they received in return was a torrent of confusion and uncertainty, as if all channels of intelligence had succumbed to paralysis. "General, the nuclear warheads were not aimed at any nation. Rather, they soared towards outer space," a soldier suddenly reported loudly. Upon hearing this news, everyone in the operations room exhaled in relief, their taut nerves finally easing somewhat. Charles, having momentarily escaped the grip of control, gradually regained consciousness and immediately shouted to Alex, "Quick, use your shockwave to destroy the main control room and obliterate the brainwave amplifier. We must not allow it to fall into enemy hands." Without hesitation, Alex unleashed a powerful shockwave, which, in the blink of an eye, obliterated the main control room amidst a cacophony of explosions. Hank, quick on the uptake, swiftly removed the brainwave amplifier from Charles's head and pushed his wheelchair with all his might toward safety. Just as they exited the brainwave control room, Apocalypse and his companions appeared through a portal. "Who are you?" Hank demanded, his muscles tensed and eyes fixed warily on the intruders. However, his words went unheeded. Polaris, with an icy gaze, merely raised a hand, and a formidable magnetic force enveloped Charles's wheelchair, drawing it closer. Witnessing this, Alex felt a surge of adrenaline. He and Scott, true brothers at heart, shared the same impulsiveness. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed another full-throttle shockwave aimed directly at Apocalypse and his cohort who were preparing to leave. "No! Alex, stop!" Hank shouted in a voice that cracked with fear. He understood all too well that before Alex lay the power center of the entire mutant school. Should it explode, the consequences would be dire. Yet everything transpired too swiftly for his warning to avert the impending disaster. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, causing the entire school to tremble. Flames soared, waves of heat surged forth, and the tremendous force of the explosion consumed everything in its vicinity. Hank, with no time to ponder, instantaneously transformed into a beast, seizing Mora and racing for safety with all his strength. The explosions roared behind them, relentless in their pursuit. Meanwhile, the man who seemed to have his own soundtrack continued to sing at the Hydra base, proclaiming his allegiance. Chapter 70, X-Men's Sentinel Robot Initiative. Just then, Jean Grey, who had been teaching the children, appeared in time to envelop the power center of the main control room with a telekinetic barrier. Struggling to maintain the barrier, she felt the explosions intensifying, each wave more ferocious than the last. Just as it seemed the blast would overwhelm her, she exerted her last ounce of telepathic strength to warn all mutant students, "Run. Leave the classroom." Mere seconds later, Jean could no longer hold on. The force of the explosions rapidly consumed the entire building. Amidst the violent detonation, the panicked students gazed at the burning edifice with terror in their eyes. Had it not been for Ms. Gray's telepathic warning, all but those students engaged in outdoor activities would have met their demise. Jean had nearly exhausted all her strength. At that moment, even the energy to fly eluded her. At that very moment, a thunderous roar of propellers suddenly echoed above the mansion of the mutant school. Hank and the others frowned, sensing that calamity had struck once more. Was it mere coincidence that these individuals arrived at such an inopportune time? Indeed, before they could react or ascertain the nature of the incoming force, the helicopter revealed its weaponry and unleashed a powerful sonic attack with a resounding buzz. In an instant, all the mutants, large and small, were rendered unconscious by the peculiar sonic waves, save for Jean Grey, who, sensing the impending danger, expended her last reserves of strength to teleport away. At that moment, Menhuan, who was watching a spectacular fireworks display, received a call from Jean Grey. "Men, there's trouble at the mutant school. Professor Charles has been captured by Apocalypse, and others have also been taken by unidentified forces." Jean's voice was laced with urgency and weakness. It was no wonder she resorted to a phone call instead of psychic communication. "Aside from you, if all goes well, it should be, I understand. I will come to fetch you." "All right." After hanging up, Menhuan immediately rushed to Jean Grey's location, bringing her fragile form back to the villa. He then employed his psychic abilities to locate Hank, Alex, and the others, discovering, as per the storyline, that they were imprisoned somewhere within a military base. The elusive William Stryker had slipped through the cracks. Ever since he had slain several mutant test subjects, he had been forgotten. It should have been obvious, considering Stryker, as the archenemy of mutants, was perpetually watching them. Perhaps, overhead, several satellites were surveilling the mutant school and its every move. This time, he had brought the Dazzler to witness the world, while the other women in the room were mere superficial beings, appearing as nothing more than playful kittens. In the next moment, they found themselves in Stryker's secret research facility, ready to rescue Hank and the others. The ominous and frigid steel base filled Menhuan and the Dazzler with discomfort. Their presence could not escape the scrutiny of surveillance or the watchful eyes of guards, especially with such brazen actions. Soldiers immediately surrounded them, and the Dazzler swiftly drew her authentic adamantium katana, launching an assault. The soldiers, without hesitation, opened fire on the Dazzler and Menhuan, clearly perceiving them as a threat. Bang! 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 Menhuan refrained from slaughtering them, instead allowing the Dazzler to demonstrate her prowess. Her speed was astonishing. The teleportation ability he bestowed upon her only augmented her agility, rendering her nearly elusive. In mere moments, the flash of her blade was accompanied by the thud of severed heads. The Dazzler's combat skills were formidable, particularly with her childhood training in ninjutsu, which, when combined with her teleportation, was a recipe for carnage. A chilling alarm echoed throughout the base as waves of soldiers rushed in, only to meet their demise. While Menhuan observed calmly from the sidelines. In a matter of moments, the Dazzler had dispatched over 100 soldiers, making her way directly to Stryker's office. Mr. Stryker, I have long admired your reputation, Menhuan spoke coolly. Who are you? Strick's eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at Menhuan, uncertain whether his crimson gaze stemmed from fear of his strength or from simmering rage. You need not concern yourself with my identity. I must commend your tenacity and audacity, considering you are but an ordinary man. Menhuan patted the trembling shoulder of the man before him, regarding the middle-aged figure with keen interest. For they are mutants. They are the aberration. I must eradicate mutants to protect humanity, Strick proclaimed with righteous fervor. Oh, is that so? Then you ought to first eliminate your son. Menhuan retorted with a dismissive shrug. Who exactly are you? Strick's complexion paled, fear gripping him as he questioned how Menhuan could possibly know such intimate details. Observing Strick's astonishment, Menhuan smiled. Do not regard me with such trepidation. Although I possess telepathic abilities, even devoid of them, I understand far more than they do. Your son, Jason, is quite formidable, and his powers are decidedly peculiar, yet you intend to exploit him. You. Strick's expression grew increasingly grim. The myriad of mutant abilities, if unified, would spell doom for humanity. I suspect his sudden awakening inadvertently led to your beloved wife's demise, transforming your previously mild disdain for mutants into outright enmity. Are you incessantly researching mutants to exploit them against one another, or to uncover their vulnerabilities? Menhuan continued, while Strick's countenance darkened, his secrets laid bare. Poor you. Your perspective is exceedingly narrow. Nearly everyone is ensnared on this planet. Mutants are merely a unique existence within the cosmos, akin to extraterrestrials, sorcerers, superhumans, and deities. I cannot blame you for your hatred. After all, it was your mutant son who took your cherished wife from you. Each word from Menhuan dripped with irony, causing Strick to question whether he was merely a frog at the bottom of a well. Very well, allow me to illuminate your path. Cease your futile research on genetic fusion, and instead, focus on the sentinel robots left behind by your mentor, Bolivar. Should you pursue your Master-S vision, you may find yourself on the precipice of a new realm of discovery. This vial of blood holds the answers you seek. Stop wasting time on trivial matters. Observing Strick in a state of despair, Menhuan placed the vial of Mystique's blood on his desk, patting his shoulder in a gesture of mock consolation. Sentinel robots? Answers? Strick murmured, hastily rummaging through his mentor's experimental archives. We're Sentinel robots, Lingdai inquired, puzzled. They are the ultimate humanoid weapons I will use to conquer the underworld, Menhuan declared, his eyes gleaming with ambition. In a fleeting moment, he envisioned his invincible mechanical army delivering a minor shock to the underworld. Lingdai shook her head, indicating her lack of comprehension, but Menhuan chose not to elaborate further, instead opting to release the mutants. In the course of events, a wild wolverine was inadvertently rescued. With so many mutants lacking a place to stay, he directly contacted Magneto, as they were indeed of the same kind. Charles has been captured? I had thought my old comrade had finally resolved to confront humanity head-on. Alas, it turns out he was merely taken prisoner. Charles remains the same Charles. Magneto, while voicing his criticisms, could not conceal the worry that glimmered in his eyes, which did not escape the notice of Menhuan, an old friend of several decades. Fear not, Charles will be fine. The fortunate are always watched over by fate, Menhuan declared, but then abruptly paused, as he heard Charles's voice resonating in his mind. What's wrong? Magneto inquired, sensing his unease. It's Apocalypse. He has seized control of Charles to relay a telepathic message to all of humanity, Menhuan responded, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. Chapter 71, Earth. Your god has returned. Apocalypse? Magneto furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend who Apocalypse was and how he could exert mental control over Charles, which was utterly beyond his imagination. Menhuan elaborated. Apocalypse is the first mutant on Earth. Did you not sense a familiar and powerful magnetic resonance? That was the result of your daughter, Lorna Dane, receiving enhanced abilities from Apocalypse. At this revelation, Magneto was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, the identity of Apocalypse became secondary to the astonishing realization that he had a daughter. He began to fervently recollect when and with which woman he had sown the seeds of parenthood. Meanwhile, Apocalypse, much like a scene from a film, commenced his grand declaration of a formidable return to the world. Humans of Earth, you have wandered astray for far too long. But now I am back. All your towers and temples will crumble. The dawn of a new era is imminent. For you cannot prevent this from happening. This message is merely a proclamation to all the strong. This Earth belongs to us. I, the god of mutants, Apocalypse, have returned. At that very moment, across the globe, whether in America, Britain, Russia, France, or even Camartage, this proclamation echoed. The term mutant was thrust into the forefront of human awareness, and every individual became cognizant of their existence. Dear, Charles conveyed to me in private that he is in Cairo. Apocalypse is in Cairo, he said. Simultaneously, Charles discreetly transmitted a message to Jean Grey, who eagerly relayed this information to Menhuan. I understand, Menhuan nodded, promptly gathering Psylocke, Hank, Magneto, and others to venture to Cairo for the rescue, while he prepared to observe the unfolding drama. Not far from Cairo, atop a rocky peak, Apocalypse gazed upon the world with satisfaction at Charles's compliance. Of course, his final stubborn resistance, though somewhat laughable, was ultimately inconsequential. How splendid it is! This place was once the center of the universe. They betrayed me, and now it shall continue to serve as the epicenter. Apocalypse, filled with profound reflection, slowly gazed at the flourishing metropolis in the distance before lifting his hands. The golden sunlight was suddenly obscured by dark clouds and the distant skyscrapers, along with the small cars on the ground, transformed into swirling sands. Cairo appeared to be engulfed in a colossal sandstorm, as countless structures bizarrely morphed into yellow dust. The world seemed to be descending into an apocalyptic nightmare, evoking terror and despair. Charles and his companions were utterly astonished. Could such a cataclysmic event truly be the result of human intervention? A multitude of yellow sands danced in the air, gradually converging to form an unparalleled, magnificent pyramid. Charles stood in stunned silence, while the four horsemen of the apocalypse gazed in disbelief at the grandeur of the pyramid in the distance. They were profoundly shaken by the power displayed by Apocalypse, believing his claims of divinity without question. Oh my goodness! Jean Grey and Hank had also arrived, equally astounded by the miraculous sight before them. Was he still human? As the awe-inspiring pyramid emerged, Cairo seemed to be reduced to ruins, as if swept clean by missiles. Apocalypse glanced at the Birdman, who immediately understood and led Charles into the pyramid. He intended to possess him. Are we going to intervene? Hank inquired anxiously. Simon, feigning profundity, stroked his chin and remarked that Apocalypse's possession ritual was utterly unresistant and easily disrupted. According to the unfolding narrative, he would ultimately fail in his attempt, becoming furious and subsequently obliterated by Jean Grey's Phoenix judgment. His meticulous plan to awaken Apocalypse was solely to seize the power of the Phoenix, and he could not afford to falter now. He promptly declared, I will hold off the four horsemen. You all find a way to interrupt the transfer ritual within the pyramid. The others nodded and sprang into action, while Simon, with a smirk, approached Polaris, preparing to acquire something. Be careful. Someone's coming. Solar Fire coldly glared at Simon, then concentrated, conjuring a multitude of fiery arrows that sliced through the air toward him. Boom! Faced with such ostentatious attacks, Simon showed no inclination to evade. Why should he fear their brilliance? The torrent of fiery arrows exploded, engulfing Simon, nothing more than a spectacle. Solar Fire scoffed. However, in the next moment, his smile froze. The flames eerily began to dissipate as Simon slowly emerged from the inferno. Nanny! Solar Fire was flabbergasted. Was there truly someone who could disregard his flames, scorching at over 5,000 degrees? Baka! You wretched fool! Solar Fire laments, his fury reaching a boiling point, as he maniacally waved his hands, unleashing flames that surged towards Simon like they were free of cost. Yet, his assault was feeble and laughable. It merely grazed Simon's symbiotic battlesuit, absorbed like a mere scratch. Simon's pace showed no signs of slowing as he resolutely advanced towards Solar Fire, each step seeming to echo in the heart of the flames. Quick! Help! The Sunfire, filled with anxiety and tension, turned and shouted, unable to see that his attacks were utterly ineffective. The Birdman, witnessing this, immediately flapped his iron wings, launching countless steel feathers in an attempt to pierce Menhuan. His assault, though, was even less impressive than that of the Sunfire, leading to doubts about whether he hailed from a family of musicians. Meanwhile, Polaris also took action, deftly waving her small hand to manipulate the Birdman's steel feathers, augmenting their kinetic energy. Bang! As expected, Menhuan paused for a moment, glancing at Polaris. At that moment, seemed even stronger than her father. However, this brief hesitation ignited an unimaginable spark of hope in the Sunfire, who excitedly shouted, "There is hope." Polaris retorted, "For heaven's sake." She shot a glance at the overly enthusiastic Sunfire, realizing that their combined efforts merely caused a momentary pause. What was he making such a fuss about? Seeing that Menhuan remained unscathed, she chose to slack off, nearly halting her extraction of underground metals. Why should she toil for him? The Birdman, sensing her apathy, decided to join her in idleness. As Menhuan drew closer, the Birdman slapped himself hard, cursing his own blindness. Look at that figure. Wasn't that the formidable foe from last time? Meanwhile, Menhuan had already reached above the Sunfire, delivering a forceful kick to his head. The Sunfire, with his face reddening in humiliation, attempted to evade this demeaning blow, but found himself utterly immobilized, nearly bursting with rage. Bang! In despair, the Sunfire was sent crashing to the ground, creating a human-shaped indent, and he lay there motionless, his flames gradually extinguishing. "So, you're a little brat, are you?" Menhuan sneered, raising his foot to deliver another kick towards the terrified Tankhanks, who hesitated for an entire afternoon before deciding whether to accept the incoming ally. After all, they were colleagues. In the end, he resolved to kick the little brat back, proclaiming, "Better a dead friend than a dead comrade." Chapter 72, Apocalypse. "If you do not strike, who can stand against me?" Such a teachable child, Menhuan thought, admiring the muscular man, noting how straightforward foreigners could be, yet how adept they were at navigating human relations. Bang! Once more, Menhuan unleashed a soaring kick. Ack! The unconscious Yoshida Shiro let out a blood-curdling scream, his face paling to the color of paper, as if something had shattered. Hanks and the Birdman shuddered, instinctively tightening their legs. It was evident to all that Yoshida Shiro had been brutally struck, his yoke now destined to scatter everywhere. Faced with the ferocity of Menhuan, Hanks dared not slacken his efforts, delivering a powerful kick to the incoming soccer ball. Poor Yoshida Shiro became a mere plaything, helplessly kicked back and forth by the two, ultimately meeting his untimely demise. This manner of demise likely belongs to the first individual, does it not? Throughout his life, he has certainly made his mark, being the foremost in the annals of human football. However, it must be said, Yoshida Shiro holds considerable worth. His life energy reaches an impressive 14 million. Previously, he squandered much of it, leaving only around 20 million, but now it has surged back to over 40 million. How delightful! Crushing the solar fire, this little rascal has truly made the most of his abilities, though it is unfortunate that he does not value them himself. Meanwhile, outside the pyramid, Magneto's countenance was grave as he took slow, deliberate steps towards Polaris. "Your mother is," he began, his voice trembling with guilt, clearly reminded of that unfortunate woman by Polaris's appearance. "Leave?" Polaris coldly rebuked Magneto. The fact that his actions led to her mother-esque demise meant she would never forgive his shamelessness and cruelty. "It is I who owes an apology to both of you," Magneto explained, his eyes filled with remorse. "I had no knowledge of your mother-esque pregnancy when I departed." Polaris retorted icily. "My mother has long since passed, and you have not shouldered a single ounce of paternal responsibility. Please, do not intrude upon my life." Polaris's frigid tone rendered Magneto momentarily speechless. He recognized the truth in her words. Family disputes can be difficult to navigate, and Menhuan was unconcerned with the animosity between them. He approached Polaris with earnestness, grasping her small hand, and, to her astonishment, sliced her fingertip to extract a droplet of blood. "What are you doing? Madman! Pervert!" Polaris exclaimed, swiftly pulling away, though she refrained from retaliating against Shemin, aware of the consequences. "Wait, just one drop of blood more." Menhuan shamelessly tugged at her arm, producing a test tube to collect Polaris's blood. Polaris, incensed, thought to herself that she had never encountered such an inconsiderate and deranged individual. "Mr. Shemin, what are you doing?" Magneto could no longer bear to watch. After all, she was his daughter. Relax, it's merely a small amount of blood. She donates several hundred milliliters at a time. Menhuan quipped. Why don't you mention that when I have my period, I could spray you with a face full? Polaris shot back, realizing the absurdity of the situation. As Polaris and Menhuan exchanged incredulous glances while he drew her blood, Apocalypse's possession ritual faltered once more. The violet energy enveloped Charles. And as the consciousness transfer neared completion, Jean Grey and Nightcrawler stealthily transported Charles away. The ritual was interrupted, and an enraged Apocalypse roared into view. Incredulous at the demise of his 4 horsemen and the betrayal of those who had turned against him. Yet, none of this mattered. As long as he could annihilate these individuals, he could find Charles again and attempt possession anew. Apocalypse seized Scott by the neck, his expression frigid as he surveyed the surroundings, bellowing, "Charles, come forth and save these weaklings. Sacrifice your life to rescue theirs." Scott, akin to a fish out of water, was hoisted by the neck, thrashing desperately in an attempt to draw breath. Charles, in agonized whispers, implored him not to, yet he was acutely aware of Apocalypse's intent. He did not fear death, but could not reveal himself. Suddenly, as Apocalypse scanned the area, he caught sight of a certain individual, cheekily bantering with Polaris. "It's you." Apocalypse's demeanor shifted instantly, his gaze narrowing with trepidation. No wonder his 4 horsemen had faltered. It was this enigmatic powerhouse who had emerged. The little blue elder. Shemin chuckled, waving amiably. Witnessing this, the onlookers were utterly speechless. Was it truly appropriate to jest in such a grave situation? Though Apocalypse was antiquated in thought, he possessed unparalleled intellect. He regarded Shemin with solemnity, stating, "My lord, if you depart now, how about we stand on equal footing when I rule the earth?" To Apocalypse, equal standing represented the utmost sincerity he could offer, believing that no one could refuse such a proposal. However, Shemin shook his head, tauntingly responding, "I need not lift a finger, for you are destined to meet your end today. You truly do not comprehend the depths of Earth's waters. Do you think this is a film? Do you imagine yourself as a returning queen?" Shemin suggested that in a film, protagonists remain unperturbed by one another, with the director holding sway, but in this realm, there was no director. Apocalypse, unable to fathom his words, arrogantly declared, "Since you choose not to act, I refuse to believe anyone can thwart me." Shemin regarded him as if he were a naive fool, shrugging off his words, awaiting the moment of his swift demise. Why? Hank and the others were incredulous. Why refrain from stopping Apocalypse when they had the means? It was evident. There were others who could handle Apocalypse without requiring his intervention. Just then, Charles, brimming with confidence, connected to Apocalypse's thoughts to assist Scott in his escape. However, this effort was short-lived, as he was soon left battered and bruised by Apocalypse. Meanwhile, Polaris and Magneto, father and daughter, united to control the metal around them, launching it towards Apocalypse. Setting aside the question of their attack's potency, one could hardly deny the spectacle. That individual was not one to be trifled with. Yet against Apocalypse, Scott, Alex, Hank, Polaris, and Magneto found themselves utterly powerless. Despair enveloped them, their anguished gazes slowly turning to Shemin, pleading silently for his intervention. He would not act. "Charles, it is over." Apocalypse's voice resonated, deep and triumphant. In the face of such dire straits, Charles remained resolute. "You will never win. You are but a solitary being, while I am not." Accompanied by Charles's anguished whispers, their exclusive mental space resonated with slow, yet resolute footsteps. Thud, thud, thud. The ever-betrayed Apocalypse looked up in uncertainty at the figure approaching from afar, bewildered by the relentless advance of those seemingly marching towards their demise. Chapter 73, Apocalypse's End. Capturing the power of the Phoenix. Apocalypse gradually released his hold on Charles, slowly advancing towards Jean Grey to eliminate this troublesome woman. Yet in the next instant, his composure shattered. The man he least wished to see reappeared in his line of sight. Apocalypse could no longer maintain his calm as he roared in frustration. "Did you not swear to remain uninvolved in this matter?" Ignoring Apocalypse, Simon gently encouraged Jean, urging her not to fear or feel anxious, and to unleash the power within her. Bolstered by his encouragement, Jean Grey slowly raised her head, her gaze resolute as she began to walk towards Apocalypse. He could not fathom why they all held such unwavering confidence in this seemingly ordinary woman. Charles lay weakly on the ground, bloodied, desperately shouting at Jean, imploring her to let go. Jean, let go. At that moment, meeting the gazes of the crowd, she looked toward the desolate, ruin-like kingdom, the dim sky, and the weeping children. Jean Grey sensed the despair of countless souls and the Phoenix Force, embodying the essence of all life and emotion in the universe, could no longer be contained. Jean Grey's anguished cry echoed as the Phoenix Force surged once more into the cosmos. The ethereal image of the Phoenix unfurling its wings, casting its gaze upon all as it unleashed the mightiest Phoenix judgment. No, Apocalypse bellowed. Before the Phoenix judgment, he was utterly defenseless. Any notions of self-healing were rendered futile as his body burned and disintegrated. Meanwhile, Magneto, along with his daughter, Scott, Storm, and others, unleashed their powers in a concerted ranged assault against Apocalypse. Under the barrage of such diverse abilities, Apocalypse's form swayed like a precarious edifice in the air. All had been revealed, as Apocalypse murmured in pain and relief. Simultaneously, countless eyes turned towards Earth. The Eternals, the Celestials, the Council of Elders, Hell, Asgard, and many others gazed uncertainly in the direction of Earth. The Phoenix Force had resurfaced, and the nurturing of power had commenced. As the Phoenix Force blazed to its zenith, a resounding cry of the Phoenix echoed throughout the universe, declaring its formidable return. Ancient One's gaze fell upon Jean Grey, her youthful visage evoking a complex array of emotions within him. Some are born as the favored children of the universe, a position I could never attain despite a lifetime of striving. The sudden emergence of the Phoenix Force roused Odin from his slumber, incredulously surveying Earth. Then glancing at his unfortunate sons, still locked in self-destructive conflict. Would the future king of Asgard become a vassal to the might of Earth? Just as Apocalypse was on the verge of being reduced to nothingness, Simon decisively called out in his heart, "Dingo!" The bronze cauldron's projection swiftly enveloped the power of the Phoenix, leaving it no opportunity to resist before being ensnared by the cauldron. The golden-red silhouette of the Phoenix dissipated before countless bewildered eyes, vanishing without a trace. Suddenly, Jean Grey felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted, yet an inexplicable sense of loss lingered. Tianchi was unexpectedly elated to discover that there was still a chance for salvation. That terrifying power had indeed vanished. What a surprise! This is sheer astonishment. Stripped of the Phoenix's might, Tianchi's self-healing abilities rapidly mended his shattered body, leaving everyone present in utter bewilderment. Clearly, Tianchi was on the brink of death from Qin's attack, yet that formidable force had inexplicably dissipated. Despair once again enveloped the hearts of all, as Tianchi instantaneously revived with full vigor. Ha ha ha! Tianchi, am Destiny incarnate. Tianchi laughed maniacally, proclaiming that if he could survive this, then what else could be deemed destiny? Atop the snow-capped mountains, Gu Yi, who had been observing, widened her eyes in disbelief. The power of the Phoenix had vanished, and in a flash of light, she made her appearance. "Who are you?" Tianchi questioned coldly, eyeing the formidable Gu Yi emerging from the portal with suspicion. He sensed her immense strength. "You do not belong to this world. Someone has deliberately set you free. Return whence you came," Gu Yi stated impassively, casting a glance at a certain dignitary who was meditating. According to the original timeline, Tianchi in this universe should never have awakened. Tianchi, infuriated by the bald woman's apparent disregard for him, seethed internally. Why was the entire world conspiring against him? When did Earth become such a perilous place? However, surrendering himself back to the dark confines of the pyramid was clearly out of the question, and he promptly opted for escape. Yes, Earth is far too dangerous. I shall no longer linger here. To everyone's astonishment, the once mighty Tianchi immediately began to teleport away. Gu Yi made no attempt to stop him. Yet, how could Menhuan allow this plump target to flee? He swiftly sealed the space. You promised not to make a move." Tianchi glared desperately at Menhuan, accusing him of being a fickle, deceitful, and despicable villain. No. You agreed to conquer the Earth, which put us on equal footing. But now that you're fleeing, how can we be considered equals? Menhuan retorted disdainfully. He thrived on causing chaos. And with the upper hand in this situation, Tianqi was bound for ruin. Tianqi found himself speechless. He could not deny the validity of Menhuan's reasoning. In truth, Tianqi's physique was quite frail. In the film, Mystique had transformed into a butterfly and nearly decapitated him with a single strike. While Tianqi was momentarily distracted, Menhuan seized the opportunity, teleporting beside Tianqi and swiftly severing his blue-skinned head with a single stroke. The decapitated Apocalypse's quest for resurrection proves to be a daunting challenge, as it requires an extensive duration for a new head to regenerate. In a moment of sheer power, Menhuan obliterates Apocalypse's body into a mass of flesh and subsequently incinerates it. Apocalypse is irrevocably dead, should his ashes possess the capacity for gradual self-healing and revival. Then his regenerative abilities would rival the most formidable mutant powers beyond even Omega level. The events transpired with astonishing swiftness, reducing Apocalypse to a pile of ashes within mere seconds. The onlookers stared at Menhuan in disbelief, exclaiming, "Damn, are you so powerful that you can merely watch us endure this punishment?" Unfazed by their gazes, Menhuan shrugged and reveled in the bountiful rewards for slaying Apocalypse. The life energy acquired from this feat astonishingly exceeded 100 million, marking it as the most formidable entity he has ever vanquished. Ancient One, unable to comprehend his transformation, noted that within just a few months, his strength had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. She contemplated in silence, wondering what kind of miraculous elixir he had consumed. Furthermore, she sensed the power of the space stone. "In time, you shall understand," he remarked as he grasped Jean Grey and Psylocke, preparing to depart. He intended to compensate Jean Grey adequately. Finally, the Phoenix Force and Apocalypse's head were secured, rendering his arduous efforts to revitalize Egypt worthwhile. Chapter 74. Sacrifice of the Phoenix Force. Mastery of magnetic fields. Control over inorganic matter. The Apocalypse incident has reached a temporary resolution. Countless individuals are left in a state of shock, experiencing the sudden tranquility of the world. Is it over? This thought echoed in the minds of tens of millions. The soaring metallic dragon had evoked a fear akin to an apocalypse. Egypt had endured two devastating onslaughts, with Apocalypse's manipulation of inorganic matter reducing buildings to sand. Otherwise, Polaris's extraction of metals could have resulted in untold civilian casualties. The death toll was staggering, and from the perspective of ordinary individuals, the eradication of all mutants seemed imperative. Gazing upon the desolate landscape, it was evident that Egypt lay in ruins, its economy poised for a remarkable resurgence. The construction workers rejoiced. Upon returning to New York, Menhuan surveyed the remnants of collapsed buildings with a sense of melancholy. The mastery of magnetic fields was indeed terrifying. Polaris' abilities paled in comparison to those of Magneto, who, if empowered by Apocalypse, would not have exhibited the same restraint in his actions. After returning to New York, Menhuan vanished once more, reappearing in the tranquil waters of the small days. First, he assessed his life, energy, only to discover that he still owed the Bronze Cauldron a staggering 1 billion. This implied that invoking its power required a loan, meaning that whenever the Bronze Cauldron intervened, it would cost him 1 billion. A billion, an insurmountable debt to repay over a lifetime. Fortunately, he had a backup plan, as the small days could assist in alleviating some of his repayment burdens. A thunderous roar echoed across the sea, a mere 200 nautical miles from Annie Island. The sky above was shrouded in ominous clouds, and the air crackled with the fury of relentless lightning. This tempestuous storm seemed intent on wreaking havoc, incessantly bombarding the waters and leaving a grim spectacle of decaying fish and crustaceans adrift. An entire array of marine life, perishing regardless of size. "How outrageous!" they exclaimed. "What a scoundrel!" They could only watch helplessly as this madman continued to devastate their waters, causing economic losses that felt immeasurable. The victims knew too well the weight of their plight. Only those wronged can truly comprehend the depths of their misery and helplessness. As they bore the brunt of this torment, their frustration mounted. The military convened to deliberate on whether to enlist their parental figure to impose sanctions on this lunatic. The livelihoods of those heavily reliant on marine fisheries were utterly unsustainable under such relentless assaults. Menhuan, akin to a mobile artillery, continued his relentless bombardment, shattering the tranquility of their waters. After an arduous 2.5 days, this individual finally vacated the area, confining his activities to a radius of roughly 300 nautical miles. Yet their territorial waters extended far beyond this. They boasted a claimed maritime area of 310,000 square kilometers, with their economic exclusive zone sprawling to 4 million square kilometers. In the midst of eating and sleeping, this individual transformed into a tireless worker, laboring endlessly until exhaustion set in. After 2.5 days of relentless toil, Master Shimin had finally repaid the exorbitant loan from Ding Shuren. With only a few coins left in his pocket, he resolved to sacrifice the powers of the Phoenix, the Apocalypse, and the blood of Polaris. To begin with, the power of the Phoenix, now reduced to a small flicker of fiery essence, was one of the oldest and most formidable energies in the universe, slowly merging into his third eye. As the Phoenix's power fused with him, the very fabric of space around Shimin began to warp, and the flow of time became chaotic. He could even sense its will, a profound insight into the cosmic order, imbued with boundless vitality and emotion that transcended mortal comprehension. The essence of the Phoenix blazed like a brilliant golden flame, threatening to consume his very soul. The forced integration was a far cry from a harmonious union. The pain was excruciating. As the Phoenix's power continued to seep into him, Shimin's body radiated a luminous glow, as if flames coursed through his veins. His iron physique began to melt away, and his consciousness was swept into an expansive sea of spirit. He witnessed the birth and destruction of the universe, the rise and fall of countless civilizations, and felt the infinite cycle of life. Time lost all meaning, and after an indeterminate duration, Shimin slowly opened his eyes. It seemed as though a phoenix soared within his eyes. A powerful and suffocating aura radiated from him as he gently waved his arm, causing the surrounding seawater to evaporate instantly, revealing the ocean floor before being engulfed once more by the tides. Is this the judgment of the phoenix? No wonder even regeneration cannot withstand the phoenix's decree. It is indeed a marvel that Wolverine can endure such a force. Even more astonishing was the transformation of his chaotic genes, which were bizarrely refined and enhanced by the flames of the Phoenix. Having sacrificed the power of the Phoenix, he then relinquished the head of Apocalypse to gain his augmented abilities and control over inorganic matter. These two powers, akin to glitches in the fabric of reality, were extraordinarily formidable, though he held Apocalypse's possession ability in utter disdain. He also assimilated the mastery over the Polaris magnetic field, thereby establishing himself as a noteworthy figure within the Marvel Universe, promising a future of prominence. After such extensive sacrifices, Menhuan lingered on a small island in the Pacific, organizing his newfound abilities. He deleted the disordered powers of his steel form, which now harmoniously merged under the influence of the Phoenix's might. Mechanical control and data manipulation were consolidated into a singular ability for simplicity's sake. Creator, Menhuan Age, 25 abilities, steel form, telekinesis, dimensional pocket, energy rays, telepathy, data manipulation, power of Thor, space gem, phoenix force, mutant enhancement, magnetic control, inorganic manipulation, life energy 2. 353, 663, gazing upon the streamlined data panel brought a sense of comfort to Menhuan's heart. He subsequently collected an abundance of seafood from the ocean and returned to his lavish estate in New York, preparing for a celebration. In the future timeline of the 39th century, Apocalypse had dominated the world. While reveling in the service of beautiful handmaidens, Apocalypse suddenly stood up in terror. The grand evening soiree was attended solely by Menhuan and his eclectic family members, who succumbed to sweet words and bestowed the power of telepathy upon the women present. At that moment, their abilities were not far from Charles's, though their proficiency varied significantly. Zhao Hailuan informed Menhuan that the life cradle technology was now ready for clinical application, although Tony's heart bore remnants. However, this was a trivial matter for him. He extracted the remaining fragments using his magnetic control. An exhilarated Tony accepted the treatment from the life cradle and was restored to full vitality. Everything seemed to settle into a temporary calm as Zhao Hailuan began her research in nanotechnology, aided by extraterrestrial technology. Menhuan fulfilled his promise and journeyed to Kamar Taj. eager to learn the wonders of magic, and with a swift motion, he found himself in Nepal. Chapter 75. Is teleportation magic really that difficult? Kamartaj, the mysterious sanctuary where the supreme sorcerer and her disciples train, is not a place easily found by just anyone. In essence, it is a matter of fate. If one cannot even locate Kamartaj, it is indicative of a lack of magical affinity. The Ancient One merely instructed Simon Huan to journey to Kamartaj to study the arcane arts, without personally escorting him to the sacred grounds. As Simon strolled through this quaint locale, he was enveloped by an atmosphere distinctly different from that of the city, one of tranquility, harmony, and the warmth of human existence. Yet, as he observed the bustling village teeming with devotees, he sensed a profound spiritual presence, albeit devoid of any practitioners of the mystic arts. Clearly, this enigmatic place demanded a connection. If he lacked such a connection, he would seek it. After all, a request for fate is still a request. Since the Ancient One had extended an invitation, it was certain that someone would be watching him. Thus, he decided to take his time, leisurely exploring the village which, to his surprise, made him momentarily forget his original purpose. The Ancient One, observing Simon's leisurely wanderings through the magical mirror, could not help but chuckle at the whimsical nature of his thoughts. Suddenly sensing he was being followed, Simon realized that his guide had arrived. He swiftly extended his telepathic perception to encompass the entirety of Kamartaj, thanks to the amplification of the Phoenix Force. Not only could he perceive the small village, but he could also scrutinize the entire planet. He quickly identified an individual within the crowd, and in an instant, he vanished, causing the person to exclaim in surprise. Where'd he go? Before the man could search frantically, Simon patted him on the shoulder. Let us go. Stop pondering aimlessly, and take me to meet the Ancient One. The man gasped in astonishment and began to lead the way, glancing back at Simon with curiosity. The Supreme Sorcerer has placed a cognitive barrier upon me. How did you discern my presence? Your eyes betrayed you, Simon replied nonchalantly. An individual lurking with such stealth would naturally be detected by his heightened telepathic senses. In the village, aside from tourists, there were only local merchants who might glance at him with curiosity, but none scrutinized him as intently as this one. All right, it seems I must continue my training, the man responded, momentarily taken aback, before nodding humbly. They soon arrived at a courtyard, entering through a door that revealed a realm of wonder beyond imagination. Contrary to the cinematic portrayal, where Dr. Strange was deceived and mistook the emaciated elder for the Supreme Sorcerer while considering the bald Ancient One as a mere servant. Simon was far too familiar with the Ancient One to be misled. You have grown stronger, the Ancient One exclaimed, her eyes filled with astonishment. The essence of that power seemed somewhat familiar, yet she could not fathom it was the Phoenix Force, for she was aware of its rightful owner. Strength must be harnessed effectively, otherwise, one remains but a fool with power. Hence, I have come to learn magic, Simon said with a humble smile. You are absolutely correct. You may begin your studies of magical theory and fundamentals under the guidance of Master Mordo, remarked Ancient One, gesturing towards the sorcerer beside her. Mordo? Understood. A villain turned dark, I see. Oh, yet another individual of his complexion. With such darkness, do you aspire to become a black hole? Menhuan promptly declined. Ancient One, I hope you will teach me magic. He is far too feeble. You are exceedingly arrogant. Mordo's expression shifted dramatically at this proclamation. He had never encountered anyone so presumptuous, not only belittling him, but daring to address the Supreme Sorcerer by name. Truly audacious. Menhuan was unfazed. If he were to learn, it must be the finest magic available. Why else would he come to Kamartaj? After a prolonged silence, Ancient One finally spoke. I cannot be your teacher, nor is anyone qualified to take on that role. Kamartaj is a sanctuary of magic. No one has the right to impede the path of a fervent seeker of knowledge. With these cryptic words, she activated a teleportation circle and departed, with Mordo following suit. Let us go, he declared, disregarding Menhuan's presence. Who would dare to show him any courtesy? Stepping through the portal with Mordo, they arrived at an ancient courtyard, the true Kamartaj. Ancient One's assertion rang true. No one could hinder the progress of a devoted learner of magic. Mordo, unwilling to defy Ancient One, resigned himself to introduce Menhuan to Kamartaj. Indeed, he encountered a multitude of individuals clad in wizardly attire, representing a spectrum of skin tones, Ancient One had truly embraced an inclusive approach to education. However, he noted a scarcity of female sorcerers, which left Menhuan concerned about potential complications regarding their inclinations that could lead to significant troubles. If this were a nunnery, it would be a different matter entirely. For it is well known that the damage inflicted by a magical shield colliding with another is far less than that of magical swords clashing. At that moment, Mordo pointed towards the various rooms, saying, "This is the dining area, that is the practice space, and over there lies the library. Ah, here is where you will rest. By the way, you may choose your wizard's robe, as the attire is standardized." Mordo's words piqued Menhuan's interest. He had never donned a wizard's robe before. "Very well. You may familiarize yourself with your surroundings. Tomorrow, you shall join our newcomers in learning magic," Mordo concluded, handing him a note that revealed the Wi-Fi password for the premises. "Impressive," Menhuan exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Ancient One was indeed a remarkable individual. Mordo, slightly exasperated, shook his head. It seemed this fellow was quite knowledgeable about Camartage, making it difficult for him to maintain an air of superiority. Menhuan had no intention of residing there as a hermit. He could always return once he discovered the true essence of Camartage. The following morning commenced with a collective practice session, during which Mordo instructed a group of apprentices who had been with Camartage for less than 6 months. Menhuan listened with rapt attention, as if a new world had been unveiled before him. The art of teleportation was the most fundamental of all magic. In the outside world, this coveted ability, akin to instantaneous travel, was considered merely the rudimentary form of magic. Once Mordo elucidated the principles and incantations of teleportation, Menhuan mastered it almost instantaneously. As the day's lesson revolved around this particular skill, he saw no reason to linger further. After class, he intended to venture to the library to explore other forms of magic. Suddenly, Mordo intercepted him. "Menhuan, we are about to commence the formal instruction on teleportation magic. How can you leave for the library? One must not be overly ambitious in their studies. Such folly will only widen the gap between you and others." Menhuan nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in Mordo's words. "You make a valid point. Therefore, I plan to wait for them." "What do you mean, wait for them? Do you even realize what nonsense you are uttering? Everyone else has been studying for over 3 months. Mordo exclaimed, incredulous. Just as he prepared to lecture this reckless individual, Menhuan casually waved his hand, and a shimmering portal of fire appeared. Chapter 76. Is he the fabled genius? Mordo was rendered speechless, having just finished explaining the foundational principles and incantations of teleportation. He gazed at Menhuan in disbelief. "How on earth did you learn teleportation magic so swiftly?" "I only just managed to grasp it after laboriously experimenting for over a minute. It appears my magical aptitude pales in comparison to that of a certain chubby individual." With that, Menhuan stepped into the portal and vanished. Mordo stood frozen, watching the space where Menhuan had just been. 1 minute. He learned it in a mere minute. Mordo's heart sank. Was the chasm between individuals truly greater than that between man and beast? The words arduous and 1 minute seemed utterly incongruous. Moreover, he had just heard Menhuan belittle his own magical talent in comparison to that of a certain chubby boy. Who was this chubby boy indeed? In that moment, Mordo found himself engulfed in self-doubt. He prided himself on being the most gifted student of the Supreme Sorcerer Gu-E, a genius recognized throughout Camartage, poised to inherit the mantle of the Supreme Sorcerer. Yet now, he felt utterly defeated, struck down by a crushing disparity. If he remained at the side of the Supreme Sorcerer, how would he reconcile his own feelings? Mordo spiraled into a labyrinth of turmoil. Surely, he would not succumb to darkness prematurely. He could not shoulder the blame for Menhuan's narrow-mindedness. Camartage Library. As Menhuan stepped into the realm of magic, he was greeted by a trove of tomes, a veritable treasure trove of magical knowledge that every sorcerer yearned for. "Who are you?" "This library houses forbidden spells. Unless granted permission by the Supreme Sorcerer, no one may enter." A deep, authoritative voice echoed as a middle-aged man appeared, clearly the guardian of the library. In the realm of novels, the archetype of the concealed mastermind is prevalent. "I am Menhuan, and Master Gu, he must have acquainted you with my pursuit of the magical arts of Camartage," Menhuan remarked with a smile. "So, you are indeed Menhuan. The Supreme Sorcerer had mentioned that you were permitted to freely explore the magics of Camartage. However, Those forbidden tomes are off-limits to anyone but the supreme sorcerer himself. Upon realizing it was Menhuan, the librarian's tones softened considerably, advising him against delving into dark magic. Understood, Menhuan nodded, though his mind was concocting schemes. Forbidden tomes are enticing. I came here precisely to peruse them. Have you not heard the saying that one who is cleansed of their weaknesses may become tenfold stronger in darkness? His magical essence rendered him an unparalleled vessel for the acquisition of arcane knowledge, with an affinity for magic that was unparalleled. Yet, he understood the wisdom of building a strong foundation. One must commence with the rudiments of magical knowledge, for without a solid base, one's efforts would be akin to constructing a castle in the air, inviting a descent into darkness. In the ensuing hours, he became a relentless learner, tirelessly revisiting the fundamentals of magic theory. As the sun dipped below the horizon, he departed, still yearning for more knowledge, yet he left with a few foundational texts. Thanks to Gu Yi's special directive, the librarian did not impede his exit, reminding him to return the tomes the following day. Menhuan nodded in agreement, contemplating how perfect it would be to possess the fabled rewriting eye, capable of instantaneously deciphering the composition, form, nature, and potency of the magic perceived, thereby learning it directly. His audacity was remarkable. He had backed up the entire collection of magical tomes to present to his wives at home. At the very least, he aimed to master a teleportation spell, sparing himself the expense of granting them teleportation skills, which would be a considerable outlay. Naturally, Gu Yi would not hinder his endeavors, nor could she, as the knowledge was already his. After a night of balanced study, including his companions Sierra, Jiang Muyin, and Ling Dai, who were all diligently learning the teleportation spell at home, with the mental resonance ability he had bestowed upon them, enhanced by his mutant capabilities, their telepathic powers grew stronger. With their increasingly potent mental faculties, they found it easier to sense the particles of magic. Upon returning to Kamartaj, Menhuan discovered a multitude of eager students immersed in their studies before class had commenced. Some recited incantations, while others recalled hand-signing techniques. Before long, Gu Yi arrived and nodded approvingly at their dedication. Diligence can indeed compensate for a lack of talent. However, when Gu Yi assessed their knowledge, the scene was quite comical. They were all rather unprepared. Well then, it seems we must devote ourselves to our studies. Gu Yi patiently elucidated the concept step by step, demonstrating the hand signs at a deliberate pace before the apprentices. Pay close attention. I shall demonstrate slowly for you. The aspiring sorcerers watched intently, their eyes wide with concentration, ensuring they did not miss a single detail of Gu Yi's intricate hand signs. Once the Ancient One completed her incantation, the portal slowly opened. All right, you may give it a try, she instructed as she closed the portal. After laying a solid foundation for so long, there was little more she could assist them with. It was now a matter of personal aptitude and talent. Oh dear, I still can't do it. Am I too foolish? How come after more than 3 months of study, I still can't manage? Do not fret, another replied. While teleportation magic is a fundamental skill that every mage must master, it is also quite challenging. Indeed, we must remain patient. Even a genius like Master Modu took 10 days to grasp it. But how is it that he learned it so effortlessly? The group followed the direction of the flustered apprentice's finger and beheld someone who seemed to perform the spell without even lifting a finger. Through the portal, they glimpsed an endless expanse of grassland, and the portal itself was remarkably stable, almost elegantly so. This is so unfair. He only attended 1 class yesterday, cried another. How can the disparity between people be so vast? Ancient One, please tell me, am I simply unfit to learn magic? If so, you may let me go, implored one apprentice. Yes, Ancient One, the Ancient One thought to herself. If they only knew that he merely listened and observed once to master it, they would likely be disheartened. Yet, she could not allow this young man to undermine the group's confidence. Quietly contemplating, she quickly encouraged everyone to learn another type of magic, certainly to challenge that individual. Menhuan, it appears your teleportation magic is already quite proficient, which is excellent. Now, I shall teach you another spell. Upon hearing this, Menhuan smirked. Are you trying to boost the confidence of these aspiring mages? He immediately flashed a big grin and exclaimed, how about we change our learning venue? I fear that if I learn it too quickly, it might shatter their already fragile spirits. How boastful! His arrogance had invoked the ire of the other apprentices, who glared at him, eager to see if he truly was as bold as he claimed. Chapter 77. He has mastered it again. The Ancient One cast a bemused glance at the audacious fellow. I brought you to Kamar Taj to learn magic, not to disrupt the environment. Now, everyone, please be quiet. Shimin, the new spell I will teach you is called the Ring of Ragador, a defensive magic. As she spoke, the Ancient One began to chant the incantation slowly, forming the necessary gestures. Although she did not need to go through such elaborate measures, she did so to ensure the apprentices could observe clearly. The apprentices, including Menhuan, were fully focused. When a vibrant orange light manifested before them, the spell was complete. A radiant ring appeared around the Ancient One's wrist, which she showcased to her students before explaining. Magical energy flows boundlessly and transforms infinitely. It is not solely about employing known spells, but rather about the flexible application and even the creation of magic. As her words faded, the magic in her control morphed into a deep crimson chain resembling the magical whip, Setarak. The apprentices exclaimed in awe, their admiration for the supreme mage soaring to great heights. The deep crimson chains of Setarak transformed into an enormous circular shield, swirling above her head, followed by the appearance of a magical longsword. This was truly the epitome of a dazzling mage. The apprentice's eyes sparkled with longing. An Ancient One felt a sense of satisfaction and comfort, as they had finally regained their confidence. Menhuan observed the spectacular display of magic in silence, aware that Ancient One, being a mage who favored close combat, was particularly fond of utilizing semicircular fans as magical weapons for engaging in melee. The extravagant and magnificent spells left the students wide-eyed with astonishment, with many beginning to recall Ancient One's recent incantation gestures, attempting to practice. What appeared to be simpler than teleportation magic proved to be quite elusive for them. Despite the simplicity of the spell, mastering it was far from easy. They felt dejected, unable to grasp even the basics. However, the majority could not suppress their schadenfreude as they cast sidelong glances at Menhuan. Weren't you just boasting about learning teleportation magic in a minute? Why not try learning another spell? Their dejected and gleeful expressions left Ancient One shaking her head in disbelief. This group truly lacked both talent and temperament, perhaps the worst cohort she had ever taught. Who was Menhuan, after all? His magical aptitude was far superior to theirs. Yet they envied him, eager for a spectacle of his misfortune. They failed to grasp the wisdom behind the saying that the early bird catches the worm, and thus, they were unlikely to achieve greatness. Even if Menhuan struggled to learn quickly, his innate talent meant he could master it in just a few days. At that point, wouldn't they find themselves embarrassed? Was it beneficial to flaunt temporary abilities? Without uttering a word, Menhuan merely cast a glance at them, and they understood their own malicious intentions. You wish to witness my downfall? You're overestimating yourselves. He mused silently, then promptly closed his eyes, conjuring Ancient One's incantation and movements in his mind. At that moment, all eyes were on him, and Ancient One watched with keen interest, curious about his magical talent. The surrounding magical energy began to swirl gently, and he meticulously formed the incantation from memory. An orange-red glow gradually manifested, coalescing around his wrist. The apprentices were left dumbfounded. He had learned it. Yes, indeed, he had learned it. Ha! He needed only to observe once, and then he understood. Dear heavens, open your eyes and behold. The magical apprentices were rendered senseless by the revelation. At that moment, Ancient One herself was taken aback, unable to comprehend how Menhuan managed to master what seemed like a simple spell within the blink of an eye. Before she could speak, Menhuan suddenly murmured, "Is it true that the magic of Kamar Taj is all orange-red? Does magic actually have color distinctions? Isn't it all merely magical energy?" Ancient One paused, having never considered that magic might possess its own distinct colors. For a moment, she found herself perplexed. Perhaps it was simply a difference in magical systems, with the absorbed magical energy manifesting in various forms. Perhaps, she casually remarked. Menhuan remained unfazed and continued, "I shall not waste any more time here. I am off to the library." "Very well," Gu nodded slightly. She believed that Menhuan's talent should not be squandered. As he departed, the magic apprentices fixated on his receding figure until it vanished, subsequently exchanging glances of curiosity. Was this the distinction between genius and folly? Menhuan, concealing his self-satisfaction, felt invigorated by the thought of reading in the library, and he spent the entire day there, although he was accustomed to a life of extravagance. When it came to matters vital to his existence, he exhibited unparalleled determination. For instance, when he fished in the Little Life Sea, he could explode fish for days and nights without losing interest. As the sunlight cascaded upon the golden sands, Menhuan stretched and sat up, ready to embrace a new day. His newfound routine was rather pleasant. At least he no longer felt such boredom, and he found solace in his stability. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had elapsed, during which he had primarily resided in Kamataiji in his villa. He engaged in 2 joyful pursuits: studying magic in the library by day and exploring the relationship between magic and the human body with the women at home by night. The library at Kamataiji was replete with a vast array of texts, even though he could grasp the content through telepathy, and while the magical knowledge could be replicated, its application required gradual practice. To seamlessly integrate theoretical knowledge with practical application, he needed to refine his skills over time, which demanded considerable patience. In these few months, he had not been idle. He occasionally fished in the Little Life Sea, which brought him a sense of fulfillment. However, the relentless fishing had devastated the entire marine economy, leaving no one willing to venture out for fish. On the other hand, his life force had accumulated significantly during this period, and he had sold off his farms and ranches, now possessing a fortune in the billions. He found himself somewhat buoyant, using this wealth as bait to charm numerous women into courtship. The Shapeshifter project, unsurprisingly, had been entirely realized. He bestowed the shapeshifter genes upon them, along with self-healing abilities and telekinesis. With his ample resources, he was unfazed by the expenditure of several hundred million, trivial as it was, and if necessary. He could always take a leisurely stroll in the Little Life. Despite lacking some practical experience, they were otherwise formidable warriors, capable of forming a battalion of beautiful fighters. Gaining practical experience was easily achievable. He would consider devising a mirror space magic to allow them to practice freely. Meanwhile, Madeline had returned to Hydra. Seeking Wanda's whereabouts while avenging Chu-Li, Menhuan had not neglected her, endowing her with the abilities of teleportation and telepathy, ensuring she wouldn't suddenly meet an untimely end. As for the nanotechnology of battle armor, it had begun to yield results through extraterrestrial research, remaining a closely guarded secret of his. During this period, Menhuan has even earned the title of theoretical master at Kamartaj. This individual never attends classes, and, ever since his brief display of skill, has not been seen casting any magic. Yet, his theoretical knowledge remains unparalleled. Are you Menhuan? On this particular day, Shimen was perusing books at the library when someone called out to him haughtily. He slowly turned his head. Chapter 78, Caecilius? He is challenging a senior class mage. Do not presume that knowing a bit of magic makes you arrogant. The teleportation spell and the Ragador ring are merely basic spells. There are many who surpass you in strength. You are nothing more than a novice. The person looked down at Menhuan with disdain, nearly provoking a chuckle from him. He turned to the apprentice beside him and inquired, "Who is this fool? Must be a senior class mage. I haven't really paid attention to names. You should be cautious." "Oh, understood. I don't care what your name is, but why are you acting like a lunatic, coming over here to provoke me?" Menhuan replied dismissively. His arrogant demeanor infuriated the newcomer, who glared at him furiously. "Indeed, you are as cocky as others have claimed. Today, I shall teach you what it means to be humble and discreet." "Oh, I see. Jealousy. You are envious of me," Menhuan said with a smile, feigning enlightenment. "Arrogant." The man's nose crinkled with indignation, and he raised his hand to conjure a deep crimson whip of Ceterac, directing it fiercely at Menhuan. He clearly intended to strike the impudent fool in public, embarrassing him thoroughly. Nearby spectators shouted, "Calm down. This is a public place. The Supreme Mage strictly forbids private dueling." However, infuriated and heedless of the Supreme Mage's orders, the arrogant man was determined to strike the individual before him. Crack! The Ceterac whip lashed out violently at Menhuan. Yet to him, it was merely a jest. He waved his hand, summoning an even thicker, almost tangible Ceterac chain, causing the other to fail to react. Bang! The chain collided with the whip, sending the boastful mage flying several meters away without any resistance. Gasp! The onlookers were astonished. A mere months-long apprentice annihilated a senior class student with years of experience? Before they could process this shocking event, Menhuan waved his hand again, opening a portal. He activated a portal without the need for incantations? A prodigy. What is he planning? While they were still in shock, Menhuan unleashed another spell. Leaving everyone frozen in place, the chain transformed into a whip. Crack! The sound echoed through the air. In a daze, the crowd watched as Menhuan, brandishing the Setarak whip with a sinister grin, slowly approached the senior student. Crack! The Setarak whip struck without mercy. The unfortunate individual let out a pained scream. Ah! The onlookers were utterly astonished. How peculiar it seemed for this elite class individual to exhibit such eccentric preferences. Is he even a man? One audacious display. Yet, we find ourselves in close proximity to a certain city, where a few sharp lashes swiftly rendered that individual drenched in sweat and bloodied, leaving the crowd in sheer disbelief. Truly ruthless. At that moment, Menhuan suddenly crouched down, confiscating the suspended token from this individual, then deftly ensnared his ankle with the long whip, hurling him into the portal. Through the portal, they glimpsed a world resembling a super-tropical rainforest, speculating it to be the Amazon. A formidable opponent indeed. This was a student who had trained in magic for at least 2.5 years, yet he stood utterly defenseless before a mere apprentice. At this juncture, a young apprentice approached quietly, whispering, Menhuan, this fellow is a lackey of Cassius, known for his vindictiveness. We ought to tread carefully. Menhuan, with an air of solemnity, replied, very well, summon that fellow Cassius to come apologize to me. What? The young man questioned his own hearing. The one who struck him demands an apology from Cassius? Menhuan, I acknowledge your strength, but Cassius has few rivals in Camartage. Unfazed, Menhuan waved his hand dismissively. Feel free to inform Cassius. I could use the practice. By the way, the Amazon rainforest is indeed perilous. He should hurry to rescue his people. Cassius, has this fellow betrayed Camartage? You are truly insane, the man muttered, shaking his head as he departed, unwilling to involve himself further. Modu, are you not going to intervene? Someone inquired from a distance, observing Modu's amusement. Menhuan possesses some talent, yet he is not yet a match for Cassius. After all, a gem must be polished to shine, Modu replied nonchalantly. The individual beside him nodded in agreement, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Moments later, Cassius stormed in with a group of followers, exuding an intimidating presence. Naturally leading the charge was Cassius himself. So, you are the one who struck my subordinate and now expect an apology? Cassius glared icily at Menhuan. However, given your youthful audacity, if you return him and bow in submission, we shall let this matter pass. Otherwise, do not blame me for exercising my might over the weak. Then let them come at me. Menhuan shrugged nonchalantly. Excellent. You possess grit, Cassius sneered, promptly gesturing for his followers to advance toward the portal to the Amazon for rescue. Crack! Menhuan swung the Setarak whip with ferocity, causing those who intended to assist to buckle to one knee. This unexpected turn of events startled everyone. Could it be that 4 or 5 elite students were unable to withstand a single lash from him? Cassius, could there be some misunderstanding? Perhaps you should consider letting this matter slide. At this moment, Modu emerged feigning benevolence, yet his words served only to provoke Cassius. Let go. It's too late. Cassius raised his hand, commanding his minions to swarm and attack Menhuan. If he were to relent now, what would become of his authority? If the hearts of his followers were scattered, how could he lead them? Modu's cold, sinister smile revealed his true intent. He was there to stoke the flames of conflict. The crowd gathered, their right hands summoning the Setarak whips, while their left hands conjured magical shields as they charged towards Menhuan. A disorganized rabble. Menhuan scoffed at their pitiful display. He too formed a shield and whip, ready to engage them in their folly. Boom! The clash of magical shields and the whips of the mages resonated, sending one of their own hurtling backward with tremendous force. Snap! Snap! The crisp sounds echoed as Menhuan deftly wielded his own whips, sending 2 senior mages sprawling. With a shield in one hand and a whip in the other, he effortlessly alternated between forms, a display so extraordinary it left them all fatigued and astonished, as if they were facing a supreme mage. In the blink of an eye, only 3 individuals remained on the battlefield. At that moment, Menhuan began to dissipate his magical whip and shield. He was utterly spent. One among them shouted in excitement. Just as words were spoken, another launched an attack. Exhausted, Menhuan let out a proud, cold laugh. Suddenly, the sounds of clashing echoed as he thwarted the two assailants, who were astonished to find that, despite his apparent vulnerability, he was far from defenseless. As they looked up in disbelief, they were met not with a familiar magical shield, but with a half-moon fan. Its appearance at that moment struck all mages with a profound sense of shock and reverence that resonated deep within their souls. The spectators, along with Modu and Cassius, fell into a heavy silence. Chapter 79, Gu E. In truth, you are more suited to becoming a supreme mage. Just as the atmosphere reached its zenith of tension, Gu E slowly materialized before the crowd, drawing their attention with palpable intrigue. The emblematic magic of Gu E was not something she would readily impart to others. How could he have acquired it? Both Cassius and Modu gazed at her with incredulity and a mix of complex emotions. Were they not exceptional enough? Gu E smiled faintly at their reactions, recalling that she had indeed performed this magic before Menhuan. He, intrigued, playfully twirled the half-moon fan, acknowledging its appeal. No wonder the historical television dramas portrayed ancient male deities so fond of wielding fans. Seeing his minions falter, Cassius prepared to intervene personally, forming hand seals that conjured two pyramid-like weapons. You go to the Amazon to rescue the others. I will deal with him, Cassius declared coldly, turning swiftly to charge at Menhuan, who promptly brandished the half-moon fan in defense, the two forces colliding with a resounding clang. After a futile attempt, Cassius immediately turned his back and swung the magical spear with his other hand towards Menhuan's neck. With the utmost elegance in his magic, he engaged in the most primitive of battles. Aside from Ebony Throat, Marvel truly lacks any legitimate sorcerers. Menhuan calmly tilted his head to evade. He merely wished to toy with him, as he could easily dispatch a mage of such caliber with a single strike. As Cassius intensified his relentless and sharp assaults, he showcased his prowess with the two long spears, indeed demonstrating his formidable strength. When Cassius's spear lunged forward, Menhuan waved his left hand, and in an instant, magical energy surged forth, conjuring a circular magic shield that effortlessly blocked the attack. Hiss! Witnessing the leisurely and composed Menhuan casting instant magic, they could hardly believe their eyes. How could someone become such a genius in merely a few months of study? While they were momentarily stunned, Menhuan's figure halted as he began to form another seal, his eyes glinting with mockery. In the blink of an eye, under the hateful gaze of a panting Cassius, he completed the seal, leaving Cassius dumbfounded. Instinctively, he raised his hand to inspect his magical dual spears, then glanced back at Menhuan. Gasps erupted around them. Could it be that he too could perform such magic? My heavens! It seemed that Cassius had just demonstrated a spell right before him, and he memorized it? How could one become such a prodigy from merely observing another in a crowd? At this moment, Cassius's composure wavered. This was his exclusive magical spear, and he had only glanced at it. Once self-proclaimed as a magical genius, he now found himself being bested by another genius, which was utterly humiliating. Come on. Menhuan waved playfully at him, a teasing smile gracing his lips. Infuriated by this perceived insult, Cassius charged at him in a fury. Ding! A crisp sound echoed as Cassius stumbled back several steps, his footing unsteady, while Menhuan remained remarkably composed. Kulme! Menhuan beckoned him again, his gaze dismissively overlooking Cassius, igniting a blaze of anger within him. This was utterly intolerable. In the next moment, Cassius swiftly formed both hands into a seal, and the seasoned sorcerer sensed the gravity of the situation. He was prepared to go all out. Mirror space. At this juncture, everyone realized that Cassius seemed to be driven to a corner, resorting to mirror space against Menhuan. A veteran genius like Cassius being forced into a desperate measure by a mere magic apprentice was almost unbelievable. Menhuan did not blink, fixated on Cassius's sealing technique, allowing him to gather his ultimate spell. Suddenly, Cassius paused, pondering whether continuing to seal would allow Menhuan to learn it as well. He understood all too well. The individual before him was a prodigy among prodigies. What if he learned mirror space? Would it not be a case of losing more than he gained? As Cassius came to a halt, the surrounding wizards immediately began to murmur amongst themselves. What could be the matter? Caecilius has suddenly stopped. Is he afraid? Upon hearing this explanation, the onlookers directed their complex gazes towards Menhuan, pondering the extent of his extraordinary talent. The rising tide of chatter left the genius wizard Caecilius in a precarious position, akin to the discomfort of swallowing a fly. Regardless of his actions, he found himself at an impasse. Just as he was caught in this dilemma, Ancient One slowly emerged. Enough, let us not disturb the peace. Caecilius, you may retrieve him now. With that, she turned to leave. Caecilius, seizing the opportunity, nodded with a menacing glare at Menhuan before departing. As Caecilius exited, the apprentices erupted in excitement, rushing to surround Menhuan, marveling at how he, as a mere apprentice, had effortlessly bested a prodigy from the advanced class. Who would dare to bully the apprentices again, especially after Caecilius's defeat? Ancient One acknowledged their cheers with a nod towards Menhuan, and together they departed side by side. Your talent surpasses my expectations, is truly formidable. Were it not for Strange being the designated Sorcerer Supreme, I would contemplate passing the mantle to you. Ancient One declared sincerely. However, to fulfill the task assigned by the Vishani, it was imperative that Strange succeed her. If you wish to learn any magic, feel free to seek me out. The library's magic is no longer suitable for you. Menhuan grinned at Ancient One's words, unreservedly seizing the opportunity. I would like to learn time magic and peruse the Book of Vishani. Ancient One replied, you are quite audacious. Time magic is exclusive to the Sorcerer Supreme, and the Book of Vishanti is likewise restricted. You do not possess the qualifications. She gently declined. Menhuan was well aware that only the Sorcerer Supreme could master such formidable magic, yet his intent was precisely that. Furthermore, without the eye of Agamotto, one could not hope to learn time magic, so he ought not to waste his efforts. Noticing Menhuan's determination, Ancient One elaborated, you cannot pursue such paths. Very well. Menhuan shrugged nonchalantly. However, Ancient One understood his tenacity. He was not one to easily relent. With a sigh, she vanished. Pondering the chaos that may ensue after her demise, Strange would not be able to contain him. Chapter 80. The Darkening of Mordu. The Darkening of Caecilius. After Menhuan's departure, news of the battle spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of Camartage. From that moment on, Menhuan's power left all the wizards of Camartage astounded, for he had triumphed over the most gifted of the gifted, Caecilius. From this moment onward, no one would dare to underestimate him, nor would anyone mock his title as a theoretical expert. If he were deemed a theoretical expert, then what were they? Mere toads in the sewers? The insidious culture of competition silently swept through Camartage. The brilliance of such a talented mage, who devoted his days to studying magic in the library, was indeed terrifying, leaving them with an overwhelming sense of shame. At last, Menhuan had successfully ignited a fervent competition within Camartage. In another dimly lit chamber, Caecilius sat in silent despair, his head hung low, lost in contemplation. His mind incessantly replayed his shortcomings, pondering where he had faltered. Yet he could not comprehend why. Despite his tireless efforts, he was unable to surpass a mere apprentice. Why was his talent so formidable? And despite my relentless striving, I still cannot defeat him. Why? Caecilius clutched his head in anguish, his gaze filled with resentment as he stared at the floor, consumed by his hatred for Menhuan. No, he must have relied on external forces. No one could achieve such monstrous prowess without assistance. Suddenly, an eerie voice echoed within Caecilius' mind. Do you desire power? Who? Caecilius exclaimed, abruptly lifting his head, his eyes sharp and cautious as he scanned his surroundings. At that moment, a figure cloaked in a dark robe materialized in his mind, exuding an unsettling aura. You need not concern yourself with my identity. You only need to understand that I can bestow upon you power that transcends all. But how will you repay my favor? The figure intoned, its voice deep and chilling. At that moment, Caecilius was intoxicated by the allure of power. He fixed his gaze upon the enigmatic figure as though clinging to a lifeline, slowly uttering, I will eliminate that boy and then serve under you. Excellent. As you wish. Barely had the words left the figure's lips when it transformed into a projection before Caecilius. Even Ancient One would not comprehend. Caecilius observed the figure with an absence of tension or worry, instead feeling an overwhelming fervor and gratitude. He He was constantly reminded that only this entity could alter his fate, enabling him to grow stronger. Go to the library and seek out Ancient One's hidden treasures, their live forbidden magics that only he can master. Should you acquire this forbidden knowledge, your power will become immensely formidable. At that point, eliminating your mere adversaries will be but a trivial task. Really? Caecilius exclaimed, brimming with excitement. However, when he looked up again to search for that strange figure, the person had already vanished. Yet, he felt no fear, firmly etching the words of the cloaked man into his heart. Meanwhile, in another chamber of Camartage, the cloaked individual slowly removed his mask, revealing a face inherently darkened. None other than Mordo, the nefarious one. He had informed Caecilius that the spell to summon Dormammu was hidden within the ancient collection of the library, a matter to disregard. The emergence of Menhuan had instilled a sense of urgency in Mordo's desire for power. Naturally, he yearned for the position of the supreme sorcerer. By exploiting Caecilius' jealousy and wrath, he aimed to lead him into darkness to gain strength to eliminate Menhuan. As for whether Dormammu would pose a threat to Camartage, he held no belief in such a notion, for Dormammu had failed to invade Earth for many years. Thwarted by the Ancient One, the following morning, Menhuan appeared at Camartage, feeling remarkably invigorated. Last night, Song Hui Oh no, Jiang Muyan, could no longer contain herself and proactively invited him to the palace to cater to his peculiar tastes. They had even begun a voting campaign on the Huaxing website to select the top 100 beauties of Earth. The women, well aware of his eccentric preferences, merely sought to satisfy his bizarre whims, though they too were curious. Yet, the atmosphere in Camartage today felt somewhat tense, with everyone chattering anxiously until Menhuan's arrival. What is going on? Is there no morning class? Menhuan inquired as he seized one individual for answers. What the Your Highness? This compatriot from the Dragon Kingdom, taken aback by Menhuan's presence, quickly altered his words. Ahem, esteemed Shemin, you are unaware? This fellow fawned. What should I be aware of? Is it that a sow can climb a tree? Menhuan replied with a dismissive glance. Ahem, a sow doesn't climb trees. But we have encountered a grave situation here. Last night, Caecilius killed the librarian, broke into the library, seized some forbidden tomes, and defected. The individual hastily explained. Caecilius defected? So soon? Menhuan frowned, realizing that it was not supposed to happen for a few more years. His influence as a butterfly was evidently growing stronger. Indeed, last night Caecilius murdered the librarian, stole the forbidden texts, and fled with his followers. I heard he plunged into darkness to follow Dormammu in pursuit of power. Then, there was another piece of news. Should it be shared? He hesitated, casting a glance at Menhuan, clearly aware that this information pertained to him. Menhuan smirked. I can surmise with my toes that it's because I defeated Caecilius, leaving him disgruntled. Thus he chose to embrace darkness for strength to overcome me. Right? Ahem. I didn't say that. The individual chuckled awkwardly, eager to distance himself from the implication, fearing Menhuan's wrath. Aren't you angry? He suddenly turned and whispered. Angry? Why would I be angry with the dead? Menhuan replied nonchalantly, waving his hand. Dead? Who is dead? Me? Us? Or Caecilius? The individual gasped. Goodness. A murderous fiend. With an air of calmness amidst the crowd's scrutiny, Menhuan made his way to the library to seek out books concerning dimensions. It was essential to broaden his understanding. Moreover, as a humanoid space gem, he possessed the ability to traverse any dimension, which could prove advantageous. He spent the better part of the day within the library, and, upon emerging in the evening, he found Mordo awaiting him. Are you aware of the situation with Caecilius? He has succumbed to darkness because of you. But fret not. We shall address it, Mordo stated. There's no need. I shall manage it myself, Menhuan replied, dismissing Mordo's feigned concern with a wave of his hand. And how do you intend to handle it? Mordo inquired, subtly probing. What other course is there but to eliminate him? Menhuan remarked nonchalantly. In that case, we shall have to trouble the Ancient One to arrange a different demise. Mordo responded. To Menhuan, Caecilius was merely a minor antagonist, a tool for the Ancient One's purposes. She sought his demise through manipulation. The Ancient One had siphoned Dormammu's power, descending into darkness to secure an extended lifespan while guarding Earth against dimensional invasions. However, the evident drawback of such a precarious balance was the looming threat of her own downfall. According to the Ancient One, her death was imperative. either to restore the rightful Sorcerer Supreme or to prevent her impending descent into darkness. Acquiring what one should not possess invariably leads to losing what one should not forfeit. The relentless erosion by dark energy had worn the Ancient One down, leaving her on the brink of succumbing to darkness, with death as her only liberation. Having departed from Kamar Taj, Menhuan resolved to seek out the whereabouts of the more potent dark tomes. As the Ancient One had withheld the knowledge of time, magic, and the spells of the Vishani from him, power is indifferent to morality. It solely reflects the wielder's intent. Much like the Ancient One herself, he tirelessly scoured his mind for the location of the dark tomes. In the narratives of films and television, the whereabouts of these tomes are often elusive. Thus, he must investigate each potential site, such as the Sanctum Sanctorum, the Castle of Mordo, and the Avenger's Mansion. However, the most likely locale seemed to be the laboratory of energy worker Joseph Ball and his wife, Lucy Ball. Ultimately, the Dark Tome was safeguarded and concealed by the Spirit of Vengeance, Robbie Reyes. Thus, it was time to seek out this Spirit of Vengeance. The Ghost Rider, akin to Blade in the Marvel Universe, occupies a niche character role, though his notoriety has waned slightly of late. Yet, compared to the relatively feeble Blade, Ghost Rider's popularity, prestige, and prowess far surpass those of his counterpart. Ghost Rider is indeed a formidable character, his combat abilities eclipsing the majority of superpowered beings. His powers are almost akin to a game-breaking feature: Hellfire, the Eye of Judgment, and his immortality, to name a few. The Spirit of Vengeance can resurrect indefinitely. Even if reduced to ashes, he will rise again, continuing his role as the Ghost Rider with unabashed confidence. Doctor Strange is undeniably formidable, having narrowly escaped annihilation by the Eye of Judgment, a feat even the legendary Angel would struggle to accomplish. The Marvel Comics defy logic, where the collapse of power levels has become a commonplace occurrence, easily reset with a mere reboot. When it comes to the Ghost Rider's formidable abilities, it would be a blatant falsehood for Menhuan to claim he isn't envious. After all, Jean has met her demise more than once. In a chaotic auto repair shop, Robbie, who was enjoying a moment with his girlfriend, suddenly found himself in a state of alarm upon noticing an unexpected presence. "Who are you?" Robbie exclaimed, instinctively shielding his girlfriend's delicate form and reaching for a gun from a nearby drawer, aiming it at Menhuan. Truly, in the land of the free, where gun shops outnumber McDonald's, firearms are commonplace. Gun? Menhuan cast a casual glance at Robbie, who watched in disbelief as his weapon dissipated into a heap of sand, scattering across the bed cover. "Do not fret. I'm not here to kill or rob," Menhuan stated nonchalantly, though Robbie remained utterly bewildered. "Is this some sort of magic trick? My gun turned to sand in the blink of an eye. It feels like a dream. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Menhuan. I seek you for a singular purpose. The Dark Grimoire?" Shemin maintained a gentlemanly smile, yet Robbie felt an overwhelming sense of dread and anxiety. "Sir, I apologize, but I have never heard of the Dark Grimoire," he stuttered. Robbie's distress was palpable and genuine, prompting Shemin's brow to furrow as he probed Robbie's mind. To his astonishment, Robbie was indeed defenseless against mental intrusion, devoid of any dark magical energy. "Damn it, I arrived too early," Menhuan cursed under his breath, turning on his heel to leave. What a waste of my expressions. Watching Shemin's abrupt departure, Robbie and his girlfriend exchanged confused glances, trembling in uncertainty. As Shemin exited the dilapidated garage and entered an alleyway, he mulled over the whereabouts of the Dark Grimoire. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the alley, causing the lights to flicker ominously. Disrupted from his thoughts, he looked up to see an elderly gentleman approaching from the eerie end of the alley, impeccably dressed in a suit reminiscent of a British gentleman, leaning on a cane. As they drew closer, they passed each other, both glancing at one another. Almost simultaneously, they halted, locking eyes for a brief moment before parting ways, as though they had missed some unspoken connection. Upon exiting the alley, Shemin sensed a ripple of dark energy emanating from the old man. The elder, equally puzzled, turned to gaze back at the now empty alley, acutely aware that he had seen the young man, yet unable to grasp his presence. It was as if they existed in different realms. Intrigued, Shemin retraced his steps, finding Robbie comforting his girlfriend in the living room, where he spotted the old man. "It's you," Robbie exclaimed, his eyes wide with recognition. "Greetings, Robbie." The old man replied with a broad smile, exuding both politeness and warmth. Yet Robbie dared not relax, keeping a vigilant watch on him. I shall not sell my soul, so keep your distance. The old man maintained a composed demeanor, wearing a gentlemanly smile. You were already dead. It was I who redeemed you, and there is no escape. So it is Mephisto. Hidden within the subspace, Menhuan nodded knowingly. No wonder there was a familiar scent. Indeed, it was he. Regardless of his dealings with Mephisto, Menhuan departed from this place and sought out Joseph Paul. Damn it, what a stroke of bad luck. As soon as Menhuan showed his face, he couldn't help but curse. He found himself witnessing a dramatic confrontation between a man and a woman, with the woman overpowering the man. This clueless fellow had no idea that his sudden appearance would instill significant psychological distress in Joseph Paul. Who wouldn't he be frightened out of their wits by the sudden appearance of a living person while enjoying themselves indoors? Joseph had developed psychological issues. Who the hell are you? Lucy Paul immediately grabbed a blanket to shield her body and hurled insults at Menhuan. Anyone would be in a foul mood under such circumstances. All right, stop covering up. I've seen everything already, Menhuan scoffed dismissively. You. Just as Lucy Paul was about to retort, her eyes suddenly glazed over, and she respectfully addressed him. Master, please command me as you wish. Oh, what have you done to Lucy? Joseph, this man of stature, could not endure it any longer. He stood up and loudly confronted Menhuan. However, Menhuan did not spare him a glance and merely waved his hand, causing him to faint instantly. Lucy, witnessing her husband being knocked unconscious, remained unfazed, still awaiting the commands of the man before her with unwavering respect. Excellent. Lucy, bring me that ancient book you acquired not long ago, the one you cannot comprehend. Menhuan said with satisfaction. Yes, master. Lucy replied respectfully, utterly unconcerned about her exposed form. She swiftly made her way to the study to retrieve the ominous tome. Chapter 82. The Sacrifice of the Dark Grimoire. Slay the traitor and enter the dark dimension. Before the enchanting figure before him, Menhuan's gaze remained fixated on the eerie dark grimoire, emanating a sinister aura. Legend has it that the dark grimoire was penned by one of the ancient gods, Zysorn. Billions of years ago, to escape the devouring of the God-Eater, Zysorn was forced to flee to other dimensions. Before leaving Earth, he inscribed all his magical knowledge and spells onto indestructible parchment, which came to be known as the Zysorn Scrolls, later compiled and referred to as the Dark Grimoire. Beyond the magic of the underworld god Zysorn, anyone could acquire extraordinary strength, speed, endurance, and other physical enhancements by reading and learning from the contents of the Dark Grimoire. It also bestowed various mystical abilities, such as elemental manipulation, demon summoning, and illusion crafting, among others. However, the cost of utilizing the Dark Grimoire was the gradual erosion of one's soul, ultimately leading to possession by Zysorn, becoming a mere puppet. The side effects were evident, and to be prudent, he decided to destroy the Dark Grimoire, embodying the spirit of self-sacrifice. Ignoring the unfortunate couple entirely, Menhuan departed for another planet, aware that employing dark magic on Earth would undoubtedly attract the attention of the ancient sorceress. With countless planets scattered across the cosmos, he casually selected a desolate rocky world and immediately offered the Dark Grimoire as a sacrifice. As a faint, ethereal light merged with his consciousness, he completely devoured the entirety of the Dark Grimoire, acquiring all of Zyzorin's magical prowess. The so-called soul corruption could not possibly affect him in the slightest. It was an overestimation of Zyzorin's capabilities. Before the Bronze Cauldron, he was undeniably outmatched, and the curses were effortlessly dispelled. He meticulously organized the attributes within his memory palace, engraving the Dark Grimoire into his recollections. Creator, Menhuan. Age, 25 abilities, Iron Body, Telekinesis, Dimensional Pocket, Energy Beams, Telepathy, Data Manipulation, God of Thunder's Power, Space Gem, Phoenix Force, Mutation Enhancement, Magnetic Field Control, Inorganic Manipulation, Dark Grimoire, Bashani White Magic, Life Energy, 63. 353, 665. Having consumed the Dark Grimoire, his magical strength was now sufficient to rival the ancient sorceress, with only the Eye of Agamotto remaining to complete his power. However, the Time Gem would not significantly affect him, as a Space Gem could easily counteract it. Menhuan also needed to address the presence of Caecilius. Understanding that while telepathy might not work on him, it would certainly be effective on his fervent followers, whom he aimed to locate. Gradually, he traced their positions, and half an hour later, he suddenly opened his eyes, gesturing with his hands to summon a portal. Stepping through the portal, he found himself in an abandoned building, the very hideout of Caecilius. At that moment, Caecilius and his followers were gathered, encircled by a massive magical array. Menhuan could easily deduce that they were preparing to communicate with Dormammu's dark dimension to harness dark energy. The magical array had been activated, dark radiance emanating from it, while Caecilius fervently chanted incantations, causing a torrent of dark energy to surge into their bodies. The unprecedented surge of power ignited an uncontrollable frenzy, their fears of betrayal vanishing entirely. At this instant, Menhuan stepped out of the portal, casting a cold gaze upon them. "It's you," Caecilius shouted, rising in fury to glare at him. "Indeed, it is I," Menhuan replied with a smile, relishing the sight of Caecilius' frustration, knowing he couldn't eliminate him. "How dare you smile? You'll bring about your own demise today. Blame yourself." Caecilius cackled maniacally, his inflated power amplifying his arrogance as he dismissed Menhuan. "Kill him." With a cold wave of his hand, Caecilius commanded his fervent followers to take action. Upon hearing his words, they immediately sprang into action, their powers unprecedentedly amplified. Swelling beyond measure, the first assailant, grinning menacingly, lunged at Menhuan, thrusting a magical dagger towards his neck. "Menhuan, he declared, but before he could finish, Menhuan crushed him with ease. "Fool, you think this is a magical brawl? This is the nature of a Marvel sorcerer." The sudden demise caught everyone off guard. What the hell? What is happening? Is the power we gained a lie? Impossible. We indeed acquired strength. Then what is this? Caecilius' fervent followers halted, hesitating and debating, none willing to face their doom. Sensing the shift, Caecilius realized something was amiss and swiftly began forming seals to conjure a mirror dimension to resolve the situation. Otherwise, prolonged delay might attract the Ancient One, whom he was not confident in confronting. In an instant, the surrounding world began to twist, invert, and tremble, as if an earthquake were propelling toward Menhuan. "Is that all?" Menhuan scoffed, raising his hand to unleash a terrifying dark energy that instantly shattered the illusions. "You!" Caecilius' eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. "You have succumbed to darkness as well." No wonder. He felt justified in his defeat, realizing that Menhuan's prior descent into darkness surely made him stronger. Sensing the overwhelming intent to kill, Caecilius cunningly turned to flee, shouting, "What are you waiting for?" He leaped swiftly, utilizing the mirror dimension to create chaos for Menhuan. Cracks in the ground, collapsing skyscrapers, and a myriad of other bewildering phenomena unfolded. The other fervent followers quickly mobilized their dark powers to attack and restrain Menhuan, eager to seize the opportunity to eliminate him. However, their abilities were woefully inadequate. Menhuan was no mere brawler, effortlessly dispatching a sorcerer with a mere gesture. Their frail bodies could not withstand even a single energy beam. Yet they did manage to create some distraction. Just as Caecilius reached the teleportation array, aided by their interference, Menhuan's figure materialized before him. "Do you think you can escape?" Menhuan raised his hand and coldly declared, closing the teleportation array. At that moment, Caecilius felt both shock and rage, threatening vehemently. "Menhuan, you pressure me relentlessly. Do you think killing me will secure your safety? I am an apostle of Dormammu." "Dormammu?" Menhuan glanced at him disdainfully. "Indeed," Caecilius proclaimed with pride, but before he could gloat, Menhuan seized his neck. He instantly began to writhe in agony, his legs flailing wildly, his face contorted in terror. Crack! The sharp sound of bones breaking echoed as Caecilius' head drooped, his eyes wide with fear, despair, and unwillingness as he perished. In the stillness of the midnight hour, the Camathai temple lay in serene silence, abruptly shattered by an overwhelming force that roused all within. They were gripped by an imminent sense of dread as they approached a clearing thick with the aura of death. There stood Menhuan, hands clasped behind his back, surrounded by a plethora of lifeless bodies, those of Caecilius and his followers. Gasps of disbelief echoed among the onlookers. It was inconceivable. This was indeed Caecilius, who had succumbed to darkness. Yet, Menhuan offered no explanation, turning away, and in an instant, he vanished into the shadowy dimensions of the cosmos. Chapter 83. The Totem Beast of the Dimension Lord. The Dark Scriptures sought to amass sufficient power by traversing the dark dimensions to siphon dark energy for its own gain. Beyond the dimensional cosmos, the reality universe offered no means to harvest an adequate amount of dark energy. Numerous dimensions clung to the main universe, and his ambition was to seize a minor dimension, for not all lesser dimensional universes were claimed. Menhuan's goal was to ascend as the lord of a specific dark dimension and gradually conquer others to augment his strength. The dimensional cosmos was as abundant as bubbles. Which powerful dimension would refrain from preying upon the weaker ones? As the saying goes, a sharp blade in hand easily breeds a murderous intent. An army well-equipped and numerous that does not engage in warfare would only await decay. The survival laws of the smaller dimensional universes were exceedingly brutal. Who would not aspire to be a dimension lord? At this moment, Menhuan sensed that the dimension he occupied was indeed desolate. He had no inkling as to its identity. It was evident that this dimension was quite diminutive, the sky shrouded in an oppressive gloom, with desolation marked only by barren plains and deserts. Aimlessly, he sped through the void, desperately seeking a demon to inquire about his surroundings. However, after flying for over 2 hours, he had yet to encounter a single demon. The desolation was staggering. He began to suspect that he had unwittingly stumbled into a dimension akin to a resource-poor solar system, devoid of dark energy. It seemed imperative to accelerate his search. Even the smallest dimensional universe could rival a solar system. Consequently, Menhuan hastened his flight in pursuit of a demon. Yet, just minutes into his flight, the ground began to writhe ominously. A surge of excitement coursed through him as he halted. It appeared as though something subterranean was moving swiftly. As he observed, with a resounding crash, the earth erupted, and a pair of ghastly white arms emerged from the ground. "By the heavens!" Menhuan exclaimed, startled. "You nearly scared me to death." The eerie, elongated white arms had clearly targeted him. In response, Menhuan seized the creature's arm with ferocity, yanking it from the earth. Upon closer inspection, the being bore a striking resemblance to a gibbon. It was grotesque and menacing, exuding a foul stench. Without hesitation, this colossal bioweapon unleashed a furious roar and lunged toward Menhuan, raising its formidable fists to strike. It must be said that the editors of Marvel truly seem to possess a mindset solely dominated by brawn. Hand-to-hand combat with sorcerers, brawls with extraterrestrials, and now they have even resorted to melee with demons from the dimensional universe. These are demons. Faced with such clumsy assaults, Menhuan could hardly be bothered to acknowledge such inferior beings. With a mere flick of his hand, he unleashed a magical wind blade that severed the fiend's head, ensuring its demise was absolute. He then promptly consumed the creature's energy, and indeed, the dark grimoire thrived in the realm of shadows. After a moment of stunned realization, he comprehended his next course of action and promptly seated himself in meditation to absorb the dark energy, awaiting the demon's arrival. The surging waves of dark energy flooded into his being, attracting a multitude of demons who believed a treasure had emerged. From millions of kilometers away, rare demons flocked to seize this coveted prize. This was the brutal and bloody dark dimension, the true realm of cultivation, where might dictated supremacy. Not only did the demons come to their own demise, but Menhuan felt a sense of numbness. The slaughter seemed insatiable. Day after day, he engaged in combat within this dark dimension, retreating to the main universe each night to recuperate. The harvesting of life energy was undeniably ruthless, yielding billions daily. A most gratifying endeavor, albeit in this desolate and remote dimensional universe. The demons he faced were pathetically weak. Thus far, none had withstood his second strike. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, he had spent nearly 2.5 months in this minor dimensional universe, continuing his relentless killings. Having vanquished all demons within millions of kilometers, it was time for a change of scenery. As he soared through the skies, he suddenly spotted a humanoid demon. This one appeared promising, resembling a person. Menhuan eagerly murmured to himself. In an instant, he positioned himself before the humanoid demon. The demon, taken aback, gasped softly, astonished that a human sorcerer had ventured into the dark dimension. Human? Indeed. Menhuan grinned widely. You possess quite the audacity, daring to enter the dark dimension without the means to replenish your magical energy. You shall perish. The humanoid demon sneered before launching an attack. Gahaha! To die at the hands of the noble demon Dayar is a privilege for you, foolish human. With that, he began to chant, the surrounding air instantly igniting with a searing heat, indicative of fire magic. Foolish creature, Menhuan cared not for the demon's petty incantations. He conjured a surge of dark energy, shaping it into a lethal arrow, which he swiftly released, obliterating the spell-casting demon in an instant. However, the very next second, the demon's corpse transformed into a shadow, reappearing directly before Menhuan. This one possesses some skill. Menhuan grinned, recognizing that he faced a formidable adversary. At this moment, Dayar was both astonished and enraged. He had not anticipated that his opponent's assault would be so formidable, reducing him to a state of pure spirit. Do you have any idea how many years it took me to materialize my essence? A full century. 100 years. You have obliterated a century of my arduous cultivation. You shall not go unpunished. His cries echoed with the fervor of an overzealous youth. Menhuan disdainfully retorted with a phrase from the national heritage. Indifferent to whether Dayar comprehended it, and unleashed another fiery arrow. Fool! Dayar scoffed, brazenly choosing to withstand the oncoming attack, believing himself a noble demon. Yet before he could revel in his arrogance, a shriek escaped his lips. How could you wield the dark god fire? Who are you? The searing, soul-corroding dark god fire. Dayar howled in agony and terror, his eyes filled with nothing but fear. Flee! That singular thought consumed him. He yearned to survive and contend for the title of Dimension Lord. He could not perish here. Attempting to escape? Menhuan sneered. The astonished Dayar discovered a black chain had swiftly ensnared his ankle, and he felt an overwhelming force yank him down from the air. Thud! Menhuan pressed his foot upon Dayar's head, forcing it into the earth, the ground sinking beneath the weight of his power. In an instant, the dark god fire ignited Dayar's limbs, and his agonizing screams resonated through the heavens. The torment of a burning soul eclipsed the pain of a corporeal body 100-fold, and he could scarcely endure it any longer. Please grant me a swift end. Dayar, humbled and prostrate, begged Menhuan for a merciful death. It could be arranged, but you must answer my question. If I am satisfied, I shall grant you a quick release. Very well. Please speak. Dayar implored frantically, for he was on the brink of collapse. How does one become the lord of this dark dimension? Menhuan asked coldly. The totem, Dayar exclaimed. What totem? It is an immensely powerful guardian demon, residing atop the divine mountain at the heart of the dimension. One must fly to find it. Only by vanquishing it can one earn the recognition of the dimension universe's mark, bestowing upon the victor dominion over the entire dimensional universe and the source of dark energy. Dayar shrieked in agony. Is that sufficient? Menhuan grinned. A deal struck. Bang! Dayar finally found his release. Menhuan promptly set off towards the divine mountain, determined to claim his rightful place as the lord of this dimensional universe. Chapter 84. The Space Spear. Infinite Resurrection. The expanse of the dark dimension was not vast. The power of the space gem erupted, enveloping the entire dark dimension, as Menhuan's psychic energy loomed over the realm like a deity surveying the world below. Found it! Menhuan was instantly filled with joy, and with a flash of light, he teleported to the vicinity of the divine mountain. However, the world here was truly terrifying. The pungent scent of sulfur enveloped the area, making it difficult to breathe, and the bubbling magma instilled a profound sense of dread. Oxygen seemed to be non-existent, and the stifling heat rendered Menhuan exceedingly uncomfortable. At this moment, the extraordinary power of survival began to reveal its miraculous effects. As he cautiously probed with his mental energy, a peculiar sound emerged from beneath the bubbling magma, reminiscent of the boiling turmoil of the molten rock. Suddenly, a monstrous entity burst forth from the depths of the magma with a resounding splash. Menhuan finally discerned the colossal creature concealed beneath the molten surface. A beast towering several dozen feet high, resembling a lion forged of steel, thundered into view before him. What on earth? Is that a Qilin? He exclaimed, utterly astonished. This guardian totem of the dark dimension was, astonishingly, a Qilin. Before he could further contemplate, the beast sprang into action. A palpable aura of murderous intent surged towards him. Its eyes blazed like hellfire, and with a thunderous roar, It unleashed a torrent of flames directed at Menhuan. Reacting swiftly, Menhuan teleported away and retaliated with his own dark divine fire. However, the beast did not flinch. Instead, it voraciously consumed the dark flames. Stunned, Menhuan raised his thumb in admiration. "All right, you are formidable." It dawned on him that this creature was a fire-type beast, seemingly impervious to any fire-based attacks, thriving on flames themselves. Determined, he unleashed a powerful surge of lightning towards the creature. Surely, it could not be immune to electricity? With a crackle, countless currents of electricity surged through the beast's form, penetrating deep into its flesh. Seizing the moment of its paralysis, Menhuan swiftly raised his hand to enact a spatial strangulation, aiming to obliterate the creature entirely. Boom! The beast collapsed, only to rise once more. What the hell? Infinite resurrection? Menhuan's jaw dropped in shock. This creature possessed an undying essence. Upon its revival, the monster let out a chilling roar, seemingly intent on tearing the bewildered Menhuan to shreds. Although it could resurrect infinitely, the sensations of pain and death were all too real. Can you understand human speech? Can we come to an agreement? If I become the lord of this dimension, I shall appoint you as the guardian beast of this realm. What say you? However, Menhuan's attempts to reason with the beast were in vain. The creature continued to roar with crimson eyes, brandishing its colossal claws, as torrents of magma erupted around them, resembling an apocalyptic scene. Damn it! This frenzied beast is truly terrifying. Menhuan gazed up at the creature, feeling the overwhelming pressure of its presence, akin to a mouse staring at a cat. Roar! The beast bellowed once more, causing streams of magma to swirl rapidly and converge in the air, while the sky darkened with ominous thunder, creating an atmosphere of profound oppression. Menhuan could not comprehend the true nature of the celestial runes above, yet the overwhelming aura of destruction they emanated was undeniable. He gazed upward at the formation, feeling as minuscule as an ant beneath the towering, thousands of meters high pillars of lava. By the heavens, what a truly sinister creature. Its ability to resurrect infinitely is nothing short of cheating. Menhuan vented his frustration, not in haste to flee, but rather contemplating whether to abandon his pursuit of this wretched beast. Boom! At that moment, the creature launched its assault, and dozens of monstrous figures materialized at each corner of the formation, unleashing a collective barrage of quantum breath towards Menhuan. It believed its spatial confinement array could ensnare him, but that was merely a jest. Menhuan, instead of retreating, stood his ground defiantly. The flames, vast as a dragon, struck him, yet his body absorbed the fiery energy like an insatiable black hole. Indeed, it was effective. A smile spread across Menhuan's face. The Book of Darkness could voraciously consume any dark energy for his own use. The creature remained oblivious, relentlessly unleashing its attacks, unaware that all its power was being absorbed by Menhuan. Only when the energy from its freshly conjured array was nearly depleted did it belatedly realize something was amiss. Too late. Menhuan scoffed, raising his hand to summon a spear formed entirely of spatial gem power. Whoosh! The spatial spear cleaved through the void, reappearing to impale the creature fiercely within the emptiness. Roar! The creature let out a furious cry of struggle. Menhuan sensed that it was not a cry of pain, but rather one of defiance. Defiance? Then it shall once more experience the agony of death. With another cold snort, Menhuan summoned another spatial spear, which instantly obliterated the creature's head. Its body collapsed, but Menhuan understood that it would not perish so easily. Sure enough, in less than half a minute, the creature resurrected once more. The creature lunged again, and Menhuan replicated his previous tactic, using the spatial spear to obliterate the beast yet again. The cycle of killing and resurrecting continued, resembling the loop of a time gem, an ordeal even the ancient demon Dormammu could scarcely endure, let alone a youth like him. Yet, the sole point of solace for him was that the creature's resurrection time was gradually increasing, indicating that if he persisted in his assault, it would inevitably lose its life. As Menhuan took a moment to rest between the creature's resurrections, a captivating voice suddenly resonated. Impressive. The Infinity Stones. I have yet to witness someone wielding them without a vessel. Ha! You fool. It is merely the totem beast of this molten dimension, akin to a lord, though not quite one. To think you aim to slay it through brute force. TSK, 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 it would take at least a decade or more. I have high hopes for you. Who are you? Menhuan swiftly pinpointed the source of the voice and beheld a barefooted, graceful woman slowly emerging. Chapter 85. The Throne Appears. The New Ruler of Dimensions. Oh, you possess quite the discerning eye. However, you have yet to answer my question. Otherwise, I wouldn't hesitate to crush you. Menhuan glared at her coldly. This was the Dark Dimension, not New York, where beautiful women could appear at random. Virtuous souls would not manifest here. The woman scoffed dismissively. Is that so? Then go ahead and kill me. After all, I am merely a wounded, fragile woman. But do not expect to learn how to slay it. Menhuan understood that the woman before him possessed knowledge on how to vanquish the monster and ascend as the ruler of this dimension. After a moment of contemplation, he furrowed his brow and finally realized that he was the one in need of her assistance. He spoke in a low voice. Speak. What do you desire in exchange for revealing how to kill it? Now we're getting somewhere. Let us achieve a mutually beneficial collaboration. I am currently being hunted and have taken refuge here. You must escort me to safety and protect me until I recover, and in return, I shall divulge how to become the lord of this molten dimension. Agreed, Menhuan replied without a moment's hesitation, which astonished the woman. Aren't you curious why I am injured and being pursued? Aren't you afraid I might bring you trouble? Have you offended the 5 great deities? Not to that extent. Then it's settled. Menhuan thought to himself that as long as it wasn't the 5 great deities, he had nothing to fear. He waved his hand dismissively and urged, now, tell me. The woman fixed her gaze upon him and slowly uttered, exile, roar. Just as her words fell, the half-dead monster that had just revived suddenly let out a roar, seemingly in fear. Shut your mouth. What are you barking at? With a swift motion, Menhuan leapt up and struck the creature's forehead with a punch imbued with spatial shattering power. The freshly revived monster succumbed once more. The woman, witnessing this, could only roll her eyes in disbelief. What a violent man, she remarked, though inwardly she had to acknowledge the formidable strength of the man before her. The stronger he was, the more pleased she felt. It seemed to be quite favorable news. Enough. Quickly teach me how to exile it, Menhuan stated nonchalantly, as he had little time to spare for her banter. Very well, I shall teach you the magic of exile. However, this is a form of dark magic, and, generally, humans who practice dark magic are regarded as cultists. You must consider this carefully. As she spoke, the woman began to chant a spell and formed hand seals before him. Her pace not particularly swift. Buzz. As she successfully completed the seals, a black hole-like magic circle suddenly emerged from the barren ground and gently approached Menhuan, allowing him to experience its proximity. The black hole exuded a powerful force of oppression, and everything in the vicinity began to uncontrollably surge toward it. At this moment, the woman's complexion appeared somewhat pallid, as if she struggled to sustain such intense exertion, gradually withdrawing her magic. She gasped for breath, her stability wavering. Shall I demonstrate it for you once more? Menhuan waved his hand dismissively. No need. Truth be told, the woman's demeanor was quite commendable. Her after-sale service was indeed thorough. He promptly followed the steps she had demonstrated, reciting the incantation and then forming the hand seals as she had shown. The woman nodded, seated herself, and began to recuperate, acknowledging the severity of her injuries. In her heart, she did not believe Menhuan would master it quickly, allowing her to rest assuredly for a while. Success! Menhuan suddenly exclaimed with excitement, as the small black whole magic circle materialized before his eyes. What do you mean by that? The woman, still healing, instinctively inquired upon hearing the commotion. The magic you taught me, Menhuan indicated towards the black hole before him. How could you be so swift? The woman stared in disbelief at the diminutive black hole, having thought it would take him much longer. Menhuan rolled his eyes. How do you speak? Am I mistaken? This is banishment magic. It took me 2.5 days to learn. That's my talent. In truth, learning magic is quite simple. First you do this, then that, he said with utmost seriousness, spouting nonsense. I believe that when pigs fly, the woman scoffed, rolling her eyes. I'll just quietly watch you show off. So now I can strike it down and then banish it, correct? Menhuan asked, no longer indulging in her teasing, pointing at the monster that was in the process of revival. It is imperative to utilize the power of banishment to forcibly strip it of its dimensional mark while it teeters on the brink of death. Understood, Menhuan nodded. By the way, you never introduced yourself. Given that we are now partners, it would be courteous. He scrutinized the woman before him, pondering whether her figure was innate or acquired, as her imposing proportions were such that even her robe struggled to conceal them. Hey, where are you looking? Do you want me to gouge out your eyes? She retorted, clearly displeased, as no one had ever dared to gaze at her so boldly as if to devour her whole. Ahem, everyone has an appreciation for beauty. The shameless Menhuan replied with a thick skin. I am Olivia, sister of Zysorn. Believe me, and you might find yourself unable to handle the consequences. Sister Zysorn? That ugly brute has such a beautiful and alluring sister. Are you truly siblings? Now, it was Menhuan's turn to be astonished. Such a genetic mutation is rather striking. Huh, Olivia sneered, seemingly harboring a poor relationship with Zysorn, unwilling to elaborate further. After realizing he had made a fool of himself, Menhuan shot a fierce glare at the reviving monster beside him and slowly approached, preparing to vent his frustrations. With the power of the space gem surging forth, the monstrous entity instantaneously transformed into a mist and vanished, only to reappear above Menhuan, delivering a crushing blow with its massive foot. After engaging in a battle of wits with Menhuan for an extended period, it had begun to learn the art of cunning. However, its colossal frame rendered it somewhat clumsy. The immense paw, akin to a small mountain, could scarcely land a hit on the agile Menhuan. As it lifted its foot, momentarily unstable, he adeptly teleported behind the creature. Boom! His fist struck the creature's back, shattering nearly half of its body in an instant. Simultaneously, Menhuan swiftly recited an incantation, his hands weaving intricate symbols to conjure the banishment array, unleashing a torrent of magical energy. Buzz! The banishment array materialized, crashing heavily upon the nearly defeated beast, which immediately thrashed in terror. Attempting to flee, Menhuan coldly scoffed, sealing the space around them. The creature, witnessing its fate, succumbed to utter despair as its mountainous form trembled violently. Suddenly, a strong wave of energy surged forth, as if some force were being stripped from its very being. Quick! The dimensional mark! Olivia shouted. Upon seeing this, Menhuan swiftly soared to grasp the dimensional mark, only to discover it remained motionless. With determination, he crushed the mark, allowing the dimensional energy to flow into his body, causing his magical power to surge exponentially. In that moment, he felt as if he had become the true master of the entire dimensional universe, as if it were an extension of himself. The terrifying dark energy spread uncontrollably, his form seemingly merging with the dark dimension, instilling a sense of dread. Congratulations! Olivia exclaimed enviously. She too had aspired to vanquish her brother and dominate the flickering dimensional universe, but had nearly met her demise in the attempt. At that moment, the divine mountain began to tremble violently, and after the tremor subsided, a staircase resembling a path to the heavens emerged. At the end of this celestial path stood a resplendent throne, as dark as ink and adorned with mysterious sigils. Chapter 86. Captain America Awakens, Professor X's Betrayal. As he approached slowly, step by step, he turned and seated himself upon the throne. Olivia cast a gaze filled with complex emotions upon Menhuan. Now seated upon the elevated throne, though it was merely a change in elevation, the aura of supremacy emanating from him was palpably transformative. Even as a minor lord of the lava dimension, Olivia perceived a greatness that traversed infinite multiverses, a magnificent dimensional universe that would soon rise before her. Concurrently, the demons of the entire dimension collectively turned their gaze towards the divine mountain and slowly knelt in reverence. It was all over. The new king accepted the homage of countless demons. King! King! The roar echoed throughout the entire dimensional universe like a tidal wave. You may rest here. With me by your side, Zysorn shall not harm you. Should you need anything, simply call my name. Upon experiencing the sensation of supreme authority, Simon did not linger in his desire for power any longer. After speaking with Olivia, he departed. Simon had no intention of returning to Camartage, as he was temporarily unable to acquire the time magic, the Eye of Agamotto, or the Book of Ashanti, and could only await Ancient One's descent into darkness. With Caecilius having been slain by him, he grew increasingly curious about the choices Ancient One would make. Would she resort to self-destruction? Somewhere among the glaciers of the Arctic Ocean, a group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents busied themselves with the retrieval of a peculiar entity. If all proceeded without incident, the aged World War II veteran, Captain America, Steve Rogers, was on the verge of rejoining the ranks. In the hospital room, Steve had undergone a thorough examination and was confirmed to be in good health. Considering his psychological resilience, Nick Fury arranged for a perfect one-to-one replica of a hospital room for him. At that moment, Steve gradually awakened, blinking his eyes and realizing he was still alive, his memories firmly anchored in the era of World War II. "Where's this?" he mumbled in a daze, only to be greeted by the sounds of a sporting event playing in the background. His voice immediately caught the attention of the S.H.I.L.D. agents, who signaled the nurse to enter and properly reassure this national icon. "Mr. Steve, you have finally awakened. You have been in a coma for several days. God bless," the nurse exclaimed, her hands clasped in excitement. However, her feigned enthusiasm was painfully transparent. In an instant, Steve sprang up and seized the nurse by the throat, pinning her against the bed. "Your performance is utterly lacking, madam. Tell me, where am I?" he demanded, his gaze cold and penetrating. He trusted his instincts implicitly. Although the surroundings bore a striking resemblance to the decor of his own time, the authenticity was disconcertingly impeccable. There was no sense of temporal dislocation. As he tightened his grip around the nurse's struggling throat, he delivered a swift kick to the adjacent wall. When the wall yielded to his force, the modern facilities revealed to him caused his mind to momentarily crash. "Where's this? Where am I?" Steve stood frozen in confusion for several seconds before he regained his senses, releasing the nurse and bolting out of the room. "Stop him!" A multitude of agents sprang into action, attempting to impede his escape. Yet, despite their elite status, they were no match for Steve, who had been enhanced by the super soldier serum. His aura, forged in the crucible of brutal warfare, instilled terror in the hearts of the agents, causing them to hesitate in fear. "Blast it! What are you waiting for?" Coulson exclaimed in frustration. At that moment, the agents were jolted back to reality, suppressing their trepidation as they surged towards Steve. Could this be a Hydra base? Faced with such a formidable display of aggression from the agents, Steve began to surmise that if their comrades were present, they would never dare to attack him. Bang, 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 bang. Since he is a Hydra agent, he showed no restraint. Faced with the onslaught of numerous agents, Steve dispatched them all effortlessly and made his escape. What the hell? As Steve stepped into the outside world, he was utterly overwhelmed. He stood dazed on the street, gazing at the towering skyscrapers before him. Suddenly, he felt as though the ground was spinning beneath him. At that moment, Nick Fury emerged from a car, calling out, "Hey, take it easy, soldier." Steve turned in astonishment to confront the man before him. "Damn it, Hydra has recruited a black man. I apologize for that rather poor performance. We thought you should gradually acclimate." "Oh, sorry, you've been asleep for 70 years. Steve responded. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, but I have a date," came the reply. This scene was captured by countless internet users, who uploaded it across various platforms, heralding the return of the old-school hero, Captain America. Viewers erupted in excitement. Steve was a hero of World War II, a national icon. Many grew up hearing tales of Captain America, thanks to the official news promotions. In this moment, captured by cameras and witnessed by multitudes, the image was forever immortalized. It signified an era and a memory. The entire nation was ablaze with fervor. Steve became the center of the world, with countless gazes orbiting around him. While Nick Fury and the agents faded into the background, the news of Captain America's return ignited a global frenzy, significantly cooling the fervor surrounding the Mutant Registration Act. Since Charles returned to the mutant school, he understood that the emergence of Apocalypse had left humanity's already sensitive nerves taut and fraught. They were feverishly manufacturing weapons. Thus, this calm was merely superficial. Once humanity was prepared, it would lead to war between the two races. Yet, he felt powerless to prevent it. The ideals of peace had become deeply entrenched in his mind. However, with Magneto and Magneto's alliance with Simon, it seemed they were intent on using violent means to compel humanity to acknowledge the status of mutants. "What do you think I should do?" Charles lamented, clutching his head in despair. Even his proud intellect could not halt the unfolding crisis. Charles, do not seek lofty justifications to ask me how to resolve this. You merely wish to evade the pangs of conscience. Hypocritical Charles, I am you, and you are me. Cassandra's scornful voice echoed in Charles's mind. If you ask me, just kill the both of them. Don't tell me you can't or that you have too much compassion. I could easily do it for you. Or let your deranged son take action. He is the true king of mutants, is he not? Cassandra said coldly. No. Eric is my brother. His abilities and ruthlessness pale in comparison to Simon's. However, I find it exceedingly difficult to deal with Simon. His power is simply too formidable. Charles shook his head thoughtfully before responding. Who told you to kill the current Simon Wong? As far as I know, the Simon Wong of the past was merely a dandy, awakened to power only due to his father obtaining an extraterrestrial meteorite. So, you mean time travel? Charles said incredulously. Isn't that just a dream? A time machine does not exist. Such things are confined to the realm of cinema. While humans may not traverse time. Who says consciousness cannot? For instance, Katie Cassandra ominously declared before vanishing, confident that Charles would make the right choice. Just as she anticipated, Charles gazed pensively at the starry sky outside, pondering for a long while before reaching a resolution. Alas, Simon Wong, sacrificing you to save the entire mutant race. This is my transgression against you. Chapter 87. The rampage of Hammer Industries robots Charles and his companions began to clandestinely plot to traverse time and eliminate the feeble Simon Wong. The emergence of Apocalypse made it even less likely for mutants to gain acceptance from the American authorities. The arrival of Apocalypse was akin to awakening the world during the Gulf War. It revealed that mutants could indeed wage formidable warfare. Sacrificing one Simon Wong to save countless mutants haunted Charles, as he found Wong's ideology utterly terrifying, especially considering that with a mere fraction of mutant genes, Wong encouraged countless individuals to gamble with their lives. His madness surpassed even that of Magneto. This clash of ideologies would inevitably lead to the downfall of one side, culminating in a resolution. On that day, Madeline approached Simon Wong, informing him that she had finally located the Hydra base responsible for the murder of Chu Li's parents. Since it was Chu Li's vendetta, she should exact her own revenge. After deliberation, Wong called her over. Chu Li, Madeline has found the Hydra base that killed your parents. You may take your revenge now, Wong stated solemnly. Chu Li, perpetually consumed by thoughts of avenging her parents, trembled with excitement upon hearing that the enemy had been located. Where is it? She exclaimed, gripping Madeline's hand in fervor. Madeline discreetly glanced at Wong, and upon receiving a slight nod from him, she said to Chu Li, "Follow me." "All right," Chu Li responded, her voice steady. Madeline immediately seized Chu Li and teleported away, while Wong beckoned Ling Dai. "You go and protect her from the shadows." "Understood." Ling Dai, ever the dutiful bodyguard, wasted no time. On that day, Hammer's mood was exceedingly buoyant, for with Tony Stark's closure of the weapons division, his fortunes had turned. Under his substantial investment, a robot utilizing the Arc Reactor as its energy core had rolled off the assembly line. He promptly dispatched an invitation to Tony, his intention being to flaunt and mock Stark. "Jarvis, sir, Hammer Industries has sent an invitation for what is said to be their latest technology exhibition." Decline. Tony rejected the idea without a moment's hesitation. He surely understood Hammer's intentions. It would be far more prudent to investigate new elements. Although the palladium poisoning issue had been resolved, the energy conversion still lacked a modicum of efficiency and potency. As the largest shareholder in Stark Industries, Simon was naturally invited and expressed considerable interest. Hammer had gone to great lengths to promote this event, summoning journalists from numerous websites, newspapers, and television stations. Upon witnessing the sudden surge of popularity in live streaming platforms, Hammer was struck with the ambition that he too could become a cosmic superstar. Simon's flourishing Hwashing Entertainment was fervently investing in advertising for the live broadcasts, enlisting renowned celebrities and internet influencers. Would he not extend respect? What about Franklin? Hammer, consumed by envy and resentment towards Tony's popularity, thought to himself, if he can become a super online sensation, so can I. Initially, he believed that inviting Tony would be unlikely, yet to his astonishment, Tony did appear, filling him with unanticipated joy. Simon had brought Tony along, fully aware that Hammer was destined for failure, and seizing this opportunity, he planned to promote mutants. Under the dazzling lights of Hammer Industries, Hammer, brimming with self-satisfaction, began to present his prideful achievements. His exuberant demeanor and exaggerated gestures on stage seemed reminiscent of someone else, though he fell short of embodying that figure. He mistakenly perceived himself as witty and passionate, while the audience, having accepted their gifts, could only acquiesce in silence. Justin Hammer exuberantly declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, let us now unveil the cutting-edge technological marvels of Hammer Industries." At that moment, the press conference reached its pinnacle. Boom, boom, boom. Rows of land, sea, and air steel robots marched in with heavy footsteps, their towering forms shimmering with metallic brilliance, exuding an oppressive aura. Countless spectators were awestruck by the robots, which had previously existed only in the realm of science fiction, and felt a deep sense of unease. Why does this feel somewhat terrifying? The plot of Terminator 1T unfold in reality. Will it? Oh my goodness. This is genuinely frightening. Why do these robots seem so menacing? Indeed, I share that unsettling feeling. Whether watching a live stream or attending in person, all were astonished by the cold, unfeeling robots as science fiction collided with reality. The murmurs of the audience, both present and online, filled Hammer with satisfaction, prompting him to continue his grandiose presentation. Suddenly, he was interrupted by a chorus of impatient derision. "Hammer, you fool, you're full of nonsense." Hammer's proud expression froze instantly, and he turned in disbelief towards the source of the voice. It was Ivan Vanko. Ivan coldly continued, "You shameless thieves of the Stark family, you have pilfered my father's work. Today, we shall settle the score. And you foolish individuals, are you not madly enamored with Iron Man? Then let us accompany him to hell." Boom, Ivan Vanko declared, immediately commanding his army of steel to indiscriminately open fire on the surrounding crowd. Once the dark-mouthed machine guns unleashed their fury upon the masses, there would be no escape for the 1,000 souls present. However, there was no need for Menhuan to intervene, as Polaris and her companions had already concealed themselves among the throng and swiftly sprang into action to halt the chaos. Buzz! A terrifying magnetic force erupted around Polaris, causing a dense barrage of bullets to come to an abrupt halt, suspended in mid-air. This stunning spectacle left countless onlookers in awe. A female Magneto? Polaris approached with an ethereal grace, the projectiles before her behaving like obedient children, easily flicked away by her delicate fingers. Ding! With the first crisp metallic clash, the remaining bullets ricocheted back like a torrential downpour. Hammer, in a panic, swiftly took refuge beneath a nearby table, his cries of terror echoing in the chaos. This was all too sudden. The robots had gone haywire. The military general, both astonished and enraged, shouted at him, "Hammer, you fool! Is this the pride of your wretched steel robots? How did they spiral out of control?" I don't know. Hammer lamented from his hiding spot, his mind spiraling as he failed to comprehend his sudden defeat. Meanwhile, Sabretooth, Storm, Cyclops, and others emerged to rescue the innocent civilians. Sabretooth, relying on brute strength, forcefully smashed through doors to create an escape route for the guests, while Cyclops unleashed laser beams, slicing through the steel robots with ease. The laser beams swept across, swiftly severing several of the machines as if they were mere scrap metal before the might of the beams. Storm, with her eyes flashing white, conjured bolts of lightning that struck down upon the nearby robots, causing them to spark and sizzle. "Damn it, these mutants are infuriating," Ivan Vanko cursed, his eyes ablaze with rage. If it weren't for these accursed mutants, he would have surely dispatched Tony Stark today. Countless viewers were tuned into the live broadcast, witnessing the once peaceful press conference devolve into chaos as the robots turned rogue. Their minds reeled. Had the cinematic world collided with reality? Chapter 88, Tearful. The mutants sacrificed themselves to save others. Menhuan calmly turned to Sir Shah and said, "The live broadcast must be pinned. Let everyone witness this." Sir Shah nodded with a bright smile, realizing that the tide of public opinion was about to shift. She gazed at Menhuan with admiration in her eyes. The Hammer Industries press conference had transformed into a catastrophe, marking the end of the company's legacy, as they enthusiastically introduced their robots. Who could have anticipated the sudden uprising? The comment section of the live stream erupted. "Damn it, how many scientists warned them against experimenting with robots? Yet they chose to tempt fate. Isn't that the truth? Arms dealers are all a bunch of lunatics." The Hammer Industries exhibition had been infiltrated by numerous mutants, who were now heroically saving ordinary citizens. The irony was palpable. What a grand irony indeed. Our military robots mercilessly slaughter innocent civilians, while our foes desperately strive to save lives. What has become of this world? Has morality been turned on its head? Are you a traitor to humanity? Have you forgotten how the mutants nearly brought about global annihilation? How dare you? Can the weapons in your possession take lives? By that logic, does that make you a murderer? Nonsense. Technology is not at fault. How many lives have fallen to the missiles of your nation compared to those taken by mutants? The uproar is deafening. What began as a rebellion of robots has escalated into a debate over whether the existence of mutants poses a threat. Nevertheless, an increasing number of people witness mutants saving lives, while in their eyes, the righteous military has unleashed uncontrollable robots upon the populace. Polaris has been strictly ordered by Menhuan to refrain from intervening. Otherwise, her involvement would swiftly end the conflict. How can that be thrilling? This is a scheme he has meticulously orchestrated, using Ivan Vanko to significantly elevate the mutants' popularity. As for the average citizen, what do they truly understand? The narrative is shaped by their media outlets. Propaganda is paramount in achieving great endeavors. One must master the art of promotion to work efficiently. In a live broadcast, the army of robots is being decimated by the mutants with no chance of victory. Yet this cannot stand. Portraying the mutants as invincible would only incite fear. Moreover, there are no heroic figures to evoke sympathy. The relentless slaughter lacks emotional resonance, rendering it insufficiently tragic. Ivan Vanko's abilities are woefully inadequate. Even artificial intelligence eludes him, relying solely on manual control. Witnessing his robotic army falter against the mutants, he immediately activates the slaughter mode remotely. He opens the hangar, unleashing an uncountable number of robots to attack indiscriminately, with machine guns, mini-missiles, and laser weapons all unleashed upon the world. Oh my goodness! Countless viewers are left in shock at the sight of the frenzied army of robots. Such overwhelming aggression, this hammer building surely cannot withstand it for more than a few minutes. How many lives will be lost within those walls? They begin to silently pray for a miracle, placing their hopes in a woman with flowing dark green hair. Surrounded by metal. Polaris, what should I do now, villain? Menhuan, you appear to be struggling, looking as though you can barely hold on. You understand the art of performance, don't you? Polaris. Understood, you wicked man. Menhuan. In the next moment, Polaris raises her hands, her face flushed with seriousness, lifting the entire building. However, the indiscriminate missile and bullet attacks from the robotic army are not solely aimed at the building. Countless projectiles continue to rain down in all directions. Scott, Logan, Colossus. Storm's face turns pale as she shouts. In response to her cry, they all spring into action to intercept the incoming bullets and shells. Cyclops adjusts his aim, using his optic blast to detonate mini-missiles, but his speed is insufficient, and the missiles are far too numerous. The Storm Woman's pallid visage continuously solidified the lightning, enveloping the entire press conference, employing a net of thunder to thwart a multitude of missiles. Just as they were reveling in their triumph, a miniature missile unexpectedly became astray, hurtling toward a fleeing boy. No, countless individuals leapt to their feet, screaming in horror. Time was running out. The boy's parents, disregarding all else, lunged toward him, while the boy's face turned ashen, engulfed in bewilderment. Despair settled in. Yet at this critical juncture, Menhuan raised his hand and hurled Logan beside the boy. Shocked, Logan immediately reacted, tackling the boy to the ground, resolutely shielding him with his own body. Boom! In an instant, a deafening explosion resonated throughout the entire building. The countless viewers in the live stream were rendered utterly speechless. The violent blast left Logan's back shattered, flesh torn asunder, nearly piercing through his entire form. This scene profoundly shook many. He had, against all odds, sacrificed himself to save another. Oh my God, he is a mutant. How could he use his own body to protect someone? Am I losing my mind for doubting him? Is the prejudice within humanity truly as insurmountable as a mountain? I have long harbored animosity toward mutants. Yet what wrong have they committed? The viewers engrossed in the live stream were utterly devastated, with countless emotional spectators shedding tears. Wolverine, gritting his teeth from the pain, was not unaware of his agony, having lost half his body. Yet, instead of crying out in torment, he tenderly reassured the boy in his arms, fully aware of the theatricality of the moment. "Child, do not fear. Uncle is here." The boy, momentarily dazed, nodded earnestly. "Uncle, does it hurt?" What a poignant tableau. The man recklessly protecting the boy, while the child gently caressed the man's wounds. This moment became eternally etched in the live stream. Tears welled up. The barrage of comments erupted into a frenzy. Why do I feel like crying? Villains? Madmen? Perverts? He is a true man. To hell with the notion that mutants are outcasts. From this day forth, I recognize that the vast majority of mutants are our brethren. He is a superhero. Who dares to contradict me? I shall confront them in reality. The frenzied comments overwhelmed the live stream server. Countless messages poured in, praying for Wolverine. This is the empathy I yearned for. Menhuan grinned. Contrary to Storm Woman and the others' expectations, Wolverine's healing ability appeared to falter at that moment. The wounds that should have swiftly healed were, instead, deteriorating. Chapter 89. We shall not allow this world to silence our voices. Despite his battered appearance, Wolverine's heart remained as steady as a rock, for he was acutely aware of his own strength. He had endured countless severe injuries, never flinching from bullets on the battlefield, with limbs shattered by explosions becoming a mere commonplace. Yet, at this moment, he was filled with dread as his self-healing ability appeared to have been stripped away, proving utterly ineffective. The wounds not only showed no signs of healing, but seemed to worsen. It was over. A profound shock coursed through Wolverine, and he could no longer withstand the ravages of his grievous injuries, collapsing magnificently to the ground. He felt this swift passage of life within him, his complexion turning pale to the point of spasms, blood flowing freely as though it were inconsequential. "Logan, what is wrong?" Colossus trembled as he grasped Wolverine's hand, anxiety evident in his voice. I. Wolverine's face was ashen, his gaze dim, clutching Colossus's hand, his lips moving in an attempt to speak. Yet the effort felt insurmountable. This deeply moving scene was broadcast live to viewers across America, bringing tears to countless eyes once more. Jean Grey turned to look at Cyclops, understanding that Wolverine's inability to heal was largely due to him. However, she did not intervene, believing everything was for the sake of mutants. His sacrifice was a noble honor. As the chaos unfolded, it became clear that only a deceased Wolverine would evoke sympathy from the world. "Quickly, get him to the hospital," Cyclops suddenly shouted. Upon hearing this, the crowd finally grasped the situation, with Scott and the others hurriedly attempting to lift Wolverine away. Cyclops added, "Don't you need a stretcher? This guy will be done for before you even get him to the hospital." "What do we do then?" Scott and the others were expressions of despair, uncertain of how to proceed. Meanwhile, Jean Grey nodded at Cyclops' suggestion, using her telekinesis to gently lift the severely injured Wolverine and carry him outside. At that moment, Ivan Vanko, clad in his iron armor, approached with a sinister grin. "Are you out of your mind?" The crowd simultaneously thought of the phrase, questioning how he could misread the situation and dare to step in, risking his life. "Tony!" Ivan Vanko screamed at Tony Stark, his hatred potent enough to drown him. However, as he raised his arm to unleash his repulsor blast, Cyclops shot him a glance, commanding, "Be quiet. Who do you think you are?" Ivan Vanko dismissed Cyclops entirely, ready to teach him a lesson, only to realize that his armor had malfunctioned. Now, he dared not utter a word. Such a poignant scene could not be marred by him. Jean Grey gently levitated Logan out, and with high-definition cameras capturing every moment. Each step resulted in countless drops of blood falling onto the pristine floor, a sight so strikingly vivid. This tragic spectacle moved viewers to tears, evoking heartfelt sobs. "Oh God, he is so magnificent. May God help him pull through. He is a superhero." Countless individuals began to pray for Wolverine, and this outcome was the perfect ending that Cyclops had envisioned. Meanwhile, Justin Hammer, witnessing the situation unfold, quickly stepped forward to loudly denounce the mutants. "A conspiracy. It is undoubtedly a conspiracy. This is undoubtedly a conspiracy orchestrated by the mutants to whitewash their reputation. We must not place our trust in them," Comrade Hammer exclaimed loudly. For the events of this evening were truly deplorable. If the mutants do not take the blame, then his own career is irrevocably doomed. He has no desire to spend his next life lamenting behind bars, especially after the untimely demise of so many high-ranking officials and social elites, if he does not perish. "Who will?" As he shouted this proclamation, the gazes in the room fixated on Hammer, and none present were fools. Those attending such a prestigious press conference were seasoned players in the game of survival, and Hammer's ulterior motives were glaringly obvious. The online community was unforgiving, as comments flooded in, cursing Hammer and his lineage. F you, Hammer. D already. I'm selling your family stocks right now. How could you be so brainless? Shouldn't your father have just left you on the ground? Even Wolverine has suffered, and yet you dare to slander him. Will anyone truly sacrifice their life to save another? Hammer, you are merely shirking responsibility. This batch of robots was produced by your company. Do you think we are all fools? Comrade Hammer was indeed in dire straits. Besides the verbal onslaught from those present, the online commenters displayed little civility. His complexion grew increasingly pallid. Could this day truly mark his downfall? No. Hammer, drenched in sweat, frantically pondered ways to salvage his situation, his eyes darting about in desperation. Suddenly, he caught sight of the jester Ivan Vanko amidst the crowd. He immediately pointed at Ivan Vanko and unleashed a barrage of accusations. It is you. All you're doing. Surely you altered the directives of the iron robots, did you not? Damn it. The crowd was nearly in hysterics. What a talent. Although Ivan Vanko was somewhat eccentric and prone to erratic behavior, he was far from foolish. He feigned shock and retorted, "Are you kidding me? This was all your idea." The robots ran amok, slaughtering the businessmen present, including Tony. With no competition left for your Hammer Industries, you simply shifted the blame onto the robots. This statement sent shockwaves throughout the world. Justin Hammer, you despicable wretch. I curse your entire family. Some even resorted to physical altercations. As one individual exclaimed, "Though I am a civilized person, I do understand how to throw a punch. Ivan, I will not let this go. You scoundrel. Don't hit. He.S. lying." Comrade Hammer was the epitome of despair, as the assembled business tycoons and socialites engaged in a fervent battle of wits. Ivan Vanko, observing the chaos, wore a sinister smile as he casually chewed on a toothpick, waiting for his inevitable arrest, for after all, he was merely an employee. This monumental event, which shocked the world, culminated in the mutants emerging as saviors, utterly subverting conventional beliefs. Under the intentional promotion of Simon, various exaggerated headlines reverberated, delivering a minor shock to the world. The promotional efforts of a shock department are by no means inferior to those of traditional media. They fully comprehend the significance of publicity. However, Jean expressed her concerns. "I believe that the wealthy tycoons, generals, and politicians we have rescued may utter a few words on our behalf, but I fear that, over time, the fundamental issue will revert to self-interest. Indeed, this problem is unavoidable. The audience's support for mutants, driven by fleeting emotions, is merely a transient surge of sympathy rather than genuine conviction. Currently, our voices are too faint and, under the weight of official repression, are at risk of being swiftly drowned out. We must amplify our voices until they resonate so powerfully that they can no longer be silenced." Jean Grey, lost in thought, murmured, so loud that our voices can no longer be concealed. For a moment, she was entranced, and the women around her looked at her with profound admiration, as if her presence filled the void left by the sunless west. Time flew by. Wolverine, after being restrained by Stryker's suppression of his healing ability for nearly 10 days, finally broke free from the constraint, allowing him to recover fully. Upon his painful return to the mutant school, he was taken by Charles to a secret laboratory. "Logan, you will undertake the highly classified mission codenamed Hope. Chapter 90, The Assassination Across Time and Space. Wolverine 10. Stryker awakens. The agony of consciousness traversing time and space is unbearable for anyone other than Wolverine. Even if the mind can endure, the frail body cannot withstand the fusion of two consciousnesses." Excluding Charles, Shadowcat, and Logan, Jean Grey was not present in the lab, as Charles had lost trust in her, viewing her as complicit with Stryker. On the cold examination table, Wolverine trembled in pain, suffering from the torment of two consciousnesses clashing within his mind. "This too shall pass." Charles continuously reached out through telepathy to soothe Wolverine's spirit and alleviate his suffering. "Professor, with my current abilities, I cannot sustain Wolverine's time travel for long. If we fail after 12 hours, he may remain trapped forever," Katie said with difficulty. "That will suffice," Charles replied softly, offering a faint smile. "All suffering is about to end, is it not?" "Indeed," Katie nodded solemnly. Once they succeeded, the world would forget that prodigious talent, and mutants would no longer endure suffering. Suddenly, a pain scream erupted as Wolverine, reveling in a bar, jolted awake. He was the future Wolverine, transported back to a timeline 3.5 years prior. The pain he felt was justified. The torment of consciousness traversing time and space is beyond the endurance of anyone but him, thanks to his healing ability. The patrons of the bar paid no heed to Wolverine's cries. Those seeking solace in drink were plentiful. Time is of the essence. Wolverine steadied his mind and promptly departed, acutely aware that he had merely a few hours at his disposal. At this moment, he found himself oblivious to his location and had no inkling of where Menhuan might be indulging in his mischief. Fortunately, after exchanging cordial greetings with a few passers-by, he commandeered a motorcycle parked by the roadside and sped towards New York. After 5 hours, Wolverine finally arrived in New York, making his way to Chinatown in search of information regarding Menhuan. This was indeed the place. With a stoic expression, he cast his gaze toward the distant villa, swiftly vanishing into the shadows of the night as he stealthily approached. Under the moonlit sky, his robust physique resembled that of a solitary wolf, emanating a palpable aura of lethal intent as he scaled the fence to close in on the villa. Utilizing a silenced pistol acquired from a gun shop, he efficiently dispatched 2 bodyguards and a large dog. Recalling the professor's admonitions, coupled with the harrowing news of countless innocents incited to their demise by Menhuan, Wolverine's demeanor grew increasingly menacing. His eyes betrayed a ferocity akin to that of a lone wolf, as he deftly suppressed his footfalls and evaded security cameras, gingerly climbing onto a windowsill to quietly open a window and leap into the room. With a swift motion, he incapacitated the slumbering nanny. "No," Wolverine muttered to himself, ascending the staircase, clearly aware that the master bedroom on the second floor was not his target. Thus, the only remaining option was the guest room. If his instincts served him correctly, this time, the young man would have nowhere to escape. Wolverine stealthily approached the guest room, cautiously opening the door to enter. He was resolute in his intent to strike decisively, harboring complete confidence in his abilities. The adversary was merely a dandy now. Should he alarm the young man's parents, it would merely result in the demise of a few more individuals. The air was thick with murderous intent. At that critical moment, Menhuan, roused from his slumber, abruptly opened his eyes. The once drowsy gaze transformed into one of piercing sharpness. He had undergone a metamorphosis. He finally comprehended why he found himself in the past. His consciousness had traversed through time, guided by the power of the Phoenix. Moments earlier, while enveloped in dreams, he had been jolted awake by an overwhelming sense of impending danger, more intense than ever before. Why did I suddenly perceive this murderous intent? The Phoenix's power had seemingly awakened me from my slumber. Menhuan muttered to himself, astonished that anyone in this realm could evoke such trepidation within him. He recalled the Phoenix's warning and quickly discerned that this was not a genuine threat to his life, but rather an attempt by someone lurking within the timeline to eliminate his weaker past self. Something was amiss. Ding Yi, do you truly believe these insignificant pests could traverse time to eliminate me in this reality? They cannot possibly arrive in this present universe. They have merely traversed back to this universe's past timeline. Then why do I still feel so alarmed? If they were to slay Menhuan, your existence would become paradoxical, as you share a significant causal relationship with him. By heavens! Menhuan cursed softly under his breath, then surrendered to the power of the Phoenix, which transported him back along the threads of time. Thus, he awakened. Menhuan found himself under the control of this time-traveling will, which dominated his entire mind, accompanied by an overwhelming force. While his physical strength could not traverse time, his mental prowess was exponentially more formidable. Farewell. Wolverine swung his bone claws menacingly towards the slumbering Menhuan, intending to perform a gruesome dissection, yet he miscalculated. The fierce expression on his face froze, morphing into disbelief and terror as he realized his body had become immobile. The seemingly weak figure on the bed slowly opened his eyes, mirroring Wolverine's own astonishment. "It's you." At that moment, Menhuan could hardly believe his eyes. He envisioned countless adversaries, but never did he anticipate a mutant. Betrayal. A complete and utter betrayal. Fury surged within Menhuan's heart. "Logan, Ask yourself, have I, Menhuan, ever wronged you mutants? He exclaimed in rage. I'm sorry. The professor warned you that your actions harm ordinary people, and you shall lead mutants into an endless abyss, Wolverine sighed. Very well, Charles. Excellent. Menhuan laughed bitterly in his fury, realizing he had failed to learn the lesson of eliminating the righteous in a world on the brink of collapse. He would show no mercy to those who sought his demise, including the time-traveling Wolverine, as murderous intent surged within him. In an instant, he was forcefully contorted by psychic pressure, resembling a mere blood clot. As Wolverine's life ebbed away, his consciousness was forcibly awakened by Shadowcat, but it was too late. The consciousness that the Phoenix sought to obliterate was far beyond Shadowcat's ability to thwart. In an instant, Logan on the future world's experimental table became but a soulless husk. With Wolverine's demise, this timeline was once again corrected, and the forces of time swiftly expelled him. Damn it, just a moment longer. Menhuan cursed anxiously as he prepared to leave, longing to see the mother of this world, even if just for a fleeting glance. In that moment, a phoenix's cry resonated across the cosmos, as the phoenix's power shattered the constraints of time and space at his insistent summons. The flames of the phoenix, ablaze with primordial life force, withstood the expulsion of time's authority. Calm down. If the fabric of time collapses, everyone connected to you will be reverted to their original trajectories. Xiaowan? His voice startled his mother in the adjacent room. Yet despite this, Menhuan ultimately returned to the present. The betrayal by Charles awakened Menhuan to the reality that their differing ideologies rendered them irreconcilable. Only when one side fell entirely could this conflict be resolved. Chapter 91. Charles is dead. A new era dawns. The events of that night irrevocably altered the trajectory of future events, plunging the timeline into further chaos. Charles's death would trigger a series of significant repercussions, compelling Cassandra to seek refuge at the end of time. Menhuan sat through the night, contemplating deeply until the arrival of Chu, Li, and others, who unexpectedly brought him joy. The comatose Winter Soldier, Bucky, was the root cause of the rift between Steve and Tony. Casting a glance at Comrade Bucky, Menhuan promptly confined him to the basement, intending to later hand him over to Tony. Of course, he would not miss the iconic scene, such as whether Tony could triumph over his friends under his intervention. The villa in the morning blossomed like a garden in full bloom. Anyone else would have wished to eliminate him to take his place. Now, they had begun to stand on their own, with Hill having completely resigned from S.H. as Nick Fury no longer trusted her. For Hill, who had departed from S.H. I.E.L.D., there was nothing left to yearn for. It was merely a job. After finishing his breakfast, Menhuan strolled alone down the street, with tasks he had not disclosed to anyone, for some matters were destined to be borne by fewer people. At the mutant school, Charles and others wore troubled expressions, utterly at a loss, as Logan had failed, and no one knew what had transpired. The future remained unchanged. Their plans had not only failed, but had also cost them the formidable power of Wolverine. Charles, are you waiting for me? A mocking voice suddenly echoed in the quiet office. Charles looked up in surprise. There lounging on the sofa was a relaxed figure. You. Charles widened his eyes in confusion. Did he know? How did he know about the past? At that moment, Charles's mind felt as though it had exploded. What? Do I look like a ghost to you? They say that those who do not harbor guilty secrets need not fear a ghost knocking at the door, Menhuan teased. Mr. Shi, what are you saying? Your sudden appearance has merely astonished me, Charles replied with an awkward smile. Astonished? Is it my survival that surprises you? Yet, Charles, you are quite imaginative, thinking of traversing time to eliminate me. The plan was flawless, but you underestimated me, Menhuan said, crossing his legs with a smile, showing no intention of hiding anything from him. Faced with Menhuan's straightforwardness, Charles was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. It's merely the outcome of victory and defeat. You've come to kill me, Haven T.U. I may die, but my dream of saving mutants cannot perish. Charles glared at Menhuan, furiously questioning, why can't we coexist peacefully? Why must we confront humanity directly? You will lead mutants into an endless abyss. Menhuan shrugged. An abyss? I cannot guarantee that every mutant will enjoy a perfect life, but I can ensure that children no longer hide in dark corners or filthy sewers. I can provide for their meals, keep them warm, and allow them to live openly in the sunlight with dignity. And you, Huh, you are nothing but a fence-sitter. Menhuan's resounding voice struck Charles like a thunderclap, akin to the reverberations of a temple bell, landing heavily upon his heart. You, merely the detritus of a bygone era, scraping by with your pitiful students in the realm of human pity. Menhuan cast a disdainful glance at him, his eyes brimming with contempt. You pfft. Charles, stung by Menhuan's sharp words, found it difficult to breathe, his chest heaving violently, even spitting out a mouthful of blood. Charles, end your own life, Menhuan declared, raising his hand to hurl a dagger. Caught off guard by Menhuan's ruthless intent to kill him, Charles stared vacantly at the dagger. What? Are you scared? You weren't afraid when you wanted to kill me? Menhuan scoffed. This is your cowardice. You will never achieve greatness. If I were you, I would seize the dagger and plunge it into me. Alas, you neither dare to take your own life nor to vanquish your enemies. Faced with such scorn, Charles was left speechless. Having enjoyed a life of ease for far too long, he had grown fearful of death. Even when confronting foes, it seemed they were always sent to prison rather than eradicated. Observing Charles' continued indifference, Menhuan resolved to take matters into his own hands. Do you truly dare to kill me? I advise you to calm down. My refusal to allow your death is for your own good, Charles exclaimed, his voice rising. Menhuan remained unmoved, stating, Charles, I shall ensure your departure is devoid of suffering. Huh, you. Charles glared at Menhuan, his eyes wide with rage, only to find himself engulfed in darkness the next moment. Quite commendable, contributing over 40 million, Menhuan remarked coldly, turning to depart. Now, he possessed nearly 100 billion units of life energy. Charles' disappearance sent shockwaves through the community, with futile searches yielding no results. Simultaneously, the elusive phantom cat vanished, leaving Logan in a vegetative state, utterly incapacitated. After such a prolonged absence, it was tantamount to death. Nick Fury, with his prominent white teeth, couldn't contain his astonishment. Charles, that old relic, was finally gone. He could finally lay to rest that incessant worry. Charles' abilities had been terrifying, verging on omnipresent. A great whale falls, and all life arises anew. Countless high-ranking officials and generals were eager to celebrate with fireworks. Charles' demise nearly alleviated their most pressing concerns. In a certain suburban area, a figure clad in a hospital gown appeared, staggering like a drunken man in an eerie manner. Passing cars veered away, fearing the potential for being ensnared by this lunatic. Yet the man remained unfazed. It was as though he existed outside the world, reveling in his own little realm of freedom, occasionally crouching by the roadside to observe ants or toying with the flora. Thus, he meandered towards Winchester, at which point the agents monitoring mutants recognized him. Oh no, how did he escape the psychiatric hospital? Just him? Then let us apprehend him. The young agent scoffed dismissively. Just a lunatic. How could he possibly defy the odds? Capture him? Do you know who he is? The agent regarded the young officer as if he were a madman. Who? He's the son of Charles. The young agent chuckled derisively. Charles is dead. What do we have to fear? He smirked. His father may have instilled fear in us, but now that he is gone, what is there to fear? Just as he boasted, the atmosphere suddenly turned frigid. The lunatic he had belittled materialized before them like a specter, seizing him by the throat. In that moment, the man bore no semblance of madness. His voice, icy as a winter gale, demanded, speak. How did Charles die? Who could have slain him? The agent, struggling to breathe, painfully forced out, he is indeed dead. For God's sake, he would not perish even if he did. No, wait, I forgot you're already dead. The lunatic remarked in a fit of mania, causing the young agent's mind to spiral into chaos, a state of death beyond death. The middle-aged agent beside him nearly soiled himself, believing his end was nigh when the ruthless figure before him, without a glance in his direction, vanished into thin air. Chapter 92. An inevitable confrontation. Charles' deranged son, Legion, a super mutant of extraordinary caliber, defies mere description as Omega. Although Charles was hailed as the master of the mind, his son grapples with severe schizophrenia, birthing a new personality and ability almost daily. Legion, known as David Charles Holler, embodies a gentle and innocent soul yearning for parental affection and care. However, this core self is merely one of countless personas within him. No one can guarantee that they will encounter Legion's benevolent persona. What if they meet a volatile madman instead? Legion's powers are in a state of wild evolution, and no one can predict how many abilities he will possess in the future. Currently, he wields powers including telepathy, matter manipulation, telekinesis, astral projection, reality distortion, energy control, and self-healing, alongside superhuman strength and speed. He also possesses space-time abilities, such as teleportation, time travel, and traversing wormholes between stars, as well as a myriad of other capabilities like X-ray vision, supersonic flight, death transfer, and pyrokinesis. The extent of Legion's superpowers is a mystery even to the editors themselves. The merciless killer Legion instantly appeared at the Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. His overwhelming aura of menace was as piercing as a winter wind, impossible to ignore. Before him stood Scott, Storm, Colossus, and others who dared not even breathe, their eyes fixed in terror upon the taboo figure that no one dared to mention. Just because a certain rebellious youth, unfamiliar with the crowd, was deemed a lunatic, he has now fused with a nearby dog. Such a bizarre and grotesque scene would instill fear in anyone who beholds it. The poor Hatchies is innocent in all this. Yet it results in a creature that is neither human nor dog, with a monstrous head of a man, a body of a dog, and the paws of canine. Children, upon merely catching a glimpse, would burst into tears, and even adults would find themselves utterly horrified. It is no exaggeration. Should such a creature emerge at night, it could frighten one to death. Even the seasoned Storm, along with her companions, felt a tremor of fear in the presence of this lunatic. Amidst the oppressive and tense atmosphere, the harbinger of death suddenly transformed into a little girl. "Hey, Uncle and Aunt, why are you so tense? I just want to know where my father has gone." With this utterance, the palpable aura of menace vanished without a trace, and a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. "Oh my goodness, you scared me to death." Storm bravely stepped forward, speaking softly. "David, your father has been missing for several days, and we cannot find him. If you wish to locate him, would you come with me, dear sister? I will help you find him." Her words were soothing, as if she were calming a child. All right, let us go, sister." David clapped his hands joyfully. Despite being a grown man, he now resembled a peculiar child, an absurd contrast that would make anyone laugh. Yet, no one dared to utter a word. They were simply grateful that Storm could pacify this harbinger of calamity. Their gazes turned toward her, filled with admiration. "How incredibly brave you are." Thus, Storm led David to Charles's office in search of clues. However, the next moment, the innocent girl's voice sent shivers down everyone's spines. Well, said he wants to eat a mutant's brain, and he is willing to help find my father." Damn it. Storm and the others were utterly dumbfounded. The individual named Will, as one could surmise, was a deranged maniac. This absurdity left them in a state of sheer terror, igniting a primal survival instinct. And they fled without a moment's hesitation. Run. I love playing hide and seek." The little girl clapped her hands, then closed her eyes, counting quietly in place, allowing them 2.5 minutes to hide. "All right, time's up," she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she began her innocent search for unfortunate souls to appease Will. In the blink of an eye, a child, blissfully unaware of the chaos outside, was suddenly jolted by a voice that sent chills racing down his spine. I found you." The boy suddenly opened his eyes, only to find a figure clad in a striped hospital gown staring intently at him. Yet the voice emanating from this apparition was that of a young girl. In an instant, he was gripped by terror, a feeling so overwhelming that he nearly lost control of himself. The scent of fear was truly unbearable. Yet Will reveled in this expression of dread, giggling to himself. The little girl, David, grinned with a mischievous expression, reminiscent of a mischievous sprite. This strange contrast was enough to send shivers down one's spine. As the playful girl faded away, she was replaced by the bloodthirsty Will, whose mouth, lined with jagged fangs, opened wide and devoured the young boy whole. With a satisfied grin, Will's blood-stained lips were a visage of horror that could easily terrify anyone. "Let me see where that foolish father of mine is hiding," he mocked, and then, with a swift motion, he invoked the magic of time reversal. Before him, scenes began to unfold in rapid succession, akin to a film played in reverse. Such a miraculous feat, the manipulation of time, he executed with remarkable ease. He found it. As the images came to a halt, a crimson hue enveloped his eyes as if drenched in blood. Everything around him erupted uncontrollably. fracturing into a cloud of ashes. In the next moment, the entire building collapsed with a thunderous roar. Although they were new personalities, the core identity of the group remained the benevolent and righteous one, with Charles as their father. As the fury of the group surged, the sky above New York transformed into an eerie blood red, reminiscent of an apocalyptic landscape. Countless individuals looked skyward, overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of suffocation and dread, while small creatures trembled in fear. Simultaneously, Menhuan, engrossed in his research on nanotechnology, suddenly lifted his gaze to behold a pair of blood-red eyes fixated upon him. "What is wrong, dear?" Zhao Helen inquired, puzzled. "It's nothing. I'll be back shortly," Simon reassured her, vanishing in an instant, as the distant blood-red eyes gradually faded away. Chapter 93. Altering Reality. The group floated serenely above the mutant academy, their bloodthirsty aura causing all living beings to flee. At that moment, Menhuan appeared before him, calmly assessing the situation. He did not personally know the group, his interest in these individuals being rather limited. Yet he recognized the hospital gown. If anyone among the mutants wore such attire, it was likely the group, whose power was unparalleled. "David?" Menhuan ventured a question. "I can be both David and Will," the group replied. "Ah, I see." Menhuan nodded, confirming it was indeed the group. "This is becoming quite intriguing. The group could be considered an entity of infinite abilities, and he too could be classified as such, the only distinction being that his powers could be selectively chosen. Unlike the group's random and chaotic nature. Have you finished your inquiries? Then prepare to meet your demise." As the crowd subtly concluded their words, they raised their hands to initiate an assault, but Menhuan swiftly gestured to halt them. "Wait, do you have any last words? Hurry up." Yet, Menhuan disregarded him, instead waving his hand to invert the very fabric of reality. He had no desire to shatter the tranquility of the world. "A mirror image?" The crowd murmured in curiosity, surveying the intriguing mirror space before them. "All right, we may commence." Menhuan spoke with a detached calmness. "Oomph." The crowd could not suppress a cold snort, clearly agitated by Menhuan's nonchalant demeanor, as he was inherently bloodthirsty and irritable. With a single gesture, the earth suddenly cracked with a thunderous roar, the soil transforming into a rolling dragon, while above, chaotic energy swirled like boiling magma, conjuring a bizarre spectacle. Surrounding Menhuan was a profound black light, pulsating with dark energy, mysterious, malevolent, and formidable. In the face of such a terrifying onslaught that obscured the sun, he let out a cold snort and remarked, "Elemental control?" Boom! With a flick of his hand, dark energy erupted forth, causing the ground beneath to fracture under the pressure of this might, as searing magma gushed from the fissures, heralding an apocalyptic arrival. The crowd remained unfazed, enveloped in vengeful fury, their body radiating white mental energy to manipulate the earthly elements. Boom! A confrontation of raw power ensued. Their eyes burned with an uncanny glow, each gaze seemingly capable of piercing the soul. "Your time for blood repayment has come." The crowd's roar resonated like an infrasonic wave, collapsing the surrounding space into an abyss of endless darkness. After merely exchanging probing attacks, the crowd recognized that this adversary was far from the trivial foes they had previously encountered. With a lowered gaze, they seemed to transform, and in an instant, their hands danced, manifesting their mental energy into countless black tendrils. These tendrils surged forth like greedy serpents towards Menhuan, distorting the fabric of space and reducing matter to nothingness beneath their crushing grasp. Menhuan, unfazed, simply snapped his fingers, instantly freezing the space, rendering the clawing tendrils motionless in midair. Following that, with a mere thought, the space shattered like glass, sending myriad shards soaring through the air like a storm of blades, hurtling towards the crowd. The crowd's expression shifted abruptly as they activated a spatial passage, causing countless fragments to vanish into the void. "Humph!" They emitted a grave snort. In the next moment, they found themselves behind Menhuan, their gaze crackling with a power capable of distorting souls, unleashing a mental shockwave. Buzz! A golden protective shield enveloped Menhuan, absorbing the entire impact. "You dare to compare mental strength with me?" The shield rippled, yet remained as steadfast as a mountain. The power of the Phoenix is the true ancestor of mental prowess. Menhuan retaliated with a strike. unleashing an energy beam imbued with destructive force that cleaved through the heavens. The multitude shimmered and transformed into countless phantoms, rays piercing through them to strike a distant peak, which instantaneously crumbled into powder, scattering into the air. Truly, the multitude was formidable. A smile crept onto Menhuan's lips, his eyes glimmering with excitement. It had been a long time since he felt such joy. In the next moment, the multitude appeared behind him, a dagger of concentrated energy manifesting in its palm, aimed directly at his heart. Too slow, Menhuan remarked coldly. Crack. His speed was unfathomable. Could you comprehend the striking velocity of a mantis shrimp? In an instant, he seized the multitude's wrist, twisting it with such force that the latter could not react, snapping it cleanly. Impressive. The multitude grinned savagely, displaying no sign of pain, and with a bloodthirsty smile, detonated his own wrist. Ruthless. A warrior's severed limb. Another fierce personality, showing no mercy. Yet, even this decisive brutality could not save him. As Menhuan surged forward, his left hand rapidly conjuring a massive energy sphere. The terrifying fluctuations within the sphere seemed to contain boundless thunder. The next moment, Menhuan slammed the energy sphere against the multitude's heart. Boom! The multitude's heart and upper body vanished in an instant. Dead? Impossible. Before Menhuan could search, the remnants of the multitude's body erupted into a torrential rain of blood. He had chosen self-destruction. How ruthless! At this moment, Menhuan was genuinely moved. Even he would not be as reckless as the multitude, self-destructing without hesitation. In the next heartbeat, the fabric of space shattered, and the multitude emerged unscathed, declaring, "Your strength is remarkable. It is no wonder the old man could offer no resistance against you. But this ends now. Come forth, my brothers and sisters." Boom! With the multitude's words, Menhuan finally grasped why he was called the multitude. He swiftly formed seals with both hands, summoning countless phantom avatars. These avatars surged forth from various rifts in time and space, each wielding unique superpowers. In an instant, beams of energy, elemental storms, and psychic shocks rained down upon Menhuan like a dense barrage. How spectacular! Menhuan couldn't help but admire the multitude's dazzling transformation. At that moment, the multitude embodied a legion, a single individual capable of matching 1,000 troops, materializing in all its glory. Buzz! In the next moment, Menhuan transformed into a black hole. Endless, resplendent energy attacks were devoured by him. His ironclad body could absorb any form of energy assault and store it. The notion of bursting him was sheer folly. Boom! Seeing this, the multitude hastily summoned the earth element, attempting to bind Menhuan's body and prevent further energy absorption. Bang! Apologies. I can control the earth element as well. Menhuan grinned as the earth element, now bearing boulder-like rocks, hurtled towards the multitude. Boom! A multitude waved their hands, unleashing a barrage of energy rays that detonated the rocks, scattering a shower of molten fragments across the earth. Suddenly, the entity known as the multitude emanated a vivid scarlet glow, prompting Menhuan to sense a force altering his absorption limits. A smile crept across his face. Altering reality? I seem to grasp this notion. Chapter 94. Time Suspension. The power of the phoenix, naturally, transcends the constraints of causality, allowing for the modification of any historical event, the manipulation of cause and effect, and the weaving of destiny. It can equally distort, amend, and reboot reality. Although Jean Grey's Phoenix Force is merely a fragment, it far surpasses the capabilities of an Omega-level mutant, such as the Multitude. As the Multitude endeavored to adjust its energy threshold, Menhuan promptly dispelled this power, raising his hand to flick the various absorbed attacks back at the Multitude. Boom! The Multitude was taken aback by the bizarre rebound of energy. It was, after all, his own force directed at him. How perplexing! Hastily, he invoked his doppelganger ability, allowing an illusion to absorb the lethal impact while he remained unharmed. No one could fathom that their assaults could induce such cataclysmic devastation, as the mountains and rivers within the mirrored space seemed as fragile as paper before them. At that moment, witnessing that pure energy attacks were ineffective against Menhuan, the Multitude ceased his actions, his gaze darkening as he fixated on Menhuan. "You're the most formidable opponent I have encountered thus far," he gasped coldly. "Likewise," Menhuan responded with a smile. remaining composed in contrast to the multitude's flushed and strained demeanor. "Oomph, let us see how you withstand my next move." After a contemptuous snort, the multitude's surrounding dark energy intensified, subtly outlining ancient, mysterious runes that flickered and pulsed, releasing an eerie oscillation. Suddenly, he tilted his head back and roared, a sound that shattered the sky like breaking glass, unleashing countless fissures through time and space directed at Menhuan, resulting in a cataclysmic rupture of the mirrored realm. The multitude's power was overwhelming, shattering the mirrored space as terrifying creatures from unknown dimensions surged forth through the cracks, their claws rending the air and causing flora to wither in their wake. Menhuan's gaze sharpened, and an infinite surge of power erupted around him, forming a transparent barrier before him. The battle, now unshackled from the mirrored space, became visible to countless onlookers, who were paralyzed with fear at the sight of the monstrous entities. Menhuan halted these horrors, staring at the triumphant multitude in the distance, and declared, "Summoning demons? I could do that too." No sooner had he spoken than a deeper, darker energy erupted around him, causing the very fabric of space to fracture. In an instant, a spatial teleportation array opened within a 1,000-meter radius, unleashing a horde of grotesque, fearsome demons that howled with exhilaration as they charged forth. This is the human realm. The air is exquisite here. How wondrous and vibrant the world can be. The visual appeal is undeniable. However, it lacks the essence of dark energy. The demons are in a state of exhilaration, which explains the relentless pursuit of countless dimensional lords towards the main universe. Eliminate these invading creatures. Just as the demons were reveling in their madness, Menhuan's cold command echoed in their ears, instantly snapping them back to reality as they howled and charged towards the terrifying beings. The Lord has decreed. Attack. In an instant, the demonic army unleashed a massacre upon the horde of summoned creatures from other dimensions. For how could these summoned monsters possibly compare to the demons conjured by a dimensional lord? Thus commenced a bloody slaughter, and the brazen appearance of such malevolent dimensional demons drew the attention of countless onlookers. Ancient One momentarily halted the battlefield, her eyes fixed in disbelief upon Menhuan as she stammered, "You have studied the dark scriptures. Power knows no distinction between good and evil. It lies in who wields it. Do you not agree?" Menhuan replied nonchalantly. His double entendre rendered Ancient One speechless. In no time, the demonic army had eradicated all the terrifying creatures, standing in respectful formation thereafter. "Why do these demons obey you so fervently?" Ancient One exclaimed, her eyes wide in shock, struggling to comprehend how much clearer Simon had become in merely a few months. "Because I am their king," Menhuan replied with a smile. The feeling of superiority was exhilarating, especially in the presence of a figure like Ancient One. He waved his hand dismissively, sending the demons back to the lava dimension to continue their training, then turned to the side, addressing the perplexed group. "Please continue your performance." The group was incensed, their noses out of joint. They had never encountered such audacious arrogance. "Oomph." The group let out a cold snort, their expression growing grave. They knew that engaging in a contest of wills with Menhuan was futile. Everything must be settled through strength. They realized that further delay would only exacerbate the danger. The group retracted all but one of their avatars, leaving behind a singular personality to oversee matters, one endowed with the power of time. Buzz. The ripples of time surged, and everything in the world came to a halt. Except for Ancient One, it was as if the entire earth had been pressed on pause. Smoke ceased to billow. Flames stopped flickering, water halted its flow. Everything was frozen in that moment. Menhuan seemed to be ensnared by this force, standing motionless as David approached him with a sinister grin. At that moment, his mind was a cacophony of voices, with countless personalities chattering excitedly, welcoming him, praising his strength, and celebrating the addition of a new member to their ranks. A less resilient individual would have succumbed to madness, yet David had grown accustomed to it, even finding comfort in the sense of family it provided. As David drew near, Simon transformed into a spectral state, reminiscent of an illusion. "Hith, hith, now I can feast upon your brain." David's eerie laughter sent shivers down spines. His voice was unervingly sinister, and madness flickered in his eyes. Menhuan's power was overwhelmingly formidable, and now he sought to absorb David's consciousness to forge a new persona. The thought exhilarated him. At that moment, A palpable aura of menace descended, and a fragment of David's consciousness frantically alerted him to an impending catastrophe. Oh no! David's eyes widened as he prepared to retreat, only to witness the previously motionless Menhuan unleash a devastating punch. Damage transfer. In a critical moment, David swiftly employed one of his persona's abilities to redirect the harm to an individual 1,000 meters away. Bang! The unfortunate soul exploded, absorbing the damage meant for David. Damn it! Something must be amiss. Fool! There must be a problem. Otherwise, how could he break free from the time freeze? Does he possess time manipulation abilities as well? Impossible. Damn it. Are you questioning my deductions? David's mind was in turmoil as the others began to bicker among themselves, devolving into internal strife. David grasped the immense strength of the man before him. He was well accustomed to such infighting. It would be odd if they weren't at odds. Time, space, reality modification. Such terrifying abilities were now evidently his as well, seemingly more potent than David's own. Damn it! A tumult of frustration arose. Could their infinite capacity for mutation truly be ineffective against him? Chapter 95. The Demise of the Masses. The Utopia Project. He pondered his regrets slowly, but Menhuan afforded him no opportunity for reflection. In a sudden flash, he appeared beside David, effortlessly demonstrating a grotesque display of tearing apart an American adversary. The carnage was brutal, the ghastly scene almost unbearable to behold, yet the masses grew even more exhilarated. Who knows what persona had taken over this time? Even with only half a body, he still shouted, "So good! So exhilarating! Be even harsher! Damn you!" The masochistic persona. Menhuan could only roll his eyes in disbelief. Yet he dared not discard this individual to be melted by the bronze cauldron. Within the very genes of this character lay the capacity to absorb personas. His superpowers were inconsequential to himself, and he was unwilling to take the risk. Seeing that this individual harbored a masochistic persona and witnessing the rapid self-healing, Menhuan angrily stomped on his face. Damn it! Let you suffer! Let you suffer! Wait, my mind is faltering. The more I torment him, the more excited he becomes. This individual also possesses self-healing abilities. Menhuan promptly ceased his assault, playfully keeping him in front of him, cackling with delight. What do you intend to do? David was startled by Menhuan's sudden, eerie laughter. In the next moment, realization dawned upon him. No! Menhuan's palm erupted with a sphere of black fire, which he directed straight at David's forehead. Sensing the overwhelming and perilous nature of the black flame, David screamed in terror, his body thrashing violently. Before him, a multitude of personalities was instantaneously consumed by the dark divine flames, reduced to nothingness. In that moment, he lost a certain ability, although it was of little consequence, and he possessed several similar capabilities. What truly instilled terror within him was the realization that Menhuan held the means to utterly annihilate him. In a state of urgency, he swiftly summoned a spatial force field, distorting the surrounding space into a complex labyrinth, endeavoring to disrupt Menhuan's trajectory and secure his escape. However, Menhuan embodied the essence of spatial gems. He was space itself, his powers transcending the very limits of Dakin's comprehension. With a mere thought, Menhuan unleashed chaos within the labyrinthine confines. Certain areas expanded in time and space, while others approached a near standstill. Under these tumultuous spatial rules, the forces of space effortlessly breached Dakin's defenses, ensnaring him tightly like a net. Cursed be this fate. Dakin, filled with both fear and fury, struggled with all his might as a mysterious energy surged uncontrollably within him, striving to free himself from the spatial binding. He immediately focused his mind, launching a silent assault on the level of the soul, directly assaulting Menhuan's sea of consciousness. A resounding roar echoed in Menhuan's mind, akin to the simultaneous crashing of 1,000 thunderclaps, which he forcefully suppressed. How can you be so naive? Menhuan retorted, erecting an indomitable mental fortress within his consciousness, effortlessly repelling the onslaught. It is time to end this. With that declaration, he rapidly constricted the forces of space, swiftly suppressing the golden energy enveloping Dakin. Menhuan appeared before Dakin with an air of calm, seizing him by the throat. Once again, the dark divine tome ignited within his mental realm, and in an instant, a personality was severed and consumed. This personality belonged to the mutant child whom Dakin had recently slain and absorbed. Thank you. The child expressed his gratitude before embracing his fate, finally liberated from the confines of his prison. Menhuan nodded in understanding. He recognized the profound suffering endured by those personalities that Dakin had extinguished and subsequently absorbed. They were not mere manifestations of Dakin, but rather individuals whose free will had been stripped away, their lives and liberties extinguished. Come now, Comrade Dakin. Let us see how many personalities you possess that I can incinerate. Menhuan sneered, his words plunging Dakin into a pit of dread. No matter how many personalities he harbored, they would never suffice to satiate Menhuan's hunger for destruction. He could scarcely fathom the true nature of the monster before him. You are truly malevolent. Dakin spat, his teeth clenched in rage as he glared at Menhuan, his voice a venomous hiss. Fear gripped him. Despair enveloped him. In this moment of hopelessness, he awakened the ultimate ability hidden deep within his genes, causal manipulation. A strange light flickered in Dakin's eyes as he laboriously raised a hand. Pointing at Menhuan, an intangible force of causality descending upon him. Under the influence of this power, Menhuan's body began to undergo peculiar transformations, as if an invisible rule was stripping him of his strength. Each invocation of the dark divine flames became a monumental effort. Menhuan furrowed his brow, unexpectedly beginning to strip away his own dark divine power, for the first time sensing a looming crisis. He swiftly invoked the power of the Phoenix, and the two forces transcending the laws of the universe clashed violently in the void. A hum resonated under the confrontation of formless energy. The entire New York trembled violently in the aftermath of this collision. Upon witnessing this, Ancient One hurriedly conjured a mirror dimension to protect the Earth from annihilation by this force. Within the mirror dimension, countless buildings and landscapes were torn into innumerable fragments, even beginning to gradually vanish. At this moment, the mirror dimension itself began to collapse, and this crisis was on the verge of spilling into the real world. Fortunately, the outcome had already been determined. No, a multitude of despairing roars erupted, for he had run out of means to restrain or counterattack against Menhuan's assault. Menhuan seized him once more, allowing the dark divine fire to consume the personalities absorbed by the multitude, this time incinerating two personalities entirely. He multitude, you possess an immortal body. I shall see how many self-healing personalities you truly have. 1, 2, 3, 4, within the span of a mere incense stick's worth of time. Menhuan had already burned away over 100 of the multitude's personalities. At this moment, the multitude lay helplessly in a pool of blood, resembling a stray dog desperately clinging to life. Menhuan harbored no hatred towards him. Avenging his father was a matter of righteousness, merely a stroke of bad luck. Had he been able to control the multitude, he would have hesitated to eliminate such a formidable ally. Yet he was far too powerful to be subdued as a mere puppet. Thus, Menhuan had no choice but to kill him to prevent future troubles. Alas, the multitude's genes were a pity. After all, he had no desire to become a lunatic. The bronze cauldron could optimize, but it could only rectify the flaws within the genes. The multitude's genes were inherently designed to generate personalities. The multitude slowly perished amidst pain and unwillingness, his once coveted yet terrifying abilities dissipating along with him. These abilities were only effective against others. To Menhuan, they were merely superfluous. Infinite abilities versus infinite abilities. The ultimate victor was still the seemingly invincible Menhuan, as the multitude fell solely to the power of the Phoenix. Ancient One observed the battle, capable of obliterating the earth, conclude with Menhuan's triumph, her concern intensifying. The eye of Agamotto immediately radiated a vibrant green light, beginning to mend the damaged world. While Ancient One cast a complex gaze at Menhuan, I truly did not foresee that you would also embrace darkness. No, Master Ancient One, you are mistaken. I have not embraced darkness. I have chosen darkness, Menhuan confidently corrected her. Never mind, it no longer matters. I can only hope that if I succumb to darkness in the near future, you will have the resolve to end my life. Ancient One sighed with concern. She was acutely aware that she could not endure for much longer. Indeed, at that time, I might just seize the eye of Agamotto and the Book of Ishani. Menhuan teased her. If I die, who will care about so much? Upon hearing this, Gu offered a serene smile. After my demise, Who would concern themselves with the deluge? Hey, then you should hurry and perish, or rather, embrace the dark side, Menhuan mischievously remarked, rubbing his hands together. Gu Yi responded, by the way, having already eliminated Charles, are you planning to declare war on humanity next? I genuinely hope you do not reach that juncture. Do you take me for a fool? Humanity is the cradle of mutants, and mutants can thrive without waging war against humans, Menhuan retorted dismissively. Please, spare me the testing of my patience. What do you intend to do? Gu Yi inquired, her expression unwavering despite Menhuan's revelation of her intentions. Pointing to the sky, Menhuan grinned mischievously. There are countless asteroids in the universe. I can simply procure a smaller one and become neighbors with the Americans. Chapter 96, a global live broadcast of star harvesting. Gu Yi was taken aback by Menhuan's audacious plan. He aimed to locate an asteroid in the cosmos to create a utopia for mutants. She gazed deeply at the wildly imaginative Menhuan, suddenly envious of his remarkably vivid world, where he could live life on his own terms, while she bore the weight of so many burdens. Menhuan's symbiotic battlesuit was conspicuous, captured by numerous satellites. Yet, apart from select few, no one comprehended his true identity. Upon returning to his villa, he comfortably reclined, gazing at the starry sky in search of a suitable asteroid. As a child, he had always wondered if, while he looked up at the stars, there were others gazing down at Earth. What are you looking at? The graceful and intelligent Jean Grey inquired as she settled beside him. Are the stars in the night sky beautiful? Menhuan softly asked. Absolutely, Jean Grey replied without hesitation, her eyes reflecting the romantic allure of the cosmos. A sight she cherished. How about I pluck one for you? Pluck one for me? Jean Grey seemed momentarily taken aback. Yet as she noticed the sincerity in Menhuan's gaze, she realized he was not jesting. You cannot be serious, she remarked. Menhuan nodded. I can indeed gather a star from the heavens as a token of my affection. I wish to provide you with a home. Jean Grey stared at Menhuan in astonishment, tears of excitement welling up and spilling over as she threw herself into his embrace. Why are you crying? You. In the next moment, Jean Grey firmly asserted herself, and with a swift motion, she dispatched a multitude of life energies, amounting to 300 million, leaving Menhuan quite satiated. In the blink of an eye, the end of the year approached. Recently, Steve had nearly acclimated to modern life, successfully bidding farewell to his first love, Peggy, who had passed the torch to her niece, Sharon. As a nefarious character driven by self-interest, Menhuan finally discovered a suitable asteroid in close proximity to the solar system. That day, he sought out Magneto, urging him to contact all the mutants he knew to witness a grand spectacle. You are planning something significant, aren't you? Magneto stated, fixing Menhuan with a penetrating gaze. Indeed, with a smile, Shemin responded without any pretense. Yet Magneto, brimming with curiosity, yearned to uncover the matter at hand. However, Shemin, shrouded in mystery, assured him that the revelation would soon unfold. Amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd, Shemin gradually ascended into the sky, pausing only after reaching an altitude of over 300 meters. Countless mutants tuned in to witness this live spectacle, and he made no effort to conceal his self-aggrandizement. Onlookers were utterly astonished as they beheld someone ascending step by step into the heavens, exclaiming in awe, "My goodness!" Their eyes glimmered with longing. Mutant! I too wish to become a mutant. Damn, this is incredibly cool. Do you wish to become a mutant? Of course. Then seek out Magneto. Take a chance to transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. At this moment, the envy and admiration of tourists near the Statue of Liberty reached its zenith. It was simply ostentatious. Meanwhile, the mutants fixated on Shemin, perplexed by his intentions, engaged in animated discussions. Suddenly, Shemin sensed the approach of a small asteroid, a rocky fragment drifting from the cosmos. He abruptly raised his hand towards the asteroid and mimicked a pulling motion, leaving countless spectators bewildered. Is this man performing a pantomime? How bizarre. It's utterly incomprehensible. Could it be some sort of ritual? Nick Fury of S.H.I.L.D. furrowed his brow, utterly confounded by Shemin's actions, fixating on him, noting that many mutants appeared to be observing him as well. General, should we attempt to bring him down? A staff member quietly suggested. Bring him down? Try it. Can't you see the green-haired woman beside him? That's the female version of Magneto, The general retorted, exasperated. Without orders from above. He had no intention of courting disaster. What's that scoundrel up to? Polaris inquired curiously. Ever since Sheeman had drained her, they had become adversaries. Star harvesting. Jean Grey murmured excitedly. Star harvesting? Indeed. He aims to create a utopia for us mutants. Utopia? Our homeland. Polaris was taken aback. Her beautiful eyes fixed on the towering figure in the distance, gradually becoming entranced. Dragging an asteroid from such a distance was not a formidable challenge for him. It merely required time. He could have utilized spatial teleportation, yet chose not to. His intentions were as transparent as Sima Zhao's heart, known to all women, to instill awe. At this moment, various space agencies worldwide were left in a state of shock. A piercing alarm resonated throughout the command hall as they gazed at the satellite imagery. Rendered utterly speechless. From head to toe, they felt an icy chill. An asteroid was hurtling towards Earth at an unimaginable speed. It's over. We can't intercept it. My goodness. Where did that asteroid come from? Report. The diameter of this asteroid reaches an astonishing 300 kilometers. The speaker stuttered, his eyes filled with nothing but despair. As if all hope had vanished. Was there still a need for the director to evacuate the populace? Evacuation? Would it even matter? At that moment, the director slumped in his chair, utterly devoid of spirit, awaiting the inevitable arrival of death. Indeed, would it make a difference? Chapter 97. He aims to establish a nation within a nation. The American officials have lost their minds. As the colossal asteroid, engulfed in flames, penetrated the atmosphere, the overwhelming majority of people closed their eyes, resigned to their fate. Perhaps this was fair in a twisted sense. Just as they awaited the end, the cataclysmic asteroid inexplicably slowed its descent. Many cautiously opened their eyes to observe that the sun had seemingly vanished, only to be astonished to find it obscured by the asteroid, casting an eerie shadow over the land. Under the guidance of Menhuan, the asteroid, with its immense diameter, gracefully halted 200 nautical miles southeast of Brooklyn, New York. In the live stream, countless viewers noticed a dark silhouette beneath the asteroid, unmistakably that of the enigmatic powerhouse. Menhuan? Many among the mutants recognized him. Had he truly summoned the asteroid from the cosmos? Just moments ago, someone had seen him gesturing towards the void, leading to the speculation that he had indeed forcibly drawn the asteroid from space. Could humanity really drag an asteroid from the universe? It was nothing short of mythological. Shock, fear, frenzy, adoration, unbelief. A myriad of emotions flickered across countless faces, while Menhuan looked down with pride upon the minuscule figures below, many already capturing the moment with their phones. This was precisely the outcome he desired. As for the immense celestial body's gravitational pull on the structures below, well, after some calculations, it was a serious matter of jest. From a gravitational perspective, the asteroid's mass is approximately 2 times 10^18 kilograms. Currently, it hovers 1,000 meters above the Earth's surface, where the gravitational acceleration experienced is about 0.0001 ms, only 1/10,000th of Earth's gravitational pull. In other words, its gravitational influence on objects on the Earth's surface is negligible, almost imperceptible. The previous discourse was purely whimsical, intended for amusement. In a science fiction world, anything is possible. Even a deity might walk among mortals, wouldn't you agree? Boom. Menhuan once again lifted the hundreds of kilometers wide asteroid before countless witnesses, gently guiding it into the ocean until it disappeared beneath the waves. The colossal tidal surge nearly inundated New York, yet all of it remained firmly under Menhuan's control. After an excruciating wait of nearly half an hour, the small asteroid, with a diameter of several hundred kilometers, finally vanished into the ocean. Countless individuals, including Magneto, Polaris, and Storm, were drenched in cold sweat. Had it not been for Simon's control over the waves and the asteroid's gradual descent, the impact could have obliterated the Earth in an instant. In the next moment, a voice resonated across the globe. The oasis is about to be established. Mutants, listen closely. If you desire to live under the sun and with the dignity of humanity, our oasis will welcome you. It is the utopia for mutants. Suddenly, the world fell into silence. The oasis? A utopia for mutants? Those hiding in dimly lit sewers and abandoned buildings, struggling to survive, were instantly moved to tears. Could we truly live in the sunlight? Could we live with dignity like humans? Countless mutants began to emerge from the sewers, eager to seek the location of the oasis. They refused to miss even the slightest glimmer of hope. At the presidential office, frustration boiled over. Damn it, this is outrageous. Mr. Schmidt, are you just going to sit idly while this madman defecates on us from above? The president slammed his hand on the table, his gaze dark and sweeping across the high-ranking generals and advisors present. Eliminate him, Schmidt replied coldly. Excellent. Now, that's the spirit of an American general. Everyone, let us vote. President Bellas nodded in satisfaction, then turned to the others. Except for the radical Schmidt, everyone else exchanged glances, remaining silent and hesitant to raise their hands. Even though they all knew the adversary was overly arrogant, no one dared to provoke him. Thus, despite the president's fury, it proved futile. Ahem, Mr. Bellas, please remain calm. That individual can summon asteroids at will. This is an asteroid we're talking about. Yes, you should understand that an asteroid just a few kilometers in diameter could spell doom for Earth. I wholeheartedly agree with Mr. Cohen. We are dealing with an asteroid exceeding 300 kilometers in diameter. I seriously doubt our technology can shatter it in outer space. Your Excellency, I fear that if provoked, he might hurl an asteroid at us. Who could withstand that? The small conference room erupted into chaos. The consensus was clear. Do not offend him or face certain death. Now, President Bellas was utterly at a loss for words. The chilling remarks had managed to calm him. Meanwhile, the phone in the presidential office rang incessantly, with warnings pouring in from various nations. Do not resort to military action. Do not resort to military action. Regardless of the demands for money or personnel, any condition could be acquiesced to. At worst, they would collectively gather their resources. Just as Bales prepared to return the call, he abruptly stood up, casting an uncertain glance around him. Mr. President, I am Menhuan. Yes, that asteroid was indeed captured by me from outer space, and I require the establishment of a nation within a nation adjacent to yours. I hope you will show some consideration. Upon finishing his statement, Menhuan vanished, leaving President Bales in a state of stunned silence, his expression dark and conflicted. Mr. President? At that moment, his secretary gently called to him. Bales awoke from his reverie and gradually took a seat. Everyone looked at him in confusion, and meeting their gazes, he let out a heavy sigh. Alas! The room was filled with puzzled expressions, wondering what was amiss with the president. I bring you unfortunate news. The other party has informed me they wish to establish a nation within a nation in America. The moment those words were uttered, the room fell into a profound silence. After more than a minute, someone finally spoke up. We have no choice but to agree now. The others remained mute, for there was no alternative. They could only begrudgingly accept their fate. Exchanging glances, they erupted into laughter, a mad kind of mirth at the irony of a century-old powerful nation being coerced by another. Chapter 98. The Arrival of Dormammu. Upon the Oasis asteroid, Jean Grey, Magneto, Polaris, and a multitude of mutants struggled to conceal their exhilaration. Magneto gazed at the colossal asteroid before him, feeling a tumult of emotions. The goal he had tirelessly pursued for decades had been effortlessly achieved by the younger generation. Alongside his pride, he felt a sense of bittersweet acknowledgement of the cyclical nature of talent across generations. Jean Grey looked at the excited children, her eyes welling with tears of emotion. No longer would anyone dare to bully them. Professor, did you see that? Relentless compromise earns no respect from others. Sheeman was right. The unfulfilled wishes you harbored have now been realized by Sheeman. She murmured dreamily. This shall be the home of mutants. Amidst the gathered crowd, Menhuan slowly raised his hand, and the uneven, cratered surface of the asteroid began to rapidly flatten, transforming into a mound of earthy sand. It was awe-inspiring. Everyone gazed at him as if he were a deity. Once we complete the assessments and confirm there is no harmful radiation for humans, this asteroid will become our sanctuary. Now, everyone may disperse. There will be plenty for you to do once the houses, schools, hospitals, and markets are constructed, Menhuan proclaimed with a smile. At that moment, Polaris approached Menhuan and said, We are still quite distant from the mainland. Will we have to rely solely on boats to access the oasis? Should you not move a bit closer? Upon hearing this, everyone readily agreed, recognizing the inconvenience, particularly with the significant infrastructure projects ahead. Menhuan pondered for a moment before smiling and said, The concerns you have raised have long been contemplated by me as well. I shall establish a grand teleportation array to regulate entry and exit from our oasis. Anyone wishing to enter or leave must undergo inspection beforehand. The Bifrost of Asgard is impressive, yet it need not be so extravagant. It simply requires a means of accessing the oasis. The Polaris and others were left bewildered by the mention of a teleportation array. Indeed, it is as I say, Menhuan continued, waving his hand casually. A shimmering teleportation array emanating golden light materialized, and through that luminous gate, they beheld the spectacle of Times Square. "Oh my goodness!" Polaris exclaimed. "This does not resemble a mutant ability. How is this possible?" Magneto inquired. "Magic," Menhuan replied succinctly. "Magic?" came the incredulous response. Apart from Menhuan's companion, the others gasped in astonishment at the revelation of what seemed to be legendary sorcery. Indeed, magic. Thus, it is of no great concern. We must ensure the purity of our oasis. As the saying goes, the law that is unknown is the law that is feared, and you must grasp this principle. Having spoken, Menhuan prepared to depart. However, the other mutants showed no inclination to leave, even though there was nothing above them. They remained transfixed, moving only to pause and gaze in wonder. Seeing this, Menhuan chuckled and paid them no mind. He proceeded to set up a teleportation array leading to one of the super farms he had purchased, located in the spacious suburbs. That night, a multitude of mutants set up tents and made their accommodations, undeterred by the barren surroundings of wind and sea. Days swiftly passed, and under the scrutiny of Hank and others, no radiation or toxic rocks were detected. Since there were no issues, the infrastructure development commenced. Although Menhuan possessed the ability to swiftly construct various edifices using inorganic materials, he chose not to do so. Instead, he invested hundreds of millions of dollars in real currency, recognizing the immense talent among the mutants. By entrusting them with this task, he not only provided them with wages, but also fostered a sense of belonging through the hands-on creation of their own homes. After all, this was their own crafted abode. The sense of accomplishment and joy derived from it was incomparable to simply moving into a ready-made space. The key was that Menhuan was not lacking in finances. The value of the gold asteroid he had captured was immeasurable. He had not released hundreds of tons on the market, yet it had already affected gold prices, which had plummeted by over $10. He possessed several 100,000 tons of this precious metal. In the ensuing period of constructing the oasis, countless satellites focused on the site nearly around the clock. "Hey, buddy, could you grant me a superpower? I want to join the ranks of the mutants." Tony suddenly approached one day with a mischievous grin. The reason he knew Menhuan could bestow superpowers was evident from his extravagant entourage. If it were just one or two individuals who had mutated, he could understand it. However, when a dozen women underwent the same transformation, could he be so naive? The only plausible explanation was that Menhuan could bestow mutant abilities upon anyone. At this thought, Tony could hardly contain his excitement. Menhuan cast him a sidelong glance. "Are you serious?" "Of course," Tony declared, puffing out his chest in fervent assurance. "I desperately want superpowers." "All right then, whether you can learn it depends entirely on you." Menhuan regarded Tony for a moment before an amusing idea struck him, and he tossed a pile of spellbooks to Tony. "Behold, this is magic. For instance, teleportation spells can transport you to any location on Earth." With a mischievous grin, Menhuan demonstrated what magic entailed, and at the sight of the portal, Tony nearly drooled. He was eager to discover whether this universe's Tony possessed any magical aptitude. Let him give it a try. If Tony were to usurp Doctor Strange's position as the Sorcerer Supreme, it would certainly be entertaining. Would it drive Wong to madness? Elated, Tony immediately set off, plunging into an intense study of magic. Time flowed like a river, and on Christmas Eve, under the encouragement of several women, Chu finally invited someone into the fold. Meanwhile, the global beauty contest had concluded, and at that moment, the villa was graced by the presence of stunning representatives from various epochs of Earth. The pinnacle of earthly beauty, a certain individual coyly drew a sound of longing from someone, transforming into a sleepless night wolf, relentless until numbness took over. After a period of chaotic indulgence, the individual, following the schedule, found themselves utterly exhausted, a quintessential despot. After the death of Cassius, the dark magic to summon Dormammu had been left behind and soon picked up by another. While having breakfast, Menhuan suddenly sensed a violent surge of dark energy, gently nudging Qian and Hill, who were engrossed in their Chinese breakfast, to save their meal for later. Bang, bang, bang. Menhuan swiftly dealt with several of Dormammu's followers, increasingly adept at wielding the dark tome. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed, and the recently deceased followers rose once more. Eerie, powerful, dark, the malevolent will of Dormammu. The dark demigod who had lingered outside the main universe for years had inadvertently descended upon Earth once more. Chapter 99. A slap to Dormammu. This ego, the arrival of Dormammu's malevolent, will immediately alerted the Ancient One, who was meditating in Camartage, prompting her to organize the mages of the three great sanctums to investigate the magical defense's failures. Meanwhile, Dormammu's dark will had completely consumed his followers, yet they had not fully adapted to their new human forms, resulting in an awkward gait. Menhuan calmly observed the bizarre, inhuman spectacle of Dormammu, unperturbed. As long as it wasn't Dormammu's true form descending, he was intrigued to see how this entity would attempt to invade Earth. The arrival of Dormammu drove his followers into a frenzy, while certain mages secretly practicing dark magic immediately fell to their knees in reverence. Great Lord Dormammu, we have awaited your presence for far too long. Please bestow upon us eternal life. They fervently prayed. However, no matter how devout their supplications, Dormammu paid them no heed. His gaze was fixated on Simon, and had it not been for the need to maintain his image, his eyes would have glowed with an ominous light. Dormammu mused with an obsession. What a powerful physique. Truly delectable. The demons will go mad. How remarkable is Zysorn. He unabashedly expressed his envy and jealousy, for he was well-versed in the dark scriptures. Suddenly, a smile spread across his face. If it weren't for the great legendary deity hearing my sincere prayers, how could I have encountered him? He chuckled darkly. Ah, Zysorn, despite all your calculations, it seems fortune has eluded you, ha ha ha. Dormammu's sudden, maniacal laughter left Simon speechless. Indeed, demons were all mad. My lord Dormammu, you are but a mere fragment of what descending upon Earth. Do you not fear Agamotto? Simon remarked coolly. Bah, what is Agamotto? Merely a shameless hypocrite, a thief who steals my power. Dormammu shouted in fury, recalling how he had been blocked by Agamotto beyond the dimensions, resentment boiling within him. To steal my power, yet not submit to me. What a shameless thief. Yet now, it seems the divine has deemed me worthy, compensating me with this man before me. With that, Dormammu sprang into action. While Agamotto was still preoccupied with examining the defensive array, he intended to devour Simon immediately, leaving Agamotto powerless to intervene. You, go destroy the temple. I shall handle this one, Dormammu commanded, raising his hand, and a torrent of dark energy surged toward his cultists. Boom! At the same time, the ground erupted with dark tendrils reaching for the motionless Simon. As Dormammu made his move, a terrifying, malevolent aura enveloped the earth, plunging the sky into darkness. The previously warm weather seemed to plummet into the depths of winter, the air stagnating, and the outside world became an impenetrable void. Tendrils? Simon scoffed. You seek to ambush with darkness? Is this all that you, Dormammu, aspire to? Instantly, dark magic coalesced into a black axe, cleaving the tendrils asunder, their remnants dissipating into dark energy, which Simon consumed before it vanished. You, Dormammu seethed with rage, another thief, stealing his power, yet refusing to submit. How utterly shameless. In the next moment, Dormammu vanished from sight, appearing like a specter behind Simon, launching a powerful punch. Dormammu's fury infused his strike. The skeletal black claws carrying an immense force, the surrounding dark aura potent enough to corrode any mortal flesh instantly. Bang! Menhuan seemed to possess an uncanny awareness. As if his very thoughts were guided by a sixth sense, he seized the withered wrist of his adversary and delivered a sudden twist. Crack! The body consumed by Dormammu, despite its dark energy modifications, remained feeble. Yet, Dormammu appeared to intentionally unveil a vulnerability, a sinister smile spreading across his face as his other hand erupted with dark energy. Menhuan felt as though his arm was being corroded, even his symbiotic battlesuit faltering against the invasive power. Corrosion? Annihilation? As he murmured these thoughts, he instantaneously teleported away, Yet that force clung to him like a relentless parasite, challenging the might of his dark tome. Oomph! With a disdainful snort, Menhuan unleashed the flames of the phoenix, incinerating the tendril of dark energy to nothingness. What insignificant dark energy could possibly withstand the brilliance of the phoenix's power? Dormammu furrowed his brow, fixating on Menhuan. Although his power was not formidable, it had the capacity to erode the very soul. Before Dormammu could ponder further, Menhuan closed the distance and, with a swift motion, snapped his other hand. Realizing the futility of his tricks against Menhuan, Dormammu was momentarily dazed, feeling as though he were caught in a whirlwind, his head spinning and ears buzzing. It dawned on him that he was being wielded like a hammer. Menhuan grasped Dormammu's legs, reminiscent of Hulk from the Avengers, swinging him left and right with brute force. Bang! 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 Though Dormammu understood he would not perish. The humiliation was profoundly excruciating. After being struck countless times, he was finally hurled into a nearby shop, lying there for an indeterminate period, reluctant to rise. Never had he endured such disgrace. Cursed human body, Dormammu seethed inwardly, lamenting the frailty of this form, which, despite his enhancements, could not withstand an excessive influx of dark energy. You wretched fiend, I shall rend your flesh and shatter your bones. I will flay you alive and ensure that your kin, ancestors, and progeny become my slaves. Dormammu's fury peaked, his desire to torment Menhuan reaching its zenith. Upon hearing these words, Menhuan's expression turned icy. Initially, he had approached the encounter with a playful demeanor, anticipating Dormammu to lead him to the Ancient One and the Time Stone. However, everyone has their limits, and Dormammu had committed an irreparable blunder by insulting his ancestors. In an instant, Menhuan stood before Dormammu, consumed by unrestrained wrath, seizing him by the throat and lifting him off the ground. Slap! 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 The speed of his strikes was so rapid that they appeared as mere phantoms, causing Dormammu's composure to shatter. I am uncertain about what transpired. I merely uttered a curse, and then he relentlessly struck me with a flurry of slaps. After countless blows, the head of the vessel possessed by Dormammu was violently shattered. Menhuan did not permit Dormammu a swift demise. His strength merely matched that of Captain America. Yet, even with such restraint, he still managed to obliterate Dormammu's head. Poor Dormammu was utterly unaware of the immense pressure he endured before his death. Who can fathom the magnitude of his psychological torment? Chapter 100. Ancient One versus Dormammu. The final plea, though Dormammu's earthly manifestation was slain, his fervent followers had already breached the New York Temple. Thus, his will could fully descend. Even if his true form could not materialize, it was sufficient for him to invade the entire world. Ecstatic, Dormammu erupted into laughter, his projections appearing across the globe. The terrifying visage of his head darkened the sky, nearly instilling fear into the hearts of all Earth's creatures. Damn Dormammu! In front of a food truck in New York, a little girl clad in a resplendent purple dress pouted and cursed. She regarded the leader of the dark dimension with utter disdain, and she was indeed justified in her arrogance. As the cherished daughter of the devourer of worlds, she had long been in a state of hunger, yet refrained from consuming the earth. Kanata adored this planet abundant with culinary delights and resolved not to feast upon its inhabitants. Despite being the daughter of the devourer, Kanata possessed powers that rivaled those of her progenitor. She was merely youthful. Dormammu might not even stand a chance against her. Yet Kanata had no desire to engage in combat with him. Fully aware of the native forces of the earth, Dormammu's projection descended, his gaze fixated on Menhuan, the one who had inflicted great humiliation upon him. If looks could kill, he would have perished countless times over. Indeed, Dormammu's gaze could slay, yet it could not vanquish Menhuan. The Ancient One in the New York Temple sighed, realizing that despite all calculations, he had failed to foresee the precondition of Kaisalia's demise. Glancing at Menhuan, he discerned his indifference and understood that he would not take action. Hey, Ancient One, according to the principles and mission of your Camartage, shouldn't you intervene now that the Earth is suffering from an invasion by non-native forces? Menhuan remarked with a smile. He was well aware that Camartage refrained from meddling in worldly affairs, even during the First and Second World Wars. The internal conflicts of humanity stemmed from greed, and even if she and Camartage endeavored to eradicate such avarice, it would remain. War and death were choices made by humanity itself, no matter how many perished. They would not involve themselves. The Ancient One merely sighed in silence, while Mordo, filled with righteous indignation, leapt forth to accuse Menhuan. Ancient One, I have long suspected this fellow has colluded with Dormammu. Just look at his magical prowess. Quickly, Ancient One, eliminate him. The destruction of the New York sanctuary undoubtedly involves this individual. His seemingly righteous demeanor appears somewhat fabricated, primarily due to his dark, imposing visage, which raises doubts about his intellect. It is universally acknowledged. Let us cite the renowned scientist Modu, who embodies the archetype of a villain consumed by envy. Now on the verge of an uncontrollable laugh, he harbors intense jealousy towards Menhuan's prodigious talent, fearing the loss of his own esteemed position as the Supreme Mage. Witnessing Menhuan, enveloped in an aura of darkness, sends him into a frenzy. Modu, step back. Ancient One coldly glances at Modu, her disappointment in him reaching a pinnacle. She has granted him ample opportunities. She is acutely aware of Modu's descent into darkness and his character. She yearns to witness any potential transformation he might undergo in the infinite future. However, it appears Modu is profoundly intimidated by Ancient One, begrudgingly glaring at the indifferent Menhuan before retreating to the sidelines. At this moment, Ancient One's prowess significantly surpasses that of Doctor Strange during his confrontation with Dormammu, and she promptly launches an assault on Dormammu. The night descends, thick as ink, as if the entire world is shrouded in a mysterious veil. Clad in a yellow robe, Ancient One approaches Dormammu with a determined expression, attempting to persuade him to withdraw, but the outcome is all too evident. Sigh. Ancient One exhales, and in the next instant, she radiates a soft yet enigmatic golden light as she enters the mirror dimension. Opposite her stands a colossal, terrifying entity composed of dark energy, Dormammu, whose form twists and contorts, emanating a chilling aura. The inhabitants of Earth, both human and animal, breathe a collective sigh of relief as the malevolent, grotesque visage that looms across the sky vanishes. At that moment, Dormammu initiates the attack, opening his gaping maw, unleashing a beam of black energy that hurtles towards Ancient One like a massive cannonball. Where the beam travels, the air is instantly rent asunder, producing a piercing howl, while the rocks beneath shatter, sending clouds of dust into the air. Yet Ancient One remains unfazed. She swiftly gestures with her hands, chanting incantations, as a golden shield materializes before her. The black beam collides with the shield, erupting in a violent roar. The golden barrier quivers violently, rippling yet remaining unbroken. Dormammu, why persist? You are but a projection, not your true self. Ancient One sighs, attempting to reason with him. Do you truly believe that your decaying form, borrowed from dark energy, can withstand for long? Dormammu scoffs disdainfully. He is, of course, merely stalling for time. The longer Ancient One battles, the more she succumbs to the corruption of dark energy. Upon realizing this, a flicker of determination flashes in Ancient One's eyes. She raises her hands, summoning a multitude of golden runes to surge from the ground, akin to a swarm of luminous fireflies, soaring towards Dormammu. Wherever the runes travel, the dark energy dissipates, prompting Dormammu to emit a furious roar. His form expands dramatically as countless black tendrils extend from him, resembling a horde of venomous serpents, lunging towards Ancient One. In a blink, Ancient One vanished from her original position, reappearing behind Dormammu, a resplendent golden sword materializing in her grasp, thrusting fiercely towards him. Dormammu reacted with remarkable swiftness, a tendril retracting to intercept Ancient One's assault, the clash of the magical sword and the tendril igniting a cascade of dazzling sparks. The battle intensified, the surrounding space warping under the immense energy unleashed by the two combatants, resembling a shattered mirror reflecting bizarre images. Menhuan observed their fierce confrontation, and upon seeing the intricate black patterns emerging on Ancient One's arm, he comprehended the gravity of the situation. Dormammu launched another attack, concentrating dark energy into a colossal black sphere aimed directly at Ancient One. She deftly swung her magic sword, cleaving the sphere in twain. Yet the dark energy within surged forth like a tide, engulfing her. Dormammu is truly despicable. Menhuan remarked disdainfully, his brow furrowed. Dormammu's tactics were insidious, waging a war of attrition despite being backed by the entire dimension of darkness. Though Ancient One appeared cornered at that moment, an even more brilliant golden light erupted from her position. A radiant glow enveloped her as she clasped her hands together, reciting an ancient incantation. With each utterance, a vast golden magic circle manifested above her, pulsating with mysterious runes that exuded formidable power. The white magic of the Vishanti excels in defense. The dark magic of the Darkhold excels in offense. Ancient One's eyes flared with golden light, and the runes within the circle shot forth like arrows towards Dormammu. Dormammu attempted to withstand the onslaught, but the power of the runes proved overwhelming, dismantling his dark energy one by one. The projection of Dormammu began to tremble, emitting a howl of pain and fury, ultimately opting for self-destruction. Such a cowardly and shameless tactic. Captain America once claimed he could fight all day, but Dormammu boasted that he could battle for a century. As time passed, Dormammu's relentless assaults clearly left Ancient One in a precarious state. She turned to cast one last, profound glance at Menhuan. While I'm still conscious, I implore you for one final request. When the time comes to end my life, do not show mercy. Upon hearing her words, Menhuan opened his mouth, wanting to respond, but finding himself at a loss for words. Understanding that Ancient One was prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice. Chapter 101. Dormammu's Self-Destruction. Ancient One's Dark Transformation. Without hesitation, Menhuan nodded. For Ancient One, death would be a liberation, a release from her burdens. Her demise was not the finality of existence. Though her decaying body would perish, her spirit would endure eternally. Ancient One nodded with a sense of relief and freedom, ready to unleash her full potential, unshackled from the constraints of her corporeal form. In an instant, a dark, malevolent aura enveloped her as she relinquished her inhibitions, eagerly absorbing the dark energy, her power swelling exponentially. Even the likes of Caecilius, after consuming dark energy, experienced a surge in strength. How much more potent would she become? As the saying goes, to cleanse oneself is to weaken by a third, while to embrace darkness is to strengthen tenfold. The once decayed and exhausted form of the Ancient One suddenly surged with vibrant life. The projections of Dormammu were no match for her formidable power at this moment, instantly shattered by her dark magic. Indeed, the Ancient One was well versed in the arcane arts of shadow, possessing a modicum of knowledge regarding the dark sorcery of Dormammu. Although the projections were effortlessly obliterated, Dormammu was not angered. Instead, he laughed heartily as he departed from Earth. Having achieved his aim, the Ancient One's demise was imminent. Within the mirrored realm, the Ancient One's malevolent aspect had completely taken control of her being, slowly turning her gaze towards Menhuan. She had long been torn between the desire to eliminate him. Now, she could finally settle the score, her dark persona making the decision for her. Creaking and grinding, the architecture of the mirrored space began to turn ominously, relentlessly converging upon Menhuan in a grotesque display of annihilation. It must be said, the Ancient One had reached an unparalleled mastery of spatial magic. The towering edifices seemed to possess a soul of their own. As for the likes of Caecilius being able to vanquish the Ancient One, it was merely a narrative contrivance of her own. With a resounding crash, several buildings twisted and collided, seemingly intent on crushing Menhuan beneath their weight. Observing this, he remained unperturbed, raising his hand with a casual flourish, causing the structures to disintegrate into a tempest of sand, swept away by the wind. The darkened Ancient One was taken aback by such a bizarre ability, reminiscent of Apocalypse's powers, drawing parallels to various familiar abilities. You can replicate the powers of others, she exclaimed, finally grasping the truth. No wonder he sought to awaken the slumbering Apocalypse. No wonder he sensed the familiar vibrations. He could even replicate the legendary power of the Phoenix. Close enough, Menhuan replied with a bemused nod, feeling no need to conceal anything from her at this moment. You are truly terrifying. The darkened Ancient One regarded him intently. Suddenly, the entire mirrored space inverted, gravity itself turned on its head, and Menhuan felt an eerie pull from the sky above. The darkened Ancient One struck decisively once more, unleashing a multitude of deep crimson chains from afar. her silhouette reminiscent of Doctor Strange confronting Thanos in a cinematic spectacle. Countless manifestations of the darkened Ancient One emerged around Menhuan, simultaneously launching their assault, shattering the void and ensnaring him in an unyielding grip. "It is time to conclude this," she stated coolly. "Is this all you have? Just these flimsy chains?" Menhuan scoffed, sensing the forces from the void attempting to bind him, even perceiving that the chains were absorbing his strength. Yet, such petty tricks were woefully insufficient. With a thunderous crack, he unleashed an explosive surge of power, shattering the chains. The darkened Ancient One furrowed her brow, astonished by the sheer strength and magical resilience of Menhuan's form. What a joke! Menhuan's physical prowess was a mystery even to himself. He had absorbed the genes of countless extraordinary creatures and undergone enhancements with various supernatural metals, such as vibranium, adamantium, and URU. In the blink of an eye, Menhuan's figure vanished, while He Guyi's serene expression betrayed no sign of alarm. She could sense the fabric of space itself. Menhuan unleashed a straightforward, unembellished punch directed at the back of the darkened Guyi with a resounding crash. His charged fist even fractured the very fabric of space, tearing the mirror dimension with a sharp crack. Just as calamity loomed, a shield of intertwined black and gold energy materialized behind He Guyi. Crack! The shield shattered instantaneously. Yet, Menhuan's assault did not waver. His left fist surged forward once more, poised to strike He Guyi. Suddenly, the situation shifted dramatically. The time stone adorning He Guyi's neck emitted a radiant green light, causing Menhuan to feel his momentum reversed. It was as if his fist had been repelled by the force of time itself. Those unacquainted with the concept of time would perceive none of this. For instance, Dormammu could disregard time entirely, which is why Doctor Strange time loop tormented him so. Menhuan's charged blow was effortlessly nullified by the power of time. Indeed, the time stone possessed an almost magical quality, akin to a glitch in reality. It must come to an end, restoring everything to its rightful course. He Guyi remarked calmly, "Your emergence has disrupted the timeline, and I shall rectify it." No longer withholding her power, He Guyi resolved to wield the most peculiar and formidable forces of time to obliterate this anomaly. Buzz! The resplendent green light erupted, enveloping Menhuan in a swift embrace, reminiscent of a pendulum racing backward through time. Yes, the might of the time stone was sufficient to cause an apple to decay in an instant or to allow a person to be rebooted. Rebooted? She truly could revert someone to their embryonic state. Harnessing the power of the time stone, she aimed to regress Menhuan to his past, to eliminate him in his weakened form. She was cautious with time manipulation. Such power ultimately rebounded, a forbidden force fraught with peril. Yet this time, she chose to act with resolve, intent on obliterating Menhuan's anomaly. While Guyi might have hesitated, the darkened Guyi was the embodiment of her inner resolve. Time, inherently formless, now became tangible in her hands, allowing her to deftly manipulate its flow. The time stone. Menhuan gazed intently at the dazzling green light emanating from the eye of Agamotto. Once again, his figure vanished. What? He Guyi was stunned anew, her brow furrowed in disbelief as she focused on Menhuan. Just moments ago, she had successfully manipulated time to travel back 10 days, only to encounter insurmountable resistance. It felt as though the gears of a clock had jammed. Any forceful attempt to disrupt the mechanism would only lead to its catastrophic disassembly. The Eye of Agamotto had proven to be an invaluable tool against Dormammu, yet now time itself had come to a standstill. The space gem. In the next moment, the Ancient One's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? You're the space gem. Her entire worldview shattered at that instant. As before her stood a humanoid embodiment of the space gem. The figure of Menhuan approached, radiating an exquisite azure brilliance. At this moment, the space gem was Menhuan, and Menhuan was the space gem, his form transforming into a resplendent entity of space. The infinity gems could negate each other, rendering her temporal powers ineffective against Menhuan himself. In the blink of an eye, Menhuan vanished, prompting the darkened Ancient One to hastily conjure several magical shields around her. Boom! Menhuan's fist descended, striking with sheer physical might against the Ancient One's magical defenses. The force was so immense that even a purely physical attack became invincible. How could one withstand the weight of tens of thousands of tons in a single punch? Crack, crack, crack. The magical shields conjured by the darkened Ancient One crumbled like tofu under the onslaught. The overwhelming punch not only shattered the magical shield, but also struck the Ancient One directly, sending her frail form hurtling backwards with a series of sickening cracks echoing through the air. Boom, boom, boom. The sheer power of that blow was devastating, propelling her through countless structures. Even the formidable, darkened Ancient One could not endure such an unadulterated force. Ancient One, Master, no, how could the Supreme Sorcerer be defeated? The sorcerers of Kamar Taj gasped in horror, unable to fathom that their Supreme Master could ever be bested by another. This scene was so shocking that their minds struggled to accept it. She was the Supreme Sorcerer of Kamar Taj, the pinnacle of strength on earth, and no one had ever managed to overcome her. Ancient One, this is not your full strength. Ignoring the surrounding clamor, Menhuan looked down upon the fallen Ancient One amidst the ruins, his voice calm and authoritative. In the next moment, he soared into the sky, diving directly into the debris, the mirrored space trembling as though shaken by an earthquake. Indeed, the darkened Ancient One was not so easily vanquished. As the two engaged in a fierce exchange amidst the crumbling skyscrapers, each building collapsing like fragile tofu, the sorcerers of Kamar Taj could only witness the rapid flashes of light darting between the structures, accompanied by the thunderous sounds of explosions and collapses echoing in their ears. Another surge of black light flickered, rendering its wielder invisible once more amidst the dizzying chaos of battle. The resounding crashes echoed as the figure of dark Ancient One relentlessly smashed into towering edifices, while Menhuan, with fervor, collided into a building, leading to yet another clash between the two. The speed of the demolition crew paled in comparison to their ferocity. Boom! The darkened form of Ancient One was sent flying by a powerful punch from Menhuan, crashing into a structure that crumbled like mere blocks. Whoosh! Dark Ancient One reappeared before Menhuan, leveraging years of combat experience to seize her arm and execute a forceful shoulder throw, hurling her into yet another building. Menhuan, despite her lack of martial prowess, remained unfazed, for she knew that no physical assault could inflict even the slightest harm upon her. As time progressed, the sorcerers of Kamar Taj began to sense an unsettling shift. Disaster loomed. The Supreme Sorcerer appeared to be succumbing to grievous injuries, her speed faltering. At this moment, the mirror dimension felt increasingly unstable, a stark realization dawning upon them. The one who maintained this realm was in dire straits. Countless structures trembled and quaked, fissures blossoming across the ground as the mirror dimension teetered on the brink of collapse. Dark Ancient One gasped for breath, incredulously fixated on the unflinching Menhuan not far away. Meanwhile, she herself was on the verge of exhaustion, her pallor akin to that of a ghost. Fully aware of the overwhelming pressure emanating from Menhuan, a raw, untainted physical strength, were it not for the Eye of Agamotto, she feared she would have long since been rendered powerless in this conflict. Dark Ancient One gazed despondently at the dimming Eye of Agamotto, murmuring her pessimism. She utilized the time-reversing capabilities of the Eye to restore herself. Yet while physical fatigue could be alleviated, the mental toll was excruciating. She felt herself crumbling. At this juncture, she comprehended the limits of human endurance. Her departure from this world was perhaps imminent, and the Eye of Agamotto had done all it could. Boom! Menhuan, her gaze tranquil as a still lake, unleashed another punch. The beleaguered dark Ancient One seemed to relinquish her resistance, and with a single strike, she was once again sent hurtling, crashing through countless buildings. Crack! Almost instinctively, the onlookers looked up, understanding all too well the significance of that sound. The mirror dimension could no longer be sustained and shattered into a myriad of spatial fragments. Thud! Dark Ancient One coughed blood as she fell back into reality. The Eye of Agamotto had ceased to support her recovery. Her strength could no longer command the Eye to mend her wounds, and the fallen Supreme Sorcerer elicited terrified lamentations from the sorcerers of Kamar Taj. Ancient One. They hurriedly gathered around to assess the injuries of the Ancient One. However, at this critical moment, Dormammu reappeared, bestowing power upon her. In an instant, her wounds were healed once more. This dark energy, unlike the one she had secretly siphoned, was far purer and more formidable, as it came directly from Dormammu himself. The sorcerers of Kamar-Taj were left aghast, their gazes fixed on the black Ancient One, utterly stunned. No, no, no. This is dark energy. Many sorcerers, led by Mordo, cried out in anguish. The Supreme Sorcerer is their faith. Seizing the opportunity, Dormammu maliciously cackled. Ha, 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 now you see clearly. The Supreme Sorcerer you idolize is merely a hypocrite. Do you not understand? How could she, the Ancient One, live for centuries? She is just a human from Earth. Mordo and the others instinctively recoiled from the Ancient One in disbelief. At that moment, the Ancient One's body erupted in radiant brilliance, reclaiming control over herself. Menhuan understood that this was merely a final, transcendent flourish of life, a return to light. Observing this, the Ancient One sighed and shook her head. Ah, perhaps I have been mistaken from the beginning. I have placed too much weight on myself and lived too heavily. With that, she gazed at Menhuan and, once more summoning her greatest power, glimpsed into the future. She solemnly removed the eye of Agamotto and placed it into Menhuan's hands. Her eyes, filled with longing, cast one last look at her homeland as her body radiated ever more brilliantly, finally withdrawing her gaze in satisfaction. I entrust it to you, Shimen. I have seen the future. With those words, she slowly stepped into the dark dimension, vanishing amidst Dormammu's terrified, furious cries. Chapter 103. The Ancient One Transcends. Sacrificing the Time Stone. The dark dimension was enveloped in boundless light, and even though Dormammu could resurrect infinitely, he was gravely wounded by the Ancient One's self-sacrifice. It was unclear how long it would take Dormammu to regain his peak strength, but the Ancient One was indeed dead. The essence of the Ancient One returned to the mortal realm, her spirit now dim and devoid of luster. Her compassionate gaze brought the sorcerers to tears. Filled with profound sorrow, the Supreme Sorcerer is gone. My time is short, Shimen. Kamar-Taj will need your guidance until a new successor emerges. I have no regrets in my life. Your future is infinitely bright and grand. Just a glimpse into your future reveals its splendor to me. Perhaps you are the hope of humanity. If I could come to terms with this, perhaps I would not feel so burdened. At this moment, I can finally lay down my burdens and pursue the eternal. Thanos claimed he was destiny, but you indeed are destiny. The Ancient One then cast one last look at the blue planet before transforming into threads of starlight, vanishing before their eyes. She could finally pursue the eternal. No, Master Ancient One. The sorcerers of Kamar-Taj were engulfed in profound grief, their voices ringing out in anguish at the passing of their supreme sorcerer. Menhuan merely nodded faintly before turning away, taking with him the eye of Agamotto and the magic of time. In his final moments, he had contemplated ending Mordo's life, but a subtle shake of the head from the Ancient One compelled him to relent. The implication was clear. Mordo had yet to succumb to darkness and could govern Kamar-Taj until a successor emerged. The Ancient One has decreed that Shimen temporarily assume the role of Supreme Sorcerer until a true Supreme Sorcerer is found. Someone voiced in indignation. They believed that Shimen lacked the necessary experience. It should rightfully be Mordo who managed Kamar-Taj in the interim. Mordo scoffed, then said, enough of this chatter. This is the last wish of our Supreme Sorcerer. Shall we truly defy her dying words? Shimen has never taken charge. We shall continue as we have. So focus on your studies. Despite his dissatisfaction, Mordo felt powerless. He dared not contradict the Ancient One's wishes. He held respect within Kamar-Taj, yet it paled in comparison to that of the Ancient One. Thus, the sorcerers returned home begrudgingly, harboring resentment toward Shimen. Shimen was indifferent to the affairs of Kamar-Taj. The emergence of Dr. Strange was still far off. Upon returning to the villa, he informed Magneto, Hank, Storm, and Polaris of the magical developments, urging them to consider selecting mutants with magical potential for training. Even a minuscule probability could yield a wealth of talent from the vast population of mutants. Magneto gazed incredulously at the array of magical tomes before him, exclaiming, teleportation magic? This rivals the most powerful mutants. Spatial abilities were indeed rare, and their manifestations were as diverse as they were peculiar. Precisely, which makes magic so wondrous, Shimen replied, nodding. By the way, Haven T, you sought the shaman to modify the mutant machine data? What's the success rate now? That lad? He clings stubbornly to his principles and flatly refuses to assist us in retrofitting the machine. Magneto's frustration was palpable. The shaman and his team prided themselves on being a force for good, staunchly opposing Magneto's requests. Shimin shared his annoyance, noting that the shaman seemed oblivious to the harsh realities of society. His inflexible nature and perpetual lack of resources often alienated potential investors. "Leave this matter to me. I will give him a lesson he won't forget," Shimin assured. "Really? With you involved? I feel reassured," Magneto exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with hope, convinced that Shimin was capable of achieving the impossible. Nick Fury, having once again witnessed an alien invasion and Shimin summoning asteroids, could no longer contain his exasperation. He comprehended that his current self was utterly incapable of confronting the crises that might arise in the future, prompting him to assemble a team of superheroes. In his contemplation, a small group, with Captain America as the spiritual leader at its core, was due to emerge. For instance, the Fantastic Four, embodying a fervent sense of justice, were among those he sought to rally. Additionally, he considered the once-pledged ally of Earth, Thor. Naturally, Iron Man, Tony Stark, crossed his mind as well. However, Nick Fury harbored thoughts of a more significant operative, the woman who had vanished from Earth. As he caressed the ancient pager, he steeled himself and pressed the button, sending a mysterious signal rushing into the depths of the cosmos. On a desolate asteroid, Menhuan activated the Eye of Agamotto and retrieved the Time Stone. After much toil and effort, he finally possessed it. With a wide grin, Menhuan chuckled in delight. Although he lacked knowledge of temporal magic, he believed that with this artifact, they could somehow defy the odds. The Time Stone, shimmering with a radiant green light, pulsated with vibrant life, captivating him. After a moment of admiration, he resolutely cast the Time Stone into the bronze cauldron. A deep hum resonated as the bronze cauldron vibrated, and an exquisite green light slowly merged into Menhuan's forehead. In an instant, a torrent of ancient energy surged into his body, as if an unceasing river of time threatened to overwhelm his very soul. His form began to twist violently, rendering him almost non-existent in the world, his entire being glowing with an eerie green luminescence. He felt his consciousness elongate infinitely, as if existing simultaneously in the past, present, and future. Countless images flashed frantically within his mind. The primordial visage of Earth in ancient times, the fierce battles of the Avengers, and scenes from a distant future where the universe approached its end. As the power of the Time Stone continued to integrate, Menhuan underwent a profound transformation. His cognition sharpened remarkably, enabling him to analyze and process information at an extraordinary pace, always a step ahead. At that moment, he gained the ability to manipulate time, allowing him to slow down, accelerate, or even rewind time, reverting everything to a prior juncture. However, the most potent precognitive ability proved to be rather trivial. Strangely, it seemed someone had just vanished. At that moment, Menhuan reappeared in reality, having nearly lost himself in the labyrinth of time. Fortunately, his formidable willpower pulled him back into the tangible world. It appeared that he would need to complement his magical application. Otherwise, it would be akin to Duan Yu and Su Zhu, possessing immense internal strength that was erratic at best. Menhuan furrowed his brow. Subsequently, he sacrificed the time magic to the bronze cauldron and, in return, acquired the temporal magic once more, ensuring he could wield it flawlessly in the future. Creator, Menhuan, age, 25. Abilities, Steel Body, Telekinesis, Dimensional Pocket, Energy Ray, Telepathy, Data Manipulation, Power of Thor, Space Gem, Phoenix Power, Mutant Enhancement, Magnetic Field Control, Inorganic Manipulation, Dark Grimoire, White Magic of the Vashandi, Time Gem, Life Energy, 16. 363, 353, 665. Upon revisiting his attributes, he was astonished to find that his life energy had unknowingly surpassed 10 billion. Dingo, I wish to upgrade. Chapter 104. Abilities can be upgraded. The value of the steel body amounts to trillions of energy. It is impossible to possess such a vast reservoir of life energy without undertaking an upgrade. For instance, should I enhance my Phoenix power? Or perhaps elevate my steel body? In any case, it cannot remain merely ornamental. Upon hearing Menhuan's desire to upgrade his abilities, the bronze cauldron immediately responded. I can assure you that your current abilities rank among the pinnacle in their respective fields. To ascend to a higher level, however, requires an immense amount of life energy. Such as? Menhuan inquired. For instance, upgrading your steel body necessitates 100 billion. 100 billion. Menhuan was taken aback, unable to maintain his composure. Surely, this was a jest, as if he were adding extra zeros. You need not doubt my calculations. Within reasonable limits, I can meticulously assess your needs. If you upgrade your steel body, you shall possess abilities akin to that of Superman in the films. Such as, for example, the ability to absorb solar energy. Impressive. Menhuan exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. This was astonishing. The steel body of Superman. Could he truly lift several million tons? This was merely a glimpse of the initial portrayal in the movies. The powers of the steel body would only grow stronger over time. Nevertheless, I must inquire, is this 100 billion not too demanding? Menhuan remarked with a frown. 100 billion. At this rate, when could I possibly amass such wealth? Without the accumulation of small steps, one cannot traverse 1,000 miles. Others endure centuries of arduous cultivation. And yet you wish to ascend to greatness in mere years and remain unsatisfied, the bronze cauldron scoffed. Menhuan was rendered speechless. With such strength as Superman's, he could wreak havoc in the realm of cultivation. If it were Silver Superman, he would penetrate through effortlessly. Do not assume I'm taking advantage of you. The life energy you invest will yield far more than you can imagine. I must traverse the vast cosmos to capture the essence of a Superman from a specific time period for you, the bronze cauldron continued. Menhuan grasped the significance of this revelation. The bronze cauldron was indeed offering to sacrifice Superman's abilities across the universe for his benefit. Wait a moment. If I were to possess the invincible physique of Superman, would I also inherit the weakness of fearing kryptonite or perhaps have diminished magical resistance? Menhuan suddenly grasped the crux of the matter. I can assist you in optimizing the drawbacks of kryptonite. As for the issue of magical resistance, do you believe it would still persist? The bronze cauldron remarked nonchalantly, as if the concept of time held no significance in its perception, dismissing mere years as negligible. What if I desire to upgrade to the complete Phoenix Force? Menhuan inquired with sudden curiosity. To attain the full Phoenix Force, it would likely require around 100 trillion units of life energy. What? Menhuan exclaimed, unable to maintain his composure. The disparity between the invulnerable physique and the Phoenix Force was staggering. You heard me correctly. The upgraded version of the invincible physique is merely the initial iteration depicted in films. You must be well aware of the various iterations of Superman in comics, such as the Silver Superman, Golden Superman, and Thought Superman, among others. To upgrade the invincible physique beyond these versions of Superman demands an equivalent life energy to that of the complete Phoenix Force. At this revelation, Shemin, the esteemed gentleman, fell into a state of despair. Unless he were to embark on a frenzied quest to obliterate Earth, his only recourse would be to conquer other planets. He was not a traitor to Earth. Humanity served as the foundation of his endeavors, compelling him to endure the plight of extraterrestrial beings. Then what can I upgrade? He asked weakly. You could enhance data manipulation or strengthen mutant abilities. Both are rather practical enhancements. Very well, I shall proceed with upgrading my mutant abilities. Menhuan resolved after a moment of contemplation. The entity known as Apocalypse could not elevate his capabilities by an entire level. Even Menhuan himself could not surpass Apocalypse. For if Apocalypse could elevate a mutant's power level, it would render the entire universe incapable of containing him. As you wish. The bronze cauldron promptly deducted 150 billion units of life energy from Menhuan for the mutant enhancement upgrade. A formidable force emerged from the void, penetrating Menhuan's forehead, and he immediately sensed a slight amplification of his mutant abilities. Your mutant enhancement ability has been upgraded and can now elevate even the weakest of mutants to alpha level. Upon hearing this, Menhuan opened the Hall of Memories to summarize. Creator, Menhuan, age, 25 years. Abilities, steel body, telekinesis, dimensional pocket, energy beam, telepathy, data manipulation, power of Thor, space gem, Phoenix Force, mutant enhancement 1, magnetic field control, inorganic manipulation, dark grimoire, wizard's white magic, time gem, life energy 1, 363, 353, 665. He appended a 1 to the mutant enhancement, signifying that the ability has been upgraded once. My dear, Why is one of your eyes green and the other blue? Have you mutated again? Jessica inquired, gazing curiously into his eyes. Is that so? Tides rise and fall, and the world undergoes transformations. After all, some changes are inevitable. Menhuan replied with a straight face, spouting nonsense. The women scoffed at his words, thinking him nothing but a charlatan, with not a single truthful word escaping his lips. Come, allow me to enhance your abilities, Menhuan suddenly declared, eager to experiment with his newly acquired powers. Really? The women were exhilarated, their eyes sparkling as they surrounded Menhuan in excitement. Reality, you are far too pragmatic, Menhuan exclaimed. Just a moment ago, you were rolling your eyes at me, and now you are all overly eager. Women, they retorted, rolling their eyes once more. Once he had upgraded all the women's mutant abilities, Menhuan fully grasped the terrifying potential of mutant enhancement. It meant he could create an army akin to Magneto's. In the distance, a formation of those who could manipulate magnetic fields approached, alongside a formation of telekinetics and another of telepaths. The women's abilities had now evolved into telekinesis, self-healing, shape-shifting, telepathy, and teleportation, all becoming top-tier powers. Of course, to ensure they maintained their perfect figures, their bodies remained rather delicate. He did not wish to grapple with muscular women. To bolster their defenses, Zhao Hailuan's technology for nanovibranium armor was progressing rapidly. As time passed, tranquility enveloped their lives, and Menhuan adopted a laid-back routine, alternating between work and leisure. Before he knew it, the spring festival of 2011 arrived, a time for family reunions, and he decided to return to his homeland. Simultaneously, deep within the vast cosmos, a woman radiating vibrant colors piloted her spacecraft, urgently leaping toward Earth. Chapter 105. Returning home for the Spring Festival, encountering the Invisible Woman. The death of the Ancient One made Odin realize that the voice of authority on Earth had shifted from the Ancient One to the suddenly ascended Menhuan. This was no longer the era of the Ancient One. He began to advise his son, Thor, to cultivate a favorable relationship with Menhuan. Thor found Menhuan to be quite to his liking. At least he was a straightforward fellow, unlike the nefarious Loki. Meanwhile, Carol was en route. While Menhuan leisurely awoke in the expansive villa he had rented, he gently approached and embraced the busy Sierra Shah and Meili Yamu in the kitchen. Darling, why are you up so early? Don't you want to sleep a little longer? Sierra Shah tenderly turned and pecked Menhuan. I have a few matters to attend to today. Oh, my dear, your culinary skills are becoming increasingly impressive, Menhuan praised as he breathed in the scent of Sierra Shah's hair. Really? Does that imply that my skills have diminished? Meili Yamu shot him a playful glare. I'm still very much alive. Of course. My precious darling skills are no less remarkable, Menhuan said with a mischievous grin, beginning to ascend from her apron, causing Meili Yamu to blush as she shook him off. Get lost. You're being mischievous first thing in the morning. If it weren't for our sisterly resilience, you would have driven us to our demise by now. Meili Yamu playfully swatted his hand away. Sierra Shah nodded in agreement. This guy is truly incorrigible. Is that so? It must be a good thing. One could not help but feel the vibrancy of the spring festival back home. Naturally, such a beautiful ensemble would turn heads wherever they went, be it on the streets, in malls, or at tourist attractions. A gathering of a dozen stunning blonde beauties surrounding a single man was undeniably eye-catching. Damn, doesn't he fear the wrath of the heavens? Such a scarcity of beautiful women. And here's this damn rich guy. Ugh, this jerk will tire himself out, and soon these beauties will be someone else's gain. Oh, how I envy. Could it be for a movie? Otherwise, where would such exquisite foreign beauties come from? Is that lad actually an actor? Damn, if this is for filming. How delightful it must be to be surrounded by such perfectly sculpted figures. Envy, jealousy, and hatred, that's all it boils down to. Wherever they go, they invoke a flurry of envy and gossip. Menhuan, far from feeling embarrassed, instead reveled in the attention, embracing this one and that one, displaying affection. It was then that a prominent figure could no longer contain himself. Damn, I can't bear it any longer. Xiaolong, go find out their address. Tonight, I'll be kidnapping someone. Is that wise, young master? The other party is bound to be formidable. Just follow the order. All right then. Aside from the local inhabitants, like Shi Erqin, Galei, and Jiandai Shi, there are also some relatively well-known figures like Jessica. They had their own fan base. And just as they arrived by the Huangpu River, they were recognized, with many requesting photos. Proposals of marriage were naturally declined and denied. They had no desire to seek the limelight, preferring a life of discretion. Menhuan had never visited the bustling metropolis before, and this time he aimed to fully experience the charm of the city. In the evening, they chartered a cruise to tour the Huangpu River, where the vibrant lights and bustling crowds of the 10-mile foreign concession created a truly magnificent spectacle. After enjoying an authentic Chinese meal, the group returned to their rented villa, not to New York, but to immerse themselves in the festive spirit. To cater to the tastes of the esteemed Lord Shimin, they had long since adapted to Chinese cuisine, and their home was adorned in traditional Chinese style. As they arrived at the entrance of the villa, a few large vans parked by the roadside illuminated their headlights, and over 30 individuals with wildly colored hair began to descend. The brash one with yellow hair leered, "You seem to be quite fortunate, my friend, to monopolize such a number of fine horses. Our young master has noticed your fatigue and wishes to lend a hand. Come with us for a moment." The green-haired one, rubbing his hands with a lewd glint in his eyes, added, "I suggest you comply, or else my comrades may get rough, and it wouldn't be pleasant for your lovely companions." After this comment, their group erupted into sordid laughter. The young master had expressed a desire for beautiful companions, but he restricted his entourage from indulging as well. "Eliminate them," Menhuan said coolly. "Eliminate us? Do you think you're in a movie? Do you fancy yourself a crooked dragon king?" sneered the one with purple hair, laughing derisively as if regarding Menhuan as a simpleton. "Murder? Just take a look at your surroundings." Yet, in the next instant, their laughter ceased. A flicker of purple light flashed, and the companions clutched their necks in terror, wide-eyed. "Ling Dai, go extinguish the family behind this," Menhuan instructed, gesturing toward the bodies on the ground. "That young master they mentioned is the true mastermind." "Understood. I shall do so," Ling Dai responded coolly. With that, she vanished into thin air, returning minutes later to report the total annihilation of the opposing family. This incident was merely a minor interlude, yet left the agents in a frenzy. Such a horrific massacre could not go unnoticed. The outcome yielded no leads, as if the adversary had materialized from thin air to commit murder and then vanished without a trace. They spent the spring festival amidst scenic excursions, yet disturbances of this nature were as numerous as the stars. Menhuan, however, had eradicated countless societal scourges, and the overall atmosphere seemed to improve. 2 months later, Menhuan was compelled to return to New York, having thoroughly indulged in his escapades. He had become somewhat subdued. Reed Richards of the Fantastic Four had been exceedingly busy since the team's inception. However, doing good deeds bore little fruit, akin to Peter Parker, the pig hero, who remained in dire straits. Reed, too, was financially constrained. The laboratory required substantial funding for inventive pursuits, such as venturing into space to explore further celestial realms. Not only was this grand vision underfunded, but they were also struggling to pay rent for their research facility. With a furrowed brow, Reed grew increasingly irritable, his demeanor visibly deteriorating. Even his prospective girlfriend, Susan, found herself on the receiving end of his frequent reprimands. It is, of course, a common affliction among engineering types that their emotional intelligence pales in comparison to that of their more charismatic peers, such as the insatiable Dr. Destruction, who ardently pursued Susan. Despite her neglect, Susan's heart remained steadfastly attached to Reed. As she entered the elevator with a heavy heart, she resolved to stand by Reed, come what may, even if it meant facing bankruptcy. Just then, the elevator doors slid open, and she unexpectedly collided with a man, hastily apologizing. Upon raising her gaze, she was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing as she realized she had been caught in his embrace. Chapter 106. Susan, surely you wouldn't wish for Reed to face bankruptcy? Menhuan glanced at her, remarking, "Miss Susan, I never anticipated our encounter to be quite so dramatic." The elevator was under his control, the coincidence was orchestrated by him, and he clung to her without a hint of shame. Susan quickly extricated herself from his grasp, her heart racing as she met the gaze of the man before her. "Who are you?" she inquired, feigning a gentle tone. Originally embodying the aloof and regal demeanor of an ice queen, she found herself unexpectedly speaking with such warmth. Menhuan, oblivious to the shift in dynamics, believed himself to be the epitome of charm, effortlessly winning hearts. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Menhuan." the head of Huaxing Investment Company. You may call me Ximen. Our firm exclusively invests in young individuals with dreams, he stated earnestly, though his words were mere flattery aimed at those harboring aspirations. Upon hearing this, Susan's spirits lifted considerably. Reed's research lab teetered on the brink of collapse. And if he could secure investment. Yet, Menhuan seemed oblivious to her excitement. Continuing, I was just informed that a remarkable gentleman named Reed Richards requires funding. However, his laboratory management is rather chaotic, and his products are exceedingly niche. Observing his dejected state, I have decided to withdraw my interest, as I believe he holds no promise. The weight of his words felt like a bucket of cold water poured over her, extinguishing her fleeting joy. Regaining her composure, she grasped at the lifeline, pleading with Menhuan, Sir, I assure you, Reed is capable of creating numerous exceptional products. Please grant him another opportunity. On what basis? Is it merely due to Miss Susan's beauty? Menhuan replied coolly. Susan's spirit waned. With such wealth, he surely had no need for an unremarkable woman like herself. Reed's stubbornness and rigidity had indeed cost him several potential investments. I believe Reed's intellect could yield any technological product you desire. She mustered the courage to assert. Huh, can he create a time machine? He retorted with a chuckle. Menhuan retorted, leaving Susan momentarily speechless. Isn't that just nonsense? She thought. So how can you invest in Reed's laboratory? Susan asked, her tone subdued. I believe Miss Susan would not wish for Reed's laboratory to face closure. Would she? Susan, not at all foolish, understood Menhuan's insinuations. It seemed he truly had designs on her. Suddenly, Reed received a phone call in the laboratory. The woman on the other end informed him that her company's owner was willing to fund his work. Reed's excitement was palpable as he eagerly inquired, What does your company require of me? I have numerous technological inventions. Very well, come to Huaxing Building, and someone will receive you there, the woman replied coolly. All right, I'll head there immediately. Please hold on, Reed exclaimed, hanging up and rushing to Huaxing Building. This was splendid news. He could finally set aside his worries about bankruptcy. The weight on his chest lifted. Is this the machine you want me to research? It utterly contravenes my ethics. I'm afraid I cannot comply. Reed protested vehemently upon realizing he was being asked to enhance a mutant gene activator. This was nothing short of madness. Is that so, Mr. Reed? When you find yourself unable to afford a meal and sleeping on the streets, I hope your principles remain intact, Megan remarked coldly, her disdain evident. Given Reed's obstinacy, it was no wonder he struggled to secure investment. He was solely focused on researching bizarre inventions with no market potential. Which investor would indulge him? Unless, of course, they were excessively wealthy and had nothing better to do. Consider this carefully. One must not be too selfish in life. Don't you think my words hold some truth? As they say, one becomes like those they associate with. Menhuan's negative traits had evidently rubbed off on her. Reed could no longer contain himself. Are you insulting my character? I might accept criticism on other matters, but as a noble figure, how can you accuse me of selfishness? Damn it, Megan scoffed. Isn't it true? You are depriving a common person of their chance to rise. Well, you have already awakened superpowers through the cosmic storm, correct? Reed found himself at a loss for words. Very well. Return and contemplate this thoroughly. Allowing others an avenue of escape is akin to securing your own. Megan dismissed Reed with a wave, striding out of the conference room with her long legs. Meanwhile, Reed fell into deep contemplation. Had he truly deprived others of their opportunity to ascend? In another part of town, Susan, feeling pressured, brought Menhuan to her apartment for a visit. Perhaps I might profit from this, she mused as she cautiously pushed open the half-closed door, stepping quietly into the misty bathroom. The next morning, Susan, grimacing, arrived at the laboratory, only to find Reed still wearing a frown. Did you not receive a call from the investor? Susan asked, her brows furrowed. The wretched fellow couldn't possibly have taken advantage of me. Could he? That shouldn't be the case. Reed despondently shook his head, recalling the morally dubious enhancements to the variant machine that he had rejected. So you did refuse? Susan inquired, disappointment etched across her face. The answer was glaringly evident. Indeed, I rejected it. I cannot allow them to harm others. Reed insisted stubbornly. Shouldn't the nations that invented explosives and atomic bombs cease to exist in this world? Susan exclaimed in exasperation, incredulous at his obstinacy, lamenting the billions he had squandered. I'll consider it further, Reed said quickly, eager to soothe his soon-to-be girlfriend as she erupted in frustration. Do as you wish. Susan huffed, turning on her heel to leave. "Wait, Susan. Did you twist your ankle? Why do you walk so unnaturally?" Reed asked with concern. "Mind your own business," Susan retorted, her cheeks flushed, not daring to look back, blaming herself for being so shameless, lost in the euphoria of a new world. "Women are indeed peculiar creatures," Reed muttered, dismissing the matter and immersing himself once more in the realm of science and technology, temporarily forgetting his troubles. Menhuan understood that Reed would not easily acquiesce. Yet what did it matter? The scientific community would not miss him. Tony was undoubtedly superior to the likes of Magneto and his band of intellectuals. So he arranged to meet him at a bar for some merriment. Tony readily accepted, as they were both regulars at the familiar bar Hugo. "Hey, buddy, I think I've spotted a fairy," Tony exclaimed excitedly to Sheeman, who followed the direction of his finger and seemed to glimpse an enchanting figure capable of beguiling all. Chapter 107. The Enchantress Lorelei. It was her. Sheeman instantly recognized the figure. The Marvel Enchantress Lorelei. Amidst the throng in the bar, Lorelei's radiant golden hair cascaded freely, shimmering like sunlight, captivating and mesmerizing. Her tall stature and slender waist paired with long, elegant legs swayed alluringly, outlining a sensuous silhouette. Those legs were a natural marvel. Her fair eyes seemed to harbor an endless cosmos of secrets. A mere glance could ensnare the soul, leaving any man parched with desire. Lorelei possessed the unique ability to enchant men. When her ruby lips parted, everything around her dimmed in comparison. Her voice carried an almost tangible magic, weaving its way into the depths of one's heart, compelling all who heard her to succumb willingly to her allure. At that moment, even without exerting control, Tony was helplessly entranced by her unparalleled beauty. Just as he became utterly enraptured by Lorelei's charm, chaos suddenly erupted in the venue, transforming this upscale establishment into a scene reminiscent of a disreputable bar. In the ordinary course of life, the refined gentlemen of elite wealth now resemble frenzied wild bulls engaged in a fierce struggle for resources. After all, resources are indeed resources, aligning with the laws of nature. Even Tony finds himself eager to join the fray. Lorelei, with a wine glass in hand and a disdainful smile of mockery, gazes down upon this group of foul men enchanted by her allure. Although she appears to revel in her power to manipulate men from her lofty position, Lorelei bears her own burdens. She employs her abilities to beguile and control men, leading them to abandon their families and friends, even disrupting societal order. 6 centuries ago, she was imprisoned in Asgard for such transgressions, and now, taking advantage of the chaos in the celestial realm, she has escaped to Earth. Her intention is not solely to flee. She aspires to assemble a following and become a ruler through her enchanting capabilities. Clearly, her actions have egregiously violated the laws and order of Asgard, resulting in her being sought after by its authorities. At this moment, Lorelei casts a surprised glance at Simon, who sits calmly nearby, seemingly amused. Her smile falters as she gracefully approaches him, enveloped in a fragrant aura, and settles before him. "I believe I recall you. A man from Midgard. It is said that the Thunder God was bested by a Midgardian man. You are the only man I have encountered who remains impervious to my charms." Even the Thunder God was unable to escape her grasp. He could only dispatch the Valkyrie Brigade to apprehend her, implying that you were even mightier than he. Lorelei's gaze burns with intensity as she fixes her eyes upon Simon, her voice a beguiling melody, imbued with an enchanting allure. There exists no man she cannot ensnare. She possesses an ultimate weapon she has yet to unveil. Unperturbed by her antics, Simon pours himself a glass of wine. "Do you intend to enchant me?" he inquires. "What? Is that not possible?" Lorelei replies with a sultry smile, then gracefully elevates her perfect long legs to sit in Simon's lap, her delicate arms wrapping softly around his neck as she bestows a gentle kiss. This is her ultimate maneuver. Her kiss carries a deadly allure. Around them, the men are utterly captivated, their gazes fixated on Simon with an insatiable hunger, as if they would kill to possess him. "If a powerful figure like you were to follow and protect me, I would no longer fear the pursuit from Asgard. Would I? My dear, you would protect me, wouldn't you? Ensuring that your woman is no longer subjected to harm?" Lorelei's voice, tinged with a melodramatic tone, appears to stir something within Simon. "What can you offer me?" he queries. "What do you desire?" Lorelei's gaze intensifies as her small hand begins to wander, her heart swelling with exhilaration. I desire only you. Simon responds, as if entranced. I have always belonged to you. Henceforth, you shall be my man and my hero. You will assist me in reclaiming my place in the celestial realm, will you not? Lorelei spoke passionately, then gently kissed Simon, and in that fleeting moment, an inexplicable wave of emotion surged into Simon's mind, as if a voice was urging him to heed her command, to recognize her life as paramount, to acknowledge her as the love of his life. In a playful attempt to tease this woman and claim her for himself, Simon feigned a struggle, which only fueled Lorelei's fervor. Although somewhat clumsy, her assertiveness made Simon secretly chuckle with delight, while Tony seethed with jealousy. Damn it, that scoundrel Simon. Just as the two were lost in their own world, the bar's door was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang, and a group of agents stormed in. Freeze! This is S-H-I-E-L-D business. Both Simon and Lorelei were instantly dismayed, their enjoyment abruptly interrupted. Lorelei was nearly oblivious to her original intent, lost in an unprecedented experience. With an irate glare, she was ready to deal with the agents who had ruined her moment, realizing just how enchanting the situation had become. The bar fell silent as a dozen armed agents filled the space, knowing full well that these were the enforcers of the free nation, capable of emptying their magazines without hesitation. This operation involved A.S.H.I.E.L.D. task force, including the likes of Coulson, May, Hawkeye, and Ward, personally dispatched to apprehend Lorelei. Rest assured, with so many elite agents on the scene, there will be no issues, Coulson confidently reported through his earpiece to Nick Fury. Bang. Cough, cough. I still believe there shouldn't be a major problem. Bang. Cough, cough. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. Bang. Director, I've been hit too. One by one, agents were thrown out of the bar. Nick Fury remarked, so it's an utter defeat then. Regardless of whether it was Coulson, Hawkeye, or Ward. Oh. Except for May, who had not been subdued, as her inclinations remained unaffected. Various elites in the bar were also under her influence, while May rubbed her behind, annoyed after being kicked by that enchanting woman. Damn those unreliable men. They can't resist a woman like her. Darling, let South leave this place. The S-H-I-E-L-D. Agents are merely an appetizer, and I can sense an unpleasant presence. You will protect me, won't you? Lorelei said softly, her tone laced with a lingering hint of coyness that would soften anyone's heart. Simon nodded and promptly took her away. When they reappeared, they found themselves in a lavish villa. Chapter 108. Lorelei's defense crumbled. You took advantage of me. Lorelei gazed at Simon with wide-eyed astonishment, realizing that he had just teleported them to this villa. This meant that with Simon's teleportation ability, he was utterly unconcerned about the Asgardian bounty. Her excitement overflowed when she learned Simon's true name. It truly is him. He is the man who has vanquished Thor, the god of thunder. In that moment, she comprehended that not only could she evade being ensnared once more in the abyssal prison, but she could also launch a counteroffensive against Asgard. My dear, could you escort me back to the Celestial Palace? Encountering you feels like the favor of the goddess of fate. You cannot fathom the torments I endured in that desolate dungeon. You are my superhero, and I yearn to return and repay that wretched Sif for all the suffering I have faced. As Lorelei spoke, she nestled against him like a forlorn kitten, her enchanting visage evoking sympathy. Any man in this situation would undoubtedly embrace her fervently, showering her with affection. Menhuan, observing her melancholic and helpless expression, could sense the sincerity of her emotions. He instinctively tightened his embrace around her delicate form and gently inquired, You wish to return to the Celestial Palace? Assisting you with that seems rather challenging. Menhuan shook his head lightly. Lorelei, suddenly lifting her head in desperation, pleaded, Can you not assist me? No, no, no. I desire only you, Menhuan replied, his gaze intensely fixed upon Lorelei, as if he were on the verge of devouring her. Yet Lorelei, being astute, quickly began to weave her enticing proposition, alluringly stating, If you help me reclaim the Celestial Palace, I can offer you everything you desire. I want it now. With a teasing smile, Menhuan leaned down to silence her with a kiss, leaving Lorelei wide-eyed in shock. The strength of her struggles proved utterly inadequate. A futile resistance against his overwhelming presence, and panic enveloped her. Was her beguiling prowess ineffective against him? No, it was instead far too potent. As she floundered, Her last vestige of defiance was reduced to her pitiful attire, pleading, "I beg you, will you force your woman? If you help me avenge myself, I can grant you everything you wish for." Coercion holds no joy, she implored urgently. Time was running out. She sensed his lethal intent, sharp and unyielding. "No, no, no. You have no alternatives. I am the only one capable of fulfilling your desires. If I do not assist you in returning to the celestial palace, no one else will have that opportunity, so you must submit to me." Menhuan's words shattered her mental defenses, leaving her devoid of hope. Gazing upon his formidable might, she found his physique and countenance, which could drive any woman to madness, quite appealing. Despite her innate charm that had ensnared countless men, she had never held any man in esteem. Regardless of her body's betrayal or her mind's reluctant acceptance, she had to concede that she had no other choice. "My hero, I shall conquer you." The proud queen endeavored to maintain her final vestige of haughtiness, resolutely choosing to overturn the man, only to emit a muffled groan of anguish thereafter. As the sun bathed the earth in its golden light the following day, Lorelei was roused from her slumber by the joyous laughter echoing from the garden. The sensation of awakening beneath the sun was exquisite. She gazed down at Menhuan, nestled in the shade of the trees, and a smile graced her lips. Perhaps, at this moment, the notions of vengeance were inconsequential. The solace of companionship and the enjoyment of life were equally delightful. She was astounded by her own thoughts. Had her pent-up resentment, akin to that of a scorned woman, finally dissipated overnight? How infuriating this rascal, this beast, since the dawn of her adulthood, when she discovered her capacity to wield control over men. An insatiable thirst for power had consumed her. After her failed insurrection and subsequent imprisonment in a dark, desolate cell, her heart was filled with nothing but hatred and a desire for revenge. Yet, as she reflected upon the years that had elapsed, she realized that fleeting hours of joy from the previous night eclipsed all those years. No, no, no. This cannot be. How could she allow herself to be ensnared in this tender embrace? Lorelei endeavored to convince herself, yet her legs betrayed her, gently making their way to Menhuan's reclining chair. "Curse legs, why won't you obey?" Lorelei rolled her eyes in frustration, attributing her feelings to the deceit of this wretched man. However, just as the self-deceiving thoughts began to surface, Menhuan pulled her into his arms, and the warmth of that sanctuary shattered the remnants of her resistance. Now, she found herself perplexed by her own compliance, akin to that of a cat, too lethargic to resist, unable to comprehend the dual descent into both spiritual and physical surrender. A succubus. What a fool she was, appearing more like a temptress herself. As spring blossomed and life stirred anew, how could one not be entranced by such breathtaking scenery? Menhuan remarked with a gentle smile. Lorelei lifted her gaze to the spring garden, feeling as though she had stepped into a painter's masterpiece. Sunlight danced through the dappled leaves, casting golden fragments upon the ground. A soft breeze carried with it the sweet fragrance of roses, wildflowers, and other unknown blooms. Lying on the bench, she closed her eyes, basking in the warm sun, allowing all worries and grudges to dissipate like wisps of smoke. In that moment, she indeed set aside her hatred, even contemplating the idea of a long-lasting companionship. Yet her expression darkened in an instant. "Welcome to our family," piped Watson's playful voice. Lorelei abruptly opened her eyes, only to be met by a throng of women, each as captivating as herself. This revelation unraveled her composure. How could she have thought of sharing a future with that scoundrel? She had unwittingly entangled herself with a notorious philanderer. It is time for vengeance. You have already claimed me," Lorelei seethed. Yet, Menhuan smirked. "I'm sorry, but if I were truly under your control, I would have avenged you already." "What do you mean?" Lorelei glared at him, a surge of foreboding washing over her. "The implication is that despite having been intimate, you still wish to play the cad." Menhuan shamelessly grinned. "Cursed be it. How dare you elude my control? You feign submission merely to seduce me." Lorelei glared at him through gritted teeth, seething with rage. The thought of having been played for a fool and left in a lurch infuriated her. What sort of travesty was this? She had always been the one to toy with men, and now she faced the repercussions. "Oh, so you are familiar with repercussions." Menhuan grinned without a hint of remorse, embodying the very essence of a rogue. As Lorelei beheld his brazen demeanor, her sense of indignation surged. especially as her reputation lay tarnished. I shall not let this slide, Lorelei declared defiantly, ready to confront Menhuan, expertly overpowering him, intent on wringing the life from him. Chapter 109. Lorelei, helpless and vulnerable, found herself unwittingly ensnared in Menhuan's embrace amidst the suppressed laughter of the other women. It appears the Asgardian constitution is remarkable indeed, rejuvenating you so swiftly. Perhaps a bit of chastisement is in order. You wretched scoundrel, I shall not forgive you. Oh dear, I was mistaken, I wandered astray. Anger, struggle, tension, and pleas for mercy. Lorelei had truly mastered the art of facial expressions. In the blink of an eye, the sun reached its zenith, and Menhuan relished a sumptuous lunch prepared by Jessica and Chu Li. Beside him, Lorelei's exquisite visage was aflame with fury, resembling a sky beset by tempestuous winds, yet she continued to gnaw on a roasted duck leg as if savoring the essence of her tormentor. That's the spirit. Only when well-fed can one muster the strength to continue, Menhuan remarked cheerfully. Begone. Lorelei glared back with venomous intensity, then gulped down 2 large glasses of juice, evidently parched and in dire need of replenishment. The others stifled their laughter. Lorelei's bravado was all that remained, as she had surrendered in every other regard. It would not be long before she would come to us, like a meek kitten, pleading for our man-s affection. Menhuan shrugged nonchalantly. No matter how much you despise me, it holds no significance. You intended to exploit my assistance to reclaim your place in the celestial realm. Once your goal is achieved, you would cast me aside. Do not hasten to refute. Observe those men who have been used, and you will comprehend your own nature. Though you may be heartless and capricious, I am, at my core, a good person. Lorelei, oh, for heaven's sake, you consider yourself a good person? Menhuan paid no heed to Lorelei's incredulous expression. He continued, unperturbed. Although you are a woman of ill repute, I cannot simply disassociate myself from you, can I? While I may not be able to help you exact vengeance upon those in the celestial realm, I can escort you back and broker peace with them, ensuring you need not fear their pursuit or the specter of imprisonment again. Upon hearing this, Lorelei's expression softened slightly. Although this scoundrel was shameless and brutish, he at least possessed some semblance of a moral compass. Yet, she remained vigilant, fixating her gaze on Menhuan, clearly having learned from her previous folly, as she had been deceived regarding her own purity. Are you implying that I am to become one of your women henceforth? Lorelei regarded him coldly, suddenly comprehending his ulterior motives. The illustrious Queen Lorelei would never share herself with anyone. Menhuan nodded affirmatively. Indeed, not a chance. I will never again fall prey to your schemes. Lorelei retorted, her teeth clenched in anger. Oh, did I misjudge the situation? Wasn't it you who stubbornly clung to me earlier, preventing my departure? Get lost. Lorelei wished she could burrow into the earth, utterly humiliated and despised by him. How infuriating. I'm afraid you are left with but 2 choices. Either obediently become my woman, or return to the dismal confines of a prison. Menhuan shrugged nonchalantly. On what grounds? Lorelei haughtily scoffed. Do you think I cannot escape? However, before Menhuan could respond, Lorelei realized why her options were so limited. Sif had arrived. With a buzzing sound, a vibrant pillar of light suddenly materialized, and in the blink of an eye, Sif appeared in the garden, dressed in her battle armor. Sif strode forward with an air of confidence, causing Lorelei to instinctively focus her gaze on her, her body subconsciously inching closer to the one man present in search of safety. The other women stifled their laughter. It seemed Lorelei's pride was all that remained. Yet her body was undeniably honest. Embarrassment flushed Lorelei's cheeks. Her charms were ineffective against Sif, and that fear was a mere instinct. Sif respectfully inclined her body toward Menhuan. I apologize for interrupting your rest. I shall take Lorelei away immediately. Lorelei was a notorious criminal in the Celestial Palace. Having escaped during the chaos, and now that order had been restored, it was imperative to bring her back. Upon witnessing this, Lorelei quickly blinked her large, pleading eyes at Menhuan. Amusement washed over him. This woman's nemesis was indeed a formidable one, unless Sif had a preference for women. He teasingly gestured 5 fingers at Lorelei, causing her expression to shift dramatically as she begrudgingly acquiesced. I'll endure it. It's just 5 times. I refuse to return to that dark dungeon, even if it means fainting from despair. Menhuan nodded in satisfaction before turning to Sif. I apologize for making you come here in vain. You cannot take her with you. Sif's brow furrowed, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Are you under his control? Damn it. I knew it. Lorelei was indeed capable of manipulating men. Menhuan must have fallen under her spell. How could this be resolved? No. She does not control me. She is merely my woman now. You slept with her? Sif's fierce demeanor remained unchanged, truly. She was a Valkyrie of formidable spirit. Lorelei's courage had indeed grown bolder. She retorted without hesitation. Bah, Sif, you ought to show some respect. It was I, Lorelei, who shared a bed with him, all right? Isn't it all the same? Sif maintained her serious demeanor. Lorelei replied, I have no words for a woman whose mind is entirely muscle. Menhuan laughed heartily, realizing that Lorelei was like a scholar encountering a warrior, unable to articulate her arguments. Sif was truly her nemesis. All right, I shall escort her to the Celestial Palace. Menhuan waved his hand. Upon hearing this, Sif breathed a sigh of relief. At least she hadn't botched the task. She then gratefully nodded at Menhuan, saying, Thank you. Not at all. Ladies, shall we visit the Celestial Palace? The women instantly erupted in excitement. After all, it was the legendary abode of the deities. Let us go. We must go. Onward to the realm of the divine. Sif found it somewhat unbelievable that so many beautiful women were following him. How could he manage them all? Yet, she did not disdain Menhuan's character. It was clear that in the realm of the gods, the strong should be treated as such. Sif summoned the rainbow bridge once more, leading everyone away, while the others chattered excitedly, leaving only Lorelei feeling anxious. When Odin learned of Menhuan's impending visit to Asgard, he took it exceedingly seriously, promptly instructing the high-ranking officials of Asgard to prepare a grand welcome. Chapter 110. The Journey to the Celestial Palace and the Vibranium Bethay. My dear brother, at last, you have arrived. Thor approached with a big embrace, his straightforward nature resonating well with Menhuan. Menhuan laughed heartily and patted Thor's shoulder in a gesture of camaraderie. He found Thor's character quite endearing. Welcome, champion of Midgard. An old man with one eye stepped forward. It was Odin, the All-Father. Greetings, King Odin. I have grown up hearing tales of your legendary feats. It is an honor to finally behold your true form, Menhuan said with a slight bow, smiling. Regardless, he recognized this elder as a guardian of Earth's safety and felt it was his duty to show respect. Those tales are often embellished by others. I must thank you for educating Thor on my behalf. Thank you. Odin chuckled heartily. Then, to the astonishment of the assembled gods, he bowed deeply to Menhuan. My lord, what is this? Menhuan hastily assisted him. The others were equally incredulous. The mighty Odin had bowed to a mere mortal. Was the All-Father growing feeble? The king of Asgard had never bowed before. Lorelei, witnessing this spectacle, was utterly stunned, covering her mouth in disbelief. Could it be that this shameless rogue was even more formidable than she had imagined? Ignoring the astonished gazes of those around him, Odin slowly spoke. You deserve this bow. It is the gratitude of a father. Thor felt a wave of profound guilt wash over him, realizing he had never perceived the depth of his father's love, nor his well-meaning intentions. You are a great father, like my father. Menhuan felt a profound sense of empathy. His own father had showered him with love, a paternal affection as immense and profound as a mountain, albeit expressed in few words. Alas, I am, in truth, a failed father. Odin sighed deeply. How could he bear such a title when his children were at odds? Odin, Loki will recognize his errors. The goddess Frigga hastily reassured her husband. She had never considered her children to be ill-natured. I apologize for my ramblings. As I grow older, my words seem to multiply. Thor, take your brother on a tour of our celestial palace. We must honor our guests this evening, Odin said, fighting off drowsiness as he spoke to Thor. Very well, father. Thor nodded in agreement, while Odin, after exchanging pleasantries, retreated to rest under Frigga's gentle company, needing extensive slumber to suppress his burgeoning, uncontrollable power. Asgard is one of the 9 realms, and the existence of a celestial palace is tantamount to the Hall of the Gods. Menhuan was not particularly familiar with other locales in Asgard. Thor, however, excitedly introduced Menhuan to the celestial palace, where most passers-by donned medieval attire, creating an illusion of time travel. His intention was, of course, to indulge in the experience while gaining knowledge of Asgardian magic. The magical systems were distinct. Asgard's expertise in magic was entirely different from that of Kamartaj. Aside from the retro clothing worn by the men, the garments of Asgardian women were notably exquisite, befitting goddesses. Subsequently, Menhuan engaged in horseback riding and hunting while his companions, including Jane Foster, thoroughly explored the ornate celestial palace. When night fell, a grand banquet commenced, where the men of Asgard exhibited a rugged, wild demeanor, feasting heartily on meat and drinking copiously. The alcohol was welcomed by Menhuan, whose boisterous spirit quickly earned him the favor of Asgardian warriors. He indulged in feasting and drinking throughout the night. Who could say how much he consumed? Lorelei had yet to make an appearance. Her reputation in Asgard was notoriously poor, regarded by women as a malevolent fairy. The following days unfolded with simplicity and ease, spent wandering Asgard and perusing books in the library. He requested Odin's permission to observe Asgardian magic, which Odin did not refuse. After all, merely watching would not cost him anything. Odin was skeptical that Menhuan could learn their magic simply by observation, yet he allowed him to observe freely. However, Menhuan had consumed URU metal, making his magical essence more compatible with Asgardian magic. Even the intricate spells of Asgard could be mastered by him with just a single glance. Odin had not anticipated this. Menhuan was indeed a prodigy. He discovered that Asgardian magic leaned more towards divine power and faith, encompassing the blessings of wind, fire, lightning, and other divine abilities. On that day, Menhuan prepared to depart, bringing Lorelei before Odin. Faced with the king of gods, Lorelei was filled with trepidation, fearing she might be taken back. After conveying their intentions, Odin waved his hand dismissively, indicating that such trivial matters were of little concern and that her association with Shemin would ultimately prove beneficial. To Odin, Lorelei's situation was merely a minor disturbance, hardly worthy of significant attention. "Thank you, your majesty," Lorelei sincerely bowed, realizing that she could finally breathe easy. "Now, let bygones be bygones. However, Mr. Shemin, do remain cautious of Loki. That wretch is consorting with Thanos and may be concocting some sinister schemes," Odin advised Menhuan. "Certainly. I appreciate the warning, your majesty. I shall take my leave now," Shemin replied. "Do visit more often. Thor is rather arrogant and could benefit from the tempering influence of his peers," Odin added with a smile, truly embodying the role of a caring father, always considering Thor's well-being. Indeed, Shemin nodded before departing with the women. Thor had informed him that he would soon visit Earth to spar with Shemin. The journey to the Celestial Palace had broadened the horizons of the women, and upon returning to Earth, they resumed their respective pursuits. Shemin never imposed restrictions on their interests. Otherwise, they would become restless confined at home, preferring to engage in meaningful activities. As time swiftly passed, a month soon elapsed. One day, Shemin suddenly lifted his gaze toward the edge of the solar system. A spacecraft emerged from the void, hurtling towards Earth at nearly the speed of light. "Captain Marvel?" Shemin murmured, realizing what was happening. It was evident that Carol Danvers had been summoned back to serve as a muscle. However, he was indifferent to whether Carol returned or not. As a law-abiding citizen and a legitimate taxpayer, he had nothing to fear. After retracting his gaze, he received a call from Zhao Hailuan, who shared some exhilarating news. The nano-vibranium armor was ready. Yet there was also a downside. The available vibranium was only sufficient to create a single suit. The material was exceedingly rare and exorbitantly priced, making it a significant feat to procure enough from the black market to craft even one armor. "Vibranium? Isn't it supposed to be abundant?" Shemin jested. "Abundant? Don't be ridiculous. The total vibranium available in the black market barely amounts to 300 pounds, Zhao Hailuan retorted, rolling her eyes. "You don't know the cost of living until you're in charge. Having money doesn't guarantee access to vibranium." "Well, if I could acquire 100 tons of vibranium, I would need to pull some strings," Shemin replied playfully. "Pervert," Zhao Hailuan shot back. She was uncertain whether such an acquisition was feasible, but readily agreed. "If you can't secure 100 tons of vibranium, I want you to grant me the gene for eternal youth." "All right, give me 3 days." "Agreed. It's a promise." Chapter 111. The power of the Phoenix versus the Reality Stone. Logically, he could produce an infinite amount of vibranium himself. Of course, he had to respect the law of conservation of energy. For instance, when Apocalypse crafted a helmet for Magneto, it consumed a significant amount of energy derived from sand. He was not well-versed in the molecular arrangement of vibranium. Yet even an ancient being like Apocalypse could irrationally create a helmet that shielded against telepathy. Thus, he need not possess extensive knowledge. As long as he focused on vibranium, he could conjure it. After all, logic need not apply in a science fiction realm. He intended to experiment with ordinary titanium alloy, which should prove more effective than sand. However, just as he agreed to the wager with Zhao Hailuan, Daisy abruptly appeared before him, urgently pulling him away. Hurry, something has happened to Jane. We were just investigating the cause of the gravity malfunction here. And now, Jane has vanished. Daisy explained rapidly, her anxiety palpable. Menhuan quickly deduced that she had been possessed by an ether particle. The ether particle, synonymous with the reality stone, had transported Jane to another dimension, where she had become host to the particle. Without delay, Menhuan opened a rift to the alternate space and retrieved Jane, who was now in a state of unconsciousness. The ether particle, indeed the most potent of the infinity stones, was capable of rendering 9 realms powerless under its influence. It was evident that the reality stone was the most formidable of all. Unlike the other infinity stones, the ether particle existed in a fluid state, allowing it to infiltrate the human body. Daisy's formidable physique could withstand the ether's encroachment, while Jane's attempt to counteract it with her self-healing abilities was a misguided strategy. Self-healing, though impressive, does not exempt one from experiencing pain. Wolverine, for instance, endures significant agony with each extension of his claws, yet he has grown accustomed to such torment. I must take her to the Hall of the Gods, Menhuan declared. Realizing that he could not extricate the ether particle from Jane's body, he could not sacrifice her in the process. In the Hall of the Gods, Odin, upon seeing Menhuan and Jane, understood that this was a matter of fate. Odin, can you remove the ether particle from Jane? She is in great pain. Menhuan inquired solemnly. Although Jane had regained consciousness, the tension etched on her brow revealed her suffering. Alas, I am familiar with the ether particle, but it has long been under the dominion of Malekith, and I remain unaware of its secrets, Odin responded, shaking his head, clearly at a loss as to how to separate the particle from her. We could only wait patiently. The ether particle was a relic once wielded by Malekith, and its reemergence could potentially awaken him. As long as we awaited Malekith's arrival, he could be the one to extract the ether particle. At this moment, Odin found himself astonished, for even he could not comprehend the truth that Menhuan had so eloquently articulated. Logically, he should not possess knowledge of such profound secrets pertaining to the 9 realms. How could he have known such intricate details? Was it possible that the Ancient One had divulged this information to him? This seemed to be the only plausible explanation. Just then, the ether particles erupted with a fierce and crimson radiance, pushing everyone back, while Jane screamed in anguish. The skies over Asgard suddenly darkened ominously. Malekith had awakened? Odin's brow furrowed in distress. Cursed be that wretched creature. Upon hearing this, Menhuan unleashed a brilliant blue light that enveloped all of Asgard, instantly severing the connection to the ether particles. With the interactivity of the Infinity Stones, he could not bear to witness Jane's suffering, clearly realizing that relying on Malekith was futile. Jane, hold on a little longer. I will attempt to draw out the ether particles using the Infinity Stones. After speaking, he gently grasped Jane's hand. Jane resolutely nodded, choosing to trust Menhuan. Meanwhile, Odin commanded Thor and the others to confront Malekith's dark elven army without delay, ensuring that they would not disturb him. The connection between the Infinity Stones allowed Menhuan to sense the presence of the ether particles immediately, yet, to his astonishment, the reality stone exhibited a glimmer of sentience. It seemed reluctant to depart from Jane's body, as she began to writhe violently, the crimson light enveloping her, akin to another scarlet witch manifesting in the world. Her rationality appeared to be gradually consumed by the ether particles, transforming her into a fearsome visage. With her hair and eyes ablaze in red, Menhuan interpreted this as the ether particles resisting him. His plan was on the brink of fruition. However, at that moment, Jane suddenly unleashed a powerful force, striking Menhuan's unguarded heart with a punch. Boom! With almost no time to react, Menhuan was struck in the heart by a force that felt nearly annihilating. He was sent flying, crashing through countless structures before being buried beneath a pile of rubble. The tremendous commotion startled many of the palace guards and Odin, Frigga, and others, who rushed towards the scene in a frenzy. Yet, what they beheld was utterly shocking. Menhuan had succumbed to unconsciousness, entangled in a fierce struggle with immense power as they fought to consume one another. Just as Thor was about to summon the god of life to awaken Menhuan, Odin raised his hand to halt him. Clearly, Menhuan's state could not be disturbed from the outside. The cunning Odin discerned that two similar forces were presently engaged in a battle to determine which would consume the other. In this moment, Menhuan was exerting all his might within the realm of the mind to resist the ether particles, as countless illusions were being obliterated. Reality was continuously distorted and altered. The very concepts of time and space seemingly erased. Time lost its meaning, distance became irrelevant, and even the notion of matter ceased to exist. Everything was being annihilated into nothingness. As time passed inexorably, the Phoenix Force ultimately gained the upper hand, for even with a flicker of awareness, the Reality Stone could not contend with a living being of Menhuan's caliber. Its power was ultimately consumed, slowly devoured bit by the force of the Phoenix. Menhuan abruptly opened his eyes and vanished at the speed of light with Jian. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, in a desolate expanse of the starry sky, the dark fleet of spicy chicken emerged suddenly, astonished by Menhuan's calm demeanor. It seemed they had been waiting specifically to confront him head-on, much to the displeasure of the spicy chicken crew. Several warships swiftly encircled Menhuan, and then their leader, Spicy Chicken, slowly stepped forward, looking down at him from a position of superiority. "You are exceedingly audacious, middle-court individual." Spicy Chicken glared at him coldly, a disdainful attitude that even Odin had never dared to adopt towards him and the Dark Elves. "Enough of your prattle. The ether particles reside within her body. Summon them for me," Menhuan stated, pointing nonchalantly at Jian. Upon hearing this, Spicy Chicken was filled with rage. "Do you truly take me for your servant?" Chapter 112. Malekith's Demise. Seizing the Reality Stone. Though Malekith was on the verge of exploding with fury, he merely shot a chilling glare at Menhuan before turning his attention to Jian. The old man raised his hand, and countless dark red lights began to converge and coalesce above Jian's head. "This Spicy Chicken possesses some capability, yet not only could I not deceive the ether particles, but I was also ambushed by them," Menhuan mused. With the loss of the ether particles, Jian slowly collapsed, and Menhuan gently caught her, transporting her back to Earth. Her safety was finally assured, rendering Spicy Chicken devoid of value. At this moment, Spicy Chicken was ecstatic, watching as the ether particles danced around him like a joyful pet. Menhuan felt a profound sense of envy and resentment. With the acquisition of the ether particles, Spicy Chicken's momentum shifted dramatically, instantly dispelling his earlier despondency. "You dare to return, little brat?" Spicy Chicken turned his gaze towards Menhuan with a sinister smirk. Initially, he had thought nothing of Menhuan's escape. He was merely a minor character, and his true aim was to slay Odin and plunge the 9 realms into darkness. However, now he was more than willing to crush this arrogant ant before him. Menhuan grinned widely. "I have returned. If you are dissatisfied, come and strike me. I am eager to test your mettle." "Very well. Since you seek death, I shall oblige." Spicy Chicken replied with a cruel, bloodthirsty smile, slowly advancing towards Menhuan. Prepare to make him pay the ultimate price. Suddenly, Menhuan raised his hand and unleashed a searing energy beam that instantaneously detonated their final mothership. Malekith was now seething with rage, roaring as he furiously swung the ether particles towards Menhuan. Deep within the cosmos, the heavens of Asgard were violently torn apart by this extraordinary light that transcended reality. Boom! The silhouette of Menhuan shimmered amidst a golden-red radiance. Stepping forth from the scarlet glow, surrounded by energy reminiscent of countless vibrant galaxies, vast, magnificent, and pulsating with fervor as they collided in a dazzling display. In this moment, even the fabric of space rippled under the onslaught of this energy, akin to a tranquil lake disturbed by a colossal stone. Malekith sensed the anomaly, abruptly turning his head, his grip on the Reality Stone tightening, veins bulging. The Reality Stone emitted a sinister dark red luminescence, resonating with the swirling dark energy enveloping him. He let out a thunderous roar, his voice reverberating through the cosmos, imbued with a palpable murderous intent. "Die." Do you truly believe you can seize the ether particles that rewrite the universe? At this moment, dark energy surged violently from his core, akin to a tempestuous black tsunami, eroding the very space around him into deep, gaping black holes. Menhuan's expression was steely, the energy surrounding him swelling into a resplendent golden torrent. Malekith, your reign of darkness ends today. As his words faded, the golden stream, imbued with the power to obliterate stars, surged toward Malekith with relentless force. Malekith swung his dark staff, the crimson light at its apex erupting instantaneously, pushing the dark tsunami to its zenith as it collided violently with the golden torrent. In that instant, the universe seemed to be violently stirred by colossal hands, culminating in a thunderous clash. The cataclysmic energy at the point of impact wreaked havoc, causing space to shatter like fragile glass, fissures radiating outwards. Wherever it traversed, asteroids were ruthlessly cleaved, molten rock mingling with the frigid cosmic dust, erupting into apocalyptic vistas. Menhuan moved like lightning, weaving through the chaotic energy currents to appear directly above Malekith, channeling his powers into a massive, searing flame, descending with indomitable force. Malekith reacted swiftly, dark energy coalescing above him into an impenetrable shield. The inferno struck the shield, unleashing a blinding brilliance, the tremendous impact distorting the surrounding space-time into spirals. Nearby asteroid belts were ensnared by this force, colliding and shattering into celestial debris. Malekith roared in fury, pushing the power of the reality stone to its limits. The rules of the universe beginning to unravel under his command. The flow of time fluctuated erratically, and the forms of matter transformed at will. Solid planets instantly morphed into liquid, only to solidify into bizarre, crystalline structures moments later. He wielded these distorted realities with ferocity, hurling them toward Menhuan with reckless abandon. Menhuan's gaze remained tranquil, facing the crimson energy capable of distorting all without flinching. He retaliated with a mighty punch. He bellowed, his energy surging exponentially, the golden light illuminating the entirety of the 9 realms. He propelled himself toward Malekith at speed surpassing light, leaving behind a lengthy golden mirage. No. How can you remain unaffected? Malekith roared in disbelief and fury, his fist striking through the space distorted by ether particles, colliding with him. Boom! Malekith was momentarily akin to a kite severed from its string. Unbeknownst to how many asteroids he had obliterated, he ultimately crashed thunderously upon the mountains of an unfamiliar planet. With a resounding roar, the entire peak was violently shattered by the impact of the spicy chicken strands. Menhuan appeared in an instant, raising his hand to transform the collapsed mountain into a swirling tempest of yellow sand. At that moment, the disheveled figure of the spicy chicken strands lay exposed before him, struggling to rise and defiantly shouting at the towering Menhuan. Why? You can disregard the etheric particles. He had never fathomed that someone could ignore the distorted reality of etheric particles. He should not have been reduced to mere dust. Curious to know? Menhuan quipped with a smirk. Tell me, why? The spicy chicken strands bellowed. He was determined to understand, even if it cost him his life. Alas, I do not possess the answer either. You may rest easy on your journey. Menhuan grinned, nearly driving the spicy chicken strands to the brink of fury. I would rather perish than not take you with me. Malekith roared, betting everything on a final gamble, merging his dark energy with the power of the reality gem to form a beam of darkness capable of traversing the cosmos. Charging with the force of annihilation towards Menhuan. Unfazed, Menhuan unleashed an even more radiant golden-red energy flame, akin to a phoenix reborn in flames, soaring forth to confront the dark beam. Phoenix's judgment. The two beams collided at the center of the universe, triggering an unprecedented explosion of energy. Waves of destruction spreading at the speed of light, tearing apart planets beneath their feet as if they were mere dust. No. Malekith's body began to disintegrate under the overwhelming force, his expression a tapestry of reluctance and despair as he let out a final, anguished roar. Ultimately, in a swirl of despair and defiance, Malekith's form dissipated like dust in the cosmos. The etheric particles broke free from his grasp, spiraling into the chaotic energy before being intercepted and firmly seized by Menhuan. Chapter 113. I am the reality gem. The coordinates of Earth are exposed. Let us go. Menhuan grinned widely, immediately casting the violently writhing reality gem into the bronze cauldron. Although he did not comprehend how the spicy chicken strands had controlled the etheric particles, he knew he could exert even greater dominance. By sacrificing the reality gem to the bronze cauldron, he would henceforth become the reality gem, and even more powerful. As scarlet light emanated from the bronze cauldron, it swiftly penetrated into Menhuan's brow, the crimson glow manifesting the projection of cosmic laws, each ray containing the power to rewrite reality. He extended his hand, and the pitch-black cosmos instantaneously fractured, the rift emitting a soul-shaking howl. Space was stretched like thin paper, contorted as black holes erupted with streams of energy brimming with infinite possibilities. Wherever these streams of energy touch, new matter and rules are instantaneously birthed, only to vanish in an ephemeral moment. Yet, the devouring force emanating from the rifts is overwhelmingly potent, pulling the energy flows back in a relentless cycle. It is truly unfathomable. The reality gem possesses the ability to distort and rewrite everything. Even space and black holes cannot escape its alterations. At this moment, his body is suffused with a dazzling radiance, every cell rejoicing in jubilation as it undergoes a transformation. His eyes, his brain, his hands have all become tangible windows to the laws of reality, capable of piercing through all falsehoods to perceive the essence of existence itself. Meanwhile, Asgard has descended into chaos. The cursed warriors of the Dark Elves, in their final moments, have opened a prison devoid of light. Thor and the others are preoccupied with capturing criminals, while Loki, ever the cunning trickster, seizes the opportunity to make a hasty escape. What better time to flee? Upon learning of Loki's disappearance, Thor is instantly enraged and resolves to pursue him, vowing never to return until he has captured Loki. Thor! There's no need to chase after him. Let him go. Odin wearily gestures. Father! Thor protests, bewildered and resentful. Even now, you still favor Loki? Each has their own aspirations. Let it be. Odin sighs, turning away. How could he be unaware of Loki's ambitions? Yet, one cannot witness a rainbow without first enduring the storm. Damn Nick Fury! Carol exclaims in exasperation, having encountered a silver creature on a hoverboard upon entering the solar system. After wandering the cosmos for years, she comprehends that this being is the harbinger of the devourer of worlds. The existence of a silver surfer serves merely to aid the ravenous entity in its search for sustenance, specifically delectable living planets like Earth. Nick Fury's signal to her is, in fact, a proclamation of Earth's existence to the universe, fully exposing its coordinates. Initially, Carol believes she is facing an impending crisis, yet upon arriving on Earth, she finds only a vibrant and bustling scene. Crisis? Where's the crisis? She promptly makes her way to SHIELD, seeking Nick Fury to confront him about the reckless summons. Upon seeing Carol, Nick Fury is filled with excitement. After all, it has been ages since they last met. However, Carol's demeanor is cold. What is the matter? Shouldn't we be pleased to see each other, old friend? Nick asks, puzzled. Did you summon me merely to show me the flourishing changes of our homeland? Fury, I am profoundly disappointed in you, Carol replies with a hint of disdain. No, Carol, I sent out the distress signal because we are facing a formidable mutant king. Look, less than 300 kilometers from New York. A massive island is being secretly constructed. Its purpose is to provide a new home for mutants from around the globe. This force, once united, could easily overthrow our dominion over humanity. Realizing that Carol has misunderstood his intentions, Nick hurriedly embellishes the threat posed by the mutants. Mutants? They are quite formidable individuals, aren't they? Carol furrowed her brow, slightly composed. After all, in her memory, only Magneto and Charles stood out. Alas, Carol, you are woefully unaware. In recent years, due to the escalating severity of nuclear contamination, the mutant genes within ordinary humans have been activated with increasing frequency, now numbering in the millions. As for the peace-loving Charles, he has been slain by a radical mutant who brazenly declared his intent to establish a nation. Nick Fury sighed in resignation, pulling up the photograph and dossier of Simon. Upon viewing Simon's information, Carol's expression darkened further. He was a ruthless killer and a notorious libertine. Seeing her reaction, Nick Fury breathed a sigh of relief, aside from Carol. Very few could contend with Simon. At this moment, all hope rested on Carol, trusting she would recognize Simon's malevolence and eliminate him decisively. Carol departed in silence, utilizing advanced technology to investigate Simon's whereabouts and verify the situation. Night fell, and suddenly, New York plunged into darkness, with widespread blackouts flickering from building to building. An ominous sign indeed. Meanwhile, Simon was enjoying a barbecue. When the ambient lights in the small garden extinguished, he initially thought little of it, assuming it to be a mere power outage. However, upon checking his phone, he realized it too had ceased functioning. This was no trivial matter, clearly. Someone was orchestrating something behind the scenes. Could it be that Electro had awakened? He promptly soared into the sky to assess the situation. If Electro was wreaking havoc, he would lend assistance by notifying the mutants to handle him. Just then, a silver flash darted across the horizon, disappearing in an instant. Silver Surfer? Silver Surfer? My goodness! This being is a harbinger of Galactus, which implies that he has set his sights on Earth, and the planet shall become a mere morsel for Galactus. This simply cannot be allowed. I still reside on this planet, and I cannot permit Galactus to devour it. He immediately pursued, eager to inquire when Galactus would arrive, as he needed to prepare in advance. However, in the next moment, the entity vanished on his board, moving at a speed that surpassed light itself, leaving Simon momentarily bewildered. Yet, he did not require such speed. With a mere blink, he could lock on a Silver Surfer's location for teleportation. Simultaneously, Carol also tracked Silver Surfer's position and arrived at light speed, halting nearby. At that moment, Silver Surfer appeared in an amusement park, where visitors on the Ferris wheel reveled in laughter, oblivious to the impending danger. Suddenly, a massive whirlpool emerged in the distant sea, and a silver figure materialized. The enormous whirlpool was no trivial matter. The frail Ferris wheel creaked ominously, its strained cables snapping with a resounding crack. As the tourists screamed in terror, desperately flailing for help, Silver Surfer regarded humanity as mere ants beneath his feet. As Carol was poised to strike, Menhuan suddenly appeared, raising his hand with a flourish, causing the colossal vortex to cease its tumultuous spinning and the Ferris wheel to be gently lowered by an unseen force. Chapter 114. Is ours in the possession of the power to overturn everything? The abrupt turn of events left Silver Shadow stunned, as a dark figure gradually materialized in the distance. Menhuan's intentions unmistakably clear. The Silver Surfer had arrived, heralding the imminent crisis of annihilation for Earth. Whoever rises as the savior would attain unprecedented renown, yet he was acutely aware of the inevitable failure that awaited the devourer of stars. How could one best exploit this situation? For instance, capturing the Silver Surfer and waiting for the devourer to come knocking, then devoid of this self-destructive entity's influence. How would the impending catastrophe be resolved? All these calamities would be brought to an end by him, the destined savior. A comprehensive scheme raced through Menhuan's superbrain at lightning speed, allowing him to intercept the Silver Surfer. Otherwise, had Carol intervened from shadows, who could predict the upheaval that would ensue hours later with the arrival of the devourer? If the surfboard were to be taken by Carol, the devourer would not set foot on Earth, as that board served as the beacon. It seemed there were still formidable forces on this planet. Silver Shadow coldly stated, transforming into a radiant light instantaneously, as his fist crashed towards Menhuan, who furrowed his brow in response. Despite the dismal reports regarding Silver Shadow, why did he unflinchingly confront him for the sake of ordinary people? In the face of Silver Shadow's assault, Menhuan dismissed any notion of engaging in trivial banter. Originally, Silver Shadow had been rendered ineffective, yet he deemed it unnecessary to indulge in such tactics. Bang! A fist struck directly at Menhuan's chest. However, to Silver Shadow's astonishment, he found Menhuan utterly unmoved. The force of his punch, potent enough to pierce a cosmic battleship, had left him unscathed. Kinetic absorption. Although Silver Shadow's fist was bursting with energy, it failed to inflict even a hair's breadth of harm upon Menhuan. This individual was truly enigmatic. Carol was equally taken aback, yet she understood that Silver Shadow would not be so easily vanquished by Menhuan. Yet, the swift turn of fate was upon them. In the next moment, Menhuan waved his hand towards Silver Shadow, causing the silver surfboard beneath him to contort into a twisted shape. What? Carol gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. What a bizarre power. Meanwhile, Silver Shadow found himself in a predicament, stumbling as he lost his footing and nearly plunged into the sea. He could surf on a board, but could one truly ride a pretzel? After all, his surfboard served as the source of his power. Seizing the moment while Silver Shadow was off balance, Menhuan clenched his fist and appeared before him in an instant, delivering a powerful blow to his eye socket, sending him crashing into the ocean with a resounding splash. He raised his hand once more, and the entire surface of the sea parted instantaneously. He swiftly seized the Silver Shadow's head, soaring through the air, before forcefully pressing it against the ground, creating a friction that left onlookers in stunned disbelief. Marveling at the resilience of his head, the ground erupted in flames, reminiscent of the phrase, a cleaver slicing through electric wires, igniting a cascade of sparks and electricity. Ultimately, the Silver Shadow's spirit shattered, and he fainted from sheer indignation, having never before endured such humiliation. As Carol was about to depart, she suddenly found herself face to face with Menhuan, who gazed intently at her and said, "Carol?" Carol felt a sense of absurdity wash over her, for her existence was hardly known to many, especially given her youth. However, without allowing her time to respond, Menhuan continued, "Nick Fury summoned you back to confront me, did he not? Huh? Does he truly fail to comprehend that you and I are of the same ilk? Ponder that for a moment. Of the same ilk?" Carol exclaimed in astonishment. "Do you believe the higher-ups in America would permit your existence? Our sin lies in possessing the power to rebel." His words resonated within Carol like a tolling bell, leaving her rooted in place, unable to regain her composure. When she finally lifted her gaze, Menhuan had vanished. Menhuan delved into the psyche of the Silver Shadow, disseminating the news that the planet Devourer was on the verge of consuming Earth. This revelation struck like a thunderous bomb, sending ripples through the calm waters and creating towering waves of turmoil. Was that alien a messenger of the planet Devourer? Did the planet Devourer feast upon planets? Oh my goodness, do mutants take us for fools? An alien monstrosity that consumes planets? This special effect is quite impressive indeed. Surely this is a deliberate smokescreen. Who could possibly open their mouth wide enough to devour our Earth? I suspect this is all a conspiracy, a ruse orchestrated by those mutants to stir chaos. Can they not concoct a more credible tale than to pin the blame on extraterrestrials? A deity that swallows planets whole? Good heavens, do they think us simpletons? Clearly, few believed such nonsense, yet the sensationalism ignited a nationwide debate. This was precisely the fervor Menhuan sought. He would later astound everyone quietly, contemplating their post-crisis exclamations. He savored the anticipation of their astonishment, eager to proclaim their awe. With a wicked grin, he instructed Megan to immediately broadcast images of the planet Devourer consuming various celestial bodies. As predicted, when the colossal form of the planet Devourer became visible, shrouded in thunder and lightning, countless structures, mountains, lakes, and oceans were hurled into outer space. The unfathomably terrifying creature swallowed a life-bearing planet whole, and a wave of dread and despair spread through the crowd like a virus. It is well known that videos cannot be fabricated. This has truly plunged countless individuals into despair and trepidation. In a distant future, Franklin, the son of the mystic doctor and the invisible woman Susan, is frolicking with his sister. Suddenly, a frown creases his brow as he perceives a disconnection between himself, his sister, and the world around them. Cursed fate. Franklin cannot fathom the calamity that may befall them, being expunged from existence. This implies that the past has been altered, potentially preventing their very births. The thought of losing his sister is unbearable. The notion of his own non-existence is equally intolerable. It dawns upon him that someone has traversed time. Although his powers are momentarily sealed by his father, Reed's abilities cannot suppress his vengeful spirit. Boom! A visage twisted with murderous intent permeates the air. The enmity against his parents is unyielding. Telepathy, reality distortion, matter manipulation, spatial transference, time travel. In an instant, countless avatars plunge into various timelines, fervently seeking the entity responsible for his parents' demise. Time rewinds. Chapter 115, God Franklin. According to the narrative, the Silver Surfer is misled into confronting Galactus, leading to Susan and Reed's nuptials. Thus, the births of Franklin and his sister appear to be an inevitable outcome. However, the timeline of this universe has been disrupted by the anomaly known as Simon. Franklin's avatars navigate through innumerable moments, searching for the adversary who may have slain his parents. From Reed's birth to Susan's kindergarten days, culminating in their university graduation, everything unfolds seamlessly according to destiny until he traverses to the day of his parents' wedding, only to discover that no wedding occurs. They are now mere strangers. Cursed fate. Franklin's eyes blaze with fury as he battles against the relentless tide of time. Emerging above New York City, King of Mutants, come forth to meet your demise. Above the Oasis Dome, a thick fog of malice envelopes the atmosphere, as countless mutants stand frozen, gazing skyward in astonishment. Who possesses such audacity? How can one individual embody such boldness? His voice reverberates throughout New York, prompting countless onlookers to gaze upward, yet yielding no tangible results. At this moment, Simon is quietly awaiting the arrival of Galactus, only to be confronted by another contender. You wish for me to perish? Simon muses, turning to Polaris and the other women nearby. Is my appearance truly so detestable? It seems yet another envy-ridden soul has emerged. The women retort, "Humph. Who asked you to be so shameless? I have never encountered someone so audacious." Polaris smirks, relishing in Simon's predicament. Who knows how many enemies he has made? He deserves it. Franklin's voice echoes across the land. Simon cannot simply remain idle in the face of confrontation. How would others perceive him? The figure of Menhuan suddenly appeared, prompting Chu Li to activate the colossal spatial projection that broadcasted the battle live. As for concerns, well, they had never borne such a psychological burden. Since his debut, no formidable adversary had ever caused him to falter. He was a master who never tasted defeat. In Oasis madness. Madness? How audacious for someone to provoke the king. Huh? Did the king not once state that fame breeds fear, akin to how a pig fears becoming plump? This fool likely had just awakened his powers, arrogantly unaware of the vastness of the world, challenging the king in a bid for notoriety. Observing his youthful visage, barely in his teens, it reminded her of her own reckless arrogance upon her awakening. After enduring the harshness of society, this lad's abilities were impressive. He would inevitably join their ranks. The mutants murmured among themselves, completely disregarding Franklin, convinced of his imminent failure. Even Scott, who had once harbored resentment and jealousy towards Menhuan, now had to concede that Menhuan was no longer his rival. The disparity was too great. It was akin to a social media sensation suddenly skyrocketing to fame, evoking envy and hatred, with many maliciously speculating that their success was merely fleeting. However, as that individual surged onward, jealousy gradually dissipated, for the chasm in status was insurmountable. Mockery, disdain, sympathy, and ridicule. Various voices reached Franklin's ears. Yet, he remained unfazed, even reveling in the moment. So this is your king, is it? Huh, how delightful. Just wait until I trample your exalted king into the mud and witness your expressions, imagining their faces as though they had lost a beloved father, only intensified the defiance on Franklin's youthful countenance. Regardless of age, life persists, and so does the pretense of superiority. When Menhuan graced Oasis with his presence, he was met with resounding cheers, a manifestation of genuine, fervent adulation. Who are you? Menhuan stood aloft, speaking with an air of detachment. He had no recollection of any transgressions against such a child. Franklin's visage was solely a character from the comics, and he could not possibly know that the boy before him was Franklin. Franklin did not respond to Menhuan, his cold, piercing gaze fixated on him as he launched an immediate assault. How intriguing. Menhuan chuckled with interest, well aware that villains often meet their demise through excessive chatter. He knew to strike first. Suddenly, a thunderous crack echoed through the air, as the space around Menhuan morphed into shards of spatial debris. The result of the spatial collapse was the formation of a miniature black hole, its terrifying gravitational pull beginning to spread outward, with him as the primary target. It felt as though a colossal tornado was sweeping him up, akin to an invisible hand propelling him towards the black hole. Yet, this appetizer was far too feeble. The tall, robust figure remained steadfast, immovable as a rock, utterly unfazed. A mere spatial black hole is of little consequence. Its presence resembles that of a towering tree rooted deeply within the fabric of space, observing the tumult of existence with a bemused smile. Time stands still. Menhuan's cold, piercing gaze fixed upon the child before him, and he spoke with a calm authority, causing the formidable spatial black hole to vanish into the ether. As the collapsing space swiftly mended itself, the nonchalance of his demeanor left the other party in a state of shock. Astonishment. Franklin could hardly fathom that his lethal blow had been dismissed with such casual ease. "Are you Franklin?" Menhuan inquired casually. Given his estimation, a youth of such strength at this age was a rarity. Aside from the individual renowned as the most powerful mutant, none could compare. "Excellent. You have indeed deduced my identity." Franklin seethed, his gaze narrowing with a hint of trepidation. The knowledge that this individual recognized him was unsettling. The notion that someone from the present could be aware of a future figure of his stature was indeed formidable. "Truly, you are Franklin." Menhuan suddenly grinned widely, playfully adding, "Since you are Franklin, you should address me as father." What? At this proclamation, an uproar erupted throughout the oasis. Even the women watching the projection were left speechless. Was this child truly Menhuan's son? How could he possibly have such a son? Menhuan's words struck a nerve with Franklin, inciting fury at the audacity of such an insult. Franklin, you hail from the future and are Susan's son. Thus, is it not reasonable to call me father?" Menhuan jested, his tone dripping with mockery. "The depths of space are unfathomable, and you are still young. You cannot grasp the intricacies of your existence. Allow me to teach you." As he finished his taunt, he raised his hand, unleashing a powerful force of spatial energy, causing his arm to vanish in an instant. Franklin felt a jolt of fear as he instinctively tried to evade, but it was too late. A suffocating grip seized him, and he was hoisted by his throat, panic coursing through him. Chapter 116. The Fractured Timeline. The Silent Cosmos. Smack! Franklin, attempting to break free, was utterly unprepared for the wave of humiliation that overwhelmed him in the next moment. A hand, as large as a cooking pot, struck his face. Did he not understand the unwritten rule of not striking one's face? This left not only Franklin in a state of bewilderment, his mind buzzing, but also the women in the villa were equally flabbergasted. The foul man had claimed that child was his son. How could he strike his own child's face so brazenly, especially in such a public setting? They all turned their gazes toward Susan. But Susan had already distanced herself from the situation. Although she vocally protested, her body betrayed her, clearly enjoying the spectacle. "What are you all looking at?" "I do not know him," Susan mumbled, feeling both guilty and frustrated. She was only 23 years old. How could she have a son? "No, Susan, your son has come from the future and brazenly claims he intends to kill our beloved husband. Could it be that you have been unfaithful?" Stuart glared intently at Susan, already scheming how to defend his husband. "Nonsense. It is you who has strayed. Once my husband finishes educating this boy, the truth will undoubtedly surface. If it turns out to be my fault, you may do with me as you please without a moment's hesitation." Susan retorted coldly. "Do you consider me to be that shameless harlot? All right, you all know how domineering our man can be. He is likely just toying with that boy." Gallet interjected, eager to mediate. She believed there must be some misunderstanding, urging that family harmony should not be disrupted. It better be so," Julie scoffed, her expression cold as she fixed her gaze on Susan, her traditional values starkly contrasting with Stuart and the others. Susan was infuriated. A son from the future had arrived. And who was she to seek justice from? Franklin was momentarily stunned, finally snapping back to reality. Just as he glared with fiery wrath, Menhuan suddenly clenched his fist and delivered a swift punch to Franklin's head, the speed so astonishing that there was no chance for evasion. With a resounding thud, an immense force crashed down upon Franklin's head, shattering it like a ripe watermelon. The horrific scene prompted the women to fix their fierce gazes on Susan. What further explanation was needed? Susan's face turned ashen. Indeed, what could she possibly argue? As Franklin lost his head, his body bizarrely self-destructed, escaping Menhuan's control. The ensuing blood and flesh surged into the air, converging into a humanoid form. The eerie spectacle left everyone aghast. Despite such a gruesome demise, he was able to revive fully. How powerful could a person become? Franklin glared at Menhuan with a mix of dread and hatred. My understanding of spatial manipulation may not rival yours, but I sincerely hope you are also adept in the realm of time. As soon as the words left his mouth, Franklin smirked cruelly and vanished from sight, leaving Menhuan with a perplexed expression. How did this man know him so well? The power of time? How fortuitous. Well, this is not Susan's fault. Franklin was originally her son in the timeline. Let us not dwell on grievances. After clarifying for Susan, Menhuan too vanished, intent on eliminating the hidden threat that was Franklin. The ability to traverse time was Franklin's signature move, reminiscent of the Terminator films. If I cannot kill you now, I can always return to the past, and do so. Franklin's figure appeared a decade earlier, during Menhuan's youth. His abilities far surpassed the mere consciousness traversing of the Phantom Cat in reversing the future. At this moment, Franklin has transcended through time and space, arriving a decade back, with the intent to eliminate the feeble Menhuan. In his youth, Menhuan indulges in flirtations, a typical scion of the underworld, reveling in the pleasures of life. Naturally, young and attractive female students become his prey, particularly those in university. Despite his youth, he exudes a maturity shaped by the gang's influence. After all, how could one remain innocent in such an environment? He boasts that having never attended university, he still has the audacity to pursue university girls, currently attempting to charm a blonde beauty. Suddenly, the skies darken, crackling with thunder and lightning, as countless individuals gaze upwards in trepidation. A shadowy figure descends, exuding an overwhelming aura that forces all to the ground in fearful submission. Without a moment's hesitation, the newcomer raises a hand, aiming to strike Menhuan. Unbeknownst to him, Menhuan never imagined he had crossed paths with such a formidable figure. Just as he resigns himself to his fate, an otherworldly presence materializes. Oomph! A chilling voice reverberates through the air. Franklin is momentarily stunned, astonished that Menhuan possesses the ability to traverse time as well. The two engage in a telekinetic clash. Boom! The powerful psychic waves obliterate an experimental building at the university, the steel and concrete crumbling before their might. Franklin, akin to a kite severed from its string, is propelled backward by the shockwave, gritting his teeth in frustration. I refuse to accept this. He roars, vanishing as he resolves to leap into an even more distant future. Convinced that Menhuan's body cannot withstand the relentless tide of time. Confident in his mastery over temporal forces, Franklin believes he surpasses all in capability. Intent on slaying the elderly Menhuan. Menhuan, glancing at the bewildered Franklin, swiftly retreats, lurking within the timeline as a persistent menace. Franklin envisions a future where he could even solicit assistance to vanquish Menhuan. However, as he races toward the future, the fabric of time begins to unravel before him, plunging into chaos. What is this? Franklin stands bewildered. This universe appears devoid of a future, transformed into a desolate void. He halts at the precipice of time, gazing vacantly at the shattered timeline. What catastrophic event could have rendered the future so silent, as though it were obliterated? Undeterred, he stubbornly attempts to breach the timeline to glimpse the unfolding events. How could the future, inscrutable even to Ancient One through the Time Stone, be forcibly probed by him? The consequence of his obstinacy manifests as his body is repelled back into reality by the force of time. Franklin's anguished scream pierces the air, for the temporal wounds inflicted upon him are no trifling matter. In a moment of bittersweet irony, Menhuan, upon discovering Franklin, scoffs. The fate of those who toy with time is to be consumed by it. At this moment, Franklin's aged visage stands as a testament to the relentless passage of time. I cannot comprehend. Franklin gazes at his withered hands, which gradually transform into dust and begin to dissipate. This is not the conclusion that belongs to me. Chapter 117, Sacrifice. The past, present, and future remain inescapably tethered to death. One either erupts in silence or perishes in silence. As he watches his aged hands vanish bit by bit, Franklin resolutely refuses to succumb to the inevitability of death. I cannot die yet. As the anguished roar of defiance resounds, Franklin's body, on the brink of dissolution, suddenly halts its fading. His appearance and physique rejuvenate at a discernible pace. He has altered reality. He has rewritten his fate. You cannot kill me. Franklin strides toward Menhuan, his figure enveloped in a terrifying crimson glow, a mere glance enough to instill dread. He coldly regards Menhuan, declaring, "And you should now vanish from this world." Buzz. As his words resonate, Menhuan suddenly feels an overwhelming force capable of distorting everything enveloping him, attempting to erase all traces of his existence. "How fortuitous, I still can." Menhuan scoffs dismissively, raising his hand to unleash an equally formidable force against Franklin. Franklin's expression shifts immediately as he senses a more potent energy erasing his very being. Damn it. Franklin realizes he has once again faltered in this conflict. His very essence is forcibly obliterated further. In his timeline, he is renowned, yet millions have inexplicably forgotten his existence. No. I cannot wait idly for my demise. I must escape this place, or I shall meet a certain end. At this moment, the realization dawns upon Franklin, who grits his teeth in both astonishment and fury. He suppresses the agony coursing through him and roars, shattering the reality that ensnares him, attempting to traverse to another dimension to evade capture. "Do you believe you can escape?" Menhuan's indifferent voice echoes once more. Even in the universe's enigmatic sanctum, he follows closely to intercept him. "Damn it, I shan't survive, but neither shall you." Franklin bellows at the pursuing Menhuan. This realm resembles a bizarre corner of the universe, as if it were once a battlefield transcending dimensions. Menhuan surveys the surroundings, where light and darkness intertwine, matter collides with energy, and all concepts are distorted and reshaped into chaotic existence. At this moment, a mysterious aura of blue, green, and crimson envelopes him, embodying the forces of time and space resonating within this warped reality. The surrounding peculiar dimensions flicker with an eerie glow, as a subtle shift in the rules of reality elongates or compresses the very fabric of time and space, resembling an abstract painting haphazardly smeared. At this moment, Franklin, seated opposite, was enveloped by a fervent determination to confront death. He radiated a resplendent and intense red glow, having sacrificed his past and future to forge his present self. He summoned the versions of himself from yesteryears and those yet to come, acutely aware that he could only fight with his back against the wall. He must not perish just yet. This radiance, pure and untainted, brimmed with boundless power. Franklin's very existence was a dominion over all that exists, his gaze profound and tranquil, as though he could perceive the cosmos past, present, and future. An anomaly. Franklin's deep voice resonated. No sooner had he spoken than his hands danced swiftly, transforming the temporal vortex into countless sharp blades of time. Wherever these blades traversed, the flow of time was severed. Vast expanses were caught in a rapid temporal decay, instantaneously becoming desolate ruins, their target unmistakably Menhuan. Yet, Menhuan observed him with serene composure. He gently raised his right hand palm upward, as a soft green light enveloped a radius of several hundred kilometers. This verdant glow was imbued with hope and vitality, seemingly gentle and innocuous. It concealed an unimaginable power capable of reshaping the universe. The moment the blades of time collided with the green light, they were instantaneously dissolved, dispersing into strands of ethereal energy. "The time stone," Franklin exclaimed in astonishment, fixated on Menhuan. He had never anticipated that Menhuan possessed the time stone, believing him to be merely a born mutant. In light of this revelation, a flicker of resolve flashed in Franklin's eyes. He inhaled deeply, gathering spatial energy beneath his feet, and with a forceful stomp, he conjured a massive black hole. This was no longer Earth. The shattering of space was not a trivial matter. The colossal black hole spun and expanded, mercilessly drawing everything into its depths. Even light itself could not escape its voracious grasp. The triune power of Franklin surged to unprecedented heights. At the periphery of the black hole, space warped severely, creating bizarre arcs leading to uncharted realms. "How would you be so forgetful? Do you think that because I possess the time stone, I would spare the space stone?" Menhuan mocked with a smirk, as the black hole that could devour Earth vanished without a trace, as if nothing had transpired. A dazzling blue light smoothed everything over, followed by the reemergence of an intangible red glow. The reality stone. Franklin's eyes widened in disbelief. He was utterly bewildered. He could not fathom nor comprehend how someone could wield the infinity stones with impunity, disregarding their backlash. At this moment, Menhuan harnessed the power of reality modification, envisioning the surrounding space as a viscous liquid. Franklin's movements became sluggish, for he had eradicated the very concept of distance. Buzz. The green light erupted once more, enveloping the area and accelerating time to its zenith, causing everything around Franklin, including himself, to age rapidly. This entire ordeal is sufficient to obliterate anyone. However, Franklin's strength has now reached its zenith through the sacrifice of his past and future. With a thunderous roar, the power within him erupted, breaking free from the dual constraints of time and space. Franklin raised his hands, offering himself as a sacrifice, unleashing a resplendent crimson radiance toward Menhuan. A wave of energy imbued with boundless destructive force surged forth. Where this cataclysmic power traversed, all that existed in the cosmos was utterly erased, leaving not even a trace behind. Menhuan's countenance grew grave as he summoned all his abilities to manipulate time, space, and reality, empowering the Phoenix Force. Phoenix Judgment. In the next instant, the proud cry of the Phoenix resonated throughout the universe. No! How could you possess the Phoenix Force? Franklin exclaimed in terror, realizing the truth as the blazing wings of the Phoenix swept towards him across the cosmos. Had it not been revealed long ago? Will you spare my sister? I beg you. Franklin understood that everything had been predetermined the moment he sensed his impending obliteration. Yet in his final moments, he continued to worry for his sister. Menhuan nodded in response. At this moment, light, energy, matter, and the very fabric of time and space were completely thrown into chaos, merging to form a colossal vortex of entropy. In that instant, Franklin forgot who he was, lost sight of his intentions. His memories were erased, along with everything that defined him beyond the essence of life itself. Subsequently, in the infinite tapestry of the future, the house he once inhabited vanished, his school faded away, and all his neighbors, friends, and classmates were erased from his memory. Any trace of his existence was obliterated, ultimately leading him to forget himself, to forget everything. As he was ignited in the flames of the Phoenix, his body reduced to mere ashes. Menhuan retained only a few strands of hair from Franklin, for he coveted Franklin's formidable abilities, a gene potent enough to create worlds. Chapter 118, Devouring God, a frenzied ascension, harbinger of star consumption, Earth's lament. Sacrifice. As Franklin's genes entered the bronze cauldron, a brilliant light erupted from within, instantly merging into Menhuan's third eye. Though the bronze cauldron had previously mentioned that upgrading required vast amounts of energy, it overlooked its inherent characteristic of being capable of fusing various abilities. While he lacked sufficient life energy, he could seize and amalgamate a plethora of similar powers to achieve an upgrade. For instance, Franklin's genes before him were exceedingly potent. The moment they fused, Menhuan felt a monumental transformation. Telepathy, psychokinesis, manipulation of time and space, matter control, and reality alteration surged within him. The control of matter far surpassed the inorganic manipulation of the apocalypse. When combined and enhanced by the Phoenix Force, it became even more formidable. After all, the Phoenix Force also governed matter, even extending its reach to the subatomic realm of the microscopic world. The dimensions of space and time remain unaltered. They epitomize the quintessence of existence itself. To instigate change, one must evolve. His telepathic abilities ascended instantaneously to the Omega level, mirroring the advancement of his psychokinesis. He could perceive the thoughts of all living beings within the solar system, encompassing the entirety of it. At this moment, his telekinetic prowess could effortlessly reach a magnitude of several 100,000 tons. However, such formidable strength could not be attained merely by indiscriminately consuming others' abilities. The true power resided within Franklin himself. To call him a deity would not be an exaggeration, for his strength was unparalleled. The alteration of reality bore no limits, as exemplified by Wanda's chaos magic, which could traverse the multiverse. At this juncture, Menhuan could even sense the membrane that lay between universes. The Reality Stone, the Phoenix Force, and Franklin. When these three forces converged, they reached a level of ferocity akin to that of a rampaging Wanda. Should he unleash his full might, he could potentially breach the barriers between universes. Yet, Menhuan refrained from acting impulsively. Crossing into another universe would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Creator God. He had not yet attained the multiversal tier, and despite being infinitely close, the distinction was vast. The chasm between him and the multiverse was even greater than that which separated him from mere mortals. That leap was monumental. To achieve it, he would need to consume all 6 infinity stones in their entirety. Creator, Menhuan age, 25 abilities, steel body, psychokinesis 1, dimensional pocket, energy beam, telepathy 1, data manipulation, Thor's power, space stone, phoenix force, mutant enhancement 1, magnetic field control, matter manipulation 1, book of darkness, Vishani white magic, time stone, reality stone 1, life energy 111, 363, 353, 665. Upon consolidating all his gains, he was astounded to discover that his life energy had surged past the threshold of 100 billion. What could this signify? Was Franklin truly worth billions? Menhuan's mind struggled to comprehend. Could Franklin be this formidable? Franklin's value approaches 300 billion. Menhuan, incredible. During your recent battle, you obliterated dozens of planets more expansive than Earth, instantaneously annihilating a planet that had just begun to nurture marine life, thereby acquiring such an immense reservoir of energy. Thus, he finally grasped the situation. However, he fiercely suppressed the alluring impulse, fearing that he might lose control over his inner desires and venture into the cosmos to seek the annihilation of life-bearing planets. To extinguish one's humanity would strip one of their essence. Although he was not a virtuous individual, he still adhered to his own moral boundaries. Gazing at the nearly vacant expanse of the starry sky, one becomes acutely aware of the rarity of habitable planets within the universe. A profound sense of contemplation arises before he vanishes from sight. It is only after a considerable time has elapsed that a few formidable beings dare to approach, deeply shaken and terrified by the overwhelming power they sense. The older one becomes, the more one fears death, yet they are ensnared in endless indulgence. At this moment, Menhuan has traversed to a temporal realm 20 years hence, where he locates Franklin's sister, Valeria. With his extraordinary abilities, altering reality to safeguard a single girl proves to be a rather uncomplicated task, something Franklin could not accomplish. He directly reshapes reality. Valeria is no longer the daughter of Mr. Fantastic, but rather a prodigious orphan. Her intellect surpasses that of Tony Stark and all other extraordinarily intelligent scientists, yet she is not a mutant. She feels no alteration in the perceptions of those around her. She remains the brilliant orphan girl. Having honored Franklin's final request, he reflects briefly before bringing Valeria back to the present time. The disappearance of an orphan stirs little commotion. He imparts vast cosmic knowledge to Valeria, guiding her in the study of various weapons and life-enhancing potions. They have arrived, Carol exclaims, her gaze fixed solemnly upon the starry sky. It is too late. Even after years of invincibility traversing the cosmos, she feels the oppressive force of the devourer of worlds. A countenance that had known no turmoil now bears a look of confusion. What fate awaits Earth? She remains uncertain whether the devourer is currently in a state of hunger. Turning her head, she casts a glance at a certain individual nearby, who remains nonchalantly mischievous, eliciting her profound exasperation. Should one label him as ignorant and fearless, or as someone who is confidently unperturbed? Menhuan, of course, anticipates the arrival of the devourer, for when the weight of pressure becomes overwhelming, it is also the moment for the mutants to mount a counteroffensive. A piercing alarm reverberates across numerous nations, as the herald of the devourer leads a multitude of spacecraft into the solar system. At this moment, a colossal space fortress spanning hundreds of kilometers astounds all inhabitants of Earth, rendering them momentarily paralyzed with fear. Could this truly be happening? Are we doomed? This thought flickers through the minds of everyone. As the alarm sounds, panic reaches its zenith. The depth of fear paradoxically offers a form of liberation. If fate cannot be altered, it is perhaps more prudent to cherish these final moments and bid farewell to loved ones and family. Is this truly the end? Carol sighs, casting her gaze back toward her homeland, a place that holds her joys and sorrows. Be careful, dear, she warns softly. Within the villa, a collective gaze of concern from the women falls upon Menhuan. For the first time, they exhibit such expressions, as if gazing upon a legendary deity. All aspirations of grandeur fade in importance. They merely pray for his safe return for the well-being of their family. With a confident smile and a nod, Menhuan turns to depart. This blue planet holds quite a bit of intrigue. The silver shadow has met his demise, and my curiosity towards this blue planet intensifies. May my master find sustenance. Now, let's exercise caution and not perish here. The 5 envoys of the Star Eater exchanged words with light-hearted banter, showing little concern for this mere indigenous planet. As the imposing space fortress loomed above, countless armored figures ascended into the heavens, fully aware of the impending doom. It is Tony. It is Iron Man. Countless voices cried out, fixated on the sudden portal in the sky. It is he, the king of mutants. And who is that woman radiating with prismatic light? Good heavens! It is the legendary Thor. The likes of Kamar Taj, Asgard, the Illuminati, the Inhumans, the Oasis, Kunlun, and the Eternals. All these unfamiliar figures surged forward into the cosmos, undeterred, with their families and loved ones behind them. Despairing humanity gazed upward, those ascending figures embodying the last flicker of human defiance. Here they come. A cruel smirk played on the lips of the envoy of Stardust. Chapter 119. He is like Superman. Stardust stands as the mightiest envoy of the Star Eater, possessing strength that rivals the greatest in the universe. Perhaps only 100 beings could surpass him. Stardust is devoid of gender. His form is composed of cosmic particles and energy, capable of withstanding planetary explosions and self-repairing. He can not only create black holes and dimensional portals, but also unleash devastating shockwaves, powerful enough to obliterate stars like the sun. As for the Silver Shadow, he ranks second under the Star Eater, his abilities equally formidable, though now extinguished. Stardust proudly looms in the cosmos, observing the multitude of Earth's strongest who have ventured into space. Although astonished by the number of Earth's combatants capable of space warfare, he pays them little heed. Monitoring me? Stardust scoffed, raising his hand to unleash dozens of searing energy beams that obliterated the satellites targeting him. With a thunderous boom, he effortlessly annihilated a nearby space station, while the foreign compatriots aboard the International Space Station departed in serene tranquility. Stardust's brutality is evident. As the strongest envoy of the Star Eater, he has laid waste to countless planets, rivaling Thanos in the number of worlds he has destroyed. Ruthless and ferocious. Many were awestruck by Stardust's overwhelming might, the energy fluctuations he displayed enough to instill terror, saturating the atmosphere with a sense of oppression. Attack! With a sweeping gesture, Stardust commanded the other envoys, who roared as they plunged into Earth's atmosphere, colliding with its champions. Menhuan immediately unleashed a mirror space, enveloping them within to allow for combat. This diminutive Earth can hardly withstand such might. The Star Eater Envoy Tyrant. Such a moniker is fitting. He is even more ferocious, essentially devoid of reason. He possesses the ability to manipulate rock and soil, which has been greatly augmented by the cosmic power bestowed upon him by the Planet Eater. The commonly wielded weapon is the Cosmic Axe, capable of unleashing devastating shockwaves and creating formidable energy shields. Its purpose is to eliminate the powerful beings on the planet's surface, ensuring that these formidable entities do not disturb its master during his feast. To the feeble blue planet's vermin, death awaits. The tyrant swings the Cosmic Axe, unleashing a cruel roar towards the nearest man, relishing the terror of the vermin. How audacious are the indigenous inhabitants of this planet to dare challenge you, the tyrant. Savor the dread of demise. As the Cosmic Axe descends, it is said that even the likes of the moon would be cleaved in twain by its might, let alone mere humans. This man is a member of the Illuminati, a mutant enhanced by cosmic energy. Yet he possesses no capacity for resistance against such a colossal axe, and is reduced to mere dust. Damn it! Upon witnessing this, his companions immediately engage the tyrant, leveraging their exceptional agility, while Stardust descends into a frenzy. After vanquishing over a dozen mages, Kamataj swiftly opens a portal to escape, as the flame bearer crashes down like a planet ablaze with searing flames. This group of fools remains blissfully unaware that they have fallen into mirrored space, reveling in their ignorance while the flame bearer relentlessly unleashes infernos. This entity, known as the Flame Emperor, possesses the ability to emit light and heat, as well as alter gravity, a truly formidable force. Humble blue planet vermin, accept the baptism of flames. The Flame Emperor, with a sadistic grin, extends his hand to unleash a torrent of flames towards the distant city, where towering edifices are instantaneously melted into liquid or even vaporized by the extreme heat. At this moment, the land he traverses is scorched, resembling a parched wasteland, where even the term drought demon seems fitting as the earth cracks under the heat. The Flame Emperor revels in the despairing screams of the living as they are seared by the flames. The more they suffer, the more exhilarated he becomes. Damn that creature! The Thunder God, in a fit of rage, strikes down upon him with a mighty blow, shattering the fierce fire ray with the power of thunder. Boom! Thor kneels before the Flame Emperor. Asgard's Thunder God. Thor, do you dare oppose my master for the sake of mere vermin, unafraid of my master's retribution? The Flame Emperor glares at Thor with trepidation, his voice laced with menace. The name of Asgard resonates throughout the cosmos. Enough of your prattle. Thor, dismissive of the threat, immediately engages in battle with the Flame Emperor, for you have provoked one who should not be trifled with. Meanwhile, Stardust, having slaughtered numerous members of the Illuminati and Inhumans, turns his gaze towards the Eternals. Eternals, you do not belong to the Blue Planet, do you? Why meddle in our affairs and court death? Stardust coldly interrogates the Eternals. The members of the Eternals, including Akaris and Makari, exchange glances but refuse to respond, launching an assault on Stardust instead. Eternals! Eternals! Ha ha ha! Stardust suddenly comprehends the truth. Within Earth lies the offspring of the celestial beings, whom the Eternals have guarded for generations. The offspring of the Celestial Clan must surely be a remarkable elixir, a delightful surprise that the Master would undoubtedly cherish. The formidable beings of the alien race are akin to mutants, yet their potential pales in comparison. Under the leadership of the King of Tongue, they boldly confront the powerful adversary, Stardust. The saying goes, when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. If Earth were to be devoured by the Star Eater, the lunar forces would also face inevitable demise. The strong from Kunlun have engaged with the Skywalker, though their names may be obscure. Their indomitable spirit in battle shamed the fleeing Kamataj sorcerer. Death is not to be feared. What is truly terrifying is the mere act of clinging to life. Carol faces off against Moore, whose abilities are equally formidable, showing little sign of weakness even against her. The situation has grown perilous, with the inhabitants of Oasis contending with Redshift and the Sky's minions. As a cosmic force driven by technological advancement, Polaris and Magneto display overwhelming combat prowess, leaving Redshift and his minions bewildered. How can they continue to fight when their weapons are uncontrollable? The speed at which Storm, Cyclops, and others clear the minions is nothing short of spectacular, rivaling cinematic effects. Menhuan directs the spotlight towards the alien warships and the mutants of Oasis. The awe of extraterrestrial technology far surpassing the thrill of hand-to-hand combat. Oh my goodness, the mutants are astonishingly powerful. Is this the power of alien technology? It feels utterly futile in the presence of mutants. Of course, that is Magneto. Alien technology is merely metal. If it's metal, it must obey him. Mutants are invincible. Damn, the hell with the military. Ultimately, the alien invasion relies on the mutants. No wonder they seek to suppress them everywhere. I have come to understand their fear. They dread the potential threat that mutants pose to their own status as the elite, and in their impotence, they attack those stronger than themselves. Countless spectators erupted in fervor, their excitement palpable. The military generals wore grim expressions. Colonel Strick, why has your Sentinel robot project not yet entered production? Demanded an elderly man, burdened by the weight of many stars on his shoulders. General, we lack funds. Strick shrugged with a rueful smile. Funds? I will allocate $100 billion to you, replied General Sia. I assure you, production will commence within a month. Strick hastily promised, turning away with a peculiar smile. After watching the spectacle for some time, Menhuan observed as the tyrant prepared to cleave the last warrior of Kunlun. Suddenly, someone stepped in to block the axe. The weapon struck Menhuan's shoulder without budging, leaving the tyrant momentarily stunned. You, a lowly reptile, dare to provoke my authority. The tyrant, regaining composure, looked down haughtily at Menhuan, feeling utterly humiliated that his axe did not slay the creature. At this proclamation, countless eyes on the battlefield turned in shock towards the tyrant, as if regarding a fool. Chapter 120. His appearance fills the void left by the absence of the sun in the west. Buddy, you are incredible. Did you choose the hardest challenge? Clearly, the tyrant did not recognize Menhuan, and feeling humiliated, the young man brandished his massive axe, intent on delivering a fatal blow to the creature before him. He aimed to make this crawling insect understand the dire consequences of provoking a celestial being such as himself. Clang! The terrifying cosmic axe unleashed a formidable force, causing even the air to tremble and resonate with a thunderous roar. Yet, at that moment, the tyrant's sinister grin abruptly froze upon his face. The sound of a crisp impact reached his ears, as the figure that had previously stood before him unscathed now regarded him with disdain. You! The tyrant could scarcely believe his eyes. Could this be an illusion? Even if Stardust had absorbed his mighty axe with a quantum body, it should not have emerged unscathed. Was this creature stronger than Stardust? No. How could such a formidable being exist on a primitive, undeveloped planet? Too weak. Menhuan scoffed derisively. The tyrant, now both astonished and enraged, was caught off guard as he suddenly found himself propelled backward by a single punch. Boom! The tyrant crashed through countless skyscrapers, ultimately being engulfed by the debris of a collapsing building. In the next instant, he emerged from the rubble, astonished and furious. That punch had jolted him back to reality, his gaze sharpening in clarity, and he dared not indulge in such childish antics any longer. Huh, a tyrant? Is that all you are? Your head, however, must be worth quite a fortune, Menhuan sneered coldly. Damn it! The tyrant seethed with a mix of shame and fury, humiliated by a mere native insect. This was intolerable. Steadying himself, he regarded the languidly standing Menhuan, who was riddled with flaws, with a heavy gaze filled with apprehension. He swung his massive axe once more, bellowing in rage, Die! Boom! A tremendous force erupted, causing the ground to crack as if it could not withstand his overwhelming might. He cared not for the destruction of the planet before him. He had forgotten about his master's lunch, consumed by the desire to crush the insect and reclaim his honor. The dreadful fissures continued to spread, causing mountains dozens of kilometers away to begin their collapse. Trash! Menhuan faced the apocalyptic swing of the axe with calmness, raising his hand dismissively. Boom! The energy emanating from the axe, capable of annihilating all life within a 100-mile radius, instantly dissipated into nothingness. You this! The tyrant's eyes widened in sheer terror. Kneel! Or die! The cold voice resonated in the tyrant's mind like a thunderclap. Instantly, he was shaken to his core, instinctively compelled to kneel. Thyros! Stardust roared in a blend of anger and urgency, driving everyone back. This shout startled the tyrant, who, filled with shame, wished nothing more than to dig a hole and disappear into the earth. What a pity! Menhuan let out a deep sigh, then slowly raised his fist, concentrating immense power within it, as if the very essence of the stars had converged into that singular blow. Boom! How is this possible? The tyrant stared in horror at the fist before him, which seemed capable of shattering the very fabric of the cosmos. A force potent enough to shake the heavens and the earth. How could he possibly withstand such an assault? In an instant, the tyrant's towering form was pierced through the heart by this fist, rendering his proud physique and armor utterly futile. Blood spurted forth. The misfortune extended to the alien minions behind him, as the vicinity of thousands of meters was instantly cleared of their presence. Dust swirled, and as the smoke dissipated, the battlefield fell eerily silent. The onlookers were left in shock as they beheld the tyrant's mangled body, coughing blood while the self-healing factor struggled to mend the damage. Just a single punch had rendered this once mighty alien, who had slaughtered them as easily as one would a chicken, utterly incapacitated. What formidable power this was! The titan-like figure gradually collapsed, seemingly unable to rise again, and the Star Eaters felt a melancholic sense of loss wash over them, as if they were mourning the death of a rabbit alongside a fox. Let his fall be a form of atonement. Menhuan's cold voice resonated once more, akin to a divine decree descending from the heavens. Thunder rumbled as he slowly descended, surrounded by lightning, resembling a mythic god of retribution. Bolts of lightning, comparable in size to the Empire State Building, crashed down with world-destroying force upon the tyrant. No! The tyrant, in a state of terror and despair, stared wide-eyed, feeling the dread power of the thunder, roaring in defiance as he hurled his colossal axe in a futile attempt to resist. Yet, such resistance was but a vain effort. Under this terrifying force, his axe, once capable of cleaving planets, paled in comparison. This tyrant, who had traversed the cosmos for countless years, ultimately crumbled to dust beneath the thunder, his unfinished ambitions extinguished. 12 billion? A meager sum, indeed. Menhuan scoffed, deeming it too weak. This paltry reward was not even comparable to Franklin, let alone the apocalypse. Dead? The hearts of countless individuals trembled, grappling with the surreal nature of it all. The formidable creature that had butchered superheroes with the ease of chopping vegetables was so carelessly extinguished. Long live the king of mutants! Someone shouted, and in the next moment, the entire world erupted in fervor. Long live the king of mutants! Long live the king of mutants! Long live the king of mutants! With each roar, their voices seemed to penetrate the very fabric of reality, serving as both a proclamation of triumph and a release of their fears. These cries echoed the longing for victory, the hope he instilled in humanity. A glimmer of light in the darkest hour of Earth. Trust in the light. The wildly fervent crowd, tears in their eyes, chanted his name. His emergence successfully filled the void left by the absence of a sun in the west. Damn those wretched native insects! The most powerful star-eater, Stardust, seethed with fury, never anticipating the loss of two emissaries on this insignificant native planet. Stardust could not bear such a loss and immediately appeared before Menhuan. In an instant, a cataclysmic surge of cosmic energy engulfed Menhuan. He seemed to sense the fury of his master, who devoured stars. It was imperative that the wretched creature perish before his master's arrival to atone for its sins. Chapter 121. I speak and the law follows. The mightiest envoy, Stardust, must perish. If Stardust's attack were to strike the surface of Earth, even a casual blow could sever rivers, let alone the powerful force fueled by rage that he now unleashed. However, this was Menhuan's mirrored space, a realm sustained by the energy core of the space gem, which he could not shatter. Calmly, Menhuan chose not to engage, vanishing in an instant and allowing Stardust to unleash his fury. The rays imbued with cosmic energy detonated, obliterating a distant skyscraper that soared 100 meters high. Oomph! Stardust exhaled a displeased scoff, clearly perceiving this as a mere embarrassment. After his disdainful huff, his form transformed into cosmic particles, dissipating into the air. The next moment, he reappeared directly behind Menhuan, intent on executing a surprise attack. His palm shimmered with golden cosmic particle energy, crashing down upon Menhuan. At that moment, everyone held their breath, wishing to warn Menhuan, but it was too late. They could only stare in horror. Watch out! Stardust grinned maliciously, yet his smile froze as he found his figure passing through Menhuan's form. A clone? Stardust stared in shock at the exploded shadow. In a flash, Menhuan calmly stepped forth from the space, now hovering above Stardust. He then slowly lifted his size 44-foot. Boom! Menhuan's foot crushed Stardust into the ground, sending dust flying and a deafening roar echoing. When the dust settled, a human-shaped pit, dozens of meters deep, marred the ground. There are many ways to insult a person, yet nothing is as humiliating as being trampled underfoot. Stardust, having never endured such a profound disgrace, was instantly consumed by uncontrollable fury, his rage igniting a fire within him. This would be a shame he could never erase, forever to be nailed upon the pillar of disgrace. Though he seethed, countless spectators reveled in the moment. They roared repeatedly, proclaiming him the king of mutants. Stardust erupted from the ground, determined to retaliate fiercely, intent on crushing the lowly creature beneath him. A tit for a tat. Alas, how few of the protagonists and antagonists in those Western blockbusters possess any intellect, being more brawn than brains. Menhuan shook his head in disdain. Now he had truly offended someone. Thor, the god of thunder, asserted that he was indeed a prince of Asgard. The audience resonated with this sentiment. There were far too many mindless blockbusters. Stardust could not comprehend Menhuan's words. He merely sought to humiliate the pitiful creature before him in kind. Stardust's fist traversed space, yet Menhuan's fist also radiated golden light as it met the challenge head-on. This is pure power. The force of this punch caused the air to explode and the earth to tremble, with a terrifying shockwave instantly transforming the surrounding landscape into a vast plain. As the dust settled, nearly everyone, tense with anticipation, was taken aback to discover that the once blue quantum form of stardust had shattered dramatically. Yet, what was even more astonishing was that no semblance of blood flowed from Stardust's body. It merely dissipated some cosmic energy, which then astonishingly began to reconstitute at a visibly rapid pace. Stardust chuckled arrogantly and triumphantly. You cannot kill me. My body is pure cosmic energy. Stardust stood proud, for he had no faith that mere native creatures could bring about his demise. Now, furrowed brows appeared among the onlookers. A body composed purely of cosmic energy was indeed difficult to extinguish. Even though his form had been obliterated by Menhuan, it was merely a scattering of cosmic energy, destined to reassemble and repair the shattered body, all without the sensation of pain. You reptile! Stardust stood tall, and with a haughty shout, he seemed to transform into a mobile artillery unit. Yellow monkey? Ha! Stardust's words plunged many into despair once more. He is not human. How can we kill him? The cosmos is fraught with bizarre beings, and now we face a life form of pure cosmic energy. Are we truly doomed? No. I believe in the King of Mutants. Go, King of Mutants. Menhuan certainly had the means to deal with him. Eliminating Stardust was a trivial task, yet he could not afford to do so lightly. Stardust's fingertips, eyes, and chest emanated powerful cosmic energy beams, with Menhuan as the obvious target. Countless skyscrapers crumbled before the onslaught of energy beams, and even the distant mountains were no exception. Such a relentless barrage left the observers astounded. Was his energy truly boundless? Stardust laughed maniacally, reveling in witnessing the despair reflected in the eyes of the reptiles before their demise. Pitiful reptiles! You cannot kill me! Stardust roared defiantly, though a hint of frustration crept into his voice as he struggled to locate any targets. But just as he raged, Menhuan slowly emerged. Is that so? I declare that your body is now nothing more than a mass of sand. Menhuan remarked coolly. Are you dreaming? Or have you fallen into delusions from the impact I inflicted? Stardust erupted in laughter, nearly brought to tears by the absurdity of it all. This man is truly insane. It seems I have struck him too hard. But just as the laughter threatened to spill over into tears, the arrogant grin froze in place, and sheer terror coursed through him. He gazed at Menhuan in horror. No. My quantum form. What have you done to me? The words escaped in a frantic outburst. Stardust, in a state of terror, began to disintegrate, transforming into a being of sand. Farewell. However, Menhuan remained unperturbed, calmly raising his palm to strike at Stardust, or rather, sand dust. No. You cannot kill me. My master is the devourer of stars. In a desperate bid for survival, Sand Dust gazed up at Menhuan, attempting to intimidate him with hollow threats. Yet, Menhuan paid him no heed, unleashing a telekinetic force that descended upon Sand Dust, obliterating him in an instant. Thus, the most formidable messenger of the Devourer of Stars met an abrupt end. Chapter 122. The Arrival of the Devourer of Stars. Earth trembles, the witch wails. Dead? As Stardust's desperate pleas echoed, nearly everyone was bewildered by this sudden turn of events. The situation had reversed so swiftly that the once arrogant Stardust now begged like a dog. It happened too quickly for anyone to react. An eerie silence enveloped the world, the only sound being the billowing black smoke and the remnants of the recent battle, which were far from a still image. Indeed, far superior to the tyrant. A bounty of over 5 billion units of life energy. Menhuan smiled with satisfaction. He was now closer to evolving into a true iron body, and with a little effort, it could be achieved. Even the weakest iron body would surpass his current form 100-fold. Even the cinematic prowess was extraordinary. The stillness did not last long. The silence erupted with fervor, particularly among the mutants of Oasis, their faces flushed with excitement as they roared in cheers for their king, their voices deafening. King! 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 In stark contrast to the mutants' exhilaration, the other factions exchanged glances, filled with bitterness, sensing a monumental shift in the world. The remaining messengers of the Devourer of Stars surveyed the faces of their defeated comrades, feeling hopelessness enveloping them. The audience watching the live broadcast erupted into fervent cheers. passionately gazing up at the towering figure in the sky. Meanwhile, Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, unleashed her binary form, delivering a powerful kick that sent the Fire Emperor soaring, subduing him with a relentless assault before tearing him asunder. Subsequently, she provocatively raised an eyebrow at Menhuan. Observing this, Menhuan shook his head, noting her usual arrogance. How wonderful it would be to tame her, a missed opportunity indeed. The remaining messengers of the Devourer of Stars, having lost their will to fight, stood no chance against him. Yet, Menhuan would not allow anyone else to slay them. Each one represented a treasure. Compared to the tyrants, their power was significantly greater, thus even more valuable, and it was imperative that he ended them personally. With all adversaries vanquished, Menhuan's reputation soared to unprecedented heights. Should he run for president, his votes could even surpass those of the likes of Little Trump and Little Putin. Meanwhile, beyond the confines of the solar system, a colossal shadow obscured by a shroud of ethereal mist emerged. Its presence rendered even the sun in the sky somewhat dim, as if the sun dared not compete for brilliance with such a formidable entity. How ravenous it felt! At this moment, it radiated a potent yet languid will. For the act of devouring stars was merely a measure of its insatiable hunger. This gluttonous being, reborn from the depths of starvation, yearned to crunch the azure planet not far away. Who could fathom such absurdity emanating from one of the 5 supreme deities of the cosmos? Even gods suffer from hunger? To claim he was one of the 5 creator gods was to overestimate his stature. His power was capricious, soaring to astonishing heights at times, while at others, he became a mere unit of combat measure. His strength hinged entirely on his appetite. Before engaging in battle, he must first indulge in a hearty feast. Thus, upon hearing from his subordinates of an impending, sumptuous banquet awaiting him, he could hardly contain his excitement. However, upon entering the solar system, he sought to contact his subordinates, eager for his feast, only to find himself unable to reach them, an ominous premonition washing over him. In the next moment, he appeared near Earth, gazing down with a gaping maw. "Never mind, let us eat first." The humans, who had just been celebrating their survival, were left utterly stunned. All rushed to the nearest open spaces to avoid being crushed by collapsing structures. At that moment, a serious voice resonated in the minds of humanity. Menhuan announced that the life level of the Star Devourer was far too elevated, rendering it impossible to draw into the mirrored space. The apocalypse had arrived. As humanity looked skyward, they were paralyzed with terror by the colossal face that obscured the sun. The ionosphere above the Pacific began to ignite, and the mothership, spanning 300 kilometers, exploded, plummeting like a rusted cosmic tombstone, skewering the gravitational field between Earth and the Moon. Its edges dragged broken rings, fragmented into metallic debris, transforming into a meteor shower that rained down upon the North American continent. At that moment, the first 1-kilometer diameter fragment descended upon the Rocky Mountains, the shockwave igniting the clouds of Colorado into a fiery crimson. Meanwhile, surveillance footage from a kindergarten in Denver froze on the image of 19 children huddled together, while a teacher shielded them from shattered windows. As shards of glass mingled with searing air rushed into the classroom, a boy defiantly raised his Ultraman toy, believing it would ward off the monster outside. As the outline of the planet Devourer materialized, all optical instruments of humanity succumbed to overload, crashing to the ground. On the streets of London, an astronomy enthusiast knelt in a square littered with debris, his telescope twisted and deformed, yet he laughed maniacally at the sun, now cloaked in the shadow of the Star Devourer. "We are not even worthy of being his dust. It's over. We shall all perish together." Subsequently, the Earth's ocean succumbed to collapse. The waters of the Caribbean surged vertically under the pressure of his energy field, forming an inverted waterfall reminiscent of the Great Wall. Each droplet of seawater was ionized into luminescent blue particles before evaporating, as if the Milky Way itself were pouring forth. From the direction of Stark Industries Tower came a series of relentless energy explosions. Tony's iron armor, trailing a plume of smoke, swept across the skies of Manhattan, the blue glow of the reactor in his chest flickering feebly in the shadow of the Devourer. All satellites lost signal. In the underground command center of SHIELD, the ever-cynical Nick Fury gazed at the final extinguished screen, his trembling fingers reflected in his solitary eye. He reached for the beeper in his pocket, a bitter smile gracing his lips. "Old friend, It is I who have brought you to this fate. Even more terrifying was the Earth's resistance. The Yellowstone volcanic range erupted simultaneously, molten magma twisted into fiery serpents, ensnared by the Devourer's gravitational pull, flowing back into the crust through fissures. The peaks of the Himalayas began to vaporize. The cracking ice of Mount Everest echoed like the snapping of cosmic strings. As the mountains above 8,000 meters melted like butter, scalding snowmelt mingling with rock debris, inundating the entire Nepal Valley, a monk knelt before the ruins of a temple. His prayer wheel still spinning, yet was swallowed by an unforeseen fissure, leaving only a fragment of a floating crimson robe upon the surface. He is extracting energy from the Earth's core. Tony's voice crackled through the communicator, trembling with barely contained rage. The mantle's temperature surged by 200 degrees in 30 seconds. And mere minutes later, communication abruptly ceased, accompanied by the shattering of glass. It seemed the last pressure chamber of Stark Industries' underground base had succumbed. The most despairing plight was faced by those working in towering edifices who had no time to escape to open spaces. More souls were trapped beneath the rubble of collapsed structures, their cries for help muffled by the grinding of concrete debris. The Earth's ozone layer began to peel away, ultraviolet rays piercing the skin like searing steel needles. The once azure sky morphed into an eerie shade of purplish black. Fortunately, at this moment, Simon had timely intervened to shield against the ultraviolet onslaught. Yet, as the Devourer raised his palm, the center facing the Pacific, the entire surface of the ocean suddenly sank 300 meters, revealing a phosphorescent deep-sea plain. He sought to strip away the ocean along with the crust, much like peeling the skin of a fruit. Why? Why must I always be chosen? Wanda's lament, echoing with bitterness and fury, resonated within the clouds, a remnant of her recent escape from the Hydra base during Chuli's assault. At this moment, the shattered remnants of her being were enveloped in a despairing, fearsome scarlet glow. Chapter 123, Even Gods Shall Bleed. On the opposite end of the earth, in the African savanna, the last herd of elephants formed a circle, a young calf entwining its trunk around its mother's tail. They were oblivious to the sky ablaze, yet instinctively bowed their heads in reverence. The low rumble of the herd harmonized with the tremors of the Earth's core, creating a haunting resonance, as if singing a final requiem for this soon-to-perish planet. Swallowing Star is shattering the final layer of the Van Allen radiation belt, with his feet merely 30,000 meters above the Earth's surface. The energy flow beneath his feet has begun to vaporize the upper atmosphere. They will not beg for mercy. Menhuan felt his voice tremble. The power of the Phoenix embodies the emotions of the entire universe. He sensed it, the sorrow of countless souls surrounding him, yet none knelt before Swallowing Star in supplication. Perhaps they understood that the divine would not heed the pleas of mere ants, nor care for their lives. Even if I am the last one standing, I will gnaw at your toenail. A mutant let out a final roar, charging towards the heavens. At that moment, the portal opened, and the women united boldly faced the impending apocalypse, willing to meet death together. In the distance, Captain America's shield rose from the ruins, battered and scarred, while Tony's armor, trailing flames, ascended once more, the reactor in his chest erupting with blinding light. Even Banner's roar was mingled with the imminent eruption of the Hulk's skeletal structure. As Swallowing Star drew closer, his pupils reflected the dying Earth, yet countless tiny lights flickered within. Those were the breaths of every human still alive, every life refusing to close its eyes, like fireflies stubbornly shining, on the brink of being extinguished. A despairing little girl picked up a broken crayon amidst the rubble, drawing a crooked sun on the cracked ground, with the words, "Mom, I am not afraid," beside it. She slowly lay on that uneven sun, as if feeling her mother's presence. Beside her, a girl with purple hair and garments could no longer contain herself and soared into the sky. Enough! The crisp cry resonated throughout the world, the small figure appearing so fragile before the divine presence enveloping the earth. Though hope seemed distant, they admired her. "Janata, what are you doing here? Did you slay my herald, Stardust?" Swallowing Star questioned his daughter with uncertainty. His devouring actions ceased, and the earth seemed to fall silent, finally granting humanity a moment of respite. But his daughter could have slain his herald. He was acutely aware of her power. A fully unleashed Janata possessed 70% of his peak strength. "I did not kill them. Now leave." I cherish the earth and vow to protect it, Janata replied coldly. Cough, cough, my dear daughter, your father is on the brink of starvation. Swallowing Star was indeed a doting father. He quickly assumed a pitiful demeanor. As for who killed his heralds, it mattered little. He could create more subordinates to serve him. No, unless I am dead. Janata's face darkened as she coldly retorted. Very well, dear daughter. Then I shall have to trouble you for a moment longer until I can satisfy my hunger and make amends. Compelled by his ravenous will, Swallowing Star was reluctantly forced to adopt a firm stance and restrain Janata. Garnata's little belly had never been sated, primarily due to the insatiable appetites of her and her father. Faced with the inability to sustain Garnata's voracious hunger, the devouring star cast her aside, urging her to seek sustenance elsewhere. As a creator deity, he felt the weight of dignity, yet Garnata, being but a child, held no such concerns. The Stardust and his companions aimed to prevent any natives from escaping and publicizing the actions of the devouring star. It was a meticulously orchestrated endeavor. The silver gliders searched for life-giving planets, while the tyrants of Stardust cleared the field, and the devouring star prepared to indulge in a grand feast. Years of unfulfilled hunger rendered Garnata powerless before the famished, devouring star, unless she were to find satisfaction in her appetite. Curse it! You shall regret this! Garnata shouted, baring her little fangs in a furious display. She understood the nature of the famished, devouring star. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that there were those on Earth capable of restraining him. Oh, my dear daughter, it is your hunger that will bring me regret. The devouring star chuckled dismissively, convinced that nothing could be more regrettable than an empty stomach. This marked the inaugural rift between father and daughter, as torrents of energy repelled the clouds and shattered the oceans. However, after just a few exchanges, Garnata found herself ensnared, for in her famished state, she was no match for her father. Upon shaking off his daughter, the famished, devouring star was eager to commence his feast, but at that moment, a woman shimmering with iridescent light stood before him. Is this never-ending? The devouring star fumed, irritated at being disturbed during a meal, a universal frustration. After several exchanges, Carol crashed into the snow-capped peaks of the Himalayas like a projectile, causing the ice to evaporate into a white vapor under the energetic shock. She tore away a portion of her tattered battle attire, revealing her left arm pulsating with unstable photon energy. The energies that were meant to heal her wounds now resembled a tainted star, unleashing a violent solar storm within her veins. Danvers, listen! Nick Fury's voice erupted from the communicator, intertwined with the crackling sounds of ionizing radiation. The Inhuman Queen on the far side of the moon reported that he was reconstructing the gravitational anchor points of Earth, and our missiles couldn't even graze his shield. Then let me serve as the anchor point. Carol bit through the scab at the corner of her mouth, pressing her palms against the crumbling summit of Mount Everest. Shouldn't we lend her assistance? Chu-Li inquired softly, her heart aching at the sight of Carol fighting alone, fully aware of the principle that when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. Carol will not perish so easily, nor will Earth be so readily destroyed, Sheeman replied, his expression inscrutable. He sensed another force awakening rapidly. Photon energy poured from Carol's fingertips like molten lava, melting millennia of snow into a boiling acid. She was drawing upon the Earth's stellar core energy in a desperate gamble. She forcibly invoked the overload mode of the quantum core, pain coursing through her spine as if being tugged by the tides of a star. It was her body's warning. Should she persist, her cells would be torn apart into subatomic dust by the torrent of energy. The steps of the devourer reverberated across the Indian Ocean tectonic plate, as seawater surged into the newly formed rift, and amidst the rising steam, his terrifying visage emerged. When he bowed his head, the lava-formed face cracked with a semblance of mockery, and countless energy tendrils surged from his boundless form, burrowing into the Earth's crust like greedy cosmic parasites, siphoning energy. Carol witnessed the temples of the sacred mountains of Tibet disintegrate into powder amidst the energy storm, the fragments of prayer wheels tracing golden arcs upon her retina. She suddenly recalled the night at the Air Force Base when Maria Lamore taught her to pilot the F-18, saying, "Fear is not the enemy. Losing control is." Yet at this moment, her energy surged uncontrollably, each beam of photons carving kilometers-deep trenches into the Earth, unable to even scratch the skin of the devourer. Do you believe that the energy of your home planet can withstand me? The voice of the devourer pierced the stratosphere, and Carol felt her eardrums shatter in the vacuum. Huh, even your son is merely an appetizer among my myriad courses. With that, he raised his arm, and as the cosmic runes upon his wrist illuminated, the entire earth was plunged into darkness. Carol barely managed to maintain her energy shield, watching her reflection twist into a faint light upon the devourer's barrier. At that moment, her battle suit lay in tatters, her left eye wounded by shards of energy, blood mingling with droplets of photon liquid, cascading down. So weary, but as she heard the desperate wails of countless humans, the mournful cries of animals, and the helpless sobs of children, something more fervent than the stars exploded within her chest. Not anger, but a near-desperate obstinacy. Chapter 124, Carol's Death Charge. She tore apart the quantum regulator on her chest, letting the uncontrollable energy rampage within her, photon energy transforming her body into a glowing sphere of incandescent light. This would be her final charge in life. Her speed was such that it rippled through space-time, the energy tendrils along her path disintegrating into pure energy before they could react. Even the devourer's shield fracturing like a spider's web under her impact. Stop me. Her roar became a shockwave, shattering the runes on the devourer's chest plate in an instant. A force that utterly astounded him. Yet in the next moment, as a cosmic deity, the devourer would not be so easily vanquished. He sacrificed a significant portion of his form, enduring Carol's final charge. At that moment, Carol felt like a firefly clasped in the giant's palm. Photon energy spilling forth wildly, creating a miniature meteor shower between the devourer's fingers. Is this your resistance? The colossal face of the devourer loomed over her, the molten eyes flickering with the fading image of Earth. Even I, the great devourer, understand the need to bow to hunger. And you, he suddenly scoffed. And Carol heard the brittle snap of her sternum, a metallic taste of blood surging in her throat, just a stubborn ant. Carol plummeted into the Indian Ocean like an extinguished meteor, her last sight being the shrinking cocoon of light in the sky. Is it truly hopeless for Earth? She is utterly exhausted, yearning for a peaceful slumber, yet ultimately gazes at Menhuan with despair and resentment. Just before her consciousness sinks into darkness, Carol's fingertips unconsciously glide over the ocean's surface, leaving a fleeting trace of photons. Perhaps this faint glimmer will eventually dissipate amidst the brilliance of Earth's demise. Yet it imprints a stubborn essence of a carbon-based civilization in the memory of the Star Eater, like a grain of sand caught in the cosmic gears, insignificant, yet painfully abrasive. Lost in thought, the Star Eater suddenly awakens with a start. How hungry! I feel as if I am dying. The overwhelming sensation of hunger nearly overwhelms him, as if he is on the brink of starvation. Indeed, he had just narrowly escaped a fatal blow, yet he knows he can never truly perish. It is merely the sensation of impending doom. In return for Carol's reckless assault, he too sacrifices half of his physique, experiencing humiliation at the hands of a formidable being from this primitive planet. I never imagined such a small, indigenous world could harbor such strength. It is utterly inconceivable. Muttering to himself, the Star Eater bows his head, preparing to indulge in his feast, only to be interrupted by another arrival. This time, the Star Eater is utterly stunned. Without regard for decorum, he curses aloud. Damn! Indeed, it seems the entire universe communicates in English. He glares furiously at the creature before him. It is none other than Menhuan. With elite powers kneeling, how could he not claim a head? The team battle is over. Carol lies incapacitated, and the Star Eater is in shambles. The two of them are almost evenly matched, with the Star Eater retaining a sliver of combat prowess. It is only reasonable for him to collect his prize. Do you seek death? The Star Eater bellows, feigning bravado, his terrifying visage capable of instilling fear in any earthling. However, it does not intimidate Menhuan, who remains unfazed, wearing a nonchalant smile and tauntingly replying, Do you truly think I need to lift a finger against a little Kalami, who cannot even satiate his hunger? Now, the Star Eater is genuinely enraged. A dignified planet devourer, a great deity, a being who survived the last cosmic cataclysm, is derisively referred to as a mere Kalami by this insignificant indigenous creature. This is intolerable. He immediately summons his colossal hand to crush this lowly reptile and quell his fury. Wait, Menhuan shouts urgently. Do you have any final words? Regrettably, I cannot forgive you. The planet devourer does not cease his motion, but to his astonishment, his hand cannot descend. He can actually withstand my blow. The Star Eater is now filled with uncertainty, yet Menhuan pays no heed to his thoughts and instead calls forth Chu Li. My woman can defeat you. Chu Li is taken aback. Huh? Can I? She's terrified, after all. I have a phobia of giant creatures. Go to hell. The Star Eater's fury intensifies. Women, are all your men dead? Once again, it is a woman who insults me. As Chu Li witnessed the madness of the Devourer's Star, she had no choice but to bravely engage the enemy according to her own strategy. Is she capable? You must ensure her safety. Qin Gulei expressed her concern. The other women shared similar sentiments. Although Chu Li was the strongest among them, her opponent was a deity. Do not worry, I'm well aware. Menhuan calmly waved his hand. Chu Li is, after all, a legendary Omega-level mutant. The half-dead Devourer Star cannot contend with her. If it were the Dark Phoenix Qin Gulei facing this half-dead creature, it would likely succumb to her in a single strike. Humanity often believes that sending a luminous ant can thwart even my hunger-driven state. The voice of the Devourer Star resonated through every inch of space. As it raised its colossal foot to crush Chu Li, the fragments of mountains shattered beneath its foot suddenly froze, coalescing into a mirror-like spatial barrier at its feet. I am not an ant. I am a dignified human. Chu Li's delicate cry mingled with the echoes of colliding mountains. The molten gaze of the Devourer Star rippled once more. What in the universe is this wretched indigenous planet? The combined strength of all cosmic beings feels insignificant compared to this tiny, wretched planet. Truly absurd. As an Omega-level mutant with spatial abilities, Chu Li sensed the very fabric of space pulsating. Every ripple of space exploded into azure and violet light upon her retina, becoming transparent at her fingertips, revealing the flowing starlit sea beneath. The Devourer Star unleashed a roar that shook the galaxy, its massive form shrouded in thick black mist. As if haunted by the grievances of countless planets it had consumed, suddenly, Chu Li perceived its true essence. Not a deity, but the embodiment of cosmic entropy, whereas she was the incarnation of space itself. Should Menhuan gaze into the depths of Chu Li's heart, he would be astonished by the innate talent of the Omega mutant. She could actually see through the essence of the Devourer Star, which was akin to Thanos eradicating cosmic life. Otherwise, what right does this ancient relic of the previous universe have to indiscriminately devour the already rare life planets in the current cosmic realm? Such actions have been tacitly permitted. Chapter 125. The Despair of the Scarlet Which Descends. The Devourer Star suddenly swung its arm, unleashing an energy beam imbued with the destructive power of countless stars. Rushing toward Chu Li like a surging cosmic tide, Chu Li immediately summoned the power of space, constructing layer upon layer of spatial barriers for defense. The energy beam collided with the barriers, erupting in dazzling and resplendent light, while the immense force caused the surrounding space to warp and collapse, creating miniature black holes. Yet, Chu Li did not falter. Her consciousness flowed like an invisible thread, weaving through various dimensions, skillfully guiding the power of space, rapidly transforming those black holes into swirling vortices that pulled back the attacking energy of the Devourer Star. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, the Devourer of Stars let out a furious roar, its energy surging exponentially, transforming it into a blazing inferno of cosmic flames that lunged fiercely towards Chu Li. Wherever it traversed, the fabric of space shattered like fragile glass, disintegrating into myriad shards. With gritted teeth, Chu Li summoned the most potent ability of the space domain, space folding. In an instant, the entire void seemed to be recklessly folded by invisible hands, distorting the trajectory of the Devourer's advance. At that moment, its colossal form was incessantly stretched and compressed within the warped dimension, as if it might be torn apart into countless particles across various dimensions at any moment. Nevertheless, the Devourer of Stars was one of the most formidable beings in the universe. Harnessing its terrifying might, it forcefully carved a path through the contorted space. Its vast maw opened wide, unleashing a formidable suction strong enough to consume an entire galaxy, attempting to draw both Chu Li and the Earth into its insatiable abyss of hunger. Patience had long been abandoned. It no longer wished to savor the delectable essence of this planet slowly. A more potent aura was rapidly approaching, instilling a sense of dread within it. Yet, it was too late, as the fourth annihilation beam from the planet Devourer was on the verge of tearing through the Earth's core. The heavens and Earth underwent a cataclysmic transformation. The northern lights cascaded like a collapsing crimson waterfall towards the equator, while every leaf in the Amazon rainforest levitated. Silver fragments of time seeping from their veins, a portent of the universe's impending dissolution before the laws of reality. A piercing scream resonated across all dimensions. It seemed not merely a sound, but a fundamental essence transcending sound waves, akin to the simultaneous tearing of the reality membrane by all manifestations of Wanda across parallel universes. The ionosphere above the Pacific Ocean eerily froze, the Devourer's annihilation beam solidifying into a scarlet glass form 300 meters above the Earth's surface, reflecting countless phantoms of Wanda upon its surface. In the 199999 universe, she donned a crown as she gazed down upon the ashes. In the 838 universe, she wept over the remnants of vision. At that moment in the Prime universe, her figure stepped through the fractured reality, each movement reconstructing the laws of space. Her hair was no longer crimson. It had transformed into the primordial fire of the cosmos, with embers cascading into the void. The once scarlet skin-tight dress had vanished, replaced by a scarlet crown materialized from chaotic magic. "Return to me," a voice, as if tearing from the depths of the soul, echoed. The immense pressure of the Mariana Trench suddenly reversed, erupting into a curtain of water reaching the stratosphere. Within this deluge emerged the final moments of Quicksilver's sprint. The silver-haired boy in a white lab coat weaving through the collapsing world to save others, a half-finished cold joke lingering at the corners of his lips. Ultimately, he was engulfed by the devastation wrought by the Devourer. "You took my brother." As she raised her hand, the presumed dead Quicksilver was seen grasping the hand of a version of himself from another universe, smiling at her from the edge of an imaginary space. Yet, this was merely a distorted reality crafted by her. Gazing at her only remaining kin, Wanda's eyes brimmed with tears. "You have taken away my only kin, and now you seek to claim my home?" Wanda, teetering on the brink of despair, is no longer herself. Another woman. By the heavens, have all the men on this planet perished? The colossal maw of the devouring star emits a tremor of fear for the first time. Behind Wanda, 12 rifts in reality simultaneously open, each birthing a different phase of her existence. The young girl first encountering chaotic magic, the Dark Queen crowned in shadow. The homemaker cultivating tomatoes in a mirage. Their magic converges above Wanda's head, forming a scarlet crown with a diameter of 100 kilometers. At its center floats the complete powers of the Scarlet, which, forcibly stripped from the timeline. Now, boom, she shatters the turbulent space beneath her feet. Hovering above the vast form of the devouring star, her blood-red wings unfurling to obscure half the sky of Earth. "It is now my turn to take your life." The energy of chaotic magic cascades like a celestial deluge, and Wanda's body undergoes a cosmic metamorphosis. Crystalline patterns sprout from her fingertips, each corresponding to a fundamental law of reality. She slowly opens her palm, and the gravitational field of the entire solar system suddenly becomes chaotic, not destructive, but reconstructive, draining the very essence upon which the devouring star relies for survival. Feel the agony of humanity. Wanda roars. She crushes the illusion formed from her own memories in her palm. The silvery strands of Quicksilver's hair, the wails of a child, the desperate cries of humanity mourning their lost kin. These fragments transform into the sharpest blades of emotion, piercing the heart of the devouring star. In this moment, it experiences something more terrifying than hunger for the first time: loss. The roars of the devouring star cease to be mere energy shocks, morphing instead into a true lament of existence. Take advantage of his weakness. Chuli immediately unleashes the full extent of spatial power. Centered around the Earth, she constructs a vast and intricate multidimensional labyrinth, ensnaring the devouring star within. Wanda, witnessing this, promptly employs chaotic magic to render the labyrinth as tangible as reality itself. At this moment, the rules of time and space within the maze are utterly disrupted, with every corner concealing countless spatial traps and dimensional rifts. As the devouring star awakens and careens through the labyrinth, it finds no exit, its strength steadily waning, while Chuli grows increasingly weakened from the overexertion of spatial force. Well done, you have done enough for now. Given time, you shall grow even more formidable. Menhuan gently lifts the exhausted Chu Li and softly reassures her, then turns a complex gaze toward Wanda. Enough, Wanda. Pietro is watching from above. If your power does not temper, your home will truly be lost. Menhuan speaks with a gentle smile. At this moment, the devouring star is at its last gasp. With just a little more effort from Wanda, it would meet its end. As a being of intellect, would Menhuan allow that? Certainly not. He would permit no one to claim his head. For one can only imagine the immense life energy contained within the avatar of the devouring star. This is a tragic tale of a wretched girl, Wanda, whose tender heart seems to have been deeply stirred, tears blurring her vision once more. Home. What home do I have left? Poor Wanda slowly withdraws her hands. Having been deceived yet again, others are already suffering enough. Menhuan shatters the chaotic space as he descends into the labyrinth, his left palm cradling the frozen realm of time, while the fingertips of his right hand pulse with the crimson glow of reality's energy. At this moment, he, having merged 3 infinity stones, possesses pupils that swirl with a mesmerizing code as brilliant as the galaxy itself. It is the manifestation of cosmic laws within his consciousness. It is time to bring this to an end. Chapter 126. The Devourer of Stars. Someone must teach the gods to adhere to the rules. The instant those 4 simple words were uttered, a time domain spanning thousands of kilometers enveloped the Devourer of Stars, its colossal, cosmic form freezing mid-air. The annihilative energy in its eyes resembling molten lava that had been halted, while the starry runes on its surface began to fracture under the stasis of time. Menhuan raised a hand and gently waved, the power of space slicing through the Devourer's massive body like an invisible scalpel, methodically cleaving it into 12 segments, each one suspended in the stillness of time, like disassembled black stars. You should not have come to devour my home. Shaking his head, Menhuan approached the immobilized head of the Devourer, as the energy of reality coalesced in his palm into a gear-shaped model of laws. Now, it is your turn to taste despair. The brilliance of reality modification surged into the core of the Devourer, and for the first time, this cosmic deity experienced fear. It was not merely the deprivation of energy. Rather, the very essence of its existence was being altered. The hunger energy upon which it thrived was being rewritten by Menhuan into pure light energy. Each segmented body being compelled to emit stellar luminosity while losing the ability to consume. The moment the time domain was lifted, the Devourer's roar transformed into a shattering explosion of light as 12 colossal, luminous fragments of its body spiraled out of control and began to plummet. Menhuan waved his hand, and spatial rifts opened in Earth's orbit, sequentially transporting these city-destroying fragments into the solar corona. As the world's greatest actor, under the gaze of the global audience, he felt an overwhelming dizziness as though his strength was waning. He immediately knelt on one knee, surrounded by a shimmering, tricolored glow that flickered unpredictably across his form. Wanda, witnessing this, quickly employed chaotic magic to stabilize his faltering body. Despite the remnants of battle clinging to her hair, upon seeing the rift in his palm healing, her eyes brimmed with tears. You almost merged into the timeline. Someone must teach the gods to abide by the rules. Menhuan chuckled softly, his gaze sweeping over the distant continent, which was undergoing self-repair. Those lands nearly obliterated by the Devourer were gradually being mended by his reality energy, yet the lives lost could not awaken amidst the temporal rewind. Even if salvaged, they would merely be soulless husks, unless... Never mind. The survivors gazed vacantly at the ruins, while the entire world burned in the flames and smoke of war. As if plunged into an abyss of silence, a relentless buzzing echoed within, rendering the world a desolate ruin. Billions of souls instinctively raised their gaze to the heavens, where amidst the debris, they discerned Menhuan and Wanda, who knelt upon the ground. When tranquility finally descended, Wanda was found on the remnants of the Golden Gate Bridge, her fingertips imbued with the last vestiges of chaotic magic. Her crown, once resplendent, now lay dulled, with hair singed like the remnants of burned stars, yet she smiled softly. For nestled in her palm were fragments of Quicksilver's silver goggles, her sole, tangible memory salvaged from the entropy of the cosmic explosion. Next time, do not exert yourself so fiercely, Wanda murmured, as her chaotic magic gently soothed the weariness etched upon his brow. Menhuan remained silent, contemplating the rewritten world, suddenly struck by the realization that humanity's champions had, in their relentless pursuit, exchanged their lives for the peace of the earth. They had etched humanity's indomitable spirit into the fabric of the universe, a legacy worthy of remembrance. Dawn arrived slowly yet inevitably. The fractured ozone layer began its healing, and the gravitationally distorted axis of the Earth gradually returned to its rightful place. Standing atop the Statue of Liberty, Menhuan beheld the first rays of sunlight piercing the ionosphere, illuminating the figures emerging from the wreckage. Some embraced, others wept, while many lifted their eyes toward the sky. Their gazes no longer filled with fear, but rather ignited with a stubborn hope. In the ruins of Manhattan, twisted metal scaffolding loomed in the morning mist, resembling rusted ribs, while the shattered glass of the once verdant ecological dome lay scattered like millions of violet-blue scales upon the charred earth. Tony, Carol, Wanda, and others traversed the creaking alloy plates, their boots crunching upon the solidified radiation moss, confronted by a silent throng. Most bore faded emergency bandages, cradling infants swathed in waterproof fabric or guiding bewildered children. The expansive emptiness of Manhattan was permeated by the acrid scent of burning rubber, emanating from makeshift shelters fashioned from decommissioned train cars, where they even prepared meals. "He has arrived," a hoarse whisper swept through the crowd like a tide. The first to notice was an elder who leaned on a plastic steel cane, slowly bending forward. King! King! A little girl with fluorescent braids tumbled down the slope, her tattered clothes contrasting with the excitement illuminating her small face as she presented her drawing. The cries of the elder and children startled the multitude, and the first to rush forward was an elderly gentleman, often seen sweeping the streets, his gnarled fingers clutching Menhuan's wrist, tears streaming uncontrollably from his murky eyes. Children surged forth, brandishing shields crafted from rubble, their graffiti no longer depicting apocalyptic flames, but rather vibrant heroes battling monstrous foes. A small girl offered half of an energy bar to Menhuan, perhaps the most precious morsel she had scavenged. The warmth of chocolate mingled with her body heat as she sweetly smiled. "For you, hero." Suddenly, a voice rang out, proclaiming, "Long live the King of Mutants." A thunderous roar erupted, echoing across the entire world. Even the notoriously thick-skinned Menhuan felt a flush of embarrassment at this moment. He was merely a refined egoist, tasked with claiming trophies from the fallen. Naturally, the subsequent duty lay in the aftermath of conflict, and Marvel is never short of construction teams. After all, chaos erupts every 3 days and culminates in larger disturbances every 5. Following the obliteration of the avatar of Devourer, Menhuan nearly amassed a staggering 100 billion units of life energy, propelling him to unprecedented heights. Yet, he found himself accompanied by 2 little shadows. The homeless Wanda was in desperate need of security, compelling Menhuan to take her under his wing. As for the other, she was a remarkable young girl, who insisted that since he had slain her father, she had become an orphan and thus he bore responsibility. Kinata, now tagging along with Menhuan, eagerly awaited his offerings each day. Upon discovering that Menhuan possessed 3 Infinity Stones, her worries about hunger dissipated. Wanda, however, remained ensnared in her sorrow, yet thankfully, Jean Grey and others were there to care for her, providing companionship and guidance. The plight of mutants had turned a new leaf. At least in the hearts of the populace, they were regarded as heroes. Ordinary people felt utterly powerless in the face of crisis, and this apocalyptic threat had roused billions from their slumber. The true danger lay not within, but amidst the vast cosmos, where they felt akin to ants. As humanity began to awaken in thought, a collective yearning to become mutants surged forth, heralding the dawn of a new world. On this day, Menhuan approached the sun, slowly extracting a droplet of vibrant red blood, an offering to the bronze cauldron. Chapter 127. A Drop of Blood from Superman Clark. This single droplet contained the essence of Superman Clark's Kryptonian physique, epitomizing the pinnacle of Kryptonian strength. As this blood faced the scorching sun, The turbulent power within was enough to shatter an ordinary man, underscoring the invincible might nurtured within Superman. 150 billion. Menhuan shook his head, his heart aching. A lifetime would not suffice to exhaust such wealth. When this droplet merged into the bronze cauldron, transforming into the most primal Kryptonian essence and slowly permeating his forehead, he grasped the rationale behind the price paid. Only through personal experience could one comprehend the cosmic power it bestowed. The droplet ignited his very being, as if his bones were subjected to a high-temperature furnace, being reforged. Scalding energy surged through his nerves, akin to someone rewriting his genetic code with liquid stars. Goodness! Even with his current physique, he felt as though his scalp was on fire, overwhelmed by a sensation akin to an explosion. The star enveloped his body in a golden aura, the sound of his spine clicking like gears echoed. And he even witnessed the projection of Kryptonian star maps burst forth upon his retina. He saw his DNA double helix unraveling, base pairs fluttering like fireflies. Only to be rearranged under the influence of golden energy, he realized he was witnessing the unique energy-storage structure of Kryptonians. A searing pain surged through his lungs, as a honeycomb-like light-absorbing membrane enveloped the surface of his alveoli, enabling him to filter yellow photons directly from the air. Each breath felt akin to consuming miniature suns. Mystical patterns emerged upon his skin, revealing the rhythmic script of Kryptonian language beneath the sunlight. He perceived the trajectory of light. As he looked up, his eyes erupted with a cold, golden radiance, causing the curtain of rain before him to split into layers of previously unseen spectrums. Surrounding his body was a golden halo, several meters in diameter, with each cell voraciously absorbing photons from the atmosphere, transforming his form into a myriad of miniature stellar systems, relentlessly siphoning energy from the sun. His bones restructured amidst excruciating pain, with his sternum concaving into a streamlined energy core, while translucent light-guiding fibers sprouted between his ribs, directly channeling the absorbed stellar energy to his limbs and every cell in his body. He discovered he could even sense the flow of energy. Within his mind, a dual memory burst forth. Fragments of childhood on Earth collided with apocalyptic visions of Krypton in the sea of consciousness. He witnessed himself, or rather, another version of himself, studying starship piloting at the Kryptonian Academy beneath a red sun, while simultaneously seeing his mother on Earth weeping beside a hospital bed. He heard Jor-El's voice urging him, "Cal, seek out the yellow star." He also recalled his father's counsel that a man must be strong. These two memories converged in his mind, ultimately coalescing into a new understanding. His blood surged with energy as the yellow sunlight peaked. When he opened his eyes again, delicate rings of stars swirled within his pupils, marking the visual sign of genetic fusion. Menhuan gazed deeply, feeling an overwhelming affection for the sun he had once found nearly unbearable to look at in his youth. Every cell in his body seemed to jubilantly celebrate, greedily absorbing the power of the yellow star. He could distinctly sense his body enhancing at an astonishing rate. 1 ton, 2 tons, 10 tons, within just a quarter of an hour. He had absorbed a tremendous amount of energy. He organized the Hall of Memories. Creator, Menhuan. Age, 25. Abilities, True Steel Body, Telekinesis Level 1, Dimensional Pocket, Energy Ray, Telepathy Level 1, Data Manipulation, Thor's Power, Space Gem, Phoenix Force, Mutation Enhancement Level 1, Magnetic Field Control, Matter Manipulation Level 1, Dark Grimoire, Waishani White Magic, Time Gem, Reality Gem Level 1. Life Energy, 76, 363, 953, 668. Henceforth, he could bask in the sunlight whenever he pleased. Naturally, he no longer envisioned the next stage of the true steel body, at least not until he amassed 1 trillion life energy. The Earth was poised for reconstruction as the higher-ups in America busily engaged in rebuilding the nation, while mutants contributed to the creation of their homeland. Menhuan invested heavily in gold to stabilize people's hearts. This precious metal was in abundance for him. In times of chaos, gold flourishes, while antiques thrive in periods of prosperity. The current state of affairs is tumultuous, reminiscent of the aftermath of World War II, with the populace's living standards significantly diminished. Nonetheless, Menhuan has not forgotten the wager. Yet manufacturing vibranium cannot compete with the swiftness of theft as exemplified by Wakanda. On the surface, Wakanda appears to be a backward agricultural nation in Africa. However, it is in fact a technologically advanced powerhouse, far surpassing the United States. Skillfully concealing its true nature, Menhuan gazed down upon this seemingly primitive nation, a glimmer of green light illuminating his eyes, causing Wakanda's proud high-tech camouflage shield to vanish in an instant. A chilling alarm reverberated throughout Wakanda, awakening countless individuals, particularly the king, Black Panther, who sensed an impending threat. He stood poised in the sky, surveying his kingdom, which resembled a sci-fi metropolis from another world. New York, Tokyo, and Los Angeles paled in comparison to Wakanda. With its dazzling cyberpunk architecture and magnetic levitation, trains zipping through the air, alongside numerous futuristic hovercraft reminiscent of sci-fi films. What unfolded before them was a vision of a futuristic, fantastical realm. Jessica Watson and Stewart were utterly astonished. Is this truly the underdeveloped African nation I once knew? Yet, they exhibited a fierce barbarity, which was perplexing. They fixated on the sudden appearance of Menhuan, brandishing spears and bows in a display of primal warfare. Who would dare believe that such a futuristic nation still employed the most primitive and savage methods of combat, charging forth with blades and clubs? King T'Challa, the current monarch of the mutants, regarded Menhuan with caution. "Greetings, T'Challa. Since you are familiar with me, I shall be direct. I require vibranium. Let us not beat around the bush. You must realize that your facade holds no significance before me, including your ideology," Menhuan stated imperiously from his elevated position. T'Challa was momentarily at a loss for words, thinking to himself, how audacious to demand our vibranium outright. "How much do you require?" he asked, contemplating the possibility of appeasing this vagabond with a minimal cost. "All of it," Menhuan replied without hesitation. "I believe you jest," T'Challa's expression hardened, signaling to his comrades to exercise caution and await his command, determined to subdue this mutant king. No. I'm merely informing you, not negotiating with you. You are familiar with the concept of zero-cost acquisition, I presume? I trust you understand the implications of such actions," he continued with a scornful tone, further darkening T'Challa's face, as this was a blatant affront to their dignity. Menhuan was in urgent need of vast quantities of vibranium, whether for equipping nanotechnology-infused vibranium armor or for his army of sentinel robots. The Black Panther muttered a curse under his breath, and upon witnessing the change in their master's expression, his subordinates immediately mirrored his dismay. A low hum resonated as the vibranium energy of Wakanda converged instantly upon the defensive dome weapon of the capital, forming a beam of light comparable to a skyscraper. Radiating an aura of terrifying destruction aimed directly at the imposing figure of Menhuan in the sky. In the face of such a sudden and formidable assault, Menhuan remained unfazed, greeting the onslaught with an air of nonchalance. "Too weak," he scoffed, shaking his head in derision. The immense energy, capable of melting any mountain, was inexplicably absorbed entirely by his body. He then raised a finger, and the same energy erupted forth, detonating the launch tower with astonishing swiftness. The citizens of Wakanda stood frozen in disbelief at this scene. Was this the legendary power of the mutant king? Yet it did not compel their submission. The vibranium dome glimmered with a cold sheen under the midday sun, while T'Challa's heart weighed heavily with dread. Suddenly, the sky erupted with a sound akin to shattering glass, as the clouds were torn apart by an invisible hand, revealing a figure enveloped in a swirling mist of dark golden particles, gazing down upon Wakanda. "Long live Wakanda!" cried the Dora Milaje warriors, their spears raised high, the vibranium tips tracing 17 silver arcs in the sunlight. At the forefront, Okoye's pupils dilated in shock as she beheld the spearheads, said to be capable of slicing through vibranium, come to an abrupt halt mere inches from the opponent's chest. The metallic surface cracked like a spider's web, and then, as if melted by the sun, twisted into a liquid form, dripping away in defiance of an unseen force. Is vibranium truly incapable of resisting? Menhuan's voice, as chilling as the winter wind, resonated with a low frequency that shook the earth. Just as T'Challa's suit began to shimmer with a purple glow, he found his claws pinned against the cliffside 100 meters away. The vibranium fibers of his nanosuit losing their activation the moment they fell under the scrutiny of his adversary's gaze. At this moment his claws, bloodied and embedded deep into the rock, rendered him utterly immobile. The man hovering above the altar finally lowered his gaze, his teal eyes shimmering with the brilliance of collapsing galaxies. With a casual wave of his hand, the accumulated snow of the Budapest Mountains surged upwards, coalescing at an altitude of 10,000 meters into a vibranium cage with a diameter of a kilometer. The rare metals that belonged to Wakanda's underground mines now defied gravity, gathering in his palm like obedient fish, forming a resplendent orb of vibranium essence. He crushed a struggling energy barrier between his fingers. The magical shield, a legacy of Wakanda for millennia, flickered twice in his grasp before fading into oblivion, merely remnants of cosmic stardust. As the first drop of molten vibranium fell from the clouds, piercing the spire of the capital, Kunlun, T'Challa finally discerned the symbol faintly visible upon his opponent's chest, an image that seemed hauntingly familiar, a large swastika. "You intend to conquer the world," T'Challa gasped in horror, his eyes wide with disbelief. "No, you have uncovered my secret, thus I can no longer allow your presence." "You know far too much," he chuckled mischievously. The people of Wakanda were left in a state of shock. "Did you truly believe I was blind to such blatant symbols?" The citizens of Wakanda are well aware. This marked the first occasion that Comrade Menhuan revealed the fearsome swastika to the world. Simultaneously, 9 stealth aircraft pilots squeezed their triggers, attempting to unleash 90 vibranium armor-piercing rounds. Alas, these rounds inexplicably halted 10 meters from their target, the esteemed Lord Shiman. With a flick of his finger, all ammunition reversed course, hurtling towards the colossal statue of the vibranium Black Panther that guards Wakanda at supersonic speeds. The so-called indestructible statue of the Black Panther shattered amidst the metallic storm. The debris had not yet settled before being disintegrated into atoms, merging into the vibranium sphere in his palm, which swelled with immense value. "Kneel or be ground to dust." Menhuan shattered the final layer of energy protection, causing the vibranium palace columns surrounding the altar to collapse. T'Challa felt as though an invisible mountain bore down upon his spine. His knees buckled uncontrollably, crashing against the altar stone as his skin burned with the searing pain of some dark radiation beneath his battle suit. As the luminous orb fully formed, the very ground of Wakanda trembled. What he cradled in his hand was no mere metal, but a mass of liquid heavy metal imbued with the brilliance of galaxies. Each vibranium molecule rearranged itself according to his will, as the distant soundwave weapon, just activated, found its barrel aimed at its own. Every machine, every network, every intelligent program bowed before this mechanical deity. From this day forward, no, Wakanda shall never submit. T'Challa roared in frustration, his eyes filled with fury. Yet, Menhuan appeared to have lost all patience. With a single motion, a force as heavy as 1,000 pounds crushed T'Challa instantly. Witnessing the blood mist surrounding T'Challa, the entire nation of Wakanda erupted in fury, especially Shuri, who was filled with national outrage. But in the next moment, an eerie silence enveloped Wakanda. "If you wish to avoid annihilation, by all means, give a try." A chilling, ruthless voice echoed throughout Wakanda, dousing every heart with cold water, including Shuri's. This brilliant young woman understood. While the king may perish, Wakanda must endure. Slowly, Shuri knelt in submission. The elders, overwhelmed by fear, recognized their duty to ensure the survival of the Wakandan people and followed suit, kneeling as well. Those who recognize the times are wise. Menhuan smiled with satisfaction as a massive blue portal manifested, pouring forth an abundance of steel armors to transport the vibranium. It was an utter waste to leave such treasures to them. These fools could never harness the true potential of vibranium. To further solidify his control over Wakanda, Menhuan directly exerted his mental influence over Shuri and the Council of Elders, compelling their complete submission to him. Wakanda's advancements in vibranium energy development far exceed any understanding Zhao Hailuan possesses, prompting Su Rue to partake in the endeavor. The fall of Wakanda has stirred not a ripple in the global consciousness. Who would pay heed to a diminutive nation in Africa? The world remains enveloped in sorrow and struggle, with the sole focus on rebuilding their homes. The wounds from the apocalyptic crisis are gradually being soothed, while the downfall of the charlatan, has left him desperate, ultimately leading him to seek out Menhuan. "Dear, hold on, stay strong. Reed is coming," Menhuan said, giving a reassuring pat to the nearly overwhelmed Susan. Stimulated by his words, Susan shuddered and let out a scream, glaring reproachfully at a certain villain. You did that on purpose. How annoying. Yet her eyes betrayed her. She was indeed becoming increasingly entangled in a twisted path. Reed, waiting anxiously, finally spotted Menhuan's figure. The once revered goddess, Susan, was now blushing as she clung to his arm, trudging along with great effort. Reed's heart ached. What once belonged to him was now in another's embrace, prompting an internal curse at the wretched situation. However, outwardly, he hastened to approach. A smile plastered on his face as he called out, Mr. Shimin. Before he could utter another word, Menhuan waved his hand to interrupt. All right, Reed. I am fully aware of your intentions. I can allocate $100 million to hire you for machine enhancements. Reed stood dumbfounded, staring intently at Menhuan. I must have misheard, Mr. Shi, he stammered, swallowing hard before inquiring once more. That sum is astronomical. No, you heard correctly. I expect you to improve the machine to a 30% success rate within 3 months. Should you fail to meet this target, I shall rescind this substantial commission. Good luck, Menhuan stated coolly. This time, Reed was certain he had not misheard, his excitement prompting him to exclaim, Yes, yes. With this fortune, I can procure various instruments to further my research on cosmic storms. After dismissing Reed, Menhuan approached Zhao Hailuan, who was engrossed in researching the nanotechnology of vibranium-powered armor. The laboratory was filled with the gentle strains of music, while Zhao Hailuan's fingertips danced across the holographic display, tracing streams of silver-blue data. Menhuan observed with curiosity the floating vibranium shards within the cultivation chamber, as nanobots swirled around the black, diamond-like crystals like fireflies. Finally, the moment had arrived to transform fragmented memories into reality. However, Zhao Hailuan's keen eyes remained fixed upon him, while Jiang Mu Yin stood nearby, watchful and wary. They were all too aware of his unsettling nature, suspecting he had come to fulfill the dubious agreement made long ago. The thought of him potentially unleashing harm within the laboratory filled them with dread. They were already struggling under the weight of the impending confrontation. Menhuan suddenly turned his head, startling them. What are you doing? Zhao Hailuan asked nervously. Hey, why are you all so tense? Do you truly underestimate my character? Shimin, the rogue gentleman, smirked shamelessly. Bah, do you even possess any character? Jiang Mu Yin scoffed dismissively, perplexed by those who would so easily line up and prostrate themselves before him. Since that is the case, Menhuan pretended to be sinister as he approached Jiang Mu Yin, causing her to swiftly hide behind Zhao Hailuan, watching him warily. You wouldn't actually be planning to. Zhao Hailuan expressed her disdain and gestured toward Jiang Mu Yin in her own rear. TSK, you're truly looking at people through a keyhole, underestimating them. I'm here to offer you inspiration, all right? Menhuan protested in frustration. Huh, you, an illiterate, offer me inspiration? Zhao Hailuan's expression was filled with disbelief, as if he were jesting. All right, today, I shall show you, Menhuan declared, seemingly provoked. Very well. I await your demonstration, Zhao Hailuan shrugged, adopting a spectator's demeanor. Menhuan dismissed the idea of merely using his words to deceive. He intended to demonstrate that reality speaks louder than rhetoric. Have you ever considered why the molecular structure of vibranium exhibits an anti-entropy arrangement on a nanoscale? Menhuan rotated the quantum microscope in his hand, projecting the 3 million-fold magnified vibranium lattice onto her operation screen. The forging techniques of Wakanda utilize sound waves to activate the macroscopic shaping abilities of vibranium, yet we are currently confronted with micrometer-level battle armor units. The gravitational wells between these lattices are actually resisting the program directives of the nanobots. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hailuan, who had initially prepared to mock the so-called illiterate, found her fingers suspended in midair, her large eyes shimmering with a familiar inquisitive light. As a dual expert in biomedical and nanotechnology, she could swiftly grasp the essence of theories presented by others. Are you suggesting that the energy field inherent in vibranium forms some kind of, quantum barrier? Like setting up an invisible fence that prevents the nanobots from reorganizing the vibranium molecules? More accurately, it is the quantum entangled state between vibranium atoms that interferes with the control signals of the nanobots. Menhuan brought up the formula he had just arrived, using a fluorescent marker to sketch a complex string theory model in the air. Do you remember what we observed last week in the scanning tunneling microscope? When the nanobots approach the surface of vibranium, the electron cloud experiences an anomalous degeneracy pressure. This is not repulsion, but rather the vibranium assimilating the incoming program codes. At that moment, the cultivation chamber suddenly emitted a buzzing sound, and the previously orderly assembly of nanobots began to oscillate chaotically, with black vibranium fragments coalescing into sharp angles as if drawn by a magnet. Zhao Hailuan quickly cut off the power, turning around to find her lab coat collar drenched in cold sweat. The third experiment has failed, mirroring the outcomes of the previous two attempts. The self-organizing behavior of vibranium at the nanoscale remains utterly uncontrollable. Mr. Stark's design for the battlesuit requires at least 300 deformable units to operate in unison. However, we have been employing traditional control logic for the nanorobots. Just as she was about to deactivate the data model, Menhuan grasped her hand. He could feel the coolness at her fingertips, but this was not the time for indulgence. He continued, "Vibranium is not an ordinary metal. Each of its atoms functions as a miniature energy reactor. What we require is not the command of nanorobots to alter the vibranium, but rather to enable them to act as translators of the vibranium lattice, utilizing its own quantum oscillation frequency to draft the control protocols." Menhuan retrieved the quantum locking theory pieced together from Su Rui's fragmented memories, synchronizing the graviton wave frequency of vibranium with the energy pulses of the nanorobots for a modeling process. Observe here. When the vibration frequency of the nanorobots aligns with the de Broglie wavelength of the vibranium lattice, they can form temporary energy coupling points within molecular gaps. It is akin to draping vibranium in a programmable quantum cloak, preserving its physical properties while allowing control through a neural interface. Zhao Hailuan's breathing noticeably quickened as she abruptly turned to rummage through the reagent cabinet for the vibranium powder supplied by Wakanda. If this model holds true, we could coat the surface of the nanorobots with a layer of atomic-scale vibranium film, thereby establishing a quantum resonance circuit. It would be like equipping a swarm of drones with signal towers of the same frequency, enabling them to establish a coherent communication network within the vibranium matrix. Chapter 130. Loki arrives with the Chitauri army the moment she injected the improved nanorobots into the vibranium solution. The bottom of the culture chamber first emanated a delicate blue light. Subsequently, the black liquid, as if animated, surged upwards, tracing streamlined patterns reminiscent of the Black Panther's suit upon the glass walls. As she observed her designed neural coupling chip come into contact with the nanovibranium, the previously rigid crystals suddenly softened into a flowing metallic liquid, yet upon Zhao Hailuan's touch, they instantly solidified into the form of protective gloves. The temperature variation completed energy transfer within 0.3 seconds, and stress tests revealed a hardness surpassing that of vibranium in its original state by 17-fold. Zhao Hailuan's voice quivered with barely concealed excitement. As she removed the gloves, the nanoliquid transformed back into a fine stream, returning to the culture chamber. However, the most crucial aspect was her retrieval of the feedback data from the brainwave synchronization device. When the subject envisioned a shield, the shaping delay of the nanovibranium was merely 60 milliseconds, 3 times faster than the initial titanium alloy nanobattlesuit I had previously simulated. Gazing at the silver fluid suspended within the chamber, those once indistinct sci-fi images now flowed vividly before her eyes. Zhao Hailuan suddenly turned and grasped Menhuan's hand, the warmth of her fingertips penetrating through the latex gloves. Do you comprehend the significance of this? This quantum locking structure not only addresses the issue of controllable deformation in vibranium, but also endows the battle armor with self-repair capabilities. Just moments ago, when the cultivation pod lost power, the nanobots utilized vibranium shards to reconstruct themselves. Oh my goodness! Zhao Hailuan, overwhelmed with excitement, embraced Menhuan and leaped with joy. Who could withstand such exuberance? You scoundrel! Zhao Hailuan, flushed with excitement, cast a playful glare at a certain someone, slowly kneeling to experience this new environment and its myriad sensations. Jiangmu Yin had long grown accustomed to such displays, her gaze fixed upon the liquid metal within the cultivation pod. It seems you two have truly created a vibranium version of Transformers, she remarked. But honestly, Appa, she winked at Zhao Hailuan, then turned her gaze toward a certain individual with a hint of scrutiny. Where did you copy this homework from? Get lost. Menhuan, of course, was reluctant to admit anything, forcibly pulling the mischievous Jiang Yin to suppress their shared technical practice. With renewed determination, Zhao Hailuan could not resist sketching a 3D model of the nano-battle armor on the control panel as the liquid metal began to outline sleek shoulder pads, continuing her work. First, we need to write a more complex transformation protocol for the nano-vibranium units. A certain genius gentleman caught her eye, and a smile of approval graced her lips. Having just resolved the vibranium micromolding paradox that had troubled Wakandan scientists for 3 decades, I proposed this armor be named the Quantum Vibranium Nanosystem, or perhaps simply Stardome. Gazing at the flowing nanovibranium that resembled the galaxy, her eyes sparkled with excitement. In the future, perhaps every wearer could possess the potential to control the stars. Then let us go with your suggestion, Menhuan replied nonchalantly, his mind not preoccupied with such naming matters. After all, it was the result of their collective effort, and sharing the practice techniques was what truly delighted him. Jiang Yin exhibited exceptional performance, and when he emerged from the laboratory, he felt invigorated, experiencing what true pressure felt like, where even the slightest movement was a challenge. Zhao Hailuan, feeling drained from the creation of the nanovibranium armor, rolled her eyes in exasperation, cursing the limitations on their self-healing abilities. Jiang Yin was no better off, and the two had become comrades supporting each other, though only they understood the nature of their support. Upon returning to the villa, they found Megan and Stuart stifling laughter as they covered their mouths upon seeing the two of them walk in. News of their antics quickly spread throughout the villa, with a throng of people rushing over to inquire about their experiences, much to Zhao Hailuan and Jiang Yin's chagrin. Time flew by, and before they knew it, 3 months had passed. It seemed as if they had been enchanted during this period. With the exception of Chu Li, everyone, including Hill, Jean Grey, Megan, Stuart, and Jessica, had taken a path less traveled. Indeed, it was evident that this was a genetic inheritance. Western women truly had a wild streak. One day, while enjoying the sunshine and indulging in snow-skinned mooncakes, Menhuan suddenly recalled that the plot should be nearing its climax. Loki should be arriving soon with the Chitauri army and the Mind Stone to bring him some warmth. Shouldn't he? Miriam slowly rose to cover the snow-white dessert. Her eyes filled with confusion as she wondered why he had stopped eating it, especially since it appeared so pristine. Darling, why have you ceased? It is nearly melting away. She felt a twinge of melancholy and discomfort. It's nothing, he replied, suddenly recalling someone. Lingdai, please check on the cosmic cube at S.H.I.E.L.D. Menhuan gently patted her shoulder, signaling her to indulge in the dessert and continue enjoying the attention of the monarch. Miriam promptly offered him strawberries, while nearby, Lorelei continued her dance without pause. Life had become extravagantly indulgent, basking in the sun, savoring strawberries, and admiring the enchanting dance. Lingdai cast a disapproving glance at a certain monarch, tidied herself, rinsed her mouth, and turned toward S.H.I.E.L.D. to monitor the cosmic cube. This cosmic cube was merely a shell devoid of the space stone. It was a counterfeit, a consumable created by him using the energy of the space stone. As time swiftly passed, the construction of the oasis neared its conclusion while the world's infrastructure continued to develop. Carol was still recuperating. She had nearly been incapacitated during the War of the Stars and now barely resembled an ordinary person. Yet, she relished her time, visiting aunts and relatives, completely immersing herself in life on Earth. Menhuan, this lazy fish, was indeed more spirited than a typical fish, occasionally flipping over to catch some sunlight as he basked in leisure. Finally, it was his turn to enjoy life. The other women were preoccupied with their careers, ensuring his sustenance during the day while devising ways to please him at night. As the saying goes, flattery without reason is either deceit or theft, and their enthusiasm for collecting peculiar mutant abilities surpassed his own. Those bizarre abilities were utterly grotesque. The mutations of mutants knew no bounds, such as the ability to exude nectar. Ahem, Menhuan thought it was a time-saver for himself. One day, Lingdai finally noticed some activity at S.H.I.E.L.D. The Cosmic Cube Research Lab encountered issues, and the spatial energy began to fluctuate violently. Then, the young Prince Loki appeared, wielding the Mind Scepter. With an air of arrogance, he seized control over a multitude of S.H.I.L.D. agents, including Selvig and Hawkeye, even committing murder. before effortlessly absconding with the cosmic cube. Menhuan smirked. Yet another sumptuous feast awaited him. How infuriating! Lorelei exclaimed in exasperation. Chapter 131. Infighting within the Avengers, Menhuan immediately instructed Hank and Su Rue to activate the energy shield of the Oasis, a marvel of technology combining Wakandan innovation with spoils from the Kree Empire. Powered by vibranium energy, this shield's energy absorption capacity had been increased tenfold. Not only would ordinary Chitauri energy weapons be rendered ineffective against it, but even the colossal artillery of space fortresses could not harm a single blade of grass within the Oasis. The suddenly illuminated energy shield immediately attracted the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. and other factions. Why had the Oasis activated its energy shield? Nick Fury specifically dispatched his agent Skye to inquire about the situation at Menhuan's villa, owing to her reputation for accuracy. Skye, a superheroine from Marvel Comics known as Quake, possesses the formidable ability to generate powerful shockwaves akin to seismic tremors, capable of demolishing objects or instigating earthquakes. She is, in essence, the Marvel equivalent of Whitebeard's Tremor fruit, her powers being exceptionally potent, and she is a member of the Inhumans. With her striking appearance and remarkable abilities, she is a trusted and competent subordinate of Nick Fury, prompting Menhuan to scrutinize her with curiosity. "Hello, Mr. Simon," Skye greeted him, extending her hand with a mix of respect and enthusiasm. "Good day, Miss Skye," he replied, engaging in a brief exchange of pleasantries before inquiring, "What brings you here?" He preferred not to pry into others' thoughts through telepathy, finding such an existence rather dull, hence his question. "I am curious about the Oasis energy shield. Might you be able to share the technology with us? We are willing to offer compensation," Skye responded with a smile. Miss Skye, your intentions for visiting me surely extend beyond this matter," Menhuan remarked with a chuckle, as it was easy to deduce Nick Fury's motives, especially given that S.H.I.E.L.D. had even developed cosmic energy weapons. The sudden activation of the Oasis energy shield would undoubtedly attract the attention of the ever-cautious Fury. At this moment, Skye laughed, teasingly stating, "It seems our director was indeed correct. One must never lie in your presence." "Very well, then. Do share," Hill nodded in agreement. "Our director is actually inquiring why your Oasis has suddenly activated its energy shield. Is there an impending catastrophe we should be aware of? Has the cosmic cube that S.H.I.E.L.D. recovered been stolen again, or has Hawkeye been compromised? Do you have any information regarding Loki's whereabouts?" Skye asked eagerly upon hearing this. Thor had caught a glimpse of Loki on surveillance, yet he was unaware of his exact location. Menhuan shook his head, confessing his ignorance of Loki's precise whereabouts. In the films, Loki managed to escape, ultimately through a deliberate ruse. With the Mind Stone, he would be impervious to detection, possessing powers that eluded even his own tracking. As the saying goes, a king does not see a king. The Infinity Stones could not sense one another's locations. Even Hawkeye's whereabouts were beyond reach, as that area was shrouded in absolute safety, inaccessible to anyone. Is it truly impossible for him to be located? Skye questioned incredulously. "Mr. Simon," he interjected, "I understand your skepticism, but I genuinely cannot find him. However, there is no need for concern. Loki will inevitably reveal himself to you. Thus, it would be prudent to prepare for a potential invasion by extraterrestrial forces." Skye nodded, acknowledging that her visit had not been in vain. At the very least, there are reports of an extraterrestrial invasion. Alas, what a calamity-stricken Earth we inhabit. Nick Fury, upon receiving such grim news, wore an expression so dark it seemed as though water could drip from it. Day after day, it never ends. Just as his Avengers initiative was set into motion, he found himself grappling with yet another impending alien incursion. Those accursed extraterrestrial miscreants. What treasures could our desolate and backward Earth possibly possess? Who truly resides on this planet? Damn it all. He contemplated gathering his Avengers, such as Bruce Banner, the Hulk, and the venerable Captain America. If anyone on Earth could heed his call and confront these foes, it would be the Hulk, whose prowess in battle against Thor serves as ample testament to his strength. As for Captain America, he is the very soul of the team, a totem symbolizing the spirit of America itself. Additionally, he sought to recruit Iron Man, Tony Stark, not only for his financial resources and technological prowess, but also for his considerable influence. Naturally, Tony was not keen on the idea, well aware of his own headstrong nature. Bruce Banner and Captain America had already arrived in Nick Fury's office aboard the helicarrier, accompanied by a few others. Banner hesitated before suggesting, "We should consider forming an alliance with Oasis, given their formidable power." Captain America quickly concurred, stating, "Indeed, we have witnessed Oasis's strength. Right now, our enemy is the aliens. At this juncture, I believe we should not differentiate between mutants, superhumans, and ordinary people. We are all Earthlings." Captain America, as expected, grasped the essence of the situation. Coulson, May, and Skye shared Captain America's sentiments, realizing that even in these dire times, squabbling among themselves was futile. Nick Fury sighed, acknowledging that while Oasis's capabilities far surpassed their own, he was unable to recruit them. Moreover, their relationship with the presidential office and military was exceedingly strained. Whereas they remained under official jurisdiction, the group felt a wave of dismay at Fury's pragmatic yet helpless words, a conundrum seemingly insurmountable. As the team pondered how to locate Loki, a sudden knock at the door interrupted them. An agent, visibly excited, exclaimed, "Director, we have discovered Loki's location." The newcomer was Sitwell, an undercover agent, though Nick Fury was unaware of this fact. "Where?" Fury inquired urgently. "In Stuttgart, Germany, on Cunning Street. That fellow seems to be taunting us, and he is exceedingly arrogant," Sitwell replied. "Very well, I shall go and retrieve him," Thor bellowed, unaware that this was all part of Loki's scheme, just as it had unfolded in the films, leading to internal discord among them due to Loki's manipulation with the Mind Stone. Loki escaped, Thor went missing, and Coulson was lost. Nick Fury was left utterly bewildered. Damn it all, such a blow is unbearable. In such a brief span, the Avengers have disbanded, and the helicarrier has suffered severe damage, resulting in a calamitous defeat. They have been entirely manipulated by Loki, leaving S.H.L.D. enveloped in despair, its morale utterly shattered. Chapter 132, The Chitauri Invasion. A frenzy of life energy. Life must go on. Despite the loss of Coulson and the absence of Thor and Banner, one must continue with their responsibilities. How could the eloquent Nick Fury allow the team to falter? With his silver tongue, he managed to rally the spirits of the team, using Coulson's death to rekindle their resolve, a tactic he is particularly adept at. Vengeance. Vengeance. At this moment, Nick Fury smiled. Coulson was not truly dead. He had been revived by a serum derived from the corpses of the Kree. At this juncture, the colossal energy reactor atop Stark Tower became Loki's objective. The extreme heat caused the Tesseract to react rapidly, striking the sky with a brilliant blue energy, accompanied by a thunderous roar that tore open a space rift spanning several kilometers. Swarms of extraterrestrial beings then emerged from the fissure, leaving the citizens of New York in stunned disbelief. Amidst the cacophony of metal clashing and the piercing wails of energy beams, countless New Yorkers opened their eyes to find Fifth Avenue transformed into ruins. Above, a swirling purple wormhole loomed, from which a Leviathan warship, towering as high as the Empire State Building, slowly emerged, its metallic tendrils glistening with an eerie bioluminescence, reminiscent of the veins of a living creature. Heavens! Countless individuals dodged the energy beams of the Chitauri soldiers as a cerulean ray grazed their shoulders, shattering the glass facade behind them into a spiderweb of cracks. The corner Starbucks had been reduced to smoldering debris, with the corpses of uniformed baristas impaled on twisted steel, still clutching half a cup of cold latte. Suddenly, a golden lightning bolt cleaved through the gloom surrounding the wormhole, as Thor, the god of thunder, descended with his hammer in hand. His crimson cape billowed in the energy storm, and with each strike, he shattered numerous Chitauri aircraft. "Thor! Thor!" The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. Salvation had arrived. Those aircraft, resembling mechanical manta rays, were instantaneously reduced to fragments amid the thunder, their wreckage plummeting into the Hudson River, creating towering columns of steam. Menhuan raised his hand, commanding the remaining metal on the ground, which transformed into a multitude of razor-sharp projectiles, hurtling towards the Chitauri soldiers. In an instant, countless Chitauri were obliterated, reduced to mere remnants, as a flood of feedback surged through his mind. The Chitauri soldiers, a unique amalgamation of extraterrestrial insects and machinery, possessed combat capabilities far exceeding those of ordinary Earth soldiers. This outcome left Menhuan immensely satisfied. Indeed, this was a splendid feast, and he could indulge once more. The mutants of the Oasis have once again emerged, transforming the battle in New York into a completely altered narrative. The once meager Avengers now appear inconsequential in comparison. With the inclusion of mutants, the distinction between hunter and prey has become utterly ambiguous. Behold, it is Miss Polaris. How cool. She exudes both fierceness and elegance. And that hulking figure clad in metal? Truly invulnerable. Who is that unleashing lightning? The female Thor? Foolishness. That is Storm, the ordinary citizens. Witnessing the arrival of numerous mutants across New York's neighborhoods, erupted into excited chatter, still having the leisure to relish the spectacle. By the way, where's the FBI? Where's the military? Rely on them? Those individuals merely bully us law-abiding citizens. When faced with extraterrestrials, can we really depend on them? It is the mutants who come to our rescue. I too desire to become a mutant. Unbeknownst to me, I have garnered a wave of fame. This alien invasion has inadvertently turned into a fortuitous event. At that moment, a Chitauri soldier, noticing a group of Earthlings engrossed in the commotion, raised his hand and hurled an energy grenade. Panic ensued as they stared wide-eyed, regretting their foolish curiosity. They had unwittingly put their lives at risk. Just as they began to regret their folly, the energy grenade unexpectedly reversed direction, obliterating the Chitauri soldier. Indeed, you are correct. Only mutants represent the future. Let's find a way to become mutants. Shimin chuckled as he uttered these words and then turned to charge at more Chitauri soldiers, disregarding the terrified crowd. Witnessing Shimin dispatch a multitude of Chitauri soldiers, the local commanders swiftly ordered an assault on him. Be careful. Dozens of spectators shouted anxiously, aware that those energy weapons are indiscriminate, thanks to their advanced extraterrestrial technology. However, their concerns were unwarranted. Before they could finish their warning, the Chitauri soldiers were instantly cleaved into countless pieces by a more formidable thermal beam, sending them straight to oblivion. What a thrill! As the overwhelming Chitauri forces descended, Shimin reveled in the exhilaration. Even the energy of an ordinary soldier reaches a staggering 100,000, not to mention their sheer numbers, which are in the millions. And then there are the elite Chitauri warriors, whose life energy reaches an astounding million, along with the Leviathan, a semi-mechanical behemoth resembling a whale, covered in tough bone plates and alien armor, possessing remarkable defensive capabilities. Slaying a Leviathan yields nearly 100 million in life energy, far more than vanquishing a mere abomination. Then there are the Chitauri giants, genetically engineered biological weapons of colossal size and immense strength, bearing similarities to apes yet infused with alien attributes. The life energy of one of these giants approaches 20 million, indeed a treasure. As the sky filled with the relentless Chitauri army, Loki's gaze shifted toward Shimin, who was indiscriminately slaughtering foes. Damn that wretch. Do you truly believe that you can triumph over my countless legions? I shall exert every effort to vanquish you. You wretched deceiver. Loki seethed, gritting his teeth. Menhuan single-handedly decimated more Chitauri forces than all others combined. With a fierce roar, he commanded, deploy the entire army. As an ever-increasing number of Chitauri soldiers surged forth from the rift in space, the energy of the teleportation array was evidently waning. This is untenable. Menhuan discreetly infused the teleportation array with a substantial reserve of energy to support Loki. Bolstered by this influx of spatial energy, the array expanded instantaneously by more than threefold, allowing even more Chitauri soldiers to emerge and engage in battle on Earth. Loki, oblivious to any irregularities, sported an ever-brighter smile, exclaiming, I shall drown you, you wretched creature. Menhuan reveled in the moment, while the Avengers found themselves in dire straits, under the pressure imposed by their adversaries. Captain America, Steve Rogers, was compelled to announce the iconic rallying cry, Avengers Assemble. Chapter 133. Thanos? Must I evade his brilliance? Captain America's voice boomed through the loudspeaker from a distance, as he leaped atop a taxi's roof, wielding his vibranium shield, the edges of which had darkened from the acrid smoke of battle. Behind him, on the rooftop of a nearby skyscraper, Hawkeye utilized a specially crafted bow to deliver precise shots, each arrow penetrating the electronic eyes of the Chitauri soldiers. The reptilian extraterrestrials emitted ghastly wails of agony, their greenish bodily fluids seeping from the gaps in their armor. The roar of Iron Man's thrusters filled the air as Tony Stark's 7 Malawian Quatch's armor soared above the crowd, his palm repulsor expertly obliterating a hovering Chitauri war vehicle that threatened civilians. His tactical display flickered behind his visor, suddenly redirecting toward the wormhole, from which Leviathan behemoths continuously emerged. With their jagged jaws agape, they unleashed corrosive acid capable of melting concrete, wreaking havoc all around. "Banner, we need you now." Nick Fury's urgent voice crackled through Tony's communicator. The crowd turned to witness the Brooklyn Bridge trembling, concrete debris raining down, and shortly thereafter, a colossal green figure erupted from the waters. The Hulk thundered across the fractured bridge, each step eliciting a cacophony of straining metal. "Roar!" the green giant bellowed, seizing a plunging Leviathan tentacle and hurling it toward the wormhole's edge, its massive form exploding into a mist of crimson within the violet energy. Loki stood atop Stark Tower, the tip of his scepter radiating the blue glow of the Tesseract. Those struck by his magic abruptly ceased their flight, their eyes vacant as they raised their firearms. In that moment, bankers, police officers, and even a little girl clutching a teddy bear formed a grotesque wall, firing upon the Avengers who sought to rescue them. "You pathetic insects!" Yet, in the next instant, Loki's maniacal laughter was interrupted by the Hulk's roar. The green behemoth leapt onto the observation deck, his powerful arms piercing through the illusion of the alien prince. Then came the iconic scene of Marvel. Loki was engulfed in profound despair. It was unbearable. "Tony, quickly, shut down the portal." Nick Fury shouted urgently, realizing the gravity of the situation. "Understood." Tony Stark's repulsor beam struck Loki's scepter, but the backlash from the Tesseract's energy sent him flying, shattering the glass dome with a web-like fissure. "Shut down the portal? That won't do," Menhuan murmured, shaking his head, then swiftly positioned himself beneath the portal. At that moment, countless cameras and gazes were fixated on Menhuan. What was he planning? He was blocking the source, the king of mutants. Invincible! Invincible! A multitude of people trembled with excitement, fervently shouting his name, lost in exhilaration. "Damn it," Tony muttered under his breath, begrudgingly acknowledging that this show-off outshone him. Since his arrival, Iron Man's brilliance had been overshadowed time and again. The women ceased their slaughter, gazing adoringly and entranced at the figure that loomed above, exuding dominance. Boom! Boom! The Zeta-Re warships that obstructed him erupted in thunderous explosions, transforming into spectacular bursts of fireworks. Any extraterrestrial high-tech defense before him was as fragile as paper, effortlessly torn apart with a mere wave. Menhuan raised his head and provocatively beckoned the Zeta-Re army with a sneer. "Damn native worm." In space, the commander of a Zeta-Re flagship, spanning several kilometers, trembled with fury. Never had anyone dared to insult their legion in such a manner. "By my command, all troops advance. Crush the worm that dares to defy us." At the sound of the commander's furious roar, countless Zeta-Re soldiers surged toward Menhuan like a tidal wave. The sky darkened with their numbers, a seemingly endless tide. One could only imagine the formidable presence he exuded as he stood against a 1,000-strong army. With a flourish of his hands, boundless magnetic energy coalesced in his palms, as the debris of countless cosmic warships began to swirl around him, reshaping and coalescing. Boom! In mere seconds, a colossal sword, hundreds of meters long, gleaming with a chilling light, formed before him. As the first wave of Zeta-Re soldiers charged, countless smaller warships were cleaved in twain, bursting into a dazzling display of fireworks. In the next instant, enveloped in a tempest of malevolent energy, dark flames stretching for kilometers ignited around him, instantly turning the Zeta-Re soldiers to ashes. Without hesitation, Menhuan leaped forth, charging solo into the portal against the advancing alien army. What? He intends to annihilate the extraterrestrial forces alone? Countless onlookers were left utterly astonished. The commander of the Zeta-Re army found himself utterly speechless. The audacity of humanity was indeed remarkable. How could the frail human body endure the vacuum of space? With its frigid temperatures and radiation, he scoffed at the reckless Menhuan, thinking to himself how he would meet his demise. Yet, the ensuing events rendered him acutely aware of the imminent specter of death, as that individual traversed the void with ease, ruthlessly slaughtering the Zeta-Re soldiers. When dozens of transport ships were cleaved apart by that ominous black sword, only to be consumed by accursed black flames. He stood frozen in disbelief. Stop him. Launch indiscriminate attacks. The commander bellowed, a mixture of terror and urgency in his voice. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion reverberated in his ears, prompting him to turn in disbelief. What is happening? He cursed, regaining his composure. Yet his soldiers remained silent, except for one voice that suggested perhaps the command ship had been infiltrated. Impossible. My command ship is invincible. The Za'atari commander, suddenly gripped by a chilling fear, cast a terrified glance toward the dark figure. How did you get in here? Menhuan, upon hearing this, regarded him with disdain, as if addressing a fool. Of course I broke in. Do you think one of your own betrayed you and invited me in? He replied, surveying the advanced technology around him with satisfaction. This command ship is quite impressive. I shall gladly take it. Boldness. How dare you covet it? The Za'atari commander roared in anger. Why are you so foolish and ignorant? It is only reasonable that I claim my spoils, Menhuan retorted. You are but a mere Earth native. Do you know who my master is? Are you not afraid of bringing disaster upon Earth? The Za'atari commander threatened with an air of arrogance, as if the presence behind him lent him immense courage. Is it not merely that insignificant Thanos? Why hide in such mystery? Just a petty purple potato essence, Menhuan scoffed. You, how dare you utter the name of my master? The Za'atari commander exclaimed, his eyes widening in terror, as if Menhuan had transgressed a cosmic taboo. At that moment, Menhuan found no words to exchange with such an uncultured bumpkin. In an instant, with just a glance, he reduced the commander to mere fragments. His consciousness seized control of the entire command ship, issuing a self-destruct order to all Za'atari soldiers. All personnel, take your own lives. In that fleeting moment, the cosmos erupted in a multitude of fireworks, illuminating the Earth and the dark expanse of space. Even on the surface of New York, countless Za'atari soldiers seemed to lose their energy and stood frozen in place, while small landing crafts lost power and plummeted directly to the ground. In an eerie turn of events, both the mutants on the ground and the Avengers halted their actions in unison, utterly bewildered by the unfolding scenario. Suddenly, the sky darkened ominously as a colossal cosmic fortress, spanning several kilometers, materialized above New York City. My heavens! Is this an alien stronghold? Countless individuals gazed skyward, awestruck by the extraterrestrial warship that seemed beyond the realms of even the most imaginative science fiction films. The vigilant Avengers and mutants prepared to launch an offensive at a moment's notice when, unexpectedly, a voice pierced through the tension. The Chitauri have retreated. This is my trophy. No sooner had the words been spoken than the massive space fortress came to a standstill in midair. The pressure that had enveloped the skies above New York transformed into an uproarious cheer as the joyous news spread like wildfire. Captain America helped a weeping survivor to their feet. Hawkeye scoured the ruins for the injured, and Tony soared over, eagerly removing his helmet and clamoring to explore the interior of the spacecraft. After descending the fortress to the ground, Menhuan began to meticulously investigate it. While the mutants erupted in jubilant celebration, they felt an immense pride, for they had their king. They stood tall. All of New York was fervently clearing the battlefield, for this was alien technology, especially of great interest to the military. As Menhuan touched down, he was met with countless exhilarated and grateful eyes. He was the hero of the mutants, the one who had once again saved the world. As for those seeking to take advantage of the situation, he paid them no heed. Let them drink their soup, it was of little consequence. Atop Star Tower, the despondent Loki, battered by the Hulk, stared blankly with a lifeless gaze. Upon witnessing Menhuan's sudden arrival, Loki struggled to his feet, akin to a lost child rushing towards a long-lost relative. Mr. Shi, take me, take me. I cannot bear to remain in this wretched place. Even a second here is a tremendous blow to my dignity and soul. Loki's eyes brimmed with tears, as though he had suffered an unspeakable injustice at the hands of the Hulk. Oh, Loki, I express my deepest sympathies for your tragic plight. Thor has arrived. Go with him. Menhuan teased as he patted Loki on the shoulder, prompting an outpouring of gratitude from Loki, who, despite Thor's icy demeanor, felt as though he had won the lottery. Loki. Thor stormed over, fury etched on his face, and with a powerful knee strike, nearly knocked the wind out of Loki. The beleaguered Loki gasped for breath, but Thor offered him no chance for resistance. swiftly restraining him and silencing Loki's incessant chatter with a mask. Unfazed by their quarrels, Menhuan gently waved his hand, causing the Mind Stone to materialize before him. With a soft crunch, he crushed the scepter, securing the Mind Stone, one of the Infinity Gems. At this very moment, it seems I can hear a deep voice whispering in my mind. Thanos will remember today. Oh, take your time to remember, indeed. By the way, the Soul Stone is located on Vormir. Without the Infinity Stones, your chances of success are slim. Menhuan's voice traverses the endless expanse, causing Thanos' expression to darken significantly, a sinister glint flickering in the corner of his eye. Yet he comprehends that he is not a match for Menhuan at this moment and must choose to endure. In the blink of an eye, several months have passed, and the technological level of the world has ascended to a remarkable new height. After all, the continuous acquisition of extraterrestrial technology has undeniably catalyzed a technological explosion, with advancements in materials science and energy studies soaring, resolving countless challenges. On this day, the entire oasis is enveloped in jubilation. The oasis has been fully constructed, and Menhuan has extended his invitation to mutants across the globe. My brothers and sisters. His voice resonates through the world via telepathy. Countless individuals are momentarily stunned, their minds buzzing, halting their actions. The girl in the London subway, concealing her wounds with illusionary powers. The boy in the Siberian mine, marked with a numerical designation. The youth struggling in the Los Angeles sewer. They all tremble at this call. Today, you no longer need to hide in the dark, sunless sewers, nor suffer the pain of biting down on your teeth as your first beastly horns emerge. Suddenly, he spreads his arms wide, and the clouds beneath the floating city part, revealing 12 ethereal rainbow bridges glistening in the sunlight. Through these bridges, the eternally burning flames of the phoenix bless every newborn. 3 weeks prior, I received a package. His voice suddenly lowered, and a holographic projection emerged from his palm. The tattered envelope bore the rejection stamps of 17 nations, containing half a photograph of 3 mutant children huddled in a corner of a container, the youngest girl shielding her brother's back from whip scars. The sender's note read, "This is the last warmth we felt at the Greek border." When the contents of the letter were unveiled, a stifled sob echoed through the oasis square. This was indeed their plight. Menhuan clenched his fist tightly, the projection transforming into scattering golden particles. But today, when you gaze upon the Rainbow Bridge, remember, this is not a light of charity. It is the torch forged from a century of blood and tears. The oasis has no registration system, no discrimination based on abilities. Our genes are not a curse, but rather the sharpest shards of stars that fell to Earth when the Creator shattered the altar. The applause swells. Countless mutants, regardless of their location or activity, are moved to tears, thunderous applause resounding. Home. Ultimately, our borders are forever open to you. Here, there are no monsters, only the long overdue path home. The applause continues. More and more mutants excitedly gather their belongings, rushing toward their homeland. In April, the frozen rain fell over Eastern Europe, where 12-year-old Lila huddled in a drainage pipe, clutching a stale piece of bread. The scaly birthmark on the nape of her neck glimmered a pale blue-white in the dampness, a remnant of warmth that the rain had failed to wash away when her parents had stuffed her into a garbage bag. The sound of polished shoes splashing through puddles echoed in the distance, prompting her to curl herself into a tighter ball. Ever since she had shattered her assailant's beer bottle with her mind 6 months ago, she had become a monster with a bounty of 50,000 euros on her head in this city. Suddenly, a euphoric scream pierced the rust-laden wind, and the manhole cover above her was pushed aside. 17-year-old Andre, bloodied and battered, leaned in halfway. 3 of the wings on his back were broken. They said all mutants could gain citizenship in the oasis, with clean beds and bread that did not need to be stolen. Before he could finish speaking, he trembled violently, a shard of rebar protruding from the left side of his chest. Chapter 135. Mephisto, I demand a soul. Lila's pupils ignited with fragmented golden light, a precursor to her powers awakening. For the first time in 3 months, she dared to use her mutant abilities in a human settlement. As Andre's blood dripped on her hand, she glimpsed the northern sky, where the clouds parted to reveal golden seams, and a metallic city-state hovered above the Adriatic Sea, descending beams of light that resembled a rainbow bridge. At the bridge's end, there were enormous, glimmering inscriptions welcoming her home, in Chinese, English, German, French, and more. Run! Andre suddenly shoved her toward the dark river, turning to charge at the regathering beams of flashlight. Lila stumbled through the waist-deep sewage, the circular outlet at the end of the main pipe resembling a pale moon. Where her fingertips brushed against the rusty iron bars, a gunshot rang out. The excruciating pain in her left shoulder blade caused her to collapse into the muddy water, the scent of blood mingling with the decay of fallen leaves filling her nostrils. A soldier, armed with a standard rifle, adjusted his night vision goggles, crushing her fallen stuffed rabbit beneath his boot, the one she had sewn from stolen curtain fabric. Its eyes made of 2 found rhinestones. Let your king see. The soldier's boot pressed down on her convulsing fingers, the gun barrel pressed against the scales on her nape. Illegal immigrants deserve this. At the moment the gun fired, Lila did not see darkness. Her telekinesis surged to its limit in that near-death instant, causing the entire city's circuits to fail. Amidst the explosive crackle of electricity and the blue-violet flashes, she finally discerned the direction of the north. The light of the rainbow bridge pierced through the rain, illuminating her mud-streaked face, reminiscent of the lullabies her mother used to hum by her cradle. She pointed toward the source of the light, blood dripping from her fingers, tracing an incomplete trajectory on the ground. As Menhuan rose from his floating throne, the waves of the Adriatic Sea solidified into ice. The phoenix mark in his palm seared into his skin. Each time a mutant perished, this brand materialized their pain. In that fleeting moment, he tasted the rust of the rain, the sourness of moldy bread, and the fading light that lingered on the retina of the little girl before her demise. Locate that country. His voice resonated with a metallic hum, as the holographic map behind him flickered with ominous red markings. In the chamber below, Mystique suddenly dissipated into a cloud of black smoke. Having sensed her master's suppressed, murderous intent, Mephisto, a chilling command echoed through the vast realms of hell. The acrid scent of sulfur erupted at the pinnacle of the palace, heralding the arrival of a man shrouded in darkness. "It is you," Mephisto exclaimed in sudden recognition. "I demand a soul from you," the man declared coldly. "Please, command me as you wish," Mephisto replied, instantly adopting the obsequious demeanor of a British butler. At that moment, Lila's soul floated in the air. Witnessing her broken body lying beside a barbed wire fence, rain washing away the congealed blood, while the gemstone eyes of a stuffed rabbit glimmered faintly in the darkness. The man in the crimson suit knelt, casting a shadow from the horns at his temple, yet failing to obscure the molten lava swirling in his eyes. "The esteemed king has decreed it is time for you to return home." When the first rays of sunlight pierced the clouds, the president of a nation that had once fired upon mutants was in his office signing a new decree for their expulsion. His gilded pen suddenly melted into liquid metal, dripping onto the document and scorching a charred hole. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows, the shadows of the entire city began to contort. Countless dark tendrils emerged from drains, vents, and even picture frames, each pulsating with the same crimson glow. Menhuan stood at the edge of the floating city, gazing at the black smoke rising from the south. The power of the phoenix boiling in his veins, yet unable to quell the tremors in his fingertips. Now he concentrated a blade of light in his palm, its edge reflecting his own merciless visage, and further away, countless slender figures sprinted along the rainbow bridge. "Let me not see barbed wire again," he whispered into the communicator, his voice akin to iron rolling over molten lava, "or I shall transform your borders into shadows that bask in eternal darkness." The phoenix unfurled its wings behind him, issuing a domineering warning to the universe. Last night, Lila, now departed, held Andre's hand, racing towards him from the far end of the light bridge. Clutching a new stuffed rabbit, its eyes 2 genuine stars. No nation or power dared to provoke the wrath of a mutant king. As millions of mutants surged towards the radiant beams of the rainbow bridge from all directions. "Shall we not intervene?" The magnates of the World Security Council exchanged troubled glances. One speaking darkly. "Intervene? With what means?" "Alas, let it be. This is the course of destiny, and we need not concern ourselves further. That mutant king is not mad. Indeed, this might be for the best. Entrusting the mutant time bomb to him alleviates our troubles." Ha ha! This perspective has suddenly opened up. It is known that many ordinary individuals, upon suddenly gaining power, wreak havoc. Well, your reasoning does hold some merit. Menhuan dispatched personnel to commence the registration process, urging individuals to document their abilities before assigning them work and housing. Furthermore, each person was mandated to wear a mutant ability suppression bracelet to reside within the oasis. Should anyone decline, he would not impose. After all, he was keen to protect the hard-won sanctuary from their potential destructiveness. Nearly all mutants acquiesced without hesitation. Managing 1 million inhabitants in such a vast expanse was a trivial task. Schools, communities, hospitals, supermarkets, restaurants, shopping malls, and factories. Everything was abundantly provided, and they were thoroughly content with their current existence. As months swiftly passed, one day, while Menhuan was lost in slumber, a woman suddenly appeared before him. Sensing her presence, he immediately awakened, finding himself on an expansive, celestial body within the cosmos. Outsider, I hold you in high regard. I am well aware of your deeds. Although I cannot fathom your penchant for slaughter, we are in essence kindred spirits. Would you be willing to serve me? Her enchanting voice resonated. Yet all that lay before him was a projected manifestation cloaked in darkness. Menhuan had no knowledge of the woman's identity, yet her formidable aura was undeniable. Who are you? He inquired, eyeing the mysterious and regal figure with caution. Her powers slightly eclipsed his own, indicating she was undoubtedly a being of multiversal caliber. I am a goddess of death, she proclaimed. Death? Menhuan felt a chill. He never anticipated that the goddess of death would seek him out and request his allegiance. Chapter 136. The devoted servant of death. The goddess of death is an integral component of the Marvel Multiverse's foundational structure. One of the primordial deities existing even before the cosmic explosion, alongside eternity, infinity, and oblivion. She is the creator and sovereign of all legendary embodiments of death in Marvel Comics, including Thanatos from Greek mythology, Yama from Hindu mythology, Anubis from Egyptian mythology, and Hel from Norse mythology, all of whom fall under her dominion. The goddess of death is an abstract entity devoid of a true physical form. Yet she possesses the ability to manifest as any physical entity of varying sizes, typically appearing as a female human or skeletal figure. She embodies the cessation of all life within the multiverse, serving as the origin and manipulator of all souls. Menhuan remained unaware of her purpose for appearing before him. Perhaps his extensive acts of slaughter had garnered her attention, while his former self may have gone unnoticed. His current formidable presence undoubtedly caught the eyes of the top-tier powers within the Marvel domain. Labels such as outsider, infinitely close to the multiverse, and slaughter were difficult to overlook, drawing the interest of the mighty. The goddess continued, "Do not be so tense. There are many outsiders like yourself. Yet you are the most exceptional among them. Your ability to slay a fragment of that gluttonous entity, Galactus, has certainly piqued my interest. What say you?" The demise of Galactus had left countless deities astonished, had it not been for the fact that his true form could not traverse such a singular universe. He would likely have emerged to confront Menhuan. What a disgrace! What a monumental disgrace! Death has come knocking, seeking to entice Menhuan. Frowning, Menhuan gazed at Death and remarked, "If I were to follow you, that might be acceptable, but what would I gain from this alliance?" Death, slightly perturbed by Menhuan's response, nonetheless maintained her composure and replied, "I can grant you dominion over a realm of the dead. You understand the value of souls from such a dimension. Those powerful lords of dimensions are entities of multiversal significance." Displaying her sincerity, Death recognized that such a temptation would be nearly irresistible. "What must I do?" Menhuan inquired, curiosity piqued. "Perhaps commit murder?" "Ah, how I relish the wit of intelligent individuals like yourself. You need only sacrifice half of the souls in this universe to me," Death replied. Menhuan, despite having anticipated this answer, was nonetheless taken aback. In comparison to her, he felt like a mere novice. Death, reveling in her scheme, contemplated how Thanos could eliminate half of all life, and then he could extinguish another half, thus transmuting this universe into a realm of death, augmenting her own powers. Even among the gods of creation, competition exists as it pertains to their authority, and the court of life will be pleased to witness their rivalry. After some contemplation, Menhuan found no inherent issue, yet he was a man who would not act without benefit. A mere realm of death held little allure. "You want me to be your henchman? I am a protagonist here. If you provide me warmth, I might consider it." He resolutely declined Death's cooperation. believing that transcending the multiverse would require only a modicum of time. I'm afraid I must refuse. If you expect Thanos to eradicate the other half of existence for you, you shall be sorely disappointed. Death was utterly taken aback by his refusal, momentarily rendered speechless. What? You refuse? This is the realm of death. Controlling death equates to wielding an endless legion of spirits to serve you. Death's incredulous voice rose several octaves. I find it of little interest. Unless what? You provide me warmth. Fuck. Death exclaimed in frustration. Her aura swiftly enveloped Menhuan. She had never encountered a mere human so audacious, an offense beyond forgiveness. A deal unmade, yet civility remains. Do you truly believe you could defeat me? Menhuan laughed nonchalantly, with her true form unable to descend into a singular universe. He had no reason to fear her. Of course, if she were to forcibly manifest a fragment of herself, it would merely result in the collapse of this universe, allowing him to escape with his beloved. If he could not triumph, he could at least evade her, while death would face the wrath of the court of life. This only served to infuriate death further. Damnable insect! At that moment, although her aura threatened to consume the universe, she refrained from attacking. She knew she was no match for Menhuan. If she could effortlessly unleash destruction upon the universe and harvest souls, there would be no need to entice Thanos to do her bidding. Death could only gaze intently at Menhuan, letting out a cold snort before departing this universe, waiting for the moment when he transcends the multiverse. Then his demise shall be at hand. Meanwhile, upon a colossal throne in a distant star realm, Thanos seethed at the annihilation of the Chitauri. These inept beings were utterly unreliable. A mere primitive planet had led to their complete downfall. The purple-skinned being seethed. I had pledged to the goddess to sacrifice half the lives of the universe, and now I must delay yet again. Damn those useless Chitauri. Contemplating the words of the goddess of death, Thanos' gaze was a tumultuous blend of fervor and regret, resembling a devoted sycophant. It seemed he needed to act swiftly. After a prolonged period of introspection, Thanos' eyes hardened with a fierce resolve. Radiating a potent purple glow, he had summoned the Power Stone. All troops, heed my command. Target Vormer. In the end, Thanos preemptively withdrew his adopted daughter from her mission, securing the Soul Stone. Meanwhile, Olivia diligently trained within the lava dimension, while Menhuan ventured into the adjacent dark dimension, relentlessly slaying demons. The dark dimension was inherently brutal. One either trampled upon the corpses of others or became a victim themselves. Life in the oasis flourished vibrantly, as Menhuan engaged in continuous conquests across various dark dimensions. Occasionally, he would bring Polaris, Jean Grey, Jane, and Daisy along to hone their combat prowess in the dark dimension. With an endless supply of demons, the absorption of dark energy surged, and the abundant life energy rose significantly. In just a few months, his life energy had once again surpassed the monumental threshold of 100 billion, yet he continued to amass it. On the other side, Thanos' army had arrived at the location of the Soul Stone, Vormer. The unfortunate guardian of the Soul Stone was none other than the Red Skull, who had been transported here by the Space Stone. Welcome, Thanos, son of Alarsis. Gamora, daughter of Thanos. Ebony Maw, Thanos' fierce warrior. A raspy voice echoed as the Red Skull, shrouded in a dark cloak, played his part. You know us? Thanos inquired, astonished. Indeed, I am cursed to know all who arrive here, the Red Skull replied nonchalantly. Thanos disregarded his words, coldly demanding, where is the Soul Stone? The corners of the Red Skull's mouth twisted into a sinister smile as he countered. Do you understand the price of obtaining the Soul Stone? His mocking gaze fell upon Thanos, who, despite his dominion over the universe, could not protect his beloved. Chapter 137. Menhuan, you have robbed me of love. The price? Thanos shook his head. The Red Skull's gaze shifted to Gamora, and with a hint of mockery, he declared, the price is the soul of your most beloved in exchange for the Soul Stone. Ah, such is the rule. I understand now. Thanos remained silent for a long while before letting out a heavy sigh. How could he not comprehend the gravity of the situation? His gaze then fell upon Gamora. I am prepared, he declared. Initially, we all believed we were ready, yet we were utterly mistaken. Go forth, exchange a soul for a soul. In that moment, Gamora let out a powerless, self-mocking laugh. I have spent my entire life dreaming of this day, yearning to witness your retribution. Yet my wishes have gone unfulfilled until now. You slaughter the innocent, all the while cloaking your actions in the guise of mercy. This is the universe's punishment for you. Ha ha ha. After a lifetime of relentless pursuit, you have gained nothing. You are utterly defeated. Do you know why? Because you have never loved anyone or anything. Ha ha ha. Did you not see this coming? Why do you weep? Gamora stared in astonishment at the tears streaming down Thanos' face. Red Skull, standing nearby, kindly clarified, he does not weep for himself. Gamora, bewildered, turned a glance at Red Skull and then looked back at Thanos with uncertainty. No, this is not love, she exclaimed in disbelief as Thanos advanced upon her, leaving her with nowhere to retreat. I once evaded my destiny, but this time I shall not flee, even if it means losing you. I am sorry, Thanos uttered as he seized Gamora's struggling, delicate form, enduring the anguish as he cast her into the abyss. Thud! In an instant, the heavens darkened, and thunder roared. It was as if the Soul Stone, having received its sacrifice, erupted forth. A dark yellow infinity stone slowly materialized in Thanos' palm, the Soul Stone. Gamora, I am sorry. Thanos glanced back at Gamora, lying at the bottom of the chasm, before resolutely turning away, his heart as steadfast as stone. Meanwhile, a certain abstract superhero, Star-Lord, who bore the physique of a deity yet walked among mortals, was under the keen scrutiny of ego. Ah, so this is my son? It appears my plan may finally commence. On Earth, the Sentinel robots had been birthed, though the initial models were disappointingly subpar. Simon was exceedingly dissatisfied and insisted on further improvements, enlisting the aid of Zhao Helen, Su Rue, and Valeria to enhance the Sentinel robots. With their intellect, they could undoubtedly create Sentinels far superior to the originals, for their intelligence was exceptional. On the other side, having acquired the Power Stone and the Soul Stone, Thanos had become exceedingly arrogant, eager to confront Simon. I have encountered that lad. Although he possesses immense power, perhaps even surpassing your own, he is regrettably of no use to me. The voice of death echoed in Thanos' mind. Enraged by this, Thanos declared, My goddess can only be adored by me. Damn, Simon, I vow to slay you. Ebony Maw, assemble the army. I shall march upon Earth. As you command, great master. Ebony Maw replied with an elegant smile, though his appearance did indeed detract from the aesthetic of the city. The Dark Army shall mobilize. The temple's second vessel maintains its stronghold at the core. Such acts of slaughter have long become their norm. Particularly, the Obsidian Five revel in their bloodlust with a sinister grin. Vengeance. I shall annihilate the entire Earth. The disgrace of the Zatari army will be cleansed by our hands. For the glory of the Dark Legion. Kill. On a certain afternoon 2 months later, Chu-Li was leisurely swimming in the garden, her graceful form gliding through the water like a mermaid. Suddenly, she emerged from the depths, her exquisite body illuminated by the sunlight, a frown creasing her brow as she gazed towards the outer reaches of the solar system. The fabric of space trembled violently. She recognized that such intense spatial fluctuations could only signify the presence of numerous cosmic warships executing a spatial leap. Abruptly, the entire solar system quaked, the vastness of the cosmos erupting with a swarm of battleships. An enemy attack. In an instant, Chu-Li comprehended the situation. She commanded Oasis to activate the defensive shields and urgently notified the World Security Council to evacuate the populace. Instantly, she conveyed her orders to Hanks, Scott, and the others through telepathy, and Oasis promptly initiated its defenses. The twilight over New York was rent asunder. Distorted purple ripples materialized at the horizon, as if an invisible hand were tearing apart the very essence of space, and the angular form of the temple's second mothership emerged from the fissure. The dark metallic hull of the vessel glimmered with a cold light beneath the setting sun, resembling a mechanical leviathan that had emerged from the abyss of the cosmos, fixating its gaze upon Earth, while legions of vanguard soldiers lined up on the deck. These alien soldiers, akin to arthropods, rubbed their pincers together, producing a sound that grated on the ears as they surged forth like a black tide, cascading down as the mothership's underbelly hatch opened. Alarm! Gravitational anomalies detected. The Sentinel robots of Oasis emitted a piercing shriek from the pinnacle of the Statue of Liberty, red and blue warning lights slicing through the dusk. Standing atop the Empire State Building, Menhuan clenched his fists, electricity crackling between his fingers, He could sense the molecules in the air being tugged by some unseen force. In the distance, the steel structure of the Avengers Tower groaned under duress, tons of steel contorting like clay into sharp spears, hurtling in his direction. Polaris! Menhuan shouted fiercely. The silhouette of Polaris ascended above Central Park, her crimson cape billowing in the wind. Slowly, she extended her palm, and all metallic constructs hurtling towards the mutant command center suddenly froze, coalescing mid-air into a shimmering wall of silver light. In the next moment, those steel shards, under her command, fractured into millions of fine needles, cascading like a torrential downpour towards the Leviathan, which loomed ominously above the Hudson River. The creature's compound eyes were instantaneously pierced, unleashing a wailing that reverberated throughout the city as its massive body plummeted into the river, creating colossal waves. Yet, Menhuan's telekinetic field held it steady, like a suspended wall of water. Then, with a clenched fist, it transformed into a torrential rain of blood. The influx of life energy registered in the millions, a delightful bounty. Thanos, you truly are a generous benefactor. Menhuan grinned widely. Chapter 138. The mutated Avengers saga, the Ebony Five, and the Black Tongue have all taken action. Humanity has always been inclined to construct faith with stones. The voice of the Black Tongue, reminiscent of rusty gears turning at the nerve endings, sends shivers down one's spine. This elongated extraterrestrial hovers above Times Square, surrounded by dozens of objects he manipulates with telekinesis, the severed hand of the Statue of Liberty, the gargoyles from the Metropolitan Museum, and even the Iron Man billboards lining the streets have all become his weapons. As he flicks his fingers, the head of the Lincoln statue hurtles towards the mutant medical zone like a cannonball, only to be met by a sudden emerald barrier. Apologies, but this is not a place for antiquities to be dismantled, comes the icy voice of Hill from behind the shield. Her solid light barrier held firm as a provocative smile lingers on her lips. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs for the mutant oasis, she resembles a frontline warrior at this moment. In the medical tent, behind her, Colossus and others are steadily evacuating wave after wave of injured civilians, while Megan and her companions calmly rescue the innocent amidst the hail of gunfire. Meanwhile, at the unfortunate Brooklyn Bridge, the massive axe of the Black Dwarf cleaves through the structure, the sharp sound of snapping steel cables nearly shattering everyone's eardrums. This 3-meter-tall alien giant strides over the twisted rebar and concrete, cracking the pavement beneath with every step, his sights set on Lorna Dane at the bridge's edge. She uses her magnetic field to assemble the shattered bridge panels into a storm of sharp metal, then shouts, "Taste the flavor of your own weapon smashing into your face." As Lorna commands, countless tons of steel debris rain down upon the Black Dwarf like a meteor shower. Sparks erupt from his formidable alien armor, yet he stumbles only slightly, raising his battle axe to strike down. In that critical moment, a blazing orb of plasma suddenly collides with his chest. Tony, clad in his nano armor, dives from above, his palm cannon scorching the Black Dwarf's front. "Move aside, mutant girl." As always, the flamboyant Tony is met with a disdainful huff from Polaris, who glances at the older man with contempt. With a flick of her hand, the ostentatious Tony is unceremoniously hurled away. Annoyance. Polaris then re-engages the Black Dwarf, leaving Tony utterly frustrated, lamenting his ill fate. "I can't master magic, but I must study an anti-magneto suit, damn it." Grumbling to himself, he rushes off to eliminate foes, clearly acknowledging that Supreme Sorcerer Tony is merely a limited edition in this universe. His destiny lies as Iron Man, not usurping Doctor Strange's role. At this moment, Menhuan gazes upon the battlefield with immense satisfaction. The combat prowess of the Oasis has finally risen. Even when confronted by the Vanguard, a force that had previously battled the entire Avengers and even the Avengers 4, they still managed to exchange blows with resilience. Especially some newly discovered mutants. Astonishingly, there are still dozens of level 4 mutants among them. Although some are somewhat immature, their potential for future growth is immense. Aside from the relatively formidable Black Obsidian 5, which necessitates engagement from seasoned warriors, the mutants are overwhelmingly powerful. Witnessing Polaris struggling to subdue the robust Black Dwarf, Menhuan decisively intervened. After merging with the iron body, his heat vision was further amplified, capable of incinerating anything in its path as it thunderously descended upon the battlefield. Any soldiers or structures obstructing its line of sight were instantly obliterated. Black Dwarf, unable to evade, was struck, emitting a piercing scream that drew numerous gazes. A plume of white smoke erupted from his chest, which had been charred to a crisp, and even his once proud armor melted away. "Watch out!" the supergiant roared, while the nearby Dark Knight Proxima felt the hairs on his body stand on end, sensing danger, yet it was too late. Thud! A spear pierced through his heart. The elusive Chu Li having struck without warning. "Damn it!" Dark Knight Proxima cried out in agony. Although a pierced heart would not be fatal, the accompanying pain was inescapable. Whereas Ebony Maw gone? The supergiant shouted in fury. As a powerful sorcerer, Ebony Maw's mental prowess could prevent ambushes from spatial abilities, and he was taken aback by the sheer strength of this cursed earth. "I have arrived." Ebony Maw descended from the heavens, his demeanor chillingly composed. Were sorcerers graded by rank, he would undoubtedly be the most elegant sorcerer in the Marvel Universe, albeit with a hood concealing his face. Upon hearing the startled and furious shouts of his comrades, he realized that this encounter was far from smooth. In fact, it was exceedingly dire. His gaze shifted towards Menhuan in the distance. Although he did not recognize him, he felt an overwhelming mental pressure emanating from him. As a fellow sorcerer, his instincts and mind warned him that even if this individual merely stood there in tranquility, he was the most formidable kind of adversary. Ebony Maw redirected his focus to gather his injured comrades, personally casting healing spells to mend their wounds. Black Dwarf and Dark Knight Proxima gradually found respite under the healing light, struggling to rise and becoming increasingly vigilant towards the growing number of enemies. They leaned on each other, their previous arrogance and disdain for the world long extinguished. Earth was utterly terrifying. The young man before them might very well be the last envoy from the Chitauri. The supergiant fixated on the distant sky, watching Menhuan, who seemed to regard them like prey, with a sense of tension. Ebony Maw then recalled the situation. Having just arrived on Earth, his face blindness had yet to be remedied, rendering him unable to distinguish the native inhabitants clearly. "I understand now. How could someone regarded as a formidable enemy by the Master be an ordinary powerhouse? His strength is overwhelming, and merely glancing at him sends shivers through my very cells." Black Dwarf whispered nervously, his eyes locked onto Menhuan. "Go, inform the Master that his adversary has appeared," commanded Yumo Ho, turning to Dark Knight Proxima. "Understood." Dark Knight Proxima nodded promptly before departing. Given her inferior abilities and injuries, it was indeed prudent to send her away. Once she had left, Yumo Ho turned to the others with a grave expression. "We must exert ourselves here to deplete the enemy's strength, particularly that man. While we do not aim to eliminate him, we must delay him until the Master arrives to put an end to him. Blade of Death, your defensive capabilities are unparalleled. As long as your weapon remains intact, you can resurrect infinitely. Black Dwarf, your physical resilience allows you to confront him head-on, while Supergiant and I will seek out opportunities at random." With these tactical orders issued, the others charged towards Menhuan. Polaris, Hildesy, and the others were just preparing to intervene when Menhuan calmly obstructed them. "Let them perform." The Black Order under Thanos was hardly inferior to the Heralds of Devourer, given the vast disparity in their master's powers. Although they were somewhat weaker, they still embodied immense life energy, and he would not let them slip away easily. "Perform?" Yumo Ho and his companions seethed at his dismissive tone. With a flick of his fingers, the earth trembled. Debris and shattered metal coalesced behind him and surged forward like cannonballs aimed at Menhuan. Pitiful creatures. Menhuan scoffed coldly, and, as his words faded, his figure vanished instantaneously, bringing forth the shadow of death. In a fierce attempt, Black Dwarf sought to engage Menhuan directly, hoping to restrain him while Yumo Ho launched an assault. Yet, in that moment, he overlooked the folly of an ant attempting to trip an elephant. In an instant, he found himself face to face with Menhuan, who delivered a devastating punch to his chest before he could react. Thud! Black Dwarf was sent reeling, coughing blood as disbelief and agony washed over him. He slowly lowered his gaze, only to find a gaping hole where his chest had been, through which he glimpsed the horrified expressions of soldiers from the Vanguard Legion and the devastation surrounding him. His body felt as fragile as tofu in the presence of Menhuan, leaving him bewildered by the immense power hidden within that iron frame. "Blade of Death, run!" Yumo Ho screamed, his eyes wide with terror, abandoning any thoughts of combat as he witnessed the devastating blow. Even the formidable defense of Black Dwarf crumbled under a single strike. But it was too late. Menhuan coldly smiled, sending Black Dwarf crashing into a bloody rain, then turned his gaze toward General Blade of Death, as if the entire world had come to a standstill. Yumoho's relentless assault dissipated into nothingness, turning to dust, while the expression of General Blade of Death froze in terror. The General of the Death Blade swallowed hard, his gaze fixed in terror upon the approaching Menhuan. Fear gripped him completely. Even if he claimed to be indestructible, was he truly the Deathblade General? It was said that as long as his weapon remained unbroken, he could resurrect infinitely. How intriguing. Menhuan strolled leisurely to the general, mocking him with a casual tone. At that moment, the general lost his composure. His secret was known only to a select few. How could this stranger possibly be aware of it? The general found himself at a loss for words. Yet he no longer needed to respond. In an instant, his weapon was effortlessly seized, and with a resounding crack, the indestructible weapon was violently snapped in two. A chill coursed through the spine of the colossal star, Yuwood-ho, at this sight. This was a weapon forged from a rare metal within the universe, meticulously crafted by the dwarven masters of weaponry. How could it be broken so brutally? What kind of power was this? Yuwood-ho felt a bitter pang of guilt. The death of Black Dwarf was indeed unjust, and he felt responsible for it. Now it's your turn. Menhuan coldly addressed the colossal star. With the general's weapon gone, was he not doomed? Under the murderous gaze of Menhuan, Yuwood-ho nearly lost control of his bowels. A dead ally does not spell doom for a living one. Possessing the ability of mental transmission, he prepared to escape. He could not save Yuwood-ho, but he must ensure his own survival. Run, run, he roared through gritted teeth, attempting to leap through space. Yet, his back teeth shattered, leaving him immobile, startled and enraged. He looked up to meet Menhuan's eyes, only to be frozen in shock. He had manipulated space. Damn it, I should have realized sooner. Loki, that fool, invaded Earth using the cosmic cube. He must have acquired its power to control space. I'll accompany you on your journey. Menhuan offered a calm smile. Yet to Yuwood-ho, it appeared as the grin of a devil. Boom! In the next instant, dust erupted into the air. As the haze settled, the colossal star had vanished, leaving Yuwood-ho to swallow hard and close his eyes in despair, awaiting the inevitable death. There was no escape. At that moment, both men looked skyward. A fortress that obscured the sun appeared. Who else could it be but the second sanctuary? Yuwood-ho felt tears of joy welling in his eyes. His master had finally arrived. Salvation was at hand. If even ants strive to survive, how much more should a man? As Thanos emerged, his iconic bald head and towering purple form drew the gaze of countless onlookers. The pressure he exerted was overwhelming. Yuwood-ho, seeing this, dashed towards his master with fervor. I want to live. Yet, in the next moment, he was taken aback, realizing something was amiss. Damn legs, run faster. Why aren't you moving? Thud. The ebony-throated creature struggled to turn its head, only to be met with the sight of a pair of motionless legs behind it. Am I dead? The thought barely formed in its mind before consciousness succumbed to darkness. This was to be its final utterance. The weakness of a sorcerer is their frail exterior. You have slain my capable subordinate. I could have granted you mercy, yet it appears that is no longer an option, Thanos proclaimed, his gaze condescendingly fixed upon Menhuan. Upon hearing this, Menhuan let out a derisive laugh, his mirth ringing out like a discordant note, inciting Thanos' ire and furrowed brow. In an instant, a purple radiance flickered, causing the surrounding vehicles and debris to levitate under its influence. Are you jesting with me? Such childish tricks of hurling stones have long been obsolete since the ancient times, Menhuan mocked. We are now boiling water, if you will. What you are throwing are intercontinental missiles. A crimson glow gradually materialized, and the barrage of attacks before him abruptly ceased. The objects once drawn by the Power Stone, now rendered inert. Disperse. Menhuan commanded softly. In response, the myriad of objects disintegrated into dust, carried away by the wind, leaving Thanos momentarily entranced. He stepped back, waving his hand, and only when the dust settled did he perceive the anomaly. It was a distortion of reality. You possess the Reality Stone. Thanos roared in fury. Damn you, this belongs to me. Mine. The resonance of the Infinity Gauntlet hummed ominously, signifying the connection among the stones. He possessed at least 3 Infinity Stones, his scepter, the tesseract, and now the pulsating power of the reality stone. You display a modicum of insight. You are not entirely ignorant, Menhuan replied with a smile. His air of assured victory further incensed Thanos. He yearned to invade Earth without regard for Odin or Hela, drawn by the abundance of stones here. Without the Infinity Stones, he would have hesitated to invade. Now, with 2 in his possession, he felt emboldened. Even if you wield 3 Infinity Stones, what does it matter? My strength transcends your imagination. I wager you do not possess 4. Ignorant? Thanos found the notion absurd for the first time. As the formidable cosmic tyrant, he was reputed to be cursed by knowledge. Even if you possess 3 Infinity Stones, true power lies in self-awareness. Thanos shook his head disdainfully. You are but an inflated frog in a well, your world confined to Earth. The depths of the Infinity Stones are far beyond your grasp. Can you truly comprehend them? You cannot wield their power. Only he, the destined one, could fathom the mysteries of the Infinity Stones. To others, they remained an enigma. 2 against 3. The advantage lies with me. Chapter 140. Infinity Stones versus Infinity Stones boom. Before the imposing presence of Thanos, Menhuan resolutely crushed Ebony Maw, the mightiest among them. As the bodies of the Black Order tumbled onto Fifth Avenue, Thanos furrowed his brow for the very first time. He surveyed the battlefield before him. The mutants levitated shattered debris, creating a temporary barrier against the onslaught, while the Avengers, battered and bruised, exerted their last ounce of strength to fortify their defenses. Even the most vulnerable human civilians, under the protection of mutant medics, withdrew in an orderly fashion, none pleading for mercy. Do you see? Menhuan spoke calmly, his fingertips barely grazing the scorched earth. In that moment, Thanos' double-edged blade, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the fabric of space, swung toward his face. The blue light of the space stone coalesced into a triangular shield in a fraction of a second, only to be shattered by the purple shockwave of the Power Stone. Humans are so humble, always believing that gathering half the stones can equate them to gods. Thanos' figure emerged from the distorted ripples of time and space, the muscle patterns beneath his purple skin glowing with the Soul Stone's distinctive crimson aura. But you have overlooked the true nature of the Soul Stone. Its gifts have always transcended mere life-taking. Before his words could fade, Menhuan was suddenly engulfed in an icy chill. In the films, the Soul Stone merely appeared to house the erased souls, seemingly lacking any remarkable prowess. Yet, it was the most enigmatic of the Infinity Stones, possessing a consciousness of its own. Menhuan himself did not fully understand the Soul Stone. He had merely heard of its existence. In this moment, however, Thanos grasped the essence of the Soul Stone completely, memories cascading from the depths of his consciousness against his will, the sickbed of his mother in her final moments, the sorrowful gaze of his father. Such profound anguish penetrated his very soul. Thanos, through the Soul Stone, unleashed a massacre within his own soul's dimension. At that instant, the golden light of the Mind Stone surged dramatically. As Menhuan's spirit began to drown, the Mind Stone roused him, forcefully shattering a fragment of the chaotic time-space, severing the connection on a soul level with the cutting power of the Space Stone. The droplets of blood escaping his throat, under the influence of the Time Stone, flew back toward the wound. He awakened. Thanos, the power you have stolen cannot even bear to meet the pain of Gamora. With a cold laugh, Menhuan sustained the illusionary battlefield crafted by the Reality Stone, projecting the image of Titan's city in its prime upon the ruins. Thanos' pupils wavered for the first time as he beheld the familiar streets, if only for a fleeting half-second. An eye for an eye, blood for blood. Now is the moment. The amber-light cocoon of the Time Stone enveloped his form, while the Reality Stone twisted the surrounding 10 kilometers of space-time into a Mobius strip. The Mind Stone transformed into countless mental tendrils, striving to sever his resonance with the Soul Stone. Yet, Thanos' resolve was unwavering, as tears cascaded down his cheeks. He once more bore the visceral pain of slaying his own kin. He roared, shattering the temporal barrier. As the energy of the Power Stone coalesced in his palm into a radiant sphere akin to the sun, obliterating the illusions woven by reality itself. Meanwhile, the crimson glow of the Soul Stone entwined around his wrist like a living entity. In a moment of disorientation, Menhuan perceived in the realm of souls the agonizing extraction of his essence from his corporeal form. It was revealed that the Soul Stone not only siphoned life, but also crafted a prison within the holder's spiritual dimension. Yet, Menhuan curiously refrained from resisting. Do you think you can sway me with Gamera's memories? Long before I cast her into the abyss, the Soul Stone imparted to me the most profound equilibrium, teaching me to rend asunder all weakness. Thanos advanced step by step toward Menhuan. In the fleeting moment before the illusion collapsed, the vibranium chains of Wakanda manifested, constraining the wrist that clutched the Soul Stone. Seizing the opportunity, Menhuan infused the energy of the Time Stone into his joints, accelerating the decay of his left arm to the speed of a nanosecond, reducing it to mere bone. This was the time erosion spell imparted by the Ancient One before her demise. Amidst Thanos' muffled groans, Menhuan tore open 5 rifts of parallel universes across Thanos' chest using the Time and Space Stones, with the Reality Stone materializing each rift into a distinct version of himself. A wanderer adorned with tattered gloves, an elderly man weeping in a garden, and the self who failed to seize Gamora on Vormir. The sycophant truly met a wretched end, birthing countless failed outcomes. The mental shockwave of the Mind Stone intertwined with the illusory reality, flooding Thanos' consciousness, causing his steps to falter for the first time. Seizing the moment, the energies of the 4 stones converged in Menhuan's palm, forming a brilliant starburst, a beam of annihilation infused with temporal coordinates, specifically targeting the resonance of the Infinity Stones. However, the red glow of the Soul Stone surged abruptly, and Thanos' eyes flashed with determination as he severed his connection to the 5 stones. In that instant, Menhuan beheld the luminescence of the Soul Stone infiltrating his veins, reconstructing his shattered left arm at a speed that transcended time. Thus, the true power of the Soul Stone was unveiled. It transformed the bearer into the host of the soul, rather than a prisoner of the gem. Do you comprehend now? He gripped the Power Stone once more, his time-eroded skin healing within the essence of the soul, mockingly declaring, "While you languish in the dominion of the stones, I have long since coexisted with them." The final strike came without warning, as the torrent of energy from the Power Stone enveloped the dark crimson blade of the Soul Stone, piercing directly through Menhuan's chest. The light of the Time Stone flickered in his vision as he felt his consciousness being drawn into the realm of the Soul Stone, a place teeming with countless familiar yet alien souls, including that of himself who had failed to prevent the snap in an alternate timeline. Yet, Thanos' movements suddenly froze. Menhuan looked down at the gaping wound in his chest, where the Reality Stone transformed his mortal injury into shimmering stardust, while the Mind Stone planted the final illusion deep within Thanos' soul realm. Gamera's dagger pierced through his heart from behind. At the very moment he turned, the Space Stone opened a gravitational trap directly leading to the sun's core, while the Time Stone locked his movements at the fleeting moment before gravitational collapse. Balance has never been synonymous with slaughter. Menhuan smiled brilliantly, coughing out blood-stained laughter as the energy of the 4 stones erupted, offering each soul a chance to choose. Before the blinding white light of the gravitational trap consumed everything, Menhuan caught sight of genuine astonishment for the first time in Thanos' eyes. He finally comprehended. You could have effortlessly crushed me with the power of the stones. On Thanos' infinity gauntlet, the Power Stone and the Soul Stone glimmered with fierce intensity. Yet upon touching Menhuan, they felt ensnared in a quagmire. The fourfold radiance surrounding Menhuan, time, space, mind, and reality, wove into a quantum prison, revealing that every punch thrown by the Titan Tyrant was akin to striking at a reflection in water. Chapter 141. The indomitable spirit of humanity is the true infinity. Yet they must tear apart your inevitability with their own hands. Menhuan raised his hand, the Time Stone freezing the battlefield into a blood-red relief. And then time stood still. Laura had her claws firmly gripping the throat of the Dark Knight Proxima, her steel talons poised to sever the nerve bundle of her foe. Wanda's chaotic magic coalesced into a sphere of destruction upon the chest of the Dark Mercenary. The magnetic field of Polaris was wrenching the hull of the Sanctum II, which then crashed heavily into the ocean. Menhuan continued, "You often speak of balance in life, yet you have never witnessed the sparks beneath that balance." As soon as he spoke, the Soul Stone in his palm erupted with a brilliance akin to the sun, illuminating the unquenchable fighting spirit in every warrior's eyes. Behold, these mortals are more infinite than the stones in your grasp. For the first time, a flaw appeared in Thanos' assault, as he attempted to redirect the battleship's firepower. The Reality Stone had already transformed the entirety of New York City into a Mobius strip, causing each of his flights to return to the origin. The golden ring of the Time Stone coiled around his ankle, allowing this cosmic tyrant to experience the weight of aging for the first time, not the decay of the flesh, but the collapse of belief. He saw the specter of Gamora materializing behind Menhuan. What he clutched was not merely the Soul Stone, but a first aid kit exchanged among Earth's humanity, a supportive hand clasped in unity, and a bonfire rising amidst the ruins. It is over. Menhuan's voice was as light as a sigh, yet it caused the infinity gauntlet of Thanos to shatter inch by inch. The Reality Stone stripped away 2 of the stones from his grasp, while the Time Stone etched countless battle scars upon his armor. And the Mind Stone allowed him to hear for the first time the heartbeats of those lives he had slaughtered, not as numbers, not as burdens, but as vibrant, indomitable roars. The entire battlefield fell into a profound silence. The world hushed. The Clash of Kings is not meant for mortal eyes. Amidst the infinite radiance, they were unable to open their eyes. When they finally could, the light had faded, leaving only Thanos' nearly indestructible form, now shrouded in black smoke, lying in a pit hundreds of meters deep. For a moment, the entire Vanguard Legion stood utterly stunned, unable to believe the scene before them. On one side of the Earth, an earth-shattering cheer erupted. Their king had once again forcefully subdued the tyrant of the universe. Long live the king! Long live the king! Countless individuals were moved to tears, their voices hoarse from the fervent cries that expressed a tumultuous blend of fear, excitement, and victory. Menhuan's indifferent gaze swept over the Vanguard Legion, a group of merciless killing machines, whose proud and cruel heads instinctively bowed, too terrified to meet his gaze even for a fleeting second. Once, they had occupied the pinnacle of the cosmic food chain, ruthlessly slaughtering other beings. They were ferocious. They were brutal. They were bloodthirsty, but now they faced a force even more dominant and tyrannical within the food chain, cowering in weakness, afraid to even breathe. Even as their once invincible master lay motionless in a vast pit, none dared to take a step forward to assist him. They could not lift their heads to confront Menhuan, nor the countless formidable warriors of Earth. They felt a profound dread that penetrated their very souls. What manner of native planet is this? Is this truly the same desolate world, once insignificant and obscure in the cosmos? Menhuan raised his hand once more, a blinding light coalescing in his palm, the searing heat distorting the very fabric of space. Yet he suddenly halted, leaving countless observers perplexed. What could this pause signify? They dared not inquire, only waiting in silent anticipation, as Thanos awakened before this immense power. Observing the 2 fallen Infinity Stones, Thanos scrambled to his feet, reaching out as if he were a beggar scrambling for coins on the ground. Alas, Menhuan sighed, reflecting on how the once all-powerful cosmic sovereign, capable of annihilating planets, had fallen to such depths. However, he could not absolve Thanos of his transgressions. He had slaughtered extraterrestrial beings with indifference, but invading his own homeland was an unforgivable sin. With a flash of blue light, the 2 Infinity Stones fell into Thanos' palm. The blue glow shimmered before him, akin to grasping the moon from the sky, as he slowly raised his trembling hands, gazing at their emptiness. Gone, all gone. In the end, it was merely a dream. His hopes flickered like the dying embers of a battlefield shrouded in black smoke. Wanda, Menhuan softly called, and Wanda's figure gradually emerged, standing before Thanos, her crimson aura emanating a chilling psychological terror. She understood. Menhuan understood too. Some matters must be concluded by her own hand. Her cloak was absent, her red attire stained with dust, and the blood at her brow had congealed into a scab. Although it was not her own experience, she had borrowed the power of Wanda from other universes. This karmic debt she must repay. The eyes that had once burned with starlight at Quicksilver's demise now overflowed with pure, chaotic energy. As she passed, the ground beneath her skirt blossomed with black magical patterns. And wherever she tread, the regeneration energy of Thanos crackled ominously. You killed him. Her voice, though soft, resonated across the battlefield. As she raised her hand, the tendrils of dark red mist, imbued with the essence of cosmic entropy, entwined her fingertips, replacing the once vibrant crimson glow of yore. What? Thanos, with his nearly bald head, was adorned with question marks. You gonna kill me? Who exactly did I slay? The mist from her palm transformed into countless tendrils, ensnaring the arm Thanos had raised, compelling certain entities that should have perished to truly return to their graves. The magical fog infiltrated Thanos' skin, causing the gem-enhanced muscles to begin to disintegrate, not in a physical sense, but as if erased from the fabric of reality itself. The magic would enlighten him to the fact that some debts are inescapable, even for gods. For the first time, fear flickered across his visage as his form grew translucent within the magic, yet he still endeavored to clutch the last vestiges of energy. But Wanda merely gazed upon him, as one would upon a corpse long overdue for decay. "Give up, Thanos," she murmured. "Go and inform Death that the overdue bill must be settled." The dark red light erupted, consuming all. Everyone was compelled to close their eyes, and when they reopened them, only the charred remnants of New York remained, with Wanda standing resolutely at the center. Her magic faded, and she knelt unsteadily on one knee, her fingertips still dripping with fragmented red light. Her eyes transformed back to a deep blue, now clearer than ever before. Slowly rising, Wanda walked towards the vanishing twilight, whispering a soft thank you to Menhuan. "Is that all?" Menhuan asked with a playful blink. "You are far too fickle." Wanda laughed, her joy mingling with the distant starlight, reminiscent of shattered crystals sparkling in the night. A thunderous cheer erupted above the ruins, followed by the weary laughter of humanity, leading into a grand celebration. Lorna shook the energy crystal in her hand, a remnant of the extraterrestrial power extracted from the wreckage of Sanctum II. The Oasis treasury could now forge 3 more Sentinel robots. As the dying rays of the sun illuminated the scene, the smoke of New York began to dissipate. Menhuan understood that the true finale had yet to arrive. But at this moment, the flicker of mortal hope continued to burn defiantly amid the cosmic tide. In this world, those who dare to confront the abyss, fragile, warm souls, have always wielded power greater than infinity itself. Chapter 142, The God of Humanity, once again shattering the alien invasion. Menhuan and the Oasis's renown had reached unprecedented heights. If Captain Steve was the idol of America, then Menhuan had become the global superhero icon. Even a deity, the skyline of New York was the first to illuminate. At 3 a.m, the torch of the Statue of Liberty erupted with a solar-like brilliance, the flowing light patterns on its bronze surface reflecting Menhuan himself. The first homeless individual to capture the video has, at this moment, garnered 300 million views on the world's largest portal, washing. His hoarse voice, tinged with tears, proclaims, "He has come. He is the deity descended upon Earth." Within 24 hours, the globe was engulfed in collective revelry. The London Eye transformed into a 6-colored beacon, each beam casting shadows reminiscent of the moment when the adherents of Simon shattered the infinity gauntlet with their bare hands. Even those who despised him most, the most shameless among us, were the first to succumb to frenzy. The colossal electronic screens in Shibuya, Tokyo, incessantly replayed his silhouette against the cosmos, while below, the same words scrolled in 100 languages, "The Shepherd of the Divine." The Council of Elders in Wakanda commanded their people to engrave his deeds upon the vibranium monument. Craftsmen discovered that the metal's surface spontaneously revealed patterns resonating with the light of gemstones, as if the entire planet acknowledged this divinity. Children sang a new hymn in Spanish. He shattered the bones of the snap, mending the wounds of the galaxy with stardust. Worship seeped from the material realm into the spiritual domain, as ascetics along the banks of the Ganges in India merged his image with that of Brahma, adorning their foreheads with 6-colored vermilion. Egyptian children depicted him catching meteors in sand art, dubbing him the new guardian of Orion. Devotees were already ensnared in madness, with discussions on social platforms bowing to the reconstructor, generating 1 million new entries every minute. Some even uploaded records of their cancer remission, attributing their recovery to the radiant projection of his light reflected by their bedside. Footage emerged of a tsunami retreating before the coastline he traversed, the waves seemingly bowing in reverence. The most awe-inspiring ceremony unfolded in Namibia. where 100,000 Khoisan assembled in the desert to create a star ring pattern spanning 2 kilometers in diameter with luminescent plants. All the elders knelt simultaneously, whispering in an ancient tongue that has endured for millennia. The devourer is also the nurturer. The shatterer is also the mender. Simon felt the immense power of faith. Upon his arrival, he gazed upon a throne constructed from massive stones, and with a mere gesture, summoned nourishing rains to descend upon the earth. This moment was captured by satellites, marking humanity's first visible divine rainfall. As mortals began to forge a new deity, panic ensued. During an emergency United Nations meeting, representatives from various nations fell silent before the image of the luminous temple gradually taking shape on the lunar surface. This structure, suspended above the crater, lacked any supporting framework. Its walls composed of flowing nebula material, each window reflecting the stars of different dimensions. The American representative slowly rose, rotating the flag before him 180 degrees, aligning the upper left corner of the stars and stripes towards the moon. He had become a living god. The Natural History Museum in London swiftly established a new exhibition area, the inaugural artifact being remnants of the purple armor left behind when Thanos disintegrated. Adjacent to it, a holographic projection looped the scene of the protagonist crushing the Infinity Gauntlet, accompanied by a narration that simply stated, "When humanity first touched the knuckle of a god, we finally understood that the chasm between fear and reverence is bridged by the gentle embrace of the universe." In a forsaken Avengers base, Loki's holographic image flickered to life as he fixated on the miniature star coalescing in Menhuan's palm, a sudden chuckle escaping his lips. "Brother, do you see? This new god is more deranged than Odin, yet more akin to a mortal than you." As night descended, 70% of the world's lights synchronized into a 6-color cycle. At the Uluru Rock in Australia, indigenous children danced around a bonfire, believing that the luminous trail of the protagonist was a divine blessing. In Antarctica, scientists at a research station uncovered ancient murals 3,000 meters beneath the ice, revealing new patterns. The outlines of 6 gems encircled a humanoid figure, perfectly aligning with a star map from 30,000 years ago. As the first rays of sunlight illuminated the earth once more, someone inscribed on the sands of a Pacific island, "Thanos brought the snap of death, and he brought the second heartbeat that made the entire universe hold its breath." Menhuan was indeed plagued by a headache. How was it that this phenomenon was universally acknowledged? The signs accompanying the birth of a saint were nearly complete, save for a divine stone descending from the heavens. Days passed in the blink of an eye, and after Menhuan had gathered the women and the oasis into his dimensional pocket, he vanished from Earth. In a desolate expanse of the cosmos, devoid of even a single planet for tens of thousands of light years, it seemed to have witnessed a great battle. Menhuan sat quietly in the void, and as his fingertips grazed the surface of the Soul Stone, the uneven dark golden patterns began to exude a liquid blackness, crawling toward his wrist like a living entity. It was eerie. He seemed to witness Thanos' body disintegrating into purple stardust a mere 10 steps away. His dying roar caught in his throat, a final resonance of the Soul Stone with its former master. Yet, all of this was abruptly severed the moment it touched the 4-colored radiance of his palm. With a surge of will, he shattered this connection, first casting the Power Stone into a bronze cauldron. As the thumb-sized crimson crystal pulsed with the heartbeat of a miniature supernova, a wave of heat coursed through his nerves. Menhuan heard the sizzling sound of his left arm's muscle fibers snapping and reassembling, intricate golden patterns emerging beneath his skin. It was the essence of power reshaping the limits of his body, and at the moment it fused with his heart, his chest erupted like a solar flare. Such horror! Menhuan was filled with profound reflection on the Power Stone. The might it bestowed was incomparably greater than his current steel form. At this moment, a multitude of energy tides from parallel universes flashed across his retinas. In one timeline, he beheld himself crushing a neutron star with his bare hands, gravitational waves coalescing into brilliant energy crystals between his fingers. The Soul Stone's response was subtler. As darkness surged into his consciousness, billions of soul fragments crashing within his mind. There were the desperate wails of those who perished at Thanos' hands, the final heartbeat of Gamora before her fall, and countless remnants of lives erased by Thanos floating in the void. Menhuan suddenly staggered, golden blood gushing from his nostrils only to heal instantaneously. It was a manifestation of wounds on a soul level. Chapter 143. The Multiverse. Can mortals wield divine authority? The essence of the 5 gemstones has long permeated the soul. The luminescence of the time gem erects a circular barrier outside the palace of memories, compressing the devoured fragments of souls into resplendent star rings. The energy of the space gem carves out independent dimensions in the depths of the sea of consciousness, entrapping the remnants of souls in an eternally plummeting abyss. When the soul gem fully integrates into his forehead, he opens his eyes, with 2 clusters of cerulean flames flickering in the depths of his pupils. These are the eyes of the soul, capable of piercing the very essence of life, scanning through the disintegrating celestial bodies and revealing the faint glimmer of sentient souls flowing within their cores. As the final piece of the puzzle clicks into place, the entire star domain seems to be pressed on pause. 6 gemstones form a counterclockwise rotating star ring around him. The time gem resembles a verdant hourglass. The space gem manifests as an indigo prism. The mind gem transforms into golden gears. The reality gem condenses into a crimson vortex. The power gem burns with purple flames. And the soul gem takes the form of dark golden pupils. They revolve around Menhuan's heart, reconstructing his biological magnetic field. His body annihilates and reconstitutes at the quantum level, his vertebrae splitting into 12 luminescent star pillars, while his ribs morph into transparent energy crystals. Each lobe of his lungs exuding a mist of light akin to the swirling arms of the Milky Way. As he raises his hand, a miniature cosmic explosion materializes in his palm, with a phoenix soaring within. The timeline weaves like golden threads between his fingers, and he can effortlessly sever any strand, causing a parallel universe to dissolve into stardust from the moment of its inception. The energy of space flows through his veins, and in a fleeting thought, a spatial passage manifesting directly to the Earth's core appears on the sun's surface, its inner walls flickering with projections from various dimensions. The power of the mind gem enables him to hear the collective consciousness of humanity, a symphony of myriad colors, where anger and hope collide to create a brilliant spiritual tsunami in the ocean of awareness. The most astonishing aspect is the fusion of reality and soul. He gazes at his arm, where iridescent hues flow across his skin. With a mere gesture, he conjures a burning star from the void, a manifestation of the reality gem's power to materialize imagination. At this moment, the soul gem bestows this star with a true core of life, birthing primordial life forms of energy within its core. Terrifying. Is this the rule of the universe? The energy of the power gem acts like a perpetual motion machine, allowing the star at his fingertips to burn continuously without consuming any matter, as if he himself embodies the singularity of the universe, possessing an inexhaustible source of energy. Creation. When mortals become the strings of the universe, a gentle strum reveals the broader mysteries of existence. In the dimension of time, he can simultaneously observe countless narratives of the present. In one parallel universe, Iron Man holds young Morgan's hand, teaching her to assemble a mechanical dinosaur. In another timeline, Thanos' fleet is torn to atoms by its own energy waves before reaching Earth. He can even touch the nodes of the timeline, giving a gentle push that causes a pivotal event to collapse and reorganize like a line of dominoes. In the realm of spatial dimensions, one comes to realize that the universe is but a multitude of folded membranes, each dimension governed by its own unique physical laws. His consciousness could instantaneously traverse hundreds of dimensions, witnessing a mirrored universe where humanity, harnessing the power of soul stones, constructed a soul network spanning galaxies, with each celestial body serving as a node within this intricate web. He perceived the truth of life. The soul stones unveiled that all existence is a confluence of energy and consciousness. Even planets and stars exhibited vague soul fluctuations. As he extended his hand to caress the lunar surface, the previously silent craters erupted in blue luminescence, a manifestation of the awakened planetary consciousness trembling in response. The most profound transformation unfolded within the realm of consciousness. He felt as though he transcended the human thought paradigm, acquiring the ability to think as the universe itself does, embodying divinity. The flow of energy, the cycles of causality, and the equilibrium of dimensions coalesced into a flawless physical model within his mind. When he spoke, His voice resonated with the dual rhythms of stellar collapse and nebular birth, each syllable capable of rippling through reality, conjuring solid islands of dark matter in the void, whispering annihilation as the antimatter clouds of a distant star field responded with disintegration. Ultimately, when he gazed upon his own heart, the radiance of 6 infinity stones fused into flesh and blood, forming hexagonal patterns, each line corresponding to distinct cosmic laws. He rose to his feet, gravity relinquished its hold, and a subspace field, vital for sustaining life, spontaneously enveloped him. Looking up towards Earth, he could discern the luminous souls of every mortal. Some shone like supernovae, such as Wanda, while others flickered like candle flames, like a child weeping in an alley. When his fingertips grazed his temple, he suddenly laughed. He was now both the observer and the scribe of the universe. The 6 fundamental cosmic laws of time, space, power, soul, mind, and reality resonated within him, transforming him into a walking sovereign of the cosmos. As the first rays of stellar light crossed the Milky Way, he raised his hand to catch a shooting star. A fleeting mark of light flickered in his palm, and the meteorite transmuted into a vessel woven from starlight, its prow adorned with ancient runes he had never encountered. Crafted by the reality stone from his subconscious, a creation surpassing known civilizations. He understood that from this moment onward, the narrative of the universe was no longer a predetermined script. As the mortal vessel bore divine powers, he became the unknown variable within the Marvel universe, the ultimate answer to the fears of terrestrial beings. He, a being more perilous and unpredictable than the Infinity Stones, was awakening his own eye, one that encompassed the entirety of the cosmos amidst the starry seas, the deity of the multiverse. All these transformations arose because he had ascended to godhood. In the first instance, the primordial deities of the Marvel universe sensed his presence. Aside from death, the others appeared to be merely awakening from a deep slumber. It was too swift. When they turned their attention to Simon, they seemed not to regard him with much concern, only to find upon reopening their eyes that he had already risen to their level. The speed was so swift that they were utterly unprepared, thinking, "Do we merely doze off for a moment?" Little did they know that at this very instant, Menhuan was completely stunned. He beheld another Earth. "Brother Ding Ding, is that my Earth?" Menhuan trembled with disbelief and excitement, his quivering voice betraying his own astonishment. Indeed, when you transcend the multiverse, your consciousness can envelop the entire infinite multiverse. In that moment of breakthrough, your spirit can briefly perceive the path you traversed. Can I return? Chapter 144, The Cosmic Collision. Death approaches. Menhuan had never felt such exhilaration, not even when he acquired the Phoenix Force or the first Infinity Stone. This was a yearning for home. He simply wished to return alive. His obsession was to resurrect his parents. He feared that time would slip away and he would never see them again. The tree wishes to be still, yet the wind does not cease. The child longs to care for their parents, yet they are no longer present. Thus, he relentlessly slaughtered demons in the dark dimension. At times, he even contemplated annihilating the universe, only to suppress such thoughts. Recognizing that everyone is born of a mother and father, he worried, too, that as an outsider, he might be a parasitic force that could destroy the universe and face judgment from the court of life. At this moment, he had already harnessed the power of the Infinity Stones to erase the entire universe except for Earth. Temporarily, you cannot return unless you become an omniscient and omnipotent being. Currently, your power is insufficient to breach the cosmic origin wall of the Marvel Universe. Even if you were to return, your strength would not allow you to take them from Fengdu City. Do not force anything. Your bond in this lifetime is already precious. Only seek what is in this life, not the next. The words of the bronze cauldron extinguished Menhuan's fervor, akin to being doused with cold water. Sighing heavily, he pondered the distant road home. If he could acquire Deadpool's belt that transcends the fourth wall, would he not be able to return to the real universe of Earth? Unwilling to concede, he contemplated Deadpool's abilities. You cannot allow Deadpool to traverse the real universe. That is merely a depiction in comics, and he can never truly enter reality. The bronze cauldron responded once more. Deadpool's ability to breach the fourth wall and enter the Marvel editorial office was merely a whimsical doodle by the Marvel editors. Menhuan smiled wryly, acknowledging the daunting journey ahead. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed. "You truly are a troublemaker." The projection of the goddess of death reappeared. But this time her tone was notably less condescending, for Menhuan now possessed the strength to converse with them as an equal. Death? Menhuan replied coldly. His mood was far from amiable. He was prepared to confront anyone who approached him, and she had unwittingly stepped into his line of fire. Have you taken leave of your senses? I seem to have done nothing to provoke you, and yet you killed my peace in this universe, Thanos. I have yet to settle the score with you. Death retorted with displeasure. Despite her exalted status as the creator deity, she remained a woman with a notoriously fiery temperament. It was either a battle or a discussion. Menhuan's weapon remained indifferent. In the past, he had not feared the creator deity, and naturally, he felt no trepidation now. You, oomph. Death was incensed, exclaiming that if the foul man had the ability, he should venture into the ultimate universe for a duel. Damn him. Anger aside, she continued to gesture toward a specific point in space. Look at the mess you've made. You inadvertently opened a cosmic passage during your ascension. A cosmic passage? Menhuan followed her gaze and beheld an unusually irregular black hole. This black hole was unlike the common ones found in the universe. Typically, such black holes would devour all matter in proximity, including light. However, the black hole before him remained eerily calm. Was this indeed the cosmic passage that Death spoke of? Through the dark void, he glimpsed another azure planet appearing on the other side, Earth. It turned out he had unwittingly opened a portal between two universes. Was there a problem with that? Meanwhile, on the other side of the black hole, in the vast conference room of the Avengers Tower, a group of individuals squinted suspiciously at the enormous rift in the sky. Could it be another alien invasion? Why did those damned extraterrestrials always fixate on Earth? Wait, what are we witnessing? On the other side of the rift stood the Statue of Liberty in New York. Oh my goodness, what is happening? A parallel universe of Earth has materialized before our very eyes. Could parallel universes truly exist? Is there another version of ourselves in a different universe? I doubt it's that simple. Perhaps it's an illusion created by mutants, and we've all fallen prey to it? Tony, Thor, Captain America, Black Widow, and others voiced their opinions, leaning towards the belief in parallel universes. Ladies and gentlemen, this is indeed a parallel universe. I can assure you that what you're witnessing is the genuine cosmos, not an illusion. Suddenly, a man stepped forward and spoke calmly. Low Phone, are you certain of what you say? Absolutely, replied the man known as Low Phone, nodding with confidence. The indigenous people here, not having attained a certain level, remained unaware of the existence of parallel universes. Yet as a traveler, he certainly understood. Since Low Phone claimed that the other side was a parallel universe, who would be willing to venture forth and investigate? Nick Fury spoke coolly. Let us refrain from hasty actions. It will be prudent to monitor this spatial rift closely. We remain uncertain whether it is friend or foe. If this rift was intentionally created, it would be a catastrophic misfortune. We cannot discern whether a being capable of opening such a cosmic passage is an ally or an adversary. Thus, we should not invade recklessly. Lo Feng stati seriously. To seek answers, we must dispatch a member skilled in disguise, yet of moderate strength, to explore further. Could it be that the other party is also probing us, waiting for us to send out scouts so they can capture them and extract our information? Black Widow raised an objection, as she was most familiar with such espionage tactics. It was possible that they had set a trap, anticipating our move. But how can we ascertain the truth without taking action? We must seize the initiative. I am weary of being on the defensive. Tony furrowed his brow and declared, I'll go. A timid young voice interjected, prompting everyone to turn their heads. The familiar voice belonged to Spider-Man. As a devoted admirer of Tony, Spider-Man was determined not to let his godfather worry. Don't look at me like that. Rest assured, I possess spider sense and a high-tech stealth suit. They won't detect me, Peter Parker hastily assured. After exchanging glances, the group nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Parker was indeed the most suitable candidate for reconnaissance. All right, exercise utmost caution, Nick Fury advised, patting Parker on the shoulder. After a brief preparation, Parker traversed the cosmos, arriving in this universe alone. His small figure darted like a flash of light, evading notice thanks to the superb stealth device. He avoided densely populated urban areas and landed in a suburban forest in New York with a thud, kneeling gracefully. Though his conspicuous Spider-Man suit was rather ostentatious in broad daylight, Parker quickly tapped his nanosuit, transforming his outfit into a stylish black suit. This is indeed a parallel universe. There are virtually no differences from our own, he mused, brushing off dust from his pants and surveying his surroundings with a smile. Suddenly, as if struck by an epiphany, he excitedly sprinted toward the nearby street. Parker? Parker! Damn it! I knew it. Motherf! The other universe's Nick Fury cursed darkly, his expression grim. The communication link abruptly severed. Meanwhile, in the desolate expanse of the universe, Menhuan was listening to Death recount the secrets of Marvel's multiverse. Do you truly believe Thanos is dead? Have those you once vanquished really perished? Chapter 145. The Traveler from Another World, the Infinite Multiverse. Death's haunting voice sent a shiver through Menhuan, and suddenly a thought began to proliferate wildly in his mind. The Soul Stone. Any being slain by the power of the Infinity Stones has its soul devoured by the Soul Stone. Referring to Avengers. Endgame. Those who have passed did not truly die, but were instead transported to a realm of the deceased, possibly the soul world crafted by the Soul Stone itself. Thus, Thanos may not have genuinely perished. Could he be hiding within the Soul Stone? Yet that doesn't add up. The Soul Stone has already consumed him. So why would Death say such things? You figured it out? Death gazed at Menhuan with an enigmatic expression. A glimmer of understanding flickered within him. Yet he remained perplexed. Why has Thanos not met his demise, given that the Soul Stone has seamlessly fused with my being? Menhuan inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Death. You ought to comprehend that this is an entirely different dimension of Death, one that is exclusive to the Soul Stone, Death elucidated. Any soul that meets its end at the hands of the Infinity Stones will inevitably enter this realm. The Soul Stone possesses the ability to access this dimension and even release souls from within it. Would you not wish to witness it? Menhuan nodded, unperturbed by the prospect of entering the Soul Stone's Death dimension. For Death, as the deity overseeing the dominion of mortality across the multiverse, inspired a certain confidence within him. He felt no trepidation about the possibility of an ambush. Death regarded him with admiration, recognizing him as a man of resolute confidence. With a graceful wave of her hand, a multitude of stars materialized before them. You should observe closely. These constellations, densely interconnected like the veins of a human body, represent individual universes. The numerous individual universes collectively form the multiverse, a tapestry continuously woven with the threads of creation and annihilation. In theory, there exist infinite individual universes, including one directly opposite to yours. Here we are, Death proclaimed, suddenly pointing towards a vast expanse of nothingness. As he turned to follow her gaze, he beheld an unimaginably dark superuniverse, its enormity dwarfing the stars he had just witnessed by more than tenfold. The area of this universe surpassed that of an ordinary individual universe, instilling a sense of dread within him. Ahead lay the Death dimension constructed by the Soul Stone, accessible to all who possessed it. You must understand that each individual universe harbors its own Infinity Stones. Thus, you are not their sole master, Death continued. Menhuan nodded, aware as a traveler across realms of the temporal management depicted in American television series. Infinity Stones were so abundant that they could serve as paperweights, a drawer filled with them resembling mere trinkets. So, are you suggesting that they might escape? Could Thanos possibly break free to seek vengeance upon me? He retorted, do you know the name of the universe opposite yours? Death responded unexpectedly, leaving Menhuan bewildered. He could only prompt her further. What universe? The Marvel Primary Universe, designated as 616. At this revelation, Menhuan felt a chill run down his spine. He was now aware that it was among the most formidable universes known. The power of the primary universe depicted in comics was indisputable. With superheroes of unparalleled strength, their abilities fully unleashed, far beyond the cinematic realm's capacity. The stage of 616 beckoned, a gathering of all Marvel heroes since its inception, a chaotic cosmos where even the existence of the multiverse was acknowledged. Do you mean to say that we cannot withstand the opposing forces? Do you believe that your oasis can endure against them? Given a little more time, perhaps you could allow your oasis to flourish and expand further. Yet, you have inadvertently opened Pandora's box, hastening the arrival of chaos. My oasis possesses boundless superpowers, alongside the formidable Wanda, who has awakened prematurely, and the Omega-level mutants, such as Chu Liling Dai. Naturally, Menhuan is unconvinced, asserting his capability to mass-produce Omega-level mutants. If provoked, he could instantaneously conjure dozens of Omega-level mutants to decimate the main universe. Of course, he would not disclose this to Death. The secrets of the Bronze Cauldron are beyond anyone's grasp. Death spoke calmly. I'm afraid the adversary not only has Wanda, but also the Dark Phoenix. They possess a multitude, including Franklin, as well as numerous Omega-level mutants, and even the Rune King Thor. Although you can manufacture formidable mutants in bulk, can you also create the power of the Phoenix? Menhuan pondered, realizing he might indeed capture the power of the Phoenix and the forces of chaos. But he wouldn't divulge that. Well then, Menhuan shrugged, unwilling to reveal too many secrets. Too many words can lead to misfortune. Death smiled, finally able to temper your arrogance. By the way, I have another secret to share. The opposing side has an intriguing individual who happens to be from your hometown. Death suddenly smiled broadly, a rare display of emotion. From my hometown? Menhuan's heart raced. Indeed, that kind of hometown connection. Death nodded, teasingly observing Menhuan's reaction. You're in luck. Your fellow townsman has traversed the main universe and endured numerous trials to become a member of the Avengers. Upon hearing this, Menhuan inhaled deeply, realizing the absurdity. A traveler must possess a golden finger. Do you know his information? Menhuan asked earnestly. He is a filmmaker, well, he has now begun to bask in the sun. Menhuan exclaimed, what the hell? Superman in iron form. This guy isn't foolish. He knows how to make such a film. If he were to make something like Pangu creating the heavens and the earth, wouldn't I be doomed? Menhuan's scalp tingled, praying that the essence of Pangu had been fully drained by the travelers. Returning to the main topic. Do you understand why you have opened Pandora's box? Death's tone seemed to carry a hint of excitement. Why? You have disrupted the balance of the infinite multiverse. The collision of two universes has altered everything. The unbalanced multiverse is beginning to shift its cosmic positions, and soon it will collide with other universes. As Death spoke, she lightly waved her hand, revealing the two unbalanced, singular universes slowly converging. If this continues, yes. Menhuan felt as though his head might explode. Will the tribunal of life not intervene? Menhuan exclaimed. If the individual universes were to collide unchecked, the entirety of the infinite multiverse would intertwine, resulting in a boundless cosmos. Chapter 146. The Court of Life is no more. The ascended divine race emerges. The ancient Court of Life has perished, and its successor seems to have received some profound directive. Death unveils a staggering secret. The supreme entity of the vast universe, the Court of Life, has met its demise. He could hardly fathom the magnitude of such power, who possessed the audacity to slay the embodiment of the OA. Truly, a formidable and terrifying madman. The identity of the being that obliterated the Court of Life eludes my understanding. Such an existence is beyond my reach. Death shook its head. In any case, a new Court of Life has already come into being. Menhuan frantically scoured through his mind. He seldom engaged with comics and had not delved deeply into the subject. His scant knowledge gleaned from occasional educational videos on Douyin. The Court of Life. The Court of Life. He feverishly searched for knowledge regarding the Court of Life. Fortunate that his mind was more adept than any computer, capable of retaining every memory. Once he concluded his mental search, an overwhelming sense of unease enveloped him. The original Court of Life had been vanquished by the ascended divine race. The primordial Court of Life was an ancient and powerful cosmic entity, its existence spanning as long as the universe itself. It bore three visages symbolizing fairness, necessity, and vengeance. These three faces must reach consensus for the Court of Life to take action. The core responsibility of the Court of Life is to prevent any single universe from amassing excessive power or disrupting the balance among the cosmos. It also oversees the dichotomy of good and evil within the universe, ensuring that neither side completely overwhelms the other. Following its defeat at the hands of the ascended divine race, the corpse of the Court of Life was cast upon the moons of each universe. After the original Court of Life was slain by the ascended divine race, the multiverse required a new guardian. Adam Warlock from Earth 19141 absorbed a fragment of the essence of the Court of Life and forged an agreement with that transcendent being, becoming the new Court of Life. That transcendent being was none other than the OA. However, his tenure was tragically brief, as he was slain by the Lord of Order and the Lord of Chaos. Damn it, The court of life is indeed a perilous vocation. As for the ascended divine race, they are nothing short of a taboo existence. The ascended divine race was created by the celestial gods during the second universe era, known as Omega, standing in opposition to Alpha of the first firmament. After the destruction of the second universe, its fragmented remnants became isolated from the multiverse and unobservable. Thus, the celestial gods bestowed upon the ascended divine race the mission of the White King, tasking them with safeguarding the multiverse amidst the relics of the second universe. The power of the ascended divine race is nearly omnipotent, enabling them to utilize an infinitesimal fraction of their strength to create countless cosmic cubes. During the secret wars of the primary universe 616, the Celestials were effortlessly slaughtered by the Beyonders, who decimated a tier of individual universes. Along with the 5 great creator gods and the living tribunal, the Beyonders possess a penchant for experimentation, observing and manipulating the multiverse at their whim. They engineered the Molecule Man, a being whose explosive potential could lead to the annihilation of an entire universe. And they devised a plan to simultaneously trigger the demise of these entities across all realities, witnessing the simultaneous extinction of all things within the multiverse. Are they not a truly deranged race? Furthermore, they established the World Library, a conduit connecting various parallel universes, allowing individuals from disparate realities to acquire knowledge. They nearly exterminated their creators, the Celestials, leaving only a scant few survivors. The Celestials serve as the overseers of the universe, tasked with maintaining its normal operations and order. They conduct experiments and judgments on lesser life forms, creating the Eternals and deviants from selected species. However, under the intervention of the Beyonders, the authority and responsibilities of the Celestials faced formidable challenges. During the era of the Seventh Universe, the Beyonders launched an assault on the Celestials, nearly obliterating the entire group. The Beyonders deemed the existence and interference of the Celestials unnecessary, even detrimental, and thus undertook a large-scale eradication. This conflict culminated in the near extinction of the Celestials, with only a handful managing to survive. The actions of the Beyonders stemmed from their unique understanding of cosmic balance, believing that the multiverse required extreme rebirth and destruction to achieve a semblance of ultimate equilibrium. This philosophy starkly contrasts with the Celestials' commitment to maintaining stability and order within the universe. It is indeed unfortunate for the Celestials to have created such a malevolent entity. With clarity of thought, Menhuan realized that Adam's demise was imminent, destined to meet his end sooner or later. It must be said that the One Above All is a rather negligent presence, seemingly indifferent to the Marvel Universe unless its potential annihilation is at stake. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Menhuan, hunting the Beyonders. The mere thought sent waves of excitement coursing through him. Menhuan, you are indeed a little genius. Is the universe not on the brink of convergence? At that moment, the Molecule Man and Dr. Doom would likely perish along with the Beyonders. Could he not seize the opportunity? Are you afraid? Death regarded the dazed and trembling Menhuan with astonishment. Huh? No, this is excitement. Sheer exhilaration. How can I not be pleased by such a challenging endeavor? Furthermore, it's a case of compatriots meeting, tears welling in their eyes. Menhuan was abruptly roused by Death's booming voice, and he began to ramble without a moment's hesitation. Huh, is that so? I've heard tales of compatriots meeting and then getting shot in the back, Death derided. Those are mere fabrications. Menhuan retorted with fervor. Huh, Death smiled silently. Nowadays, it is merely a series of solitary universes colliding, followed by a multitude of such encounters. The specters of the death dimension are on the verge of crawling out of hell for vengeance, should countless Thanos figures unite. Ah, my great hero, how shall you respond? Death's eyes, sparkling with mischief, fell upon Menhuan. At this moment, Menhuan's mind was consumed with the thought of hunting down those various universe travelers and acquiring the Phoenix Force. With so many possessing the Phoenix Force, would it not lead to his own prosperity? This Marvel Universe has indeed been generous to him, presenting a delightful surprise. Who knows how much life, energy those travelers might possess? If one were to yield 200 billion, then he could slay 20 or 30 of them, and perhaps eliminate a transcendent deity. With some effort, if he could merge a bit of the Phoenix Force, he could return home. Hey, Death called out in dissatisfaction. What are you daydreaming about? They're coming to kill you. Oh, You mean to say you would help me? If I refuse your cooperation, it's a dead end? Upon regaining his focus, Menhuan shot her a glance, remarking, "Your status is too low." As soon as these words escaped his lips, the confident expression on Death's face crumbled, and anger surged within her, prompting a desire to strangle the insolent boy before her. Chapter 147. The missing Spider-Man Parker Forget It. Death sighed in frustration, fully aware of this boy's wretched temperament. Yet what of it? As long as the infinite multiverses continued to collide, she could foresee the rapid expansion of her realm of death. She knew all too well that this boy would not willingly embrace solitude. He could not remain low-key. The momentum of this situation affects the entirety of the infinite multiverse, a force none could escape. His Oasis Legion would not cease to expand. Their formidable power was terrifying, as the innocent often bear the burden of suspicion. All right, I must take my leave, but thank you for sharing all this information. I shall let you entertain them. Menhuan said with a cheerful demeanor. He felt immensely grateful that fate had finally remembered him. Little Pig Parker turned off all communication devices and dashed toward his home in Queens like a joyful madman. He was eager to see his uncle once more, even if the likelihood of that reunion was but a mere one in 10,000. Bang, bang, bang. Parker impatiently knocked on the door, but no one came to answer. In a stroke of determination, he opened the door himself. A mere door could not deter our Spider-Man. As he gazed upon the familiar, yet strange room, warmth filled his heart. He cherished every corner, attempting to uncover remnants of past joy, though he was not happy now. Yet, upon entering his own room and beholding his tattered possessions, his desk, textbooks, basketball, his eyes brimmed with tears, awash in nostalgia. As his gaze lingered upon the clock on the desk, he was utterly taken aback. The twilight was cascading down from the slanted roof of the brownstone, as if 2012 had been suspended in time. It was not until he noticed the tarnished copper numbers on his doorstep, glimmering a dull crimson beneath the rusted porch, that the realization dawned upon him. 2012. The photographs adorning the hallway wall halted his steps. Uncle Ben stood beside an apple tree in a faded checkered shirt, his arms enveloping Aunt May, who appeared 2 decades younger. Sunlight seemed to dwell within the laughter lines etched upon their faces, while beneath the photograph, a solid wood cabinet cradled the badge, its nickel surface coated with a fine layer of dust. "Peter, you've returned?" A hoarse call emanated from the kitchen, reminiscent of an old tape worn down by sandpaper. Startled, Parker turned and accidentally knocked over the pot of Venus flytrap by the door, the sound of shattered ceramic mingling with Aunt May, who approached, steadying herself against the countertop. Her hair had turned completely white, resembling cotton threads touched by morning frost. Her back curved like a wooden door long exposed to dampness. And from the pocket of her apron, half of an aluminum foil wrapping for an antacid peeked out. "Aunt May?" His voice caught in his throat as his gaze traced the faded rose tattoo upon her wrist, an embellishment he had once deceived her into believing was merely a temporary tattoo when he was 16. Her murky eyes widened suddenly, and the fine china teacup in her hand trembled, spilling amber tea that formed irregular stains upon the countertop. "You should not be like this." Aunt May's fingers unconsciously stroked the patched fabric of the apron, remnants of Uncle Ben's old work pants sewn into it. "When you left, you said you would become a good man, but not like this. You're not him." Peter's fingertips brushed against the badge on the wooden cabinet, the metal edges bearing the very same nicks as those etched in his memory. It was the badge that had been bent when Uncle Ben pursued a fugitive. Deep within a drawer, a half-yellowed notebook protruded, and he recognized his own awkward handwriting from when he was 16. Birthday gift for Aunt May. New oven knob. Yet, the oven in the kitchen corner had long succumbed to rust, and 3 medicine bottles adorned the windowsill, their labels reading heart failure and hypertension, piercing his eyes with a sharp ache. Words lodged in his throat like cotton, rendering him unable to utter that term. Aunt May turned to retrieve milk from the refrigerator, her movements slow and deliberate, as if she were a marionette deprived of its spring. Inside the refrigerator lay only half a dozen eggs and frost-covered frozen meals. "Cancer," she said, her back to him. "It was during your senior year, and you always claimed to be busy with academic competitions." Her voice suddenly faltered. She pressed her knuckles against the refrigerator door, water droplets condensing on the glass, sliding down her hand. Parker's attention was drawn to a glass jar at the center of the dining table, filled with crumpled dollar bills. A crooked note affixed to its side reading, Peter S. College Fund. The bottom of the jar housed a few coins, reflecting the twilight's glow, reminiscent of tomorrows that would never be sufficient. His web shooter warmed against his thigh, yet he lacked the strength to even lift his arm. In this universe, Uncle Ben had not perished by gunfire. Instead, he had been devoured by illness in a time that had never existed for him, reduced to a mere shadow upon the photograph. As Aunt May turned, he noticed half of a yellowed newspaper clipping peeking from her apron pocket. The passing of community hero Mr. Parker. The date was April 2010. At that moment, in the primary universe, he donned a tattered mask, awkwardly shooting webs on the streets of New York. It turned out that the butterfly of the parallel world had broken its wings long before his birth. "I'm sorry," he heard himself whisper, his voice as fragile as shards of pottery scattered on the ground. Aunt May approached unsteadily, her age-spotted hand resting on his cheek, her warmth considerably cooler than he remembered. "Silly child," she smiled, tears glistening in the creases of her eyes. Regardless of the time, May would always await her Peter's return. Yet, at times, when she gazed at the photograph on the wall, Uncle Ben's eyes seemed to flicker in the twilight, as fate often trivialized the weight of the future. When the first tear fell onto the badge, Peter realized he was trembling. Aunt May's apron brushed against the collar of his school uniform, still carrying the familiar scent of lavender laundry detergent, now mingled with the sterile aroma of the hospital. He suddenly recalled that last week, the Aunt May of the primary universe had just learned to send voice messages on her smartphone, often messaging him at 3 in the morning not to indulge in cheeseburgers. The elderly woman before him struggled to lift her hand to wipe his tears, needing to pause twice. "Do you want something to eat?" Aunt May turned to open the cupboard, which held nothing but oatmeal and expired peanut butter. The refrigerator contained frozen lasagna, a gift from the community church. Her voice halted abruptly as Parker sank to his knees. The twilight deepened, streetlights gradually illuminating, casting elongated shadows of the flytrap on the windowsill. Parker stared at the spider logo on his school uniform, suddenly feeling as though the emblem resembled an eternally unhealed wound. It turned out that the most cruel aspect was not the loss itself, but in another timeline, even the loss had faded into a mere photograph. Parker had vanished. He resolved to accompany Aunt May through the final chapter of her life. To hell with the Avengers. Unbeknownst to him, he had already lost far too much. Chapter 148. The Completely Mutated Universe. Parker's intellect was undeniable. He took this world's Parker on an impromptu journey around the globe. As for Nick Fury, he was unable to reach him and had no choice but to dispatch another mutant with the ability to become invisible and teleport. This individual was named Claire, essentially a subordinate of the Traveler Low Phone, collaborating with the Avengers. Claire was equipped with a signal transmitter and a miniature super camera invented by Iron Man, capable of capturing 100T. He installed the super signal transmitter on the ground, enabling signals to traverse wormholes. The Avengers of that universe would then receive the signals, and Claire meticulously executed her orders. "We have signal," Nick Fury exclaimed joyfully. At that moment, everyone witnessed the footage Claire captured while walking, the clarity eliciting praise. "Claire, can you hear me?" Nick Fury called out, only to be met with a crackling sound of electricity. At last, Claire's voice came through, albeit with a noticeable delay, perhaps due to the peculiarities of the two universes. A few seconds of delay were inconsequential. You began to probe into the circumstances of the various formidable individuals in this world, questioning whether their development diverged from ours or if their personalities had transformed. Nick Fury harbored concerns that even in a parallel universe, as per science fiction theory, each choice a person makes gives rise to different life trajectories and character traits. Thus, he needed to ascertain the truth. "Understood," Claire responded. Subsequently, he wandered the streets like an ordinary individual, searching for subtle clues and casually inquiring from passers-by for rudimentary information. His primary objective was to locate a laptop to access the internet for further inquiries. It appeared that this world bore no significant differences from our own. After observing for over an hour, Nick Fury and his companions arrived at this conclusion. In terms of architecture, ethnicity, language, and more, there seemed to be no distinctions whatsoever. This revelation alleviated their anxiety. At the very least, it seemed to be a perfectly normal world, not one steeped in the bizarre. However, when Claire clandestinely acquired a laptop to seek information online, he was utterly taken aback. Even the Avengers across the way were astounded, their eyes wide as they fixated on the transmitted images. Thanks to Simon Wong's ostentatiousness, he had made a plethora of information publicly accessible, rallying support from mutants and himself. A wealth of information was readily available online, with no hint of concealment whatsoever. How could this information not astonish Nick Fury and his counterparts from the other universe? An oasis? A mutant kingdom? Natasha? Hawkeye? Rhodes? Charles? They were all dead? What on earth is a Sentinel robot? What? My wife Susan ran off with him? Stop crying. My Jean Grey has left too. And my son is dead. Damn it. My Pietro has perished as well. Oh my god. Wasn't Thanos supposed to be dead at our hands? Damn. Even Thanos is dead. The entire Avengers Tower exploded, and a chorus of gasps filled the air as they clutched their heads in disbelief. The world had shifted dramatically. It seemed that the root of all this chaos lay with that man. Who? Simon Wong. Nick Fury stared intently at the screen. This man had appeared more than once. He was present at every significant event. We need to heighten our vigilance regarding this universe immediately and even organize a team to infiltrate their ranks. Luo Feng stated with utmost seriousness. While others were bewildered, was he still unaware of the situation? Clearly, Simon Wong, like himself, was not originally a character in the Marvel Universe. He must be a traveler from another dimension. Nick Fury nodded solemnly. A considerable number of heroes had perished or betrayed them, indicating that Simon Wong's personal strength was exceedingly formidable. Wait, how could the technology in this universe be so advanced? Goodness, is that a starship? Have they even begun to explore the realms of time and space travel? Their pace is certainly no slower than ours. The inhabitants of the Avengers Tower have grown somewhat numb, and it appears that their adversaries possess technology even more formidable than their own. As for selecting an undercover agent, that task is exceedingly simple. After all, they hail from parallel universes, resembling clones more closely than one might imagine. Ultimately, it was decided that Captain America would serve as the infiltrator. If there is anyone Nick Fury can trust, it is undoubtedly Captain America. While anyone else might betray them, Captain America remains steadfast, and thus his life trajectory and character will remain unchanged. Claire continues to meander through New York, while the 616 version of Captain America has been discreetly brought to the city by an invisible mutant. Meanwhile, Menhuan hastens his steps. Should the infinite multiverses collide and merge into a singular infinite universe, it would herald a truly merciless and dark wilderness. The Marvel editorial team is accustomed to adjusting their narratives. If the balance of power collapses, they simply discard it, as seen with the Management Bureau in the Loki series. The calibration of spatial energy with the gravitational anchor point of the Qin Heavy Industries base on the far side of the moon has been completed. A mechanical voice, imbued with the resonance of bronze chimes, echoes in his ears. It is the quantum AI, Qin Core 9 chapters, activated by the Mind Stone. With core code, derived from a mysterious mercury alloy plates unearthed from the Terracotta Army site. As Menhuan raises his hand, the vibranium wristband projects a holographic star map, revealing a honeycomb structure floating in Mars orbit, which is expelling liquid metal. 30,000 nanomechanical clusters are constructing a circular defensive perimeter at a speed that reshapes 1 square kilometer every second. The antimatter furnace is activated, directing vibranium ore into the third quadrant. His voice, intertwined with the tremor of the space stone, triggers a chain reaction at the construction site beyond Jupiter's magnetosphere. 12 towering planetary furnaces, reminiscent of the Great Wall, simultaneously emit blue-white plasma streams, forging rare metals mined from the asteroid belt into gravitational lenses capable of distorting time and space. The surfaces of these massive metallic rings, suspended in geosynchronous orbit, are adorned with intricate patterns of fused Wakandan vibranium and Kree Empire dark energy alloys. When Menhuan channels his divine power through the Time Stone, an energy matrix reminiscent of the river diagram materializes upon the surface of the rings. This is the Qin Core AI's manifestation of the universal laws of the Infinity Stones, rendered in a Chinese cosmological perspective. Most breathtakingly, at the core of the defensive perimeter lies the Z-Way central hub. Menhuan stands on an anti-gravity platform materialized by the Reality Stone, observing the prismatic structure beneath him as it absorbs high-energy particles from solar winds. The surface, coated with bioalloy plates, exhibits visible growth, with golden fluid seeping from its seams, a bioenergy source that combines the power of the phoenix and gamma energy. He continually extracts energy from the sun, his steel form embodying the quintessential Kryptonian physique. Yet, he has arrived too late. A millennium is far too long, and he cannot wait until that time arrives. The logo of Daqin Heavy Industries has been deconstructed into quantum runes, aligned along the 12 ridges of the central tower. Whenever Qin Core 9 chapters harnesses the computational power of the Mind Stone, the runes illuminate with an amber glow reminiscent of the pupils of the terracotta warriors. Alert! Alert! A reconnaissance vessel from the Skolu has been detected at the edge of the solar system. The alert from the Qin Core resonates with the lingering echoes of chimes. Chapter 149. The Total Mobilization of War in the 616 Main Universe. Menhuan's fingertips glided through the void, as 6 gems arranged themselves in a stellar array within his palm, causing the craters on the far side of the moon to suddenly fissure. 300 white Emperor-class warplanes, crafted from a fusion of vibranium and symbiotic technology, soared into the skies, their surfaces shifting in real time according to the energy fields of the gems. Further afield, a dark matter reactor on the inner side of Saturn's rings erupted, expanding a quantum barrier with a diameter of 20,000 kilometers around the defensive perimeter, transforming the force field of the spatial gem into a visible, ink-like luminosity, a visualization system designed by the Qin Core AI based on Zhuangzi's concept of the empty room producing white. As the alien fleet's violet beams reached the orbit of Mars, Menhuan snapped his fingers. Simultaneously, the gravitational lens on the defensive perimeter refracted, concentrating the charged particles of solar wind into golden blades of light, etching flowing trails across the cosmos akin to a grand landscape painting. The flagship, at the moment it encountered the light blades, had its outer shell of a unique alloy instantaneously melted away. Subsequently, the entire vessel oxidized and disintegrated under the intense solar storm, transforming into a metallic graveyard adrift in the starry expanse. Coordinates were sent throughout the universe. Menhuan gazed towards Earth, where the ringed defensive perimeter had begun to take shape, each layer inscribed with the imprints of civilization from oracle bones to quantum formulas. The Qin Core AI converted his will into quantum signals, forming a flickering matrix of Chinese characters beyond the Kuiper Belt. Here lies Earth. Here lies Earth. I, the sovereign of infinite gems, vow that any hand raised with a blade shall grasp its own tombstone. This audacious declaration echoed throughout the universe via quantum signals. In the starry sky, scientists of the Kree Empire observed the mythic circular architecture through their telescopes, trembling as they inscribed in their logs. They are not constructing fortifications. They are wielding stars as pens, rewriting the definition of civilization upon the cosmic parchment. Those flowing golden patterns evidently signify a cosmic reconciliation between ancient Eastern deities and alien technology. Damn it! This desolate planet in the Milky Way dares to openly provoke the entire universe. A high-ranking official from a distant, powerful empire beyond the Milky Way bellowed. Shut your mouth. Do you wish for us all to perish alongside you? The cosmic overlord Thanos met his end on Earth. You fool. Dispatch orders. Henceforth, no force or individual is permitted to enter the Milky Way. Those who defy this command shall face annihilation. In the 616 universe, Captain America Steve has spent half a month on Earth. 616 Nick Fury had Steve controlled. Without the director, one might have thought Captain America was equally matched with anyone. A mere telepathic mutant was easily able to return him to a dormant state, allowing 616 Captain America to take his place. Of course, Sharon Carter remained oblivious to Captain America's predicament, continuing to indulge in joyful pursuits, which 616 Captain America gladly accepted. On that day, he returned to the 616 universe. After half a month of investigation, the Avengers had gathered a general understanding of the situation. The expansive conference room was filled with individuals, including Nick Fury, Iron Man, Captain America, and Thor, alongside numerous mutants such as Magneto and Professor X. Of course, the Jean Grey of this universe had long since perished. She had temporarily entered the cosmos to silently safeguard Earth. Esteemed colleagues, after extensive covert inquiries, we can now ascertain that this collision was not a voluntary occurrence from either our universe or theirs, but rather a result of human intervention, Nick Fury stated gravely. Upon hearing this, the gathered assembly exchanged incredulous glances, Could it truly be that this was not a mere accident, but a deliberate act? The thought sent a shiver through them. If it were indeed a human contrivance, the force behind it must be formidable. I can confirm this. Dr. Strange, cloaked in his robes, nodded in affirmation. The Ancient One's fate remains unchanged. She has ascended to become the Sorcerer Supreme, her power surpassing that of her predecessor. Does this imply that our adversaries possess the might to breach the barriers between parallel universes? Thor furrowed his brow. What sheer power that entails. And it seems to be steeped in a thirst for bloodshed. How can one not be skeptical? The force required to dismantle the spatial barriers between two universes is colossal. Tony Stark shrugged, unconvinced. Despite his vast experiences, he found it hard to accept such an outrageous reality. Regardless of the circumstances, my friends, war is upon us. Captain America, Steve Rogers, stepped forward, his voice resonating with urgency. We must be acutely aware of who we are up against. He has slain Natasha, Hawkeye, Rhodes, Charles, and Logan. Faced with such a powerful and bloodthirsty foe, we must exert ourselves to the utmost. Shall we not fight back? The resolute declaration of war from their spiritual leader, Captain America, resonated like a hammer striking an anvil, cementing their resolve to fight to the end. Then let us mobilize for war. The time traveler, Luo Feng, smiled inwardly. Menhuan, my compatriot's golden touch is truly formidable, capable of collecting superpowers and bestowing them upon others. An astonishing strength indeed. Let the Avengers and the mutants, these natives, gauge his capabilities while I choose to reap the benefits from the sidelines. Their plans had not escaped the ears of Mystique. How could Menhuan, the crafty strategist, be unprepared? He would not fall behind in the face of any infiltrators. Who better than Mystique to comprehend the intricacies of subterfuge? Prepare to proceed, Menhuan remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he listened to Mystique's report. Let the Sentinel robots deliver a small jolt to them. Strike, are you ready? Menhuan turned to one of the members of Oasis, Strike, who had been thoroughly indoctrinated in patriotism. Master, all preparations are complete, Strike responded respectfully. Excellent. Then dispatch 1,000 Sentinel robots to the president of their faction. Let them incite internal discord, commanded Menhuan. Yes, master. Just watch. Strike grinned fervently, eager to prove his worth. Menhuan nodded thoughtfully, contemplating the potential devastation his side might suffer if an all-out war were to ensue. Thus, inciting internal discord among his adversaries seemed a more prudent strategy, allowing him to dismantle them one by one amidst the ensuing chaos. As for Luo Feng, he had heard whispers of his superhuman, ironclad physique, yet remained curious about the extent of his other abilities. It appeared he must devise a method to extract valuable information from him. Raven, please investigate how many films Luo Feng has produced and report back to me. Understood, Raven replied respectfully. Naturally, Menhuan would not place his beloved in harm's way, especially given Raven's wealth of experience. On the other hand, their companion, Janata, despite her age being unquantifiable, possessed the mentality of a child. My superhero is a formidable little girl. One day, she will wield a rocket hammer to bring me to my knees. If Menhuan fails to feed her on time, Janata will surely use that rocket hammer to strike at his lungs. Hey, Dingo, do you think capturing Luo Feng could allow me to sacrifice him to claim his golden finger? Menhuan chuckled mischievously, his thoughts already fixated on the treasures of another. Chapter 150. Scheming to seize the traveler's golden finger, a glimpse into celestial realms. If he were to obtain such a golden finger, although he was unfamiliar with the specifics of its operation, he could surmise a few possibilities. Perhaps a lottery system, for instance, impacting influence, box office success, fanbase, and so forth, gaining points in exchange for certain advantages or abilities within the films he produced. He was a devoted reader of a particular series and understood the strategies well. If utilized correctly, this golden finger would render him nearly invincible. The bolder the individual, the greater the harvest. Bronze Ding. Currently, my strength has recovered to about 10%. I doubt anyone can withstand my golden finger. My Dinga, how splendid you are! Menhuan exclaimed with a chuckle. Could you perhaps divulge your peak fighting capability? He inquired, a sense of anticipation bubbling within him. Are you doubting my prowess? Bronze Ding scoffed disdainfully, fully aware of Menhuan's intentions. Cough, cough. Even Menhuan, with a face as thick as a city wall, felt a flush of embarrassment, and coughed to mask his discomfort. This was not entirely his fault. The Marvel Universe was beginning to collide, revealing who possessed the most formidable advantages. If his own advantages were insufficiently powerful, he would surely be at a disadvantage. Your strength is barely adequate, but I shall reveal a morsel to you. The founding deity of the Marvel Universe, Oa, resides within this American comic world as an omniscient and omnipotent being. Should he take another step forward, he would transcend to a realm beyond logical confines, a pinnacle of power capable of traversing the multiverse. This level surpasses conventional logic and comprehension. Within this realm, practitioners can manipulate the laws governing any universe at will, even defying causality. They are no longer constrained by the inevitable cause and effect relationship, capable of manifesting phenomena that defy rational comprehension, such as reversing the flow of time without leaving a trace or enabling objects to move autonomously in perfect harmony with their surroundings, devoid of external influences. For instance, Shimon's heart soared with curiosity to manipulate all things within a universe, not of one's own creation. One extraordinary spectacle, for example, the sages. A step further leads to transcending the ultimate realm. The cultivators have touched upon the universe's ultimate essence, yet remain beyond its grasp. Their actions and powers elude any known theoretical explanation. Even the laws of the cosmos yield to them. They can effortlessly traverse different universes, dimensions, and timelines, even capable of reshaping the origins and conclusions of any universe. Is there more? Indeed, the legendary realm. The bronze giant cauldron fell silent for a moment before speaking solemnly. I have not attained such a realm. Its existence is but a conjecture among us. Shimon detected its confusion, a haze of uncertainty and despair about whether the path ahead was severed. What realm is that? He asked blankly. The realm of illusion of all heavens. We are unable to describe it. We have all failed. After the bronze giant cauldron spoke, it fell silent, and Shimon stood there in a daze for a long while. His resolve nearly shattered. The path ahead was indeed cut off. After a prolonged period, he suddenly awakened, raising his eyes to find the concerned gazes of the women around him. Kaisi nestled her fluffy little ears into his embrace, soothing his spirit. "Darling, what is wrong?" Megan asked gently, her voice filled with urgency. The anxious expressions on the others mirrored her sentiment. He was their only pillar of support. "I was just lost in thought for a moment," Shimon replied softly, tenderly stroking Kaisi's little ears. He himself was but a humble ant, fortunate enough to occupy a lofty position by sheer luck. Phew! The women finally breathed a heavy sigh of relief. If he could not resolve the matter, they had no grounds to inquire further, only adding to their worries. In Universe 616, Strix secretly visited the president, expressing that the existence of mutants posed a tremendous threat. He dared not even close his eyes and sleep. The assassinations by mutants were relentless, and incidents of mutants slaughtering ordinary citizens were on the rise, with public ire directed towards him. Strix's military boots left deep imprints on the carpet of the Oval Office, while the silver metal box in his hand reflected the pale light of the White House dome. The president's knuckles turned white as he gripped his pen, the chance of the protesters outside penetrating the bulletproof glass. Banners declaring mutants get off Earth waved in the twilight, resembling the sharp decline of his approval ratings. "Dear Mr. President, this is my research on a new generation of Sentinel robots." As Strick lifted the lid of the box, 12 ethereal blue beams of scanning light intertwined within the room, the flowing vibranium patterns on the metallic surface causing the special agent's weapon to involuntarily rise. "Gentlemen, do remain calm," he intoned, deliberately lowering his voice. "They can accurately identify 001 nanometer level X gene fragments, and they require no human operator." The president's pupils constricted behind his lenses. Just 3 days prior, Congress had passed the Mutant Registration Act 20, and this morning, the base of the Statue of Liberty had been toppled by Magneto's metallic torrent. Discussions surrounding human supremacy had surged beyond 1 billion views on social media, and this Strick, who claimed to hail from another Earth, arrived equipped with technology more advanced than SHIO. Naturally, he understood the concept of parallel universes. The dazzling rift in space loomed in the sky. Even ordinary people were aware of the existence of parallel universes, once relegated to the realm of science fiction. That promise, which made his heart race, was to guarantee the absolute safety of humanity. Would they accidentally harm innocents? The president's pen bled ink onto the document. A stark reminder of the video exposing the abuse of mutant children in an orphanage, leaked by an anonymous hacker the night before. Suddenly, Strick advanced, his scarred palm pressing against the desk. Accidental harm? Look outside, sir. When your daughter is reduced to ashes in a mutant summer campfire, will you care about collateral damage? The words struck like bullets through bulletproof glass, causing the president to spring to his feet. The "In God We Trust" sign behind him swaying precariously. In that moment, Strick realized the true extent of his master's terrifying nature. The confidential documents leaked last week had indeed been altered by him using the power of the Mind Stone. Meanwhile, the Reality Stone at the bottom of the box emanated an almost imperceptible violet glow, causing the image of the Sentinel robots in the president's eyes to gradually merge with the phantom of a savior. Chapter 151. The Collapse of Captain America's Trust. The Illuminati of Universe 838 3 hours later, in an open-air market within a mutant community in Manhattan. The elderly mutant Isaac was using his shape-shifting ability to mold rock roses for human children. Suddenly, a nearby holographic screen began broadcasting the president's recent speech, effective immediately. The Sentinel security system will protect every legal citizen. Abruptly, 12 beams of blue light tore down from the clouds, and the suspended metallic colossus unveiled its particle cannon, targeting not the armored mutant heroes, but the human mother and child purchasing handmade mutant candy. "Mom, my candy fell." The little girl's cries were drowned out by the shriek of energy beams as Isaac instinctively lunged forward, his transformed rock arm twisting into debris amidst the explosive shockwave. "Arrest! Damn it! Is this entrapment?" Isaac fumed with rage. The target was, astonishingly, himself. Unfortunately, the opposing force instantly solidified his abilities, rendering him utterly defenseless. As Isaac was flung away, a nearby mutant who had just healed 3 burned humans found herself under the Sentinel's scanning red light, which swept over the unhealed X mark on her neck, and the second beam precisely pierced her legs. "Arrest!" The Blackbird of the X-Men arrived after 5 minutes, just as Cyclops' beam struck down a Sentinel. Suddenly, human survivors on the ground raised their phones to capture the moment. In the footage, the blood-soaked Scarlet, which was seen grasping the arm of an injured human to absorb energy, while behind her, a Sentinel, its face half obliterated by an energy blast, emitted a mechanical buzz. Detecting an X-gene carrier, the elimination protocol was initiated. "They are slaughtering humans," someone cried out from the crowd. The middle-aged man who had been shortchanged at the mutant bakery that morning now stared at his phone, replaying the grotesque visage of the Scarlet, which absorbing energy, perfectly coinciding with the Sentinel's mechanical voice as it fell while protecting a human. As storm descended from the skies, summoning storm clouds, a Molotov cocktail thrown from the crowd struck her battle attire, drowning out her protest. "They are inciting us." In the holographic conference room of Avengers Tower, Tony traced cracks across the star map with his fingers, revealing images captured by SHLD satellites at the edge of the rift formed by 2 colliding universes. Another universe was on the verge of friction, according to our projections. 3 more universes would link in approximately 3 months. Tony lamented helplessly. He felt an unprecedented sense of confusion and powerlessness. Ultimately, he was but a mortal, and his Iron Man suit, though formidable, was still inadequate. In the footage, a figure adorned with a gauntlet of 6 infinity stones gazed down upon Earth. The flames of the Phoenix Force coalescing behind him into a totem that spanned half the Pacific Ocean. It bore a badge never before seen in the 616 universe, with the Infinity Gauntlet of Thanos and the Phoenix of Jean Grey embedded at its center. "Enough, enough. We will address future matters later." Nick Fury massaged his temples in distress. These events were far beyond his capacity to manage. The rapid transformations of this world were utterly unfathomable. "Captain," Black Widow suddenly called forth real-time footage from the mutant community. Stryker stood amidst the burning ruins, addressing the media. Beneath his coat, a vibranium mechanical arm was faintly visible. He proclaimed that henceforth, Sentinel robots would protect humanity, eliminating the need for superheroes and the X-Men. However, the production trademark of the Sentinels dated back 50 years. 50 years. They had never trusted themselves. The Sentinel robots continued their operations, and the vast majority of mutants were no match for them. Yet Omega-level mutants could easily annihilate the Sentinels. For instance, Iceman, Wanda, and Magneto could all do so, while that lunatic from the Brotherhood remained in a psychiatric facility. Although Iceman's portrayal in the films was dismal, the Iceman of this main universe was terrifyingly powerful. Even the super Sentinels crafted from special fiber materials merged with vibranium and URU metals can withstand only a few minutes. It is no surprise that these Sentinel robots cannot endure the onslaught of Omega-level abilities. After all, Omega has transcended the rules. Currently, Menhuan is unable to replicate the power of the rules within the Sentinel robots, simply because he cannot find the necessary materials. Hey, let us capture a Sentinel robot for further study, Hank called out to Iceman. All right, these infernal robots are terrifying. They can actually replicate our mutant abilities. Iceman nodded, feeling a headache from the fear induced by the Sentinel robots. My lord, as you anticipated, the mutants have returned with the Sentinel robots. Strick observed with a mix of reverence and fervor, realizing that everything had unfolded according to his master-esque calculations. Let the entire universe produce them. Menhuan smirked wickedly. When billions of Sentinel robots appear and turn against their creators, it will be a spectacle that shocks the infinite multiverse. Just thinking about it sends shivers of anticipation coursing through him. At this moment, on the other side of the rift, Menhuan, fingers pinching the reality stone, observed the escalating public outcry in a live broadcast from Universe 616. The self-destruct sequence in the Sentinel robot's chest was counting down under his mechanical control. As the explosion's flames illuminated the severed arm of the Statue of Liberty, he knew that the rift between the X-Men and humanity would deepen sufficiently to accommodate the entirety of the Dark Brotherhood. More insidiously, the Sentinel, intentionally severed in half by Wolverine, concealed within its core chip the incriminating code of the scapegoat Hydra. My lord, the ethereal figure of Madeline emerged from the rift. After her complete submission, she took control of Hydra. Now, her mutant abilities rival those of the members of the harem. The Illuminati of Earth 838 is assembling, having detected the energy resonance of the Infinity Stones. Menhuan slowly turned, with the grand backdrop of Universe 838 behind him, a colossal maw of a planet devoured by energy chains, and Thanos' head, suspended above the throne, was frozen in terror from the burning flames of the Phoenix. In the distance, the reformed Celestials were securing the boundaries of the two universes with beams of energy, preventing premature collapse. The Sorcerer Supreme, engulfed in dark flames, was slain by the Illuminati. He had succumbed to darkness, studying the Darkhold. The Illuminati? They will be too preoccupied with their own affairs, Menhuan remarked nonchalantly. What he required was for Universe 616 to exhaust its final vestiges of resistance before a complete implosion. Wanda of 616 was in a daze, unable to accept such a tragic fate. Her parents were dead, her brother deceased, her husband dismembered. Her spirit lingered on the precipice of darkness. In the dead of night, Wanda, drowning her sorrows, vaguely perceived a shadowy figure approaching her. The figure poured a glass of wine and, with a sympathetic gaze, spoke. Do you know why you are so wretched? Chapter 152. The most potent power arises from a mother's obsession. In New Jersey, the rain crystallized into ice pellets at midnight, striking the broken glass windows of an abandoned apartment. Scarlet, which Wanda huddled on the dust-laden sofa, her fingers entwined with crimson magic, resembling a dying butterfly, repeatedly forming the shape of a cradle before shattering into specks of light. The 17th empty bottle rolled to her feet, the aroma of whiskey mingling with the metallic scent of blood as she bit into her lip, which continued to bleed. Drowning in sorrow, the witch. Are you destined to succumb? Even magic feels shame for you. A hoarse voice seeped from the shadows as a man in a black trench coat stepped into the moonlight, the crunch of glass underfoot causing Wanda to look up abruptly. Me? Wanda hesitated, a single tear trickling down her pale cheek, as if her very existence in this world was a sin. Allowing the tears to course down her face, she managed a self-deprecating smile before downing the fiery liquid in her glass, hoping that intoxication would bring her sleep. If she could just fall asleep, she would escape the torment of a long, dark night. Do you not wish to alter this tragic fate? The root of it lies merely in your insufficient strength. Shiman quietly regarded the eyes of Wanda from Universe 616, his voice resonating in the stillness of the night, imbued with an insidious allure. Who are you? Wanda finally roused herself, propping up her body, her back pressing against the crumbling concrete pillar as unstable magic coalesced into a whirlpool in her palm. Are you a pawn of Kamartaj, or a dog of the military? I am but an observer. The man raised his hand, a beautifully elongated finger hovering over an ancient tome with a gilded cover, the eye embossed on its surface, suddenly rotating. He continued, in countless universes, you weep for your lost children, yet in Universe 838, Wanda holds her twins in the garden, basking in the sun. As the energy from the sacred tome surged into the room, Wanda's temples throbbed, and she witnessed the man's fingertip carve through the air, conjuring an image of Universe 838. There she was, clad in a beige knit sweater, crouching on the lawn, while Billy and Tommy chased after a golden retriever. The distant white villa wafting the aroma of freshly baked cookies. This scene felt strikingly real, so vivid that she could hear her son's laughter, intertwined with the hallucinations of the rainy night, relentlessly tearing at her fragile nerves. They are not my children. Wanda's throat tightened, her nails digging into her palm. It was a life stolen from her. And what of it? The man advanced a step, the eye on the tome's cover suddenly opening wide. Inky mist creeping from his sleeve toward the ground. In every universe, you ought to be a mother. And what of those hypocritical Illuminati? With a flick of his finger, the scene shifted abruptly, revealing a conference room in Universe 838 with a Sorcerer Supreme and Professor X, alongside Mr. Fantastic, engaged in fervent debate, discussing how to confine you in the mirror dimension, treating you like a monster while dissecting your mind. Boom! On the brink of collapse, Wanda lost control. The entire wall of glass windows exploded. Ice rain poured into the room, yet could not quell the heat in her tear-filled eyes. The man offered a subtle smile, calmly placing the dark tome upon the weathered wooden table. Instantly, the leather-bound cover unfurled, revealing the yellowed pages, from which incantations emanated a ghostly glow. The whispers that had once seared her nerves and dreams were now hauntingly clear. They fear your power, and thus seek to rob you of your last vestige of hope. His voice was as soft as a lover's whisper, yet more piercing than icy rain. But you may inquire of the cosmic Wanda, on what grounds she possesses the happiness that has been torn from you. A page of the tome turned without a breeze, pausing at the incantation that summoned interdimensional portals. Wanda gazed at the page, suddenly perceiving her reflection twisting amidst the text, morphing into countless smiling figures cradling children. Her fingertips trembled uncontrollably, and as she touched the tome's cover, crimson energy abruptly infused the inked patterns. The dark energies, once a source of her terror, now flowed through her veins like an old friend reunited. They will stop me. Wanda heard her own voice quivering, unable to discern whether it was anger or anticipation. Doctor Strange, along with the Illuminati of that universe. Unbeknownst to her, Strange had long since perished. Thus, you require this tome. The man retreated a half-step, calmly patting her shoulder, crushed their arrogance with their own rules, making every universe aware of the anguish of the Scarlet Queen. Her life should never have been subject to judgment. Suddenly, ice pellets transformed into a torrential downpour, coalescing above the tome into a shimmering blue portal. Wanda rose, the inky patterns of her cloak expanding in tandem with her magic. As her scarlet hair cascaded over her shoulders, the tips glimmered with a chalky sigil. The moment she grasped the tome, the entire apartment's circuitry erupted, and in the darkness, a faint smile crept across the man's lips. That was the victorious smile of a strategist from beyond the 616 universe. Remember, the throne room of the Illuminati is fortified with 12 protective spells. His voice mingled with the hum of the portal, resonating in Wanda's ears. Yet they shall never comprehend that the most fearsome weapon has always been a mother's obsession. You, Wanda Maximoff, are the true sovereign of the cosmos. As the portal engulfed Wanda, the eyes on the tome's cover fully opened, and the man's figure gradually became visible. Within his gaze, it seemed as though the universe was swirling, countless silhouettes of Wanda fracturing within the web of fate. This most formidable Wanda of the Prime Universe was poised to deliver the first cut that would rend the multiverse. The Illuminati? Before the Scarlet King. They were not, but a collection of insignificant fowl. Menhuan scoffed coldly, raising his hand to reveal the emotional spectra of the various factions on Earth 616. The hatred levels within the mutant community had breached critical thresholds. Trust among the Avengers was disintegrating, and the most radiant red light shone within Strick's eyes. The war fanatic, whose memories he had altered with the Mind Stone, now fervently believed himself to be waging a holy war to save humanity. The Red Devil. You must inform Stryker that the next target of our assault is Xavier Academy. Remember to leave behind remnants of Magneto's metal at the scene. As the first rays of sunlight pierce through the fissure and illuminate the remains of the Sentinel robot, the mutants of the 616 universe are confronted with an unprecedented crisis. Humanity has dubbed yesterday's attack the first tragedy of a new era. At this moment, the radical faction of mutants has launched the first magnetic railgun at the X-Men headquarters, while Iron Man, roaring on the Avengers channel, seeks to hold Stryker accountable, oblivious to the flicker of abnormal energy in JARVI's voice, a fluctuation of energy from the space gem emanating from his chest's Arc Reactor. Simon looks on as the threads of fate from both universes twist before his eyes into a double helix of DNA, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He knows that while the heroes of 616 are preoccupied with mutual blame, his cosmic fleet has already traversed the edge of the fissure. Those Chitauri warships, equipped with replicas of the space gem, are aiming their cannons deeper into the cosmic sea. What transformations might occur should I sacrifice 12 Infinity Stones? Truly, I await with bated breath. Chapter 153, The Fractured Multiverse and Lo Feng's Tactical Maneuvers. Banner. Energy readings are spiking once more. Tony Stark's voice erupted through the communicator embedded in the quantum suit, as the Arc Reactor in his palm resonated with the Tesseract floating in the center of the laboratory. This marks the third spatial fold this week. Last time, half of Brooklyn nearly fell into the negative zone. Bruce Banner fixated on the pulsing data streams displayed on the holographic screen, his pupils reflecting a multitude of overlapping star charts. Spectral analysis indicates that the energy on the other side of the rift matches the frequency of Wanda's chaos magic. But Wanda should still be recuperating in Wakanda, unless the laboratory ceiling suddenly oozes spiderweb-like purple veins, causing glass vessels to shatter in resonance. Hawkeye Barton burst through the door, clutching a quiver of arrows while dragging a stranger, whose body was ensnared in mechanical prosthetics. Embedded in the stranger's chest was a fractured hexagonal crystal, continuously absorbing quantum energy from the air. Having captured Hawkeye in Queens, the stranger had his nano-bindings torn from his wrists, claiming the ability to control drone swarms with his mind while shouting for revenge against the Illuminati. The crystal fragments on his chest bore a striking resemblance to the time-manipulating materials observed last year in Kang's palace. Suddenly, the stranger lifted his head, a mechanical eye emitting a blinding blue light as he roared, "Stark, your decision to close the multiverse portals will lead to the collapse of countless dimensions. I hail from another Earth. On the night you murdered the Illuminati, my daughter was consumed by the rift." Damn it! Tony's suit visor snapped shut, the blue light from his palm cannon reflecting on the stranger's distorted face. Wait, other Earth's Illuminati? We reinforced the cosmic portal alongside Doctor Strange at Kamar Taj. Tony's mind was in turmoil. Having fortified the cosmic passage, the fissures between universes have indeed been mitigated. Suddenly, the laboratory floor erupts with a thunderous crack, as violet energy surges forth like a sentient being, coalescing into a 3-meter diameter vortex of space-time. At the vortex's core, fragmented reflections emerge. The Black Panther clad in vibranium armor is being savagely assaulted by a mechanical octopus, while Captain America, adorned with the Hydra insignia, brandishes his bloodied shield. Lying upon an operating table is King, pierced by 10 rings, an alternate version of Kong. In an unexpected turn, Doctor Strange's cloak plummets from the ceiling. Following closely, Doctor Strange himself crashes to the ground, the edges of his cloak singed. A variant of Kong from a divergent timeline is harvesting pivotal figures from the multiverse, intent on annihilating all dimensions that harbor superheroes, aiming to reshape the cosmos into a deterministic empire devoid of variance. Suddenly, a crystalline entity on an unfamiliar man's chest erupts in a blinding light as his mechanical prosthetics disintegrate, revealing a transparent arm composed of quantum energy beneath. "I am Reed Richards from that dimension," he declares. Kong proclaims that due to the incursion of anomalies, the timelines have been thrown into disarray. He must safeguard the sacred timeline from destruction, having already apprehended core members of the Avengers from every dimension. His gaze fixates on Banner, understanding that each dimension's Hulk serves as a living energy source to stabilize the temporal anchors. Amidst the vortex, Wanda's piercing scream reverberates, transitioning the scene to a shadowy castle where the Scarlet, which is besieged by an unknown sorceress. He is manipulating Wanda's powers to alter the very fabric of reality. Doctor Strange trembles as he raises the Eye of Agamotto, only to realize that his magic is dissipating. Should that woman absorb the chaos magic, all timelines across the multiverse would be devoured by absolute time. Tony suddenly turns to Reed. Did you say the core Avengers from every dimension have been captured? What about those in our universe? An alarm blares from the pinnacle of Stark Tower, as Friday's mechanical voice resonates with an unusual tremor. Sir, 12 energy signatures have appeared over the East River, perfectly matching the specifications of Kong's time vessel. They are locking onto the coordinates of the Avengers Tower. Banner abruptly grips Tony's shoulder, a sly smile gracing his lips. Tony, why the panic? The Temporal Variance Authority is merely a bunch of amateurs. Banner's words instill a sudden calm in Tony, who has been fraught with anxiety ever since discovering the existence of universes beyond his own. This scenario, too, closely mirrors his earlier endeavor to create Ultron in an attempt to safeguard Earth. Indeed, why was he so distressed? Meanwhile, at the mutant base, Cyclops' ruby-tinted eyewear automatically dims in the conference room, where a holographic display flickers with 27 red alert points. In the past 72 hours, there have been 15 incidents of Sentinel robots mistakenly targeting humans in North America. Yet according to Mystique's intelligence, he pulls up surveillance footage. The image depicts a silver mechanical arm gripping a street urchin, only to distort suddenly into the likeness of a mutant youth upon closer inspection. These robots manipulate public camera feeds prior to their assaults, substituting human victims with mutant appearances. Once again, it is a masterpiece by Menhuan. The fingertips of Storm, Aurora, glided across the tabletop, causing intricate ice crystals to form upon the metallic surface. Charles suddenly pressed his temple, as the chandelier in the conference room swayed violently. I perceive a strong psychic disturbance from 30 kilometers away, akin to the frequencies of a brainwave amplifier, among others. Her pupils glimmered with an inky radiance. A mutant was being coerced into using their abilities. Steelman was cornered by Sentinel robots at the subway station in Queens. As the silver afterimage shattered the ticket vending machine, his ankles were ensnared by nano chains, while 3 modified Sentinel robots emerged from the depths of the tracks, their scan lights casting eerie blue spots upon him. Mutant gene matching target detected. Steelman, threat level 3, capture protocol initiated. I am merely trying to save lives. He evaded a laser blade aimed at his knee, pushing 3 affected passengers to safety. Those children nearly got hit by a derailing train. Can't you scrap heap see that? Before he could finish, 2 heavy Sentinel alloy hands suddenly crashed down from the ceiling, obliterating the wall behind him. At that moment, Nightcrawler appeared. Buddy, this is not the time for explanations. He seized Steelman and vanished in an instant. The entire main universe was thrown into chaos, as if it had transformed into a battleground, with all factions under assault, unable to muster any fighting force amidst their own turmoil. At this moment, Captain America, Steve Rogers, felt his heart shatter and, in desperation, sought out the miraculous man, Luo Feng, who had unearthed him. The irreconcilable rift between humans, superhumans, mutants, Asgardians, and other supernatural forces had long since reached a breaking point. I have been pondering a question lately, dividing the Earth into halves, with supernatural beings and humans, each occupying one, seems utterly implausible. But what if there were 2 Earths? Luo Feng remarked nonchalantly. Beside him, Captain America, Steve, was utterly taken aback. He exclaimed, "You wish to divert internal conflicts into external ones through war." Chapter 154, The Grand Finale, Journey to the Underworld. Homeward bound. Luo Feng smiled faintly, as if he had anticipated Steve's astonished expression. The Steve from not long ago had perished. The moment the president ordered the revival of the Superhero Registration Act, he had died, back in 1945. The conflict between ordinary humans and superhumans had escalated to an irreconcilable level. Reminiscent of the time when Homo sapiens supplanted Neanderthals, only one side could ultimately fall. Luo Feng clearly understood the existence of Sentinel robots. Even though the Sentinel program had been shelved for quite some time, it had never truly ceased. Luo, how confident are you? After much contemplation, Steve finally resolved that if the conflict was irreconcilable, only war could resolve the issue. Rather than endure an endless cycle of conflict, it was preferable to let the opposing side bear the pain. A friend's death does not affect a monk's journey. 80 to 90%, Luo Feng replied calmly. It will simply require some sacrifice on their part. Though his abilities are commendable, luck has not favored him. Had it not been for the other party's clearance of numerous superheroes, our confidence might not have been so resolute. For the sake of our homeland, we must sacrifice them, Steve declared with unwavering righteousness. Heh, a pleasant collaboration, laughed Lo Feng, extending his hand. Partnering with an astute individual saves both time and effort, sparing him the need for excessive words. The valiant Captain America, Steve, would eternally stand steadfastly on their side. He could only embody this universe's Captain America. I need to consult with Nick Fury and others regarding which Earth we should occupy. The matter of ownership cannot be trifled with. All right. Remarkably, the two effortlessly settled the ownership of 2 Earths with mere exchanges of words. Lo Feng watched as Steve departed, then gazed up at the colossal rift in the sky. His eyes filled with a profound longing. As fellow traversers, yet possessing the ability to control mutants, having decimated the Planet Eater and Thanos, I eagerly anticipate our confrontation. Lo Feng clenched his fists tightly, a surge of formidable combat spirit erupting within him. To share an arrow with me is ultimately your misfortune. The Sentinel robot's capture plan, orchestrated by Simon, was progressing vigorously, with all captured mutants under mental control. Wanda, having arrived in Universe 838, commenced an indiscriminate massacre reminiscent of the cinematic portrayal. Figures such as Mr. Fantastic, the Master of Quips, Professor X, and Agatha, the Scarlet Witch, stood no chance against Wanda, who had mastered the Darkhold, all falling before her without resistance. Attempts to assault the main universe and the universe where Simon resided crumbled instantaneously. Wanda's scarlet cloak billowed above the ruins of Universe 838, her fingertips still dripping with the mechanical blood remnants of Ultron's era. She surveyed the floating mechanical debris beneath her, suddenly sensing an ancient power akin to chaotic magic. Simon's projection emerged within the quantum rift, his eyes shimmering with the light of the multiverse, reflecting every expression she wore while dispatching members of the Illuminati. Wanda, would you like to see what those universes, which imprison geniuses with order, ultimately become? The scarlet energy rapidly coalesced into a cocoon, and when Wanda opened her eyes again, she stood atop a command tower suspended in imaginary space. Below her was a densely packed legion of mutants, Magneto's metallic throne hovering foremost, while Mystique was transforming into a Sentinel robot, calibrating the latest anti-Phoenix Force armor. Meanwhile, beneath the clouds, a million Sentinel robots, glowing with blue light, prepared for interdimensional leaps. They call me the King of Mutants. Simon casually plucked at the strings of time and space, unveiling a real-time projection of Universe 616 before Wanda. Yet, we both know that true power has never stemmed from titles, but from accumulation. As the Sentinel Legion tore through the quantum barrier above Manhattan, the Avengers Tower was still engaged in a symposium on interdimensional occupation. Tony was fine-tuning the multiverse locator system when Doctor Strange's levitating cloak suddenly tightened like a drawn bowstring. Hundreds of Sentinel robots had locked onto the conference hall. Lo Feng, Menhuan cast a faint, disdainful gaze upon the young man before him. Menhuan, Luo Feng slowly rose from his seat, locking eyes with the time traveler, as the air crackled with tension. Your golden finger is quite intriguing, Menhuan remarked, his voice resonating with the power of the Phoenix. Arrogant, Luo Feng had never before endured such contemptuous ridicule. In the next instant, he appeared directly opposite Menhuan, his infinity gauntlet adorned with 6 infinity stones erupting in a dazzling array of colors. Yet, at that moment, the magnificent radiance of the gauntlet suddenly dimmed, as the slightest miscalculation led to monumental consequences. Luo Feng observed the delicate manipulation of the space stone at his adversary's fingertips. Luo Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom how his opponent achieved such a feat. Do you know why your system always lags at crucial moments? Menhuan taunted, effortlessly shattering the infinity gauntlet, a smirk gracing his lips as he reveled in the terror reflected in Luo Feng's eyes. Because my cheats are far superior to yours. At this proclamation, Luo Feng was so incensed that he coughed up blood. How despicable can one person be? The first-time traveler had fallen, contributing an astounding 100 billion units of life energy, along with 6 infinity stones. The final bastion of the 616 Ultimate Team crumbled alongside the Washington Monument. Polaris was dismantling the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier with her bare hands. Her mastery over metal manipulation had intensified, absorbing energy from the 616 universe's vibranium meteorites, enabling her to influence metallic bonds at the subatomic level. In the Ultimate Universe 1610, a reaction from the Phoenix Force was detected, with coordinates pinpointed to the Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. Golden patterns pulsated at Menhuan's temples, resonating with the energy of a phoenix host prior to their demise. As he stepped into the school building, Jean Grey's body floated in the center of the principal's office, her golden flames entwined with data streams foreign to this universe. Have you come to kill me? Her voice echoed, layered with the resonance of 2 universes. His left iris flickered with system prompts, detection of blue light from a higher dimensional existence. They claimed that becoming a Phoenix host would grant one the ability to rewrite the fabric of reality. Menhuan suddenly laughed, his fingertips brushing his forehead, channeling the energy of the Phoenix Force into his brow. The true cheat is making all systems collapse before you. As the Phoenix Force resonated with itself, the entire 1610 universe was suffused with a chaotic blend of crimson and gold, akin to a program gone haywire from a viral invasion. Countless Marvel universes collided, erupting in a ceaseless cycle of bloody carnage. The entire infinite multiverse descended into chaos, with nearly every universe transformed into a dark forest teeming with knife-wielding hunters. Countless Thors clashed with ferocious thunder, numerous Iron Men unleashed their armaments, and a multitude of Doctor Strange engaged in mystical warfare. A decade slipped by in the blink of an eye. Over the past decade, Menhuan has grown increasingly formidable, with over 100 universes now submitting to his command within the Oasis Legion. One fateful day, he vanquished the 6 Infinity Stones of the Phoenix Force, acquiring a staggering 300 billion units of life energy, which he then sacrificed. A tremendous explosion ensued as the Phoenix Force coursed through his veins. Its unparalleled might illuminated countless universes. Blood energy, golden blood energy. Beings from myriad universes simultaneously gazed skyward, entranced by the overwhelming golden aura that blanketed the heavens. The White Phoenix King. At this moment, his form was engulfed in white flames, his hair transformed into a silvery hue, radiating an intense brilliance. Just as he ascended to the rank of White Phoenix King, 3 luminous figures suddenly materialized in the void, and he instantly recognized them. The Court of Life. With a dismissive wave, he disregarded the Court of Life, channeling a portion of the collected chaotic energy into Wanda's essence, contentedly observing as 12 pairs of crimson wings unfurled from her back before speaking with calm assurance. The cosmic laws you have imposed are akin to humans shackling birds with chains. You perceive this as protection, yet it is merely a manifestation of your fear that they may soar beyond their confines. Alas, it is too late. As the chaotic magic and the Phoenix Force simultaneously surged towards him, the newly appointed Court of Life was obliterated, reduced to mere energy principles. In the instant of the court's demise, an almost infinite stream of life energy cascaded forth, nearly overwhelming Menhuan. 100 trillion. In the next moment, the combined Phoenix forces from countless multiverses shattered the fabric of space and descended upon him. Omniscient and omnipotent, he gazed down at the pulsating multiversal essence in his palm, suddenly hearing the faint laughter of a bronze cauldron deep within his consciousness. No, it is all-encompassing. The potential of all universes, the essence of all powers, must ultimately return to the hands of those truly capable of wielding them. As the luminous forms of the Court of Life disintegrated amidst the chaos, Menhuan rose and turned his gaze towards the depths of the quantum sea, where a figure clad in blue and gold armor was rallying a new resistance. Yet, it mattered not. Those who sought to oppose him with the protagonist's halo would soon discover that when the source of all enhancements is rewritten, the so-called destiny is but a line of code traced by his fingertips. In the next universe, it was time to claim the novice gift pack of a certain Marvel system host. Menhuan smiled at Wanda. casually cradling a core shimmering with the light of a lottery system, akin to a child playing with a glass marble. Remember, we are not marauders. We merely restore power to where it rightfully belongs. Once more, the rift interwoven with crimson and golden light unfurled, as the mutant legion and sentinel robots leapt forth, heralding the dawn of the era belonging to the unifier of the multiverse upon the throne of imaginary dimensions. The gilded patterns of the imaginary throne began to fade to a pale gold in Menhuan's palm as he fixated on the trembling light point on the reality universe's coordinate locator. It was the city of Fengdu in the real world. The Sentinel Legion's antimatter cannon was set to the mode of the Yellow Springs. Menhuan's fingertips glided across the suspended star map. As shards of power gems from a million robots' chests emanated a deep purple glow, coalescing energy. Remember, do not shatter the nostalgia terrace of the bridge of helplessness. As the antimatter cannons of the Sentinel Legion tore through the surface of the underworld, the wandering souls queuing before the Mengpa Pavilion could only witness the skyline splitting open like a golden wound. First to react, the Black Wuchang raised his morning staff, only to have Quicksilver snatch half of his official cap away. The youth, with hair as dark as night, moved with a velocity surpassing the flow of time in the underworld, scanning the life and death registers at the waists of each Grim Reaper and tossing them to the Sentinel robots for examination. A biological magnetic field match of 87 was detected, indicating the suspected target's soul resided in the 7th layer of the city of the wronged. Suddenly, the Sentinel at the forefront emitted a distorted mechanical sound. Its cannon was ensnared by Wanda's crimson chains as she stood upon the collapsing ghost gate, gazing down at the surging river of blood that suddenly solidified into crystal. Countless imprisoned souls within the frozen sanguine crystal opening their terrified eyes. This was her alteration of the physical laws of the River of Hades with the Reality Stone. Do not fear. We are only seeking those who are meant to be found. Wanda's fingertip brushed against the blood crystal, bringing solace to a female ghost cradling her infant. As the iron gates of the 7th layer crumbled into dust under the grasp of the North Star, the ruling king of equality inscribed new laws of causality upon the wheel of reincarnation with a pen forged from the mysterious metal of the 9 underworlds. He looked on in horror as his throne disintegrated, those chains that were said to bind even the divine now coiling around his ankles like living creatures, each link flowing with an improved version of the ultimate serum from the 1610 universe. Did you think you could imprison them with the laws of causality? Menhuan stepped across the shattered wheel of reincarnation, his boots crushing the still glowing remnants of life, embedding the verdict of wrongful death. He raised his hand against the cold stone wall, the pulsating power of the phoenix suddenly fracturing into countless golden-red tendrils. As the first tendril penetrated the rock, the walls of the city of the wrong began to manifest a holographic projection. The last heartbeat of his mother, who shielded him beneath a pile of rubble, his father, desperately digging through the earth, bloodied and battered. Return their souls to me. Menhuan's voice mingled with the noise of quantum collapse. And as the tendrils grasped the 2 fragments of souls on the verge of dissipating, the king of equality suddenly glimpsed within the depths of the omniscient's eyes countless failed outcomes where he had been unable to rescue his parents. Those versions of himself from different universes were fashioning the skulls of each judge into hard drives for preserving soul data. The seal of Yama withstood less than a second beneath Wanda's 12 crimson chains. As the final incantation of the heavenly net shattered, Menhuan beheld his parents toiling at the most arduous tasks. His mother wore the safety talisman he had crafted upon her wrist, while his father's silhouette had long succumbed to stoop, hair turned to a silvery white. They had not yet exhausted their lifespans. Yet you have confined them to suffer in this 18-layered hell. Menhuan's fingertips brushed against his father's drooping cheek as the concoction of Mengpo's soup, meant to erase memories, began to flow backward. Suddenly, King Qin Guang brandished the Book of Life and Death, only to discover that on the yellowed pages, beside the names of Menhuan's parents, was inscribed the designation of the multiversal unifier's kin. Even more terrifying was the sight of all the stars of Yama vanishing from the celestial map of the Big Dipper, replaced instead by a phalanx of sentinels hovering behind Menhuan. Annihilation. I come not to destroy, Menhuan proclaimed as he cradled his parents' corporeal forms, which were beginning to take shape. Wanda had already employed chaotic magic to reconstruct their translucent ethereal bodies. I come to rectify. As the first rays of sunlight from the reality of the universe pierced the yellow springs, Menhuan stood upon the reborn Niha bridge and offered a slight bow. The Earth Mother, resembling Meng Pa, merely nodded before distributing her broth, labeled return date undetermined. Do not long for, to each soul crossing the bridge. Are we going home? His mother asked, incredulity etched across her features as she caressed his cheek. The woman, long deceased in the realm of reality, now reflected her son's image in her eyes, shining brighter than any gem. With tears welling in his eyes, Menhuan nodded emphatically. In the deeper realms of the myriad worlds, within the quantum sea, a rebel clad in blue and gold armor prepared to assemble a fleet, only to see at the very heart of all star charts a coordinate that could never be deciphered. There, no multiversal powers resided, no omniscience or omnipotence. Only a young boy was seen helping his mother set the table.